You were just an ordinary rich second-generation heir who could live off your family's wealth. But your father teamed up with your father-in-law to send you into the military, and not just any role, but as cannon fodder for training. You fooled around all day. But the girl's father was the head of our military district. Without proper training, how could you ever be worthy of her? Yet, to everyone's surprise, under your leadership, an exceptionally strong blue force emerged, defeating elite soldiers left and right, with your ingenious tactics executed to perfection. 2 years later, the aloof goddess snuggled in your arms. Who would have thought this guy would rise through the ranks to become a general, even outranking his own father by 1 level? At this moment, you crawled out of the trench, your face covered in gunpowder smoke, while your comrades groaned in frustration, their bodies emitting simulated battle smoke. Surveying the artillery-ravaged battlefield around you, your face burned with fury. You're supposed to be a top graduate from the National Defense University and a company commander in the 9th Brigade of the Southeast Theater. Yet, in reality, your unit has become the whetstone for training other forces in the region, constantly chased and beaten. Who could stand this? This exercise is even more absurd. 2 armored divisions equipped with new weapons against your single brigade. Originally, you were supposed to hold out for 10 days, but at this rate, 3 days would be a stretch. You're utterly fed up with this military life of constant retreat. Why should your unit always suffer such brutal defeats while others don't? While you were lost in thought, Regimental Commander Gao Shang rushed over with a few soldiers, shouting, "What are you all standing around for? Move it!" The brigade commander ordered a retreat. You looked at him in disbelief and said, "The enemy outnumbers us 2 to 1, with overwhelming firepower. If we fight a positional battle here, we'll all be defeated by tonight." "Commander, I have a plan to turn the tables." "Nonsense! Have you lost your mind from shell shock, spouting such rubbish?" Gao Shang retorted. "I do have a plan, please give me a chance." You immediately stood up and saluted solemnly. Seeing your determination, Regimental Commander Gao Shang also grew serious. "Kid, don't think I don't know your background, but first and foremost, you're a soldier and a company commander. Get your men and retreat, no more useless talk." Before you could respond, he and his men dashed off along the trench. Frustration welled up inside you. You knew that retreating now would only lead to another encirclement by the Red Force, a highly mobile unit. Once that happened, there'd truly be no chance left. At that moment, Squad Leader Wang Hai and others approached, asking, "Commander, are we retreating now?" Your eyes gleamed as you grinned at them. "How about turning defeat into victory?" Wang Hai and the others frowned, exchanging uneasy glances. They thought to themselves, "Oh no, the commander really has lost it from shell shock." Seeing their hesitation, you quickly explained, "I've been here for 6 months, getting beaten up by every unit as target practice, becoming the laughingstock of all my classmates. This time they not only sent 2 divisions but also equipped them with brand new weapons. How is this fair? If we swallow this insult, we'll never be able to show our faces again." "Company commander, don't speak too soon, or it'll be embarrassing later. We're outnumbered and outgunned. Sometimes we just have to endure," someone advised. You stood up angrily and said, "Look at you all cowering like this. You're grown men, how can you not stand up for yourselves after being bullied like this?" Wang Hai chuckled. Even the brigade commander and regiment commander couldn't do anything about it. Could they? "Shut up, now I have a plan that might just turn the tables. If you're real men, follow me, I'll take full responsibility if anything goes wrong." Seeing your unwavering determination, the others, though reluctant, had no choice but to follow. Soon, you led the 2nd Company into hiding in a nearby forest. Having spent years as the training target for beatings, you were intimately familiar with the terrain and concealment. Half an hour later, a massive convoy of tanks and armored vehicles rumbled past your position. You spat in disgust and said, "See that? With so many tanks and armored vehicles, how far could we have run even if we retreated early?" The men nodded silently. As pure infantry, facing armored units was like delicate girls confronting a brute wielding a spiked club. This was outright bullying. As the armored vehicles gradually faded into the distance, you grinned mischievously and said, "Now their command post is a toothless tiger. Come on, I'll take you to teach them a lesson. Move out." Hearing this, the men couldn't help but shrink their necks. Attacking the enemy's command post with just a handful of them? That was practically suicide. But there was no choice, you were the company commander, and they had to obey. Instantly, everyone emerged from their hiding spots. Having been chased and beaten by every unit in the past, they knew every nook and cranny of the 500-mile radius better than their own homes. Moreover, the enemy was eagerly advancing forward and never expected anyone to dare cut off their retreat. Thus, the group smoothly bypassed them and penetrated deep into the enemy's rear. 4 hours later, the Blue Force command post halted in a mountain pass. Brigade Commander Lei Chang spat out the mud in his mouth and glared at his dust-covered subordinates with a grim expression. One staff officer fumed. Before the exercise, no one mentioned the enemy would bring 2 divisions, all equipped with new gear. "This is just bullying. Another angrily shouted. This battle is utterly humiliating. If not for the brigade commander's timely retreat order, we'd have been completely surrounded. Lei Chang scowled. What kind of battle is this? We're just a light mobile unit, and they actually sent armored forces. How outrageous. But anger aside, there was little they could do. Lei Chang sighed and said, assess the casualties across all units. This battle is tough. We can only use our familiarity with the terrain to our advantage, leading them around in circles. Holding out for one more day is a victory, just don't lose too badly. By the way, has the first company responsible for covering the retreat returned? Regiment Commander Gao Shang quickly nodded. They're back, but our second company has gone missing. Lei Chang suddenly looked up. Missing? Wiped out? Gao Shang shook his head. I gave the retreat order, but second company commander Su Chen said he had a plan to turn defeat into victory. It was urgent, so I told them to retreat immediately. Later, I don't know what happened, the entire company vanished. Su Chen? Lei Chang frowned and shouted angrily. Has that kid lost his mind? In this situation, retreating is already a blessing. How could he still think about turning defeat into victory? What kind of regiment commander are you? Gao Shang looked aggrieved. I already gave strict orders. You know as well as I do. He's the only top student in our entire brigade, and his father is. Regardless, after all those years of studying, he shouldn't be acting foolishly now. Lei Chang fumed. I don't care who his father is. Even if his father were here, this kid is still disobeying orders. If this were a real battlefield, his actions would be extremely serious. Send someone to find him immediately. Once he's found, arrest him on the spot. After the exercise is over, he must be confined to quarters. And you, after the exercise, write me a 10,000 word self-criticism. Gao Shang saluted with a bitter expression, grumbling to himself. What the hell is this brat up to? Meanwhile, at the foot of a small hill, you and your group collapsed exhausted by the roadside after a frantic 4-hour run that pushed everyone to their physical limits. Captain, where exactly is the Red Army's command post? Yeah, Captain, we can't keep running around blindly like this, Zhao Xiaodong asked while wiping sweat, pointing at the tire tracks on the road and panting. You said, see, we followed these tracks all the way here, and now they've disappeared. That means their command post must be nearby. Niao village is just ahead. We'll know once we go in and ask. Soon. Everyone struggled to their feet and followed you into the village. Since the troops often operated in this area, the villagers were used to their presence, and many greeted them along the way. You led the group straight to the village chief and asked if he had seen any military camps nearby. The chief replied, yes, just today I took some folks to collect bottles near the camp. He then immediately pointed out the direction. You continued, Chief, we have another favor to ask. We'd like to borrow some civilian clothes. Preferably women's outfits. It would be even better if a few ladies could help us out. The chief looked puzzled. Young comrade, what kind of mission is this? Why do a bunch of grown men need women's clothes? You explained with a smile. It's a special anti-infiltration drill for the troops. We'd appreciate your help. Alright, I'll go fetch them right away. The chief agreed readily, as it was all for their own troops. Wang Hai and others curiously gathered around. Company commander, what exactly is your plan? We're already here. Can you tell us now? You smiled mysteriously and briefly explained the plan. After hearing it, everyone's expressions varied, thinking to themselves, this company commander really has some ideas. More than 10 minutes later, most of the men had changed into women's clothing, bright red cotton padded jackets, thick cotton pants, and red scarves on their heads. The group looked quite festive. A dozen or so soldiers dressed as normal men. Seeing their comrades' comical appearances, they immediately started teasing each other. Squad Leader 1, you actually look quite convincing dressed like that. Squad Leader 6 joked. Wang Hai glared at him. Even if I were a woman, I wouldn't fancy you. Just look at yourself. Squad Leader 6 burst into laughter. Then I should thank my lucky stars. If I married someone like you, I'd probably wake up screaming from nightmares. The dozen or so soldiers not wearing women's clothing also laughed, making those dressed as women clench their fists in frustration. Company commander, will this really work? I just looked in the mirror and almost scared myself. Will the red team really buy it? Su Chen patted him on the shoulder. You have to believe in yourselves and identify yourselves as simple folk. Only if you let go can your opponents believe in you. It's not your fault if you're ugly, but it's your fault if you have a bad mental quality. Su Chen said sincerely. Everyone let go. Let go. There are many ugly women in the world. Not less than you. Ha ha ha. A dozen male soldiers laughed their asses off. The corners of the mouths of the soldiers dressed as women twitched. They're also just ugly dressed as women. Doesn't mean they're really ugly. At that moment, the village chief came over with a dozen middle-aged women. Comrade company commander. The village chief laughed. They are the most eloquent people in our village. If you let them help, you'll be sure to get it right. Comrade. A big fat lady said smilingly. My name is Li Tsuihua. I'm the women's director. Just tell us what you need us to do, and we'll definitely do a good job. Yes, comrade, just order. Let's do whatever we want as a family, military and civilian. Su Chen gave a bad smile. Then I'd like to thank all the big sisters. Let's. 10 kilometers away, Red Command stood in a flat clearing. About 2 companies of troops guarded the place. At this moment, in the command headquarters, Yao Guangji, the commander of a southeastern army, was looking at the battle map with a smile on his face. The Blues still want to run. Ha ha ha, they can't run away from our tanks and armored vehicles even if they are possessed by Wang Juanxia. A staff officer smiled and said, Leader, it is expected that by 10 o'clock this evening, we will be able to complete our encirclement of the Blue Army. By 12 o'clock tomorrow morning, we can eliminate them all. Good. Yao Guangji slammed his fist on the table and laughed joyfully. This time, beating up the Blue Army. Our officers and soldiers are considered to be thoroughly familiar with our new equipment. We'll fight a few more times in the future, trying to eliminate the Blues in a shorter time. And we'll definitely figure out new tactics. Everyone in the command nodded approvingly. In their thinking, the Blues shouldn't be evenly matched opponents. They should be little monsters who get punched around like targets and give them experience. Old Yao, the chief of staff whispered at this time. I heard that your future son-in-law can be in this Blue Army. They just interned not long ago, and you hit them so hard as soon as you arrived. Don't beat their self-confidence away. Yao Guangji laughed. That kid is a senior student of the National Defense University, and is very arrogant. His father got him into the Blue Army because he wanted to rub his sharpness. Don't be so sharp all day long. I'll teach him a good lesson this time, as a favor to his father, and incidentally make him convince me as his future old husband. So, Yao Guangji smiled thievishly. The harder you hit, the better. Young people? They're not afraid. The chief of staff had a bitter smile on his face. This kid has a really bitter life with a father like that plus an old husband as bad as you. Yao Guangji laughed triumphantly. We're all doing it for his own good. Report. Just then, a lieutenant ran in and saluted at Yao Guangji. There's a group of old folks outside, saying they want to console us. Yao Guangji looked at the chief of staff. We're just staging a maneuver. And the people come to offer their condolences? Too polite. The chief of staff smiled. In the past 2 days, many of the plastic bottles and paper shells we used were given to the people for nothing. The military and the people are like fish in water. They must have been touched by what we did. Yao Guangji nodded with a smile and said to the lieutenant, tell the guard company to go and thank the people properly. But don't take too long. We'll be moving forward later. The lieutenant said awkwardly, Leader, the folks said they wanted to meet you. Otherwise, they won't leave. What? The chief of staff frowned. Nonsense. With so many things going on, where would the army commander have time to go out? You have the guard company go over and deal with it. The lieutenant smiled bitterly. Can't handle it. They're all big girls. They're all pushing forward. So we can't push them. All women? The chief of staff and the others opened their mouths in surprise. Right. The lieutenant nodded. They said, they've lived here for so long and seen many maneuvers, but they've never seen anything as powerful as our troops, who beat up the Blues in one day. They guessed that we must be an ace troop, so they want to meet the chief and personally feed you water. The chief of staff hesitantly looked at Yao Guangji. Old Yao. This. Ha ha ha. Yao Guangji was full of joy. The eyes of the people are sharp. They can tell at a glance that we are ace. He looked at the chief of staff with a bit of anger. We are human beings, not gods. So many little girls have come here full of curiosity, so we have to fulfill this little wish of theirs. He said in a loud voice, everyone follow me out, and when we're done meeting the people, we'll move immediately. Yes. At the main entrance, Su Chen mixed in the crowd and saw Yao Guangji walking over from a distance. Uncle Yao? Su Chen opened his mouth wide in surprise, not realizing that this time, the Red Side commander was actually his future old man. The face of that frosty beauty instantly came to his mind, but the corner of his mouth then revealed a bad smile. Uncle Yao, I'm sorry. Yao Na, I'm doing this for your father's good. He can't go on like this. Everyone listen up and follow the plan. Su Chen whispered. All of them nodded silently, completely letting go at the moment and waving their little hands desperately after their big sister in front of them. The big sisters from the village were all big and strong and all of them were in the way. Leader, you guys are awesome. Leader, come, have a bowl of spring water from our hometown. Li Tsuihua rushed towards Yao Guangji with a face full of admiration. Once the guards saw that the leaders were here, they simply didn't stop them and let everyone pass. Yao Guangji and others were soon surrounded by girls. He cheerfully took the bowl in Li Tsuihua's hand. Folks, thank you. We, the people's sons and daughters, are to always be ready to fight and protect our people at all times. This is our duty and will always continue. With that, he picked up the bowl and drank. But suddenly, his eyes landed on the face of one of the latter in the crowd. In a flash, Yao Guangji's eyes were almost glazed over. Uncle Yao. Su Chen smilingly waved his hand at him. Long time no see. Put. Yao Guangji sprayed a mouthful of water all over Li Tsuewa's face. Chapter 4, Please be human. Sorry. The chief of staff hurriedly went to wipe Li Tsuewa's face while turning his head to look at Yao Guangji. Old Yao, what's wrong with you? Yao Guangji's eyes widened as he pointed at Su Chen and shouted, This kid, they are the Blues. Su Chen gave him a slight smile and shouted before the Red Army's men could react. Do it! In a flash, all the big girls immediately lifted their coats and took out their weapons. Immediately take control of Yao Guangji and the others with a swift momentum. Freeze! Nobody move! The chief of staff was dumbfounded and looked at Li Tsuehua incredulously. Big sister, you're also a Blue Army? Li Tsuehua smiled at him. Chief, the military and the people are one family? Unity is strength. After saying that, she made a tiger pounce and directly pounced the chief of staff to the ground. Her huge body pressed the chief of staff almost out of breath. Shamran, put them all down. Li Tsuehua frantically shook the people. The other big sisters immediately rushed towards the surrounding soldiers. Hey, don't come over. The soldier on the red side had a desperate look on his face. They could aim their guns at Su Chen's men, but never at the people. Come here you. The big sisters were anything but polite, and instantly pounced on a dozen soldiers. Bang! Su Chen shot decisively, knocking the guard company commander's head into white smoke, and the people on the red side suddenly quieted down. Nobody move, Su Chen said in a cold voice. Your men have been captured by us. I'll shoot them if anyone dares to move. Red's men throw in the towel. You look at me, I look at you. The entire command headquarters was now under the control of Su Chen's men, and no one dared to move. Lower their weapons, Su Chen ordered. Go! Zhao Xiaodong excitedly rushed up with his men, disarming everyone in the blink of an eye. Come down, I can't breathe. Yao Guangji was sitting on the ground by an older sister, wailing in a hurry. Big sister said with a smile, Chief, you're a prisoner now. I can't release you. Yao Guangji wanted to cry, Old folks, I am also a people's son and daughter soldier. How can you help them not help me? We are our own people. You're not. Big sister said in a serious voice. We are the ones who live here, and they, the Blues, are the ones who live here. Then you are the enemy. Yao Guangji almost didn't spit out blood. He couldn't refute his big sister's explanation. Su Chen came over smilingly at this time. Big sisters, it's been hard on you. Hurry up and pull them up, or something will really happen. Okay Li Tsuehua got up first, lifting the half-dead chief of staff who was pressed directly from the ground. These big sisters are used to doing farm work in their daily life. Their strength is surprisingly big. Yao Guangji and others became vulnerable in their hands instead. Uncle Yao, I'm sorry. Su Chen looked at Yao Guangji with a smile. You've become my captive. Yao Guangji exasperatedly glared at him. Su Chen, you little. 4 years at the National Defense University and this is all you've learned? You are crooked. I'm going to sue your father. Su Chen smiled and said, Uncle Yao, this is where you are wrong. Soldiers are never deceitful. As long as they can catch you guys, it's a good tactic. Losing is losing. You have to learn to fail. You can only grow in failure. Yao Guangji's lungs exploded with anger. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect to be educated by my future son-in-law one day, and he couldn't refute it. Just then, a couple of officers with directorate armbands approached. Army Commander Yao, a lieutenant colonel said, based on the current situation, we've ruled your command a total loss, and everyone is free to withdraw from the maneuver. Yao Guangji seemed to have been hit by a blow to the head, and his head buzzed. They were on the verge of total annihilation and victory over the Blues, but he ended up being the first to be wiped out when his home was stolen here. Yao Guangji was so angry that he couldn't wait to slap Su Chen twice. Leader, Su Chen looked at the people in the director's department at this time. May I ask, are they withdrawing immediately? The lieutenant colonel nodded. What? You still want to treat your captives to a broken meal? Yao Guangji and the others were once again struck by a violent attack, and each one of them had a blue face. Su Chen laughed. Inviting a bunch of dead people to dinner, isn't that a waste of food? I don't have that realization yet. Strike doubles. The chief of staff gritted his teeth and said to Yao Guangji, Old Yao, your son-in-law is really good to you. Be careful with your family fortune. Su Chen walked up to the lieutenant colonel. What I want to ask is, when they withdrew, did the news immediately reach the various units on the red side? The lieutenant colonel turned back to inquire a few words with a few of his companions, then shook his head. They were all wiped out, and according to the real battlefield situation, it would take at least 2 hours before they were discovered from below. That's why we'll only inform after 2 hours. Great, Su Chen said excitedly. Then I can take advantage of the time difference and falsely transmit orders to make their red side chicken out. Yao Guangji was so angry that he had a brain infarction. Asshole, whatever you want to do is up to you. You can't wait until Lao Zi leaves. People are still here. Su Chen smiled apologetically at him. I'm sorry, Uncle Yao. I forgot that you were still alive. You guys get busy first. I'm going to falsely transmit your order. He left a meaningful smile, turned his head and ran towards the command post. Good son-in-law. The chief of staff sighed. It's really not a waste while we're still hot. Yao Guangji was furious and stormed. Asshole bastard. Lousy. I'm not done with you. The command post was empty at the moment, but all communication instruments were still on. Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong curiously asked, Company Commander, you just said that you're going to give fake orders to all the units on the red side? How? Just use these internal communication devices to contact them. Su Chen said easily. Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong immediately looked bitter. Company Commander, you're making it difficult for us. We are infantrymen, not communication soldiers. This thing knows us. We don't know it. How is it going to work? Su Chen smiled faintly. There's still me. Isn't there? Quickly, you guys find the red side battle map. The two of them were instantly delighted. They had forgotten that Su Chen was a senior student from the National Defense University. If he can't, then no one can. Hey! The two nodded and immediately went to find the map. Su Chen walked to a communication instrument and immediately contacted Goldman Sachs. Meanwhile, somewhere in a mountain lump, Goldman was looking sadly at the battle map. The paths they could retreat on were now basically blocked by the red side's armored group. There's only one way left to go, but Goldman Sachs could see that it was definitely a dead end. Red side can maneuver much faster than they can. Once the blues run this way, they're sure to get wrapped up. The brigade commander gave me the task of opening the road. But how should I open this road? Gao Shang slammed his fist on the map in anger. The disparity in strength was too great, and the battle was too stifling for him. Bang! The gate was suddenly slammed open, and a minion ran in with gusto. Chief, Su Chen has found it and wants to talk to you. What? Goldman asked angrily. Where did this guy get one of my old company? The subordinate said cheerfully. Captain. Company Commander Su led the men and took the red side's command in one fell swoop. What? Goldman's jaw hit the floor in shock. What the hell did they serve? Chapter 5, Authorization of Su Chen, Temporary Full Command. Gao Shang grabbed the phone in a hurry. Hey, Su Chen, did you end their command? Until this moment, he was still full of disbelief. Everyone in the Blue Army, including he, Goldman Sachs, himself, was thinking about how to escape from Red's attack, but Su Chen was good. When their Blue Army was fleeing in a mess and the Red side was fighting vigorously, he put an end to their old home. Chief, Su Chen said smilingly, I'm using their communication system to contact you right now. All of their people have been taken away by the director's department and withdrawn from the maneuvers. Goldman Sachs's eyes are almost glaring out. You kid, how in the world did you do that? At least it's someone's general headquarters, so it must be heavily guarded. Goldman still couldn't figure out how Su Chen had managed to take down someone with a normal company. Su Chen put away his smile and said seriously, Chief, forget about that for now. Do you want to win the war? Ha! Goldman's head reeled a bit. Su Chen directly opened the door and said, I have a way to turn our defeat into a victory, or at least we don't have to be chased like we are now. However, the entire brigade has to be under my command, and no one can act without authorization, including the brigade commander. Su Chen said word for word, time is running out. In another 2 hours, the Red forces will know that their command is gone. That's why I need answers now. If it's agreed, then I'll start moving. The corner of Goldman's mouth twitched. Wait, you're a bit too much information. My brain capacity is a bit insufficient. Give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes, okay, just 10 minutes. Su Chen nodded. I'll wait for your news. He ended the call and then said to Wang Hai, watch, if there's a call, call me immediately. Yes, Wang Hai saluted. Su Chen hurried to the center of the command headquarters, where Zhao Xiaodong and the others had already laid the battle map flat on the table. Company Commander, there's a sand table over there, Zhao Xiaodong said. They're clearly labeled. Su Chen nodded and rubbed his hands together with a grin. You guys have been fighting for so long. You've gotten over it. Now, it's our Blue Army's turn to have a good time. Brigadier General Lei Cheng, who was looking at the map, raised his head and immediately saw Gao Shang lifting the curtain and rushing in. Is the fire burning your ass? Lei Cheng glared at him. I asked you to lead the troops as a striker. Why are you here with me again? You think there's more time? Later Red is going to surround us. Gao Shang laughed and came up to him and said, Brigadier, I've come to bring you good news. Lei Cheng's face was filled with sadness. Right now, for me, the only good news is that we've thrown Red off the scent, and that we can hold on for one more day is one more day. Anything else is not considered good news. Gao Shang's face turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile. Then the Red side's general headquarters was terminated, and all the members of the command were eliminated. Is this considered good news? What? Lei Cheng looked at him incredulously. Are you kidding me? How dare I? Gao Sheng immediately told Su Chen roughly what happened. Lei Cheng's eyes glowed. I've long seen that this kid is not ordinary, worthy of being the son of a general. When he came to our brigade, I guessed that he would definitely be able to change our brigade drastically. Ha ha ha, my vision was really right. The corner of Goldman Sachs' mouth twitched, thinking that you didn't say this about Su Chen before, so close to shooting him. Gao Sheng coughed dryly and said seriously, Brigade Commander, Xiao Su reported to me that he has a way to turn defeat into victory. Even if we can't win, we can still make a nice counterattack. Oh, Lei Cheng became interested. What method? That he didn't say. Goldman Sachs said, but he needs full command, and you will have to obey his orders. If you agree, contact him immediately. He's at Red Command. Are you kidding? The chief of staff on the side called out. Having a brigade commander listen to a small company commander? Wouldn't it be funny if word got out? Where will old Lei's face go in the future? Yes, old Lei. The deputy brigade commander nodded. We can't solve the current predicament even after half a day's discussion. And that kid, a company commander, still has our overview of the whole situation? Gao Sheng saw that Lei Cheng began to hesitate, and hurriedly reminded, Brigade Commander, Xiao Su is the most educated person in our brigade. Moreover, he is the son of a general, and has been taught from childhood, so he may really have a solution. Do you want to hear it? He looked at his watch. I've got 2 minutes left on my appointment with him, and if we don't wait for a call, he'll have to retreat. Lei Cheng's eyes were incredibly complicated. He was a dignified brigade commander. If you go to listen to the orders of a company commander under your command, this will be spread out later. After thinking for a full minute, Lei Cheng jerked his head up. Contact him. I want to hear what exactly he has planned. Yes. Goldman saluted hard. Company commander. Incoming call. Wang Hai suddenly yelled. Su Chen dropped his pen and quickly rushed over to pick up the headset. Su Chen. I'm Lei Cheng. Su Chen immediately puffed out his chest. Good day, Brigadier. Time is short, so I won't be polite with you. Waiting for you to come back and celebrating you. Lei Cheng opened the door and said, Tell me, what program do you have? Su Chen smiled faintly. Brigadier, my program is actually very simple. Lei Cheng listened quietly, the corners of his eyes twitching every now and then. Su Chen said quickly, if we act fast enough, I'm 90% sure that we can fight a nice counterattack. Brigadier, that's my plan. Lei Cheng clenched his fists, his brain running wild. Su Chen was also a little worried. His plan was entirely from real combat and was too bold. He was afraid that Lei Cheng wouldn't be able to accept it. Can it really backfire? Lei Cheng suddenly asked. Su Chen hastily nodded. I can't guarantee this. It depends on the actual situation at that time. But what I can be sure of is that it can definitely hit them hard, and we can still retreat gracefully. Good. Lei Cheng nodded. Just for your words, the command is yours. From now on, the entire brigade is under your command, including me. Comrade Su Chen, please give the order. Gao Sheng, who was on the side, held his head high in triumph. Even the brigade commander was listening to Su Chen's orders. Translation. Su Chen was brought out by himself. The brigade commander to listen to his orders is equal to listen to their own orders, which shall not be proud. Goldman almost laughed out loud. This kid was just too much for his own good. The corner of Su Chen's mouth hooked into a smile. Brigadier, just do what I just said. The faster the better. Good. Lei Cheng nodded. When he ended the call, the chief of staff and the others rushed to gather around. Old Lei, what happened? How come the whole brigade is following his orders? What exactly is that kid's plan? Lei Cheng smiled faintly and immediately said Su Chen's plan in detail. Everyone's jaws drop in shock after hearing this. Chapter 6, I'll take you guys and kick their asses. This program, I don't agree with. Chief of Staff Chen Quan decisively objected. Are you kidding me? Using you as bait? Once it's executed, you're definitely finished. Even you are gone. So what if you fight a counterattack? Deputy Brigade Commander Lu Wei also nodded. This is a bad idea. A regiment? I'm afraid all of them will have to be sacrificed. How can the rest of us fight? They are an armored unit. The rest of us are all infantry. We'll still be wiped out by then. Gao Sheng also hesitated at this time. Brigade Commander, I think we should forget about it. Let's all retreat to the hills in D. Although they have many tanks, they can't fight their way up, so we can at least hold out for 2 more days. Hey, is this suggestion from old Gao only moderate? Lu Gua said approvingly. Lei Cheng looked at them, then shook his head. No more running away. I've run away enough. Ha! Everyone looked at him in surprise. Lei Cheng laughed bitterly. Think about it. Of all the troops in the entire army, which one is a loser like us? We are also an old unit with honorable traditions, and our martyrs have fought so many fierce battles. But in our generation, how can we be passively beaten every day? Tell me, guys, in the 2 years since we've been programmed as the Blue Army, how far have we been chased by our brother forces? How many times have we been totally annihilated? The crowd was dumbfounded and at the same time clenched their fists. We're all soldiers, who don't have some backbone, though they recognize their mission, which was to sacrifice themselves and sharpen the various brother units. Let them always be able to go into war and defend their country. But once or twice can. 3 times 4 times can also endure. 5 times 6 times they still recognize. But in the past 2 years or so, they've been totally annihilated more than 70 times. They don't even have the face to tell their former old comrades about the current situation. Shame on you. Lei Chang took a deep breath and continued. You all know the news that the entire army is going to be laid off. As we are now, it is estimated that after this exercise, we will be the first to be laid off. In the future, when we leave this world and meet our predecessors, how are we going to tell them this? Are we going to tell them that because we're too much of a loser, the old unit is gone? Old Lei, stop it. Chen Quan sighed. I have to say it. Lei Chang said seriously. Su Chen's plan, even though it's risky and it's using me as a bet. But I think the plan works. We've been pushed to the brink. There's no way back. Lei Chang looked at the crowd. Instead of continuing to live on, we should fight them to the death. We're in a situation where we're bound to lose anyway. And now that there's a ray of hope, we must seize it. This is just a drill, not a real battle. If we are even afraid of this, how can we face our forefathers in the future? I think the brigadier has a point. Gao Shang nodded. The big deal is being eliminated. It's no big deal. Chen Quan and Lu Guo looked at each other and finally nodded their heads together. That's all said and done. Since you agree, old Lei, we're in favor as well. Good. Lei Chang nodded excitedly. Come on, we have to hurry up and deploy. Time is running out on Xiao Su's side. Little Su is a genius. We must not waste his plan. The crowd was speechless. Everyone remembered you calling him a nerd earlier. How can you flip-flop faster than a book? And now you're calling him a genius? Lei Chang smiled awkwardly. Don't care about the details. Come on, let's hurry. At this moment, outside the Red Command, there is a large crowd of people. Li Suihua smilingly said to Su Chen, Comrade, I've called everyone from the 7 miles and 8 villages. Everyone is so happy to hear that they are going to do you a favor. Su Chen looked at the scurrying heads and was inwardly incredibly moved. The reason why our forefathers were able to win one battle after another was because they won the hearts and minds of the people. With the support of the people, any kind of bad battle can be won. This tradition had been preserved. And today, Su Chen was going to use it well. Big sisterly, thank you. Su Chen laughed. Later on, we'll have to trouble the big guys. Li Suihua laughed out loud. Comrade Company Commander, just give us a quick answer. What exactly do you want us to do? Su Chen immediately told her his plan in detail. Li Suihua's face was a bit unsettled. Is it alright to do this? Aren't you guys practicing? I see you want to really them up. Su Chen immediately got serious. Nonsense. They are all my comrades and brothers. How could I possibly want to them up? I'm doing this. Su Chen laughed. Everything is to start from the actual battle. Think about it. In a real battle, the enemy is tricky and cunning, much more vicious than me. The purpose of our Blue Army's existence is to play those enemies. By letting them experience more situations, they will be able to deal with their enemies more smoothly in the future. Li Suihua nodded in realization. So that's how it is. Then I'm relieved. Su Chen laughed out loud. You guys just don't worry and do it boldly, but you must do it in the place I specified. Otherwise something will really happen. Don't worry, Li Suihua said cheerfully. We all know the numbers. Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong and the others were twitching at the corners of their eyes. I feel that our company commander has changed. Wang Hai whispered. He used to be such a strict man, never messing around, but now, I feel he's a big flake. Zhao Xiaodong nodded approvingly. Red Fang is in deep this time. I hope no one gets killed or the company commander will have to go to jail. Blah blah blah. Third squad leader Jing Wei glared at them. What are you talking nonsense about? This plan is sure to be a success. Old Wang, aren't you going to be transferred soon? As long as the plan is successful, you'll be able to get credit for it, and you'll definitely stay then. Wang Hai sighed. I hope so. The people had just dispersed when a soldier hurriedly rushed to Su Chen. Company commander, there's a situation. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and then he ran wildly towards the command center. One of the soldiers took the headset and nervously whispered to Su Chen. It's one of their division commanders. Su Chen laughed and directly took the headset. Yao Guangji and his dad were old comrades and had known each other since childhood, and Su Chen could easily imitate his voice and tone. He coughed and pretended to say, I'm Yao Guangji. Speak, Army Commander. An excited voice came from the opposite side. They have no way out. We just detected that the main force of the Blue Army is retreating from the road we intended. Su Chen was happy with a smile on his face, and Red's man was trapped. He pretended to be excited and said, Good, these guys from the Blue Army don't know our true strength yet. That road is flat and most favorable for our tanks to advance. We don't even need to surround them this time. We can wipe them out in pursuit. Commander, give the order. We're ready for a full-on onslaught. Suchen suppressed the excitement in his heart and shouted, "Order! From now on, you advance at full speed. Don't worry about logistics. No stopping until the Blue Army is completely annihilated. Depart immediately." "Yes," the opposite side shouted excitedly. Suchen immediately contacted another division as well as the logistics and transportation unit and gave them separate orders. When he lowered his headset, he realized that the deputy company commander and all the squad leaders were all gathered behind him, their eyes staring at him eagerly. "Company commander!" Deputy company commander Step Mang swallowed. "Chang, did it work?" Suchen laughed. "They've been tricked. Let's go. I'll take you guys to give them a good beating." Chapter 7, Cold Sweat. We're counter-surrounded? A truck whizzed by on the flat main road, kicking up tons of dust and smoke. Lei Cheng sat on the jeep and looked back from time to time, fearing that the enemy troops would not be able to catch up. "I don't know what's going on over at Goldman Sachs." Lu Gui was filled with nervousness. Chen Quan sighed. "We've cut off the connection so that the Red Fong won't find a break. The rest can only be left to fate." "Don't worry, Goldman won't drop the ball." Lei Cheng resumed his seat. "The fighters have long been holding their anger. They will definitely fight hard." "Brigadier!" A car came roaring by, traveling side by side with Lei Cheng's car. The scout company commander shouted nervously, "The enemy is coming up, fast, and is expected to catch up with us in 5 minutes. Good timing." Lei Cheng's eyes were filled with wariness. "Inform everyone that once they are caught up, stop immediately. Let's block them on this road." "Yes, it's finally coming." Lu rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement. "It's the first time we've countered Red, and it's inexplicably exciting." "Me too." Chen Quan laughed out loud. "Then beat them up hard." Lei Cheng drew his pistol, his face filled with coldness. In the mountains beside the main road, Goldman Sachs, his body stuck with leaves for camouflage, crouched beside a tree and coldly watched a tank rushing across the main road. "What arrogance!" Gao Sheng spat. "It's really for Su Chen. They didn't take us seriously at all. They didn't even alert us." The third company commander said excitedly, "Captain, when are we going to start fighting?" Gaussian stared at him. "Have you done everything you were told?" "It's done," the third company commander said excitedly. "All of the brigade's 40 fire, mortars, and artillery are all gathered together. As long as you give the order, we can start fighting immediately." "Good." Gao Shang nodded excitedly. "When they're blocked on the road, open fire immediately." Boom boom boom. Just then, the sound of rumbling artillery suddenly came from the distance. Everyone looked toward the sound of the cannon and could clearly see a plume of white smoke rising into the blue sky. "Fighting," Gao Shang said seriously. "Inform everyone to prepare for battle. We can't let the brigade commander and the others die in vain." "Yes." At the other end of the main road, the two Red Division commanders had by now triumphantly met in one place. Ma Jianwei looked at the black smoke in front of him and said with a grin, "Catching up. They can't run away." Sure Dajuan laughed. "Old Ma, I'm afraid we're the team with the shortest time to eliminate the Blue Army ever." Ma Jianwei said cheerfully. "We've changed to new equipment, and we're more than twice as many as the Blue Army. If we're still the same as the others, then we'll lose a lot of face. Then don't we have to speed things up a bit?" Sure Dajuan laughed. "Destroying all the blues before the army commander arrives would be considered a good news report to the army commander. It's quite necessary. The blues are so weak. I think an hour is enough." Ma Jianwei nodded vigorously. The two men immediately ordered all the tanks to move forward at full speed without caring about anything. The blues must be wiped out in less than an hour. Boom boom boom. A heavy firefight unfolded on the main road. Lei Cheng had all the trucks block the main road at the first sign of the enemy army catching up, so that they could stall for time. Chen Quan and Lu Gua also personally commanded the battle and joined the fighters in blocking the opponent's attack, but their weapons are at a disadvantage, and Red is completely crushing play against them. Together with the increasing number of tanks rushing in less than 10 minutes, Lei Cheng's side had already lost half of its dead and wounded. Boom! A shell smashed in, and Lei Cheng and Lu Gua were blown up on the spot, their bodies smoking. "Damn! Why isn't Goldman Sachs firing yet?" Lei Cheng cursed in anger. "If we don't fire, we'll be dead." Just now, in the mountains by the main road, Goldman himself shouldered a 40 fire and aimed it directly at a tank below and pulled the trigger. Phew! The rocket burst out of the cannon and hit that tank with precision. All of a sudden, the whole tank was scrapped as white smoke billowed out of it. Hit me hard," Gordon roared. Shoo shoo shoo. Boom boom boom. Almost instantly, more than 40 fires and 30 heavy guns opened fire in unison. One by one, the tanks on the main road were brought to a halt with white smoke from the explosions. The torrent of steel that had been rolling forward soon came to a halt, and the entire main road was almost blocked. The 40 fire is a godsend against tanks at close range, although the red side has changed to a new type of tank with strong frontal armor protection. But Goldman's side was ambushed from the side. specializing in bombarding the tank's flanks. If one shot doesn't work, then two. I'm sure we can scrap one. Ma Jianwei and Shi Dajuan had their mouths open in shock at the moment, their faces full of incredulity. ******ing hell? They actually staged an ambush. Shi Dajuan was furious. Ma Jiawei said anxiously, "We've been fooled, and the army chief has been fooled by them. They're now dogged. This road is now blocked. Our attack is no longer effective. We must withdraw all tanks immediately, otherwise we'll lose even more." Shi Dajuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but he was also clear that if he didn't withdraw in this situation now, even if they win, they'll lose a lot of money. It would be a disgrace to fight a lightly armored motorized force and have them suffer heavy losses. "Withdraw!" Shi Dajuan roared. "Wait for all of them to withdraw, then destroy them all in one go." The two men immediately ordered all the tanks to turn around and return the way they came, ready to regroup. The order had just been given when an officer suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Look, behind us!" Ma Jianwei and Shi Dajuan hurriedly turned their heads, their pupils dilating in instant shock, only to see that behind them, they didn't know when the fire had started, and the rolling smoke drifted sharply toward them along with the wind. Over there too, that way, and that way. Ma Jianwei and Shi Dajuan's heads kept turning, and actually all three sides were ablaze. The smoke rolled in like a tidal wave and visibility was immediately reduced. "What's this?" Shi Dajuan was filled with confusion. Are we being counter-encircled by the Blue Army? Ma Jianwei shook his head. "Impossible. We've been fighting for more than a day. The Blues would have been crippled long ago. Where would there be so many people left?" "Division commander, look!" An officer suddenly yelled in shock. The two immediately followed the direction of his finger. At this look, the two were startled, only to see that beside the fire on the left side, many people were adding firewood to the fire. It dawned on the two men that the Blues had called on the people of the neighborhood to help. Is this considered cheating on their part? The corners of Shi Dajuan's mouth twitched. Ma Jianwei was also furious. This is something they planned long ago. They wanted to use smoke to lower our vision, and then the civilians blocked the road so that we couldn't rush out. If we can't beat them, then we can't beat them. But to use this trick, it's too despicable. "What now?" Shi Dajuan asked. "Should we consult Army Commander Yao?" "It's too late." Ma Jianwei shook his head. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to solve the current situation. He looked at the mountains under heavy fire and said in a chilling voice, "Let our soldiers get off. Leave 1/3 of the tanks to pound the mountains, and the rest go up and destroy them. We'll charge out from the front." Shi Dajuan opened his mouth wide. "Old Ma, we're an armored unit. You want to get off and fight?" Ma Jianwei glared at him. "There's no other way now. Turning back will surely be blocked by the people, and we'll still be targets then. Why don't we use this method? We are outnumbered. Eliminating them won't be a problem, and we can still save our tanks." Shi Dajuan thought about it, and it was the only way for now. "Okay, that's it," the two men immediately ordered. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already led the second company to approach them quickly. A battle that will shock the entire army is about to be fought. Chapter 8. This is the military spirit of our heritage. The Director's Department. At this moment, a group of people were gathered in front of the big screen, staring wide-eyed at the real-time images coming back from the battlefield. What a surprise that the Blues could fight back in this situation, a staff officer exclaimed. "And it's marvelous to have Reds suffer such a great loss," another staff officer said doubtfully. "This isn't like the way the Blues fight. I've watched them in no less than 20 battles. They weren't like this before." An officer laughed. "The Blue Army has been beaten up for a long time, and this time the Red side is so strong. They must have been holding their breath, so they learned from their pain and came up with such a detrimental move. However, is this what makes it fun? Always the Blues being chased and beaten. I'm holding my breath for them." "Commander-in-Chief," a staff officer said, "did the Blues violate the rules?" The Commander-in-Chief, Luo Jiaming, smiled noncommittally. "In any case, the Red side first had their command headquarters terminated, and now they've been ambushed. They've already been counted as defeated even if they destroy the Blue Army." The crowd nodded. Red's setup was good enough to sweep the Blues, but now that they're fighting like this, they've actually counted it as a loss. However, the Blue Army should be wiped out soon, a staff officer said. The Red side has already told their soldiers to abandon their tanks and focus on surrounding the Blue Army's ambush. I think the battle should be over in 3 hours at most. Not bad for them to be smart. Luo Jiaming smiled. If they had been dead set on holding the tanks, they would have suffered more casualties. Alright, there's nothing left in the battle. Let's just wait for them to come back and review the game. The crowd nodded silently. The Red side now outnumbered the Blues by about 4 times, and once they attacked the mountain, it was only a matter of time before the Blues were wiped out. Pity. Luo Jiaming shook his head. The Blues came up with such a Jedi counterattack but lacked heavy weapons. If they were given more, victory or defeat would still be uncertain. a military vehicle roared up to the blaze. Su Chen jumped down from the car, and a group of people immediately surrounded towards him. Company Commander Su, are we doing okay? We've blocked the road. If they come over, we'll block them from leaving. Su Chen smiled faintly. Folks, good job. They are not going to come over. Don't worry, your mission has been accomplished. Just leave the following to us. Thanks. Su Chen saluted at everyone. A youth said excitedly, Company Commander Su, we can keep setting fires and make the smoke bigger. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. This was an addiction to play. He hurriedly waved his hand. Enough is enough. The smoke is big enough now. Setting another fire will easily cause a fire, and the smoke will easily choke people to death. Hearing this from him, the townspeople nodded their heads with intent. Company Commander, what do we do now? Wang Hai brought the men of the second company around. Su Chen laughed. What else can we do? Put on the gas mask and rush over with me to them. Ha! Everyone's mouths were wide open. Company Commander, we're only one company and they have 2 divisions. If we go over there, aren't we sending them to their deaths? Afraid of what? Su Chen glared at them. Being a soldier and being afraid of death? To live is a merit. To die is also a martyr. Your whole family is happy for you. The crowd's mouths twitched. Were those words of encouragement? Su Chen took out his gas mask and said seriously, now that the visibility is low, it's hard for them to spot us. Besides, many of them have gotten off the tanks. We're infantry. We can't deal with them in tanks. Now that they're off the tanks, we're in charge. Don't forget that our forefathers, even if they had millet plus rifles, they still had the enemy's tanks and artillery. This is our military soul passed down from generation to generation. Su Chen's words immediately ignited everyone's hot blood. The picture of our forefathers, who were penniless and faced the enemy's airplanes and tanks and still went to their deaths generously, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The company commander is right. Wang Hai's eyes were full of wariness. When they were on the tank, we couldn't do anything about them. Now that they're off the tank, we're the boss. Asterisk 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 them. Zhao roared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Chen smiled faintly and put on his gas mask. In battle formation, charge with me. Everyone immediately put on their gas masks and rushed into the rolling smoke behind Su Chen. Following Su Chen's instructions, the people lit a dozen fires. The smoke produced has now covered the entire battlefield. They rushed towards the battlefield from the source of the smoke. Plus the red side didn't even think that there would be anyone else behind them, and all their attention was focused on Goldman Sachs' side. Su Chen led the second company like nobody's business, and soon approached the rear of the enemy army. Several tanks appeared in front of them, and a dozen soldiers surrounded the tanks. Without hesitation, Su Chen raised his gun and shot, and the red side soldiers were all of a sudden sprouting white smoke. Brothers, I'm sorry. Su Chen patted a soldier who was full of confusion. In your next life, be vigilant. Set the bomb. The soldiers of the second company immediately took out their bombs and placed them directly on the chassis of the tank. Boom boom boom. Several tanks exploded at the same time, and white smoke rolled up into the sky. But at this time, the surroundings were full of smoke, so even if the white smoke was strong, it couldn't attract the attention of the people in front of them. Su Chen just led his men to continue killing towards the front. The red soldier who was taken out huffed and slammed his fist on the tank. These guys, where the hell did they come from? They're so lacking. Hey, what happened to our tank? A soldier got out of the tank and looked at the white smoke confused. Dead. The soldier at the bottom said in an ungracious voice. We're all dead now. Su Chen pushed forward with his men as tank after tank was blown up by them. When there were not enough bombs, they looked for explosives on the corpses or directly in the tanks. The angry eliminated red soldiers cursed. They had never seen such a dog. After 10 minutes, Su Chen suddenly realized that there was a row of military vehicles surrounding the front, with communication vehicles in the middle. It should be their divisional command. Su Chen smiled faintly and turned his head to wave at the crowd. The men of the second company all smiled heartily and immediately dispersed under the leadership of their respective squad leaders. Ma Jianwei and Shi Dajuan were also wearing gas masks at this time, and they couldn't see much through the plastic mask. How's the fight going? Ma Jianwei turned his head and asked. A staff officer hurriedly said, our men have successfully fought their way up and surrounded the Blue Army's ambush force. Good. Ma Jianwei nodded. Tell them to report back the exact location of the Blues. Then focus your firepower on the bombardment and make sure to end the battle within half an hour. Yes, the staff officer saluted. But he had just turned around, when suddenly a volley of bullets swept over and directly hit him with smoke all over his body. Ma Jianwei and Shi Dajuan turned their heads in shock, only to see dozens of soldiers rushing in from all sides. Seeing people is a sweeping shot. Both men were knocked out by smoking before they could react. Boom boom boom. At the same time, all the tanks and armored vehicles around the command headquarters exploded. Ma Jianwei and Shi Dajuan were completely confused and looked at each other dumbfounded. Hair, what happened? Shi Dajuan asked. Us, Ma Jianwei stammered. We seem to have been eliminated. Two chiefs. Su Chen walked up to them and saluted. Congratulations on your honorable sacrifices for the country. Your descendants will definitely remember you forever. I'll leave you in peace for a while. I have to go kill your men. Su Chen beckoned and led the men of the second company into the smoke once again. Ma Jianwei and Shi Dajuan were so angry that they almost didn't spit out blood. It's cruel to kill and then kill the heart. At this time in the director's department, Luo Jiaming and the others were already sitting on the sofa, leisurely waiting for the maneuvers to end. It's been an hour. A staff officer laughed. It's almost over. Luo Jiaming nodded. The Blue Army's nearby troops are almost wiped out, and later the Red side will concentrate its firepower to sweep away the remnants of the Blue Army. Hey, let's prepare dinner. We have to comfort the Blues. They fought pretty well this time. Okay, I'll go arrange it. A staff officer smiled and stood up. Just then, a non-commissioned officer suddenly stood up. Report, we just got word that the Red Division command has been terminated, and all 2 division commanders have been eliminated. Put. Luo Jiaming sprayed a mouthful of tea far away and rubbed himself up. What's going on? Did they commit suicide? Chapter 9 Terrifying Battle Record. Who in the world can do it? Luo Jiaming and all the staff officers rushed to the big screen at almost the same time. How come I can't see anything? Luo Jiaming shouted anxiously. An officer said to him, report, the Blue Army side has gotten a lot of smoke, and it's now covering every corner of the battlefield. Not to mention that we can't see it. Even when we get to the battlefield, the visibility is quite low. So what exactly is the battle developing into now? Luo Jiaming asked. This was the concern of all, and everyone looked at the reporting officer. The officer smiled bitterly and said, report, the battlefield is currently a mess, and the people sent by the directorate can't exactly tell the difference. But what? Lakshamin glared at him. But we've placed 1 or 2 men in each battalion, and they report whenever that battalion is wiped out. So far, 7 battalions have sent in reports of total annihilation and withdrawal from the battle. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now they were certain that the battle was not in doubt and that Red would defeat Blue in a crushing defeat. How long has it been? Red has not only lost 2 divisional commands, but also 2 regiments. It's not that fast to chop up a melon and cut up a vegetable. The people of the Blue Army, what have they eaten in the past 2 days? Luo Jiaming's face was full of shock. How did it become? I don't dare to recognize it. Are they really the Blues? How the hell did they do it? Not only Luo Jiaming could not figure it out, but also all the staff officers present could not figure it out. The Blues' defeat was clearly on the cards, but how did it backfire so dramatically? Ta-da-da-da. Bullets swept towards the position like rain. Several soldiers did not have time to take cover and were hit on the spot with white smoke. All of you, fall back and concentrate your firepower to hold your position. Gao Shang yelled at the top of his voice. The soldiers lying around immediately retreated as they fought, and soon they were all gathered together. How many men do we have left? Goldman spat and asked. Captain, we don't even have a fifth of our original men. The deputy head of the regiment said bitterly. There are too many people on the Red side. At most half an hour. The chief of staff laughed bitterly. Half an hour? If the Red side's tanks fire in unison later, we won't even last 5 minutes. The corners of Gao Shang's mouth twitched hard as he looked around at the drooping soldiers. He immediately roared, all of you, cheer up, don't look like you're dying to be a wimp. We've killed enough enemies today. Even if we're honorable, it's enough. Moreover, the enemy's equipment is so good, but they were still beaten like this by us. We are still honorable despite our defeat. Gao Shang's words instantly dispelled the anxiety and uneasiness in everyone's hearts, and their eyes radiated a strong sense of wariness. Gao Shang laughed out loud. All of the regiment, listen up. Today, the men are in position. Show those little brats from Red Fong who's really the daddy. Give it to me hard. Fight. A clump of people looked like their whole body was set on fire, braving the rain of gunfire. He got down on the ground and fought his way towards the onrushing Red soldiers and opened heavy fire. There aren't many of them left. Charge up and destroy them. A Red battalion commander yelled. No survivors, take them all out. Bang. Suddenly, a bullet came from behind and white smoke rose from the battalion commander's head. Battalion commander. You seem to be dead. The correspondent opened his mouth wide. The battalion commander froze, then glared at him in a bad mood. Nonsense, I can see. Deputy battalion commander, you take people to continue. Bang bang bang. Another volley of bullets swept in, and the deputy battalion commander and instructor were hit with white smoke. The battalion commander's eyes were almost glazed over. All ing dead? This is a special targeting of their commanders? Just then, heavy gunfire suddenly came from the rear. The battalion commander and the others turned their heads in unison and saw a shocking scene that they would never forget in their lives, only to see a group of soldiers with blue armbands rushing out of the smoke like ghosts. The red soldiers who were charging didn't react to anyone and were killed from behind by this group of blues. Phew! A figure rushed past the battalion commander, who sat on his butt in suffocation and threw his gas mask hard to the side. Damn! Where did these guys come from? Who the hell are the guys in the back? They don't even know they're coming? Battalion commander. A non-commissioned officer smiled bitterly. The people behind us. It seems like they're all hung up. They've killed them all. What? The battalion commander's eyes widened in shock. He looked back again at the 100 or so. That's all it took to kill so many of us. The battalion commander swallowed hard. Su Chen was at the front at the moment, raising his gun and hitting the frontmost row of enemy soldiers. This group of red soldiers was beyond pathetic, and were beaten back and forth, and were instantly wiped out. Chief, don't shoot. It's me. Su Chen was afraid of making a mess and shouted from a long distance away. It's you, kid. Ha! Gao Sheng heard Su Chen's voice and hurriedly shouted. Cease fire, all cease fire. Su Chen, is that you? Chief, it's me. I fought back with the second company. Su Chen shouted. Gao Sheng's eyes unconsciously welled up with tears as he excitedly yelled. Good to be back. Worthy of being brought out by me? It's really as good as me. Follow me. The deputy head and the others all had black lines. That's not what you said before when Su Chen left privately. You even greeted his 18 ancestors. And now you're going along with it? Su Chen directly jumped into the trench. Gao Sheng went forward and hugged him. Good boy. Have my style back then. This half a year really did not teach you in vain. Good job. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. His own headmaster was really shameless. Su Chen coughed dryly and said seriously, Chief, this is not the time to talk about this. We have to break out quickly. Otherwise staying here is still a dead end. Yes, Gao Sheng yelled with great vigor. A group of them. Go, I'll lead you to kill out. Kill. All of them raised their weapons and followed behind Su Chen, charging out from the bloody path they had killed. An hour later, inside the director's office, Lok Shamin paced back and forth, his face filled with anticipation. The war situation has reached such a point now, beyond his expectations too much, full of uncertainties, but the more you do, the more interesting it is. The staff officers also gathered in front of the big screen for a lively discussion, each with a raised eyebrow and a glowing smile. They've seen too many red and blue maneuvers since the directorate was formed, but it's the same thing every time. Red plays, blue defends, then red attacks and blue retreats. Red is surrounded and blue is wiped out. They'd seen enough of these maneuvers a long time ago, and today the blues played outside the box, completely shattering their preconceived notions and making the win all of a sudden confusing. Report! An officer suddenly stood up. Luo Jiaming and the others surrounded them at almost a 100-meter sprint, startling the officer. How's it going? Luo Jiaming asked excitedly. The officer looked at him. I just got word that a remnant unit of the Blue Army has broken out of the Red Encirclement and has withdrawn toward the mountains to the southwest. Breakout? My God, the Blues are just a handful of men, and they actually broke out of a siege of 2 heavily armored divisions? It's unbelievable. What's the point? The point is that they also hit Red hard. Now Red doesn't even have a decent command center, so there's definitely no way to pursue them. The reporting officer nodded. Yes, at the moment the Red side is swarming. All the regiments are counting casualties and there's no one to go after them at all. All the staff officers looked at each other, and each face was filled with intense shock. Luo Jiaming took a deep breath. The Blue Army has created a military miracle. Looking at the world nowadays, I haven't heard of anyone who can rush out from the encirclement of 2 heavily armored divisions like they did at a glance. The maneuvers can end now. Come on, get them all over here at once. A staff officer asked curiously. Leader, who actually won? Yes, leader, another staff officer said. Besides, we've already prepared a meal. Shouldn't we eat first? What food? Luo Jiaming said excitedly. I want to know now how the Blues really do it. You can't starve without eating a meal. Hurry up and call them in. Chapter 10. How dare you say we're playing a game? Half an hour later, a car drove into the director's office. Su Chen had just jumped down from the car, and a group of people in great numbers instantly rushed over to surround him. Little Su, good job. Lei Chung hugged him and was overjoyed. This time you've made our brigade look good. You've made a great achievement. When the maneuver is over, I'll definitely give you the credit. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. That, Brigadier, you'd better put me down. This is quite strange. Lei Cheng laughed. Let's go. Let's go together to see the faces of the Red Fang gang. After saying that, he pulled him towards the director's department. Su Chen was 100 times reluctant to go in. He didn't want to see Yao Guangji now, but the more you don't want to see it, the more you can see it, and just as soon as you went in, you ran face to face with Yao Guangji and the others who also came to review the game. When enemies meet, it's a different story. Only, it was usually Lei Chun who looked at the red side in anger. This time, it was the red side's turn to all look at them with murderous eyes, but the fiercer the look in the other man's eyes, the better the Blues' hearts became. Army Commander Yao. Lei Chung cheerfully laughed. I'm really sorry this time. He purposely looked at Su Chen and complained. I've told them that they must let you guys off the hook, but this kid didn't listen, and as a result, after showing a little hand, he beat you guys up like that. Hey, blame me. Go back and I'll definitely criticize him properly. Red's man's lungs exploded with anger. You just showed your hand and you ended up beating the out of us. If your whole brigade showed their hands, we'd all be wiped out in minutes. Who are you kidding? Don't talk to me here when you get a bargain. Yao Guangji viciously pointed at Lei Chang, and then pointed at Su Chen. Good boy. You have guts. Yao Guangji gasped and glared roundly. This matter? I have to sue your father. Let your old man know what kind of stuff his son has learned. After that, he huffed and puffed and headed inside. Su Chen face embarrassed. Do not bring so play. How to play lose also sued parents it. Is it unplayable? Little Su. Lei Chang asked curiously. You guys know each other? Su Chen was too embarrassed to speak. Gao Shine laughed. Brigadier, this is Su Chen's future quasi-husband-in-law. Little Su and his daughter were classmates at the National Defense University? Oh, Lei Chang came to a realization, then gave Su Chen a thumbs up with a sympathetic face. Little Su, you are really brave. In order for our brigade to win, you even captured your old man alive. Moreover, it's still a beauty trick to seduce. You're really putting your future at risk. Lu Guo and Chen Quan also looked at him with admiration. Before you marry someone's daughter, you dare to the old man like this. You are a model for men of my generation. Su Chen's face was aggravated. If he had known that the Red Side's commander was Yao Guangji this time, he wouldn't have been able to use such a detrimental move. This is great. How can we go to the door to propose marriage in the future? Come on in, folks. The replay will begin soon. An officer reminded. Lei Chang nodded and immediately grabbed Su Chen's arm and walked in side by side with himself. The others, all of them, followed the two of them. Luo Jiaming was waiting for them with the director's department. Seeing Lei Chang actually walk in with a young captain, even the chief of staff and deputy brigade commander and the others were following behind. Luo Jiaming and the others were astonished. Old Lei what are you doing? Luo Jiaming had a puzzled look on his face. Lei Chang laughed. Old Luo, let me give you a grand introduction. He, Su Chen, the commander of the 2nd Company of our brigade's 1st Regiment, taking out Red's command headquarters and setting up an ambush to attack them, including killing them, were all planned and acted upon by him. Don't you want a review? Actually, just ask him alone. He's the commander-in-chief of our Blue Army for this operation. Luo Jiaming and everyone in the director's department all stared in shock. They had always thought that this maneuver, the sudden change of strategy by the Blue Army, was an ad hoc negotiation by Lei Chang and the others. Never would I have thought that all the plans of action would all come from one young man. Luo Jiaming opened his mouth wide in shock and looked Su Chen up and down. Young man, you can do it. Come on, give us a good talk. Luo Jiaming pulled Su Chen to the podium, then solemnly said to everyone, the maneuvers end here. Red and blue have won and lost to each other, although the blue side lost more. From the comparison of the two sides' strength and weaponry, the red side was a crushing defeat. So, for this maneuver, blue wins. Lei set up his horse and led his men to stand up, smiling haha and waving at the people on the red side. I'm sorry everyone. Our Blue Army was established for 2 years and was completely annihilated 73 times. This is the first time we have won. Thank you all for coming all the way to send us to victory. Thanks. The Blues man deigned to wave. Yao Guangji and the others' faces were on the verge of dripping blood, and now they couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to drill down. Well armed and outnumbered, they ended up coming over to give people head. They have to be so stifled inside. Luo Jiaming coughed. Alright, now I'll ask the actual commander of the Blue Army this time, Comrade Su Chen, to tell you about his tactics. Everyone welcome. The Blues immediately applauded hard, and the Reds, though reluctant, had no choice but to applaud hard on the big side of the field. Su Chen nonchalantly took the microphone and said aloud, hello leaders and comrades. Today, what I want to talk about is not really my tactics. Lok Shamin looked at him in surprise. You've been given a great opportunity. Why don't you take advantage of it? If this were anyone else, they would have had to elaborate on their combat philosophy. All eyes were fixed on him, anticipating his next words. Su Chen scanned the crowd and said in a condensed voice, originally, I could have done nothing. Listen to the orders of my superiors and then continue to be annihilated by the red side. Just do everything by the book. But the reason I've done all this is to tell everyone with a victory. Don't continue with this game of overkill. It doesn't help the future of our army one bit. It's just a waste of time and money. The moment these words came out, everyone present was dumbstruck and stared at Su Chen with unbelievable faces. Even Lei Chang and the others were shocked. The red and blue maneuver. That's a scenario that the higher-ups came up with years ago. The purpose is to keep the units fighting at all times. Because the Dragon Kingdom hadn't had a real battle in many years, the troops had been replaced one after another. If we can't always rehearse, so that all the soldiers are integrated into the atmosphere of real war in advance, then once the real war comes, how can the million-strong army face the enemy? How to ensure combat effectiveness? Maybe a volley of shells coming down would scare soldiers who hadn't experienced war. But now, Su Chen actually called it a game of playing house. That's like negating a decision from above. It's more of a way of saying that all the units that have participated in the red and blue exercises over the past 2 years are really just going through the motions. Bang! Lei Chang slapped his hand on the table. Xiao Su, what are you babbling about? If you don't know how to say it, don't say it. Hurry down. He was afraid that Su Chen would be punished for saying the wrong thing and immediately went to pull him. Slow down. Yao Guangji spoke coldly, staring at Su Chen with the corners of his eyes twitching straight. Brigadier Lei, you let him speak. I'm curious to know how he managed to defeat 2 of our well-equipped armored divisions in a game of passing. I wonder if our 2 divisions are child's play in his eyes. 2. Yeah, let him talk. Never leave today until you make it clear. Lei Chang's head was sweating anxiously, and he looked at Luo Jiaming for help. Luo Jiaming waved his hand at him. Old Lei will you let Xiao Su speak? Since he spoke out of turn and denied everything we've done in the past 2 years, you let him speak properly. If it's good advice, can we adopt it? Luo Jiaming smiled and waved his hand. Go back. Lei Chang had no choice now. Yao Guangji and Luo Jiaming were both his superiors, and with the red and blue maneuvers, they've never been very good at blue. He was at his wit's end now. Lei Chang sighed, then said seriously to Su Chen, Little Su, speak properly, don't talk nonsense. He desperately glared at Su Chen, because he knew that Luo Jiaming's words were actually half-spoken. Good advice to take, but if Su Chen was clowning around, then even if Su Chen made a great achievement this time, it wouldn't be able to save him. Negating the decisions of his superiors will seriously affect his future. Little Su, you must be careful with your words. Lei Chang sat on his chair with his butt, his eyes filled with worry. Chapter 11. This kid is already a commander-in-chief. Speak. Yao Guangji glared at his future son-in-law. Let me hear how we're over the top. Luo Jiaming also nodded along. Xiao Su, don't have a mental burden. If you have anything, just boldly say it. If you say something wrong, we can also help you correct it. Su Chen smiled faintly, no fear on his face. From the time he wanted to change that, he was actually prepared for it. He said aloud, the red and blue maneuvers are meant to allow the blue army to simulate as a foreign army, so that the red side can experience real combat during the maneuvers. But have you guys ever seen such a weak foreign army? Su Chen said nonchalantly, didn't the battle that Sam fought in the desert a few years ago in conjunction with various countries wake you all up? Plus 2 years ago, their planes bombed our embassy. In that war, they could already do multi-service informatization along with combat. But look at our simulated blue army. We don't even have tanks and cannons, let alone informationized high-tech equipment. Su Chen stared at Yao Guangji and Luo Jiaming. Leader, I would like to ask, in the future, will the enemy that our red side will face be as bad as the blue army? Will you still be able to fight so easily? Luo Jiaming and Yao Guangji were speechless. Not only them, but all the red generals present all looked at each other with embarrassed faces. As Su Chen said, the original intent of the red-blue confrontation was to keep the combat effectiveness of the units at the highest level at all times, but the blues are so weak that they are really 100,000 miles away from the foreign armies. The desired effect is definitely not achieved. Yao Guangji's lips twitched as he suddenly blurted out, but that's no reason for you to dress up as a commoner and sneak up on my command headquarters. What kind of bull tactics is this? Su Chen smiled. Military Commander Yao, that's what I'm talking about. Why the red and blue confrontation is like playing house. His gaze was fixed on Yao Guangji. Just because the blue army is weak and you guys are strong, that's why you guys are paralyzed. And from the bottom of your hearts, you think that if you push all the way across, you can easily wipe out the blue army. From past experience, you habitually believe that the blues will surely be beaten by you all the way and finally be surrounded and wiped out. Is that so? Yao Guangji looked embarrassed. Grandma, why is this kid like a roundworm in my stomach? Seeing through everything. Su Chen continued, it's because you have such an inertia, so as long as we blues change our tactics slightly, we can utilize the fact that you're gullible to break you. Su Chen looked at Luo Jiaming cheerfully. Actually, we didn't use any brilliant tactics this time. They were all leftovers from the martyrs' predecessors. If the red side didn't take the enemy lightly, if they could treat this maneuver as a real battle, they wouldn't have lost so badly at the hands of the blue army whose equipment and personnel were at an extreme disadvantage. Good. Lei Chang stood up and applauded excitedly. Well said. Lu Guo and Shen Quan. Several people also stood up with raised eyebrows. It's such a relief. Su Chen said all the things they had been holding back for so long. Cool. Su Chen looked at Yao Guangji, who couldn't wait to pick a crack in the ground, and smiled faintly. With such a confrontation, and such a sense of combat on both sides, what's the difference between making a game with a family? If this continues, not only will our troops not get any promotion, they will even regress as others progress. In the future, when danger comes, how can we still defend our country and people? He took a step back and then saluted. Leaders, I've finished. If there is anything that I have said that displeases you all, please discipline me. After saying that, he headed straight towards the blues. Lei Chang gave him a thumbs up. Awesome, little Su. Awesome. Worthy of our 9th Brigade. Bloodthirsty. Like me. Ha ha ha. Gao Shang held his head proudly. The director's department and the people on the red side all had black lines. I've seen crazy young people, but I've never seen such arrogance. Not even afraid of disciplinary action. Yao Guangji dabbed his head and stood up, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. Lei Chang hurriedly stood out to protect Su Chen in front of him. Chief, not so much. Lei Chang laughed. Not too. Yao Guangji glared at Su Chen. Kid, you're right. I'm convinced. Lei Chang almost didn't fall over. Why do you have to be so mean if you're just going to obey? However, I still have to tell your old man. Yao Guangji turned his head and walked away. No respect for elders at all. Su Chen looked at his back. The corner of his mouth twitched. This is still remembering those big sisters sitting on his head. Luo Jiaming also stood up at this moment, smiling as he walked over to Su Chen to applaud. I really didn't expect a young man to be able to see so thoroughly. Wonderful. Wonderful. Su Chen didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Lei Chang, however, anxiously asked, Chief, Xiao Suhi is just giving some advice. Should not be. Luo Jiaming interrupted with a smile. Alright, you guys bring it back. Have a good meal today and then get some rest. He waved his hand, and Lei Chang couldn't ask even if he wanted to, so he could only take everyone back. This kid is quite wild, a staff officer whispered. Although what he said is pertinent, no one has ever dared to directly negate a decision made by his superiors. Another staff officer sighed. His words, if they get out today, I'm afraid his future will be lost. Luo Jiaming smiled faintly. You guys are overthinking it. This kid is crazy because his father is Su Zhe and his brother is called Su Ming. What? A group of staff officers all stared in shock, so it's the general's tiger son. No wonder it's so sharp. Luo Jiaming smiled. The Su family, it looks like another tiger general is coming out. Outside the director's department, Lei Chang put his arm around Su Chen. Su, don't worry, all of us are on your side. Lu Guan nodded his head. What you said just now was great, and spoke our hearts out. If the top pursues you, we'll jointly bail you out. Right, Chen Quan said in a cold voice. Don't be afraid, little Su. We're all on your side. Su Chen gratefully nodded to them. Thank you leaders for being kind, but since I dare to do and say it, I have nothing to fear. If the top can't even listen to this opinion, then our future, it's really over. Even if I'm given a harsher punishment, what's the point? There was a moment of consternation, followed by a sigh from each of them. Yeah, if this drill continues in the future, what future is there? How else are they going to defend their country when they run into a really strong enemy? Su Chen smiled. But I believe that the higher-ups must have thought further ahead than us. Right now, it's only temporary. We Dragon Kingdom soldiers have had a passion to defend our homeland since ancient times. Lei Chang's several people froze, then laughed loudly. Well said. Let's go. Let's have a good drink today. As night fell, the ice city was currently windy and snowy, and the sky and earth were connected by heavy snow. In a spacious office, Suja smiled as he listened to the whining on the other side of the phone. Old class president, you need to control that kid. What kind of crooked ways is he learning? If he continues like this, how can he move up? Suja smiled. Alright, stop whining. I know what kind of fart you're going to fart when your kid pouts. Isn't it just a matter of losing face after being defeated by your future son-in-law? Yao Guangji stammered. How can that be? I'm hoping he gets better and better. Suja laughed. Just that place he stayed in, to have nothing? Do you still expect him to defeat you in a positional battle in a dignified manner? If he could really do that, then he would be a famous general for the ages. Yao Guangji laughed bitterly. But he can't pretend to be a group of big girls to trick me. If my daughter-in-law knows that I was captured by a group of women, and that I was also sat on my head, she would not fight me for my life. Suja laughed out loud. Who made you forget yourself when you saw a big girl? This is also a lesson for you. You're also an army commander now. Don't you know that soldiers are also tricky? Our martyrs were penniless and had nothing, and it was only through wisdom and unrivaled courage that they overcame so many powerful enemies. What? In our generation, have we still lost our wits? Have we lost all awareness? Yao Guangji said bitterly. Old squad leader's lesson is, I was indeed negligent and careless. Suja sighed. You'd better think more about how this battle was lost. Failure is the mother of success. Only by summarizing more can your troops be stronger? It's not in vain that you were given so much good equipment. Got it. Yao Guangji nodded. I'll definitely hold a review meeting for the whole army to summarize it properly. And there will never be a next time. Right, old squad leader? Yao Guangji laughed dryly. You give that kid a greeting. Next time you come to my house, don't mention this. Otherwise, your siblings will definitely not be able to spare me. Suja laughed. Got it. Hanging up the phone, Suja walked to the window. Outside the house, the wind and snow whistled by, blowing the rows of trees in the campground straight up. The corner of Suja's mouth hung up a smile. This kid has been arrogant since he was a child, and in 4 years of college he was even more arrogant. I didn't expect that there would be a time to impress me, although still a captain. This battle, but can look at the whole situation, vaguely have the posture of a general. Suja was filled with relief. He suddenly turned around and walked over to the table and picked up the phone. Hey, get me headquarters. Chapter 12, Never Forget the Beginning. Never regret it. It was late at night, but Suchen tossed and turned in his bed, unable to sleep. It wasn't that he regretted the things he'd said in the director's office. On the contrary, if he is given another chance, he will certainly speak again without hesitation. His mind was now filled with all the vast knowledge of military theory that the system had given him. Even though he had traveled from over a decade later, there were many combat concepts that he had not been exposed to. If applied to actual combat, the Dragon Army would certainly reach an unprecedented height. It's just that many of these tactics require advanced weaponry to back them up. With the existing weaponry in the Dragon Kingdom, there was no use for those advanced strategic ideas. After thinking for a long time, Suchen sat up violently. System, in. What is the host's command? Suchen frowned and stated his doubts in general. Just give me theoretical knowledge, but there is no way to practice. Then this knowledge is equal to useless. Host, please don't be in a hurry. The system replied emotionlessly. Currently the system has only opened up the first step, which is the theoretical basics. The follow-up will continue to open up, including engineering equipment, material science, weapon manufacturing, and so on. Su Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Will it really be open? Please ask the host to first create a blue army team that is exclusively his own. Upon completion of this task, the system will open the second step. A big stone hanging over Su Chen's heart finally fell. If all of those that the system said were open, he would be confident in creating a super blue army that would hone the whole army. Su Chen collapsed onto the bed with a thud. His entire body incomparably relaxed. As long as I perform well in the next maneuvers, it won't be long before I can apply to the top to lead a separate blue army. Su Chen's mind fantasized about the future scenes of the Dragon Kingdom's warships sailing to the ends of the earth and airplanes soaring in the arbitrary blue sky, and gradually entered dreamland. Bang! I disagree. Lei Cheng glared at a major from the war zone and huffed. Su Chen is my soldier. He was assigned under me right out of the military school. Want to take him away? No way. Right, Chen Quan said icily. Old Zhang, go back and tell the commander. Su Chen is part of our 9th Brigade family. He's not going anywhere. Zhang Ju looked at them bitterly. Old Lei, old Chen, calm down. The 9th Brigade isn't yours, nor is it anyone's. We are soldiers, not to mention the fact that the top is mobilizing Su Chen. Even if you are mobilized now, then you have to carry out the orders. Say it again. Zhang Ju laughed bitterly. Why are you guys getting so worked up? The leadership only said to transfer Su Chen from your 9th Brigade. They didn't say to demote or discipline him. So what are you guys arguing with me about here? Lei Cheng glared at him without a good mood. Isn't it obvious? Xiao Su was generous and outspoken in the director's department. Although what was said may have made certain leaders unhappy, but what he said is also the truth. Aren't you disciplining him by taking him away now? That's it, Chen Quan said seriously. Old Zhang, to be honest, Little Su is the most courageous and smartest genius commander I've seen in all my years as a soldier. He's also taken great credit for this maneuver. We can't discipline him just because he said something, right? That's not fair 1 inch. I will never agree. Lei Chang yelled lowly. Chen Quan also took a stand. I will never agree to this either. If the higher-ups want to punish, they'll punish us along with them. Zhang Ju was completely speechless. He was just ordered to bring someone. I didn't expect Lei Chang and Chen Quan to be so hyper. It was as if they could fight with themselves if they wanted to take someone away. Old Lei, old Chen, Zhang Ju shouted helplessly. You guys don't think about it. Who's Little Su's old man? He's an old comrade in arms with our commander. Can our commander make things difficult for him? Lei Chang and Chen Quan were instantly confused. Yeah, too. Su Chen is the son of a general. His old man and brother that are both loud and clear. Even if he makes a mistake, it's not like someone will screw him. Zhang Ju smiled at the two. Alright, can you call the man over and let me take him away? The leaders are still waiting for him. The corner of Lei Chang's mouth twitched, and now he had no choice but to let Chen Quan go and call someone. In fact, even if he opposed it, It wouldn't do any good. He had to carry out the orders of his superiors, and those words just now could only be whining at best. Old Zhang, Lei Cheng asked in a low voice, is there any gossip? What exactly is Su Chen being called for? Zhang Ju smiled bitterly, you really think highly of me. This time it was the commander himself who named me, and there were a few people from the military headquarters. What level is that? How could I know? I'm an errand boy at best. Lei Cheng shocked open mouth, my good boy, the Ministry of the Army have sent people. Things are so big? Not long after, Chen Quan rushed over with Su Chen. Old Zhang, I'll leave the people to you. Lei Cheng glared at Zhang Ju, you have to keep an eye on him. Zhang Ju nodded. I can only promise you that I'll let you know of any situation first. I'm not qualified to help talk about what the leaders decide. Enough. Lei Cheng nodded, then walked over to Su Chen and looked at him with a deep gaze. Little Su. What about going this time? You must speak well. No matter what, everyone in the 9th Brigade is waiting for you to come back. Remember, always watch your tone. Don't upset the leaders. Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart and raised his right hand to salute hard. Thank you, Brigadier. Your words, I will definitely remember. Watching Su Chen follow Zhang Ju away, Lei Cheng let out a long sigh. Old Chen, why do I always feel that he's going to be in a bad way this time? Chen Quan glared at him. I mean, can't you scare yourself less? Old Zhang is right. Xiao Su is the son of a general. People's backstage is hard. It's not our turn to worry about him. Lei Cheng shook his head. Not right. What this kid criticized this time was the decision of the headquarters. Those words, even the commander level wouldn't dare to say them easily. Even if he said it, he wouldn't dare to say it without reservation and without giving face like him. Chen Quan face helpless, if you say so, then the above to really pursue. His old man also cannot protect him. This kid, it seems to be really bad luck. Blah 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 blah. Lei Cheng glared at him without any good humor. Why are you crowing? He's definitely fine. The corners of Chen Quan's mouth twitched. Old Lei, damn it, weren't you the one who said he was in a bad way? I was just seconding that. Did I say that? Do you have proof? Lei Cheng turned away with his hands behind his back. Chen Quan clenched his fists in anger. Old Lei, you're getting more and more of an asshole the older you get. At the Southeast Region Command Headquarters, Zhang Ju took Su Chen and headed straight for the commander's office on the top floor. Immediately after exiting the special elevator, 2 guards came forward. Routine inspection. Zhang Ju grinned. Su Chen had been to his old man's office too many times, and even if he, his own son, went there he would be checked. He smiled understandingly, then held his hands up flat and allowed the guards to inspect them a bit. It's ready, come in. Su Chen tidied up his military appearance and discipline and followed Zhang Ju to the gate. Report. Zhang Ju was ordered to bring Su Chen to report for duty. Enter. Zhang Ju pushed open the door and nodded to Su Chen. Su Chen took a deep breath and walked in with big strides, and the door slowly closed behind him. On the couch in the office sat 4 generals, 1 admiral, the remaining 3 were lieutenant generals. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that they would have been scared out of their wits at this moment, but for Su Chen, all the people living in the compound are generals, and he either shouts uncle or uncle. This kind of scene is commonplace for him. He saluted a few people with force. Fellow leaders, Su Chen, the commander of the 2nd Company of the 1st Regiment of the 9th Brigade, has come to report for duty. The white-haired general at the head of the group looked at him coldly. You are Suja's son? Report. Yes, Su Chen yelled. The general nodded with satisfaction at his performance. Worthy of being old Su's son. I also know your elder brother Su Ming, the most famous brigade commander in the West. I heard that he's going to be promoted to division commander. You did exceptionally well again in this red-blue confrontation, and didn't disgrace your father and your brother. Su Chen said aloud. As a soldier, as long as I am worthy of this uniform, then I am satisfied. Well said. The white-haired general smiled lightly, but his face then turned serious. But you're mouthing off in the directorate, casually discussing the decisions of your superiors. For that alone, you can be stripped of this uniform and told to get the hell home. He stared solemnly at Su Chen. Now I'm going to give you one more chance to take back those words of yours. Otherwise, report. Su Chen also stared at him closely and said without fear, even if I were to be given 100 more chances, I would still say those words and never retract them. The 4 generals' brows instantly furrowed. The white-haired general glared sternly at Su Chen. So, you're determined to get lost? Chapter 13, you're not crazy. You're arrogant. The 4 men's gazes were fixed straight on him, their eyes scrutinizing. Su Chen said awkwardly, Leader, I don't want to take off my uniform and leave. I just want to make some suggestions to make the troops better. Bang! The white-haired general slapped the table. Is that making a suggestion? In front of all those people? That's whining. Su Chen smiled bitterly. Uncle Wu, I'm just a small company commander. I want to make suggestions but no one listens. Just take that opportunity. You think this is home? I'm your commander. Wu Weigwa glared at him. Yes, chief. Su Chen hastily puffed out his chest. Several other generals all laughed. Su Chen, your father called the military department yesterday night, saying that we should never tolerate you. The demotion should be demoted. The confinement should be confined. You should never be treated politely. Su Chen laughed bitterly. Really is his own father. The hand does not bring soft. Humph. Wu Weigwa glared at him. You still know that you are just a company commander. There are ideas you can come to me to talk about. I also did not see your kid before cowardice, playing small, peeping at girls bathing, to my house to steal food. Hey. Su Chen laughed awkwardly. Uncle Wu. No, commander. This is all in the past. I'm now a titular people's son and daughter soldier. Cut the crap. Wu Weigwa glared at him. We can't see through your father's little mind? He said that he would penalize you, but in his heart, this old boy is very happy. If we really punish you for this, we'll look like old codgers. Not disciplining me? Su Chen was happy. Is that to take my opinion? Don't you kid fool around. Wu Weigwa grunted coldly. At your level, you could have been vetted by calling 2 random people, but for the sake of you making a merit and having a new idea, that's why we let you come over. You kids say it properly. Wu Weigwa pointed at him. If you say something that doesn't satisfy us and makes us think that that speech you made in the director's department was just claptrap, let's see how I'm going to clean you up. Su Chen laughed. It's fine if you can make me say it. He coughed. I know that our troops have been progressing over the years, from mechanization, towards information technology. Western powers have moved into an information-based mode of warfare. They shone in the last 2 wars. Even though the opponents had a large number of tanks and missiles, they were all blown up before they could even get out of their bases under their informationized warfare. Good to know, a general said indifferently. That's why we let the units that have changed their equipment conduct exercises with the blue side, with the aim of getting them to move quickly towards computerization. Su Chen nodded. I didn't oppose the development of the troops towards informatization. On the contrary, I strongly support it. But leaders should also be clear that even the most sophisticated electronic instruments will be affected by the environment and man-made influences. War is cruel, and in the end it's still a duel between people. Only with a more tenacious will can we achieve final victory. Wu Weigwa said in a cold voice. Cut the rhetoric. We know all of this, but improving combat power is just as important. Su Chen said as if he was counting. Electronics will fail. Infrared thermal imaging and even night vision devices, all of these will be interfered by external factors. And our current red side, once equipped with new weapons, relies completely on high-tech equipment, but ignores the importance of people. Even our traditions have been forgotten. The soldiers have no more bloodlust and put all their hopes on brand new equipment. What's the point of such a confrontation? Isn't it the same as playing house? Wu Weigwa's few people sucked in a breath of cool air. Okay, count them out again in front of them. This kid is crazy as hell. Su Chen saw what they meant and said with a smile. Several leaders. It's really not that I'm crazy. With the current state of the Red Side's units, give me a regiment, and then give me the same equipment as them. How many come? How many I destroy, and beat their mothers? A few people almost spit blood. Wu Weigwa glared at him in exasperation. Your kid is not called crazy? I think you are arrogant to the extreme and flighty. He was so angry that his liver hurt. Originally, I thought that dad of yours was already crazy enough, but when I saw you today, I realized what it means to be someone else. Your old man is nothing compared to you. Su Chen cheerfully said. Thank you for the commander's praise. The blue is better than the blue. I'm so good. This is all as it should be. Bang! Wu Weigwa was so angry that he directly stood up. You mother asterisk or think I'm praising you? Grandma, why are you as shameless as your old man? A general smiled and pulled him back. Old Wu, don't be angry. Young people, it's good to have ideas. Don't discourage him. Was that an idea on his part? Wu Weigwa said angrily. That was delusional on his part. And a regiment that randomly wipes out any troops, why doesn't he go to heaven? Su Chen said. If you give me a brigade, I can really go to heaven. I'll whip you kid. Wu Weigwa was so angry that he was about to rush up, frightening Su Chen to back away. Commander, this isn't the compound. We're superior and subordinate. You can't hit people. Wu Weigwa was so angry that he was about to take off his uniform. I'm your Uncle Wu now. Old Wu, don't be impulsive. What are you fighting with him for? It took 3 generals dragging to hold Wu Weigwa back. Su Chen sighed in relief. Since he was a child, he knew that Wu Weigwa suffered from his old man's anger. If this really draws over, it's not going to be a personal vendetta. A general turned around and glared at Su Chen. Can't you kid talk properly? Look at how angry your Uncle Wu is. It's the commander. Wu Weigwa yelled lowly. Everyone rolled their eyes. Dare you to swap roles quite quickly. Just switch ah. The other general smiled and patted him, then said to Su Chen, Little Su, don't talk too much. It's good for young people to dare to think and work. The The future of the army belongs to you, but you also need to be realistic. Don't get complacent just because you won a battle. I think he has his tail up in the air. Wu Weigwa still hasn't gotten over it. Your father wouldn't even dare to say those big words about you. Su Chen looked at him solemnly. Chief, am I talking big or not? You give me a regiment, and then give me equipment similar to Red's, and then give me 3 months. I promise to prove to you that the current training model is all wrong. It's useless except that it will weaken the fighting force plus make them complacent. Even if we give our men the best weapons and equipment, but it's still the same as it is now. We'll end up being a transportation brigade, specializing in delivering equipment to the enemy. At this, the 4 men almost didn't collectively jerk over. Madness. It's crazy. They hadn't seen such arrogance in all their lives. Don't any of you stop me. Wu Weigwa stood up again. Let me whip him. Chapter 14, Breaking Ranks. Getting hell-level quests. Old Wu, don't be impulsive. The 3 men stopped Wu Weigwa dead in his tracks. However, Wu Weigwa seemed to be truly enraged, and ferociously rushed towards Su Chen. I can make a military order. Su Chen suddenly yelled. All 4 people instantly went quiet. Wu Weigwa pushed away the 3 people and rushed to Su Chen staring straight at him. What did you say? Su Chen swallowed. I said, I can make a military order. If I agreed. Wu Weigwa nodded crisply. This time it was Su Chen's turn to be confused. Why does it feel like I've fallen into a pit? Wu Weigwa glared at him with a death glare. I'll let you kid try. If you fail, be honest in the future and do whatever I tell you to do. Understand? Although Su Chen felt that something was wrong, as long as he was given the opportunity, he was one step closer to setting up his own blue army. Good. Su Chen nodded. However, I have a request. Where are you kids so much? Wu Weigwa yelled without any good humor. Speak. Su Chen wiped a handful of saliva all over his face and said with a straight face, if I prove that the current training mode is not right, can you let me set up a professional blue army? Wu Weigwa frowned. Are our current blues unprofessional? Su Chen nodded. Of course it's not professional. The blue army should become a whetstone for all troops. Only the stronger the blue army is, the stronger the red side will be. But now our blue army is a passive target. Where does it look professional? Wu Weigwa snorted coldly. Alright, I agree to this condition. Thank you, Commander. Su Chen saluted excitedly. As long as Wu Weigwa dared to agree, he had full assurance. When a professional blue army was established, Su Chen was confident that he would be able to increase the combat power of all his troops by at least 2 times. Only a strong military power will allow the Dragon Kingdom to stand on top of the world and never have to be afraid of the threat of force from others who do not move. And there is no longer any need to hold back. If you want people to respect you have to make them afraid first. Truth always belongs to the strongest. Commander, then am I the head of the regiment now? Su Chen asked with a smile. Wu Weigwa stared at him. You kid, big dream did not wake up? Company commander to regimental commander. You want to set a precedent? You did something amazing. Ha? Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Like, it's a bit fast. You still know, Wu Weigwa said in a good-natured manner. But you've made a merit this time, and you'll be promoted to associate battalion, plus a second-class merit once. In addition, you go back to the statistics, this time to make merits are reported. Your brigade will be approved. Su Chen immediately saluted. Thank you, Commander. Then one of my regiments. Wu Weigwa had a bad smile on his lips. When did I promise you a regiment? Su Chen was confused. I've made the military order. Now you're playing a scoundrel with me? Wu Weigwa looked at him smugly. Isn't your kid very dejected? Don't you still want to go to heaven? I'll give you command of a battalion. And as for weapons and equipment, you find them yourself. In 3 months, I'll arrange a new maneuver, and you'll take a battalion out to battle. If you lose, you are making military orders. Su Chen wanted to cry. His own military order was set up early. It is true that Ginger is still old and hot. He himself had been severely punked by Wu Weigwa this time. A regiment becomes a battalion, and you have to find your own weapons and equipment. By then, if Wu Weigwa arranges for a division to fight him, it will be hellish trying to win. Commander, Uncle Wu, don't take you to screw people like this. Wu Weigwa cheerfully interrupted him. You're a genius, and you're several rounds better than your old man. Moreover, our units just have some advanced weapons, and their combat power is not high, and they are gradually losing their bloodlust. 1 battalion of yours is more than enough to fight them. Is it too many people? I can cut you some. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched fiercely, looking at him with a speechless face. Uncle Wu, hi, you're really high. Wu Weigwa stared at him with a smile. I'm giving you a chance. You have to thank me for that. I'll tell you one more thing. For this disarmament, your 9th Brigade is on the list. Su Chen's eyes instantly widened. He had heard about this long ago and didn't expect it to be true. Although he had only been in the 9th Brigade for half a year, this was his first home. and it would be a lie not to have feelings. Wu Weigua continued, but I'll put a hold on this, and in 3 months, if you can do what you say, not only will the 9th Brigade not be abolished, but you'll also be allowed to pick the best of the best from each unit, letting you guys go from a mobile unit to a synthetic brigade with heavy equipment. Looking at Wu Weigua's dejected appearance, Su Chen took a deep breath. This was grabbing his soft underbelly. Okay, then it's a deal. In 3 months, if I win, I'll personally apply to the top and form a professional blue army for you. Everything according to your requirements, Wu Weigua said cheerfully. Deal. Su Chen saluted with force and said through clenched teeth, Uncle Wu, if you cheat when the time comes, you'll be a mangy dog. Wu Weigua raised his palm in anger. I'll hit you, asshole kid. Su Chen hurriedly ran out and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Wu Weigua rushed to the door and made sure that Su Chen had run away before he came back with a loud laugh. Old Wu, you're really something, even pitting children. A general laughed bitterly and shook his head. Another general threw a transfer order onto the table. Suja wants to transfer this kid back to his own side. But you're good. You're just digging a hole for this kid. If you don't want him to go, just say so. Wu Weigua proudly angled his head. Suja, that old thing even got the transfer order. I don't want him to go, useful? So you're screwing him? Ha, it's so unorthodox. You just gave him a battalion. And the weapons and equipment have to be self-funded. Even if you give him half a year, he won't be able to win the maneuvers you've arranged. When the time comes, are you really going to demote him? Demoted? Wu Weigua rolled his eyes. How can that be? This kid is a genius. When the time comes, I'll definitely reuse him. Let him branch out in my southeast and make new achievements. We mustn't cheapen old Suja. Oh, I raised his son for him, and when it turns out to be ripe for the picking, he wants to get his son back to give him a hand? Grandma! The 3 generals laughed bitterly together. Indeed, Su Chen had been assigned to Southeast as soon as he left military school, and had slowly grown up here until now. Now that he's become a talent and has made great achievements, Suja is going to transfer people. No one in their right mind would be comfortable with that. However, they were not expecting it at all when Wu Weigua used such a detrimental move. Old Wu, you're so damaging. The 3 men gave a thumbs up together. Wu Weigua laughed. Suja, that old boy bullied me all my life. When he was a squad leader, he was always suppressing me. And then platoon leader, company commander, regimental commander. This kid has made underhanded moves to suppress me every time. Had. He was never expecting it. Older and older. I can still bounce back. Unless Su Chen can win, he can be transferred. Otherwise, just stay under me and do a good job. Suja, just give up that thought. Su Chen was sent back to the 9th Brigade by Zhang Ju. When they arrived at the gate, Su Chen took the initiative to ask to get off. Don't want me to send you back? Zhang Ju asked with a smirk. Su Chen saluted at him. Thank you, Chief, for sending me back. So I won't trouble you. I'll go back myself. Good. Zhang Ju smiled meaningfully. You, take care of yourself. If you think it's really not possible, you can go and apologize to the commander. After all, you and he know each other too. Thank you for your concern, Chief. Su Chen said solemnly. I'll persevere to the end. Zhang Ju froze, then smiled bitterly. What a newborn calf. Well, I wish you all the best. He made a U-turn and whizzed away in his car. Su Chen looked at the door of the 9th Brigade with a bad smile on his face. Since Wu Weigua pitched him, he could only pit Lei Chang. Chapter 15, Pit? It's tactical. Wu Weigua, you kid, explain to me why you're holding Su Chen? Suja huffed and held the phone. Are you blind or Alzheimer's? Can't you see the transfer order from above? Hearing Suja's exasperated voice, Wu Weigua not only didn't get angry, he was also happy to be filled with smiles. Old Su, look at what you're saying. Didn't you tell the higher-ups that you wanted to punish Xiao Chun? I just can't see him being bullied at your place. Little Chen is at least the one I've watched grow up. And under me, if something happens to him, I'm also responsible. That's why I'm keeping him for now and giving him a chance to perform. I have good intentions. Suja's eyes erupted with anger. Don't pretend to be a good person with me. I know what kind of fart you're going to let out when you pucker your ass. I'm his old man. What else can I really do to him? Hurry up and release the man to me. Wu Weigua laughed happily. Spoke out of turn. I knew you wanted to transfer him back. Suja's old face flushed. A moment of too much excitement. How to say the words in his heart. But now he couldn't care less and said in a cold voice. Old Wu, you can see it too. This little son has a big mouth and dares to say anything. He's a good seedling. I'm afraid that if he continues like this, he'll be wasted in the future. That's why I want to transfer him to my side. I'll watch him personally. You have to have pity on the world, too. Wu Weigua mentally poo-pooed it. Yeah, who can't tell you're a parent? Just trying to pick a peach from me. Old Su, Wu Weigua also said in a serious tone. If Xiao Qin is transferred to you like this, it will be too great a blow to him. I left him behind for his own good. Don't worry, I'm his uncle and will definitely discipline him well for you. I've already given him a chance. As long as he can grasp it well, he'll go to your place in style at that time, so that your father and son can be reunited. Wu Weigua. Suja roared in anger. Wu Weigua hurriedly said, all right, the matter is settled. I still have things to do. Let's talk some other time. After saying that, he hung up the phone, and Wu Weigua dejectedly sat on the sofa. Old boy, you also have today. Your precious son, just develop well with me, so don't even think about that. On the other hand, Suja was angry and wandering around the house. This has set a mission of hell-level difficulty for little Chen. Old me couldn't even finish it, let alone little Chen. He is pressurized and doesn't want to release anyone. After spinning a dozen times, he slammed his fist on the table. Wu Weigua, you old pitbull. You wait, I have ways to get people back. Brigadier, Little Su is back. Little Su is back. Gao Shang excitedly pulled Su Chen into the brigade commander's office. Lei Cheng, Chen Quan, and Lu Guo all surged up. Little Su, are you alright? The top didn't do anything to you, right? Lu Guo nervously looked him up and down. Lei Cheng said without any good humor. Old Lu, do you think that Xiao Su was captured by the enemy to torture Ah? Lu Guo smiled awkwardly. I'm just worried. It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay. Looking at the sincere appearance of the several people, a burst of warmth flowed through Su Chen's heart. That's one of the most attractive things about being a soldier. Friendships here are built on bleeding and sweating together, carrying guns and climbing trenches together, and being punished for physical fitness together. Friendship here is a friendship that has lasted a lifetime, a friendship that you can safely give your back to each other in the midst of gunfire. Su Chen saluted vigorously. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Lei Cheng smiled and patted him. Little Su, it's good to be back. Our 9th Brigade will always be your home. Little Su ah, Chen Quan said in a serious manner. You've made a great achievement in this maneuver. We've all discussed it. If you come back this time, you'll be transferred directly to the brigade headquarters. We're going to reuse you. Right. Lu Guo nodded his head vigorously. A talent as good as yours must not be wasted down there. Gao Shang immediately quit. Deputy Brigade Commander, Chief of Staff, what do you mean by this? Oh, it's a waste to be in my regiment? Don't forget, he was also trained by our regiment. Lao Gao. That's not what we meant. Looking at the several people's faces full of smiles, Su Chen's heart hesitated for a moment. People are so nice to themselves and they have to screw them over. Forget it. I'm doing them a favor. They'll forgive me for sure. Su Chen pretended to sigh. Thank you, Brigadier, but this home, I may not be able to stay for long. Ha? The few people who were joking around instantly fell silent. Lei Cheng hurriedly asked, what's wrong, little Su? What happened? A few others gathered around him with concern, their eyes filled with curiosity. Su Chen laughed in his heart. Hooked. He sighed with a sigh. When I went to the command headquarters, the leadership severely criticized me, thinking that I spoke out of turn and openly questioned the spirit and decisions of my superiors without any accomplishments. Lei Cheng and the others looked at each other, all of them sweating for Su Chen. There's no problem at all with what you're saying. This is supposed to be playing house. Chen Quan hugged and said. Lu Guo grumbled in anger. If you have the ability to make us have the same weaponry as the red side, this is called a real test. Who are they to blame little Su? Can't they change if they're wrong? Lei Cheng waved his hand and looked deeply at Su Chen. Then what it means is, Su Chen long sigh, did not say demoted my job, but to give me to rearrange the work. Also in these 2 days will be announced. Lei Cheng's face turned blue with anger and he slammed his fist on the table. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Quan swung his fist in the air, and his eyes were also filled with rage. They've managed to produce a commanding genius here, and they're still prepared to let Su Chen contribute to the development of their 9th Brigade. As a result, it's now transferred. This extinguished the hope they had just raised. Brigadier, Gao Shang said angrily, Xiao Su is also too wronged. He just told a bit of the truth. We can't let him go just like that. You take us to the top to get a statement. Yes, I'll go too. Lu Guo said angrily, if the command ignores us, we'll go to the military headquarters to air our grievances. Yes, just do it. Chen Quan nodded. Su Chen was happy in his heart. He didn't lie to these guys, only utilized false tactics. Soldiers are not too deceitful. His old man has learned. Lei Cheng a few people as his leadership, naturally cannot be thicker than thin? Su Chen hurriedly stopped it. Leaders, I thank you for your kindness, but the one who gave the order this time is Commander Wu, and the people from the military department. It's useless even if you guys go, so it's better to forget about it. What? Lei Cheng's few people opened their mouths wide in shock. Handling a little captain like you, and you're sending out such a high-profile leader? Lei Cheng's few people swallowed hard. Not bad for a general's son. This is the kind of discipline they want to take, as long as they are allowed to be generals as well. Su Chen saw that it was almost time, and hurriedly said, for such a long time, I'm very grateful to all the leaders for their love for me. Immediately I have a new job. Before that, I would like to invite you all to have a drink. Little Sue, don't say anything. Lei Chang gazed at him. You've made a great achievement for our 9th Brigade, giving us a face. Immediately you're leaving. We'll arrange this drink, no matter what. Su Chen quickly shrugged it off. Brigadier, it's better for me to come. Just let me. Little Sue, don't push back. Chen Quan pulled him. This is us losing money to you. You have to let us treat. Yes, Little Sue, if you keep pushing back, you're looking down on us. Lu Guo patted him hard. Su Chen nodded helplessly. I want to pit you guys, but I really don't want to pit your wine. Chapter 16, We Are Your Grandchildren. In the cafeteria booth, soldiers from the cooking class came up with plates of food. With a bang, 2 bottles of wine were placed on the table by Lei Chang. Little Sue, let's not get drunk today. Lei Chang smiled and directly opened 2 bottles of wine. Chen Quan rolled his eyes. Old Lei, you're too stingy. There are so many of us. 2 bottles of wine are not enough to stuff our teeth. That's right, you're a big brigade commander, sending our meritorious ministers away. And you're just going to open 2 bottles of wine? Lu Guo shouted. Quickly, go get a few more bottles. At least 1 for each person. Lei Chang glared at them. What's the rush? Finish it first and I'll get it. Otherwise it's a waste. Brigadier, you underestimate us too much. Gao Shine laughed. We're soldiers, how can we waste the wine? You're shaming us. The crowd laughed. There weren't many soldiers who couldn't drink. Every holiday season, you can basically drink as long as you are not in a state of alert. And what about celebratory drinks, farewell drinks, reception drinks, etc.? Each one of them is a big drinker. I'll take it easy. Lei Chang waved his hand. I said today, we won't get drunk. Come on, Little Sue, pour it up. Lei Chang personally filled a glass of wine for Su Chen, and then filled it for the others. Su Chen stood up and smiled. Although today is not a good thing for me, but it is a happy event for all of you. I toast all the leaders. Lei Chang and the others were all surprised. A happy event? Where do we have any happy events? Little Sue, what's the situation? Gao Shang asked curiously. Su Chen laughed, and the tactics were then opened. This time, when I went to the commanding general's headquarters, Commander Wu meant that disarmament was imminent, and that our 9th Brigade was among the first to be abolished. Clunk! The wineglass in Lei Chang's hand slammed directly onto the table, spilling wine all over the place. The faces of several other people were also instantly hard to see. For a soldier, the army is his home. He has sweated and bled here. Every blade of grass here is full of emotion. Now that home is going to be gone, anyone else would be incredibly sad. Little Sue, did you receive a prospective letter? Lu Guo's voice trembled as he asked. Are you sure? Su Chen nodded his head. Sure, it was Commander Wu himself who said it to me. Lei Chang sat down on the chair with a plop, and the whole person seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. A few others were also shriveled up, their eyes filled with resignation. Gao Shang clenched his fists tightly, his cheeks trembling uncontrollably. Little Sue, what the hell is this, a happy event? This is clearly a funeral. Bang! Lu Guo slammed his fist on the table and shouted angrily. On what grounds? On what grounds? Our 9th Brigade has won a big battle this time. Why do we still need to be the first to be abolished? We are an old unit with honorable traditions. Chen Quan sighed. Don't talk about sentimentality. There are so many troops in the country. In terms of sentiment and history, there are many that are better than us. Who let us fall behind already? Seeing that the crowd's emotions had reached an underestimation, Su Chen hastened to see what he could do. Don't be sad, everyone. When I say it's a happy event, it's a happy event. Su Chen laughed. The 9th Brigade is also my home. Even if I put my life on the line, I will protect my home. So, at that time, I made a stand with Commander Wu. As long as we can keep the 9th Brigade from being abolished, we can give everything. Hearing this, Lei Chang's few people immediately stood up. What did the commander say? Lei Chang asked nervously. Su Chen smiled faintly. After my desperate request, Commander Wu eventually agreed to give the 9th Brigade another chance. As long as the back performs well and gets another chance to show its face, then there's no need to lay off. Lei Chang's several people's faces instantly changed 180 degrees, and each of them laughed out loud in excitement. If someone else had told them this news, they probably would have slapped each of them over. But Su Chen was the son of a general, and his family had countless connections. His words, absolutely credible. Little Su, you are the lucky star of our brigade. Lei Chun laughed out loud. Come, I'll toast you with this glass of wine. Thank you for saving the 9th Brigade. After saying that, he immediately poured a new glass and then tilted his head back to finish it. Su Chen was happy in his heart. The 9th Brigade was indeed going to be abolished, and everyone would either be discharged early or assigned to other units. Wu Weigua did say that the 9th Brigade would be retained as long as he, Su Chen, was able to finish off the Red Fang forces after 2 months. He didn't lie, he just didn't say everything. But it worked so well that Lei Chang and the others had come to think of him as a benefactor of the 9th Brigade. Then it would be easier for him to pit them next. Old Lei, what else are you doing with this wine? Chen Quan laughed. Little Su has done us such a great favor, so hurry up and go get your collection. Yes, those bottles of mutai of yours, bring them all over. Lu Guo followed the coaxing. Okay, I'll go get it right away. You guys wait. Lei Chang excitedly rushed out. Not long after, he rushed back holding a box of mutai. Today, we must not get drunk. Lei Chang cheerfully opened a bottle for Su Chen. Little Su, drink. 2 hours later, everyone was drunk, and only Su Chen remained sober. After the system fusion, it not only gave him a great deal of knowledge, but also strengthened his physique along the way. It made him twice as physically strong as he used to be. One more bottle went down and he's still acting like nothing. Seeing that several people were drunk, Su Chen laughed and the tactics were officially wrapped up. Leaders, Su Chen exclaimed, I reckon that tomorrow, the top will send someone to read out my appointment. When I get to my new place, I hope to still have the support of all the leaders. Lei Chang looked at him with drunken eyes. Xiao Su, you no matter where, you go no matter what you want, just tell your brother, I will definitely fulfill you. Gao Shang looked at him with a smile. Little Sua, I'll also make a statement, as long as you need it, as a brother's heart can be pulled out to you. If there's something, say something. Su Chen laughed. The favor I'm going to do, it might be a bit difficult to do. What's hard to do or not to do? Lei Chang waved his hand. No matter how difficult it is, we will do it for you. If we don't do it, we are your grandsons. Right. Chen Quan nodded. I'll testify. Whoever doesn't do it for you is your grandson. Yes, it's your grandson. The other two chimed in. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. This battle ended smoothly with a great victory. I hope tomorrow, you won't regret it. He was cheerfully all smiles. The shrill whistle sounded throughout the camp, and Lei Chang rose sleepily from his bed. Bang bang! There was a sudden knock on the door. Brigade commander, hurry up and get up. The war zone leader is here. Lei Chang froze, the wine completely sobered up, and immediately jumped out of bed, running out of the room after putting on his uniform. Who's that coming? The correspondent laughed. It's Vice Commander Zhao, specially here to commend us. Lei Chang jerked to a halt and asked with a frown. Recognition? Not here to transfer people away? A transfer? The correspondent shook his head. I haven't heard about it. Didn't we make a great achievement, and the higher-ups specifically came to honor us? Lei Chang opened his mouth wide, vaguely having a bad feeling. Chapter 17, we treat you as a brother. Do you take us for fools? The playground was crowded, and the sound of neat footsteps was as dense as the beat of a drum. A team quickly assembled, all facing the podium in front of them with their heads held high. Lei Chang quickly came to the podium with his brigade headquarters and saluted hard at a lieutenant general. Comrade Deputy Commander, Lei Chang, Commander of the 9th Motorized Brigade, reports to you. Zhao Hongsheng smiled and returned a military salute. Little Lei, we've already organized a study at our command for the last exercise. You were very good, fighting out the momentum of the 9th Brigade, letting us see the former glory of this old unit again. Not bad, good job. Lei Chang's few people were confused. Didn't Su Chen say that the higher-ups were going to lay them off? But looking at Zhao Hongsheng's stance, it doesn't look like he's going to lay them off from anywhere. Alright, there will be a commendation meeting soon. You guys sit down. Zhao Hongsheng turned around with a smile. Brigade Commander, what's the situation? Lu Guai asked with a bewildered look on his face. Aren't we going to be abolished? Why are we still being honored? Chen Quan whispered. After all, we have made a merit, so 80% of the time, we will be recognized first and then given a chance. This should be the opportunity that Xiao Su has fought for us. Lei Chang's eyes lit up. Yes, it must have been fought for by Xiao Su. By giving us the commendation, then the top can rightfully keep us from laying off for the time being. Little Su really went through a lot of trouble for us. A few people had a look of emotion on their faces, and then they quickly found a place to sit down. Report Chief. Gao Shang ran to Zhao Hongsheng and saluted. The entire brigade is assembled. Please instruct the leader. At ease. Yes. Goldman turned and yelled at the top of his lungs. At ease. Cross. All of them extend their left foot and move in a neat and tidy manner. Zhao Hongsheng smiled and walked to the microphone. Comrades. Bang. Thousands of people quickly stood at attention. Heads held high. At ease. Zhao Hongsheng smiled and said, what I'm here for today is to honor you on behalf of the command. Su Chen stood in the crowd and watched from afar as Lei Chang's several people were filled with joy. A bad smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth. Later on, I hope you guys can keep smiling as well. Zhao Hongsheng, the 9th Brigade has participated in a total of 74 maneuvers since becoming the Blue Army 2 years ago, helping our units make great strides. This exercise in particular, You were able to defeat the red side with less and hit the red side hard despite being at an extreme disadvantage in terms of equipment and personnel, which can be considered a miracle in the history of warfare. At the same time, you have fought in the style of the 9th Brigade, bringing out the spirit of defying sacrifice and fighting bravely, giving a good example to all the troops in our southeast. The faces of all the 9th Brigade were filled with pride. After 2 years of holding back and being laughed at by the troops, they themselves were on the verge of thinking they would never win a war. This exercise was a complete eyebrow raiser for them. Zhao Hongsheng smiled and said, "During this exercise, Comrade Su Chen, the commander of the 2nd Company of the 1st Regiment, performed particularly well. It can be said that he played a crucial role in the Blue Army's victory this time." As Lei Cheng's few people listened, the smiles on their faces slowly solidified. "Old Lei, how does this sound a bit off?" Lu Guo was full of doubts. "Yes." Chen Quan was confused. "Isn't Xiao Su being punished? But how does this sound? The top didn't mean it?" Just then, Zhao Hongsheng said loudly, "After the superior's research, it was decided that Comrade Su Chen would be awarded 2nd-class merit once, his rank would be raised to major, and his position would be promoted to deputy battalion commander. Below, please ask Comrade Su Chen to come up." Slap. Immediately there was a tidal wave of applause from below, especially from the men of the 2nd Company. Su Chen had become a hero-like incarnation in their minds. Su Chen jogged all the way up and saluted Zhao Hongsheng before receiving the military medal. Sweeping over from the corner of his eye, he happened to see the dazed looks of Lei Cheng's several people. Su Chen smiled faintly and turned around to run towards the stage. "Individual merit must be recognized, as well as collective merit," Zhao Hongsheng continued, awarding the 2nd Company one collective 2nd-class merit. "Please invite Comrade Su Chen to the stage." Applause rang out again, and Su Chen again jogged all the way to the stage to receive the medal. The jaws of Lei Cheng's few people were about to hit the ground. "Old Lei, how do I feel? Are we being tricked by this kid?" Chen Quan glared and said, "Where the does it look like he's being punished?" Lei Cheng took a deep breath. "Calm down. All calm down. It's a fact that he has meritorious service. It's not too much to take some medals." Lu Guo and Chen Quan looked at each other, feeling unable to refute it, but it was obvious that something was wrong. When Su Chen went down, Zhao Hongsheng said aloud, "The 9th Brigade is an old unit with a glorious tradition. During the war years, there emerged a large number of martyrs who sacrificed their lives. They gave their precious lives for the country and the people, and for everything today. Your bravery and spirit during this maneuver has shown us once again the glory that the 9th Brigade once had. I hope we can all continue to pass on their courage and conviction, so that the 9th Brigade will always maintain its blood and military spirit of bravery and death." Slap. Everyone applauded fervently, their faces filled with pride in the 9th Brigade. "Soldiers, it's all about honor. If there's not even honor, there's not much of a fight in the unit." After the commendation meeting, Zhao Hongsheng called Su Chen over with a smile. Lei Cheng and the others also all gathered around. "Chief, since Su Chen has made a great achievement this time, can we not transfer him?" Zhao Hongsheng froze, then laughed. "Little Lei what about me coming here this time? There's another thing I want to inform you about." "Chief, please." Lei Cheng looked at him solemnly. Zhao Hongsheng laughed. "Society is progressing, and so are the troops. Our troops, in order to be able to fight and win in the new era, have to keep improving. So what? The general policy is to call some of the less combat-effective units, and you guys are in this call." Lei Cheng and the others were creeped out, and their faces began to look a little flustered. "Chief," Lei Cheng said in a panic, "didn't you say, give us a chance to perform?" Zhao Hongsheng patted him. "What's your hurry? I'm not done talking yet." Lei Cheng's several people immediately stood upright. Zhao Hongsheng said indifferently, "Your combat strength is weak and your equipment is poor. The original intention of the command was to lay off some of you and break up some of you. But what?" He looked at Su Chen. "Little Su makes a military order to Commander Wu. If he can defeat the Red Team with 1 battalion in 2 months, then your 9th Brigade will be retained and there will be a focus on developing you." The eyes of Lei Cheng's few people instantly widened as they looked at Su Chen incredulously. He's not leaving? Not leaving? Just bringing a battalion here with you?" Zhao Hongsheng laughed. The corners of Lei Cheng's eyes twitched wildly as he glared viciously at Su Chen. Su Chen shrugged awkwardly. "Brigadier, don't look at me like that. I didn't say I was leaving since the beginning. I just had another appointment." Pust. Lei Cheng's few people almost vomited blood on the spot. They also felt sorry for Su Chen and held it for him. It turned out that the person was promoted and accepted the heavy responsibility. The clowns are themselves. After all, Zhao Hongsheng continued. "What about the fate of your 9th Brigade? The next step is in Xiao Su's hands. So, you guys have to actively cooperate with him. Organize a battalion for him first, understand?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Brigadier, trouble. Lei Cheng's lungs are about to explode. We take you as a brother. You take us as an ingrate?" Chapter 18. This kid was born to be a big pitbull. Zhao Hongshang gave a few more explanations and left the 9th Brigade with his entourage. Stop! Su Chen just wanted to slip away, when Lei Chang's voice immediately came from behind him. Su Chen turned his head awkwardly and looked with a smile at the Lei Chang's several people who were approaching with a tight step. Brigade Commander, leaders, time is running out. Su Chen laughed. If there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and think about how to form a new unit. Stay where you are. Lei Chang glared at him without a trace of anger. The tip of his finger directly poked on Su Chen's nose. You can. Very impressive. I really didn't expect that your kid with thick eyebrows would actually play that with us. Cheating me out of so much good wine. Lei Chang glared at him in exasperation. That's what I was going to drink when my son got married. It's all cheap for you little. Su Chen hurriedly said. Brigadier, the wine was not drunk by me alone. Everyone drank it. To say the words. Cough cough cough. Lu Guo and Chen Quan hurriedly coughed. They drank quite a lot last night. Old Lei. Chen Quan laughed. Forget it. Little Su didn't leave. Is that a good thing? That bit of wine of yours, consider it a celebration for him. Lu Guo also hurriedly said. Yes old Lei. Give me face. Forget it. Lei Chang glared at them. Did you two just not hear Vice Commander Zhao's words? This kid, he's pulling the fate of our 9th Brigade all on him alone. He's going to use a battalion to go one-on-one with Red. If we lose, our 9th Brigade is finished. Do you understand? Chen Quan and Lu Guo's faces instantly became serious. Little Su, you're going too far. Chen Quan said with a cold face. You lied to us that the top would give us a chance. And this is it. Ha! Su Chen laughed. Yes, this is the chance. Chen Quan was so angry that he almost spat out blood. No, you're also a smart person. But what's wrong with your brain? One battalion and you want to fight against the Red Force? All they have to do is send out a brigade and they'll beat you to death. Lei Chang said in exasperation. Such a big deal. You actually took the liberty of agreeing to it? The future of the 9th Brigade, do you take it as child's play? A few people were huffing and puffing, which Su Chen had expected. It's a good thing he didn't say anything yesterday, or these guys could have eaten him alive. Something so big has happened and you're still laughing. Lei Chang glared at him. Su Chen said awkwardly, Brigadier, things have gone wrong. You can't let me bawl my eyes out. Moreover, you don't realize what was going on at the time. If I hadn't made a military order to use one battalion to maneuver with the Red Fang, the 9th Brigade would have already been cut ironically. In that situation, I just reported it to you guys. Could you still change the decision of your superiors? Lei Chang's few people held their faces red, but they had nothing to say. The superiors have decided. They can only obey. One must obey even if one is reluctant. This is the iron discipline of the army. Gao Sheng quickly rounded off the scene. Brigade Commander. Xiao Su is also doing this for the good of our 9th Brigade. I'm sure he was trying to help in any way he could in that situation. But after all, he's just a junior captain with limited abilities. Lei Chang waved his hand, his eyes staring straight at Su Chen. The wood has been turned, so there is no point in talking more. You tell me now, how are you going to use a battalion? To fight Red? Everyone stared tightly at Su Chen. They were trying to figure out how a battalion could defeat the mighty Red. There is a standard for Red and Blue maneuvers, and the Red side has a minimum of 1 brigade strength for each deployment. Even if the top wants to take care of Su Chen, fewer people will be deployed. However, the combined troop strength must also be 7 or 8 times more than Su Chen's side. Does this have any chance of winning at all? Brigadier, it's actually very simple to defeat Red. Su Chen smiled and said, just hand over the 9th Brigade to me. Lei Cheng's few people all stared wide-eyed. You're a major aide-de-camp, and you want command of the entire 9th Brigade? If this were the war years, this would be a rebellion, and you could be shot 100 times. Sensing that something was wrong, Su Chen hurriedly said, what I mean is that this one battalion is at my disposal to choose from across the brigade. It doesn't matter what regiment he's in, as long as I see fit, he'll be transferred to my battalion. And, for the next 2 months, my battalion trains alone, and everything is under my command. Lei Chang and the others glanced at each other, and Chen Quan and Lu Guo both nodded silently. That's the only way to go if you want to keep the 9th Brigade now. Chen Quan said, we can only gather the elites of the entire brigade and give them all to Xiao Su to command. So maybe we can let go. Lu Guo sighed. That's all we can do. Little Su is a genius. As long as we fully support him, we might even be able to turn the tide against the wind when the time comes. I also support. Gao Sheng hastened to state his position. Little Su, we're in a group. You can pick anyone you want. I'll fully support you. Su Chen nodded gratefully, then looked at Lei Chang. Brigadier. Lei Chang stared at him without any good humor. We've already fallen into the hole you dug. If we don't agree, I don't have any other way. Thank you, Brigade Commander. Su Chen saluted excitedly. I promise, in the maneuvers 2 months from now, I'll definitely beat up the Red side properly, and beat up the whole army to reacquaint themselves with our 9th Brigade. Hearing this, Lei Cheng's few people were wildly twitching at the corners of their eyes. Don't you dare brag about it. And you beat up Red? You're only a few people. It'd be nice to not get your ass kicked too much, or even get a tie. Even Fish Leon can't give you that much courage. Alright, stop bragging. Lei Cheng gazed at him. Little Sue, the fate of our 9th Brigade is in your hands. You must not be sloppy and careless. Yes, Little Sue, the future of the 9th Brigade is all yours. Lugwa said in a deep voice. You just have to be able to fight to a draw. Don't force yourself. Su Chen nodded, then said, Brigadier, I still need some weapon support. Good. Lei Cheng nodded. What do you need? Just say it. I've already made a list. Su Chen immediately handed over a list. Lei Cheng looked at it and his jaw almost hit the ground. Holy, you're asking for all the artillery, trucks and armored vehicles of our entire brigade? Lei Cheng glared at him. Su Chen laughed. As you know, how strong can the firepower of my battalion be? If you want to defeat the red side, you have to have stronger firepower. Anyway, there's no stipulation from above on how much I can have. The corner of Lei Cheng's mouth twitched fiercely. No, absolutely not. If we give you all these weapons, then what will our entire brigade do for the next 2 months? Stop and watch you train? No, absolutely not. Su Chen had long been expected. Smilingly took out his cell phone. Brigadier, you can't talk without counting. Yesterday you all promised good. The next second, Su Chen released the recording. Lei Cheng's packed voice came clearly from the cell phone. If I don't do it, I'm your grandson. Lei Cheng's old face instantly became incredibly ugly. He was never expecting that this son of a actually gave himself a recording. Su Chen looked at him with a smile. I still have videos. All of you. Lei Cheng's several people clenched their fists. They had never seen such a dog bastard. Chapter 19. What? He's a battalion? Su Chen shook the recorder in his hand. Leaders, you're not going to renege on the bill, are you? Several of Lei Cheng's people's eyes were spitting fire. It's a debt they can't afford to forget. Whoever lays claim to it is Su Chen's grandson. We're soldiers, a mouthful of spit and a mouthful of nails. Lei Cheng glared at him with a puff of anger. I won't renege on my debt. Su Chen immediately saluted excitedly. Brigadier Xie, then please greet the regiments. Don't make any misunderstandings later when I go to pick people. Looking at Su Chen's dejected appearance, the corner of Lei Cheng's mouth twitched fiercely. We have been together for half a year, and I used to think that this kid was a regular, down-to-earth person. Why is it that lately, it feels like it's becoming more and more flirty? Counting your own gang out is a good idea. Little Sue. Lei Cheng took a deep breath and pointed at him. I'll agree to all your requests. What favor you need to do, you can also just say it, but I only have one request. Lei Cheng stared at him closely. You must save the 9th Brigade for me. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Really? Lei Cheng froze. What? What really? Su Chen laughed. You just said that if I need any help, just tell you. Is this true? The corner of Lei Cheng's eye twitched uncontrollably. How did this kid feel out of a parallel world with himself? What's with the weird focus? But now that he had given Su Chen everything he could, he wasn't afraid that Su Chen would screw him over again. Lei Cheng nodded. Not bad, as long as you can keep the 9th Brigade, no matter what the favor is. We promise. Thank you, Brigade Commander. Su Chen saluted vigorously. Please rest assured that the 9th Brigade will always be there. Watching him turn to leave, Chen Quan and Lugwa said with a worried look, Old Lei, how come your mouth has no gate? How dare you agree to anything? Lei Cheng was confident. Don't worry, what this kid can calculate from us has all been calculated. If he tries to do it again, we can only give him verbal support. Chen Quan and Lugwa looked at each other, always feeling that something was wrong. Su Chen wasn't the same as before, and they weren't surprised by anything this guy did. Su Chen, are you kidding me? The third leader glared at Su Chen, with hundreds of soldiers surrounding him. You got rid of the tanks and infantry vehicles, so what are we going to do with the 3rd Regiment? Su Chen smiled and said, 3rd Regiment Commander, this is an order from the brigade headquarters personally. If you have any pains, go talk to the brigade headquarters. Don't make things difficult for me. The 3rd Regimental Commander wanted to get angry, but the Chief of Staff whispered in his ear, Lao Jin, the brigade commander just called. It's just like he said, let's cooperate fully. What? The 3rd Regimental Commander was furious. Has the brigade commander fainted? How come he's giving all the orders now? The Chief of Staff hastily stabbed him. Lao Jin, watch how you speak to your superiors. The 3rd head of the group was so angry that he wanted to explode in place, and finally glared at Su Chen with a death glare. Kid, count on your ruthlessness. You take the stuff, but I'm warning you, if you break it. Su Chen laughed. I said 3rd head of mission. Isn't it just a bunch of broken brass? When I win the red side, I'll give you guys the newest ones then. The 3rd Regimental Commander was so angry that his eyes blackened. Actually saying that his tanks and armored vehicles were broken? You don't want the broken brass, right? Su Chen took out a list and handed it to the 3rd leader. What's this? The third head of the group looked at him in dismay. Su Chen smiled. It's the person I'm taking away. This is also the brigade commander's order. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. The third head of the regiment gasped as he took a handful of the list, but after just one look, eyes glazed over. Are you kidding me? The third head of the regiment was a flurry of firepower output at Su Chen. These are the top-notch soldiers of our regiment. You took away the weapons and the people. Then our third regiment is completely out of business for the rest of the day. What the hell are you kid doing? Su Chen looked at him in a serious manner. Third regimental commander. This is an order from the brigade commander O. Asterisk 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 your ass. The third head of the group was so angry that he was about to roll up his sleeves. The chief of staff was so frightened that he quickly pulled him back. Lao Jin, calm down ah. This is the brigade commander's order. You want to disobey. The third head of the group waved his hand in exasperation. Get lost. Take these people with you right now and get as far away from me as possible. I don't even want to see you lately. Alright. Su Chen nodded with a smile, then shouted to the crowd. Those whose names I named, come out immediately. Hurry up, or your headmaster's heart is going to be bad. In the evening, a tank and armored car slowly rolled into the camp of the 2nd Company. Soldiers transferred from the regiments were beginning to put up makeshift marching tents with the assistance of the men of the 2nd Company. Battalion Commander Wang Hai and the others surrounded Su Chen, their faces full of excitement. You're also too good. The whole brigade got all the tanks and armored vehicles and artillery. Looking at the whole country, there isn't a battalion that has such a fierce firepower as us. Zhao Xiaodong laughed. The battalion commander is full of tricks and bad intentions. This time, we'll be sure to win if we run into the red side. Cough cough cough. Su Chen glared at him without any good humor. Shut up if you don't know how to compliment people. Zhao scratched his head. Where did I go wrong? Su Chen lazily ignored him and sighed as he looked at the weapons he had just dragged back. Now our entire army is in a big changeover. What are they using? It's 86 combat vehicles and 96 tanks. As for us, we're still using 59 tanks and 63 armored vehicles. This is all 1950s technology. How can we compare with others? So, in front of other people's red side, these are just broken copper and iron for us. You guys shouldn't be too optimistic. People can completely kill us in seconds with a single machine infantry battalion. Su Chen's words were like pouring a pot of cold water on everyone's head. It doused all the enthusiasm that had just been aroused. Platoon leader Wang Su touched his head and said, then according to the battalion commander, even if we gather the weapons and equipment and elites of the entire brigade, we still can't beat the red side? Su Chen slapped him on the head. When did I say that? I just want to remind you that the gap between us and our opponents is still very large, and we must remain vigilant at all times. He said seriously, half a century ago, our forefathers didn't even have these, and they relied on a gun and a passion to defeat a powerful enemy, beating them into fearing us for decades to come. High-tech weapons are heavily used in war, but they are never a decisive factor. A brutal war is always a battle between people in the end. As long as you still have the bloodlust of our Dragon Kingdom soldiers, plus these weapons and equipment, I have 120 confidence in beating them. Everyone's eyes gas thick with battle intent and their faces were filled with hope. Su Chen had already performed a miracle for them once. This time, there were more of them and they were better armed. As long as they have the courage they had during the last exercise, they believe that they must not lose. Go rest. Su Chen stood up. Gather all the backbones tomorrow. Let's have a training mobilization meeting. Yes. What? Southeast Command. Wu Weigua stood up incredulously. How many men did that kid screw with one of his battalions? Zhao Hongsheng smiled awkwardly and said the number, giving Wu Weigua another shock. Chapter 20 Shocking the Brigadier General. Informationalized combat is playing a game? 1200? Wu Weigua felt his head spin. Even a reinforced battalion doesn't have this many people. This one battalion is almost as large as 2 other regiments. Not only that, Zhao Hongshan laughed bitterly. Su Chen used your banner, plus some small means to get Lei Cheng to transfer the entire brigade's tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery all to him. Now, this battalion of his is a compressed version of a motorized brigade. Wu Weigua felt a wave of headache. Originally, he had wanted to make things difficult for Su Chen, and he hadn't even thought that Su Chen could use a battalion to win the maneuvers, but he never thought that this kid would actually be able to figure out how to get out of his predicament on his own. Immediately tell Lei Cheng to take back everything that was given to him. Wu Weigua grunted coldly. If you say 1 battalion, you must have 1 battalion. He's cheating, Zhao Hongsheng said awkwardly. Commander, at that time, you were packing your bags to Su Chen, saying that you wouldn't ask him how to form a battalion. Now if that's the case, isn't that going back on your word? Wu Weigua froze and opened his mouth wide. I said that? Zhao Hongsheng nodded his head vigorously. Said, that kid asked specifically when he was leaving. Wu Weigua felt like he had been viciously smacked twice, and there was an unspeakable suffocation in his heart. This asshole, Wu Weigwa said with a grunt of anger. He dug a hole long ago, just waiting for me to jump into it. It's the same as his old man. It's true that dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse knows how to make holes. That's what they say. Zhao Hongshang laughed. I say, old Wu, you have not suffered much in the hands of old Su in your life. How come you still don't have a long memory in your old age? His last name is Su, and his brain is alive. Wu Weigwa walked around the same spot a few times and suddenly stopped. Lao Zhao, go, let's take a trip. Zhao Hongshang was confused. Go where? Go to the 9th Brigade. Wu Weigwa grunted coldly. I want to see how much of a wave the Suchen kid can make after getting so many people and weapons. The next morning, 2 military vehicles drove up to the front of Suchen's new camp. The driver rolled down the window and showed the sentry his credentials. We're from the commanding general's office, coming over to see the formation of the independent battalion. The sentry immediately saluted after reading the documents. Good day, sir. I'll inform our battalion commander right away. No need. Wu Weigwa in civilian clothes opened the car door and stepped down. Where is your battalion commander? I'll just find my way there myself. The sentry hesitated a bit. The troops had the discipline that no matter how big a leader came, the sentries had to ask the permission of their camp's chief officer before releasing them. Otherwise, even big leaders would have to be stopped outside. Don't do this and that. We'll stay here with you and let Suchen find me if anything goes wrong. 3 guard staff officers with the rank of lieutenant colonel walked up to the sentry with smiles, scaring the sentry so much that he couldn't breathe. Wu Weigwa and Zhao Hongsheng smiled at each other, and the two of them walked towards the camp together. The camp was silent, and a blackened cannon rested quietly in the storehouse. Soldiers sit leisurely in front of their barracks in the sun. There was no sense of urgency from them at all. This kid, isn't he in any hurry at all? Wu Weigwa frowned slightly. Zhao Hongsheng was also surprised. It shouldn't be. Little Su seems to be a very cautious person. There are only 2 months left. He should be more anxious than anyone else. Humph. Wu Weigwa snorted coldly. Although the men of this battalion are all from the 9th Brigade, they come from various units and have no previous tacit understanding. I don't know what this kid is trying to do if he doesn't get a grip. With his hands behind his back, he strides forward. Zhao Hongsheng shook his head helplessly. He was also a bit unable to understand Su Chen. The two quickly arrived outside the conference room, and through the window, they saw that it was filled with people. What I'm going to tell you today is how we're going to defeat the Red Fong's mode of combat in 2 months. And it's also the mainstream mode of combat for our Dragon Kingdom in the future. So listen up. Wu Weigwa and Zhao Hongsheng looked at each other. Incredulity was written all over both of their faces. They had thought that what Su Chen had said before was wild enough. I didn't realize that was just an appetizer. The future mainstream mode of combat in the Dragon Kingdom depends on your speech? Su Chen continued. Informatized combat mode. People haven't heard of it, have they? The crowd inside shook their heads in bewilderment. Instead, it was Wu Weigwa and Zhao Hongsheng whose eyes lit up. After all, in this day and age, most of the soldiers at the bottom were middle schoolers. Even quite a few of the officers were brought up from good military promotions. Moreover, the informationized mode of warfare had just come over from the West, and only senior officers were aware of it. This kid knows quite a lot. Wu Weigwa smiled faintly. Listen, Su Chen said in a loud voice, the so-called informationized combat is to use information and information technology as the core of the tanks, artillery, aircraft, ships and other weapons as a carrier. Then over-perception, ultra-far striking, accurate hitting, multiplying the lethality. Wu Weigwa and Zhao Hongsheng nodded repeatedly as they listened. We only started learning half a year ago as well. I didn't expect this kid to know so much. Zhao Hongsheng laughed, and the summary is spot on. Wu Weigwa smiled faintly and just wanted to praise Su Chen. As a result, Su Chen's voice came again. In fact, after saying so much, you guys might not understand, but you all should have played games, right? At least Red Alert has been played, right? The crowd that was originally stunned was immediately filled with smiles and nodded their heads vigorously. Hey! Su Chen laughed. This informational combat, in fact, is the same as playing the game? There's no difference. Wu Weigwa almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The advanced combat model they've been working on for almost half a year is just like playing a game? The corners of Wu Weigwa's mouth twitched in anger, pointing at Su Chen and unable to speak for half a day. Zhao Hongsheng hastily patted him. Old Wu, calm down Why do you say it's the same as playing a game? Su Chen continued. Take overwhelming perception for example. When you play a game, you can spot the enemy first through God's perspective, but the enemy can't spot you. That's when you can prepare in advance. Either just tank and run them over, or throw a bomb over there to send them back home en masse. Wu Weigwa and Zhao Hongsheng stared wide-eyed. It's an explanation that simply cannot be refuted. That's actually what happened. This kid, kinda has some crooked talent. The corner of Wu Weigwa's mouth twitched. Talented is talented. Zhao Hongshang sighed, but all of what he's talking about is to be built on an informationized combat system. We don't have one in the whole country right now, so even if he knows about it, what can he do? Wu Weiguo flinched, then nodded with a sigh. The West researched it over a decade ago and has already tested it in 2 actual battles, but they, up to now, don't even have a system, and everything is only at the paper stage. Although what Su Chen said is simple and clear, but before there is no practice, it can only be empty talk. But just then, words came from inside that almost didn't make the two kneel together. Chapter 21, as long as I can disgust him, I'll be a dog for life. What about the ones I just said? Just listen to them, don't take them seriously. Su Chen said with a smile, because of what I said, we have nothing, therefore, we can't use the high-tech informationized combat mode at all. Ha ha ha. Crowd, Wu Weiguo and Zhao Hongsheng, Nima. All the soldiers rolled their eyes. Nothing you say so much? Are you making fun of everyone? Wu Weiguo's old face was red with anger. Did this kid do it on purpose? Do you think this kid did it on purpose? Why does he look so beaten up? Zhao Hongsheng embarrassed bitter smile. Old Wu otherwise, let's just go, so that you don't get pissed off with high blood pressure. No way. Wu Weiguo huffed. I have to hear what this kid plans to do. Su Chen said at this time, but don't be discouraged. Although our country is not yet equipped with high-tech informationized combat systems, but if war comes, will we not fight? In the face of a strong enemy, are we going to surrender the motherland, land and people behind us? He looked at everyone seriously. So, even if we can't fight an advanced informationized battle, but can we, however, still adapt to the local conditions and utilize everything we can to fight a low-profile version of informationized combat? As long as it's utilized properly, the effect won't be too bad. Everyone's eyes lit up. Zhao Hongsheng laughed in a low voice. Old Wu, I knew it. This kid definitely has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Wu Weiguo didn't say anything, but was full of curiosity. What is this lowly version of informational warfare? Starting today, you must read books to me outside of training to learn the relevant theoretical knowledge of informationized warfare. Su Chen exclaimed. I'll pick relevant books for you guys. If you don't understand anything, write it down first, and every night I'll give you a small cooking session to individually explain what you don't know. Everyone nodded silently. Su Chen was a senior student of the National Defense University. Everyone knew this. He came to explain it in the same way that a military school would send a teacher to explain it. This rare and valuable learning opportunity is not available to everyone. Wu Weiguo snorted coldly. Temporary clasp. 2 months were to come in time. But Su Chen's next words almost didn't make him vomit blood. You guys don't have any mental burdens. Anyway, you're the only ones in the entire Dragon Kingdom who are learning informational warfare. The other troops don't know how to do it at all. So as long as you guys learn a little bit of skin you can hang them. The crowd laughed together. Wu Weiguo's eyes rounded with anger. He wanted to say that Su Chen was being opportunistic, but again, he was teaching advanced tactics in a serious way, so there was nothing to criticize. Good day, Chief. A squad leader on patrol saw the two eavesdropping and rushed up to salute. Two chiefs, why are you standing here? I'll immediately inform our battalion commander. No need. Wu Weiguo glanced at the eloquent Su Chen and turned around to head out. Old Wu. Zhao Hongsheng immediately chased after him. What? Don't you want to listen? Wu Weiguo shrugged his shoulders. We just can't hear a reason. This kid's path is very deep. Zhao Hongsheng laughed. I do think that he's really a rare talent. Think about it. We've been studying informational warfare for half a year, and we've been listening to all kinds of theories and our heads are getting big. But that kid just said a few words that simply enlightened us. Maybe, given 2 months, he could really make something of himself. Zhao Hongsheng smiled and patted him. Old Wu, we've dug up a treasure. Wu Weiguo smiled faintly. Although Su Jia, this old boy, is not a great person, but he has never disappointed in giving birth to a son. Look at his eldest son, Su Ming, the youngest brigade commander in the country. Then look at his youngest son. I think his future achievements will definitely far exceed his brother's. Suddenly, he jerked to a halt, and his face instantly became ugly. What's wrong, old Wu? Zhao Hongsheng looked surprised. No. Wu Weiguo's eyes widened. What's wrong? Zhao Hongsheng was completely confused. Wu Weiguo glared at him. This kid has made a military order. If he wins, not only will he not have to be punished, but at that time, Suja will definitely get rid of him as well. Then aren't we personally giving away such a talent? Zhao Hongsheng also froze. Yes, oh. Look at this stance of Xiao Su. I don't think the chances of winning are small. Wu Weiguo slammed his fist in the air and his face turned white with anger. How could I be so careless and actually be dumbfounded by this brat and agree to make this bet in a haphazard manner? Zhao Hongsheng was speechless. You call that confused? You weren't like this back then when you tricked people into betting on signing warrants. You are certain to eat people up. Oh, now you see people working on new tactics. And now you're backtracking. No way, Wu Weigwa said with a serious expression. We absolutely cannot let him win. I absolutely cannot let this person go. Zhao Hongsheng smiled bitterly. Old Wu, if you're like this, aren't you a bit mean? Despicable? Wu Weigwa stared at him. Old Zhao, what are you thinking? He, Su Zhe, was not at all noble when he grabbed equipment and talent from us. We are keeping this person for the sake of building a better and stronger southeast for us. What can we do even if we are mean and nasty and shameless? Gotta. Zhao Hongsheng nodded. You finished what I have to say. I'll just obey. Wu Weigwa laughed and whispered in his ear. Tell him to come to me tonight. Zhao Hongsheng shocked, mouth wide open. Old Wu, you called him? This is not just ordinary meanness. This is a bit of a dog. Wu Weigwa blankly glanced at him. As long as we can develop our southeast, and make Su Zhe sick and sad in the process, he put on a wicked grin. I'm just a dog for life. Su Chen told the crowd all of the ideas he had summarized in a single brainstorm. He said it so plainly that even someone with middle school education could understand it, and he didn't expect, just for a little while, that everyone would learn informational warfare. Then there would be no militarily weak countries in the world. Come on, everyone, follow me to move the books. Su Chen beckoned and led the crowd to the next storehouse. He had long ago contacted Chen Quan and asked him to help arrange for a batch of theory books on informatization warfare to be sent over. Su Chen immediately followed the categories and sent them to everyone. We don't have to do anything today, so we'll all start with the book on shallow information warfare. Tomorrow, we start training, Su Chen shouted. Everyone remember, this time, we are not only fighting for our own honor, but also for our 9th Brigade. Don't let the Red Side's troops call us the Ghost Grandson troops anymore. Yes, everyone yelled with red eyes. When everyone was dismissed, Su Chen rubbed his hands together. Theory alone isn't enough. Mr. Yang Ming said that you have to know and do before you can do anything. He smiled slightly, a whole new pitiful idea in his head. Chapter 22, Report. Su Chen has emptied our yearly quota. At the brigade headquarters, Lei Cheng's few people were sitting opposite each other in a daze. A staff officer whispered a reminder. Brigade Commander, Deputy Brigade Commander, Chief of Staff, the rice has been warmed up 3 times. If it's reheated again, it won't be good anymore. Eat, eat, eat. You can't starve without eating a meal, Lei Cheng said without a trace of anger. The staff officer nodded and stepped back awkwardly, but remained guarded next to the meal, not daring to leave. Chen Quan sighed helplessly. Old Lei man is iron and rice is steel. One meal is not enough to make you hungry. Without sufficient stamina, how can we do the next thing? It's better to eat. Lei Cheng looked at him with no good sense of humor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All the good soldiers have been transferred away by Su Chen, and the heavy weapons of each regiment have all been gotten away by that little bastard. Now we don't even have an automobile company. What else is there to do? Chen Quan looked at Lu Gua, who sighed. Actually, it's not impossible to practice. For example, we can practice shooting. While we're at it, let's improve the shooting level of the entire brigade. It won't be a bad thing for us in the future. Right. Old Lu is right. Chen Quan quickly nodded. Even if Xiao Su fails, we'll be forced to lay off in the future. But with everyone's shooting level raised, there will always be fewer people left. Right. Hearing the word abolition, Lei Cheng looked at him without any good humor. Chen Quan awkwardly waved his hand. I don't mean that. Of course I want Xiao Su to win. Isn't this just in case? Old Lei Lu Gua laughed. Old Chen surely doesn't mean that, but it's surely okay for the whole brigade to practice shooting first. What do you think? Lei Cheng looked at the two of them with concern and knew that they were doing it for the good of the 9th Brigade. He could only sigh. People can't always be idle. You guys are right. We must find something to do. We can't just wait. Notify the entire brigade that shooting training will begin tomorrow. Let's eat first. Got it. Chen Quan smiled and beckoned. Serve the meal. The staff officer on the sidelines immediately smiled and served everyone their food. Lei Cheng here had just picked up his chopsticks when an officer suddenly rushed in hot and bothered. Brigadier, something's wrong. Lei Cheng looked up and realized it was the head of the logistics unit. What else can happen to our brigade now? Lei Cheng ate his meal without caring. The head of the logistics unit said anxiously. Just now, Su Chen brought 60 trucks and emptied our armory. Put. Lei Cheng sprayed his mouthful of rice all over Lu Gua's face, causing chewed-up greens to hang from Lu Gua's hair and nose. Rubbing, Lei Cheng dropped his bowl and stood up, glaring angrily at the logistics chief. Empty the armory? What was taken? All taken. The head of the logistics unit had a bitter face. Not a single bullet was left. They all took it. Chen Quan and Lu Gua also stood up in shock, and Lei Cheng roared in anger. How dare you? Who gave him the guts? How did you let him move everything without orders? The head of the logistics unit froze. Brigade Commander, you can't accuse someone wrongly. I was ordered to do so. Now Lei Cheng froze. Orders? Who gave the order? I didn't get off. Chen Quan shook his head. Why are you looking at me? It's even more unlikely that I would give this order. We're on our own. Lu Guo waved his hand in panic. Who the hell is it? Lei Cheng glared at the head of the logistics unit. The head of the logistics unit looked at him. It's you, Brigadier. It wasn't you who ordered that all departments must fully cooperate with Su Chen, no matter what. There's no need to report to you. Lei Cheng's mouth was open, instantly unable to speak a word. Head of logistics unit, I am here to report to you because I think it's too big a deal. Because I heard that Su Chen used our brigade's communication equipment to request this year's ammunition quota from the war zone. What? Lei Cheng was furious and jumped straight up. What's he applying for so much for? With our brigade's ammo for a year, will they be able to use it all with one battalion? He said he ran out, so maybe it's not enough. The head of the logistics unit said. Lei Cheng slammed his fist on the table. They are pulling back to eat ammunition a year's worth of a year Lei Cheng's heart was spurting blood at the thought. Old Lei, Chen Quan hurriedly consoled. Su Chen is just a deputy battalion commander. It's impossible for him to represent our brigade at this level. Right. Lu Guo nodded his head repeatedly. Don't worry about it either. If you don't pass us, there's no way the top will pass the application. Chen Quan laughed. That's right, you're the brigade commander, and you definitely have to nod your head to request something like ammunition. Lei Cheng took a deep breath and eased his face a bit. A year's worth of ammunition. If he applies for all of it, what can our brigade do this year? He looked at the head of the logistics unit. Go on. Get in touch with the equipment department up there right away and tell them to ignore him. Brigade commander. The head of the logistics unit interrupted him. There's no need for that. It's already been authorized from above. What? Lei Cheng sucked in a breath and grabbed him by the collar. Say that again. You mother asterisk. What? The head of the logistics unit had a bitter face. Didn't Su Chen get rid of our communication vehicle? That's where he sent his application to the higher-ups. And now the entire Southeast knows that he set up an independent battalion to fight the Red Fang. From the command to you are all strongly in favor of it. And he even played the recording of you few talking to the equipment side to listen to it. Hiss. Lei Cheng was so angry that he almost didn't draw over. I've been a soldier for so many years. Lei Cheng was furious. I've seen a lot of pricks. I've never seen such a scoundrel plus a shameless one. Go, follow me to this kid. Lei Cheng yelled. Chen Quan and Lu Guo hurriedly stopped him. Old Lei, don't be impulsive. Can I not be impulsive? Lei Cheng stared at the two of them with tears in his eyes. What are we going to do this year with all the ammunition gone? The whole brigade learn from Wang Juanxia and become running champions? Or are we all going to do farm work and become vice standard bearers? Chen Quan smiled bitterly. If you want to go tomorrow as well. It's dark now. Yes, old Lei, go tomorrow. Let's go together. Lu Guo advised. Lei Cheng sat back with a stifled expression. Doggone Su Chen, I believed in your evil. Tomorrow, I'll have to make you spit everything out for me. Brigadier, why don't we eat first? The staff officer whispered. Lei Cheng glared at him in a bad mood. Eat? You just know how to eat. If I can get the ammo back, I won't eat tomorrow. I won't eat the day after tomorrow. I won't eat for a week. After that, he huffed and puffed and headed inside. At the command headquarters, the door to Wu Weiguo's office was suddenly knocked on. Report, come in. The door opened and a major, about 40 years old, walked in. He turned around and closed the door, coming to Wu Weiguo as if he were a moving mountain. The rigid face was angular, the sharp eyes without a trace of luster, and even when looking at the Tang commander there was no emotion. The commander of the newly formed 3rd Special Task Force Brigade, Yi Shifeng, reports to you. Wu Weiguo smiled as he looked at the Iron Tower-like man. Yi Shifeng, do you remember your senior brother Su Ming? Upon hearing the name Su Ming, a brilliant light instantly emerged from Yi Shifeng's bleak eyes. 2 years ago during the all-military maneuvers, he completely annihilated one of my brigades with a disadvantage of 2 regiments. Yi Shifeng shouted. This shame. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Wu Weiguo nodded. At that time, he even arrogantly said that given a brigade, he could sweep away an army of ours, completely ignoring our southeastern units. Yi Shifeng stared at him with a glaring gaze. Commander, are you asking me to fight Su Ming? Wu Weiguo looked at him and smiled slightly. Chapter 23, Going the Brigadier's Way. Making the Brigadier go nowhere. Let's talk about Su Ming later. Wu Weiguo looked at Yi Shifeng. This time, the one I asked you to deal with is the second oldest member of the Su family. Su Chen, Su Ming's younger brother. Yi Shifeng froze. The Su family's second in command? What level is he? What about him? He was just promoted to Major Deputy Battalion Commander. Wu Weiguo laughed. Formed an independent battalion. Yi Shifeng opened his mouth wide and said only after a long time. Commander, if you think that I am really unsuitable to lead the army, it's fine for you to ask me to take off my uniform. But please don't insult me. I'm at least a dignified brigade commander. and I'm also a new special brigade, with an establishment that's already quite a bit larger than the other brigades. If you ask me to bully a small battalion commander, wouldn't that make me a joke? If I beat him, people will also laugh at me for not daring to trouble an adult, but only daring to find bad luck with a child. I won't do it. Yi Shifeng huffed and turned his head. Wu Weiguo laughed. If it was Lei Cheng who dared to talk to him like this, Wu Weiguo would have already slapped the table and glared. But Yi Shifeng was different. He was a tiger under Wu Weiguo. That's the way it is in the army. Military competence is valued above all else. As long as you're on the same page as your leader and your military strength is still exceptional, you're fine with just being a little naughty once in a while, or even kicking your leader's ass. Little Yi you kid don't look down on people yet. Wu Weiguo laughed. Your old chief, Yao Guangji, looked down on the other 9th Brigade in the last maneuver just like you. As a result, it was this Su Chen who drilled him, resulting in a big defeat. Yi Shifeng turned his head violently, his eyes relighting with a fine light. Leader, the Su Chen you're talking about, is that company commander of the 2nd Company of the 9th Brigade? The young man who captured my old leader alive? Yes, that's him. Wu Weiguo nodded with a smile. He could see that he, the Tiger General, was thoroughly interested. A rare smile appeared on Yi Shifeng's face. Interesting, I said, how did our Southeast produce such a talent? I didn't realize that it was actually Su Ming's younger brother. Interesting, very interesting, Wu Weiguo added. This kid said that his 1 battalion can sweep any brigade in our Southeast. Although he's from our Southeast, we can't see him go on being so wild. So looking for you to educate him on how to behave. It will be good for him in the future. Yi Shifeng laughed. That sounds like something his Su family would say. The older brother is already crazy enough. I didn't expect this younger brother to be crazy to the heavens. Leader, Yi Shifeng gazed at him. I'll take this mission. You're not afraid that people will say you're bullying the small with the big? Wu Weiguo asked with a smirk. Yi Shifeng laughed and shook his head. Who made me and his brother old acquaintances? And he also captured my old leader alive. In public and private. I have to properly educate this junior. Who dares to talk about me? Good. Wu Weiguo slapped his hand on the table. Then this task is yours. 2 months later, you play red and he's blue. Yes. Yi Shifeng saluted hard. Wu Weiguo smilingly stared at him. Remember, once the fight starts, it must be brutal. This kid has a lot of devious ideas. Don't give him a chance to drill a hole and take Yao Guangji's back. Yes. Yi Shifeng nodded. Don't worry, I will be very cruel when dealing with them surnamed Su. Images from 2 years ago came to his mind. There was a twitch in the corner of his eye. He was afraid not to be cruel. If his hands were a little soft, he'd have to fall into the same trap he did 2 years ago. The next morning was sunny with a gentle breeze. However, there was a constant ear-shattering roar coming from the valley, and even the earth was trembling together. Lei Cheng rolled down the window and watched from afar as black smoke rolled in the direction of the valley, his heart already spurting blood furiously. Hear ye, Lei Cheng said with a sobbing voice. Just for a moment, how many shots have been fired here? Su Chen, this loser, no wonder you need to apply for a year's worth of ammo. Fighting like he is, within 3 months, one of his battalions could consume all of our brigade's ammunition for a year. Too damn defeated. Lei Cheng slammed his fist on the seat in anger. Chen Quan and Lu Guo were also incredibly heartbroken. Where would they dare waste ammo like that on a normal day? Su Chen was good. Not only did he hit the ammunition like it was no money, but he also changed places along the way. They chased Su Chen all the way from his camp for dozens of kilometers before finding this place. The barren hills along the way show signs of shelling everywhere. It was conceivable that in just one morning, Su Chen had consumed enough ammunition to last their 9th Brigade a week. Hurry up and drive. Lei Cheng yelled to the driver. If we're late, we'll only be able to go back with shell casings. Yes. The driver blasted off with a kick of the gas. At this moment in the mountains, Su Chen was standing on top of an SUV, holding a walkie-talkie and constantly giving orders. Gun Company 1. What the hell are you doing? 3 rounds in a row. Change places immediately. Speed. Tan 3rd Company. Your mission is not to stop where you are. Immediately after the fight, meander to the right. If this were actual combat, you'd already be targets for the enemy. Move. Step 6 Company. 7 Company. You are not fed? Speed up for me. At the rate you're going, by the time you charge up, the enemy's fire will already be ready for you. Come on. Without advanced equipment, it was impossible to realize modern information warfare, so Su Chen came up with a local method. Although in all aspects then the real sense of information technology combat is much worse, but as long as the use of good, as usual, can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the troops, and, more so than the older units that still utilize traditional cross-push tactics, Su Chen was very confident that this beggar's version of his tactics could definitely finish them off. Battalion Commander. A soldier suddenly ran over. The brigade commander and the others are here. Su Chen turned his head and immediately saw several military vehicles parked in the distance. Lei Chang's several people got out of the car full of anger and jogged over in his direction. Su Chen smiled faintly. From the moment he was ready to empty the ammunition, he had already guessed that Lei Chang would never let him off easily. However, he had also long thought of a countermeasure to get Lei Chang into a bigger pit, going their way, leaving them with no way out. Su Chen shouted toward the intercom. All companies continue to maneuver and take the hill. He then jumped out of the car and ran straight towards Lei Chang and the others. Brigade Commander, I'm now fully confident that I can beat them, no matter what troops they send. Lei Chang just wanted to start cursing. However, when he heard Su Chen's words, he swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Where did you kid get your confidence? Lei Chang asked curiously. Su Chen laughed in his heart. It was really the same as what he thought. What Lei Chang's few people were most concerned about was how to preserve the 9th Brigade. Anything else? That's nothing compared to this. Chen Quan also asked. Little Su, tell us. Su Chen pointed behind him. This is my new tactic. Modular command, modular combat, high-speed maneuvering, and precise targeted strikes. My way has never been seen by any troop. As long as you practice according to me, it's more than enough to get a draw, not to say win against Red. Lei Chang's few people were bluffed and instantly forgot what they came for. Lei Chang smilingly grabbed his hand. Xiao Sua, I have long said that you are the hope of our entire brigade. Quickly specific to us. Chapter 24, you didn't get the stuff back, but you've got another batch? Lei Chang's several people pulled Su Chen towards the side, which made Su Chen's several subordinates all look dumbfounded. Anyone with eyes could see that the brigadier was coming to his door to settle a score. As a result, he didn't even open his mouth, but was instead lulled by Su Chen with a smile on his face. Holy, a soldier swallowed hard. Is this our battalion commander's tactic too? Another soldier nodded vigorously. That's for sure, our battalion commander's tactics. They're everywhere. On the other side, Su Chen was pulled to the corner by Lei Chang and the others, and everyone's face was filled with excitement. It's a top priority that the 9th Brigade will not be abolished. Su Chen waited and poked the tip of their hearts. Little Su, quickly tell me, what kind of tactics are you using? Chen Quan couldn't wait to ask. It looks quite novel. Lu Gui was also looking forward to it. What did I just hear you say? Modularization? Your battalion looks like a module now. Su Chen laughed and poured out all of his long thought out set of words in his head. Leaders, truth be told, this set of tactics of mine is currently unparalleled in the country, and is only practiced by advanced Western armies. Su Chen said in a serious manner. Even the Warzone commander and the others, they are currently only in a learning state. Really? Lu Gui's eyes widened in shock. Leaders only learn? You know how to do that? Chen Quan gave him a blank look. You don't even look at who Xiao Su's father is. Lu Gui was creeped out that Su Chen's old man was the commander. It made sense that he would know. In an instant, the three men's interest immediately lifted. Little Su, don't stop, continue, Lei Chang said eagerly. Su Chen smiled slightly and briefly described the advantages of information-based warfare. The three men were so mesmerized by what they were hearing that they had even fantasized about their troops going up to the heavens and down to the earth and being omnipotent. Su Chen said smilingly, informatized combat is awesome, but isn't it true that we don't have a single unit in the entire army that has practiced it? So, for me to be the first one to dare to eat crabs this time, not only do I have to put in a lot of courage, but I also need a lot of support. He looked at the trio with a bad smile. So this ammo? Lei Chang waved his hand and said with a serious face, Xiao Su, don't say anything, any more words will insult our trust in you. Ha! The few guards standing nearby all stared in shock. What did they hear? Something wrong with your ears? That's not what the Brigadier General said when he came here. He almost wanted to shoot Su Chen. Thank you, Brigadier, for your trust. Su Chen gratefully shook Lei Chang's hand. Lei Chang looked at him with a smile. Xiao Sua, don't think much about the rest. Just get this letter right. Letter. Informationalized combat. Su Chen reminded with a smile. Yes, informationized combat. Lei Chang laughed. This combat concept of yours is too advanced. As long as you can get it right, I'm already certain that the 9th Brigade can definitely stay. Chen Quan and Lu Gui also nodded approvingly. Not bad, Little Su. The brigade commander is right. This tactical idea of yours is really too far ahead of its time, even if your weapons are inferior to the red side. But you were right before. In the end, war relies on the battle between people. We believe in you and are sure to win. Thank you for your trust, leaders, Su Chen said cheerfully. In fact, I took the risk of using the new tactics this time, not only to defeat Red, but also for the sake of our brigade's future considerations. Brush. The gazes of the three all stared straight at Su Chen. Su Chen sighed in his heart. These three people were just too good to be pitched. They were already hooked before he himself had even made a move. Little Su, tell us what you think, Lei Chang asked with a smile. Suchen coughed and said in a serious manner, I envision using this maneuver as a trial. As long as I can fight the other side to a draw, it will prove that my tactics work. When the exercise is over, I'll be sure to promote it to the whole brigade then. The smiles on Lei Cheng's 3 faces grew bigger and bigger. Good, good. Lei Cheng laughed out loud. Little Su, it's worthy of being my most optimistic young man. Ideal, ambitious, promising. You are the future of our 9th Brigade. Chen Quan also smiled and said, Old Lei our thoughts are always the same. I've long said that Little Su is a genius. The guards next to him had been unable to bear to look up at the sky. You can't turn the pages as fast as you can change your faces. Su Chen laughed. 3 leaders, just now you did not say, if I need to help, say, go ahead and say it. Lei Cheng waved his hand in a big belly. Now you just train well and leave the rest to us. Right, Little Su. Don't be psychologically burdened. Lu Guo looked at him seriously. If you have an idea or request, just mention it. The brigade commander will do it for you. Su Chen stifled his laughter and said with a hesitant face, actually, I still need some ammunition. As you guys can see, in order to quickly increase combat power and improve precision striking ability, you need ammunition. No problem. I'll find a way for you. Lei Cheng said cheerfully. Within a week, I'll pull over at least half a year's worth of ammunition for our brigade for you. Thank you, Brigadier. Su Chen nodded excitedly. I still need some communication equipment. As I just said, informatized warfare, in fact, requires an informatized platform so that messages can be transmitted efficiently and quickly. But don't we have one now? So I'm trying to do it the old-fashioned way. Get me more satellite phones. Good. Lei Cheng nodded. I'll get you 100 units. Is that okay? Can. Su Chen nodded excitedly. But Brigadier, I want military grade. Which, hard to get, right? Lei Cheng smiled and pointed at Lu Guo. This kid's old classmate, hardcore buddy is currently in our equipment department. Let him get it, and he'll get it back for you no matter how hard it is. Lu Guo nodded his head. Don't worry Little Su. I'll get it back for you even if I go kowtow to him. Su Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He's pitted these 3, sort of, against each other enough. Not a moment later, Su Chen found an excuse to say that he had to catch up on his training and sent the 3 away. Su Chen returned to the team with a smile on his face, and Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong and the others hurriedly came up. Battalion Commander, the brigade commander didn't give you a hard time, did he? You're not going to be disciplined, are you? Su Chen shrugged his shoulders. What are you guys thinking? I'm such a good person and the brigade commander is so kind. How could he possibly discipline me? Everyone was confused. It shouldn't be. You took a year's worth of ammunition from the entire brigade and he didn't come to ask for it? Su Chen swept a glance at everyone and laughed. I'm so good. How can the brigade commander be willing to discipline me? Not only was he not disciplined, but he promised to get me at least the equivalent of another half year's worth of ammunition for the 9th Brigade, and a whole lot of communications equipment. Everyone's jaws hit the floor in unison. That's a lot of ing bull, isn't it? Lei Cheng didn't get his stuff back, and he took a whole lot of stuff with him? What's going on in that head? Chapter 25. Are you serious? That's a lot of work. In the evening, Wu Weiguo's phone suddenly rang. Wu Weiguo put the report in his hand aside, picked up the phone and said, This is Wu Weiguo. Who is it? Reporting to the commander. I'm Su Chen, commander of the 9th Brigade's Independent Battalion. Su Chen? Wu Weiguo rubbed his head and jumped up. You, how did you call me here? And, how do you have my phone number? Su Chen laughed, reporting to the commander. I checked the headquarters from the communication equipment of the 9th Brigade. So, the corner of Wu Weiguo's eye twitched hard. Not to mention that Su Chen was only a major deputy battalion commander. Even if he was a major division commander, he didn't have the phone number of a commander like him. He wanted to scold Su Chen, but there was no article in the rules and regulations that disallowed subordinates from calling their superiors. What do you kid want? Wu Weiguo growled lowly in anger. Su Chen, here's the deal. I'm requesting that I can be deployed for a month and a half of assault field training along the border mountain ranges. Wu Weiguo frowned. Going to the border area for surprise field training? Which one of your kids' tendons is twitching again? If I remember correctly, you got all the heavy equipment from the 9th Brigade. The border is all mountainous terrain. What are you going to do with this heavy battalion? It's nonsense. Su Chen laughed. Commander, I can make a military order to use a battalion to fight the red side. So I naturally have my own way of training. You are not afraid that I will win, are you? Wu Weiguo was furious and slapped his hand on the table. Can I be afraid of you? Fine. If you want to go practice, then go. Don't blame me for not reminding you when you're delayed. That's your own business. Thank you, Commander, Su Chen said with a smile. Wu Weiguo looked at the phone blankly. What is this kid up to again? He hurried over to the map and looked carefully along the border. There are no mountains, but basically all along the border are mountains. This terrain is best suited for mountain troop training. You're a heavily armored battalion running to a place like this? Wu Weigwa kept shaking his head. This kid, either his head is burnt out or he's holding something bad. Whatever. Wu Weigwa smiled and carried his hands, no matter how he tosses it around. Anyway, 2 months later, that Yi Shifeng kid will make his move. Yi Chengfeng has been holding back for 2 years, just waiting to hit Su Ming. This kid, Su Chen, is in deep trouble this time. Rumble. The roar of the engine crashed through the silence of the mountains. Tank after tank and armored car after armored car raced down the trail toward the border. Behind them, closely followed by a truck towing artillery. Each truck was filled with soldiers, all of them looking at the gradual mountains around them with blank faces and eyes full of curiosity. Where are we? Where are we going? A soldier asked curiously. Why are there mountains all around? Another soldier looked at the position of the sun and said with a shocked face, we seem to be at the border, and only the border has so many mountains. You're kidding. Another soldier glared at him. We're going to be practicing with the red side in 2 months, so why did we come to the border if we're not going to train at this time? There are mountains here. It's not suitable for us to train. One of the former 2nd Company soldiers laughed. All your impossibilities are possible with our battalion commander. Before the Red Command was terminated, they also thought it was impossible for someone to come and terminate them. The crowd was suddenly tense, and a soldier said fearfully, in broad daylight, don't scare people. People scare people, they can scare people to death. Just then, there was a sudden, piercing sound of brakes from the convoy. All the cars made emergency brakes, knocking the soldiers in them sideways. Infantry Company 1, Tank Company 2, take the right side of the hill at once, quick. Hearing the voice coming from the intercom, everyone in the independent battalion was dumbfounded. The 2nd Company commander immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Battalion commander, you've got it wrong, don't you? Our armored vehicles can only climb a 30-degree slope at the maximum. This place is at least 40 degrees. We can't get up there at all. Besides, where are the tanks going up the hill? Su Chen picked up the walkie-talkie and said in a cold voice, if it happens to be a war, your enemy will likewise think the same as you. Then next, he will follow your thoughts and find you easily, and finally annihilate you with more advanced weapons and more troops. The 2nd Company commander was dumbfounded. Su Chen continued, I've already told you that we don't have high-tech equipment or advanced weapons. Then the only way to defeat the enemy is to think against the grain, anticipate their preconceptions in advance and then go off the beaten path. That way we can win the war. The crowd was speechless for a while. You are indeed walking on an unusual road. I have never seen any tank unit climbing a mountain. The 2nd Company commander had a bitter face. What you said is alright, but this mountain, we really can't go up it either. Who says it can't go up? Su Chen yelled. All companies, all soldiers get out of their vehicles and immediately open up 2 roads. Then the trucks tow the artillery up first, then come down to tow the infantry vehicles. The infantry vehicles tow the tanks, and all the soldiers push manfully behind them. I'll give you only 1 hour. You must take the hill. Su Chen's order made everyone dumbfounded, but there was no way to refute it. The truck is powerful enough to climb a 50-degree grade. Infantry vehicles can climb slopes of about 42 degrees. This way one pulls on the other and creates a strong traction. What's not enough is then pushed by manpower. It's scrappy, but then again, it does work. Get off! Wang Hai bitterly jumped out of the car, and the others could only jump down one after another. Soon all the soldiers split into 2 and began to make their way up the hill. Su Chen clasped his hands and stood on the main road with a smile on his face. He knew deep down that in the maneuvers 2 months later, a tough guy would be sent from above to clean him up. To let him win that easily would be to negate the red and blue maneuvers of the past few years. If Su Chen wanted to win, he had to turn the independent battalion into a fierce tiger on the ground. The only way to surprise your opponent is to be unexpected. Half an hour later, all the soldiers were all behind the tanks, pushing upward as hard as they could. On my command, 1, 2, 3, and on 3, push, Zhao Xiaodong yelled. 1, 2, 3, hey yo, 1, 2, 3, hey yo. The tanks moved a little in the direction of the top of the hill with the front pulling and pushing. After another 10 minutes, the entire independent battalion miraculously moved all the way to the top of the hill, a full 100 meters above the ground. Everyone did very well. Su Chen stood on a tank and laughed. If we can drive a tank to the top of a mountain, we're definitely the only ones in the world. The 3rd Company commander panted and shouted, Battalion commander, we have performed a miracle, but it's just a little bit costly. Su Chen laughed. It's fine, our training has a death target. Even if you die of exhaustion, you're still a martyr. On New Year's holidays, relatives will have to come and take the initiative to offer you incense. Crowd, people just want to train well. Does that sound like you're trying to motivate people? All get up. Su Chen clapped his hands hard. As long as you're not dead, keep doing it. This exercise is our last chance. Let those who don't see us as the 9th Brigade all fall down this time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All of them all got up quickly from the ground. Suchin pointed at the distant mountains and forests. Target. 40 kilometers away in Area 279. Advance. Little did he know that an accident would be waiting for him ahead. Chapter 26. I've just called for help. And you're here already? Speed it up. Suchen stood on the violently lurching jeep, gripping the guardrail with a death grip still bouncing up and down, frightening the guards on the side to grab him with a death grip. Speed up again. Suchen yelled at the intercom. At this speed, the enemy will soon be able to lock onto us. The only martial art in the world is fast. 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 Everyone was speechless. They were running wildly up the mountain. Not to mention the fact that there's no road and the terrain is steep. It was currently over 30 kilometers per hour. And several times a tank had almost tumbled down the hill. Crazy crazy crazy. The second company commander sat in his tank highly nervous. Other people racing cars? We are racing tanks. The whole army we are absolutely unique. You drive steadily. Why are you driving like a drunk driver? The car captain bitter face. Company commander. This is a mountain road. Without my 10 years of technology, also cannot drive so stable. For other people would have turned over. You keep quiet and watch the road. The company commander saw the turn in front of him and was so scared that tears came to his eyes. Suchen watched as the convoy managed to cross a treacherous section, and inwardly, he let out a huge sigh of relief. No one in the world can train like this, and the key is that no one dares to do it. The old-fashioned training method, which is infantry doing infantry, and armored units doing armored units. They all show up to train in terrain that belongs to each of them. Troops that have moved into computerized warfare, that's even less likely to be the case. They rely more on advanced technology to do ultra-long range and precision strikes, and there's no way they're going to risk their troops. Suchen trained like this, transcending all combat thinking. No matter what opponent he ran into, he couldn't guess what he was up to, much less find his bearings. Battalion commander. A guard at the side suddenly said, "The communications squad just intercepted a message. From the higher-ups?" Suchen asked without looking back, his eyes still looking at the terrain ahead. It is the commander's ability to command that is most tested when marching in this terrain. The slightest slip-up and you could have a major car wreck. "No, it's a distress message from the forest armed police," the guard replied. "Ha?" Suchen jerked his head around. "What happened?" "Guard, they were on patrol when they happened to come across a force of armed drug dealers. There was a firefight between the two sides, and our side was wounded by 3 and sacrificed 1. The other side left 6 corpses behind and has fled in a southwestern direction. They're asking for backup to round up the gang." Suchen's eyes lit up violently. The militants. It's giving him experience. The best training is never as good as real combat. It's a great opportunity delivered to your door. How many escaped and what weapon configuration? The guard shook his head. Didn't say how many, but at least 50. Said the other side might have bazookas and AKs and all that. And, in the direction they fled, there is a village. The armed police have asked our superiors for help. Suchen had a big smile on his face. There were at least 50 of them. And the ordinary forestry armed police would certainly not be able to deal with them. And the other side has so much firepower that the only way to deal with it is to call in the troops. It's meat on the table. If you don't want it, you're a mallet. He picked up his walkie-talkie and yelled, "2nd Company, turn around immediately and head southwest." The 2nd Company commander was surprised and said, "Battalion commander, the road in the southwest is more difficult to walk." "No, there's no road there. Where's so much nonsense? The road is made by walking on mountains and bridges. Do I need to teach you that?" Suchen yelled. "Execute the order." "Yes." The 2nd Company commander yelled in aggravation. He yelled to the captain, "Do you hear me? Southwest. Turn around." "Company commander," the captain said fearfully, "head southwest. Let's execute the order." The 2nd Company growled, hands gripping the handle tightly. Okay, I got it." Zhao Hongsheng took the phone and said solemnly, "Please rest assured, I will definitely send the best troops to assist." "Thank you, Commander Zhao. We'll wait for your good news." A voice of gratitude came from the other end of the phone. Zhao Hongsheng put down the phone and immediately looked at his secretary. "Immediately notify the Sharp Sword Brigade and send a squadron to assist the police. In addition, mobilize the border guards in the surrounding area and block off all the exits around us. This group of drug dealers must not be allowed to enter our territory, let alone allow them to escape." "Yes." The secretary saluted. "Vice Commander." The secretary hesitated. "We actually have a team in that neighborhood. Should we have them?" "There's still a team?" Zhao Hongsheng froze. "Which troop?" "Secretary, it's the newly formed independent battalion of the 9th Brigade. They've just gone to that area to practice field training." Zhao Hongsheng instantly rolled his eyes. This Su Chen is also really capable. The independent battalion is at least a heavily armored battalion now. He brought the troops to the mountains. What was he thinking? Vice Commander, that still needs. No need, Zhao Hongshang said coldly. They should be inches away themselves by now. What's the point of informing them? Just do what I just said. Yes, the secretary saluted, turned and ran out. Meanwhile, in the thick mountain forest, a police officer was watching in grief as a soldier was being carried away covered with a white cloth, his fists inexplicably clenched. Chief Tong, an armed police lieutenant colonel, flew over to salute. Little Zhang. Tong Lei nodded to him. You've worked hard. Zhang Wei bitterly shook his head. No, we were the ones who let the gang of drug dealers escape. I must take the main responsibility. Tong Lei patted him. Xiao Zhang, don't blame yourself. There was only one squad of warriors on patrol and they ran into 7 or 8 times as many enemies. And the other side also had ferocious firepower. Your fighters have done a marvelous job of delaying them for so long. They are all heroes. Zhang Wei stared at him closely. I've mobilized 3 squadrons to rush in for support, and they'll be here in an hour at most. Leader, I promise you, I will never let one of those sons of ES get away. Tong Lei nodded. I can understand your feelings, but the other side has strong firepower. It's not something you guys can handle. I've just requested the troops to assist. Just leave it to them next. Zhang Wei did not retort because he also knew that it was safest to hand over to the troops in this situation. Their duty is to keep the forests safe from smuggling, illegal border crossings and drug transportation. When it comes to the average criminal, they are more than capable of handling it. But this time we ran into armed drug dealers with heavy weapons. If they continued to let them on, a number of fighters would surely die fearlessly. I agree to hand it over to them. Zhang Wei nodded. But they're not here yet, so I'm afraid it'll take some time before they arrive. So before they come, I suggest, let me lead. Boom! Before Zhang Wei could finish his words, a loud bang suddenly came from not far away. Everyone turned their heads in horror. What was that sound just now? Tong Lei looked toward the source of the sound in surprise. Boom boom boom. Just then, voice after voice came, only to see a tree inexplicably fall with a loud bang, scaring Tong Lei and the others into backing away. Boom! The last big tree fell and a tank appeared in front of them with black smoke. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Wei's jaw dropped. He looked up, then down, and his eyes widened when he was sure this was the mountain. Tank. Nima Kaishan came up? Zhang Wei swallowed hard. What kind of talent did this Nima? At that moment, the tank's hatch opened. Su Chen drilled out from inside and said with a smile, Guys, do you need any help? Zhang Wei looked at Tong Lei in surprise. Leader, you called for reinforcements? Tong Lei was also confused. I just called. Nowadays, the troops come so fast? On call? Chapter 27, don't worry, everything's under my command. Tank after tank drove down the hill like a bulldozer. All the police officers and armed police who saw the scene were all dumbfounded. What kind of troops is this coming? I don't know. I've heard of mountain divisions, just not mountain armored units. Are the troops playing so hard to get now? Tanks and armored vehicles running all over the mountains. Ha! Su Chen looked at Tong Lei and Zhang Wei, who were equally shocked and dumbfounded, and coughed. Both of you, can you hurry up? The two snapped to attention, panicking and smiling awkwardly. Su Chen. Su Chen reminded. Yes, Battalion Commander Su. Tong Lei laughed, then took a look at one of Su Chen's battalions, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. Battalion Commander Su, the establishment of your battalion. It seems a bit. Su Chen laughed. Director Tong, our battalion is a newly formed pilot unit with slightly more people. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. More than 1,000. You call that more? Tong Lei took a deep breath and pointed in the southwest direction. An hour ago, our fighters exchanged fire with the militants right here. They left behind 6 corpses, and a cargo of 12 mules and horses, and all the rest fled in a southwesterly direction. Tong Lei said seriously, there is a village 30 kilometers to the southwest where more than 200 people live. According to our fighters' descriptions, some of those armed men had received militarized training, and a few of them were particularly good shots, and our fighters suffered big losses. Tong Lei stared at Su Chen. Battalion Commander Su, once they enter that village, the consequences will be unimaginable. That's why I'm requesting you to pursue them immediately and make sure to capture them alive. Captured alive? Su Chen looked at him in surprise. I'm sorry Chief Tong, I want to confirm it. Su Chen looked at him. When you run into this kind of militant, shouldn't it normally be dead or alive? Tong Lei nodded. Right, but we have received reliable intelligence that these guys are not just transporting drugs, they are also carrying an important item. You're not required to take all of them alive, but leave at least a few of the leaders alive. Su Chen nodded. Understood. He immediately beckoned. Map. Deputy Battalion Commander Chang immediately brought the map over. The company commanders and backbone of the companies also gathered themselves around. It was clear to everyone that Su Chen was about to give a battle order. The information from the police comrades is that the militants ran in a southwestern direction. Su Chen looked at everyone. But I think it's bull asterisk. They definitely won't run in this direction. Tong Lei, who was listening on the sidelines, almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. The mother asterisk are still here. You're dismissing me in front of me. Do you have any respect? The battalion commander is right. Chang Chang nodded his head and pointed to the map. There are villages in the southwest direction. It looks like they should be going over there. But if we can think of it, so can those drug dealers. If they still go, unless they're out of their minds. Exactly. Wang Hai laughed. If they go over there, aren't they just going to be our targets? Tong Lei's teeth are itching. It's not over yet, is it? You guys can just say I'm in over my head too. Battalion commander. Then where do we chase after them? Zhao Xiaodong asked. Su Chen glanced at the map and finally pointed in the direction of the northwest. This is it. They must have run here. Company 6. Company 7. Present. The two company commanders immediately stepped forward. You guys spread out a big net and chased towards the northwest. Su Chen pointed at the two of them. Your two companies are all the brigade's top infantrymen. Keep your eyes wide open for me, and don't let go of any traces. Once you find a trace, report back immediately. Yes. The two company commanders saluted together. Then he turned and ran. 6th Company. Follow me. All of you from the 7th Company. Move your asses and follow me to catch the bad guys. There was a roar in the woods, followed by a jeep SUV and truck whizzing toward the woods. All the police officers and armed guards looked confused. What kind of soldiers are these? It's too savage to rampage through the mountains. The other companies get ready and leave immediately. Su Chen yelled. Remember, this is actual combat. Once you find the enemy, as I said before, immediately cover them with firepower and leave them no chance. Yes. All the company commanders yelled and immediately ran towards their teams. Tong Lei and Zhang Wei looked at each other, and the two of them were already sweating from fear. What the hell? Fire coverage? It's just to catch some armed men. If you didn't know, you'd think you were at war. Battalion Commander Su. Tong Lei stopped Su Chen with a hand. Su Chen smiled. There is no need to be polite. It's only right to help you guys. If you have to send something, I'm not polite. Condolences can't be more than $500,000. Ah. The corner of Tong Lei's eyes were wildly twitching. Where the hell did this weirdo come from? Ghosts don't want to send you anything. Battalion Commander Su. How did you judge that they definitely went to the northwest? Tong Lei stared at him. You should know that if you judge wrongly, the consequences will be serious. Zhang Wei nodded. Battalion Commander Su. My men will take at least another 50 minutes to arrive. The people mobilized by Chief Tong will also need 40 minutes. I'm counting on you now. If you chase the wrong direction and cause casualties among innocent people, then, Su Chen smiled. Both of you. I am different from you. You guys are thinking from a normal perspective, while I'm playing tactics and have to think in the dirtiest direction. Don't worry guys, everything is under my control. Tong Lei still didn't believe it. Why don't you apply to your superiors and listen to what they think? No need, Su Chen said with a smile. Our superiors especially trust me. Reporting is a waste of time. You guys go back and wait for good news. Let's go. Su Chen waved his hand at them, and said to Tong Lei in particular, Director Tong, don't have too many things for condolences, just almost mean it. This is my principle. Su Chen revealed a big smile, and then he quickly jumped on the car and followed the large force as they rushed towards the northwest. Tong bureaus, Zhang Wei said hesitantly. Why do I feel that this guy is not reliable at all? Tong Lei clenched his fists. You've thought of a peace with me. No, I have to call their superiors. Then hurry up and fight. Zhang Wei laughed bitterly. At least make them send some more others. Not a moment later, Zhao Hongsheng's phone rang. Hey, it's Zhao Hongsheng. Hello Vice Commander Zhao. I'm Tong Lei from the Police Field Command. Oh, little boy. Zhao Hongsheng nodded. Don't worry, I've already sent people to blockade on all sides. Those guys won't be able to escape. Also, our Sharp Sword Special Brigade is rushing over. Tong Lei got excited. Great, with Sharp Sword around, it's definitely stable. However, can you give an order to let Battalion Commander Su not be so reckless? I'm not doubting his ability. I just think his ideas are a little too arbitrary. Wait, Zhao Hongsheng asked in surprise. What Battalion Commander Su? Tong Lei, it's a battalion commander named Su Chen. Sent by you. Su Chen? Zhao Hongsheng snapped to his feet. I didn't send him. How was he there? Chapter 28, chasing us with tanks? As for that, leader, don't be angry either. Tong Lei said. Battalion Commander Su has gone in the northwest direction, 2 directions from what we predicted. I reckon that it's impossible for him to meet that gang. Tong Lei laughed. As long as your people come over in time there will be no problem. Those drug dealers will definitely not be able to run away. Good, good. I understand the situation. Zhao Hongxing nodded his head. Director Tong, please inform me in time. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Hongxing angry slap on the table. This Su Chen is not nonsense? Driving the heavy armor battalion to the mountains, without orders from the higher-ups and going to arrest drug dealers privately. Does he have any discipline at all? What? The secretary's eyes widened in shock. Drive the heavy armor battalion into the mountains? Leader, if a tank falls into the ravine here, with our current equipment, we can't even rescue it. The corner of Zhao Hongxing's eyes twitched viciously. Or else we'd say he's fooling around. You go, contact the 9th Brigade for me immediately. Zhao Hongxing roared. The person is from their 9th Brigade. Tell Lei Cheng to call Su Chen back immediately. If anything happens, I'll hold him responsible. Yes. A few minutes later, Lei Cheng's face was ashen and he jumped up in a mischievous manner. Secretary Kong, you're not kidding me, right? Lei Cheng said incredulously. Getting tanks and cannons into the mountains? You must be joking with me. Where would Su Chen have that ability? Secretary Kong, Brigadier Lei, do I look like I have time to joke with you? Really? Lei Cheng's eyes widened in horror. Of course. Secretary Kong nodded. Not only is he in the mountains now, but he's also gone to help the police capture the suspect privately without authorization from the command. Secretary Kong lowered his voice. Brigadier Lei, think about it. Is the terrain along that part of the border accessible to tanks? If one of them falls into a ravine, how can you rescue it? If there are casualties, you'll be responsible? I don't. I'm not responsible. Lei Cheng's head shook into a rattle. What a joke. People sit at home, but trouble comes from the sky. He didn't do anything. Why should he be held responsible? That won't do. Secretary Kong said seriously. Vice Commander Zhao is giving you a chance. Hurry up and call the troops back. Otherwise when the time comes and something really goes wrong, you, the brigade commander, will be the first to run away. Go. Hey. Thanks Secretary Kong. Lei Cheng hung up the phone and immediately ran towards the outside. Old Lu. Old Chen. Hurry up and bring people with me. Chen Quan and Lu Guo curiously came out of the office. Old Lei, what's with the wind and fire? Where are you going? Lei Cheng glared at the two of them anxiously. The biggest mistake I did in my life was trusting that little thing Su Chen. Go, follow me to catch Su Chen. Otherwise, we'll all be killed by him. The road was getting more and more treacherous in the thick mountains. The tanks could no longer make the road alone. The infantry had to take the lead in scouting out the terrain before the three armored companies could pass in turn. Because the terrain was so complicated and rugged, the speed of the entire team slowed down by almost half. Su Chen knew that this could not be helped. On this kind of sloping and bumpy road, if he kept driving fast, there is a high probability of serious consequences in the form of car wrecks. After all, it's not really combat and there's no need to fight for time. He just had to train his troops to fight in any terrain. There was no need to be so desperate, and naturally safety came first. Battalion Commander. The scout's voice suddenly came over the intercom. Su Chen hurriedly picked it up. This is Su Chen. What's the situation? Lu Company Commander Luo Xian smiled and said, it's really for you to guess correctly. We found quite a few footprints in the northwest direction. Human ones and mule and horse ones. And judging by the depth of the mule and horse's footprints, they should be carrying a large weight cargo. Battalion Commander. You're too good too. The voice of the 7th Company Commander also came through. Su Chen laughed. I've only shown a little bit of my awesomeness. That's just where it's at. It's your good fortune to be able to follow such a handsome and smart battalion commander like me. Learn well in the future. 2 company commanders. They've seen immodesty, but they've never seen such shamelessness. How can you brag about yourself like that? 6th Company. 7th Company. Su Chen said in a cold voice. You guys keep moving. Leave markers along the way. The large force will soon follow. Yes. Attention all companies. Su Chen continued. From now on, let's go as fast as we can. Don't visualize them as drug dealers. For us, they are the enemy. What do you say? Can we let the enemy get away? Can't. The company platoon commanders responded loudly. Good. Su Chen smiled. Full speed ahead. I'll lead you to kill the enemy. Kill. Everyone roared. An hour later, the escaped drug dealers were sprawled on the ground among the thick mountain forest. About 500 meters from them, there were 7 or 8 others. One of them looked back and then sat on his ass. Viper, you're also too careful. One of the henchmen gasped and said, you're making a sound move. I don't think the Dragon Kingdom's military police will be able to see it, so don't worry about it. Another henchman laughed. Viper, I'm really convinced of your trick, deliberately leaving so many footprints in the southwest direction, and then our large group heading northwest. Those people from the Dragon Kingdom just couldn't think of us being in the northwest direction even if they thought about it. They're chasing us toward the southwest, and they won't see us even if they chase us to the ends of the earth. A few of the others laughed out loud. Viper spat. One must be careful when dealing with the dragons. Besides, we've already lost a little bit of goods. The rest must not slip up again. Otherwise, how can we explain to the boss when we go back? One of the henchmen said disdainfully. This road is a bit far to go around, but I can be sure that the dragon countryside will not be able to think of it, and we will be able to. Safely. Suddenly, his voice came to an abrupt halt and he shook his head incredulously. What's wrong? Viper asked curiously. The henchman rubbed his eyes, then pointed at the distance in shock. Look, that thing. Is it a tank? What the hell are you babbling about? Viper was happy. This place, how can there be a tank? That doesn't even drive. As soon as he turned his head, he immediately fell to the ground in fear, his entire body shivering. Only in the distance, tanks really did appear, and there was more than one, and the direction in which they were traveling was exactly towards their own side. I go. Viper wiped the sweat from his forehead in horror. Chasing us, actually bringing the tanks in, as far as that goes? Chapter 29, Catching People with Cannons. Su-Chen is crazy. Viper was already sweating with impatience as he watched a tank closing in on his brigade. He just couldn't figure out how in the world so many tanks and armored vehicles got here. But at the moment it was too late to think about that, because if he didn't leave, he would be found out later as well. Damn, can't save them. Viper slammed his fist on the ground. Retreat! Withdraw! The others all stared at him in shock. Viper, are you kidding? You don't want the goods? If we lose this much cargo, the boss will kill us even if we go back. Viper's gaze swept over everyone icily. In this situation now, going to inform them is the same as exposing us. At that time, everyone will have to die together. Everyone was silent. Now anyone who wasn't blind could see that their large group was definitely not going to get away. Don't hesitate. Viper patted his chest. The most important cargo this time is still with me. As long as this thing is still here, we will be considered to have accomplished our mission. Retreat! He slowly crawled towards the back, and the others didn't hesitate any longer, following him as he quickly disappeared into the woods. They hadn't gotten very far when the drug dealers resting in the distance also realized something was wrong. It's a tank. A drug dealer jumped straight up in fear. The others jumped up in fear, but when they saw all the tanks and armored vehicles below them, they slumped back down in collective terror. All of them were instantly all young. All of them were stared into grandchildren. Where did these tanks come from? These are off-road tanks that specialize in climbing mountains? A leader asked in horror. The other leader looked around and exasperatedly shouted. Where is Viper? This guy? We are surrounded. Why didn't he warn us? The Viper. We've definitely been sold by this kid. A drug dealer despairingly yelled low. He just used us as bait and ran away himself. We've been abandoned by him. His whole family. The drug dealer leader almost cried in anger. He's just carrying a couple of broken guns to transport flour, which is fine against ordinary armed police. But there were tanks all around him, and he was scared, and he missed his mom especially at the moment. Just then, Su-Chen's voice came from below. Those men up there, I see you all. Drop your weapons right now. Hold your heads and get your asses down here. You have 1 minute or I will open fire. On the side, Wang Hai whispered. Battalion commander, we're not completely surrounded yet. Su-Chen glared at him. Is it a large force up there? Do they have heavy weapons? We have so many tanks and cannons, but we have to surround ourselves to deal with a few drug dealers. Don't you mind the shame? Wang Hai scratched his head and laughed dryly. Seems like it too. Su-Chen turned around and waved his hand with force. All the tanks immediately turned their guns in a knowing manner, and all of them were aimed at where the drug dealers were. Have the police been notified? Su-Chen asked. Wang Hai immediately nodded his head. They've been notified. They're on their way over. Su-Chen laughed. When they rush over, there will be nothing for them. He picked up the loudspeaker and continued to yell. 30 seconds to go. Hearing Su-Chen's words, all the drug dealers were trembling at the moment. Chief Yon, what do we do now? One of his men asked shakily. Why don't we surrender? Surrender? The leader glared at everyone. Do you know the laws of the Dragon Kingdom? We're transporting so much flour. If we're caught, we'll definitely be shot. Surrendering is a death. Another drug dealer said in horror. But, if we get shot, at least we'll have a whole body. If they open fire, our moms won't even recognize us. That's right, I don't want to die without a body. Then I won't even have a chance to be a human being in my next life. Seeing his men wimp out, the ringleader gritted his teeth and smacked a few people in the mouth. Calm down, all of you. The leader yelled down. You guys think tanks can just fire like guns? Those shells are expensive. They won't open fire just for a few dozen of our rotten lives. They're just scaring us. Really? A glimmer of hope appeared in everyone's eyes. Of course it's true, the leader said in a cold voice. Moreover, we ran into the people from the Dragon Kingdom by chance. It's impossible for them to send someone so quickly, much less a tank. My guess is that the tanks are just passing through training and rushing up the hill to get us. He sneered. If I'm right, They don't even have live ammunition. They're simply scaring us. Really? That's great. A group of people were filled with smiles of excitement. The corner of the leader's mouth twitched. He wasn't actually sure. But you can only fight it now. It's better than being caught and shot. Everyone spread out. The leader said coldly, "Don't want the goods. All of you run towards the border. Whether we can live or not depends on God's arrangement. Go!" At his command, all the drug dealers immediately jumped up from the ground. Someone whipped the mules and horses so hard that they ran around in fear. The others took advantage of the chaos to run wildly in the direction of the border. Su Chen stood on the armored car and watched from afar, then helplessly spread his hands towards everyone. "Get started. What are you waiting for? Fight!" The next second, more than 20 tanks opened fire simultaneously. Boom boom boom. A shell roared out of the cannon, and the loud sound of the cannon resounded through the mountains. The fleeing poison flippers instinctively trembled when they heard this horrible sound, but before they had time to be afraid, a shell had fallen from the sky. Boom boom boom. In a flash, the narrow mountain forest was ablaze. The bomb exploded and set off a terrifying shockwave, destroying and putting down everything within a 50-meter radius. Dozens of drug dealers only felt a wave of heat hit them, and in the next second they were torn into pieces. Dismembered limbs mixed with blood were blown everywhere. The leader of the drug dealers was so scared that he fell to the ground, and several human tissues fell in the air all over him, making him scream in fear. Nuts! Nuts ah! Not just arresting a drug dealer. Why the indiscriminate bombing? Do you take it as a war? I surrender. Surrendered. Don't blow up. Can't I stop running? 10 minutes later, Tong Lei and Zhang Wei arrived at the scene with a large number of military police. But wait until they see the darkened woods that have been blown up and the corpses all over the ground that are no longer in shape. Many of them bent straight down and vomited furiously. Director Tong. Su Chen smiled as he walked over and saluted. Mission accomplished. Successfully intercepted all the drug dealers. Not a single one got away. Tong Lei glared at him with a pale face. Battalion Commander Su. This is catching drug dealers, not fighting a war. Who told you to bomb indiscriminately? I'm trying to catch people alive. You're blowing people up and leaving bodies for me. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Xiaodong escorted 6 drug dealers who were on the verge of insanity over to him. Tong Lei and the others instantly froze. These people are tough. They can survive this kind of bombardment? Life is too tenacious. Here, alive. Su Chen laughed. You can always rest assured that our troops are doing their job. Just then, several drug dealers suddenly rushed towards Tong Lei's side. Just as the uniformed men were about to shoot, the men suddenly dropped to their collective knees. Leader, please take us away. Don't leave us with these maniacs. They're perverts, arresting people with cannons. Take us away quickly. The corner of Tong Lei's mouth twitched hard. In all his years in the business, it was the first time he'd seen a drug dealer asked to be arrested. One can only imagine the terrible mental destruction they have suffered. Chief, a henchman ran over, frowning. The numbers aren't right. Chapter 30, this is tactics. Don't interrupt if you don't understand. A few minutes later, a squad of about 20 men came into the woods. Holy, what happened here? A strong man looked at the forest that was blown to rubble in surprise. Didn't we say we were arresting drug dealers? Why is it like a war? Holy, tanks. Another member of the team was shocked and pointed at the independent battalion not far away. How did they drive up here? Everyone in the squad had their mouths open in shock. At one point everyone looked around to make sure this was a mountainous area, not flat land. Comrade Sharpshooter? A police officer asked as he approached. A major at the head nodded. Southeast Sharp Sword. My name is Hidden Stinger. I was ordered to lead a team here to assist in arresting the drug dealers. The police officer smiled. You're too late. Battalion Commander Su has already eliminated all the drug dealers. Battalion Commander Su? Cryptic Thorn frowned, his eyes looking toward the independent battalion not far away. The police officer coughed. Leader, our chief and battalion commander Su are over there. Do you want to go over? Hidden Stinger nodded and immediately led the group over. Sure you don't know where to run. Tong Lei coldly looked at the drug dealer leader. Now is your last chance to get credit. Don't be obsessive. The leader nodded bitterly. Leader, those abandoned us all. I can't wait for them to die together. How can I lie to you? If I knew where they were, I'd make sure to show you the way. Tong Lei frowned and looked at Su Chen. Battalion Commander Su, where do you think they should be? Su Chen was just about to speak when Hidden Stinger's voice suddenly rang out. Director Tong, Southeast Sharp Sword, ordered to come for support. Su Chen was surprised to see that a group of well-equipped soldiers were standing not far away. The hidden thorn at the head was quite stout, and his face was as if it was cut with a knife and axe, full of three-dimensionality. Southeast Sharp Sword, from the Special Brigade. Su Chen looked them up and down. This was the strongest infantry unit in the southeastern theater, claiming that it could enter the sky and the sea. There was no mission they couldn't complete, no enemy they couldn't take out. In the entire southeast, It was an awesome and bombastic existence. Captain Hidden Stinger, it's great that you guys are here. Tong Lei shook hands warmly. Hidden Thorn looked at Su Chen, then said to Tong Lei, I'm sorry Director Tong. We're late. Not too late. Not too late, Tong Lei said anxiously, although Battalion Commander Su had most of the drug dealers to be caught. However, the most important ones got away. You're here just in time to help us search for them. Hidden Stinger's eyes lit up. If they made a trip for nothing, then they would lose a lot of face this time for Sharp Sword. Good, we'll take care of the rest. Cryptic Stinger saluted. I'll make sure we get them all back. Not a single one of them will escape. Tong Lei nodded his head vigorously. Good, good. With your help, I'm relieved. Hidden Thorn immediately waved his hand. Everyone follow me. Slow down. The people of Sharp Sword all stopped instantly and looked at Su Chen in unison. Battalion Commander Su, right? Hidden Stinger said with an expression on his face. You guys have done a good enough job, but professional things should be left to the professionals. There's nothing more for you guys to do. Go back and get some rest. He turned around and was about to leave, but Su Chen laughed. This Major, I understand your feelings of wanting to capture someone for credit, but you'd have to know where to catch them, too. Tong Lei also froze. Yeah, Captain Hidden Stinger, do you know where to go to arrest someone? Hidden Thorn turned around, his gaze looking straight at Su Chen. When we came here, we had already discovered that at least 7 to 8,000 people were searching in a 40-kilometer radius, combined with your indiscriminate shelling with artillery. Those drug dealers, who are just average people, must be scared less. At a time like this, they'll just run towards the border and try to get away from us. Does that even need much thought? Tong Lei's face instantly became ugly. Captain Hidden Stinger, we absolutely cannot let them leave the country. That one called Viper has important goods on him. Moreover, they have the blood of our warriors on their hands. Hidden Stinger nodded at him. Director Tong, please don't worry. They definitely won't be able to escape with our sharp swords out. By the way, I hope you'll cooperate and order your comrades who are searching around the area to shrink the perimeter so I can find them more easily. Good. Tong Lei nodded his head vigorously. I will immediately. Su Chen sighed at this time. Director Tong, if you listen to him, not only are you wasting manpower and resources, but the person will definitely not be caught. Battalion Commander Su. Cryptic Stinger looked at him coldly. I've put up with you for a long time. You've been fooling around enough. And now you're telling us what to do with our sharp swords. Is it your specialty or ours? All of Sharp Sword's men looked at Su Chen coldly, their eyes filled with a murderous aura. Su Chen, however, was full of concern. The commander's aura didn't even scare him, so these guys stepped aside. He looked at Tong Lei. Director Tong, if it weren't for me, you guys wouldn't know where you're spinning at this moment. Right. Tong Lei nodded. Thanks to Battalion Commander Su this time. Then do you believe me or him? Su Chen stared at him. But I've even captured the military commander alive. All of Southeast knows about it. If you don't believe me, ask him. Tong Lei's mouth opened wide in shock. Really? You even captured the military commander alive? He immediately looked to Hidden Stinger. The corner of Hidden Thorn's mouth twitched as Su Chen captured Yao Guangji alive and led the 9th Brigade to such a beautiful victory. The Sharp Sword Special Brigade had long studied the relevant videos, and Hidden Stinger naturally knew that. It was true, and he could only nod helplessly. Holy, Tong Lei laughed. Battalion Commander Su, it was all because I was blind before. No wonder you're so powerful. So you're a genius. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. Then do you trust me? Believe, definitely believe. Tong Lei nodded his head vigorously. Director Tong, Cryptic Thorn shouted indignantly. This mission was given to us. Tong Lei smiled and waved his hand at him. He's a genius. We should all trust him. Don't be naughty. Listen to Battalion Commander Su. Hidden Stinger was so angry that he almost didn't spit out blood, and all of Sharpshooter's people also clenched their fists in indignation. Battalion Commander Su, speak quickly, Tong Lei said excitedly. We'll listen to you on what to do next. Su Chen glanced triumphantly at Hidden Thorn. This is a task he has taken on, and if you want to steal it from him, you have to have the strength to do so. Su Chen coughed and said, this group is very smart. They've clearly made a sound to distract us, but even then, they split into 2 groups. Lure us with the larger group, and the rest can maneuver around. Cunning indeed. Zhang Wei poo-pooed. Hidden Stinger rolled his eyes. That's it? He could think of that too. Su Chen continued. Since their large group is surrounded by us, they are actually in little danger. Whether their men were completely wiped out or captured, their whereabouts are unknown, and our inertia must be that they lost their large group and were so scared that they must have fled out of the country. Hidden Thorn's old face flushed. Wasn't that a ING point? Su Chen looked at Tong Lei. At this time, they just need to find a place to hide. Later, when it gets dark, They just need to fish in troubled waters to infiltrate out of our encirclement, then continue their mission without God realizing it, and we, chasing them for the rest of our lives. Nonsense. Hidden Stinger snorted coldly. Where would they have the guts to do that? And it's impossible for them to have that kind of strength. A group of drug dealers is just a group of drug dealers. You think they're special forces, and infiltrated our encirclement. The people of Sharp Sword all scoffed, full of disbelief. Su Chen sneered. Once it's dark, the line of sight is already weak. We are searching for more people, and more than half of them are militia. At that time, the main direction we were chasing was along the border, and everyone must have let their guard down. Is it hard for those drug dealers to fish in troubled waters? I'm thinking tactically, so don't interrupt if you don't understand. Hidden Thorn's lungs hurt from being angry, but Su Chen's words couldn't be refuted. It's really possible. Tong Lei frowned. If they infiltrate it, the consequences would be unimaginable. He looked at Su Chen. Battalion Commander Su. Thanks to you. So what's next? Su Chen laughed. It's very simple. Chapter 31, No Way Out. Dog jumps over the wall. Su Chen leaned into Tong Lei's ear and said, if I guessed correctly, those guys have changed their outfit, and are even similar to our militia. Relying on this outfit, they went in the opposite direction towards Zhao Village. As long as they can blend into Zhao Village and hide, they will naturally be able to get out of danger in a couple days. Tong Lei nodded with an incredibly ugly face. If what Su Chen said came true, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only are the people of Zhao Village in danger, but the goods on those drug dealers may also flow into the Dragon Kingdom. What then? Tong Lei anxiously looked at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, good idea. Let's make it a trick. Let them think that we haven't found them and continue searching forward. But in fact, we encircle the area of Zhao Village and close them in before they enter the village. Su Chen told him the plan and the gloom on Tong Lei's face dissipated. Good. Let's do it. Tong Lei nodded excitedly. Su Chen said, according to the time projection, those drug dealers should have already run to the vicinity of Zhao Village. There's no time to lose. Director Tong, please give the order immediately. We can also rush over there just in time. Tong Lei nodded his head vigorously. Okay, I'll give the order right away. Slow down. Cryptic Thorn frowned as he walked over. Commissioner Tong. Tong Lei hurriedly waved his hand. Captain Hidden Stinger. The situation is urgent now. I don't have time to listen to anything more from you. You hurry up and bring people to get ready. He didn't even give Hidden Thorn a chance to speak, and directly pushed him away to order. Notify everyone to spread out immediately, and surround the area around Zhao Village. Send someone to Zhao Village. Inform the people to evacuate. Be quick and also stealthy. The ignored Hidden Stinger clenched his fists in anger. It was always the others who begged for their sword help. It was the first time he'd encountered one that didn't take their rapiers seriously at all. Captain Hidden Stab. Su Chen walked over smilingly at this time. Later, you guys follow me. Su Chen patted him. Hidden Stinger glared at him in exasperation. Battalion Commander Su. You probably haven't figured out what we sharp swords do, have you? You're a conventional Class A unit. We're a special Class A unit, and we're above you in terms of rank. Want me to listen to you? You listen to me more like. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders. Don't get excited? If you don't listen, but later on when you find someone, you guys must not get in the way. Su Chen smiled cheerfully at him, then waved his hand. The whole battalion departs. Yes. Looking at Su Chen's back, Hidden Thorn was trembling with anger. This guy, just as wild as the rumors. Wild beyond bounds. Captain, a member of Sharp Sword's team said in a cold voice, really follow him? Are you out of your mind? Cryptic Stinger glared at him without any good reason. We are the Sharp Swords, the only special force in the Southeast. In Southeast, we are the boss. Follow me, Hidden Stinger said in a cold voice. Today, let these guys see what is meant by special forces. Seeing that he was still chasing in Su Chen's direction, the group of henchmen rolled their collective eyes. After all that, you still don't believe Su Chen's words. The sky gradually darkened, and a large area of darkness descended from the sky, enveloping the entire mountain forest. Viper poked his head out of a bush quietly, just in time to see a patrol heading off into the distance. Brother, how many patrols have we encountered? A henchman asked in a low voice. 9th branch. Viper looked around warily. Another henchman said excitedly, that should be about right. Right? It's the 9th branch. They shouldn't have that many people searching for them. Viper nodded. All of their people should be heading towards the border there. This patrol showed up 20 minutes later than the others, which means they really don't have anyone left. Brother, you're still great. Several drug dealers gave a thumbs up. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we'd be in the netherworld with Lao San and the others right now. Viper smiled. Brothers, as long as we escape this calamity, glory and riches are waiting for us. Go, Into the village. The crowd rose from the ground and ran after the Viper towards the village. Seeing that the village was just ahead, two lights suddenly shone through the darkness. What for? Viper and the others had a moment of weakness, not realizing that there would be patrols here. Viper forced himself to calm down and smiled. We're a patrol too. We're all on our own. One of our own? The man with the flashlight snorted coldly. He was none other than a soldier under Su Chen. Everyone is searching towards the border. You're the only ones heading back. One of your own. Talk about it. A dangerous aura instantly appeared in Viper's eyes. He had sensed that he was exposed. Asterisk them. Viper jerked his gun up, but he hadn't pulled the trigger yet. Not far away, Su Chen, who was watching all of this, smiled coldly. Fire. In a flash, the warriors who were ambushed at the entrance of the village, specifically waiting for Viper and the others to come, all lifted their camouflage. Squad light machine gun, 81 bar. Hundreds of guns all fired. The bullets swept in like a storm. The Viper's pupils dilated in an instant, slumping towards the ground almost subconsciously after sensing the danger. But the men who followed him were not so lucky. The storm of bullets had reduced them to a hornet's nest in a matter of moments. You were. Viper looked around, his eyes filled with madness. Are you guys still human? Just against a few of us. Do you need to use such heavy firepower? It's too brutal. At the same time, Tong Lei and Hidden Stinger and the others arrived at the scene. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded at the sight of the drug dealer killed outside the village. Hidden Thorn hesitantly looked Su Chun up and down. I didn't expect that I'd really be hoodwinked right by this kid. The damn drug dealers are still really going this way. Tong Lei was incredibly excited at the moment and shouted to Su Chen, Battalion Commander Su, stop fighting and order the firing. I want one more alive. Don't kill them all. Su Chen nodded. Okay, now. Boom boom. Just then, too loud, deafening sounds suddenly came from the entrance of the village. Everyone turned their heads to see the fire. A silhouette flickered past the firelight and rushed furiously towards the village. Battalion Commander. A voice suddenly came over the intercom. The drug dealer detonated a bomb and we didn't stop him. And he seems to have a lot of bombs on him. Oh no, Tong Lei anxiously shouted. There are still old people in the village who haven't evacuated. If this guy, I'll go. Without saying a word, Hidden Stinger chased after him with his gun. Su Chen's brows were also tightly furrowed. They are soldiers, and guarding the security of the country and its people is their top priority. If the Viper is allowed to enter the village and detonate the bomb, then everyone present today bears an unshirkable responsibility. One Hai, Zhao Xiaodong. Su Chen grabbed the walkie-talkie and yelled, left and right pincer tactics. Follow me into the village. Yes. Chapter 32, The Soldier, always standing on the ground. Knock. Viper knocked over a crate like a lost dog. After rolling on the ground a few times, he jumped up again as if he were a mad dog. There's no escape. I'm going to die with you. If you won't let me live, I won't let you live. Bang! There was a sudden gunshot in the darkness, and Viper felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, followed by his entire body being sent flying. In the distance, Cryptic Stinger said in a cold voice with his sniper rifle, this guy has a bomb on him. Grab him and try to hit the limbs. Yes. Sharp Sword's special forces immediately rushed up. Viper had risen from the ground by now, looking at the bloody wound on his shoulder. He still hadn't given up struggling. Suddenly, he heard the sound of something falling from the house next to him. Viper's face instantly transmits ecstasy. Someone. Ha ha ha. I'll see who can kill me today. Like a wounded beast, he ran headlong straight into the house. The two old men in the house were startled, and the little girl hiding in their arms screamed outright. Ha ha ha. 3 people. Viper's eyes were filled with madness. I'm sure I'll make a profit even if I die this time. Bang! Another bullet exploded. It was originally aimed at the Viper's head, but a pot on the wall blocked the bullet. The Viper was so frightened that it immediately rushed towards the 3 people. The distant Hidden Stinger, seeing that the fatal shot missed, shouted anxiously, strong attack. Must ensure the safety of the people. Quick! Don't anyone come over. Viper simply rolled to the feet of the 3 people, then grabbed the little girl and blocked her. Anyone who dares to come over again, I'll detonate the bomb and die with them. The sharpshooters who had just rushed to the door immediately all stopped. They all vaguely saw the explosives on the Viper. If this detonates, the 3 people in the room will definitely not survive. Back off. All of you. Viper laughed wildly. All of you. Back off. Back off. Cryptic Thorn ordered helplessly. Stabilize him emotionally first. The soldiers of Sharpshooter didn't hesitate and stepped back. The miserable cries of the girl and the pleas for mercy of the 2 old men came from the house, and were accompanied by the rampant laughter of the Viper. The soldiers of the Sharpshooter were gripping their weapons tightly, looking for the best chance to strike. Prepare my car and get me out of here. Viper shouted arrogantly. I'll only give you 2 minutes, or I'll die with them. Just then, Su Chen rushed to the courtyard with his men. Battalion Commander Su, don't mess around. A soldier from sharpshooter blocked him. That drug dealer is holding hostages, and he has a bomb on him. Su Chen glanced inside, then asked in a cold voice, does he have a gun? The sharpshooter froze, then shook his head. Well, there doesn't seem to be. Then how many times are you guys going to back off? Su Chen glared at him without any good humor. Ha! The sharpshooter's man clearly didn't react. Su Chen didn't talk nonsense to him and directly made a tactical gesture to Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong. Before Sharp Swords people realized what was going on, Su Chen unexpectedly rushed in ahead of them. At the same time, Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong also led their men to rush straight in from both sides. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All of the people from Sharp Sword were dumbfounded. Hard? What's going on? Hidden Stinger watched from a distance. Who let them rush in? Report, it was Battalion Commander Su himself who wanted to rush in. Sharpshooter's soldier grimaced bitterly. I didn't stop it. Before Cryptic Thorn could ask more questions, the room was in chaos. The Viper was on the head of Delight and was hiding behind the people as a whole. His mind was on dodging bullets, but he didn't realize that someone had actually rushed right in with a tiger. By the time he heard the ringing sound and looked out, Su Chen had already arrived in front of him and was grabbing his big hand directly towards the child in his arms. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Viper got scared and backed away. How did you get in here? I have. On me. There's Nima. Su Chen grabbed the child while punching at Viper's face. Bang! Viper was hit with a wild spray of blood from his nose and fell to the ground along with the two old men. Knock knock. Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong had already rushed in with their men by now. Viper's face was filled with frenzied rage. You want me to die, don't you? I'll die with you all. Ah! He pulled out the fuse straight away, and a wisp of white smoke immediately rose. The two old men had been scared silly. Having lived for so long, where had they ever seen such a battle? Quick, carry it out. Su Chen yelled. Yes. Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong acted as if they didn't see the bomb strapped to Viper, grabbing him by the arms and legs and carrying him up. The other soldiers also swarmed up and directly lifted the white smoking Viper above their heads, then flew towards the outside. The sword members who were just about to come in were all scared and backed away when they saw the scene. Hidden Stinger also gave a start and almost didn't go over the wall to avoid it. Viper is even more incomparable humiliation. I still have a bomb on my body. You do not respect me, but also to honor the death. Put me down. Here, throw it in. Su Chen yelled, pointing at the cesspool. Without saying a word, Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong directly threw his entire body over, and then immediately lay down for cover. Don't. Whoa, boom. The Viper slammed solidly into the cesspool, his mouth gurgling and not knowing what he was saying. After a full minute, Su Chen raised his head from behind a low wall. Not far away, the cesspool is still there, while from it comes a shout. Help! Help! It stinks! Su Chen smiled and stood up. The fuse should be damp and won't detonate. Captain Hidden Stinger, we don't know how to disarm a bomb. I'll leave the rest to you. Hidden Thorn had looked completely dumbfounded. He's also just been on many rescue missions, but for the first time in his life, he had seen one who saved people like Su Chen did. And it worked. Pure hard work. Hidden Stinger swallowed hard. Compared to Su Chen like this, the hostage rescue plans they had learned were simply weak. Obviously the most brutal and simple way to make it work. Suddenly, he reacted and directly rushed to Su Chen and roared. Surname Su, what were you doing just now? Do you realize how dangerous it was just now? Hidden Stinger pointed at his nose and roared. If that guy had detonated, you, and your men, would all be dead. It doesn't matter if you die, but those soldiers of yours, are you responsible? Su Chen looked at him and opened his mouth just to speak. At that moment, two old men rushed out of the house. And I. Seeing the girl in Su Chen's arms safe and sound, the two cried tears of joy. Hugging the girl, he then plopped down and knelt in front of Su Chen. Comrade, thank you for saving the child. Su Chen hurriedly helped them up. Old man, don't be polite to me. We are the people's sons and daughters. Even if the sky collapses, we will always be at the front in the first place. Quickly get up. This is all what we should do. On the sidelines, Hidden Stinger froze. He felt that Su Chen's words also seemed like he was speaking to himself. The people's sons and daughters. The people's guards. Hidden Stinger silently glanced at the uniform on his body. He suddenly remembered the oath he had taken. To put on this uniform, he would dedicate his youth and life. Even if the sky falls, soldiers will always be on the front line, top of the sky, and the ground. Chapter 33 Reckless? It's called a soldier's honor. Su Chen was pacifying the two old men when a large group of people rushed into the village at that moment. Little Su, are you alright? Lei Chang pushed through the crowd and rushed over first. Su Chen froze. Brigadier? Why are you here? Lei Chang glared at him. As your leader, I can't come to such a big event. Quickly say, is there anything wrong? No one is hurt, right? Lei Chang said while circling around Su Chen twice. Su Chen smiled, reporting to the brigade commander. Our independent battalion had no casualties and managed to rescue the hostages and protect the people's property. Good, good. Lei Chang looked at him, then at Wang Hai and the others, smiling from ear to ear. Old Chen, old Lu, what did I say? Lei Chang smugly laughed loudly. There is nothing that can't be solved when Xiao Su comes out. Oops, we are late. Didn't see his wonderful performance, ah, ha ha ha. The corners of Lu Guo and Shen Quan's mouths twitched viciously. That's not what you said 5 minutes ago. Clearly you wanted to tie Su Chen back up. They feel that Lei Chang has also changed. Before how thunderous a person, ah. Now this change of face speed, how so fast it? Tong Lei said smilingly. Brigadier Lei, the soldiers you brought out are really remarkable. In all the years I've been in the profession, it's the first time I've seen a rescue like Battalion Commander Su's. Not only is he quick, but he is also not afraid of sacrifice. Terrific, terrific. Tong Lei gave a thumbs up. Even the Sharp Sword Special Brigade isn't as good as you guys. Lei Chang smugly laughed. Which is not. Tong Director overpraised. This is our normal performance. Ha ha ha. The corners of the eyes of the people from Hidden Thorn and Sharp Sword twitched, but they didn't have anything to say in rebuttal. All of today's arrests were made by people led by Su Chen, and Sharpshooter was like taking a day trip. Moreover, that last one was the only one Su Chen dared to lead. In his place, even if he were to do it again right now, he probably wouldn't go that far. Director Tong, Su Chen said, the man is still in the cesspool. There's a bomb on him. It's dangerous. It's best to disarm it first. Tong Lei slapped his hand on his head. Right, why did I forget about him? Captain Hidden Stinger, please, hurry up and get the man out and remove the bomb. The corner of Hidden Stinger's mouth jerked hard, saving people they didn't save. Instead they went to the cesspool to fish for people. But right now it's a job only they can do. Hidden Stinger nodded helplessly and could only lead the men to the cesspool to fish for the viper. Su Chen saluted Tong Lei. Director Tong, I'll leave the rest to you. Tong Lei froze. Battalion Commander Su, you are. Su Chen smiled. We were in the middle of training and happened to receive your call for help and came over. Now that it's over, we have to continue training. Tong Lei's whole body is stupid. After doing such a big thing, you mother asterisk 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 or actually think about training? Shouldn't this be the time to go back and wait for a merit-based commendation? Su Chen didn't say anything more and saluted Lei Chang and the others again. Then he led his team to prepare to leave. Now he had to fight every second to get more time to train and have a better chance in 2 months. Uncle! Su Chen froze and turned to look, only to see the little girl running towards him. Su Chen smiled faintly and squatted down to touch her head. What's wrong? The little girl suddenly hugged him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Uncle. When I grow up, I want to be just like Uncle. Su Chen froze, looking at the little girl's clear but resolute gaze. A smile appeared on his face. To be recognized by the people, they, the soldiers, are worth whatever they do. Good. Su Chen stroked her head, then led the people away without looking back. The old people in the village who hadn't withdrawn all stood out and kept watching Su Chen completely disappear into the darkness. Tong Lei let out a long sigh, then saluted hard at Su Chen's back of them. All the officers also raised their chests and saluted solemnly to the darkness. Brigadier Lei, thank you, Tong Lei exclaimed. It's because of you soldiers who carry the weight of the Dragon Kingdom that the people can live a carefree life. Lei Chang's face was full of pride. Having been a soldier for so many years, today was his proudest and most proud day. In the dark jungle, the soldiers of the independent battalion chattered excitedly as they walked. Today we are really handsome, especially Wang and Zhao. What did you think at that time? Really not afraid to die? Wang Hai smiled and touched his head. To be honest, I didn't really think that much at that time. The battalion commander had rushed up, so of course I had to go. Zhao Xiaodong laughed. Now think about it, or a little bit of fear. If the bomb, but seeing the eyes of the people looking at us, it's all worth it. Battalion commander, it's still you who's fierce. Everyone didn't expect that you would actually charge straight up. The crowd looked at Su Chen adoringly. In that situation, even Sharp Sword's men retreated, but Su Chen rushed up to him without any hesitation. This bravery has convinced everyone. Su Chen smiled faintly. Alright, less patting Laozi's ass. Don't forget that we are the people's sons and daughters. We also came from the common people. When we put on this uniform, we have a mission and responsibility. All the pain we usually suffer has a meaning. Everyone nodded silently. The reason why the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were strong was because of a strong belief. This belief has been passed down from decades ago to today and can overcome anything. Cut the crap. Su Chen took the walkie-talkie and shouted. All battalions, continue to depart. Before dawn, we must arrive at 479 Heights. Yes, everyone exuberantly shouted. At the Southeast Command, Zhao Hongshang and Sword Brigadier Kai Qian spoke with dry mouths. Commander, Kai Qian said angrily, it's not that I'm red-eyed, it's really because that Su Chen is too much of a fool. People have bombs strapped to their bodies, and there are 3 hostages. He actually rushed inside without caring about anything. That's too reckless, whether something happened to them or to the hostages. This is a serious incident. I suggest that he should be properly criticized. Zhao Hongshang also nodded. Commander, I think Xiao Kai is right. Su Chen acted without authorization, and although he succeeded, I think he's a traitor. Luck. In case. Wu Weigui interrupted him with a smile. Old Zhao, do you also think Su Chen is Meng? Then what else? Zhao Hongshang looked surprised. Wu Weigui laughed. I rather think that he is courageous and resourceful. Zhao Hongshang and Kai Qian were instantly confused. This is brutal, and it's got guts? Wu Weigui said indifferently. Although I wasn't at the scene, but listening to your analysis, I can imagine that Su Chen just seized the drug dealer's psychology at that time, thinking that we didn't dare to attack strongly, so he did the opposite. Although it was a gamble, as long as you act fast and are brave enough, the chances of success are high. Wu Weigui laughed. This, perhaps, is his tactic. Zhao Hongshang and Kai Qian were speechless. This could all be related to tactics? Don't you guys be unconvinced yet, Wu Weigui said. At that time, there was no room for thinking. He was brave enough to rush forward, and managed to save the hostages and control the drug dealers. An ordinary person can do that? At least Sharp Sword doesn't have the guts. Kai Qian's old face turned red and he wanted to defend himself, but he had nothing to say. After all, at the time, his men really didn't dare to go on and were backing up. Zhao Hongshang looked at Wu Weigui. Old Wu, you mean, not disciplining Su Chen? Wu Weigui smiled. Not only will he not be disciplined, but he, and his men, will be awarded merit. He said solemnly, you think this is recklessness, but in my opinion, this is the nature of a soldier. No matter what the danger, you dare to stand up to it. Zhao Hongshang nodded helplessly. Alright, then do as you wish. However, a glare flashed in Wu Weigui's eyes. This matter can't end just like that either. Chapter 34 Two Big Brothers Fighting in Secret. When Wu Weigui finished speaking, Zhao Hongshang's mouth opened wide in shock. Old Wu, are you serious? Wu Weigui nodded with a smile. Xiao Su is performing so well, we definitely can't treat him poorly. Doesn't he like actual combat? Then we must give him some leverage. Zhao Hongshang's face looked like a smile, and he gave a thumbs up to Wu Weigui. Old Wu. Old Wu, you are really taking care of this junior. He will surely thank you properly. Wu Weigui laughed. Since you're so distressed about him, forget it. Count, how can it be counted? Zhao Hongshang's eyes glared. This kid is too crazy now. He must be made to know that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, or else he'll still be able to do it in the future. I'll arrange it right away. Don't worry about it. After saying that, he immediately beckoned to Kai Qian, and the two of them fled as if they had left the office. Wu Weigui smiled and walked to the window. Little Su. This time I'll teach you one thing. Strength. Never expose it so quickly or you'll be wiped out at a fixed point. I'm also doing this for your own good. Don't ever blame me. 2 days later, Jia Peng, the temporary instructor of the independent battalion, suddenly ran to Su Chen. Battalion commander, there's good news and there's bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Su Chen tilted his head and poured a mouthful of water. Old Jia, you're a big man now. Why are you so motherly? Speak directly. Jia Peng smiled awkwardly. In these few days, Su Chen had already established absolute prestige in the independent battalion. Up to him, the instructor, down to the ordinary soldier, now to Su Chen that are admired to the ground. Su Chen had already conquered everyone with his tactics and bravery. Jia Peng laughed. Then I'll start with the bad news. The higher-ups severely criticized you for this hostage rescue, because you acted without authorization and also put the soldiers in the most dangerous situation. You, the battalion commander, bear the main responsibility. Say the result directly, Su Chen said impatiently. Jia Peng laughed. As it turns out, you'll be given a warning penalty. I thought it was a big deal. Say good news. Su Chen was full of concern. A warning sanction may be a big deal for others because it is about promotion and appointment, but Su Chen didn't care at all. He had risen fast enough, and he was sure of himself after fighting the next maneuver. Even if he didn't want to be promoted, he had to be, so a disciplinary action, he doesn't give a damn about. The good news is, Jia Peng said excitedly, because this time we successfully assisted the police in intercepting the drug dealers and also rescued the hostages. That's why the higher-ups have given our independent battalion a first-class collective merit once. In addition, there are 2 slots for first-class merit, plus 6 slots for second-class merit. The higher-ups said it's up to you to decide who to give them to. The corner of Su Chen's mouth hooked up a smile. First-class merit is definitely a rare thing. In the peace era it is to pay the price of life in exchange. If Viper hadn't pulled the bomb during this hostage rescue, there's no way the top would have given first-class honors. Su Chen thought for a moment and then said, don't hand out the military honors for now, but you can reveal it to the entire battalion. I'll send it out when the maneuvers are over. Japan froze. It's going to drag on that long? But he only hesitated for a moment and immediately read Su Chen's intentions from his eyes. Jia Pang laughed bitterly. Battalion commander, you're trying to whet their appetites and get them to go all out to deal with the maneuvers, aren't you? Su Chen smiled and nodded. People, they always need a little motivation. Jia Pang gave a thumbs up. This big cake of yours, drawn big and round, the key is still edible. I am really convinced you. Su Chen patted him. Also, don't forget what I explained to you. This is very important for our next maneuvers. Whether or not the 9th Brigade can be saved, you play a very crucial role. Jia Peng's face instantly lit up. Me? Am I that important? Of course. Su Chen laughed. The whole battalion is full of combat officers and soldiers, and you're the only one who's in politics. Do you think I don't have a great use for leaving you alone? Jia Peng nodded his head vigorously. Thank you for the battalion commander's trust. This matter, I will definitely finish it beautifully. Good, good. Su Chen's face was filled with a bad smile. Time rushes by, and 2 months pass in a flash. That morning, the Southeastern Command was filled with cars. Not only the southeast of the local division-level cadres above all over to observe the exercise, even the neighboring war zones and even the military department sent people to observe. Dad, isn't this too much of a bully? Yao Na huffed and shoved the drill statement in Yao Guangji's hand. They might as well have tied Su Chen's hands and feet up and then just blitzed him with a machine gun. Yao Guangji looked at the statement, then said with a smile, Yo, why are you suddenly concerned about him? Before you came, didn't you still say that you had to let him receive a good lesson? Why? Did you change your face so quickly? Yao Na blushed and defended. This person Su Chen is indeed crazy and should be taught a lesson. But this maneuver is also too much. This is not a lesson. It's obviously a punishment. Or the kind of punishment of pressing on the ground. Isn't this making him lose face in public? Yao Guangji hummed. I see. It's not a bad thing. That kid is bad. And he didn't make me lose face last time. Alright, you don't have to fight. Yao Guangji pulled her forward. That kid is ghostly. Don't look at the maneuvers against him. But that kid has more ghostly ideas than the stars in the sky. He won't lose that badly. Yao Na looked back, her face filled with worry. For Su Chen, it was fine for her to bully, but for someone else to do so, she would definitely not agree. You guys better go easy on him. If you make him look too bad, then I'll make sure to make your Southeast especially humiliated in the next national maneuvers. Yao Na snorted coldly. Meanwhile, in Wu Weiguo's office, Su Zhou with a group of people were sitting on the sofa, and everyone was likewise looking at the maneuver statements. Wu Weiguo smiled and served a cup of tea to Su Zhou. Old Suwa, come and taste this year's new tea. Su Zhou put down his statement. It's almost the new year. Where did the new tea come from? Wu Weiguo laughed. There's nothing newer than it anyway, so it must be new tea. Su Zhou looked at this shameless old comrade in arms and sneered. Old Wu, this is called a maneuver that your kid is running? I've long heard that your blue army in the southeast used to be a target. Now, you are making my son an even bigger moving target, right? You won't stop until you break him. Wu Weiguo quickly waved his hand. Old Su, what you said. Xiao Chen is also my junior. I love him very much. Bump! Su Zhou slapped his hand on the table. Have you got such a love for your special mother? A brigade to fight him not to mention, but also equipped with 2 special operations squads, and there is also air-ground coordinated combat? Is this a fair fight? Wu Weiguo immediately got serious. Old Su, if you say that, I won't agree. The reason I made this arrangement was entirely at Su Chen's own request, but he said that our forefathers were able to defeat powerful enemies because they possessed a will of steel and a spirit that defied death. He wants to pass it down, so I'll let him try it out, with modern weapons and modern combat. Will that thing he said still be useful? Wu Weiguo spread his hands with an aggrieved face. I'm doing this purely for the sake of teaching my children. How can you blame me? Before Su Zhou came, he expected what a pisser Wu Weiguo was. He smiled coldly and stood up directly. Alright old Wu, you can't fight your old man and start fighting my son. You're really something. After saying that, he led the people towards the outside. Wu Weiguo shouted smilingly behind him. Old Su, go straight to the director's department. We'll start right away. After leaving the gate, a subordinate said, this Commander Wu is really too much. This kind of maneuver arrangement is to pit Xiao Chen to death. Another subordinate nodded. Yes Commander, something has to be done. This maneuver Xiao Chen is bound to lose. We can't take him with us. Su Zhou coldly grunted. What kind of virtue Wu Weiguo has? I can think of it with my eyes closed. He's doing this to prevent me from taking Xiao Chen away. However, he has Zhang Liang's plan, but I have a ladder over the wall. Su Zhou laughed. I've long guessed that he'd do this, so if Xiao Chen loses this time, I'll be able to take him away instead. Everyone's eyes lit up. Commander, you're really saving for a rainy day. Su Zhou laughed. Let's go. Let's go to the director's department first. I also want to see how little Chen can still perform in this situation. Chapter 35 The Strongest Tactic, Fooling Even Yourself into Believing It's Real. A shrill siren rang through the sky, and a vehicle from the director's office drove into the camp at that moment. Where are the men? A major jumped out of his car and looked blankly at the empty camp. Another lieutenant colonel's mouth dropped open in dumbfounded disbelief. Holy, they don't know about today's drill, do they? Just then the major saw someone not far away and immediately ran wildly over to him. Hey, that soldier, the major shouted, pointing to the guard on patrol. Where are all the men from the independent battalion? The guard immediately stopped and saluted, reporting to the chief. I don't know. No? The major glared at him in dismay. Aren't you from here? I am. The guard nodded. Then how come you don't know where the brigade went? The major was furious. The guards laughed bitterly, reporting to the leader. We have a rotation. This week is our platoon's rotation, so we only care about the patrols and nothing else. But I saw the brigade there yesterday, and this morning it's gone. The major was so angry that he almost had high blood pressure, seeing as the maneuvers had already begun, only to have the independent battalion disappear. What's the point of acting next? Hurry up and contact the directorate. The independent battalion is missing. The major turned and yelled at the lieutenant colonel. A few moments later, inside the director's department, the commander-in-chief, Zhao Hongshang, immediately ran to Wu Weiguo's side after receiving the call. Commander! He saluted at Wu Weiguo and Su Zhu and the others, then whispered in Wu Weiguo's ear. Just now, the people from the directorate went to supervise the independent battalion, only to find that their camp was empty, with no one in it except the guards. Ha! Wu Weiguo looked at him in surprise. People, where are they? I don't know. Zhao Hongsheng shook his head, asked the guards. They're not sure either. They just said that they woke up in the morning and the person was gone. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Weiguo snorted coldly. With so many big living people gone, can the guards not know? I think it was Su Chen who did it on purpose. Zhao Hongsheng glanced at Su Zhi next to him, then inquired in a low voice. So, is there still a competition next? Compare. Of course, Wu Weiguo said in a cold voice. Without the blues, are we still not going to start dinner? You go tell Yi Shifeng. Tell him to find Su Chen in the shortest possible time and wipe them all out. Tell him that Su Chen's old man is watching from the director's department. He wants to snowball. This is the best chance. Understood. Zhao Hongsheng nodded and immediately went to convey the order. Old Wu. Su Zhi sipped his tea at this time and asked, what's wrong? Can't find Xiao Chen's team? How could it be? Wu Weiguo laughed. This time, the red side is a synthesized brigade fitted with brand new equipment. It's more than enough to find one battalion of Su Chen. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. We'll soon be able to find him and destroy him. Su Zhi nodded with a smile. Then you can't be careless, or else you'll suffer a big loss when the time comes. Just like old Yao Guangji, who was not far away, immediately had an iron face. He didn't say a word here. How can he get shot? Just as the director's office was looking around for the blues, in the jungle next to the train station, Su Chen quietly poked his head out, eyes staring straight ahead at the train station. Battalion commander. Japing slowly leaned over. As soon as Su Chen saw him, his eyes widened. Why haven't you left yet? Didn't I tell you to hurry up and go on an errand? Jia Peng bitterly. After following you for 2 months, I finally understand why you left me alone as a political cadre. But this thing to do is not too lack of morality. Su Chen pointed at him. Jia Peng, 2 months with me, what did I say the most? Soldiers can't be too deceitful. Jia Peng blurted out. Hey, that's not right. Su Chen smiled and patted his face. Soldiers are never deceitful. If everything is done according to common sense, how else can our friendly forces progress? Make sure to let them know that the hearts of men are treacherous, and that by doing this, you're helping them in a way that's beyond sacred. In the future, on the battlefield, if they save their lives because of this, they will surely thank you. Jia Peng laughed bitterly. But they'll greet my ancestors now. Cut the crap and go. Su Chen pointed at him. I'm telling you, you must complete the mission. Understand? Yes. Jia Peng reluctantly saluted. Battalion commander, there's a train coming, Wang Hai suddenly said. Su Chen immediately turned his head. A freight train was slowly driving into the station. Although it was covered with a shed and it was hard to see what was loaded, but from the silhouette, Su Chen could tell at a glance that this train was loaded with tanks. At least 2 armored battalions. Zhao Xiaodong said. Battalion commander, are we going to attack? Strike what? Su Chen gave him a blank look. They are all tanks. If our infantry rush over there, we won't even be enough to serve as snacks for them. Zhao Xiaodong rubbed his head. Battalion commander, what the hell were you thinking? Let's get out early before the exercise and then send all the armored units to the mountains again. Now what can we do with all this infantry? The surrounding people also all looked at Su Chen in puzzlement. They'd been training specially for 2 months, and everyone was already familiar with the tactics. But after taking over the maneuvers just started, Suchin broke all the tactics that had been rehearsed in the past 2 months. Separating the infantry from the heavies for action confused everyone. Suchen slapped Zhao Xiaodong on the head. You don't really think that our one battalion can really fight against a brigade of others, do you? Zhao Xiaodong looked at him in surprise. Battalion commander, I really believe it. The others shouted. Battalion commander, we believe it too. Suchen helplessly rolled his eyes. It seems that these guys are quite thoroughly brainwashed by themselves on weekdays. Very good. Suchen smiled. If you want to fool your enemy, you first have to fool yourself. If you even believe in yourself, the enemy can definitely be fooled. Your training these past 2 months hasn't been wasted. You're qualified. Suchan gave them a thumbs up. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. And Wang Hai asked curiously. No, battalion commander. You mean, our training for these 2 months is simply useless and we're lying to ourselves? Suchen glared at him. How can you say it's pressurized and useless? At least let the enemy believe that we're going to surround them in the mountains. Then isn't it still useless? Wang Hai almost cried out. And the others were no better. Hell, they've had a hell of a couple months. Every day, you open your eyes to the ravine, and you close your eyes to the ravine. Getting up early in the morning and staying out late in the evening. Almost every inch of the border has been covered. Now that the maneuvers were done, Suchen told them that the past 2 months had actually been useless. Battalion commander, you're too unkind to even lie to your own people. Zhao Xiaodong was full of grievances. Suchen coughed twice and laughed awkwardly. Like I said, a soldier is never too deceitful. Although we don't have to use the tactics that we trained in the past 2 months, I can assure you all of our next battles are inseparable from our past 2 months. Please believe me, I never lie to people. Everyone had just sparked some hope, but when they heard his last sentence, they immediately stared at him in unison. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. I promise, this time, I definitely didn't lie to you guys. Chapter 36, Your grandpa will always be your grandpa. A train loaded with heavy equipment sped by on the quiet tracks. In one carriage, Yi Shifeng was carefully looking at the battle map of a 300-kilometer radius. I say, Brigadier Yi, you've been resting there for an hour. Have you come up with anything yet? Opposite Yi Shifeng, a middle schooler in camouflage uniform was crossing his legs and getting high on melon seeds, his face full of leisure. Yi Shifeng said without lifting his head, the directorate hasn't found out where the blues are so far. I have to determine their position before all the large forces are assembled. It's you guys instead. Yi Shifeng raised his head and said with sharp eyes, Squadron Xia, what's the delay here with me if you sharp swords don't go to the blues ahead of time? But the commander has said that we should use the shortest time possible to beautifully eliminate the blue army. Time, right now, is the most precious. Xia Jia looked at him with a smile. Brigadier Yi, you are just looking too high on them. More than a month ago, Commander Wu already informed us to study this blue army properly. As for my men, they also met up with them in a mission. So, it's not difficult at all to find them. My people, they are already on their way there. Yi Shifeng stared at him in surprise. You already know where the blues are hiding? I don't know. Xia Jia laughed. Yi Shifeng almost didn't spit out blood. I wonder where you sent people to rush to. Xia Jia sat up straight. Then his finger drew a circle along the border of the map. For the past 2 months, the Blue Army commander, Su Chen, has been drilling mountain ravines with his troops. He wants to turn a heavily armored battalion into a mountain battalion, wanting to rely on the mountains along this border to stall and fight us slowly. They've been practicing hard for 2 months, and now they've suddenly disappeared. Where else could they be? Shaggy tapped the map hard. There's nowhere else but in this area. Yi Shifeng's gaze fell along the mountainous region and frowned slightly. I've also studied the Blue Army's training over the past 2 months, but I always feel that something's not right. Old Yi don't think too much. Xia Jia laughed. My men have gone ahead to scout around the mountainous area, while also sending drones to scout in both directions. As long as we find them, my men will use assault tactics to delay them. At that time, your large force will rush over at full speed, and you'll be able to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Xia Jia's fist slammed heavily on the map. So, it's useless for you to think much now. It's better to mobilize all the troops as soon as possible. Yi Shifeng thought about it and was right. Sharp Sword's gang was engaged in infiltration operations. Having them help was so much better than even him sending out airplanes to scout. Good. Yi Shifeng nodded. Then I'll wait for your good news. Xia Jia continued to cross his legs and get high. That battalion commander, Su Chen, made a fool of himself on the last mission and caused our Sharp Sword to lose face. So don't worry, we won't need you to order us. We'll greet him properly and teach him to behave. The train station is crowded at the moment. Red is straining to get an armored car off the train. Su Chen counted from afar. 32, 33, 41, 42. I'll go. It's really 2 machine infantry battalions. Wang Hai scratched his head. Battalion commander, will it work on the instructor's side? we've already used this plan once. Yes, Zhao Xiaodong said, learning from our mistakes. This time Red will surely study the failure of the last time. Maybe they won't fall for it. Su Chen smiled faintly, that depends on the acting skills of the folks. Don't worry, we've been getting along well with the neighboring folks in these 2 months. In addition to training this favor, they will definitely do a good job of helping. Just then, Jia Peng's voice suddenly came over the intercom. Battalion Commander, we've already departed. Good. Su Chen laughed. As soon as you get it, signal immediately. Understood. Su Chen looked at everyone with a smirk. Prepare to watch the show. The crowd looked at each other. A trace of worry appeared on everyone's face. There was always a feeling that there was something wrong with the plan this time. Before long, a tractor arrived in front of the train station. Jia Peng blended in with the crowd wearing a casual outfit and nodded to an old man. Master Ma, I'm counting on you. Ma Biao smiled and nodded, then waved his hand forcefully. Folks, follow me. The guards at the station were a bit overwhelmed when they suddenly saw a large group of people coming over. Quickly, report to the deputy chief. A squad leader shouted. Yes, a guard immediately flew towards the station. Folks, this is now a military restricted area. The duty squad leader stepped forward and shouted. Idle people are not allowed to approach. Please understand. Ma Biao cheerfully walked over. This comrade, we are the villagers in this neighborhood. When we heard that the troops came, we rushed over to offer our condolences. All the guards looked at each other with a bad smile on their faces. The squad leader looked at Ma Biao cheerfully. I say, you guys are the blues, right? Ma Biao pretended to freeze. What blues? What does it mean? Stop pretending. The squad leader grunted coldly. The last exercise. You guys were the ones who pretended to be condolences and took out the red side's command. You guys still want to play such an old trick? Think we're little cuties. As soon as he finished speaking, all the guards immediately raised their guns. Ma Biao frowned. I say, this little comrade, have you misunderstood? We're really here to offer our condolences. Still pretending. The squad leader grunted coldly. We've learned the lessons of our last failure before the drill started. You guys actually sent us to the door. You're really looking for death. But the makeup is quite decent this time, the squad leader said, directly going to pull Ma Biao's beard. Ma Biao was bent over by the yank and wailed in pain. What are you doing? Let go. The squad leader was startled, looking at a few whiskers in his hand, full of consternation. Really, Ma Biao yelled in anger. We came here sincerely to offer our condolences. What are you, a little comrade, up to? Yeah, what are you doing? Why are you so bullying? Are you our troops? That's too much. How old is old Ma? And you're still tugging on his beard. For a moment, all the people were in a group, so scared that the squad leader stepped back. What's wrong? Just then, a lieutenant colonel rushed over with a large group of men. Before the squad leader could say anything, Ma Biao had already shouted angrily. This leader, you've come at the right time. Judge me. He took the lieutenant colonel by the hand and said in an aggrieved voice, our village, some time ago, drug dealers came and took our whole family hostage. It was our people's sons and daughters who fought to save us. He hugged the little girl next to him. Otherwise, my granddaughter and I and my old partner would have been blown up by then. Our whole family, including the whole village, is grateful to our troops. So, when we heard that a troop was coming, we thought we'd come to offer our condolences. Ma Biao exasperatedly pointed at the squad leader, but he is good. Said we are some kind of blue army pretending to be, but also pulled my beard. Look at my beard. I've been raising it for 30 years. Give me a handful of it. The squad leader said with an aggrieved face. Deputy Chief. Shut up. The lieutenant colonel glared at him. Is this how you treat the people? Have you forgotten that you're a soldier of the people? The squad leader said with aggravation. But when I came, I didn't have a meeting to strictly prevent the Blue Army from pretending to be the people to sympathize. And I also. And you say. Shut up. The lieutenant colonel hated to slap him. Jia Peng saw that the situation was about right and disliked Ma Biao with his hand. Ma Biao immediately understood and said with righteous indignation, we came to send condolences, but also send out a problem, right? Now you don't believe us? Well. He turned around and yelled, folks, take off all your clothes and show them that we're the common people. Or we're just pretending. Well, show them. It's infuriating. Everyone was immediately ready to undress, and Ma Biao was the first to take off his cotton jacket and throw it on the ground. The lieutenant colonel was startled, rushed up to pick it up, accompanied with a smile and said, folks, it's all a misunderstanding. Everyone don't take it off. The weather is cold. Don't freeze. Ma Biao was unforgiving. If I don't prove my innocence, we'll all be bad guys. Leader, you let me take off. The lieutenant colonel smiled bitterly and grasped his hand with a death grip. Old folks, you really can't take it off. I believe you guys. I really believe you guys. It was all a misunderstanding just now. he turned around and yelled, "What are you waiting for? Help the old folks pick up their clothes, quick!" Yes. A group of soldiers immediately rushed out and picked up all the clothes on the ground. The military and the people are one family. The colonel knew that if he continued to take it off, he would have to be disciplined when he got back. In the distance, the people of the independent battalion all looked at this scene dumbfounded. Holy, it actually worked. Suchen smiled and said, "Your grandpa will always be your grandpa. Never underestimate the power of the common people. Don't all freeze," Suchen said coldly. Prepare for battle. Chapter 37. Young man, you actually guessed it right. Master, please spare me. I really didn't mean it. The squad leader clutched Ma Biao's hand in death, tears streaming down his face. If you take it off again, I'll have to take off my uniform and go home. The lieutenant colonel also hurriedly said to Ma Biao, "Master, this kid really didn't do it on purpose. I can assure you." Jia Peng hid in the crowd and figured it was almost time, so he poked Ma Biao again. Ma Biao, who had been making a scene a second ago, instantly loosened his grip at this moment. "All right lad, I believe you." Ma Biao looked at the squad leader and said in a serious tone, "It shouldn't be intentional to be able to wear these clothes." The squad leader wept with joy and saluted Ma Biao in a hurry. "Thank you Moncler Outlet Online for understanding." "Thank you." The lieutenant colonel laughed and personally helped Ma Biao put his clothes back on. "Ah, Grand Master, what a misunderstanding. You don't know. Some time ago when we were maneuvering, our opponents were dressed up as the people and then attacked us. So we learned our lesson to prevent anything like that from happening again. That's not why there was a misunderstanding." Ma Biao rolled his eyes at him. "Which one of us has not dealt with land all our lives? Do we look like we're pretending?" The lieutenant colonel quickly waved his hands. "No, that's definitely not it. The young people's eyesight is not good, so they misunderstood. If I had come earlier, there definitely wouldn't have been such a misunderstanding." Jia Peng saw that Ma Biao was pulling a little too far, and immediately covered his mouth and coughed. He knew that by this time, Su Chen must have surrounded him with 5 companies of troops. It's a race to the bottom, and there's absolutely no time to waste. Ma Biao coughed. "This leader. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's fine if it's resolved. Can you let us console the soldiers now?" The lieutenant colonel smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm sorry, my lord, we're on a mission and time doesn't permit." Ma Biao said with disgust, "How much time can I delay you? Look, we young and old heard that the troops are coming and brought goodies from home in big bags. We've been walking for over half an hour to get here." The lieutenant colonel said helplessly, "Grandpa, I understand what you said, but we do have a mission and can't delay. We appreciate your feelings. Besides, our troops have rules that we can't accept things from the common people, so if I did, I would be making a mistake. Please be understanding." "Moncler," the lieutenant colonel smiled and patted Ma Biao's hand. Ma Biao was at a loss for words. To put it bluntly, he is a mountain man, just so eloquent, all because of Jia Peng's teaching, but Japing hadn't taught him how to cope now. Seeing that Ma Biao was about to look over, Jia Peng gritted his teeth and immediately shouted, "Chief, your troops saved Uncle Ma's entire family, as well as the elderly in our village. We've come to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. If you don't accept it, all of our hearts are given a chill. Don't you think so?" Ma Biao immediately came in the spirit. "Yes, leader, if you don't accept it, our folks' hearts will freeze up." "Yes leader, you can't let our hearts freeze." Jia Peng's head was full of black lines as he listened. What the hell is freezing up a mother ************** local dialect? The lieutenant colonel was full of helplessness, and his eyes glanced at his watch from time to time. Yi Shifeng gave him a death order. All must be assembled within an hour. Otherwise, it would interfere with the troops behind them coming into the train station. Yi Chengfeng's synthetic brigade was almost entirely heavily armored, and long-distance transportation had to rely on railroads. Therefore, the railroad should never be occupied. "Sub-commander, the townspeople are too enthusiastic," a captain whispered. "If you refuse, if you turn back, if the top pursues the blame." "Yes deputy chief, they're here to return the favor. Although we didn't save them, we're also wearing uniforms, so we can't chill the hearts of the people at this time. Why don't you ask the brigadier general and see what he says?" Listening to his men's advice, the lieutenant colonel took a deep breath. "There's no need to report to the brigade commander. What are we doing if we have to report on such a trivial matter?" He smiled faintly at Ma Biao. "Master, we do have a mission, so let's forget about the condolences. Moreover, I can't take your things. If we really take them, we are making a mistake. Look at it this way, I'll let the soldiers salute you, so it's considered a condolence. Is that all that's needed?" Ma Piao hesitated again, not knowing how to answer. "Drink water." Jia Peng's voice suddenly came. Ma Biao's eyes lit up. Yeah, how could he have forgotten about that? Before he came, Jia Peng had reminded him several times that if he didn't eat, then he should drink water. Leader, Ma Biao said solemnly, we're not ungrateful brats who don't know what's good for us. What you said is reasonable. I agree. The colonel was relieved, but not before he spoke. Ma Biao added, let's not bother the warriors to come and salute, making it look like they're giving us a funeral. In this way, you have traveled a long way and must be thirsty. We've brought water. Let the warriors have a sip and we'll be satisfied. The little girl then whispered, Uncle, drink some water. We brought a mountain spring. It's sweet. The lieutenant colonel stroked the little girl's head and said to Ma Biao with a smile, Master, if I refuse again, then I'll be deliberately looking for trouble. Good. Ma Biao laughed. Folks, get the water. The crowd immediately moved, and Japing came over to the water wheel and sprinkled in all the medicine that had been prepared long ago. The lieutenant colonel's side also began to get the troops to assemble and come over as a company for water. The love between the military and the people is an old tradition of the Dragon Kingdom forces. The troops have strict rules about not taking a single needle or thread from the masses, but water is still drinkable. And that's the bottom line. Drink up. In the forest in the distance, Wang Hai said excitedly, Battalion Commander. They're drinking. Su Chen laughed and looked at his watch. 10 minutes at most. The ones prepared for them this time are all powerful laxatives. Battalion Commander, you have a lot of bad water in your stomach. Zhao Xiaodong laughed. Su Chen slapped him on the head. What do you mean by bad water? This is tactics. Yes, tactics. Bad tactics. Zhao Xiaodong was all smiles. At the entrance to the train station, one by one, the soldiers lined up to come and drink water. The soldier who finished his drink immediately ran back and continued unloading supplies from the train. In less than 10 minutes, everyone drank a bowl of Japing's special mountain spring. The lieutenant colonel cheerfully saluted Ma Biao. Master, thank you for your kindness. Please return. We have to continue our mission. It's inconvenient for you to be here. Ma Biao laughed cheerfully. Leader, we can't go back. The lieutenant colonel froze. Master, you have something else? Yes, Ma Biao said with a smile. When you all fall down later, if no one takes you to the hospital, you can pull yourselves to death. Ha! The lieutenant colonel's eyes widened in shock. Master, what do you mean? Ma Biao smiled and patted him. Young man, in fact, your soldier just guessed right. We, are the ones invited by the Blue Army. What? The lieutenant colonel looked him up and down in surprise. But you're not. Right, we are also the people. Ma Biao smiled with a face full of folds. Didn't you say, the military and the people are fish in water? We are local people. We definitely have to help the Blue Army. Young man, soldiers are not afraid of deception. Why are you so unprincipled? And you even scolded your men. The lieutenant colonel's eyes spewed fire and anger, was shat upon. He was just about to order a full alert, but just then there was a flip-flopping sound in his stomach. Chapter 38 Su Chen, you big golem. With a flip in his stomach, the lieutenant colonel's face instantly turned extremely colorful. Goo, my stomach. Why does it suddenly hurt so much? I can't. I have to find the restroom or I'm going to ejaculate. The surrounding soldiers all clenched their legs, their faces more brilliant than one another. But there were no orders. No one stood still, but the air was filled with one loud fart after another. The lieutenant colonel clamped his legs together and looked at Ma Biao aggrievely. Master, I treat you as a master. How can you treat us as enemies? We're family too. Who's family with you? Ma Biao dejectedly said. We're the ones who live here. You're the outsiders. Battalion Commander Su said you're the enemy. The lieutenant colonel was so angry he didn't know what to say. Just then, several big farts sprayed in quick succession and he barely managed to scream. Jia Peng came out of the crowd smilingly. I say, this chief, you guys better not put up with it. The medicine given to you is a special potent laxative that our battalion commander picked and chose to find. Usually for cows to cure constipation. You'd better hurry up and go poop, or you'll poop all over your pants later. ********. The lieutenant colonel looked at him angrily. Assholes, you guys are so lacking. Feeling the hot stuff spurting out, the colonel couldn't hold back any longer and turned around and made a mad dash for the restroom. The other soldiers also endured to their limits, and one by one, they frantically ran wildly towards the toilet. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I can't help it. I can't either. Please do me a favor and let me go first. It's coming down. Get out of the way. All of a sudden, there was a strange thumping sound everywhere throughout the station. A punchy smell filled the air everywhere. Jia Peng laughed and took out a flare from his arms, shining it directly into the sky. Go, leave no one behind. Su Chen rushed out of the bushes in a flash. A large number of soldiers rushed from all sides, and in the twinkling of an eye they entered the station. At this moment, the red side does not care about the battle. It is too late to find a toilet. The squatting one was just about to stand up when his stomach flipped again and he could only squat down again. Bang bang bang. The station was filled with gunfire, and the men of the independent battalion, specializing in finding latrines and nooks and crannies, easily beat the smoke out of one red soldier after another. Soon the station was enveloped in a layer of white smoke, interspersed with the sound of crackling farts. Su-chan walked over to the toilet, where there was a circle of red soldiers squatting around the toilet, crackling sounds rising and falling. Su-chan covered his nose and pointed his gun at them. I won't shoot, but you've been eliminated. A lieutenant reddened his old face and glared at him fiercely. You, I've never seen you so shameless. Are you fighting a war? There was a smooth crunch that sent a wave of relief through his entire being. Su-chan smiled and waved his hand. Where is your leader? No one answered him, and all the red soldiers stared at him angrily. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't stand up right now, it was estimated that a group of people would collectively rush up and beat him to death. It's so unethical. Su-chan covered his nose and walked towards the toilet, and immediately saw a lieutenant colonel squatting in the very center, holding onto the wall with an incomparably ugly face. Comrade Lieutenant Colonel. Su-chan smiled. Sorry. The lieutenant colonel turned his head with difficulty and glared viciously at Su-chan. Okay. You are really good. My 20 years of constipation has been cured by you. You're too good. Pust. A few people from Wanghai didn't hold back and laughed their heads off. Leader, that laxative you're eating, it's for the cows to defecate. It must be strong. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the lieutenant colonel thumped another series of loud bangs, spraying everywhere on his shoes. Ha ha ha. Wang Hai and the others laughed their asses off. Su-chan forced a smile. Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, don't be nervous, the old folks will give you medicine later. Probably pull 3 hours and you'll be fine. I just want to tell you guys, soldiers are never deceitful. In the future, you mustn't just trust people. You have to be glad that this is just a drill. Asterisk off. The lieutenant colonel roared in rage. Asshole bastard, don't let me see you. Su-chan saluted and led the group to leave quickly. Boom boom boom. Behind them, all of the armored cars in the train station were detonated by the drill bombs. A cloud of white smoke converged and formed a huge white mushroom cloud on top of the station. Battalion Commander Su. Ma Biao greeted him smilingly. How did we do? Su-chan immediately gave a thumbs up. Master Ma, well done. If this were the war years, you'd have made a great achievement. Ma Biao smugly laughed out loud. Really? Me? Am I that good? Ha ha ha. Su-chan laughed. Master Ma, let me give you a heads up. Hurry up and go feed them medicine or they'll have to pull themselves to death. Oh, right. Ma Biao slapped his head. That dose, cows can pull off a false. Quickly, go feed the comrades the medicine. Don't really do anything to the people. Okay. The townspeople immediately swarmed. Battalion Commander Su, what else do you think I can do? Ma Biao asked with gusto. Su-chan patted him. If they ask, just say we ran towards the border area. Ma Biao froze. Battalion Commander Su, I won't be a traitor. Don't worry, I won't say anything even if I'm killed. Su-chan laughed. Master Ma, just don't worry about it, it's also helping us. Yes? Ma Biao nodded cheerfully. Okay, I'll do as you say. Su-chan nodded at him, then waved to everyone. Go! The group followed him and made a quick dash towards the jungle. A few minutes later, inside the drill director's office, an officer quickly walked up to Zhao Hongshang. Report, just received word that the Red Advance Force, about 2 armored battalions, was sneak attacked by the Blue Army and wiped out. What? Zhao Hongshang stood up in surprise. 2 armored battalions, completely wiped out? The officer nodded. Yes. Wu Weigua also ran over at the sound. What's going on? Zhao Hongshang told the situation, and Wu Weigua's eyes went wide. He took a quick look at the map, and his face was filled with doubt. This kid, Su-chan, disappeared for so long, and it turns out that he's hiding at the train station waiting for rabbits. He can really be Zhao Hongshang continued to ask the officer. How much did the Blues lose? They didn't have any losses, the officer said. What? Zhao Hongshang and Wu Weigua looked at him in unison, their faces filled with incredulity. How is this possible? Wu Weigua asked excitedly. Wiping out 2 armored battalions, even if it was a sneak attack, it's impossible for the Blue Army to not have any losses, the officer said awkwardly, because the Blue Army used tactics to mobilize the people to help, pretending to go to offer condolences, making the red side drink water with laxatives. So, the red side all had diarrhea. The Blue Army wiped them out while they were having diarrhea, and didn't meet any resistance. Put. Wu Weigua and Zhao Hongshang almost vomited blood as they listened. After so many years in the business, this was the first time they had heard that the annihilation of a troop was actually solved with laxatives. The thought of a man on the red side in pain with his pants down and diarrhea, and at this point being rushed in front of someone to shoot them down, both of them said almost in unison. Su Chen, you are really a big. Chapter 39, The Fear of Being Dominated by Su Chen. Where did the blues go now? Wu Weiguo asked anxiously. The officer was just about to speak when Suja's voice suddenly came. Old Wu. Ah, what's the matter? You've taken over as exercise director? Wu Weiguo froze. The director of the maneuver was Zhao Hongshang. He and Suja were now just observing, not qualified to ask either party something. They could only watch well from the side. He smiled awkwardly. I just care. Suja smiled and walked over. Old Wu, we still have to abide by the rules. How the red and blue sides fight again. That's their business. We have to watch the game and not say anything. We can't break the rules. Wu Weiguo heart-angry cursing. The most unruly is you, Suja. Still have the nerve to say I? But with all the people around him, he couldn't do anything hard, so he could only nod. Where are the blues? Zhao Hongsheng suddenly asked. The officer immediately replied. They went into the woods and now they've disappeared. Zhao Hongsheng frowned. A group of big living people. How come you can't find them all the time? What do you do for food? The officer smiled bitterly. Leader, in previous maneuvers, the red and blue sides never fought like this. They're drilling into the forest now. Our airborne equipment can't even monitor them. We don't have that kind of technology. Zhao Hongsheng was speechless. Today's Dragon Kingdom has no early warning aircraft, much less advanced drones equipped on a wide scale. In previous exercises, both sides fought in high visibility zones. Su Chen was now drilling into the forest with his men, and there was really no way for them to monitor it in real time. Then go and tell the red blues to move there. Suja once again interrupted Zhao Hongsheng. Old Zhao, this is where you're wrong. As the director's department, you should be fair and impartial. Moreover, shouldn't you be on the side of the blues and polishing the red side? Why are you going to help the red side? He laughed and said, you're out of order. I'm watching. The corners of Zhao Hongsheng's mouth twitched as he looked helplessly at Wu Weiguo. Wu Weiguo was annoyed in his heart, knowing that Suja was just looking for a fight to help Su Chen, but he couldn't refute what he said with good reason. It is indeed the rule that for red and blue maneuvers, the blues are supposed to stand with the directorate to home the reds. What are you looking at me for? You are the director. What to do is up to you. Wu Weiguo said in a bad mood. You can't break the rules. Yes. Zhao Hongsheng nodded and helplessly said to the officer. Inform Yi Shifeng, just tell him about the battle damage. Yes. The officer saluted. That's right. Suja said cheerfully. No cheating. Oh, I can stare. The people from other war zones also nodded. That's right. No cheating. It's hard enough for people to fight with one battalion. No watering down. Although Wu Weiguo and Zhao Hongsheng were angry in their hearts, there was nothing they could do. Suja looked at the big screen, which happened to show the situation at the station. Good boy. There are 2 brushes. This kind of bad idea can be thought up. Suja's heart burst with relief. Su Chen really had his style back then. Although you're bound to lose, old me is here and will definitely do you justice. We, the Su family, lose, but also lose in a decent manner. Kid, fight well. In the thick jungle, the soldiers of the independent battalion fell to the ground on all fours. They ran furiously for 12 kilometers before stopping, and by now everyone was breathing heavily from exhaustion. Su Chen leaned against a tree, holding the walkie-talkie and said, One company. You guys, what's your current bearing? Reporting to the battalion commander. We are currently in the 419 area and are preparing to move to the 420 area. Good. Su Chen gulped. No exposure, right? No. The first company commander said. Same old rules, all through the mountains. Keep the speed at 20 kilometers per hour at all times. It's so mountainous here. They'd have a hard time spotting it even if they sent airplanes. Very good. Su Chen laughed. When you reach 420, immediately return towards area 407. Remember, you must pay attention along the way. The red side has sharp swords to match. Those special forces are ghostly. Once discovered. Firepower coverage. Understood. A company commander asked curiously. Battalion commander, how's it going over there? Su Chen smiled. Everything is going well on our side. Just act according to the plan. If I don't contact you, keep the communications silent, or they will detect it. Yes. Su Chen tossed the walkie-talkie aside and leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. Jia Peng slowly crawled over. Battalion commander, we wiped out 2 of their armored battalions. They definitely won't let up. What's your next plan? Wang Hai also said. Yes, battalion commander, aren't we going to join up with the army? If the red side catches up with us, we'll be wiped out. Su Chen took a few deep breaths, then smiled faintly. If they knew that they were destroyed by our 2 battalions right at the beginning of the maneuvers, they would probably go on a rampage. So next, they will definitely focus on looking for our heavily armored company. We've already spooked the snakes. Now we just need to lure them out of their holes and then pull the rug out from under them, so we can deal them another blow. Everyone listened in confusion. Battalion commander. What are you talking about? Su Chen laughed. This is tactics. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You'll know when you do it later. Jia Ping and the others were speechless for a while. They really wanted to peel open Su Chen's brain to see what he was thinking. These tactics, they knew what they meant, but they just didn't know what Su Chen was going to do. Take a 5-minute break and set off immediately. Su Chen said seriously. We're going to retrieve the fine tradition of our predecessors and use our 2 legs to outrun their 4 wheels. Bang! Yi Shifeng slapped his hand on the table, his whole body shaking with anger. Shame, simply shame. 2 battalions, actually not a single shot fired, and with their pants down were completely annihilated by the blues. This is a strange shame. Xia Jie on the side is also full of shock. I've long heard that Su Chen, this kid is full of tricks. Today is really open eyes. This kid is really full of bad water. Yi Shifeng stared at him closely. Squadron Xia, where are your men? Didn't they go out early? Did they go wandering around? Why hasn't a bit of news been sent back? AI. Xia Jie immediately stood up. Brigadier Yi, don't dump the pot. Your men being wiped out was entirely due to their carelessness. It has nothing to do with me. My men are drilling into the woods and going around looking for the blues, and they're not idle. The corner of Yi Shifeng's mouth twitched viciously, but this failure couldn't really be blamed on someone else's sharp sword. Bang! He slapped the table again. And have your people found them yet? Xia Jie was just about to speak when a voice suddenly came from his headset. After a few seconds, he smiled slightly. And I did find them. My men found that their heavy forces are currently in the 420 area. Yi Shifeng immediately went to look at the map. I know. This Su Chen kid is deliberately sneaking up on the train station. He's trying to create a smokescreen so that we can concentrate our heavy forces on chasing them. He sneered. But they're infantry. So as long as they burrow into the forest, it'll be hard for our heavily armored troops to destroy them for a while. And their heavy forces, by circling from the 420 area to the 407 area, can launch a surprise attack from behind us. Xia Jie also nodded as he looked at the map. They have trained in the forest for 2 months. Their grasp of the terrain is too much better than us. Also, they are familiar with how to move quickly in the mountains, which is something we can't compare to. As long as we are attracted by their infantry, they will be able to sneak up behind us and then burrow into the forest. At that time, utilizing the advantage of the mountains, we can only be passively beaten but can't do anything about them. This kid is ruthless enough. Yi Shifeng sneered, but that's as far as it goes. He turned his head to his men and said in a cold voice, Orders, all troops, must be assembled within 2 hours. All advance to Area 410 and meet the Blue Army's heavy forces on the path they must take. Yes. Yi Shifeng slammed his fist on the map. Being smart is a mistake. As long as we eliminate their heavy troops first, it's the same as pulling out Su Chen's teeth. At that time, eliminating a bunch of infantry will be a handful for us. Xia Jie nodded. I'll have my men continue to monitor them closely and report any movement. Good. Yi Shifeng nodded. Let's cripple the blues in one go. The corners of both of their mouths revealed a cruel smile, but they didn't realize that all of their tactics right now were just being led by the nose by Su Chen. The faster they move, the faster they die. Chapter 40, 8 hours, total annihilation of Su Chen. In the dense jungle, a dark shadow quickly traveled through it. Their footsteps were so light and their speed so rapid that before the birds in the trees were startled, these dark shadows had already swept quickly past. This is it. The leading captain suddenly stopped, his eyes scanning the surroundings. This is a good place. At the intersection of 2 roads, the captain smiled faintly. As long as we can contain the blues here, the blues are all but certain to be wiped out. One of the sharpshooters soldiers asked, Sub-captain, so we're not leaving here? Right. The captain nodded. While the blues are still here, spread out and observe the terrain. It'll be just the thing to give them guiding fire when our large force arrives. Yes. All of Sharpsword's special forces quickly dispersed and disappeared into the forest in the twinkling of an eye. The captain crouched down and spoke coldly into his walkie-talkie. Hidden stinger, hidden stinger. This is Mountain Hawk. How's it going on your end? More than 50 kilometers away in the mountains, Hidden Stinger was lying down in a pile of bushes, his eyes looking dead at the tanks that were moving on the hillock. Don't worry, it's all under our control. Hidden Stinger whispered. Have you arrived at the designated location yet? Here it is. Mountain Eagle laughed. I found them a feng shui treasure just in time to be their graveyard. Okay, I'll keep an eye on them and will communicate with you if there's a situation. You inform Xia Squadron first. Yes. Crypto Stinger put his walkie-talkie away and continued to watch coldly as the armored convoy moved. Last time, he was robbed of the credit by Su Chen, causing him to go back and be scolded. For this exercise, he volunteered to come scouting, just to wipe out Su Chen and his independent battalion in one fell swoop. Kid, I counted you as brave last time, but bravery, in real combat, not much use. Cryptic Stinger snorted coldly. This time, I'll let you take a good look at how big the gap is between conventional troops and our special forces. Yi Shifeng, why has your direction changed? Why are they all heading towards the northwest? Inside the director's department, Zhao Hongsheng personally held the phone and shouted, "This is different from the battle plan you gave me before." On a command vehicle, Yi Shifeng said seriously, "Leader, the battlefield is changing rapidly. The situation is different now than it was then, and I must take new measures." Zhao Hongsheng froze, then nodded. "Alright, you're the commander. Analyze the battlefield situation on your own, but you have to be careful." He lowered his voice and said, "Commander Blue, that Su Chen kid is ghostly. You've tasted the bitterness too. Don't fall into his trap. That kid is full of bad water." Yi Shifeng said confidently, "Don't worry, leader. I have absolute certainty this time. Within 8 hours, the Blue Army can be completely annihilated." Zhao Hongsheng's eyes lit up. "Xiao Yi, don't boast first." Or, "Leader, I am definitely not boasting." Yi Shifeng said in a cold voice, "I've already studied through Su Chen's tactics. It's a completely pediatric skirmish that won't make it to the Hall of Honor. Today, I'll show him how terrible modern warfare is. His way of doing things, it's outdated." "Good, I'll wait for your good news." Zhao Hongsheng lowered his voice and laughed. Hanging up the phone, he scowled at Wu Weigua. Wu Weigua coughed dryly and walked towards him with his hands behind his back in a fake manner. Suja didn't move and sipped his tea, but he always looked at the two of them out of the corner of his eye. "What's wrong?" Wu Weiwei angled his head and pretended to look at the big screen. Zhao Hongsheng immediately repeated Yi Shifeng's words. "It seems that little Yi is confident. I'm afraid Su Chen has already been found by him." Wu Weigua smiled slightly. "That's normal. Yi Shifeng has the toughest armored troops on the ground, airborne aircraft reconnaissance to help out, and sharpshooter even sent a squadron to give him a hand. Finding Su Chen's movements and then striking with precision is not a big problem." Zhao Hongsheng smiled and said, "Then it seems that Su Chen is staying." Wu Weigua was so happy that he almost laughed out loud, glancing at Suja out of the corner of his eye and said smugly, "I'm happy that Su Chen stayed, and I'm even happier that I can see this old thing." Suja, sad. "Okay, we'll wait for 8 hours and watch Yi Shifeng smash the Blue Army." Old Yi, Xiajie smiled and pointed at the map. "My men report that all 3 of the Blue Army's armored companies and 2 artillery companies have gone as far as the 417 area. According to time calculations, we can get to area 407 before they do, and annihilate them with ease." "Good." Yi Shifeng slammed his fist on the map. "Their tanks and armored vehicles are slow, and they're still marching through the mountains. We can arrive at least half an hour earlier, enough to set up an ambush. As soon as they appear, what awaits them is a destructive and indiscriminate bombardment." Xiajie stared at him smilingly. "Brigadier Yi, isn't that a bit too cruel of you? That Su Chen kid is still a young man. If you beat him up like that, you might have knocked all his self-confidence out of him." Yi Shifeng snorted coldly. "If war comes, it won't be because he is a young man that the enemy will show mercy. War is cruel, and I'm actually helping him now. Let him recognize more of what he can do so he doesn't float too high, and he should thank me." Xia Jie smirked and said, "I heard that his brother Su Ming did the same to you back then? Old Yi, tell me honestly, are you taking personal revenge?" Yi Shifeng's old face reddened. "Nonsense. I'm helping him, teaching him to be a man. I can be that kind of person. Ha ha ha." Xia Jie laughed his head off. "Take it easy. I'm just asking." Yi Shifeng gave him a blank look. "This kid's tactics are all crooked, going against our hallowed tactics. After this battle, he will definitely grow a lot and will definitely thank me." Time passed by, and all parties were moving quickly towards the 407 area. 3 hours later, Su Chen arrived at the 406 area with 5 companies of infantry. "Stop, all stop." Su Chen came up for air and raised his hand. Everyone had long been tired beyond their limits, and as soon as they heard the order, almost all of them free fell to the ground and gasped for air. Battalion commander, you finally ordered to stop." Wang Hai's tears of exhaustion flowed down his face. "If I run again, I'll be a pile of ashes." Su Chen fell to the ground, with no part of his body listening to his command. After a minute of desperate gasping for air, he was a little better. Less bull asterisk. "I'm no better than you." Su Chen gulped, "But we should be way ahead of Red already. They won't be able to catch up for at least an hour." Japing looked at him weakly. "Battalion commander, are you sure they're going this way?" Su Chen smiled. "The red side is 10 times stronger than us, and there are sharp swords working in tandem. Their confidence is bursting at the seams, so I purposely let the armored troops circle the mountains just so they could find out. Once they find out, they're definitely hooked." Zhao Xiaodong wiped the sweat from his forehead. "So, then we still have to run forward? No more running. Right here. Ambush them." Su Chen looked around and laughed. "The terrain here is open. It's a good place for an ambush. Everyone looked at him in shock. Battalion commander, you're running confused, aren't you? They are a mixed armored brigade, and we, the infantry, are ambushing them here? Don't let them talk you out of it. This time, the situation was completely different from the last exercise. Last time they relied on the civilians to create a lot of smoke and block Red's line of sight before they could sneak up from behind. Crucially, it was the fact that Red was held up by the bulk of the 9th Brigade that gave them a chance. But this time, it's them and a whole brigade fighting alone. Who can have confidence in that? Infantry against armored troops is the equivalent of hitting a rock with an egg. Suchen lay on the ground and laughed. Do you guys think my tactics are dry food? Rest for another 5 minutes and get ready to work. Everyone gulped, and one thought bubbled up inside all of them. The battalion commander is going to do it again. Chapter 41. Just don't be a person anyway. Suchen took the walkie-talkie. First company commander. What's the situation on your side? Battalion commander. The first company commander replied, according to your instructions, we don't dare to go fast at all. However, we didn't realize there were any Reds around, either. Suchen smiled. You're underestimating the sharp swords. They are a special force that focuses on infiltration and sabotage operations. I'm certain that they are in your neighborhood, staring at you to death. The first company commander suddenly got a chill down his back and subconsciously looked around. But as far as the eye could see, there were all dense forests, and not even a single ghost could be seen. Battalion commander, don't scare me, the first company commander said timidly. Why don't I stop and lure them out to annihilate them first? This feeling of being watched is not good. He had the feeling of being watched all the way down there. Look at your wimpy face. They are still infantry even if they are powerful. You are afraid of sitting in a tank, Suchen said in a bad mood. They only dare to keep an eye on you. If they dare to show up, unless they want to be put in a shrine and offered up. Jia Pang and the others all rolled their eyes when they heard it from the side. People are infantry. Aren't they infantry themselves? You're not asking us to take on a whole armored brigade later? Suchen continued. Just follow the original plan and move forward. You'll have to speed up a bit so they can see you're in more of a hurry. Understood, a company commander said. Battalion commander, then your battle plan this time includes us, right? It won't be without us to fight them, right? How can that be? Suchen said seriously. You are the most important part of my independent battalion. The Iron Fist. How can I fight a war without you? With these words from you, battalion commander, we are relieved. The first company commander laughed. I'll immediately inform the other companies to speed up their advance. Suchen dropped the walkie-talkie and climbed up with difficulty. All rested enough. Get ready to work. Everyone got up from the ground, and Jia Pang asked curiously, Battalion commander, your plan, is that we ambush and hold off the Red side first? Then when the heavy troops arrive, we'll concentrate our firepower to blast them hard? Suchen looked at him in surprise. Did I say that? Japing froze. Didn't you just talk to the first company commander? Suchen gave an oso smile and said with a smile, I told them to go faster to confuse the Red side and make them go faster as well. As long as they're fast, they won't be on guard, so won't it be easier for us to fight? Jia Peng's jaw hit the ground. So you didn't intend to let the heavy troops enter the war? That's for sure, Suchen said in a serious manner. They are my babies, only responsible for baiting the enemy. Just leave the rest to you guys. Anyway, there are more of you, so it doesn't matter if you sacrifice a bit. Everyone just stood up and almost fell over. So we're just cheap. Don't all freeze. Suchen yelled. Hold on tight, or Red will come over and chop off your heads. Quick, go down and dig a hole. What? They're picking up speed? Xia Jia looked at Yi Shifeng, then said to the walkie-talkie, you guys continue to keep an eye on it and report back anytime. Yes. Xia Jia looked at Yi Shifeng. Did they discover our battle plan? Yi Shifeng sneered. It's useless to find out. We're fast. Even if they want to converge now, it's too late. He laughed. Besides, I want them to converge. Their plan is already bankrupt. And even if they converge at this time, they won't have a new battle plan. Instead, it will be convenient for us to exterminate them all at once. The initiative, it's in our hands now. Xia Jia nodded. If Suchen is joining up with his heavy forces now, when the time comes, you'll be in charge of the fire coverage, and my men will eliminate the viable forces of their infantry. With our two-pronged attack, I don't think it will take 8 hours, 6 hours to settle the battle. Yi Shifeng nodded, then said to his men, notify the Air Force and put the planes on standby. I'm going to let them taste how terrifying air-ground coordinated combat really is. Yes, Battalion Commander. Did it work? Jia Peng put an anti-tank mine in place and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Anti-tank mines stop them at most, but they also expose us. At that time, they only need to cover the surrounding area with firepower, and we're sure to die and be heavily injured. Suchen carried his hands behind his back. If you're told to release it, you release it. Where's all the nonsense? Jia Ping bristled and could only greet everyone and continue burying anti-tank mines. 10 minutes later, Su Chen looked at his watch and said loudly, "It's almost time. Everyone come over and gather." Everyone quickly ran over and surrounded Su Chen in the center. "How many 40 fires do we have?" The 5th company commander immediately said. "Each company is equipped with 10. Almost 50. Good." Su Chen nodded. "Concentrate them all and ambush them on the left side later. When they stop, all open fire and blow up their armored vehicles." The commander of the 6th company immediately said, "Battalion commander, they're a new type of armored tank, with thick armor. Our 40 fire hitting them is like scratching an itch." "Yeah, it doesn't work at all." The 7th company commander looked frustrated. Su Chen glared at them. "Who told you to take only one shot?" He shouted, "Listen up, all of you. In groups of 3, the leader picks one, and then they all blow up together. One shot won't break them, so 3 is fine, right? Remember, all of them in one direction. They'll rot no matter how thick their armor is." Everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Even the fiercest tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves. "That's a good one. Snipers, all ambush the mountains on both sides." Su Chen continued. "Once the 40 firepower is fully opened, you guys aim at the tanks and hit them." Jia Ping said in surprise, "Battalion commander, we don't have an anti-material sniper rifle. How can a sniper hit a tank?" "Then won't you hit at their periscopes?" Su Chen said in a humorless voice. "If you knock out their periscopes, won't they become blind? If they become blind, won't they not be able to cover us with fire?" The corner of Jia Ping's mouth twitched. This really wasn't an idea that people came up with. It was too lacking. Still, that's the only way infantry can deal with armor. Su Chen looked at the remaining people. "You guys, all of you ambush on both sides of the main road. Once they mess up, you guys immediately close in and rush up, and concentrate the grenades to blow up their undercarriages." "Battalion commander, wait," Zhao Xiaodong shouted. "A close fight? There's no smoke here, and they have a good line of sight. As long as we get close, their heavy machine guns aren't vegetarians." "Yeah, we'll definitely sacrifice quite a few people when the time comes." Wang Hai concurred. "Nonsense," Su Chen said in a cold voice. "Can there be a war without people dying? As long as you can win, your sacrifices are also valuable. When you die, I'll go back and claim credit for you, erect marble monuments for you, and honor you every year in festival." Everyone gulped hard. "You're pretty damn talented. You're tough on your enemies, but you're not soft on your own people." However, they also recognized Su Chen's approach. There was no such thing as fighting a war without people dying. It's worth the sacrifice as long as it leads to victory. "Remember, we will only fight for 5 minutes," Su Chen shouted. "After 5 minutes, no matter how many they lose, we will immediately retreat towards area 409. Understood?" "Yes," the crowd yelled. Jia Ping was full of bitter smiles. "Hit and run. Anyway, just don't be an individual chanting." Chapter 42. Yi Shifeng spits out blood, so I'm sending heads for thousands of miles? Report. Inside the directorate, an officer walked up to Zhao Hongshang. The red side seems to have discovered the blue army and is currently accelerating closer to the blue army. Everyone in the director's department stood up when these words came out. Finally, it's found. So long after the maneuvers began, the blues disappeared from everyone's sight as if they were transparent. Now it's finally been found. In what direction? Zhao Hongshang asked eagerly. The officer pointed to the large electronic screen and said, "Currently blue is in area 412, red is in area 399, and both sides are rapidly approaching. However, the blues don't seem to know about the reds, and the reds are targeting the blues. Show them immediately." Zhao Hongsheng shouted. Yes, soon, red and blue areas appeared on the big electronic screen, a large swath of red that was moving rapidly forward at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blue area is significantly smaller, but it's not moving any slower. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that both colors, red and blue, are moving in one direction. Ha ha ha, after fighting for so long, the blues finally show up. I thought they were going to continue to be shrunken turtles stalling for time. That would be no fun. But now it looks like red should have used technical reconnaissance to accurately find the blues. But the blues don't know anything yet. Ha ha, there's a good show coming up. What kind of a show can this be? A brigade fighting a battalion. As long as they bump into each other, it's just like a father beating his son. Completely one-sided. When the time comes, it's going to be brutal. Su Chen, this kid is obviously trying to play tricks. But Yi Shifeng isn't a vegetarian, and there's absolutely no way he's going to let him continue to jump around. This time, Su Chen's path has come to an end. He can't play his tricks in front of the real elites. Listening to the crowd murmur, Wu Weigua smiled and looked toward Su Zhe, whose face was already a bit ironic. Old Sua, I did not expect it to end so soon, causing you to only come to have to leave. Wu Weigua said cheerfully, but don't worry, in the future, I will definitely teach Su Chen properly. and teach him like my own son. Guarantee that I won't let him be as crazy as he is now. Suja glared at him without a good mood. My son, you need to teach him? You are all defeated under me. I don't want you to teach my son to be defeated as well. If it were usual, if Suja had revealed someone's scars, Wu Weiguo would have jumped up. But now, Wu Weiguo was happy to be all smiles. Anyway, he decided that Suja couldn't take Suchin away, so he would win either way. Suja looked at the big screen for a few moments and turned around to sit back down. The secretary followed up inside. Commander, you shouldn't blame Xiao Chen. He just left school not even a year ago. He's too young after all, to be able to maneuver around others for so long. I feel it's already very impressive. Suja grunted, but there was more or less a hint of pride in his eyes. Prepare yourself, when Xiao Chen loses later, we'll immediately go find someone. We must take him away today. Yes, the secretary nodded. Suja looked at the big screen from afar as the red and blue areas came much closer together again. Little Chen you're still too tender, but the experience is enough. When we go back, I'll personally teach you. It's expected that in half an hour, we'll be in the 407 area. Yi Shifeng had a rare smile on his face as he casually dropped his pen on the map. What's the movement of the blues now? Report. An officer turned around and said, it will take them at least an hour to get to 407. 1 hour. Yi Shifeng sneered. By that time, we've already set up a dragnet. They're just sending them to their deaths if they come. Xia Jie smiled and crossed his legs. Brigadier Yi, you're bullying a child a bit. Although the others, the blues, are also heavily armed. Their tanks and armored vehicles are several generations behind you. You even transferred airplanes to bombard. Xia Jie laughed and shook his head. It's too cruel. I'm really worried that Su Chen's kid's psychological defenses will collapse and beat him up all at once so much that he won't even be a human being. Yi Shifeng coldly grunted in his heart, when Su Ming beat him to doubt his life as well, and he didn't come out from the shadow of defeat for 3 months. Now, does it even make sense that he would teach his brother to be a man? War does not sympathize with the weak. Yi Zhanfeng said with great righteousness, the more brutal it is, the more it can make this brat sober. Who made him use crooked methods? If he didn't play smart and use tactics step by step, maybe he could live longer. Xia Jie smiled and spread his hands. I feel sorry for this kid. After such a painful failure today, it's estimated that he won't be able to eat or sleep well for at least a month. On a hill in the 406 area, Su Chen stood on a tree. The binoculars scrutinized the main road in the distance. Coming. Su Chen suddenly got excited and quickly slid down the tree. Everyone get ready. They're coming. Yes. Everyone shouted in a murderous manner. The company commanders immediately ran to their concealed positions and did their best to check all the soldiers. It was clear to everyone that they were hiding under the tiger's nose to launch their attack this time. As long as one is not careful, that is the end of the strong girl not to be said. The good thing is that in the past 2 months they have not only trained to march in the mountains, it also focused on basic military skills such as marksmanship and camouflage. At this moment, when Su Chen let his eyes look over, the surroundings were very quiet, and there were no camouflage shadows to be seen at all. Just then, the shadow of a speeding tank had appeared on the main road. Su Chen smiled faintly and quickly hid in the shrubs. Tanks getting closer. 1, 2, 3. The rushing dust covered the sky, and the steel behemoth let out a dull roar as it rushed towards Su Chen's trap. Boom! One of the tanks at the front suddenly rolled over an anti-tank mine. The entire chassis of the tank immediately billowed white smoke. But it was a training round after all, and the tank continued to skid forward for a few dozen meters before coming to a stop. The tanks behind them were so frightened that they had to stop in a hurry, but even with the emergency brake, they were still sliding forward. Boom boom boom. In a flash, 3 more tanks were blown up in a cloud of smoke. The main road, which was still spacious, was immediately blocked by them. Fire! The 4th company commander yelled without hesitation. All the soldiers carrying 40 fire immediately lifted their concealment and stood up, aimed at the tanks and armored vehicles on the main road and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Shoo shoo shoo! A volley of rockets burst out of the gun and roared toward the unprepared tanks. In moments, there were rumbling explosions from the main road. Tank after tank was blown up in white smoke. What's the situation? Yi Shifeng violently opened the door of the car and saw from afar that the front of the convoy was suffering from indiscriminate bombardment. In the twinkling of an eye, at least 20 tanks were blown up, and the main road was filled with white smoke. Yi Shifeng was instantly dumbfounded, his head buzzing. 1 second he was dreaming big dreams of total annihilation of the blues. I did not expect that the clown was himself, so he was sending people's heads to others for thousands of miles. Chapter 43, Su Chen, you're too unmartial. Boom boom boom. Another dozens of rockets bombarded the main road, and Yi Shifeng watched as a dozen or so armored vehicles were blown up in white smoke. An armored battalion was pretty much gone. Yi Shifeng's heart was spurting blood furiously. Immediately cover the left side of the hill with fire and blow them all up. Yi Chunfeng was furious. Yes, the officer in the command vehicle immediately picked up his walkie-talkie and ordered, "1 regiment. 1 regiment. The brigade commander orders, turn your fire immediately. Fire to cover the left side of the hill. 2nd regiment. Spread out quickly. Cover fire. Don't allow them to escape." Yes, the tanks on the main road mobilized quickly. Despite the surprise attack, Yi Shifeng's troops were, after all, the elite of the southeast. After just a brief moment of shock, everyone had reacted, and every officer and soldier was full of fire. It was a hard slap in the face for the armored units to be sneaked up on by the infantry like that. But as soon as they moved, Su Chen, who was not far away, immediately sent out orders towards the sniper's side. "They're out. Can they hit it? Report." The platoon leader in charge of the snipers laughed. "Good line of sight. No problem. Good." Su Chen smiled. "Beat them into blindness and deafness." The platoon leader put down his walkie-talkie and waved hard at the ambushed snipers. All snipers immediately looked for a target and pulled the trigger directly at the exposed tank. Bang bang bang. A dull gunshot suddenly rang out, and bullets swiftly cut across the battlefield, accurately hitting the periscope of a tank. In a flash, blue smoke rose from the periscopes of a dozen tanks. Asterisk 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 they blew the periscope. Squad leader, the periscope won't work now. We can't see around us. One of the car captains cursed under his breath. Why are these lackluster band of smokers so bad? He shouted to the gunner. Take aim at once and give me a direct blast. The gunner looked at him bitterly. Squad leader, my scope got shot up too. I can't use it now. The squad leader was so angry that he almost spit out blood. These assholes, they're trying to make us blind and deaf. After a 2-second hesitation, he immediately went to open the hatch. I'll take command. You guys fire on my command. Yes, the gunner immediately turned the gun. Although unable to move or aim, they can still hit close targets if instructed to do so. Squad leader, what's the bearing? The gunner yelled, but when he turned his head, his whole body was dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Squad leader, why are you smoking? The squad leader drilled back in exasperation, his head full of white smoke. Damn these brats. I just ventured out and they blew my head off. So, what now? Everyone looked at him. The squad leader was furious. What should we do? Cold? Can't you see that I'm hanging, a dead man? You guys figure it out yourselves. Everyone looked bitter, and there were only 3 people in the newer tanks. Everyone has a position for everyone, and you can't have one without the other. They can't just climb out and observe on their own and come back and fire. Besides, the squad leader has already set an example. Going out is a death sentence. The other tanks were not much better at the moment, basically lying on their backs and staying in place. It wasn't blown up, but it didn't do much good either. Yi Shifeng in the distance had already stood on the command vehicle and watched, and when he saw this scene, he was so angry that his liver hurt. Before all this, he had never dreamed that infantry could actually fight armored units like this. This was even more suffocating than fighting Su Ming, obviously dominant, but now there is nothing to be done. Spread out all. All the troops at the back spread out. Yi Shifeng yelled, huddled together. We can't utilize our advantages at all. They're all targets. Brigade commander. An officer underneath the vehicle shouted, the mountain road is too narrow. We can't spread out at all. Yi Shifeng. He was furious and confused, and this was a mountainous area. Even though they were on the main road, they could only pass 2 tanks at the same time. They had marched so fast before that all the tanks were all crowded together. It's hard to back up now, let alone unfold. Damn. Then tell the 2nd regiment not to move. Just bombard me in place. Yi Shifeng roared. Quickly, bombard immediately. Yes. The men were just about to give the order when Xia Jie suddenly shouted, Old Yi, look! Yi Shifeng immediately looked over in the direction of his finger. At this look, he almost didn't spit out blood in anger, only to see the 2 sides of the road. Originally a lot of grass suddenly moved, but all of them are blue army people. Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong took the lead and rushed towards the nearest tank with the blue soldiers holding the explosives. And at the moment everyone's attention was on the blues on the hillside to their left. No one even noticed them. Yi Shifeng jumped up and down anxiously. Quick! Stop them! Stop them! But it was too late. The blues men had already rushed up to the tank, pulled the lead and threw it directly under the tank's chassis. It's a cluster bomb, an average of 12 grenades bundled together and with an additional explosive packet. The power is nothing less than a bomb. Just as it was thrown down, the blues men turned their heads and ran. Boom boom boom. In an instant, rumbling explosions came from underneath a dozen or so tanks, and a huge plume of white smoke instantly rose up from the ground. Mother asterisk 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 error. One of the captains slammed his fist on the tank in anger. What the is this? Run! Run! Su Chen ran out from behind the big tree and yelled at the top of his voice. All retreat! Quick! The blues were full of it, and like children who have blown up cow dung, they dropped their bombs and turned and ran wildly toward the woods. on the left side of the hill. The commander of the 4th Company smiled faintly. Withdraw. Without hesitation, all the soldiers shouldered the 40 fire and turned and ran at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. We should withdraw too. The platoon leader in charge of the snipers waved his hand. The snipers flew up from the ground, following him as he disappeared into the woods in the twinkling of an eye. By the time the tanks on Yi Shifeng's side aimed at the left hillside, the blues had already run away without a trace. Boom boom boom. A large number of shells bombarded intensively the position where the blues had just been, and the hillside was blown into a sea of fire. Brigadier, the 2nd Regiment is already covered in fire. One of his men yelled to Yi Shifeng. Yi Shifeng sat on his butt on the roof of the car and slammed his fist down hard in anger. Tell them all to stop. What's the point of bombing when the men are gone? Don't waste the ammo. Yes. Yi Shifeng looked at the empty surroundings. The people of the Blue Army had long since disappeared. Angry, he covered his liver. The corner of his eyes kept beating wildly. Fight and run. Yi Shifeng clenched his fists. Su Chen, I've never seen something as shameless as you. What kind of battle are you fighting? Too much of a lack of martial virtues. Chapter 44, Su Chen must die. The dense jungle was a constant convergence of the blues from all over the place. Su Chen shouted as he ran. Are all the people here? Everyone count each other. Battalion commander, my sight is here. The 4th Company commander shouted. Battalion commander, the sniper team's sight is here. Battalion commander, we're all together on our side too. Not a single one missing. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Good. Everyone did a good job this time. The enemy is probably going to hug and cry now. Zhao Xiaodong laughed out loud. It has to be you, battalion commander. If it were anyone else, you definitely wouldn't be able to come up with this bad idea. Tactics. It's tactics. Su Chen emphasized seriously. Panting, Jia Ping asked. Battalion commander, where are we going now? Su Chen smiled wryly. Take them and run in the mountains. We've been training for 2 months, and we've run through all the nooks and crannies around here. People are guests from afar. How can we not take them for a good spin? Bad smiles on everyone's faces. The mountains around here are full of gullies and ravines, with as many roads as there are cobwebs, and most importantly, the jungle is thick and perfect for concealment. Even if they had trained for 2 months, they weren't walking freely in this mountainous area, let alone the first-timer Red Fong. This time they're going to be played badly. Wang Hai laughed. Jia Peng hesitantly asked, Battalion commander, are you planning to stall and make a draw? Su Chen glared at him. You underestimate your battalion commander me that much? Fighting a war is fighting a war, and the goal is to eliminate the opponent. In my tactics, there is never the word tie. Everyone was head over heels, even though they had just hit red hard. But it's not enough to hurt them. People still have their mains, and after such a big loss, people are sure to be careful next. They really couldn't think of any other method Su Chen could use to eliminate people. Inform the 1st Company commander to turn around and return. Su Chen shouted. We'll rendezvous in the 429 area. Yes. White smoke rolled out as a tank lay sprawled on the main road. The fallen soldiers were all sitting breathlessly against the tanks. Yi Shifeng tiger face. Every time he passed by a scrap tank, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. Report. An officer rushed to him and saluted. Brigade commander, the count is done. A total of 42 tanks were lost. 9 infantry vehicles. The regiment lost half of its combat power. The officer of the director's department who followed Yi Shifeng next to him immediately wrote it down in his book. Yi Shifeng glanced at them, then glared at the reporting men with an exasperated look. Where are the blues? How many were killed? The officer stammered. Our artillery fire, which covered their position, took every inch of that area. I asked you how many casualties they suffered? Yi Shifeng didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. Report. The officer puffed out his chest. Just kill one? Yi Shifeng's eyes spewed fire. The officer grimaced. It's none of them killed. They all ran away. Hiss. Yi Shifeng almost lost his breath and directly carried it over. The officer in the director's office immediately made another note in his notebook. Didn't the scout companies of the 1st and 2nd regiments go after them? Not a single one was chased? The deputy brigade commander asked in exasperation. The officer shook his head. They've already returned, saying that the Blue Army's men were like rabbits. They disappeared when they entered the forest. They were afraid that the Blues still had an ambush, so they all came back. Yi Shifeng covered his heart and had the feeling that his heart was going to burst. Besides, the officer continued, their heavy troops, too, have turned around and run all over. What a bunch of assholes. The deputy brigade commander slammed his fist on the tank in anger. They're deliberately setting up a trap, just waiting for us to burrow in on our own. Xia Jie saw that Yi Shifeng's face was hard to see and kindly patted him. Old Yi, don't be angry. Victory and defeat are commonplace. Your main force is still there. There's still a chance to beat them up next. The initiative is still with you. As soon as Yi Shifeng heard his voice, he became even more angry. Xia Jia, what are you sharp swords for? Xia Jia was dumbfounded. How could comforting be wrong? Yi Shifeng glared at him in exasperation. Aren't you called the number one in the southeast? Then where are your people? The Blues set up an ambush here. Your men are blind, aren't they? You're mainly responsible for this failure. Hey! Xia Jia was furious. Brigadier Yi, you're being unreasonable. My men have already infiltrated their neighborhood and the news has been accurately transmitted back. You were the one who made the battle plan. Why are you blaming me now? Yi Shifeng roared in exasperation. The plan I made was correct, but your people didn't watch over the Blues, and that's your responsibility. Xia Jia was almost laughed at, shirking responsibility. Right? Fine. Then let's not be together anymore. I'm going to take personal command now and find their infantry. You go fight their heavy troops, and we'll split up. If something goes wrong, no one is to blame. Then why don't you go and stay here ready to mingle? Yi Shifeng roared. Xia Jia nodded in exasperation and turned away with his men. The deputy brigade commander watched as the people from the directorate went to report on the battle, and said bitterly, Brigade commander, in fact, you can't blame Xia squadron, they did their best. I know. Yi Shifeng took a deep breath. I did it on purpose. Deliberately? The deputy brigadier general looked surprised. Yi Shifeng sighed. The Blue Army was able to ambush us because they were familiar with the terrain here. I let Xia Jia leave because I want to maximize their role. It dawned on the deputy brigadier that the rapier was a separate combat unit. If tethered to them, it would serve at best as scouting and surveillance. But if you let them out, you're letting a pack of wolves out. Even if it doesn't bite the Blues, it will wear them down. Then the next big battle will be easier. I think they need to get rid of that Su Chen first, the deputy brigadier said. All of the Blue Army's bad ideas came from Su Chen. Isn't decapitation what rapiers do best? The deputy brigade commander looked at Yi Shifeng. Why don't I contact Squadron Xia and ask him to? Yi Shifeng nodded and gritted his teeth. I've just had a red face with him, so go ahead and say it. Remember, tell him that he must take out Su Chen at all costs. As long as Su Chen is gone, the Blue Army basically falls apart. People can be sacrificed and battles can be lost. But Su Chen must die. Yes, the deputy brigadier saluted, turned and left. Yi Shifeng looked at the woeful team, angry, and smashed his fist on the tank again. How come all the ones surnamed Su are so hateful? How many homes for the elderly did I blow up in my last life? And in this life I had to run into you brothers. Chapter 45, Battalion Commander, why do you want to die? Inside the director's department, other than Su Jia, who had a smile on his face, everyone else was quiet. Wu Weiguo's face was dripping blood. He thought about it for half a day but couldn't figure out how Su Chen took out 2 more battalions of Yi Shifeng. The scariest thing was that he hadn't suffered a single casualty and all left without incident. Old Wu, Su Jia smiled. This son of mine is okay, right? Wu Weiguo glared at him fiercely, thinking that you are not nonsense. I even want such a son. Old Su, you really taught your son well, Wu Weiguo said in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. But in the heart, it's still conviction. After all, the enemy was strong and we were weak. And this situation allowed for 2 consecutive victories, wiping out almost a regiment on the red side. This level of command requires not only courage, but also a fairly strong intellect and the ability to analyze the psychology of the opponent, the lack of which is indispensable. He blushed to himself when he said it wasn't strong. Su Jia smiled and said, that's true, back then I could teach you to fight. Teaching my son must not be a problem either. I've been teaching him for 20 years, longer than I've been teaching you. Wu Weiguo almost didn't spit out blood. Dare you say I'm your son? It's just a small victory. Don't be too complacent. Wu Weiguo snorted coldly. Red's strength is still there, and it's sure to adjust its deployment now, so it won't be so easy to fall for it. Su Chen won't be able to change the end of his total annihilation. The most you can do is bounce around a little longer. Su Jia cheerfully stared at him. In a hurry. How is it that there are still leaders who especially want their subordinates to lose? Old Wu, you're not right. Wu Weiguo's old face reddened. Not bothering to nag him, he quickly walked over to Zhao Hongshang. What the hell is going on? Is Yi Zhanfeng a dry man? Didn't we agree to wipe out Su Chen in 8 hours? Zhao Hongshang sighed. Commander, you've seen it. It's not that Yi Shifeng's command is not good. It's that this kid Su Chen is too deceitful. Who would have thought that this kid with a bunch of infantry would dare to ambush an armored unit? Wu Weiguo grunted in exasperation. All of them, the Su family, are all 800 heart eyes. None of them are good. You remind Yi Shifeng, he whispered, if he still doesn't go all out, and if he's really forced to draw by Su Chen, I'll remove him from his post. Zhao Hongshang smiled. Alright, now this Yi Shifeng kid is more anxious than you. Don't worry, he will definitely deploy properly next. Wu Weiguo looked at the big screen inside Long and Hard. A mixed armored brigade, plus a squadron of sharp swords, was hard pushed by a battalion like this. Shame on you. At the moment, the jungle. Su Chen was leading his men over the mountains, hoofing it to meet up with the heavy-duty troops. He knew very well that Yi Shifeng had suffered so much that next 80% would no longer concentrate his troops, but form an encircling net like a divided advance. His previous approach was absolutely useless, and if he did it again, he would probably be surrounded by them. Then it would really be a sneak attack and get Ed. So, now it is important to rejoin the heavy forces as soon as possible. Concentrate superior firepower. Take advantage of their familiarity with the terrain, and then attack them individually. Battalion Commander. The commander of the 7th Company came flying up. There's a tail. Su Chen looked at him in surprise. How many people? Not many. The 7th Company commander was cold. About 3 or 4, but my men realized that there seems to be someone else following us around their perimeter. It's just that it's more hidden, and my men don't dare to drop out and scout. Su Chen frowned. How long have you been following? They followed us as we passed through the 407 area. Su Chen's eyes rolled and he coldly grunted. 80% of them are from Sharp Sword. Special Forces? Jia Peng's eyes widened in surprise. Battalion Commander. Sharp Sword is known to be the strongest in the southeast, and the best at infiltration and decapitation. We don't have any tanks or armored vehicles right now, so it would be dangerous if they were to target us. Su Chen was just about to speak when a burst of intense gunfire suddenly came from the rear. On guard. Su Chen gave a low roar, and everyone immediately lay down on the ground, their guns all aimed at the rear. But the gunfire lasted only a minute before fading, and a trail of white smoke rose from the woods behind them. 7th Company Commander, go over and check the situation, Su Chen said in a cold voice. Yes, the commander of the 7th Company beckoned and took a platoon and flew over there. It wasn't long before the 7th Company commander came running back. It was swordsmen who opened fire and killed 8 of our men. The 7th Company commander said, they had already retreated by the time I got there. Jia Peng said anxiously, it's true that what you fear comes to you, and now you're really being watched by them. Battalion Commander, what now? Everyone looked at Su Chen. They're just regular troops, albeit intensively trained for 2 months. But when it comes to single combat or small unit coordinated combat, they're not even on the same level as sharpshooter. Wang Hai said anxiously, Battalion Commander, we'd better run, plant some mines first and delay them for a while. Right, Zhao Xiaodong nodded. As long as we rendezvous with Company 1 and the others, not to mention the sharp sword, even the divine sword can't do anything about us if it comes. Everyone nodded their heads. As powerful as the men of sharpshooter were, that was still infantry. They can deal with infantry, but when it comes to tanks and armored vehicles, as usual, they have to back off. No way. Su Chen shook his head. You guys are underestimating sharp sword. A few broken mines won't be able to stop them for long. And they're so fast they can shake us off with 40 kilograms of gear on their backs. Once they're on us, it's like dogpile. You can't shake them off. Then what to do? Jia Peng's face was bitter. Run and run away. Hit and they will run again. Aren't we dead? Wang Hai sighed. If only we had airplanes. Call over and blow them all up. Su Chen laughed. We don't need airplanes. We can them up ourselves. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Battalion Commander, didn't you say they were very powerful? If we stay, aren't we just shooting ourselves in the foot? Jia Peng said anxiously. Su Chen smiled. It's because they are very confident that once we stop and fight a hard battle with them, with this group's mentality, they will definitely mobilize their main forces to fight us. Even if they don't destroy us at once, they will cripple us. Then you still want to stay? Jia Peng looked puzzled. Su Chen said proudly, our old ancestors' tactics. There is a trick called breaking the boat. There is another trick called darkness. And there is another trick called luring the snake out of the hole. Okay. Jia Peng had a headache from listening to him and no longer wanted to hear him talk about tactics. Battalion Commander, why don't you just say what you want? Su Chen said with a smirk. I'm going to use myself as bait to attract all of Sharp Sword's people over, and then destroy or cripple them all at once to finish off this dogskin. What? Using yourself as bait? Everyone's mouths opened wide in surprise. Battalion Commander, with our combat power, you're not being a decoy, you're giving them heads. Chapter 46. I'm afraid they'll get angry and beat you up. Battalion Commander, we can't live without you. Jia Peng looked at Su Chen seriously. Our battalion is all relying on you for support, and our 9th Brigade is also relying on you. Yes, Battalion Commander. Wang Hai nodded along. You're the backbone of our battalion, the hope of the entire 9th Brigade. If you're gone, we're all finished. Battalion Commander, think twice, Zhao Xiaodong said. Don't get yourself killed. Let's go and meet up with the heavy troops. Su Chen looked at the crowd with emotion. It's rare to know that everyone cares about me so much. Alright, then you guys go to hell for me. Good. Everyone's faces just showed a smile and immediately froze again. Su Chen looked at them with a smile. I'll stay back and leave the fight with them to you guys. This not only preserves me, but also attracts their main force. killing two birds with one stone. The corners of everyone's mouths were twitching hard. We're trying to save your life. You're trying to push us into the fire. Battalion commander, Jia Peng said bitterly, we don't want you to die, but we want to die even more. Everyone nodded vigorously. Cut the crap. Su Chen blared at everyone. This is the best tactic I've formulated. You guys just execute it. Look at your bearish behavior. Do you still have a bit of the appearance of a Dragon Kingdom soldier? We Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Even if it's a mountain of swords in front of us, we won't be afraid. And even if you die, it's a meritorious death. When the time comes, even the brigade commander will have to bow to you. How honorable. The crowd all rolled their eyes. It's normal for a brigade commander to come and bow if he really sacrificed his life. But this is a drill. Who dares the brigade commander to bow? Lei Chang was able to make them literally sacrifice themselves with one kick. Bang bang bang. Just then, there was another burst of intense gunfire from the rear, followed by a puff of white smoke billowing up from the jungle. Su Chen immediately said in a cold voice, see, they're just dog skin plasters. They can't be shaken off no matter how hard they try. Even if you beat them away, they'll still follow you in a while. Everyone get ready. We have to finish them off today. Sniper team, ambush on both sides and wait for them to get closer before you hit them. Su Chen said in a deep voice. Remember, sharp swords people have excellent marksmanship. Don't think about competing with them in terms of marksmanship. Once you are exposed, immediately change places, and never take a second shot in the same place. Yes, the sniper team yelled in unison. Su Chen waved his hand, and the platoon leader in charge immediately led the crowd away. 4th Company Commander, 5th Company Commander, present. The 2 company commanders stepped forward in unison. Su Chen stared at them closely. You guys are the key if you want to attract the main force of those sons of Es. Immediately construct a defensive position on the front, and then send someone specifically to abuse them. Remember, the harder you curse, the better. The 2 company commanders looked at each other, and the 5th company commander smiled bitterly. Battalion commander, we're all comrades in arms, and we're civilized, so there's no need for that, right? What comrades? Su Chen glared at him. It's a battlefield now. They are your immortal enemies. Against the enemy, you just curse his ancestors. Are you going to get 2 bottles of wine and some peanuts, and laugh with them about who will collapse first? Okay. The 5th company commander nodded. Those guys all call themselves the pride of heaven. Su Chen coldly grunted. As long as you guys curse them right, their pride will lead them to Lousy's trap. The crowd all rolled their eyes. People have been listening for half a day, but they don't hear what trap you're trying to make. Is it obvious that they are sticking their necks out waiting for someone to cut them? Why are you all looking at me? Old me is just handsome, but I'm not interested in you stinky men. Get lost. Su Chen waved his hand forcefully. The 2 company commanders were head over heels. We may be long and dark, but we don't like to spar with bayonets. 6th Company, 8th Company, Su Chen shouted. Here. Su Chen looked at them. Your mission is simple. Ambush both sides of the frontal defense line, but you have to let those sons of Es find out. The 2 company commanders were confused. Battalion commander, we don't understand what you mean. You want to be hidden, but you also want to be discovered? Isn't that a contradiction? Su Chen knocked on both of their heads. Have you ever heard of self-righteousness? You guys just want to make those sons of Es think you're self-righteous. Make some disguises and still be seen by them. Understand? The 2 were still confused, their eyes full of questions. Su Chen helplessly tilted his head to look at the sky. I'm so incredibly smart. Why are you guys so stupid? The 8th Company commander laughed. Then you can explain it to us. He's rather stupid. I'll explain it to him later. 6th Company commander angry to curse. We both IQ buckle down to weigh. I am heavier than you 2 pounds. No more explanations. You won't understand even if you explain. Just go and do it. 2 company commanders. Do you really think we're morons? 7 company commander. Here. Su Chen pointed at him. I'm going to make those sons of Es decide that we're just determined to spend time with them here. You're the reconnaissance company. It sure doesn't look like it without you guys attacking. Su Chen patted him, wryness flashing in his eyes. You can understand what I mean, right? The 7th company commander nodded smartly. Understood. You are asking me, after they fight, to lead the men to attack them from all around. Let sharp swordsmen decide that we just want to finish them off hard. Right. Su Chen cheerfully patted him. You've got a good head on your shoulders. You're a bit smarter than them. Go on. The 7th company commander's eyes twitched. Dare I be smarter than them? In Su Chen's eyes, he was just getting out of retarded chanting, watching everyone all get busy. Su Chen smiled and waved at the guards. Taking the walkie-talkie, Su Chen immediately connected to a company commander. Notice anyone following you? Report, the waves are still there. The 1st company commander replied. Su Chen coughed. You kid be serious. In 15 minutes, You have the 9th Company transfer half of their artillery and all of them advance towards the 424 area. The 1st Company commander was surprised and asked, "What about us? You guys keep taking them around in circles." Su Chen said, "Finish turning that way, then turn over toward the northwest." A company commander said bitterly, "Battalion commander, you don't keep your word. You promised to bring us along to the war, and not only did you not bring us, but now you're telling us to get lost. You're too biased." Su Chen rolled his eyes as he listened, and those who didn't know thought that this guy was a little spiteful woman who had been abandoned by himself. "You have your missions, we have ours, they are all equally important on the battlefield." Su Chen comforted, "Don't worry, when the time comes, there will be a share of me and a share of you on the military medal. Just carry out your orders." "Yes." The 1st Company commander nodded aggressively. "Remember, split half of the artillery, be stealthy, don't be targeted." Su Chen emphasized, "Move forward at full speed, and contact me immediately when you reach the 424 area." "Yes." Su Chen handed the walkie-talkie to the guards, and Jia Peng curiously came over. "Battalion commander, I kind of understand. Are you thinking like this? First provoke the sword, then draw their main force over, and finally use artillery." Su Chen laughed, "Worthy of being old Jia, the brain of a political worker is flexible. Better than them." Jia Peng's face instantly became bitter. "Battalion commander, your tactic is too damaging. Are you really not afraid that they'll get angry and hit you?" Chapter 47, Su family men, overbearing and hard-carrying. A camouflage-covered head slowly pokes out of the bushes in the dense jungle. After taking a closer look, it slowly retracted again. "Confirmed." Camouflage head nodded to his companion. "They're constructing a position. They obviously don't want to leave." The companion's eyes widened in shock. "These guys are crazy, aren't they? Don't they know that it's our sword that's chasing them? Fighting with us alone. Are they too confident in themselves? Or can't they think of anything else?" Camouflage head grunted. "I'd like to think that their battalion commander might be a little slow in the head, thinking that it's still Red's regular troops that are chasing them." "You mean, he didn't even realize that it was us who were chasing them?" My companion's face was full of smiles with joy. "That's a cute size. No wonder he dared to stop and build a position. I told you, if he knew it was us coming after him, he would have run away long ago." Camouflage head patted him. "Back off. Report back to the lieutenant and let him decide." The two of them nodded their heads in tacit understanding, and slowly retreated towards the back as if they were snakes. A few minutes later, a group that was running fast through the dense forest came to a violent stop. "Lone Wolf, it's Wolfclaw." A soldier handed the walkie-talkie to Sharji. Shaggy brought it over. "This is Lone Wolf. What's the situation?" Reporting to Lone Wolf, "The Blues have suddenly stopped and have begun to construct a position. It looks like it's going to fight us hard." "What?" Xiajie stared incredulously. "Did you guys see clearly? Blue Army Commander Su Chen is a human savant. How could he make such a low-level mistake?" "Wolfclaw, Lone Wolf, 1,000 times over. We've reconnoitered and they're using 2 companies as a frontal defense, one on the left and one on the right, and have another company as a mobile backup. We followed them all the way and determined that this is their main force." Xia Jia was dumbfounded, momentarily dumbfounded and unable to speak. According to his plan, he was preparing to use 20 small detachments to chase Su Chen's main force all the way and then attack along the way. By the time Su Chen rejoined the heavy troops, he was sure to be reduced by more than half, and even Su Chen might have been taken out. But he never dreamed that Su Chen would actually not leave and dare to construct a position to wait for him. "What's this?" This was a stark look down on the rapier. "A provocation to them. Lone Wolf, Lone Wolf, what now?" Wolfclaw urged. "We have too few men to launch an attack." Xia Jia froze, then said, "I'll stay put and wait for my instructions." "Yes." "Lone Wolf, could it be a trap?" a soldier asked doubtfully. "That Su Chen kid doesn't seem like such a stupid person." Xia Jia nodded silently. "From the beginning of the maneuver, this kid has been acting spooky. He is trying to slowly use a war of attrition to drag us down, to pike all at once and take everyone out to fight us hard. Isn't that just hitting a stone with an egg?" Xia Jia shook his head. "Nope, this kid is 80% unaware of our identities, thinking that we are Yi Shifeng's people. That's why he dares to be so arrogant." The henchman immediately asked, "Then should we notify Brigadier Yi? Request fire support?" Xia Jia was just about to agree when the walkie-talkie suddenly rang. "Lone Wolf, Lone Wolf, Lone Wolf, Lone Wolf." Shaggy immediately reached for the walkie-talkie. "I'm a lone wolf, so what?" Exasperated, Wolfpaw said, "Hear for yourself." Sharji froze, and just then, a shout came over the walkie-talkie. "Sharpshooters, sons of ES, Grandpa's right here, come after him." "What's the matter? Don't you dare come over? Aren't you the best in the southeast? I think you're the one shrinking turtle in the southeast. You guys just dare to play some underhanded sneak attack. You guys don't dare to come up when Grandpa stops? Enter the sharp sword. Is not required to ancestral shrunken head turtle to be able to Don't call yourselves sharp swords from now on. Why don't you just call yourselves the Shrinking Heads Brigade? Su Chen reminded as he walked behind the position. All of you, speak louder and greet their ancestors. Don't be afraid to be hard to hear. They're the enemy. Give me hard curses. With Su Chen's encouragement, the soldiers also completely let go. Say all the insults you can think of. Wolfpaw's eyes reddened with anger. Lone Wolf, do you hear me? On the other end, Xiaojie's face was hard to see. The people around him were almost as dangerous as he was, with a dangerous glint in each of their eyes. Su Chen, you! Xiaojie clenched his fists in anger. He thought that Su Chen didn't know their identities, so he dared to stop and construct a position. But now it seemed that people were pressured to know that it was the rapier that was chasing them. Constructing a position plus cursing the formation, it's all about looking down on sharpshooter. Bang! A subordinate slammed his fist on a tree and roared, Lone Wolf, I can't stand it anymore. When have we ever been so humiliated by a conventional unit? Yeah, Lone Wolf, this kid must be complacent now because he stole Hidden Stinger's mission last time, thinking that our sharp sword is nothing more than that. Lone Wolf, we need to teach him a lesson. If we can tolerate this, we'll be able to eat in the future. If this gets back to the brigade, will our squadron still be honorable? Lone Wolf, him, show them the true strength of our sharp sword. Lone Wolf, give the order. The crowd was in a frenzy, each with fire in their eyes. As a soldier, the army is their honor and pride. Sharp sword is also perennially known as the No. One in the southeast, and even more so, it does not allow others to insult it at will. Now Su Chen was tantamount to pointing his finger at their noses and cursing them. That's a breath of fresh air. Who could bear it? Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaojie picked up the walkie-talkie and said in a cold voice, calling all detachments, rally towards the wolf's paws bearing at once. Rally towards the wolf's paws bearing at once. Yes. All detachments responded immediately. Xiaojie threw the walkie-talkie to his men and roared down with a cold expression. Didn't Su Chen let us go? We can't let him down. Let's go and make Su Chen cry. Let him cry. All of them yelled. And together they followed Xiaojie towards the front. Inside the director's department, Zhao Hongsheng clasped his hands and smiled as he watched the red dots converge in Su Chen's direction. Commander Su, your son is really brave. Worthy of being a general's son. Zhao Hongsheng laughed in his words. A few companies, and they dare to single-handedly challenge a squadron of special forces. Behavior like this that seeks death definitely qualifies as bravery. The people in the director's department laughed unanimously, and Wu Weiguo's mouth was almost to the root of his ears. Su Zhe, however, was calm and relaxed. To be honest, Su Chen's ability to fight with one battalion until now had long exceeded his expectations. Even if he lost, it would still be an honor despite the defeat, and would not disgrace his Su family at all. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, I will go towards it, Su Zhe said proudly. This is not only the military spirit of our Dragon Kingdom soldiers, but also the necessary spirit of my Su family's men. No matter what strong enemy you encounter, you will dare to show your sword. Su Zhe looked at Wu Weiguo. Old Wu, you guys still need to learn more. You're almost as bad as a young scion. Wu Weiguo was so angry that he almost stood up, but when he thought that Su Chen would soon be completely annihilated by sharp sword, his heart ached inexplicably. Old Su, you are right, so he failed this time. I'll train him well while letting my soldiers learn from him. Just go back without worry. Wu Weiguo smiled an incomparably treacherous smile. Su Zhe coldly snorted. He had already made preparations and was waiting for Su Zhe to lose and take him away. He looked at the big screen, more or less dissatisfied in his eyes. This kid, still a little tender. Can you fight special forces like this? You have to have heavy fire support. Chapter 48. Being shady all the time? The position was quickly constructed, and Su Chen's soldiers all lay down behind the improvised position and continued to scream and curse. Su Chen lay down behind a rock, his binoculars looking back and forth at the situation in the forest. But at the moment the forest was incredibly quiet, and if he hadn't known that sharpshooter's men must be hiding somewhere, he would have suspected that he was insane. Shouting into the forest air, Battalion Commander, Jia Peng crawled next to him. Why are you so far forward? If you get taken out with a single shot, we won't even have time to hold a memorial service for you. Su Chen, I'm not allowed to observe the situation, Su Chen said without a trace of anger. Sharp swords are not ordinary opponents. If they don't make a move, it's already over. Once they do, it's bound to be a violent storm. As long as we slack off a little, we'll be Ed instead of being Ed. Is someone coming? Japing tensed up. Su Chen nodded seriously. According to my observation, the person may or may not have arrived. Japan, you're not talking nonsense. I don't need you to tell me. Su Chen patted him. Old Jia, you go to the back and hide a bit. You're in politics and engineering, but you're an amateur in war. Don't be the first one to take it to the flag later. We can't afford to lose this. Jia Peng almost spit out blood. He thought Su Chen cared about him, but it turned out that he was afraid that he would lose face. He didn't insist though. He really wasn't good at this aspect of fighting. Self-awareness was still there, and Japing decisively crawled towards the back. Battalion Commander. The voice of the commander of the 9th Company suddenly came over the walkie-talkie. We have 10 minutes to go before we reach the designated location. What other instructions do you have? Good. Su Chen laughed. When you arrive, prepare immediately. Wait for my order and fire at any time. Yes, Battalion Commander. The 5th Company commander slowly crawled to his side. Everyone's mouths are dry from cursing, but the enemy hasn't even seen a ghost shadow. Are they too scared of us to come? Su Chen rolled his eyes and was just about to speak when suddenly his entire body froze. He jerked his head up and immediately saw 2 drones appear overhead. Su Chen's pupils instantly contracted. Take cover. They're attacking. Take cover. In a flash, the blues stopped cursing and all rushed towards the cat's ear holes in the position. When they were building their positions, Su Chen had deliberately emphasized, the trenches could not be deep, but they had to have cat's ear holes. Because the cat's ear holes, they played a huge role in that great war decades ago. Not only did it help the dragon army win one grueling battle after another, but it also preserved the lives of countless warriors. Against the bombardment of the enemy, the cat's ear holes are absolutely effective, and this is also war-tested. Su Chen had long guessed that sharpshooters' attack on them would never be a simple charge, and would definitely be aided by bombardment. But Sharpshooter had his pride, and would never call for air assistance against a bunch of infantry. Sure enough, he guessed that they utilized the newly emerging drone technology. This is in the entire southeast, and only the sword is currently equipped with a probing drone. Boom boom. Su Chen had just ducked into the cat's ear hole when 2 rockets hit their trench with precision. The next second, the jungle erupted in gunfire, and dense bullets poured toward the blue army position like rain. They're attacking them, Su Chen yelled at the top of his voice. The fighters of the 4th and 5th companies immediately drilled out of the cat's ear holes, and the light and heavy machine guns immediately opened fire, sweeping indiscriminately toward the jungle. Meanwhile, the 6th and 8th companies were not hiding. All of them lifted their camouflage and fired heavily into the jungle ahead. Ta-da-da-da. With the firepower of 4 companies and a large number of squad light machine guns, the terrifying rain of bullets immediately overwhelmed the sword's firepower. Several of the sharp sword special forces that were charging were hit with white smoke on the spot. Shaggy flopped to the ground as bullets whizzed past his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did they react so fast? Is this a conventional force? Xia Jia spat, his eyes filled with shock. As far as he could remember, all conventional troops were vastly inferior to their rapiers in every way. By all rights then, those 2 rockets they just fired should have blindsided the blues. Then he suddenly launched a charge, and before the blues could react they were in close proximity. Relying again on their marksmanship, they could wipe out the blues in the front line of defense in a matter of moments. But now, nothing seems to be happening to the blues at all, and they themselves are being held down and immobilized. Lone Wolf, their firepower is too fierce. Hidden Thorn's voice came from Xia Jia's earpiece. We can't advance now, and we can't retreat back. What should we do? Lone Wolf, another subordinate shouted. They're scouting company. They're starting to come at us from both sides. Xia Jia gasped and hammered his fist on the ground. Damn, careless. I didn't realize that this kid Su Chen had trained the troops so well. He immediately shouted into his headset. Snipers, take out their fire points for me. Yes, Xia Jia, everyone else, listen up. The one who is brave enough to fight is the one who wins. We've come with more than 100 men. If we retreat like this, we'll lose the face of Excalibur. Later on, when their fire points weaken, everyone will hit at their center position. As long as we penetrate it, we can withdraw. Understand? Yes, everyone yelled with confidence. How can you strike with a sharp sword and not get anything done? They had to kill and injure at least one company of the blues so that the withdrawal would be dignified. Bang bang bang. The sharpshooter snipers hidden in the forest suddenly opened fire, and several machine gunners on the blue army side were immediately hit with white smoke, but the reservists next to them immediately pushed them out of the way, and the machine gun stopped for only 2 seconds before firing again. Snipers, what are you guys doing? Xia Jie exasperatedly yelled. Take out their fire points for me. Yes. Sharpshooters snipers turned their rifles in unison and continued to lock onto their targets. But just then, Su Chen also shouted into his walkie-talkie. 1 base ammo coverage bombardment according to the coordinates I gave you. Yes, the 9th Company commander yelled. Su Chen put down the walkie-talkie and cheerfully looked at the opposite side of the tenaciously struggling sword special forces. Bang bang bang. Sharpshooters snipers continuously pulled the trigger, and the fire points of the 4th and 5th companies were wiped out one by one, and it was too late to replace them. Seeing the firepower reduced by half, Xia Jia excitedly shouted, "Charge them!" The men of Sharpshooter immediately jumped up from various places, firing their rifles as they catapulted forward. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at the fact that these people's marksmanship was truly accurate. just a dozen meters forward. At least 3 dozen men were taken out of the 4th and 5th company positions. However, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face as everything was almost over. Just then, Sharji was personally commanding sharpshooters' men to charge forward. The heavy firepower he had left behind had managed to suppress the Blues' positions on the left and right. The Blue Army's frontal position, at the moment, was also completely pressed by him, and there was no room to fight back at all. 2 minutes, knock out their position. Xia Jia yelled excitedly. Charge! Boom! Suddenly, a shell exploded right in front of him. A buzzing sound suddenly came from Sharji's steel helmet, while a large amount of white smoke emerged. Boom boom boom! A round of artillery shells smashed into the forest like rain, and one by one, the charging sword special forces were blown out in white smoke. Xia Jia's entire body was dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did the cannon come from? He realized with a jolt that he had been undermined by Su Chen, the pitiful bastard. Again, Chapter 49, Cleverness is a dead giveaway. Su Chen is dead. Boom boom boom. The intense artillery fire instantly covered half the forest. No matter where Sensei's people were hiding, all of them were within the fire coverage at the moment. The Blues soldiers were not firing at the moment, and one by one they sat down on the trenches to admire the dance of the sharpshooters. Battalion Commander, Jia Peng ran over to us and gave a thumbs up with admiration. It's you. If it were us, we'd still be chased by them all over the mountains. Sharp Sword Ah, they are Sharp Sword Ah, known as the #1 in the southeast. Jia Peng became more and more excited as he spoke. Doesn't it look like it's any good now? Ha ha ha. Su Chen smiled. The best way to deal with snipers or special forces abroad is artillery coverage. They are too cunning and too maneuverable. They must be taken care of in one go. Otherwise the unlucky ones will be us. It's still up to you, Battalion Commander, to have the foresight. Jia Peng cheerfully yelled to the fallen soldiers next to him. You guys are not bad. You died honorably and your sacrifice was worth it. Turn around and I'll give you guys more tribute. The eliminated soldiers rolled their collective eyes. Jia Peng didn't used to be like this, so how did he get so quickly cynicized by Su Chen? After a few minutes passed, Su Chen smiled and said to the walkie-talkie, Lao Jiao, you can cease fire now. If we bomb anymore, the bodies won't even be found. Understood. The commander of the 9th Company laughed. Battalion Commander, did we get credit this time? Su Chen nodded. I'll give you guys a big credit this time. Thank you Battalion Commander. The fire soon stopped, but the jungle was thick with white smoke. Half of it was left behind by artillery fire, and half of it floated out of the heads of the soldiers of sharpshooter. Su Chen smilingly carried his hands and walked to Xia Jia before saluting. I'm sorry Comrade Lieutenant Colonel. I can't help it if I let you guys run so far to die. You guys are just too good. Xia Jia's eyes twitched hard at the corners of his eyes in anger. If you're dead, and you're here to kill people and put them to death? Kid, count yourself out. Xia Jia said with a disgruntled heart, daring to use an entire battalion of infantry as bait to get me to fall for it. You're great, but I'd never fall for that trick if I had to do it again. Yes. Su Chen nodded with a smile. The person I killed before thought the same thing. Xia Jia was so angry that he almost didn't spit out blood, but looking at Su Chen's beaten face, there was no way to refute him. Fine. Xia Jia snorted coldly. Losing is losing, and I'm not looking for reasons, but I have to caution you, this method can only be used once. It won't work the next time. Thank you for the leader's compliment. Su Chen said humbly, a man will only die once, and when he realizes it, his battle is over, and it's useless to come to a sudden realization. Xia Jia pointed at him in anger, but he didn't say anything for half a day. Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, don't be angry. Su Chen laughed harmlessly humanely. I'm also doing this for your good. Look, you guys are known as the #1 in the southeast, but you ended up being totally annihilated in such an unbearable manner. You just happened to take this opportunity to learn properly when the maneuvers are over. I don't often teach people. Almost all of Sharp Sword's men exploded with anger, and Hidden Stinger came over with his fists rubbing together. Lone Wolf, give the order. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill this kid. Shut up. It's still not too embarrassing. Xia Jia glared at his soldiers in a bad mood. See you on the battlefield if you can. What's horizontal now? Sharp Sword's men didn't speak anymore, but each one of them gritted their teeth and glared at Su Chen. They are not convinced. They are not willing. They are the pride of the southeast. Just so unexplained was completely annihilated. This breath really cannot swallow. Su Chen smiled and clapped his hands. It's still Comrade Lieutenant Colonel who has a high awareness. That's it. Maneuvers are real combat. A loss is a loss. This way, all of you lie down. Don't stand. Shaggy frowned. Lay down? Right. Su Chen said in a serious manner. Have you ever seen a dead person standing? Isn't that a fraudulent corpse? Put. Xia Jia almost didn't hold back from slapping Su Chen. It's infuriating. Lie down. Xia Jia lay directly on the ground. Lone Wolf, Cryptic Thorn and the others shouted indignantly. Lie down, Xia Jia roared. Don't you know you're a dead man? Don't know what the rules of maneuvers are? All lie down and wait for the shelter team to come over. The soldiers of Sharp Sword glared fiercely at Su Chen, and in the end, they all laid down unwillingly. Su Chen smiled and clapped his hands. Everyone, don't just stand there. Strip them of their clothes. Yes, the soldiers of the Blue Army immediately swarmed. Xia Jia was startled. Hey, what are you guys doing? Our army is not in the habit of whipping corpses. This is a violation. Don't worry, Comrade Lieutenant Colonel. Su Chen smiled and said, it's just borrowing your clothes to wear. You won't need them when you die anyway. I'll keep the inside clothes for you, and we'll never let you go naked. Xia Jia's eyes spewed fire and anger. He had never seen Su Chen so cheap. Move all faster. Su Chen shouted, then personally came to undress Xia Jia. I'll do it myself. Sharji huffed, peeling off her top and pants. Su Chen pointed down. Don't the underwear. I have to give it to you too. Xia Jia didn't have the heart to remove his pants and threw them to Su Chen with a hand. Su Chen shook his head. You're such a person. You still have such a big temper when you're dead. You'll turn into a resentful ghost and won't be able to reincarnate. Xia Jia was furious and yelled, get out! Get out immediately! Su Chen crouched and saluted him. Yes, sir. He stood up as he changed. Hurry up and change and come with me. Quick! The soldiers of the 6th and 7th companies quickly changed their clothes, and then together they followed Su Chen back the same way, rushing in the direction of the Red Side's large force. Soon they disappeared into the woods. Hidden Stinger sat up with a huff. Damn it! The face of Sharp Sword has been disgraced by us. Lone Wolf, we don't have the face to go back. The others sat up with frustrated faces. They were all elites from various conventional units, having gone through a grueling selection process before joining the sword, and then going through inhuman training to get to where they were now. They think they are invincible. As a result, when it came to Su Chen, he was severely slapped on the ground by him and couldn't get up. Humph. They'll meet us at the shelter soon. Sharji sat up with a grim expression. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and Hidden Stinger asked curiously, Lone Wolf, you still have a second hand to prepare? Xia Jia sneered. Doesn't Su Chen want our clothes because he wants to take advantage of the fact that our deaths in battle weren't reported to the director's department in time, and then make a time gap to sneak up on our large force? Hidden Stinger was startled. If he succeeds in his sneak attack, then our sins will be even greater. Xia Jia smiled contemptuously. But you've forgotten that we all have locators on our clothes, so he doesn't even know. By the time he finds our large troop, the news of our demise, Brigadier Yi should already know. Then, when the time comes, the localization will just show their location. Then they're throwing themselves into the net. Everyone's eyes lit up at these words. Right. Cryptic Thorn laughed. Su Chen is being smart. His set of earthly methods have ultimately lost out to our high technology. What's the point of having fun? We're still dead. Xia Jia said angrily. When we go back, everyone write a 10,000 word check. Lone Wolf. Hidden Stinger looked bitter. But, you commanded this. Then why didn't you guys warn me? Sharji shouted with a red face. You're all to blame. Yes, everyone was speechless. Don't freeze. Find some leaves to cover it. Xia Jia exasperatedly said. Su Chen, this unethical thing, don't you know that it's winter now? If we go back and catch a cold, it'll be even more of a joke. All go find leaves to keep warm. Chapter 50, We're Heroes. You say waste reuse? After running wildly for 10 kilometers, Su Chen came to a violent stop. Battalion Commander. Almost there, right? The 7th Company Commander asked, gasping for breath. Su Chen took out Sharp Sword's battle map and nodded his head after comparing the terrain. After we get out of this forest, we should be able to bump into them. Then we have to hurry. Company Commander Lu said excitedly. Redsmen certainly didn't expect that we'd be able to make a comeback. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. I reckon that Red has already known that Sharp Sword has been wiped out by now, and is just waiting for us to take the bait. Everyone froze instantly. Jia Peng looked puzzled. We've been running for an hour, so long that the director's department should have passed on the news that all of the swords were killed in action to the red side. However, how did they know we were coming? Yes, Wang Hai also looked curious. People from the Red Fawn can still tell fortunes? Su Chen pulled out a black signaler from his pocket. Underneath your collars, you all have one of these locators. Everyone immediately subconsciously touched their collars and found the same contraption. This thing can locate where we are now? Su Chen nodded his head. When taking off their clothes, many of the people from Sharp Sword instead stopped talking, especially that lieutenant colonel. Instead he kind of wanted me to take away his clothes. Su Chen sneered. It's obvious that he just wants us to throw ourselves into the net. Too damn sinister. Zhao Xiaodong poo-pooed. It's almost catching up to you. Battalion Commander. Su Chen, is one's image that bad? One of the soldiers threw the signaler on the ground in exasperation. Broken thing, I'll stomp you. Stop, Su Chen yelled in shock. You loser. This is troop property. One could be tens of thousands of dollars. Asterisk 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 so expensive. The soldier was so scared that his entire body bounced backwards. So what do you think? Su Chen said seriously. Sharp swords are the treasures of our southeast, and each special forces soldier is built with a lot of money. They use a lot of equipment that we've never even heard of. That's why they're strong. Jia Peng scratched his head. Battalion commander, since we've all been discovered, shouldn't we retreat? Yes, battalion commander. Wang Hai said, we have to be quick, or else we won't be able to get away when the red side outflanks us. Su Chen nodded. Good, then rest in place and stand by. It's, Jia Peng's mouth opened wide in surprise. Battalion commander, you gave the wrong order, didn't you? Su Chen didn't bother to say much and walked directly to the 4th Company commander. Put the martyrs down. The soldiers of the 4th and 5th Companies immediately put down the corpses they were carrying. Instructor, Su Chen yelled, bring all the locators and put them on the remains. Yes. Jia Peng nodded and immediately collected all the locators. The men of the 4th and 5th Companies took the locators and immediately put them on the corpses. Battalion commander, what the hell are you up to? Jia Peng was like a curious baby. I really can't see what kind of operation you're doing. The others also looked at Su Chen, completely confused as to what was going on in his head. Su Chen smiled faintly. It was not easy for us to run so far. How can we return empty-handed? This is sorry for the sharp swords that we wiped out, and also sorry for the Red Fang fighters who are waiting for us. He pointed to a group of corpses. They're dead anyway, so it's a good use for them. All the corpses rolled their eyes. Where are the promised martyrs? How long has it been since they've been wasted? The 7th Company commander instantly came to a realization. I understand. The battalion commander is trying to get them here, to create the illusion that we're going to sneak attack the red side, then attract the red side's main force over, and when they focus all their attention here, we'll take the opportunity to attack their camp? Su Chen cheerfully pointed at him. Clever, worthy of being a scouting company commander. Jia Peng immediately said, but Red Fang already knows that all of Sharp Sword's men are gone, so even if we go over there in their clothes, wouldn't that still be easy to spot? It's going to be dark soon. Su Chen said, everyone's clothes are the same, and they've decided that we're right here. At that time, even if we go over, they won't suspect us. This is called transferring the tiger away from the mountain. I told you that our battalion commander is shady. How about it? I was right. Zhao Xiaodong laughed out loud, but seeing Su Chen's murderous eyes, he immediately covered his mouth in embarrassment. Good. Su Chen clapped his hands. Everyone do your own thing. Yes. Everyone immediately took cover in all directions. Su Chen said smilingly to the group of corpses. Everyone, it's going to be hard for you next. You'll be shattered and burned to death. The corpses were speechless. Su Chen didn't even spare them as corpses. This was to completely drain them of their residual value. 3 kilometers away was Yi Shifeng's command headquarters. At this moment, Yi Shifeng was in the command vehicle, coldly staring at a screen in front of him. Did you find the signal? Report. Still looking. An officer said. Sharpshooter's locator signal is a separate system, so it's a bit of a pain in the ass. Yi Shifeng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with anger. These idiots, saying every day that they are number 1 in Southeast. Yi Shifeng said without a trace of anger. I think they are number 1 in giving away heads instead. A special squadron, countered by a group of conventional troops from others. It's a total waste of the funds spent on them every year. The deputy brigade commander laughed bitterly. Old Yi, don't blame them. It's not that Sharp Sword isn't powerful. It's really that Su Chen is too cunning. You've seen the strength of Sharp Sword. It must be that Su Chen used some kind of bad water. That's why they suffered a big loss. Then they should at least contact me. Yi Shifeng said angrily. A bunch of arrogant guys. Do they really think the world is invincible? This is war. It's about synergy. Well now, they're all gone. And only the victors of a war have a say, and will not sympathize with any of the weak. The deputy brigadier nodded helplessly. He could not refute Yi Shifeng's words. A loss is a loss. Even if you are a great warrior with high martial arts skills, but with a chopper, you don't even have a chance to turn the tables. Everyone would only praise the winner and not even miss the dead warrior. Brigadier, found the signal. Yi Shifeng immediately went over. Where is it? The officer pointed to the screen. It looks like it's about 3 kilometers from us. It's in the jungle to the southwest. Yi Shifeng's eyes instantly lit up, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Great. Still trying to pull the same trick. Yi Shifeng's face was full of smiles. This kid Su Chen is a real ghost. He must have taken off their clothes and let his own people wear them. Then he wanted to fish in troubled waters to enter our camp, and then suddenly launch a sneak attack at that time. It's a pity that this kid never thought that the sharpshooters gang is wearing high technology. His old ways are losing out to modern technology. The deputy brigade commander pointed at the blue dot. Old Yi, they don't seem to be moving. Yi Shifeng sneered. They are waiting for it to get dark. Once it's dark and the line of sight is bad, they can easily blend in. But now I've recognized it. Yi Shifeng said smugly. I won't give them a chance. This time, I'm going to knock Su Chen down once and for all, never to stand up again. Chapter 51, Brigadier Run. They're killing. Old Meng, how many people are in the camp now? Yi Shifeng asked excitedly. The deputy brigade commander looked at him in surprise. Currently there is a guard company, 3 tank companies, and the reconnaissance battalion. Good. Yi Shifeng said seriously. Have the scout battalion get ready, and as soon as it gets dark, immediately go and surround them. The deputy brigade commander quickly said. Old Yi, just cover it directly with artillery fire. Why bother sending men? Yi Shifeng shook his head. We're all tanks. It's hard to cover them with straight-line artillery fire. If we bring in more artillery, we won't have enough time. The deputy brigadier nodded silently. Their tanks were all straight-line artillery fire and the blues were hidden in a mountainous area. It's close, but it doesn't cover them as completely as the artillery, and it's likely to let them get away with some of it. And it was getting dark soon, and it would take at least 20 minutes to mobilize artillery from other regiments. It does seem a little late in the day. Besides, I would love to capture that Su Chen alive. Yi Shifeng coldly grunted. It's too meaningless to beat him to death. This guy, the only way to properly combat him is to capture him alive. Understood. I'll give the order right away. The deputy brigade commander immediately got out of the car. Yi Shifeng smiled and crossed his legs, staring leisurely at the screen. Su Chen, don't hang up so easily. I still want to meet you and torture you in the meantime. Outside the director's department, Lei Cheng and Shen Quan Lugua anxiously paced back and forth. Every now and then, they glanced toward the director's office. Although they were Su Chen's leaders, only those above the rank of division could enter inside, so all they can do is wait outside for news. What a rush! I don't know how the situation is really going. Lugua sat on his butt on the ground. This feeling of waiting for news is really torturous. Chen Quan sighed. Didn't we just say that Xiao Su ambushed and completely wiped out everyone from Sharp Sword? This is good news. It means we still have hope. Lei Cheng was bitter. Sharp Sword, that's the number 1 in the southeast. Eliminating them, Xiao Su must have been greatly wounded as well. And the strength on the red side is still. That's right. Lugua sighed. If they launch a general attack, Xiao Su is afraid. Our 9th Brigade, it won't really be hopeless. Hearing this, Lei Cheng anxiously wanted to enter the director's department again, but only when they reached the door. They were stopped by the guards. This feeling of waiting for life and death. What a ing torment. Lei Cheng sat down on the ground with an exasperated sigh. At least let me know a little bit about Xiao Su's current situation or not. Chen Quan patted him. Old Lei we have fully supported Little Su, and Little Su will definitely do his best. Next, let's just listen to the fate of heaven. The 3 men hung their heads, confused about the future of the 9th Brigade. Inside the director's department at the moment, it was a different story. Zhao Hongsheng looked at those blue dots on the screen representing the sword and rubbed his hands together in excitement. As long as Su Chen is eliminated, this maneuver is basically over. It's a pity that this Su Chen kid is still dreaming, completely unaware that he has fallen into someone else's trap. Wu Weigua said cheerfully. This is always walking by the river, where there are not wet shoes. He purposely raised his voice. Believing in yourself too much isn't a good thing sometimes. Su Zhou on the side hummed disdainfully. If you don't have some self-confidence, you can't annihilate the Southeast Ace. That said, old Wu are all of your sharp swords spoiling money so easily wiped out by Su Chen? Do you guys have some kind of misunderstanding about special forces? Wu Weigua was instantly poked to the sore spot, and his old face immediately turned red. No matter what, as long as we can wipe out the Blue Army, their sacrifice will be worth it, Wu Weigua said with a stiff upper lip. Su Zhou laughed. It's just that the cost is a bit big. According to you guys fighting like this, if you hurt the enemy by 1,000, you hurt yourselves by 3,000. It's really awesome. Wu Weigua was trembling with anger, but on second thought, Su Chen would soon be destroyed, and it would be better to stay in the southeast at that time. With such a number 1 tough guy staying under him, it's worth it now even if he suffers a little bit of anger. He glanced at Su Zhou triumphantly. Old Su, this kid, you can't take it with you. I'm going to settle for it. Winter days are short and the last rays of sunlight are quickly swallowed by darkness. Charge! Red Side Scout Battalion Commander Sun Shi waved his hand and all the soldiers of the Scout Battalion immediately rushed out of the camp like wolves. They scattered into a net and went straight for the source of the signal 3 kilometers away. The moment they rushed into the jungle, Su Chen stood up from a shrub. Let's go too! Su Chen waved his hand, and the people from the 6th Company and the 7th Company immediately followed him as they quickly ran towards the red camp. A rustling sound rang out from the jungle. and Sun Shi slowly approached the coordinates with his men. Suddenly, he saw several figures sprawled behind a tree. Sun Shi smiled slightly and shot directly towards that side. Bang bang bang. In a flash, the entire scout battalion opened fire, and the bullets struck over as intensely as if they were raining down. Don't move. Surrender your guns and don't kill. The red pawns quickly surround the group of corpses, but Sun Shi was instantly dumbfounded, only to see all the soldiers of the Blue Army lying flat on the ground, without any intention to resist. Where is Su Chen? Sun Shi yelled. No one answered him. The Blues all blinked at him. Sun Shi was enraged. Can't understand human language. Where is Su Chen? Come out. Still no answer. Sun Shi directly grabbed a soldier of the Blue Army. I'm asking you. Answer. The soldier from the Blue Army was not polite either. Leader, have you ever seen a dead man talking? Dead people? Sun Shi was confused. It was only then that I noticed that the smoking rod device on the helmets of these blue troopers had been turned on. This means that all of them are dead. Sun Shi's head instantly buzzed. Dare I trace the signal on a bunch of dead people? Sun Shi, how's it going? Did you catch Su Chen? Yi Shifeng's voice suddenly came from the headset. Sun Shi stood up violently. Brigadier, it's no good. We've been tricked. The signalers are all on a bunch of dead people. Su Chen and his men aren't even here. What? Yi Shifeng's eyes widened and he immediately felt that his head was a bit inadequate. But just then, a dull explosion suddenly came from outside. Yi Shifeng was shocked and pushed open the door of the command vehicle, only to see a dozen tanks surrounded by smoke. There was even more gunfire throughout the camp, with smoke constantly rising from the heads of the soldiers. Just as he froze, the guard company commander rushed over with his men in a hurry. Brigadier, run! The Blue Army is killing in. What? Yi Shifeng was shocked and dumbfounded. Aren't the Blues in the woods? How did you get here? Ta-da-da-da. Several guards were suddenly hit in the head and smoke came out. Not far away, behind the tanks, a group of men in red uniforms but with blue armbands on their arms rushed menacingly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Real kill is coming. Yi Shifeng was so scared that he jumped down from the command vehicle in a hurry. Chapter 52, Su Chen's ultimate move. Brigadier, run! The guard company commander could not help but grab Yi Shifeng and run wildly towards the outside of the camp. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Gunfire and explosions rang throughout the camp and white smoke rolled everywhere. Yi Chungfeng looked back. Soldiers with blue cuffs were going around his soldiers. Yi Chungfeng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was all set to interrogate Su Chen. As a result, Su Chen led his men into his camp and came close to capturing himself alive. With such a huge discrepancy, Yi Shifeng was so infuriated that his entire body was shaking. Brigadier, get in the car. The guard company commander dragged Yi Shifeng straight into the car, then patted the driver hard. Go, to the 2nd Regiment, quick. Yes, the driver stepped on the gas, and the SUV immediately roared out of the campground. Old Yi, what the hell is going on here? The deputy brigadier general looked at Yi Shifeng in a bewildered manner. Until now, he hadn't understood what had happened. Their camp, how come it's suddenly gone? Yi Chungfeng clenched his fists in anger. Damn Su Chen. He put all the locators of those guys from Sharp Sword on the batch of soldiers he sacrificed. All we went to track is a bunch of dead people, and he himself, lying on his back in the woods somewhere. Watch as smugly as the men I sent out pass. Then he'll take advantage of our surprise and kill us right up to our camp. Speaking here, Yi Multiplied Wind has been angry eyes red. Asshole. This kid is really more cunning than the loach. One is not careful to get into his way. The deputy brigadier general leaned against his seat with a bitter face. We actually raised an army to chase a bunch of dead people. Old Yi, Su Chen played us like monkeys. In the future, we're going to be the joke of the entire southeast. Yi Chungfeng was so angry that his liver hurt. A reconnaissance battalion, went out and found a bunch of dead people, and he took his entire command with him because of it. What face will he have to see his colleagues in the future? Speed up to the 2nd Regiment. Yi Chungfeng roared in anger. We haven't lost yet. Before Su Chen the runs far, I'm going to wipe him out. Hurry! Boom boom boom. A series of explosions rang out from the red camp, and the last dozen or so tanks all went up in a plume of smoke. The soldiers of the Blue Army, relying on their numbers and their ability to fight, began to spread out in squads throughout the camp to round up the rest of the enemy. Battalion Commander. The 7th Company Commander rushed to Su Chen. Just now my soldiers reported that they saw the Red Commander running away in a car. He was ashamed to say, I'm sorry Battalion Commander. I didn't get the old boy alive. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. Alright, don't blame yourself. If people's guards don't even have this kind of responsiveness, then they don't deserve to be called elites. He swept around. Did their command vehicle drive off? The 7th Company Commander immediately pointed in a direction. Over there, the few officers who didn't have time to escape were all taken out. Su Chen immediately walked over quickly. and several red Fong officers with white smoke coming out of their heads were currently sitting in the doorway with their heads hanging down, blocking the road. Move these dead men out of the way. Can't you see the battalion commander is coming? The commander of the 7th Company yelled without a trace of anger. A few red officers saw that someone had actually come to move themselves, and their eyes erupted in anger. Come on, it's not dead yet. We can move ourselves. A few people huffed and moved to the side. Su Chen walked into the command vehicle and looked at the vehicle full of instruments. His mind suddenly flashed. A bold idea suddenly flashed. He immediately walked over to the instrument and tried to operate it, entering the chain of command with no problem. Beautiful. Su Chen was overjoyed. These advanced instruments may be difficult for others. However, the knowledge given to Su Chen by the system contained a great deal of modern instrument operation knowledge. He had never had the chance to experiment before, and now that he had tried it in a small way, he was surprised to find that it was incredibly easy. Hey, don't you break our instruments! A red Fong officer yelled anxiously. Stop it! Su Chen lazily ignored him, his hands tapping rapidly on the keyboard. The red officer shouted anxiously. Do you hear me? If you lock the system down, none of us can unlock it. Suddenly, his whole body froze. Only 3 hierarchical command interfaces appeared on the screen at the same time. That is to say, the contact interfaces of the 3 regiments under the red side appeared together at the same time. The red officer opened his mouth incredulously. Even if he had trained for a year, by now there was no way he could command 3 regiments at the same time. He could only give separate orders 1 regiment at a time. Su Chen's operation really opened his eyes. 7 Company Commander. Here. Su Chen glared at him. What year is it now? Can even the dead speak? And you don't care? The 7th Company Commander froze, then yelled. Yes. He looked at a few red Fong officers with a smirk. If you're dead, you're dead. Why are you always so upset? Come on, open your mouths. I'll give you physical devoicing. Several of the officers tried to resist, but had already had their mouths violently wrenched open and a rock shoved directly into their mouths. Without the sound, Su Chen began to concentrate on operating the system. His fingers tapped on the keyboard for a few moments, then gently tapped the enter key. Good. Great job. Su Chen smiled and stood up. Retreat at once. Retreat. Retreat. The 7th Company commander yelled after him. The blues people were like a tidal wave, coming and going quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they ran after Su Chen without a trace. A few minutes later, Sun Shi rushed into the camp with the scouting battalion on fire. But the Blue Army has long been empty, and the camp is left with a bunch of smoking corpses. Sun Shi rushed to the side of the command vehicle and immediately saw several officers bound into dumplings writhing desperately. Asterisk. Sun Shi rushed over to untie them. These blues are too much of a bad thing, aren't they? You're all dead, and you're still abusing the corpses? What kind of stuff are you guys stuffing in your mouths? Why are the blues people so good at playing? An officer spat twice and shouted anxiously. Quickly go contact the other 3 regiments. Tell them that the orders just sent out are invalid, and tell them never to carry them out. Another officer yelled. That's deliberate disinformation from the blues. Stop them. Good. Sun Shi nodded, but just as he stood up, he squatted down again. How do we contact the 3 regiments? Use the command vehicle. An officer yelled in exasperation. We've been killed in battle. If we could move, we sure wouldn't need you. Sun Shi grimaced, but I don't know how to use it. Several officers froze at the same time. They had forgotten that they were the only ones in the entire camp who could operate it. Boom! Just then, a thick white smoke suddenly rose from the command vehicle. Everyone was confused. No one expected that Su Chen, this lackluster thing, would actually not forget to place a bomb on his way out. It's over. It's completely over. Several officers sat paralyzed on the ground. We've completely lost contact with the other regiments. Now I just hope that the brigade commander can get in touch with the other regiments as soon as possible. An officer said dejectedly. Otherwise, we'll really lose. Chapter 53, a demon rarely seen in 100 years. Report. Inside the director's office, an officer stood up violently and shouted at Zhao Hongshang. We just received news that the Red Command headquarters was terminated by the Blue Army. Put. Zhao Hongshang's mouthful of tea all sprayed out, staring at him incredulously. What did you say? Wu Weiguo also whooshed and jumped up from his chair and flew over. Are you kidding me? Aren't the Blue Army going to be wiped out? How did they take out the Red Command? The people around them all surged over, incredulity written all over everyone's face. Even Su Zhe, who had been calmly waiting for Su Chen to lose, quickly rushed over at this moment. He also never expected that Su Chen, who was obviously in a desperate situation. How did he fight such a beautiful turnaround battle? What exactly is the situation? Zhao Hongshang asked in a fiery voice. The officer immediately gave a general overview of the situation. Now, Yi Shifeng escaped. Most of the equipment in the camp was completely destroyed, and all the personnel were wiped out. Our people on the ground have determined that the entire Red Command is out of the maneuver and that the command is out of order. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It didn't matter if they were the ones who had hoped for Su Chen to lose before, or the ones who had hoped for a bit of a spectacular performance from Su Chen. At the moment, they were all shocked by this hit from Su Chen. The civet cat switched the prince, then attacked him by surprise. A general exclaimed in admiration, "This kid, Su Chen, has really played the art of war to the bone. I've been a soldier for so many years. I'm really ashamed of myself." Another general also nodded. "It's a good thing I didn't run into this kid in the maneuvers. Otherwise, I guess I wouldn't be as good as Yi Shifeng and wouldn't even have a chance to escape." Yao Guangji, who was on the side, was bitter. How could he be so unlucky to meet this asshole kid? It's a sin. Yao Na's face, however, was full of joy. This was her boyfriend. I guess I really didn't look away. Wu Weigua stared blankly at the big screen, appearing calm on the surface, but inwardly he was actually already turning over. This kid is really getting stronger and stronger the more he fights. Not only Yi Shifeng, but even our director's department is being led by the nose by him. We simply can't guess what he's going to do. He is simply a demon. Suja's heart was equally shocked. Is this still his son? Now he was becoming less and less acquainted with the son he had seen since he was a child. This level of command, this calm and cool thinking, and this courage to go forward, even he, as a father, began to marvel at it. This kid, he shouldn't really have one, right? The corners of Suja's eyes were wildly jumping. He had already told the people from the military department that as long as Su Chen lost, he would take him away. What would that say if we won? Cough cough cough. Right at this moment, Zhao Hongsheng coughed hard. Although the red side has lost its command headquarters, Yi Shifeng is still there, and he still has 2.5 regiments of troops. Against the Blue Army, it's still in an absolute upper hand. Let's not think too much about it, but let's keep reading. The reporting officer directly interrupted him. Report, the Blues used the Red's general command vehicle to issue orders to their 3 regiments before retreating. The exact orders are unknown, but the 3 regiments are currently being mobilized. What? Everyone was shocked once again. Su Chen still uses Red system? Zhao Hongsheng looked at Suja in shock. Commander Su. The corner of Suja's mouth twitched. Don't look at me. I don't know how to do that stuff. That kid, he must be self-taught. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air once again. Those present were all above the division level, naturally knowing that the red side of that system is the military industry has just developed. Only a year only a handful of technicians from across the army were selected for training, and each system, with each unit's own encryption, cannot be used, even if they have also learned to operate the system. But Su Chen not only used it, he also gave orders to the 3 red regiments. This operation, Naughty shocked everyone. This kid, again, can command, has guts, and has a lot of ghost ideas. Wu Weigua was shocked in his heart. Now that even the most high-tech instruments can be operated freely, what else is there that this kid can't do? No, this brat must stay in our southeast no matter what. He must not be given away. Wu Weigua glanced at Su Zhe, once again firming his confidence. This time, it was just a matter of spreading the word. Even if they used improper means, they had to keep Su Chen behind. It's a demonic big baby. Su Zhe had already turned his head at this time and whispered to his secretary. Quick, go contact old Can. Tell him that no matter what, I'm going to take Su Chen away. Let him operate. The secretary was surprised and opened his mouth wide. Leader, but I just looked for him. People have promised Su Chen to lose before he can. Cut the crap. Su Zhe glared at him. You tell him, the big deal is that we won't go grabbing the top students coming out of the military academy this year, and we'll trade them for one of Su Chen. If not, we'll lower the funding a bit. I have to take him anyway. Understood. The secretary nodded and left. Zhao Hongsheng suddenly asked, can you tell what exactly Su Chen ordered? The reporting officer shook his head. That was their internal directive. It had to be reported by their command for us to know. But now, Zhao Hongsheng was completely dumbfounded. A good maneuver. And now even the directorate doesn't know what's going to happen next. Su Chen became the director instead. This terrifying ability really shook Zhao Hongsheng fiercely. After being a director so many times, this is the first time I've become an outsider. Zhao Hongsheng sat helplessly in his chair. There was no way for him to think about it now. He could only watch Su Chen perform quietly like the other people who came to visit. Who the hell was the deer in the headlights? He couldn't guess anyway. Several military vehicles whizzed by on the mountain trail. Yi Shifeng held the map. His eyebrows twisted into a pimple. He knew that even if he won this time, it would be a disastrous victory. Beaten by a battalion that didn't even have a command post, he had become a joke. Right now, the only thing he could do to save some face was to quickly eliminate Su Chen. Definitely can't let this kid make waves. Brigadier, we're almost at the 2nd Regiment's quarters, the driver reminded. Yi Shifeng raised his head excitedly. Drive directly to their regimental headquarters. I want to give a combat order immediately. Yes. The driver pressed the gas pedal to the floor and the SUV began to lurch violently. Yi Shifeng tightly grasped the handle, but his body was still bouncing up and down. But he was exuberant to the core at the moment. Although Su Chen terminated his command headquarters, he was also completely exposed. As long as his 3 regiments immediately closed in, it would be difficult for Su Chen to escape with his wings. Brigadier! The driver suddenly shouted. The 2nd regiment. It seems to have disappeared. What? Yi Shifeng's eyes widened. What does missing mean? The driver said bitterly. According to the coordinates, we are currently at the 2nd regiment's compound. But look around. Where are the silhouettes? Stop the car! Yi Shifeng yelled. The SUV slammed to a halt and Yi Shifeng jumped out of the car quickly. But in the next second, he was completely dumbfounded. Everywhere around were signs that troops had been stationed, and even some of the fires had not been extinguished. But when you looked around, there was no one in sight. Where are my men? Yi Shifeng looked around and glared at his soldiers again, yelling hysterically, where are all my men? Chapter 54, Battalion Commander. Are we too cheap? Yi Shifeng ran around the campground like crazy, and his eyes were already red. Old Yi! The deputy brigade commander rushed over and shouted. They should have just left not long ago. Many of the rut marks are new. Where did they go? Yi Shifeng shouted angrily. Who let them go? Without my orders. Did the 2nd regiment eat leopard's gall and dare to act without authorization? In his haste to get here, he was ready to use the 2nd regiment to counterattack. As a result, there wasn't even a ghost here, and Yi Shifeng was now close to collapse. The other officers at brigade headquarters were also holding their fire. This is a battle. Actually cannot even find their own troops. What is this called? Old Yi, have you ever thought of a possibility? The deputy brigade commander looked at him. Maybe the 2nd regiment just received your order and that's why they started. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Shifeng shook his head. I fled for my life myself. Whose order did they receive? I didn't even bring out any communication equipment. The deputy brigade commander smiled bitterly. Yeah, it's because we didn't bring anything. That Su Chen kid is ghostly. Will he take advantage of this? And Yi Shifeng's eyes widened violently, and his entire body was like a bolt from the blue, his head buzzing. If one's troops were, indeed, mobilized by Su Chen, Yi Shifeng could imagine that they must be heading towards the trap. Get on the bus! Get on the bus! Get on the bus! Yi Shifeng shouted anxiously. Hurry up and catch up with the 2nd regiment. Make them all stop, while there's still time. If we don't chase after them, it'll be too late. Yi Shifeng dashed towards the car in a flash. The others reacted and rushed towards the car. At this very moment, within a band of mountains near the border, Su Chen took the main force of the Blue Army and all of them rested on the hillside. Battalion Commander, you finally ordered a break. Wang Hai gasped. In the past few days of maneuvers, we've almost turned into long-distance running champions. Look, my calves have gotten a lot stronger. Jia Pong was lying on the ground, his face covered in sweat. I'm just a civilian cadre, accompanying you guys for a few days. My God. By the end of the maneuvers, I feel like I can even compete in the Olympics. Su Chen took off her shoes, and a fragrant flavor rushed straight to Jia Peng's ceiling, stifling all of his words below. ******* Old Su, are you raising salted fish in your shoes? Jia Peng fell to the ground and dry heaved. Su Chen laughed. We haven't had a good rest for a few days. You guys aren't much better. Cut the crap. Hurry up and take off your shoes and pick off all the blisters. Later, we have a big job to do. Don't fail to walk. The crowd that was resting immediately got up with difficulty. They knew that Su Chen was right, and with extreme fatigue, they ran wildly for more than 20 kilometers. The feet must be covered in blisters at this point. If they don't pick it off in time, the blisters will break and stick to their shoes later, and then they won't be able to think about walking. All of a sudden, a pungent odor filled the entire forest. The crowd was dry heaving while assisting each other in picking blisters. Bang! A bird suddenly dropped to the ground, struggled twice and then stopped moving. The birds are all smoked to death by us. Wang Hai laughed bitterly. The 7th Company commander said cheerfully, we are biochemical weapons. I don't think we need to use guns at all. Just stretch over toward the red side, and downwind we can smoke them to death a whole lot. The crowd laughed together, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Although they won consecutive battles, on 2 legs, they fought for days against the enemy's mechanized forces. People are actually like taut strings that have reached the breaking point. It's a good time to relax a bit. Then you can fight better next. Everyone, speed up. Su Chen shouted. 10 more minutes of rest and we'll have to work. Yes, everyone responded aloud. Jia Peng curiously came over. Battalion Commander, what the hell are you up to again? Su Chen rolled his eyes without any good humor. This talk is still contagious? How is it that his own glorious image has become like this in Jia Peng's eyes? He coughed dryly. What the hell idea? Mine is tactics. Tactics. Yes, tactics. Jia Peng laughed. And what tactics do you have? A couple of company commanders chimed in, blinking and staring at him. They had been running for so long, and Su Chen hadn't told them anything. But the terrain here, as we can all see, is definitely a good place for an ambush. With Su Chen's nature, he definitely wouldn't do nothing. Su Chen put on his shoes while saying, just now at the Red Camp, I used their chain of command to send orders to all 3 of their regiments at the same time. Tell them that in 5 hours, they must arrive in this area and surround the main force of the Blue Army. He looked at the time. There's at most an hour before they should arrive, so everyone should hurry up. The crowd was speechless. Battalion commander, do you mean that we, as a group, will have to ambush their main force one more time? The 6th company commander had a bitter face. You're really prepared to beat us all to death before you're satisfied? The 5th company commander echoed. Battalion commander, we're almost out of ammunition. Moreover, they must have taken precautions. This time, we can't even be considered a sneak attack. We're completely hitting a stone with an egg. Su Chen smiled. So yeah, I transferred our heavy armored troops over. What? Everyone's eyes all lit up. If it wasn't for Su Chen's reminder, they would have forgotten that they also had tank cannons on their side. I'll go. Battalion commander, why didn't you say so earlier? It scared us to death. The 5th company commander laughed out loud. I thought that we were going to collectively take the explosive packets and die with them. Su Chen smiled faintly. What I want is to win the fight, not to die together. What's the point of me being a bare-knuckle commander when all of you are dead? He looked at his watch. In half an hour at the most, our heavies will be here. They'll be ambushed on the left hillside. And you guys, Su Chen looked at the crowd. What you're going to do later is to set up a chain of mines along the main road. Set the detonation device to manual. Remember, string together all the bombs, grenades, and anti-tank mines you can. Su Chen said cheerfully. When they arrive, listen to my orders and give them the whole big job. Yes. All the company commanders were full of bad jokes. The thought of Red throwing himself into the net again felt like a thrill all over. Action! Su Chen waved his hand and everyone immediately dispersed. When Su Chen turned his head, he immediately saw Jia Peng looking at himself with strange eyes. What's the matter, old Jia? Something wrong with your eyes? Jia Peng shook his head. Battalion commander, you're really ruthless. What's wrong? Su Chen pretended. Jia Peng laughed and said, use other people as communication systems. Trick them into coming over. And then gather our main force to wait for them, quietly right here. Battalion commander, will you think we are too cheap? After the exercise is over like this, we will be beaten up by others. Chapter 55, Confusing the enemy. We've been betrayed by our own people? Come on, let's all move fast. The enemy will reach the battlefield in half an hour. Su Chen shouted as he ran along the main road. Bomb craters are a little farther away. Don't make the bomb sites too dense. I want to take out at least 2 of their companies. Battalion commander. The communications soldier ran over and handed him the walkie-talkie. It's the 1st company commander. Su Chen immediately took it over. Hey, company commander 1, where have you gotten to? Battalion commander, turned back toward the hillside. Su Chen immediately turned his head and vaguely saw someone on the hillside waving at him. He laughed cheerfully, coming right on time. That's for sure, a company commander said grudgingly. These past few days, we've just been wandering around the mountains. You guys have fought so many beautiful battles. But there's nothing for us to do. Everyone's suffocating. It's not easy to use us. Everyone's battle spirit is high now. It's good to have high wariness. Su Chen laughed. After holding it in for so long, you guys are sure to shoot painfully later. Battalion commander, give the order. What do we need to do? The 1st company commander had gotten excited. Su Chen said in a cold voice, I have already surveyed the terrain in your area. Once the war starts, you can fight and walk to avoid enemy artillery attacks. Fighting and walking? The commander of the 1st company was confused. Battalion commander, you've forgotten that we're an old tank, right? It has poor stability and can only fire from a fixed position. Walking and fighting at the same time, you can't aim well at all. Nonsense. Of course I know. Su Chen said seriously. Later, use the explosion as a signal. When the fire on my side is at full strength, you will give me a heavy fire at the rear of the enemy. After you've fired 4 rounds, immediately move along the top of the hill toward the sides. After dodging their fire, continue firing in unison. The 1st company commander came to a realization and laughed cheaply. Battalion commander, how true. You're trying to use this way to get them to actively expose their firepower. Their road is narrow and inconvenient to move, and we are familiar with the mountain road. We can change places and continue to fight. It's good to understand, Su Chen said. Now, while there's time, organize people to hurry up and clear the mountain path. Don't strain yourself when the time comes. I'm telling you, This battle depends on you. If anything goes wrong, I'll have you all demoted when we get back. Yes, promise to complete the mission, the first company commander shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, the main road leading to this area of Suchen, Red's 3 regiments converged here at almost the same time. Old Lu, did you also receive the brigade commander's order? The first regimental commander asked over the walkie-talkie. The second leader nodded. Of course, without an order from the brigade commander, where would I dare to just leave the defense zone? The third regimental commander interjected at this point. What the hell is the situation? The brigade commander only ordered to come to the 441 area to surround the Blue Army, but the specifics were not said. Where is the brigade commander? I don't know, the first regimental commander said. After we left, I tried to contact brigade headquarters, but I can't reach them anymore. The second captain laughed bitterly. What kind of profound tactics is the brigade commander playing that he's even losing himself? I'll be damned. He couldn't have been ambushed, could he? The third regimental commander said anxiously. The Blues are ghostly. Could they have sneaked up on our brigade headquarters? Impossible. The second leader said firmly. The Blue Army's heavy troops are in the mountains, and I've been monitoring them. The brigade has a reconnaissance battalion, 2 guard companies, and dozens of tanks. The Blues have just that little infantry. If they dare to go, it's tantamount to asking for death. The first regimental commander hummed. I think, the brigade commander must have his own ideas. Let's not think too much. The time he gave us is almost up. Let's hurry to the 441 area. Otherwise it would be bad if we miss the opportunity to fight. Then my regiment will take the lead. The 3rd regiment commander said. Our regiment is the only one that didn't suffer any losses, so I'll take the lead this time. Alright, we'll follow. The other 2 chiefs nodded together. The 3 teams immediately merged, with the 3 regiments at the front and the other 2 at the back, and rushed towards Suchen's trap with great vigor. Until this moment, they didn't realize that they were caught in a trap at all, and thought that all of this was Yi Shifeng's brilliant arrangement. And at this moment, just about 10 kilometers behind them, Yi Shifeng was chasing after them in a windy manner. Faster! Hurry up! Yi Shifeng shouted anxiously at the driver. The driver said bitterly, Brigadier, this is a mountain road. We can't go any faster. Just now we almost tumbled into a ditch. It's not no flip. Yi Shifeng shouted furiously. Now it's saving lives. Saving lives, understand? As long as the car hasn't flipped over. You'd better hurry up again. Yes. The driver nodded stiffly, and the car sped up slightly. The whole car immediately lurched violently like a ship meeting a wave. Old Yi, don't get excited. The deputy brigade commander comforted. Our people won't be that stupid. They will definitely find the end. Maybe, they are waiting for us right in front. Yi Shifeng closed his eyes. I hope so. It would be great if that were the case. Time passed little by little. Suchen stood on the hillside and kept observing the situation in the distance with his binoculars. Here they come. Suddenly, Suchen put down his binoculars and shouted excitedly. Everyone take cover and prepare for battle. Brush! The blue soldiers on the main road immediately rushed towards the sides, all using camouflage to hide themselves well. The commander of the 7th Company, with a couple of scouts, dragged the detonation cord slowly into the ditch by the side of the road. All of them held their guns nervously, and they were aware of it. This battle is the decisive one. It's life or death, depending on who's braver. Rumble. Red's lead tank drove up with a loud roar. 1, 2, 3. Suchen hid behind a tree and stared at them with a deadly stare. After the 24 tanks had all entered the trap, Suchen immediately picked up the flare and pulled the trigger at the sky. Bang bang. 2 flares rose into the sky and immediately exploded into a blood-red color. The soldiers on the red side looked up in surprise. Before they could figure out what was going on, the commander of the 7th Company on the side of the road had led the men in pressing the detonator heavily. Boom boom boom. Immediately in the middle of the main road there was a series of explosions. 24 tanks one after another were blown up with white smoke. Together with the soldiers on board, they also rose up in a rolling cloud of smoke, choking them so much that they climbed right out of the tank. What's going on? The 3rd leader climbed out of the command vehicle in shock. Captain, we've been ambushed. A soldier flew over. The 1st Company was completely wiped out, and the 2nd Company suffered heavy losses as well. What? The 3rd head's eyes were filled with shock. Lao Jin, what's going on up ahead? Why are there explosions? A regimental commander's voice came over the walkie-talkie. The 3rd leader picked up his walkie-talkie and said with a face full of shock, We've been ambushed. How can that be? The brigade commander sent us here to surround the Blues. How can we be ambushed? The corner of the 3rd chief's eye twitched viciously. I suspect that we've all been sold. Sold by our own people. Chapter 56. Yi Shifeng was beaten and cried, completely doubtful of life. Old Jean, what are you pulling at? The 1st regimental commander said in an uncharacteristic manner. The brigade commander told us to come. Are you saying that the brigade commander betrayed us? The 3rd leader was filled with anger. So what is this now? This is clearly a trap. Boom boom boom. Just then, on the opposite slope, all the tanks and artillery of the Blue Army opened fire. The shells poured down like rain, slamming hard toward the red group. A group of vehicles were all blocked on the road and could not move, instantly becoming a target. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old man killed in action. A regimental commander exasperatedly shouted. This motherer is a trap set especially for us. The second and third leaders were all taken aback. You were both killed in action? A regimental chief shouted in exasperation. Do you guys want to come over and see smoke coming out of my head? Alright, take care of yourselves. I'm already a dead man and can't talk to you. Bang! The first regimental commander hung up the walkie-talkie and smashed his fist on the smoking car. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is going on in the brigade commander's head? Isn't this sending everyone to their deaths? Boom boom boom. The shells continued to fall. The regiment, which had already suffered heavy losses earlier, was now completely covered by artillery fire. One after another, white smoke rose from tanks and armored vehicles. Damn it, we have to get out of here. The third regimental commander shouted anxiously. Old Lou, I'll cover you with fire. You guys are responsible for clearing the roadblocks behind us. Good. The second regimental commander was not ambiguous, and immediately ordered the rear squad to ram through a clump of tanks blocking the road. The third regimental commander took a walkie-talkie and ordered the whole regiment. All turn your guns around and aim them at the top of the hill directly in front of you. Fire coverage and bombardment. Quick! Yes! The men of the 3rd Regiment had long been holding a bellyful of anger, and at this moment the remaining tanks and artillery immediately adjusted their muzzles, aiming in unison at the hill where the Blues were. Fire! Fight! In a flash, dozens of guns opened fire in unison, and the opposite hill was suddenly blown into a sea of fire. But the heavy Blue troops, by now, had left down the hill without a single one being blown up. Good guys. A company commander looked back and said with palpitations, luckily the battalion commander had the foresight to see that their firepower was too fierce. If we had left a little later, we would have been wiped out. The second company commander's voice suddenly came over the walkie-talkie. First company commander, do we have to keep going? The first company commander grinned. Walk the away. Aim on the spot and hit the mother asterisk 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 Hit the troops they're firing on? No, hit them in the back. The first company commander grinned badly. The battalion commander said never let them go. 3 minutes to prepare. Okay. All tanks and artillery stopped immediately, with Red's guns only a dozen meters away from them at the closest. The companies quickly reoriented themselves. Loading. Aiming. Boom boom boom. In a flash, several companies were once again under full fire. The 2nd Regiment, which was desperately trying to open up the road, was immediately victimized, and a dozen tanks were instantly caught in artillery coverage. A large amount of white smoke rose up, frightening the tanks behind them and immediately backing up at full speed to avoid the fire. Damn it, that was close. We'll get out. A squad leader with white smoke coming out of his head was lifelessly drilling out of the tank. Old Lou, what's gotten into you? Seeing that he had been blown up again, the second chief shouted urgently into his walkie-talkie. Did you not take out a single enemy? The 3rd Regimental commander's eyes are also filled with anger at this moment. These bastards, they are 2 damn chicken thieves. They just finished a round and actually ran away from the top of the mountain. My shells are all empty. Damn it, the terrain on the mountain. How did they run away? Never mind how they got away. The second leader shouted anxiously. I'm under fire right now. If you can't them up, move forward and get me involved. Wheel them up together. The 3rd Regimental commander's face was full of bitterness. I can't go. More than 20 tanks are lying down and blocking the road. I can't advance at all now. Just then, the 3rd chief suddenly heard the sound of charging shouts. He immediately turned his head to look, and was shocked to find that all of the people on either side of him were actually from the Blue Army. Asterisk 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 they're hiding here. The 3rd Regimental commander anxiously picked up his walkie-talkie. Attention all! Attention all! The Blues are charging us from both sides. Heavy machine guns. Sweep them to death for me. Yes, a response immediately came. Even though they were in a desperate situation, it was more than enough to deal with the infantry. On every tank and armored vehicle, there are large caliber machine guns. Against infantry, it's absolutely crushing. Shoo shoo shoo. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a large number of rockets were suddenly fired from both sides of the main road. The machine gunners of the 3rd Regiment had just maneuvered their machine guns when the rocket struck them precisely in the flanks. In an instant, several more tanks were hit with smoke. Gasoline bottles, smash them on the tank. Suchen yelled as he charged. Hundreds of Blue soldiers immediately lit improvised gasoline bottles and smashed them directly at the tank. Boom boom boom. More than 30 armored vehicles quickly caught fire, scaring the 3rd Regimental commander so much that he almost jumped out of his skin. What are the Blues going to do? This is a ING maneuver. Are they trying to damage troop property? Granted, gasoline bottles don't do much to kill their tanks at all, but in case it burns any important parts, even he, the head of the group, will be responsible. Quick, put out the fire, put out the fire. The third head of the regiment shouted anxiously. The hatches of the various tanks opened and soldiers rushed out of them with fire extinguishers. But Su Chen didn't care, and directly led a burst against the soldiers who rushed out. In a matter of moments, at least hundreds of Red's men were hit and smoked. Asshole, the third chief cursed in anger. We're putting out a fire now. You're taking advantage of the situation. You, bang bang. A few bullets suddenly came through, sending white smoke up from him as well. Bastard. The third head of the regiment sat down on his butt in anger, his eyes welling up with tears. You guys are messing around. You're cheating. It's so shameless. The Blues are so shameless. At the same time, several military vehicles flew to the battlefield. The driver kicked on the brakes and the SUV screeched to a halt. Old Yi, the deputy brigade commander, held his fist. It seems we're too late. Yi Shifeng watched dumbfounded as his main force was bombarded indiscriminately and blocked on the main road without the ability to fight back. Smoke rose to the sky, and his heart spewed blood furiously. This is his proud elite. His eyes were moist without him realizing it. Obviously he had an absolute advantage a few hours ago, and fantasized about capturing Su Chen for interrogation. But one slip up and he's actually a lightweight. Yi Shifeng has been beaten to doubt his life, and collapsed to the ground in despair. Why? All those surnamed Su are so hateful. Why did you let me run into their Su family? Chapter 57. You are truly one of a kind in the southeast. Inside the director's department, everyone's eyes were glued to the big screen. At this moment, the battlefield. Both sides were fighting in full swing. The tanks, which had lost their mobility, had been reduced to fewer and fewer by the desperate rounds of the Blues, combined with the constant covering bombardment from the Blue Army's long-range mobile fire. It had become clear that Red could not hold out. Zhao Hongxing sighed and looked at Wu Weiguo. Commander, is there any need for this to continue? The corners of Wu Weiguo's eyes twitched viciously, although in his heart, he was extremely unwilling to let Su Chen win just like that. But the facts are here. It's now the Blues who have the upper hand. And it's only a matter of time before they destroy the Reds. It would only be more embarrassing for him if he waited for Red to be completely wiped out. You're the chief director. You're on your own. You don't need to ask me. Wu Weiguo threw the pot back at Zhao Hongsheng. Zhao Hongsheng and he had been old partners for many years and immediately understood in seconds. He immediately turned around, took the microphone and shouted, "Immediately notify the two warring parties to stop fighting at once. This maneuver, Red loses, Blue wins. Commanders of both sides go to the General Director's office right away and prepare for the replay." Putting down the microphone, Zhao Hongsheng felt that his entire body was light and airy. Not only him, but everyone who had watched the maneuver had a feeling of being in a different world at the moment. It was so wonderful, so unexpected. This maneuver allowed Su Chen to play a heavenly game, with all sorts of seemingly old but improved and novel tactics coming out of the woodwork. Everyone's hearts were deeply shaken. It was as if Su Chen had opened a door for them, a doorway to the past and a connection to the future. A piercing alarm sounded above the battlefield. The director's department sat in the helicopter and announced the results of the maneuver loudly over the loudspeaker. The two sides that were fighting immediately stopped. But the difference is that while the Blues are jumping and dancing with excitement, the Reds are hanging their heads like defeated roosters. Battalion commander, lift up the battalion commander. Jia Pang led his men to surround towards Su Chen excitedly. When Su Chen took a look at this situation, he was so scared that he was about to flee. But there were people on all sides, and he didn't run more than a few steps before they lifted him up and threw him toward the sky. Long live the battalion commander! Long live the battalion commander! The crowd shouted and screamed with excitement, and Su Chen followed with a wow. Don't touch my butt, I don't like to be topped. Get out of the way, all of you. Just then, Yi Shifeng rushed over with 3 regiment leaders and a large group of soldiers. The Blues tried to block it, but there were so many people on the other side that they were squeezed right to the side. Su Chen! Yi Shifeng rushed over and grabbed Su Chen's collar, his eyes glaring viciously at him. You, do you know this is a drill? Burning a tank with a gasoline bottle, in case it causes equipment damage or casualties. Do you know how serious the consequences are? Su Chen opened his hand and said with a smile, Brigadier Yi, don't you know that maneuvers are actual combat? I'm already being polite with the gasoline bottles. If it was a real battle, I would tie a dozen gasoline bottles together and then specifically blow up your fuel tanks and tracks. Yi Qingfeng's eyes reddened with anger as he switched from one hand to 2 hands to lift Su Chen. Asshole bastard. You're just like your brother. No, you are even worse than your brother. Let me tell you, I'm not convinced that I lost this battle, and neither are my men. Yes, no. All the soldiers on the Red side collectively yelled. Everyone's eyes erupted in a blaze of fury. The current Red Fong, from Yi Shifeng to the ordinary soldiers, was inwardly stifled and aggrieved. It's like they went out and met a pretty girl, talked and went to their room. It turns out that the cute girl takes off her pants and turns into a strong man and opens the door just when you're having a good time. The people on the red side, at the moment, feel just the same, obviously dominating and getting beaten like this. Everyone broke defense. Su-chun used his strength to release Yi Shifeng's hand and said with a smile, "Yo, is Brigadier Yi going to cry? Cry your sister." Yi Shifeng hurriedly raised his head. Su-chun laughed. "Brigadier Yi, it's okay if you don't submit. You guys aren't really dead. You can still continue to learn and study my tactics. If there's a chance, next time I can continue to beat the crap out of you and bring you up to speed. You mother." Yi Shifeng couldn't hold back any longer, clenching his fists and yelling, "All of the synthesized brigade, listen to me. Any blue army, 1 for 1, beat them until they get down." Yes, Yi Shifeng's soldiers rolled up their sleeves aggressively, and the blue army's side did not show any weakness. One was ready to fight. This Su-chen, leave it to me. Yi Shifeng was about to raise his fist in anger, but just then, shouts suddenly came from the air. "Stop it down there, all of you down there." Yi Shifeng's fist, which was halfway swung, stopped hard in midair. By order of the general director, both commanders, go to the director's office immediately to prepare for the replay. The rest of you, bring them all back. Repeat, general director ordered. The order had been given. Yi Shifeng could only point at Su-chen with an exasperated sigh. "Count on your kid's life. Don't show me in the future, or I'll beat you once I see you." Su-chen smiled and said, "Brigadier Yi, do you consider this to be the revenge of a severe ghost? Uing." Yi Chengfeng was so angry that he almost charged up again. Su-chen hurriedly stepped back. "The directorate has ordered it. Don't mess around." He smiled and said, "Brigadier Yi, in the future, don't just cry. As for you, you can only get wet for our Su family." Yi Shifeng froze, always feeling that Su-chen's words were quite flirty, but what was wrong couldn't be said. Seeing Su-chen leaving, the deputy brigade commander sighed and patted Yi Shifeng. "Brigade commander, let's go too." Yi Shifeng looked up to the sky and sighed a long sigh. Before the maneuver he had sworn to Wu Weigua, and when the maneuver started he also said that he would end the battle in 8 hours. This is great. He's a total loss. How can he have the face to go now? Go! Yi Shifeng stiffly got into the car. The entrance to the director's department was, at the moment, filled with officers of division rank and above. Su-chen just got out of the car, and led by Zhao Hongshang. Everyone immediately erupted in loud applause. Su-chen immediately trotted in front of the crowd, puffed out his chest and saluted hard. "Report, Blue Army Commander Su-chen, completing the maneuvers, comes to report for duty." When he finished speaking, he looked at Suzhou intentionally or unintentionally. It was surprising to find a hint of a smile on Pop's 10,000-year-old serious face. Su-chen's heart let out a huge sigh of relief. Growing up, this real dad was known for being strict with his children. Su-chen still remembers that he was only in kindergarten when he had to run 5 kilometers every day, and rain or shine. As far as he could remember, Pops never seemed to smile much. But today, Suzhou smiled, and smiled so brightly. A sense of pride inexplicably surged within Su-chen. After all, who in the world wouldn't want their parents to be proud of them? "Little Sua." Zhao Hongsheng smilingly came over and pulled him. This battle was fought beautifully. Another classic battle example that can be included in the textbook. Come in and rest. These days, you are really tired." Zhao Hongsheng took his hand and dragged him straight into the director's department. Just as the crowd all followed them in, Yi Shifeng's car arrived. He got out of the car with his head hanging down, and watched as everyone all flocked to the victor to go in, and it really didn't feel good. Originally, the honor should have belonged to him. "There's the commander," the deputy brigadier warned in a whisper. Yi Shifeng froze, and suddenly saw that Wu Weigua was standing alone in front of the gate. Him intently. Yi Shifeng's scalp went numb, but he still ran over quickly and saluted. "Reporting to the commander. Yi Shifeng is back to report." Wu Weigua stared at him without a good mood and said after half a day, Yi Shifeng, you blew such a big deal before the maneuver, and then you blew your bullskin to the sky after the maneuver. You'll go and form a bragging unit in the future, specializing in fooling the enemy army and forget about it." Yi Shifeng's face was dripping blood, and he couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to drill down. "You're really good." Wu Weigua grunted coldly. "Others were decapitated by the enemy, but you are good. You were beaten into a bare-knuckle commander. You, are definitely unique in our southeast." After saying that, Wu Weigua turned around and went inside in a huff, leaving Yi Shifeng alone in the wind. Yi Shifeng was full of grievances. "If I had known, I wouldn't have escaped from the camp. Now it's good. Everyone is gone. Only I'm still alive." Chapter 58. Su-chen is too powerful. hope for the future of the empire. Lei Chang watched as Yi Shifeng followed Wu Weigua inside and immediately wanted to follow and blend in as well. Excuse me, the guard stopped him straight away. No one uninvolved, no one allowed in. Lei Chang was in a hurry. That blue army commander just now is my subordinate. I'm his brigade commander. The guards looked at him expressionlessly. I'm sorry, uninvolved personnel. No entry. Lei Chang was so angry that he was about to lose his temper, but was immediately pulled back by Lu Guo and Chen Quan. Old Lei, don't be impulsive. This is the director's office. The leaders are here. Can I not be excited? I'm all hardened up right now. Lei Chang looked inside anxiously. Xiao Su has won the battle. Are we still disbanding the 9th Brigade or not? Lu patted him. Don't worry, since the commander promised him, we, 80% won't be disbanded, right? But did you see that look on the commander's face just now? Lei Chang said anxiously. Did he look like that? Like he wanted the Blues to win? I'm worried he won't keep his word, and he hasn't made a note. Chen Quan sighed. Xiao Su has already done her best for us. As for the result, we can only listen to the fate of heaven. Lei Chang slammed his fist on the ground in anger. Hey, waiting for news is such an ordeal. At this moment in the director's department, Zhao Hongsheng smiled and gestured for everyone to sit down. Gentlemen, the maneuver is over. Red is a total loss, and blue wins by a wide margin. Yi Shifeng was on pins and needles at the moment. Zhao Hongsheng's words were as if he had been publicly flogged. Zhao Hongsheng continued. Originally, I should have let the commanders of both sides rest. However, this battle was won with less and so beautifully. Both commanders are at their clearest minds right now. So let's take advantage of this time to review the situation and never miss the point. The crowd nodded approvingly. This maneuver is a classic wherever it is placed. They don't really see it from the perspective of the director's department. Everyone is now desperate to know the details of this. Good. Zhao Hongsheng pointed at Su Chen. Now let Battalion Commander Su explain his tactical thoughts and process in detail. Report. Suddenly, Yi Shifeng stood up violently, his eyes glaring deathly at Su Chen. I'm not convinced. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and Zhao Hongsheng frowned. Yi Shifeng, sit down first. If there's anything you don't like, talk about it later. Yi Shifeng looked at him. Chief Director, Su Chen just utilized the rules of the drill to play many small tricks. I, on the other hand, am limited to the rules and have no way to utilize my true strength. This is unfair to us, whether he talks about it or not. I'm not convinced. Wu Weigua, who was on the side, also nodded at this time. I think Xiao Ye's speech is a bit reasonable. Why don't we let him and Su Chen exchange tactics on their own so that we can listen more intuitively? Zhao Hongsheng understood Wu Weigua's meaning. This is not willing to let Su Chen win and leave off. He nodded. Okay, Su Chen, you talk to Yi Shifeng. Su Chen stood up fearlessly. Brigadier Yi, if you have anything against it, just say it. Yi Shifeng huffed. You cheated at the beginning of the exercise. Your people waited at the train station ahead of time and used the people to drug my people. If it's a real battlefield, these things simply can't happen. The crowd looked at Su Chen in unison. Su Chen said cheerfully, if it's a real war, a month or even half a year before it breaks out, the enemy will be scouted. At that time, not only will they ambush you at the train station, it's likely that they'll hit you before you even go out from the barracks. Is there anything wrong with that? This, Yi Shifeng was speechless with dislike. The crowd also all nodded. The real war was even more brutal. Before the outbreak, both sides will infiltrate each other to scout and even do damage in advance. Su Chen continued. Letting the people drug you, that's because you didn't take enough precautions. If it's a real war, everywhere you go, probably even children will take out their guns and shoot at you. This common sense, don't you all have it? Yi Shifeng held his old face red, but it's also true that there are still many places around the world where there are localized wars to this day, and things like this play out every day. Yi Shifeng held his tongue for half a day before saying, for the last battle, you have all the infantry charge. Use gasoline bottles to burn our tanks and force our men to come out. If it was a real war, those gasoline bottles wouldn't pose a threat to us at all, and your men wouldn't be able to kill or injure that many of us. And, with all those infantrymen of yours, probably all dead, you'll never win. Yi Shifeng huffed and pointed at him. You're not taking the lives of your soldiers as your own. As a commander, this is something you're highly unqualified for. The crowd looked at Su Chen in unison again. Suja also frowned slightly. This kind of fight was indeed a Jedi fight, and would cause all of his men to die. Su Chen's expression became serious. Brigadier Yi, you also know that war is cruel. Once war comes, we will use every means to stop the annihilation of you, even if even I die in battle. It's not worth it, because behind us, there are millions of innocent people, the beautiful mountains and rivers of our country. If it were you, in a situation where there is a huge disparity between the two sides, would you give up the millions of people behind you in order to save your people? Yi Shifeng was once again disliked and left speechless. If you do that, then you don't deserve to be a soldier at all. Even if your soldiers survive, they'll have to suffer mental torture for the rest of their lives. Su Chen said coldly, as ordinary people, we can have such concerns, but as commanders, we are the sword-bearers, sacrificing a small number of people for the greatest victory. That's what we should do. Think about how, decades ago, our forefathers lay down in the snow, preferring to freeze to death rather than give way. Wasn't it for the sake of guarding the lights of thousands of families? How is it that in our generation, we have begun to become greedy and afraid of death? The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air, and even Wu Weiguo silently nodded in agreement. Soldiers, born to guard the land and the people. For the sake of this ultimate mission, they would do anything even if they were broken to pieces. Everyone switched places. If they were in Su Chen's shoes, they would have made the same choice as long as they could win. Su Chen continued, I answered you before. If it was a real war, I wouldn't have attacked you with a single gasoline bottle. Rather, I would have used a more grueling method. Perhaps me personally holding a bundle of gasoline bottles and bombs, to die with your tanks. And, Su Chen stared at him closely. The reason why you failed was not because you were limited to the rules, but because you were blindly confident in your own strength. Yi Shifeng was trembling, but he just couldn't argue a single word. Su Chen frothed at the mouth and said, the few times I ambushed you, you can actually defuse them. As long as you scout in multiple batches, advance your troops slowly, and develop roller tactics. Eliminating a battalion of ours is not a difficult task at all, but you trust your equipment too much and are bent on a duel. And, you still have internal conflicts. That's what allowed me to find an opportunity. Su Chen pointed at him. It's all because of your contempt for war and your infinite contempt for your opponents that you have created today's situation. What qualifications do you have to say no here? Yi Shifeng completely broke down, and tears actually couldn't be held back. He was never expecting that the 2 times in his life that he shed tears in public were actually given by the surname Su. Even Xia Jia, who was on the side, lowered his head in shame. Su Chen's words had poked his heart. If he could have been less arrogant and worked closely with Yi Shifeng, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Zhao Hongsheng exhaled a long breath. He could sort of see that it wasn't Yi Shifeng's side that wasn't strong enough. Rather, it was Su Chen, who was simply too powerful. This kid is the future hope of the empire? Zhao Hongsheng sighed in his heart. Chapter 59, Howling, Home, Saved. Zhao Hongsheng stood up and clapped his hands. Xiao Su's speech was wonderful. It's kind of a lesson for all of us. He waved his hand, signaling Su Chen and Yi Shifeng to sit down first. Then he said aloud, times have changed for the better. Technology has become more powerful, and weaponry has become more and more advanced. But our original heart can never change. Why do we need to conduct drills? Zhao Hongsheng scanned everyone. Just because we haven't been in the middle of a war for too long. The new generation of warriors simply don't know how brutal the battlefield is. We can't be like Sam, where we can reinforce our troops with small-scale, real-world battles in various places every year. Drills became our only test of the troops. Exercises, that is, to bring us closer to actual combat. When war comes, not to be beaten by the enemy and leave behind our great mountains and millions of ordinary people. Zhao Hongsheng's gaze fell on Su Chen. Please remember what Su Chen just said. Raising an army for 1,000 days is not enough to utilize it for an hour. When the war comes, I hope that everyone can survive the brutal battle and be more able to use all that we can utilize to protect our motherland and people. This, then, is the true meaning and only purpose of our existence as soldiers. Slap. Wu Weiguo and Su Jia led the applause, and the rest of the officers applauded enthusiastically. If you forget the war will be dangerous. This is a concept familiar to every senior officer. Only today, by a tiny battalion commander, with a maneuver to make them deeply realize the true meaning of this sentence. Zhao Hongsheng also didn't let Su Chen or Yi Shifeng explain the maneuvers anymore. The words Su Chen had just said were enough. He had a couple of combat staff officers and put together a general analysis of the maneuver. Where it's not right, then let Su Chen explain. Yi Shifeng had a black face the entire time, and every time he spoke about the ambush, it was like a heavy slap to his face. His head was so close to finding a hole to drill. When the replay was over, Su Chen and Yi Shifeng were left alone by Wu Weiguo. What are you glaring at me for? Wu Weiguo blankly glared at Su Jia, who was not far away. I'm the Southeast commander. It's not too much to ask my subordinates to talk to me, right? Not too much. Su Jia laughed. But about topics outside of maneuvers, you'd better not say anything, because I, the real father, am still waiting. This is not too much to ask, right? Not excessive. Wu Weiguo grunted and beckoned Su Chen over. Su Jia didn't have the intention of leaving either, so he slipped around. Angry, Wu Weiguo wanted to punch him. You're here, and I'm whispering. He glared at Su Jia, then stared straight at Su Chen. Leader. Su Chen laughed awkwardly. Don't look at me like that. I'm scared. The corner of Wu Weiguo's mouth twitched. You've beaten my best synthesized brigade to a dog and you're still afraid? This battle was well fought, Wu Weiguo said in a jarring voice. I'll do what I promised you before. When I get back. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Really? Nonsense, Wu Weiguo said without a word of humor. I'm a hallowed commander, and I can still lie to you. A little major? When I go back, I'll make a report to the top, reduce and abolish the 9th Brigade, retaining all of the establishment, and retiring those who are approaching the end of their years, as well as a group of people with poor quality. Then, from the other units, then draw a batch of elite to your 9th Brigade. Su Chen saluted excitedly. Thank you, Commander. Although he had only been in the 9th Brigade for half a year, it would be a lie to say that he had no feelings. Can anyone keep losing for 6 months? Su Chen and the 9th Brigade's emotions that were over the top. After all, for half a year, they had been chased all over the place, fighting, hiding, and dying in battle together. It's a little weird, but the feelings are definitely over the top. Besides, the whole brigade was behind him in this maneuver and pinned their hopes on him. Being able to keep the 9th Brigade was also a motivation for Su Chen to be able to hold on. That's what being a soldier is all about. Eating, living, and training together. And we all sweat together and have bad luck together. A little longer. This bond, it's comparable to kinship. Wu Weiguo's face also showed a rare hint of a smile. A fist smashed in Su Chen's chest. I promised you things done. In the future you kid will have to do a good job in the 9th Brigade. AI. Su Zhe, who was on the side, hurried over. Old Wu, you're not being fair. I said I wouldn't talk about anything other than maneuvers. How can you, the commander, not keep your word? Wu Weiguo's old face reddened and he said with a stiff upper lip, what did I say? Is it wrong for me to let him do well in his old unit? The 9th Brigade was preserved by him with his strength. Is it wrong for me to let him cherish it? Other than that, I didn't say anything? Su Zhe was so angry that he wanted to punch him. You've said enough. It's worth 1,000 words. There's nothing going on, so let him go back. My son I know. He doesn't like broken old men. Wu Weiguo huffed and pointed at him. Su Zhe, this is a personal attack. Who's old? I'm not as old as you. You still know you're not as big as me? Su Zhe poo-pooed. Growing up to be almost like my big brother. Usually use less bad thoughts. Or old age is more anxious. You leave. Wu Weiguo pointed at the gate in anger. I won't keep you for dinner. Su Zhe raised his head coldly and proudly. I'm still not used to your meal. It's all old man's teeth grinding dishes. Eat it slowly yourself. After saying that, he pulled Su Chen and headed out. Wu Weiguo's eyes spewed fire in anger. After encountering Su Zhe for so many years, no matter what aspect, he had never won. Suddenly, he saw Yi Shifeng who was standing honestly like a quail. He was so angry. Look at you. You did all the work. Yi Shifeng was shocked and said bitterly, Commander, I know I'm wrong. What's the use of knowing you're wrong? Wu Weiguo sent his anger all over him. But if you could realize a little bit of the bull you bragged about, you wouldn't have to make me look so bad. Even if you had a tie, I wouldn't have been taunted by that old man Su Zhe, and that sharp sword Xia Jie. What kind of bull **** battle are they fighting? And they have the nerve to say they're number 1 in the southeast? Outside the door, Sharjah had wanted to come and report, but as soon as he heard Wu Weiguo's voice, he was so scared that he slipped away. If you get caught at this point, you'll definitely be scolded. You, Wu Weiguo pointed at Yi Shifeng's nose, when you go back, give me a good inspection. Watch the exercise 100 times and write a 100,000 word summary report. Also, throw all that vanity, pride of yours, into the trash can for me, and ponder over Su Chen's words. A major understands what a brigade commander like you doesn't, and you say you're not a rice bucket? Yi Shifeng was scolded and couldn't lift his head, and the top of his head was sprayed with saliva. Where can he argue, bumping into a demon like Su Chen? Whoever goes there is out of luck. Su Chen was pulled outside the director's department by Su Zhe. Su Zhe looked at him seriously and just wanted to speak. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the side. Hey, Su Chen! Su Zhe was startled, followed by a flash of light in front of his eyes, only to see 3 officers rushing past his eyes, directly surrounding Su Chen. The guard staff's guns were drawn and they almost shot these guys who dared to attack Su Zhe. Su Chen, how's it going? Quickly tell me. Lei Cheng excitedly and nervously grabbed Su Chen's hand. Lu Guo and Chen Quan were equally excited, and their bodies were inexplicably trembling. Su Chen took a deep breath and smiled faintly at them. Reporting to the brigade commander, deputy brigade commander, and chief of staff, Su Chen has lived up to his expectations. 9th Brigade, bailed out. Silence, deadly silence. After a full half a minute, Lei Cheng suddenly cried out with a wow sound, holding his head and crouching on the ground and crying loudly. Lu Guo and Chen Quan were similarly in tears, trembling as they gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Su Chen's eyes were also moist. Only they, the soldiers, knew that the 9th Brigade was like a home to them. Now, home, Keep it. Chapter 60, this kid has a backbone and still wants to ride on my head? Watching three big old men cry, the people passing by didn't make fun of them, but instead, one of them got a little red in the eyes. Suja exhaled long and hard, and his nose was a little sore. Though old, he was also a pure soldier. He understood better than anyone else the obsession and affection that the three Lei Changs had for their old unit, because every time he leaves an old troop he's been with for years, he feels like he's leaving home, the old army, but they have struggled for youth, sprinkled sweat and blood of the place. Suja nodded at the secretary. The secretary immediately understood and walked over to pat Lei Chang. Comrade, don't cry. It should be a happy thing that the old troop can be saved. There's a lot of people here. Don't make them laugh. Lei Chang wiped his tears and squeezed a smile on his face. Right. We should be happy. We should be happy. Old Chen, old Lu, don't cry. Look at your bearish behavior. You don't look like men at all. Lu Gua snorted and laughed. You still talk about us. Look at your big snot bubbles coming out. Where are you still like a brigadier? Chen Quan laughed out loud. Old Lei it's a good thing you didn't show it to the people below. Otherwise where would you have a face in the future? Lei Chang wiped away his tears and snot and said cheerfully. Alright, let's not stay here. Let's take little Su back and have a celebration party. Right, little Su. Go! Lu Guo and Chen Quan pulled Su Chen. You're our great hero. Our whole brigade will give you a celebration party. Seeing that Su Chen was about to be pulled away by them, the secretary was filled with embarrassment. Can't you guys see there's a big chief here? He pushed Lei Chang. Comrade, why don't you guys go back first? The chief is still here. Lei Chang snapped out of his senses, and only then did he realize that Suja, who was carrying the general star, was standing next to him as if he were an old pine. He was so frightened that he saluted. I'm sorry, Chief. I was too excited to pay attention to you. Suja nodded with a smile. It's okay, when it comes to such a big event, I'm just like you guys. Lei Chang hurriedly said. Then we won't bother. You chat. Saying that, he winked at Su Chen. We'll just wait for you outside. Come out when you're done. We have to go back with you. Good. Su Chen nodded. Lei Chang's trio left smilingly, walking a few steps and looking back, happy like three big children. Su Chen awkwardly walked to Suja. Dad, don't be offended. The three of them just have immature hearts and minds, like old codgers. Suja smiled slightly and stared at him closely. You have changed a lot. Su Chen laughed. I know. I've become very manly recently, even more handsome than when you were young. Is this called green is better than blue? Suja corner of the eye twitching. Sometime not seen. This kid character how to become so flirtatious? He coughed twice dryly. Don't be poor. I'm talking about your ability to utilize tactics. It's becoming more and more like me. Su Chen looked at him in surprise. Dad, were you as powerful as me when you were young? A battalion fighting a brigade? I've never heard of that. Suja hated to give him two mouths. This thing must break the sand pot to ask the end. Cut the crap. Suja put away his smile. You're a little older and a lot tougher anyway. I did grow up and last. Su Chen laughed. Otherwise could I outrun their synthetic brigade on two legs? Suja furrowed his brows, always feeling that there was something wrong with this statement. He can't even give this kid the whole thing. Suja aired twice before saying, You kid, you've been naughty since you were a kid. During the first 3 years of military school, I received dozens of complaints against you. If it wasn't for my face, you would have been expelled long ago. Su Chen smiled and scratched his head. That's because the school was too conservative and didn't know that I was a genius. As it turns out, I was the best in that graduating class. Don't put gold on your face. Suja looked at him with a tiger's eye. Letting you come here is to sharpen your temperament. You were in the 9th Brigade, being chased and beaten for half a year. It seems to have worked out pretty well. This temperament has been smoothed out. It's time to go to a better place. Suja stared at him. Will you come with me? Su Chen was a bit embarrassed. He had long guessed that his old man had called him alone for something. If it were before, he would have chosen to leave. But right now, he didn't want to leave the home he'd managed to keep. Dad, honestly, don't be mad. I'm not angry. Say it. Suja nodded, but his eyes stared sharply at him. Su Chen swallowed his saliva. I haven't even said it yet. You can almost eat people with this look. He grinned and said, Actually, I have a dream. Dream? Suja was happy. Want to be a general? With your current talents, as long as I polish you well, you can definitely become a general in the future. Our Su family has 4 generals in one family. Ha ha ha. Su Chen was embarrassed. He could become a general even by himself now. Since I was little, I've always felt that you were the idol in my heart. Su Chen said in a serious manner. Although you are very strict with me, I adore you. These words were very flattering to Suja. It is the honor of all fathers to be idolized by their sons. So what? I especially want to beat you now. Put. Suja almost didn't spit out blood and glared at him fiercely. Brat, You worship me just because you want to defeat me? What the kind of logic is that? Su Chen smiled and said, aren't idols meant to be surpassed? After defeating you, I am your idol. Don't all fathers want their children to be better than him? You don't want to? Suja's liver hurt from anger, and the secretary on the side had the sense to take 2 steps backward. Su Chen, this kid was born with a rebel bone. This is ready to ride on his father's head? So? Suja looked at him coldly. Su Chen laughed, that's why I don't want to go with you. Only in another troop will I have the chance to fight you in the future, so you can see my tactics. If I go with you, then won't you never get to see how great your son is for the rest of your life? I'm doing this all for you. The corner of Suja's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Retrograde son, this is definitely retrograde. You're trying to teach me how to be a man? This is to pay back all the aggression you've suffered since you were a child. Against you, you want to surpass me. Practice for another 20 years. Suja didn't have the heart to say, old me has eaten more salt than you have crossed bridges. You should die of that heart first. How will I know if I don't try? Su Chen said cheaply, I must surpass you before you retire, or you'll be too sorry. I'm not sorry. Suja pointed at him, are you determined to stay here, practicing for that old boy Wu Weigua? Su Chen immediately puffed out his chest. Dad, how can you say that? I'm practicing for the country and the people, not for someone. Suja was disliked without words. If there was an order for you to leave, how dare you disobey it? Su Chen froze this time. A military order is like a mountain. It is the vocation of all soldiers. Su Chen gritted his teeth. Then I'll obey the order. Humph. Count on you having some common sense. Suja glared at him. Wait for the order. With that, he turned and walked away. He had already planned to wait for this long reverse bone kid to go back, and make sure to greet him properly, so that he would know who was the old man and who was the son. Su Chen watched his old man's back go away and exhaled with relief. Dad, if you want to get rid of me, you have to ask Commander Wu too. Su Chen laughed. The current me? I'm afraid Commander Wu won't let you have your way so easily. He was just about to turn around when a voice suddenly came. Su Chen, stop. Chapter 61 promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, Deputy Regiment. Su Chen turned his head in surprise. Yi Shifeng was leering at him. Brigadier Yi. Su Chen saluted at him. What? Been scolded? Yi Shifeng blackened his face and thought to himself, isn't this nonsense? A brigade was wiped out by one of your battalions. How can it be good in the hands of the commander? You are very good. Yi Shifeng held his tongue for half a day before uttering these words. Su Chen was confused. This was not like Yi Shifeng's character. Is this guy out of his mind from his own beating? He should have cussed himself out. Brigadier Yi overpraised. Generally speaking, I haven't done my best. Su Chen had a modest face. Yi Shifeng rolled his eyes. You've been beaten like this and you still haven't done your best? You're damned if you're humble. No matter what, you've taught me a vivid lesson. Yi Shifeng stared at Su Chen closely. When I go back, I will study your words and your tactics. I will also learn psychology properly. Su Chen gave a thumbs up. Good learner. Brigadier Yi, you will definitely have a lot of room for improvement in the future. However, let me remind you, tactics change with the battlefield and environment. What I used this time, I may not use next time. You should never fixate on one study. You have to be adaptable. If there's something you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I'm a person who has never been ashamed to teach. Yi Shifeng didn't want to talk nonsense with Su Chen anymore. Go around with him any longer and he'll be unable to resist punching the bastard to death. Don't be too proud either. Yi Shifeng coldly looked at Su Chen. The mistakes I made in this maneuver, I definitely won't make them again next time. Next time if there's still a chance to fight, I won't let you find any cracks. Su Chen nodded cheerfully. Good. Failure is success, his mother. I believe that Brigadier Yi will definitely summarize his experience and learn from this lesson. Then I'll wait for you to come back to me next time, and I'll teach you other tactics then. It's fine. You hurry up. Yi Shifeng felt his blood pressure a little high. It's best not to meet if it's fine. Meeting is an exercise. Brigadier Yi, Su Chen asked with concern. You look a bit uncomfortable. Should I call a doctor for you? Scram! Yi Shifeng roared. He was on the verge of resisting the urge to hit someone. Su Chen bristled. What a temper! He shook his head and ran quickly toward the outside. Yi Chengfeng gas holding the side of the car. How am I so cheap? Nothing must find him. Why? This surnamed Su's brother and sister. Both special mother like to educate people. Next time, I'll use victory to teach you how to be a human being. Su Chen ran to the gate, and from afar, he saw Lei Chang's trio waving frantically at him. He smiled and ran over. Brigadier, actually you don't have to wait for me. I still want to go back to the independent battalion. Lei Chang pulled him back. Alright, all the units have been brought back. Your independent battalion has also returned to our 9th Brigade. Go. Let's hurry back. Chen Quan and Lu Guo pushed him into the car. You didn't sleep well these past few days, did you? We heard that you led people from east to west and ran several hundred kilometers. This is exhausting for you. Hurry back and rest. Su Chen was pushed into the car, and Lei Che personally closed the door for him. Then smiling, he sat in the front. Drive. Yes. When the car started, Lei Chang turned his head with a smile. Xiao Su, this time you have made a great achievement for our brigade. I'll make a statement first. You'll get a second-class merit. Then you pick 10 people out. All second-class merit. Pick another 30 people. All third-class merit. But collective is also a second-class merit once. Lei Chang laughed. And the establishment of the independent battalion is retained. From now on you will be the benchmark of our 9th Brigade. The trump card. Thank you, Brigadier. Su Chen smiled and saluted. This was an honor that they had fought hard for, and Su Chen naturally deserved it. Little Sua, Lei Chang continued. The three of us discussed it just now, and what I mean is to go back and have a celebration party. But old Chen and old Lu said that you guys must be too tired. So I'll have the cooking class make you guys some noodles in advance. When you guys go back, eat and then sleep. Sleep his ass off. And when your spirits are well nourished, we'll give you a celebration party tomorrow. Su Chen quickly said. Brigadier, there's no need for this. The regulations also don't allow not following the work and rest. I gave special approval. Lei Chang atmospherically patted his chest. You're a meritocracy. All of you in the independent battalion are meritocracies. If there are any problems, I, the brigade commander, will take the blame. Right, Chen Quan said cheerfully. You've done such a great job. So let us do this little thing. If there's a problem, there's the brigade commander. If you can't, count us in. Lu Guo put his arm around Su Chen. Just don't think too much. Get some rest. Hey. Su Chen nodded his head vigorously. To be honest, Su Chen had been tightly wound during these days of intense maneuvers. Relax now. The 9th Brigade is preserved and the future is better for him. His eyes were already fighting uncontrollably. He really wanted to get a good night's sleep. The night was deep and a cold wind blew the bare branches of the trees from side to side. All was silent, but there was a light on the commandant's building. Okay, I got it. Luo Bing from the military department took the phone and nodded. Please don't worry, leader. I will definitely convey it to them and get it done. After hanging up the phone, Wu Weigui on the side immediately came up. Lao Luo, what did the leader say? Luo Bing smiled faintly and reached out. Bring Su Chen's report over. Okay. Wu Weigui handed it over with a smile. He let the 9th Brigade keep it so that Su Chen could stay. Now he applies for the promotion of Su Chen's position from deputy battalion to full battalion. 2 moves fell, and he believed that Su Chen would not leave. As for Suja's side, he was confident that he could handle it. Luo Bing took the report and read through it before taking out a fountain pen to brush and write on it. Wu Weigui smiled and came over, but his face changed in the next second. Promote Lieutenant Colonel. Promote Deputy Regiment? He looked at Luo Bing in shock. Old Luo, you're not mistaken, are you? There is a limit to the number of years you can advance in rank in the army, and it is a leap of 2 grades to go from an associate battalion to an associate regiment. According to the normal procedure, it is impossible without 4 or 5 years. This speed of Su Chen's promotion was comparable to riding a rocket. This is what the leader meant. Luo Bing smiled and handed the report to Wu Weigui. Nowadays, what our troops are lacking is this kind of young officer who dares to think and work, and dares to fight and break through. I watched your maneuvers and reported all of them to the leadership. Luo Bing said. The superiors recognize Su Chen, his tactics, both retaining our traditions and interspersing them with modern methods of warfare. Most importantly, this kid can study human psychology. This point is rare. So, not only will he be given a promotion, but he will also be given a second-class merit once, to be awarded by you personally. Wu Weigui nodded his head smilingly. Right. I've long said that this kid is talented. Raising Su Chen so much in one go, he was even more certain that Su Chen wouldn't leave. You're picking up a big treasure yourself. Luo Bing laughed. Now is the time to use people. And since a young man like this can take charge, he should be given a heavy burden. Wu Weigui laughed. Then I'll take Su Chen's place and thank the leader. I promise that I will train him well and let him create another brilliant career. Luo Bing smiled and waved his hand. Old Wu, don't be too happy yet. I didn't say I'd let Su Chen stay. Ha! Wu Weigui's jaw hit the ground. Dare I say that I've been working for nothing for half a day? Chapter 62, You're not right. You want to pick the peach? Bang! The main door was suddenly pushed open, and Wu Weigui was stunned as he watched Suja strut in. Old Su? Wu Weigui's eyes instantly erupted with rage. Who let you in? Get out! This is my command, not yours. Suja cheerfully laughed. What, you and I? Old Wu this person's ideological awareness is still so low? This is all for the country and the people. Where is it for you and me? He sighed at Luo Bing and said, Old Luo, look, it's all because I didn't bring him up well before. With this awareness, He's not fit to have good seedlings given to him to cultivate. Wu Weiguo was furious and stormed. Good Suja, you are sinister enough. I've gotten so many favors for Su Chen, and you're going to pick the peach when you turn your hand? I'm telling you, no way. Wu Weiguo looked at Luo Bing with an exasperated look. Old Luo, I'll put my words down here today. Su Chen can go anywhere, just not to him. Luo Bing smiled awkwardly. Before he could speak, Suja interjected. Old Wu, you're going to miscalculate this time. He proudly embraced Luo Bing. Before the drill ended, I had already reported to the leadership. As long as Su Chen wins, let him come with me. And the leaders agreed. Wu Weiguo was so excited that he almost didn't jump up. Old Luo, is there such a thing? Luo Bing nodded with a bitter smile. Indeed, there is indeed this. Wu Weiguo was like being poured a pot of cold water on his head, and the whole person wilted. Su Zhizhi, full of ambition, walked over to pat him. Old Wu, comrades in arms for so many years. Your vision has always been the same as before. That's my son, Suja said arrogantly, inheriting everything from me. Can he fail? Don't say a battalion. If you just give him a company, he'll still be able to create miracles for you, because he is my son. Ha ha ha. Looking at Suja's dejected appearance, Wu Weiguo closed his eyes tightly and resisted the urge to punch him. After knowing him for so many years, he felt that Suja was getting more shameless as he got older. Who didn't know you when you were young? Su Chen is so big. You are still a company commander and by the head of the training. You in front of me to blow, what powerful. Suja exhaled in relief. Old Wu, thank you for helping me raise my son for so long. I'll send you some northeastern specialties to make up for it later. As for the people, I'll take them. Wu Weiguo sighed helplessly. Since the leader had already given the order, it was too late for him to do anything now. His heart was pulling out of his chest at the moment. If he had known that Su Chen was so powerful, what kind of drills did he organize? Wasn't he just punking himself? He wanted to slap himself twice. Such a good young officer was sent away by his own hand. It also gave Suja this. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Old Luo, thank you for your help. Suja walked over and shook Luo Bing's hand. I'll treat you to dinner later. Luo Bing laughed. Old Su, don't be polite to me. I didn't do any favors either. Suja waved his hand. How can you say you didn't help? You, whom? He looked at Luo Bing in surprise. You didn't help? Luo Bing nodded. I did agree to help you apply, and went to apply as well, but the leaders above didn't agree. So isn't that why I didn't help? Suja's mouth opened wide and his entire body froze in place. Dare I say he's a clown himself after being happy for half a day. Ha ha ha. Wu Weiguo suddenly let out a loud laugh and joyfully poked Suja. Old Sua, it seems that the eyes of the higher-ups are still sharp, knowing that where Su Chen sprouts, he has to blossom. Even his own father can't just pick it. You'll just have to go back on your own. Ha ha ha. Looking at Wu Weiguo's beaten old face, Suja's mouth twitched in anger. Wu Weiguo, on the other hand, hurriedly saluted towards Luo Bing. Thank you for taking care of the leader. Please rest assured that Su Chen will develop well with me, and we will definitely focus on taking care of him. Luo Bing smiled and shook her head. Old Wu, don't misunderstand either. Su Chen, too, is not staying with you. Wu Weiguo's smiling face instantly froze, and asked with a bewildered expression. Then where is he going? Suja also curiously came over. Luo Bing sighed. That's right, I've reported everything about this maneuver. Where are the leaders? They are praising the results. Luo Bing suddenly said seriously. However, Su Chen casually damaged troop property and involved the civilians. These are all serious violations. So, Luo Bing coldly said, the leader said that he must be severely criticized and educated, and also sent to a remote area for refining. He patted the two who were already dumbfounded. So yeah, you guys should stop arguing. The higher-ups have already made up their minds. Wu Weiguo and Suja glanced at each other, and both of them said almost at the same time, Old Luo, isn't the punishment too heavy? Wu Weiguo patted his chest and said, I can guarantee for Su Chen that he will never mess around. He's an excellent officer. It would be a shame to bury him just like that. I can vouch for him. Even if it's not with me, I can't let him be sent out. Suja also said in a deep voice, Old Luo, I'm speaking up for him now not because he's my son. Rather, it's because I can see that he's an excellent officer with great potential. Even if you guys give me disciplinary action, you can't let him go to a remote area. We want progress. We need him. Luo Bing waved his hand. Alright, the leader has already decided, so you guys don't need to say much. If there are any problems, you guys can go to the headquarters to have an interview with the leader. The two were utterly speechless. They were hallowed commanders, and it would be unseemly for them to run to the headquarters to find a leader just for a tiny lieutenant colonel. Not fair. Wu Weiguo exasperatedly slapped his hand on the table. I'd rather he be taken away by Suja. Suja sighed helplessly. Old Luo, then tell me, where was he sent to? Luo Bing laughed. The Northern Grasslands, a new unit was built there. He transferred over to be the deputy regiment commander. Su Jia and Wu Weigua's eyes instantly lit up. Rubbing his head, Wu Weigua jumped straight up. A newly built unit? The two stared at Luo Bing together. You're talking about the 1st Brigade directly under the headquarters, right? Luo Bing nodded. Yes, that's the place. Bang! The two men were so angry that they slapped the table together. Old Luo, you're not right. We've all heard of the 1st Brigade, known as the first in the world, codenamed Dragon's Teeth. Dare I say that after all that? You guys are trying to pick the peach yourselves. Luo Bing awkwardly smiled all over her face. You two are so busy. Would it not be sharing your burden if the headquarters were to discipline the discipline for you? Su Jia and Wu Weigua's eyes erupted in anger. Thank you. We don't want that kindness. Alright. Luo Bing looked at the two of them seriously. You think you're playing house? Su Chen was transferred for a reason. It's an honor for him and a test for him. Dragon's Teeth. It's not for just anyone to stay. Su Jia and Wu Weigua looked at each other. Then together they looked at Luo Bing. Test? What test? Chapter 63 Battalion Commander. Your lover is here. Battalion Commander. Battalion Commander. Su Chen was in the middle of a beautiful dream when a rough voice suddenly came to his ears. Enemy attack? Su Chen jumped with a jolt. Wang Hai said laughingly, where's the enemy attack? The maneuvers are over. Su Chen looked at his dormitory, and then looked at Wang Hai, who was wearing his regular military uniform. Disturbing people's dreams without Gigi. Why are you so lacking in virtue? Su Chen reclined. The corner of Wang Hai's mouth twitched. Your words are even more lackluster. Okay. Battalion Commander. There's someone outside looking for it. Wang Hai laughed. Who is it? Su Chen rolled over and said breathlessly with his eyes closed. I don't see anyone. I want to sleep. It's a female captain. Wang Hai grinned and said she was your lover. Rubbing. Su Chen directly jumped up from the bed. You damn well didn't say earlier. Where is it? It's at the entrance of the brigade department. Without your permission. She wasn't let in. Wang Hai said. Without saying a word, Su Chen grabbed his clothes and ran directly toward the outside. What a monkey! Wang Hai laughed and hurriedly followed suit. Su Chen flew all the way, and from afar, he saw a slim figure standing outside the cordon at the gate. Su Chen hastily slowed down his pace and straightened his clothes before passing the picket, which he took in his stride. Nana, what brings you here? Su Chen said somewhat sheepishly. It can't be that you're asking for your father's pardon, right? You tell him, I really didn't mean to do it. It's all just everyone improvising. I didn't specifically order. Yana smiled slightly. Come on, am I that petty? My dad is my dad and I am me. He was defeated by you. That's because he's not capable. I came here this time just to see you and congratulate you on the way. Su Chen let out a huge sigh of relief and rubbed his head and laughed. I knew you were atmospheric. Yana admiringly looked him up and down. Su Chen was a little embarrassed by her. There are so many people. Don't be so spontaneous. If you really can't help it, there's a small hotel across the street. Yana blushed. Bah, what are you thinking? Why are you getting more and more immodest? Su Chen scratched his head. Although they were childhood friends and had established a relationship as lovers, but Yao Na has a strict family upbringing, and so far they've only held hands. The last time Su Chen tried to kiss her, not only did Yao Na instinctively give her a slap, she was also chased all over the playground by Yao Guangji. Thanks to his good health, he ran Yao Guangji down. Otherwise the time would have been a disaster. This time you're amazing. Ha! Su Chen opened his mouth wide. Yao Na looked up at him. My father also showed me this exercise. It was indeed remarkable. Su Chen smugly laughed out loud. Generally speaking, I'll be even more marvelous with you. Yao Na's face reddened again. Don't be immodest. I also want to tell you that although your tactics are very good, but as long as your opponent studies it thoroughly and then utilizes high technology, you won't have any extra room to play. So, you still have to learn more. Don't stop there. Su Chen looked at her with a smile. Thanks for reminding my good lover. What lover? Yana looked at him unhappily. Sounds like a mistress. Su Chen scratched his head. Isn't that what you told my soldiers? I'm talking about a girlfriend. Yao Na glared at him. What nonsense. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. What kind of was this Wang Hai passing on? Well, mark my words. Yao Na looked at him. I'm going to be transferred to the newly established Electronic Information Center, so maybe it won't be long before we meet up at the exercise. I hope that by then, you won't lose too badly. Su Chen froze. Electronic Information Center? Yao Na nodded her head, her face full of pride. This is the first generation of battlefield electronic information system that our country researched on its own, and it's currently in an experimental state. As long as once it is utilized in actual combat, it can greatly enhance our combat efficiency and striking ability. She smiled and patted Su Chen. That's why I came to find you before I left. Playing smart can't be useful forever. You still have to keep progressing. when it comes to real high tech, your little smarts are useless. Su Chen's eyes revealed surprise. If the country has an information combat system, that's a big step forward. This is absolutely great news for the troops and the country as a whole, because it means that the combat power of the troops is enhanced, and when we run into a modernized war in the future, there is a chance that we will not only be able to win, but also have a chance to counterattack. Nana, you have to do a good job. Su Chen smiled and touched her head. If we run into each other in the next maneuver, I'll have to test the depths. Yao Na nodded. Good, then you work harder. I'll leave first. I still have to rush to report. Suddenly, Yao Na rushed up and hugged and kissed Su Chen's mouth, then trotted all the way out. Su Chen froze in place, a trace of flavor still lingering on his lips. Looking at Yao Na's cheerful figure, he sighed helplessly. You have to learn from me to make a surprise attack. How much better to go directly to a small hotel to cut a deal. Battalion commander, the brigade commander is calling you over. Wang Hai jogged over. Su Chen stared at him without any good humor. Lover? How did you grow these ears? They clearly said girlfriend. Wang Hai laughed dryly. It's all pretty much the same. One meaning, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Chen coldly grunted. African big girl, and white and beautiful young lady can be the same meaning? Speak more accurately next time. He turned and immediately ran toward the brigade headquarters. Wang Hai scratched his head. Aren't they all women? With the lights off, it's all 2 points in one line. Report. Come in. Su Chen pushed open the door and immediately saluted towards Lei Cheng's trio. Brigade Commander, Deputy Brigade Commander, Chief of Staff, you're looking for me? Lei Cheng smilingly went over. How is it? After sleeping for almost a day and a night, has your body recovered? Of course. Su Chen stood up his chest. We're a young man. We can still fight hundreds of rounds when we sleep on a grate. Being young is good. Lei Cheng smiled at Lu Guo and the others, then said to Su Chen, then you have to get drunk for the celebration banquet tonight. Su Chen nodded with a smile. I'm not even afraid of a brigade. Afraid of drinking? Guarantee to complete the mission. Lei Cheng laughed. Then don't freeze. Let's go. A few people were just about to go out when an officer suddenly ran in, reporting to the brigade commander. The commanding officer is here. Ha, Lei said immediately. Please, please, please. Not a moment later, Zhao Hongshan walked in with a major general. Salute. Lei Cheng. Several people brushed their right arms up. Zhao Hongsheng smiled. Little Lei let me introduce you. This is Deputy Minister Xie Kuei of the Headquarters Operations and Training Department. Lei Cheng's few people were stunned. They sent someone from headquarters? Is this to praise them? Good day, Chief. Several people saluted towards Xie Kuei again in unison. Xie Kuei smiled and waved his hand. Everyone, there's no need to be polite. I'm here this time to announce an order from headquarters. After saying that, he looked at Su Chen. Comrade Su Chen, here. Xie Kuei stared at him. Order. Comrade Su Chen is promoted to Lieutenant Colonel Deputy Regiment Commander and will rush to report to the Grassland 1st Brigade tomorrow. What? Su Chen's entire body was confused. Lei Cheng, the three of them, were also dumbfounded. Chapter 64, Military orders are like mountains, sacrificing the small to protect the large. Chief, is there a mistake? Lei Cheng hurriedly said. Our 9th Brigade has just been retained, not abolished. Xie Kuei waved his hand at him. Brigadier Lei, I can understand your feelings. It's really not easy to train a young officer like Comrade Su Chen. Now is the time for your 9th Brigade to make drastic reforms, and he is sorely needed. Then you still want to transfer him? Lei Cheng glared at Xie Kuei. Isn't this tearing down our 9th Brigade? Lei Cheng, Zhao Hongsheng shouted sternly. Watch your manner of speaking. The corner of Lei Cheng's mouth twitched, his face incomparably ugly. Xie Kuei smiled and waved his hand towards Zhao Hongsheng. Old Zhao, it's fine. I also came out from the grassroots. I can understand Brigadier Lei's feelings. He looked at Lei Cheng and the others again. But the troops are a chess game, and the superiors will look at the whole picture. Transferring Comrade Su Chen away naturally has the intentions of the higher-ups. You are heartbroken, and so is your commander. But orders are orders, and as senior officers, you have to understand and obey. Lei Cheng clenched his fist so tightly that veins had sprouted on his neck. But Xie Kuei was right. He was a soldier, so he had to follow orders. Even if he were to leave the 9th Brigade right now, he'd have to go pack up and leave immediately. The army of the Dragon Kingdom had always maintained a strong fighting force because of its iron discipline. Soldiers without discipline are like grasshoppers in the fall. They can't hop around for days. Report leader. Suddenly, Su Chen stood up his chest and walked out. I request to stay in the 9th Brigade. Here is my home. Everyone froze. No one expected that Lei Cheng, the brigade commander, was dismissed. Su Chen actually dared to jump out on his own. In an instant, Lei Cheng, Lu Guo and Chen Quan's eyes were moist. Yeah, this is their home. It was Su Chen and everyone else who fought tooth and nail to keep it. But the family just saved. Let Su Chen leave home. Su Chen, Zhao Hongsheng said coldly, are you still a soldier? Don't you know that military orders are like mountains? I know. Su Chen proudly puffed out his chest. Soldiers take obeying orders as their vocation. This is the most important thing that each of us soldiers should abide by. But I still want to apply to my superiors to stay. I'll accept any challenge. And if I fail, I'll unconditionally obey the arrangement. If I win, please let me stay. And I'll make the 9th Brigade the number 1 in the southeast. Nonsense! Zhao Hongsheng roared. You think this is a food market and you're bargaining? Orders are orders. You just need to obey. Xiaokui waved his hand and said to Su Chen with a smile. Little Su, I can understand your feelings. Home. No one wants to leave. He patted Su Chen, but we are soldiers. From the time we put on this uniform, we have been in a body. If we don't have the courage to break through and die in battle, and the faith to sacrifice our small families to protect everyone, we wouldn't be worthy of wearing this uniform, let alone say guarding the lights of 10,000 families. He laughed bitterly. Speaking of home, I haven't been back to my hometown in 8 years, and I don't know how many extra wrinkles my mom has now. Su Chen's heart thumped as he stared at him closely, suddenly realizing that the corners of this veteran's eyes were a little moist. Coming from a military family, Su Chen knew the situation of the troops too well. Many military personnel who are in frontline units and important positions are often unable to use their vacations, even if they have them. Every one of them gave up their small families and devoted their youth to everyone. For a while, Su Chen was more or less ashamed inside. Zhao Hongsheng sighed. Xiao Su, we can't let you go either. Commander Wu didn't sleep the whole night yesterday, but when orders come, any of us have to carry them out. Please be sure to believe that transferring you is a sign of trust from your superiors and a heavy burden given to you. You are a responsible soldier. Don't fail this burden. Chen Quan, who was on the side, took a deep breath and tugged on Lei Cheng and Lu Guo's sleeves. The three of them looked at each other, and Lei Cheng choked and said, Su Chen, the leader is right. The superiors are definitely transferring you to a place that needs you more. Go, with your ability. You can fly farther and see better scenery. 2 hot tears slid down his cheeks. It is said that men do not cry, but at this moment, Su Chen wanted to cry uncontrollably. He had already left home once, and this was the second time. Inside of him, it was really hard. Yes. Su Chen raised his right hand forcefully and yelled at the top of his voice. Su Chen, obey the order. The 3 Lei Chengs tilted their heads, desperately not wanting to let the tears fall. Xia Kuei nodded in relief, then patted Zhao Hongsheng's shoulder. Zhao Hongsheng coughed. Lei Cheng, here. Zhao Hongsheng handed him a piece of material. Although your 9th Brigade has been preserved, streamlining is imperative. This is the list that command tallied overnight based on the training of your entire brigade. These men, all of them, were discharged early. Lei Cheng took it with a slightly trembling hand. We've just lost one Su Chen, and now we're losing a bunch of people. The joy of victory was suddenly gone, and his heart was empty. In the army, the biggest fear is that people will come and go. Those who were like brothers in the old days, once separated, it was the end of the world, perhaps never to meet again in a lifetime. Zhao Hongsheng patted him. As for you, don't have any emotions. Everything is for the betterment of the troops. We, soldiers, are obligated to cooperate. Yes. Lei Cheng saluted tremblingly. Promise to complete the mission. Good. Zhao Hongsheng nodded. Knowing that you guys see me bereft, I'll leave you alone. Go hold a celebratory drink. And by the way, it'll be a farewell drink. Several men saluted, then turned to leave. Chief, Su Chen suddenly chased after him. Anything else? Zhao Hongsheng stared at him. Su Chen said seriously, I want to take a few people with me. No way. Zhao Hongsheng decisively refused. Su Chen, however, didn't give up. Since I'm being asked to go to an important position, taking some people I'm familiar with away will definitely facilitate a better unfolding of the work. Zhao Hongsheng just wanted to rebuff, but Xia Kuei laughed. Old Zhao, I think it's okay. Sell me some face. Zhao Hongsheng glared at Su Chen in exasperation, but for the sake of face, he could only nod his head. No more than 4. Okay, just 4. Su Chen smiled and saluted. Get lost. Zhao Hongsheng waved his hand in an unfavorable manner. By the time Su Chen went back, the 3 Lei Chengs had already dried their tears. Brigadier, Su Chen looked at them. There were 1,000 words, but in the end not a single word could be said. Lei Cheng instead laughed. Your kid is usually not very ghostly? Now that you've been promoted, what are you pretending to be with me here? Go! Lei Cheng embraced him. Let's go drink your celebration and farewell wine. Then, you get the hell out of here, and come back with your own personalized image. Don't be so maudlin. Let's go! Su Chen still wanted to say something, but he was dragged by the 3 of them and pulled out without any explanation. But Su Chen was clear that this farewell drink was probably the hardest drink several of them had ever had in their lives. There are so many more to go. What to tell them in this moment of triumph? Chapter 65. No matter where the world ends, your pride lives on. The playground of the 9th Brigade was decorated with lights. The cooking class moved all the tables to the clearing, and the whole playground was crowded to overflowing. It was as lively as New Year's Eve. Cases of liquid grenades, beer, were carried to the tables and the laughter of the soldiers resounded throughout the camp. Combat troops, who are usually on secondary readiness, are basically not given alcohol, except on special holidays. Enough people must be left on duty so that the rest can drink a little less. Most of them are young men with a lot of energy and there is nothing they can't drink if they touch alcohol. Soon a plate of food was brought to the table. The troops were organized in companies, and the soldiers raised their glasses. After the company commander yelled 1, 2, 3, everyone erupted together in a wild roar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The magnificent voice shook the sky. The atmosphere at the brigade ministry table was also unusually lively. Lei Chang and the others looked like they had forgotten what was going to happen next and just blew on the bottle. The battalion commanders and regimental commanders who came over to toast also came and went. In the blink of an eye, several cases of wine were already at the bottom. Little Sue, come on, let's drink white. With a bang, Lei Chang placed 2 bottles of white wine on the table. Chen Quan hurriedly shouted, "Old Lei, you've had a lot to drink. Don't drink mixed drinks." Lei Chang smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine, I'm happy today. The 9th Brigade has been preserved, and we can afford to honor our forefathers. I must honor little Sue, a great hero." Su Chen didn't wait for him to open the wine and took the lead in opening a bottle. He lifted the bottle straight up and raised it to Lei Chang, and to everyone else. "Leaders," Su Chen said seriously, "during the time I came to the 9th Brigade, I learned a lot. Having today's achievements also relies on the cultivation of all the leaders. I'm the dumbest. I won't say anything." Su Chen raised the bottle. "No matter the ends of the earth, I will always be a member of the 9th Brigade. I'll drink up to all of you." When he finished, he tilted his head back and the bottle of wine gulped and slammed down. "Ai, Xiao Su, take it easy." Lu Guo rushed over to grab it, afraid that he would drink too much, but Lei Chang pulled him back with one hand. "Let him drink more and it won't be hard." Everyone gazed at Su Chen. Even the people at the surrounding tables came over. The originally lively atmosphere suddenly slowly became quiet. "Brigade Commander, what's going on with Battalion Commander Su?" the 3rd Regimental Commander asked curiously. Gao Shang frowned. "Brigadier, is something wrong?" Lei Chen didn't say anything, just quietly watched Su Chen finish his drink. When the bottle was on the table, he stood up as well. "All done eating and drinking?" A group of officers looked at each other and finally nodded together. "Okay, assemble then," Lei Chen yelled. "I have an announcement to make." Chen Quan quickly stopped him. "Old Lei, now everyone is happy. Turn back." Again, Lei Chen pushed him away. "The people of our 9th Brigade are all big old men. If the sky collapses, we'll be able to stand up to it. Right now, there's nothing to hide." Chen Quan sighed and could only nod to the officers. "Assemble, all hands on deck." Hula hula. All of them put down their glasses and stood up, standing quickly in squares as a regiment. Lei Chang staggered to the front of the line and the guard thoughtfully gave him a microphone. Lei Chang took the microphone and said with a smile, "Today, it's a good day for our 9th Brigade, because not only did we win the maneuver with raised eyebrows, but we also saved our 9th Brigade. Our forefathers will be smiling in the grave, and future generations will remember this important day. All of you, are creditors." The brigade was quiet, and everyone could sense that something seemed a little off about the brigadier. "But," Lei Chang shouted, "today is also a day that will make me sad for the rest of my life." His voice choked, because the force has to grow, and the 9th Brigade has to be streamlined if it's going to get better. So, he choked a few times in his throat and jerked around. Lu Guo and Chen Quan and the others also silently turned their heads, their eyes flashing with crystalline teardrops. All the warriors were silent as they had guessed what Lei Chang was going to say. At this moment, many people inexplicably trembled. Like Su Chen, they don't want to leave the house. After a while, Lei Chang turned around. "We are soldiers. Soldiers, we have to obey orders. Although some are leaving today, tomorrow, our troops will be better and our country and people will be more at ease." Lei Chang took the list from Lu Guo. "Those who are named, go back and pack up. Tomorrow, someone will do your early discharge." But, Lei Chang's eyes glowed. "All those who went out. It doesn't mean you're not good soldiers. Those who went out from my 9th Brigade are all top-notch men. It's just that we can't keep up with the needs of the troops anymore. And it's time to put better young men on." Lei Chang yelled, "I believe that the people who go out from my 9th Brigade, even if they reach the ends of the earth, they will surely blossom and do something. Because you have the bones of the 9th Brigade, our backbone. Never bend. Unable to tense up, countless officers and soldiers burst into tears. No one expected that a celebration banquet would actually end up as a send-off banquet. Su Chen wiped his tears, waves surging inside. He swore that in the future he would never let his soldiers leave like that. He's going to bring out a real army of steel, each one an irreplaceable elite. Sun Miao, Lei Chang yelled. Here. A sergeant walked out with his chest puffed out despite his tears. Lei Chang nodded vigorously at him, then shouted, Chen Jinchang, here. Wan Hao, here. Su Chen, too. Su Chen roared with all his strength and collapsed out with a single step. Looking at the hundreds of soldiers who stood out, Lei Chang picked up a bottle of wine. I have nothing to say. Just wish you all, no matter where you go to the ends of the earth, don't forget that you were once a member of the 9th Brigade. After taking off this uniform, you will also have the pride of the 9th Brigade for the rest of your lives. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All fighters all pick up wine. It was a night when many people got drunk. Even Su Chen, whose body had been enhanced by the system, was drunk. Late at night a cry came from time to time from the various barracks. Some even cried their hearts out. The pickets on patrol wanted to go up and see what was going on, but were held back by their captain. Alright, let them go. The captain sighed. Tomorrow, a lot of people will be leaving. Everyone is a soldier. Understand? The pickets froze, then turned off their torches and followed the captain silently away. Early the next morning, Lei Chang was knocked on by a banging and slamming on the door. Lei Chang is dead. Something's burning paper. Lei Chang rolled over in bed, confused and going back to sleep. But shortly afterward, a voice suddenly came to his ears. Brigadier! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lei Chang was shocked and his wine completely sobered up. He leaned against the wall, covered his body with the quilt, and shouted under his breath. Su Chen, how did you kid get in here? Su Chen laughed, tumbled in through the window. You didn't close it. Who the hell let you in? Lei Chang roared. Is this something you can just come in? Unorganized and undisciplined. Bear soldier. Su Chen hurriedly said with a straight face. Brigadier, I heard that you died and was worried that you stunk, so I came in to take a look. Lei Chang. He rolled over and lay down again, covering half of his body with the quilt. Get the hell out of here. I'm having a hard time. Don't yell at me to go out and see something bad. He knew that this morning, all the early retirees were leaving. He really didn't want to send them off himself, so he pretended to be asleep here. Su Chen laughed. I do have to roll, but before I leave, I still want to ask you for a few more people. What? Lei Chang sat up in a single bound and glared at him in anger. I'm having a hard time with you leaving. You still want to take someone with you? Get lost. As long as I'm alive, there's no door. Gat. Chapter 66. Do you really want to be my father? No no no. Lei Xing was walking around the house like he was dodging flies, while Su Chen followed closely behind him. Brigadier, at least we've been in love for such a long time. Su Chen pretended to be aggrieved and said, can't you sympathize with me? Going to a new place? I'm not familiar with the place. If I don't have a few acquaintances, aren't you afraid I'll be bullied by others? Bullying you? Lei Cheng's expression rose wonderfully. Holy crap, the person who bullied you hasn't even been born yet, but you are bullying me now. Su Chen laughed. Don't worry, Brigadier, I'm not interested in middle-aged uncles. The corner of Lei Cheng's mouth twitched. This guy's flirty talk was getting worse. Saying no means no. Lei Cheng was tired of being chased, so he simply found a chair and sat down. Lei Cheng stared at him closely. With so many people gone this time, now is the time when I am short of people. Wan Hai and a few of them are backbone elites. I still need to keep them to lay eggs for me. Su Chen laughed. Then they were also brought out by me, and I brought out several good ones. You just let them come with me, and the others will still be able to lay eggs for you. No way. Lei Cheng looked at him angrily. I won't give you a single one. Just pack up and get the hell out of here yourself. Come back and visit when you're free, and help me practice. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. Good guy, don't give me people. Even my vacation is counted? He straightened his back and laughed. If you say so, then I'm not polite. Yoo-hoo. Lei Cheng also got energized and stood up to glare at him. Your temper has risen even after your kid got promoted? Come on. You're not polite to me. If I take someone away for you today, I'm your son. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Brigadier, words can't be so full. Otherwise, it won't end well. After saying that, he placed a transfer order in front of Lei Cheng. Lei Cheng looked down, and it was clearly written that Su Chen was allowed to randomly pick 4 people below the vice regiment to take away. The red seal on it hurt his eyes. You kid did it on purpose, right? Lei Cheng angrily pointed at him. Why didn't you take this out earlier if you had it? Really want to be my father? Su Chen smiled bitterly. Brigadier, I'm telling you about love, but you're not. so I can only take this out. Lei Cheng's old face was red with anger. He wasn't ready to find himself an extra father. Suddenly, he shoved the transfer order to Su Chen, then striding over to the bed. Su Chen was confused. Brigadier, you, roll in through the window one more time. Lei Cheng pointed at the window. Su Chen was confused. Brigadier, you're on the 6th floor here. People will die. Want someone? Lei Cheng glared at him. Hurry, if you fall and get crippled, it's just as well that you don't have to go. I'll support you. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched, cursing this pervert as he climbed towards the window. Not a moment later, he jumped back in. Is this okay? Lei Cheng looked at him intently. Is it alright for you to come? Su Chen rolled his eyes and walked to him again. Brigadier, I want a few people to take away. Deal. Lei Cheng grinned as he slapped his hand. Su Chen almost vomited blood. Lei Cheng grasped him smilingly. I didn't say anything to you before. This is just the beginning. Su Chen was speechless. In order to not be your own son, you are also really desperate. He took a step back and saluted hard. I'll take them with me then. Brigadier, take care. Lei Cheng's eyes instantly turned red as well. Snapped a hard salute. Su Chen, take care of yourself as well. I hope that one day soon, I can hear your name spread back to Southeast. Of course, it's a good reputation. Definitely. Su Chen nodded his head. Right. Lei Cheng looked at him fondly. If you're on vacation, you'd better come back and visit more. This will always be your home. Su Chen's nose was sore, but he just wanted to reply. Lei Cheng said, when you're back, help me lead the troops properly. You can't waste time. You're still thinking about the old man's vacation. Su Chen didn't dare to stay any longer, fearing that he would agree to something later on in a confused manner. With a quick salute, he turned and ran. Brat! Lei Cheng laughed, and then fell headfirst under the covers, with faint sounds of crying coming from him. Half an hour later, outside the camp gates, a Chinese bus drove up slowly. Wan Hai, Jia Peng, Zhao Xiaodong and Ma Xian, the commander of the 7th Company, were filled with excitement. Although they also wanted to stay in the 9th Brigade, they were happier to go with Su Chen. After spending so much time together, Su Chen had become an idol in their hearts. All 4 of them knew that they were definitely going to do something big this time when they left after Su Chen. Must be a lot more exciting than staying in the 9th Brigade. The car door opened and a major jumped down. It's Su Chen? Su Chen nodded. Yes, it's me. The major immediately saluted. Deputy Commander Su, I've been ordered to take you to the airport. Get in the car. Su Chen nodded, then turned around and yelled, turn backward. The 4 men turned as a group to face the gates of the 9th Brigade. Not far away was the fluttering military flag. Salute. The 5 men saluted in unison to the barracks they had fought for so long, dismay welling up on each face. Salute. Su Chen yelled, depart. Yes. The 4 men grabbed their bags and ran toward the car, laughing. This walk, the sea is wide open. They are sure that life will be wonderful later on. Su Chen. Su Chen was just about to get into the car when a familiar voice came. He turned his head and sure enough it was Pop standing not far away. Suja's secretary ran over to the major and said, Comrade, the chief wants to talk to Su Chen. You guys go to the airport first. The chief will send Su Chen there. The major glanced at the general star on Suja's shoulder and saluted without hesitation. Yes, we'll wait for Su Chen at the airport. The Chinese bus slowly drove away, and the secretary pulled Su Chen. Let's go. Your father is still waiting for you. Su Chen squirmed and came to Suja. Dad, get in the car. Suja got into the car without looking back. The secretary smiled and hurriedly pushed Su Chen inside. The car door slammed shut and Suja said coldly, drive. The driver nodded and immediately started the car, driving in the direction of the airport. The car had been silent. Suja looked out the window and never said a word. After half a day, Su Chen didn't hold back. You're not just here specifically to send me off, are you? I don't have that free time. Suja snorted coldly, obviously a little angry. He had protested to headquarters when he hadn't been able to take this precious son with him this time, but it's no use. The order has been given, and he has to obey. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Then why aren't you leaving yet? Are all commanders so idle now? Suja violently turned around and shone a blow at his head. Su Chen's face immediately became bitter. It is really still that familiar pro-father the beating really hurts. Lazi is trying to explain something to you, so that you don't go and lose my face. Suja said coldly. Chapter 67, You Rebellious Son, Born with a Rebel Bone. Su Chen froze. It looked like his old man knew a lot about this troop he was about to go to. Regarding this new position, Su Chen currently knew nothing about it. No one had told him anything specific about this unit. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. His face immediately squeezed out a smile. Dad, you must know the 1st Brigade well, right? Come, tell me about it. Suja snorted condescendingly. 1st Brigade? I don't know anything about it. Su Chen almost didn't spit blood. I don't know what the hell you are, arrogant. Suja glared at him. It's normal to not know. The 1st Brigade was just formed. Not only you, but all the soldiers from the brigade commander down to the bottom have been transferred from all over the country from all branches of the military. Not only me, but even the leaders responsible for the formation of the headquarters don't know the true fighting strength of this unit at the moment. Su Chen was shocked. Just formed a troop? When Xia Kuei conveyed the order, Su Chen was still bluffed by the name of the 1st Brigade. Thought it was an old unit that had been through the wars, had an honorable history, and had been refined by thousands. But I never thought that it would turn out to be a fledgling too. Dad, then what is the purpose of forming this unit? Su Chen became filled with concern. He now desperately wanted to know what it was that had transferred him all the way to this unit. Suja grunted coldly. I've asked around. This is a rogue unit. Su Chen was shocked. Hooligan? How can this be? Suja continued. Headquarters built them for one purpose. To construct a simulated real-world battle base. This 1st Brigade is the ringmaster that specializes in manning this base. In the future, the red and blue maneuvers of the entire army won't be limited to the war zone, but will be put to this actual battle base. And that 1st Brigade is specialized in greeting the various troops. Tell me, are they rogues for making enemies of the whole army? A realization dawned in Su Chen's heart, and his eyes let out a silky bright light. Wasn't this the ING place he wanted to be the most? This 1st Brigade is like a millstone for the whole army. Use him as a base to polish units throughout the army. As long as they hit harder, the faster the units can develop. That's what a real soldier should do. The so-called enemy of the whole army. That's just the awe of the loser. Suja looked at Su Chen as he fell into deep thought, and thought that this kid was intimidated by himself. A smile slipped across his face. Brat, you still want to escape from my 5-fingered mountain? I'll know what kind of fart you're going to make when you pucker your ass, so obediently go back with me. Suja coughed and continued. This unit, not only does it survive in grueling conditions, but it has very little possibility of rising in the future. What? Su Chen looked at him. Suja said with a serious face. Think about it. This unit has made enemies of the entire army and offended the entire army. The people in here still want to move up? Who will give them a promotion? Su Chen rolled his eyes, a point he could not agree with. If he had the whole army down, it would be hard for him not to want to be promoted. Suja clasped his hands. So yeah, I specifically stopped you before you went. It's to tell you that if you go to that place and have conflicts with the other troops, then I'll lose a lot of people. Su Chen was speechless for a while. He could sort of hear it. His own old man had made a big detour, and dared to let himself not go to this new troop. Su Chen looked at him with a smile. Dad, as you know, the superiors gave the order. As a soldier, I can't disobey, and that's what you taught me growing up. You still always say that sentence to my mom. Suja hurriedly stopped. Talk about you. Don't get into anything else. He stiffly squeezed out a smile and laughed. It's actually quite simple. We definitely can't disobey the orders, but you can be retreated by their initiative. Su Chen froze. Taking the initiative to retreat? How do you retreat? Suja said cheaply. That's even simpler. I've already arranged for someone to go ahead and spread your message in this detachment. Su Chen's eyes snapped wide. Spread me? Right. Suja nodded his head. Said that you got in through the back door? Just by relying on my connections. It also said that you are uneducated and that you cheated to graduate from military school. It also said that you love to play smart, are not united, and that you like to grab power. Put. Su Chen almost didn't vomit blood on the spot. Dad. Su Chen stared straight at him. You're really my real dad. Suja smiled brightly. Don't be polite. I'm doing this for your own good. He patted Su Chen. These news, at most, it will make them have a poor impression of you, but not so much as to drive you away. But if you do what I say, they'll definitely kick you out. This way, after you go do not train, pretend to be lazy, meetings like to interrupt, must train you overstep the command. Suja said couldn't help but laugh out loud, kept patting the already pale Su Chen. At most half a year, your kid will definitely be driven away by them, and it's a joint expulsion. Anyone else hates people like you, but don't you worry, when the time comes you'll be demoted at most, but still major full battalion. Suja rubbed his hands. When the time comes, I'll get you back. I'll personally sharpen you, and we'll work together as father and son to make it bigger and stronger, and create another brilliant Su family. Su Chen corner of the eye a twitch. Pro-father pit son. Really according to the death of the pit Dad, if we were to think differently, in your place, would you do what you just did? Su Chen asked seriously. Suja also looked at him seriously. Of course not. I want my face. Su Chen's liver hurts from the anger. You want a face, but I don't want it? Cut the crap. Suja said seriously. Just do what I say. I won't harm you. Listen to me right. Su Chen took a deep breath and suddenly asked, Dad, if I go there, will I be at war with Big Brother? or many people you are familiar with? That's for sure, Suja said in a serious manner. Although your kid has 1-2 maneuvers, you are still young. Your big brother, including those uncles of yours, which one is not experienced? It's because I know you're going to have to face them in the future that I gave you the idea I just gave you to prevent you from running into them and embarrassing me. Suchen corner of the eye wildly jumped, said half a day. Dare you fear is not I do not mix well in the army to give you shame. You're concluding that I definitely can't beat those guys, so you're embarrassing yourself. An aura of pride instantly filled Suchen's entire body. That's his character. You say I can't win, then I'll fight you. The deer in the headlights can't be done just by being clever. Understand what I'm saying? Suja said. When the time comes, do as I say. Dad, Suchen suddenly said. Thank you for your bad idea, but I'm going to choose my own path. I'm no longer a child. Suja froze, and the driver and secretary sitting in the front row both subconsciously shrunk their heads. What do you mean? Suja glared at Suchen with an angry face. Did you brat have to meet up with your big brother and the others and then lose my face by being defeated? Did you kid do it on purpose? Just to get back at me for being so hard on you all these years? Suchen shook his head and said sincerely, Dad, when I was young, I might not understand, but now that I'm so old, I've long understood. People in our Su family have a sense of pride in their bones. If you say I can't do it, I'll just do it. I'm going to this army, whether I get promoted or not. But no matter who I run into, big brother or those uncles, or even you, I will definitely defeat you all. Suja's eyes widened in shock. You rebellious son. Mother are still thinking of riding on my head? Chapter 68 Familiarizing yourself with the new terrain, washing your hair, taking a bath, and getting a massage. Suja's car quickly drove to the airport, but until this moment, neither father nor son had convinced anyone. Suchen picked up his bag. Dad, I'm leaving. Slow down. Suchen turned his head. I said, I will never implement your program. Suja looked at him with a face of anger. Okay, you've grown up and your wings have hardened. You don't even listen to your father's words, right? Okay. He pointed at Suchen's nose. Go ahead. I'll wait for your good news to come over, and see how you'll defeat those famous generals and how you'll defeat your big brother. I'm also waiting for you to beat me. Suchen said proudly. Dad, don't worry. People in our Su family never give in to defeat. I will definitely do it, and I will definitely defeat you. Suja's eyes flamed with anger. Get out of here. Don't get angry. Suchen smiled faintly. Otherwise you'll be easily constipated, and your hemorrhoids are still prone to explode. Suja angrily grabbed the mat and slammed it, but Suchen had already deftly closed the door. Asshole, pissed off old me. I should have punched you on the wall in the first place, Suja exclaimed in exasperation. The secretary had just come in and exited awkwardly when she heard this. This is the leader's privacy. How dare he hear the details? Suchen ran towards the airplane with big strides, and when the major saw him coming, he immediately helped him carry his bag. Battalion commander, you're here. Wang Hai smiled and stood up. Jia Ping gave him a blank look. How do you talk? Now you're a deputy leader. Right. Wang Hai and the others laughed. Now high up. Suchen sat on his chair with his butt inside slightly inwardly as he looked at them with a full face. It was supposed to go to a new place and nothing happened. But that operation of Suja's, when they arrived at the new place, the first thing they had to do was to face the questioning of other people. It's going to be a tough time for the rest of the day. Suchen closed his eyes. Kissing father, you've caused me so much trouble. In the future, if I don't beat you down, how can I stand up to you? More than 3 hours later, the plane slowly landed on the runway. When the taxi came to a stop, the cabin door opened with it. Suchen had just walked out when a cold, strong wind blew in, almost not sending him away. Holy, is this ing demon wind? It's too cold. Zhao Xiaodong subconsciously covered his clothes. The accompanying major smiled and said, Everyone, this is the border area between the northeast and from the original. The temperature in winter, the coldest can reach more than 30 degrees below, and the temperature difference between morning and evening is very large. You guys are coming from the south. You're definitely not going to get used to it for a while. You'll be fine after a while. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. More than 30 degrees below zero. This does not want to kill people. All the good fantasies about the new troops were instantly shattered by the cold wind. The major said, Come on, I'll take you to the 1st Brigade now. No need to bother. Suchen laughed. The major froze. No trouble, it's my mission. Suchen waved his hand. We'll go to the new unit ourselves, but then again, I want to take a look at the surroundings. After all, we're going to be here for a long time in the future, so it's important for us to familiarize ourselves with the environment. That's right. The major thought for a moment, then nodded. Alright, then I'll tell you the address, and you must report at this time tomorrow at the latest. Good. Su Chen nodded with a smile. After separating from the major, Su Chen led the four out of the airport. A vast grassland immediately came into their eyes. Only there was no sky, pale and yellow as far as the eye could see. Some places are still covered with thick white snow. Bang! Wang Hai's backpack fell directly to the ground and said bitterly, "Deputy leader, what kind of place are we in? The birds are too cold to on our asses." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Chen pointed at a group of birds in the distance. "Isn't that flying? Go over there and see if they pull it." Ma Xian scratched his head. "You said you would show us the environment around the base, but this one glance out, all one glance. Not even a mountain to see. What's there to see?" "Yes." Jia Peng nodded. "I see that in the future. If we maneuver with other units, we can only adopt the mode of a one-line flat push. Vice Commander, those tricks you used to do won't work here." Su Chen swept a glance at them. "Look at your bearish behavior. Do you look like the soldiers I lead? You've just seen a big girl and thanked her. You'll never get hard in your life." 4. The vice chairman is just getting more and more flirty. Su Chen coldly said, "In the past, in the mountains, others didn't think we could either. Yet we can create the conditions. Could it be that in a different place, you would not be able to do it again? In the future, if war breaks out, you may travel to the snowy mountains, the Gobi, the plateau, or even the swamps. Are you going to tell the enemy that this is not a suitable place to fight, and that we will fight in another place that I am familiar with?" The four nodded silently. "War doesn't adapt to you, only you adapt to it. A good soldier is one who is a good soldier no matter where he is placed." Su Chen pointed at them. "Since you're coming with me, throw your wimpy selves away from me. We came here to win the battle." "Yes, Deputy Chief." The four men saluted in unison. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. "Let's go. Take you guys for a stroll and familiarize yourselves with the terrain." A few hours later, inside a very small and unassuming county, 5 men in civilian clothes wandered aimlessly down the road. Wang Hai stretched comfortably. "Deputy Chief, you're really far-sighted. Another shampoo, another bath, and a horse-killing chicken. We're almost at one with the common people." Zhao Xiaodong laughed. "Military and people, fish and water love? It is to be integrated into the people. Still the deputy head of the high. Why don't we go to a nightclub or something, so I can familiarize myself with them more deeply?" Su Chen glared at him. Hey. The places I took you to are places where you can ask for information. What are you doing in a nightclub? Trying to save lost women? It's not impossible." Jia Peng said in a serious manner. "They have more contacts and know more. As long as we treat them with care, maybe we'll know everything that goes on in the 10 miles and 8 villages." Su Chen had a head of black lines. Jia Peng really didn't see it. "So you're still a Sven scum." Jia Peng laughed. "I'm just saying what's on everyone's mind." "Okay." Su Chen pointed to an anhui beef plate noodles in front of him. "Go after the bath is also tired. Let's go eat specialties." 5 people walked into the small store, and Su Chen yo-yoed. "Boss, 5 bowls of noodles. Come on." The chubby owner enthusiastically greeted them as they sat down. In no time at all, 5 steaming bowls of noodles were served. Ma Xian asked curiously while eating. "I'm very curious, this authentic anhui beef plate noodles, why is a Hebei accent, boss? Opened in this grassland?" "Young man, don't ask so many questions." Su Chen knocked on the bowl. "Just eat." A few people laughed and hooted and hollered as they ate. Not to mention, a hot bath burned up a lot of energy. But it was also rewarding for Su Chen, at least knowing that there were only 2 counties in this 200-kilometer radius. All of the people in the 2 counties combined, and counting some of the surrounding villages, numbered no more than 300,000. Definitely sparsely populated. Also, the terrain in this neighborhood is by no means as flat as it looks. The scrub master told Su Chen in casual conversation that the grassland was full of potholes, and some places were particularly undulating. In some places, it was clear that they were dozens of meters apart, but the 2 of them just couldn't see each other when they stood. This information was still useful to Su Chen. After all, for a long time to come, he would have to be here to welcome troops from all over. If you don't know the terrain, then how can you win the war? Eat up. Su Chen wiped his mouth. "It's getting late. We still need to find 2 small tricycles to take us to the base later." The crowd nodded. Boom. Just then, a loud bang suddenly came, and even the ground shook violently. The 5 men jumped reflexively. What's happening? Chapter 69. Too bad. When did we become special forces? Su Chen rushed towards the outside with an arrow step, and the other 4 followed closely behind. The not-so-spacious street was full of people at the moment. Everyone was looking toward the south side of the county, where a black smoke was rising straight into the blue sky. "It's an explosion." Su Chen frowned slightly. Go over and take a look." Without any hesitation, Jia Peng's 4 men followed him as they flew towards the south of the city. Out of the mission and duty of the military, whenever they see a threat to people's property, soldiers are the first to step forward. It's ingrained in their bones. Fortunately, the county is very small. 5 people rushed all the way to the south of the city in the wind, and immediately saw a small 2-story building next to the moment is surrounded by people. Su-chan wanted to squeeze in, but there were just too many people. Hard for him to squeeze. Older brother, what's going on inside? Su-chan simply grabbed a middle-aged man and asked, but the man glared at him in a bad mood. Who are you calling big brother? Have you ever insulted someone like that? I'm only 17. Su-chan's jaw almost didn't hit the ground. This guy's skin was tanned and the folds on his forehead were the same as those pressed out by a rolling pin. Saying that he was the same age as his big brother, Su-chan believed it. Luckily, the young man didn't think too much of it, pointing to the small building and saying, someone robbed and was blocked by the police, and now they've got hostages hiding inside. Robbery? Su-chan froze. This is a bank? The young man gave him a blank look. Much better than a bank. This is a video hall, the busiest place in the county. Su-chan was speechless for a while. The word video hall was antiquated in his mind. He comes from a developed area where video halls, not to mention video halls, that play CDs are obsolete. People in big cities go to the movies now. It's the only remote area like this that still has these antiques. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. All of you. Just then, a team of police officers came flying by. The crowd immediately made way. Back off. A police officer in the lead yelled at the crowd. Didn't know the bandits had explosives. Aren't you all afraid of death? Back off. All back off. The other officers yelled back, and the crowd immediately moved backward. But it didn't retreat far. Instead, more and more people gathered. The cultural life of the remote small county is originally little. It is not easy to stumble upon this kind of thing. That can be more energetic than watching police movies. Many vendors even stopped doing business just to come and watch the fun. At that moment, several police cars drove up and more officers jumped from them. They began to draw a cordon, completely isolating the small building from the crowd. Brother, the bandits still have bombs. Ha? Su-chan asked curiously. The young man was happy. What a fart bomb. It's just an earth mine. Look there. It didn't even blow up. Su-chan looked in the direction of his finger, and a stall was emitting black smoke. But the fact that the overall wooden frame is still there suggests that the bomb really wasn't very powerful. Brother knows quite a lot. Su-chan gave a thumbs up. The young man looked smug. We have a lot of mines here, and there are a lot of people who know how to blow things up. So what's so unusual about that? Su-chan sighed in his heart. No wonder you grow so anxious. In addition to the strong ultraviolet rays here, it is estimated that there is a great relationship with the work. Just then, something as if it were a cannonball was suddenly thrown out of the gate. All the police officers were immediately scattered and lay down in all directions in fear. Boom! With a loud bang, all the surrounding houses shook, and a black smoke quickly rose to the sky. But none of the surrounding people were afraid. Some instead desperately squeezed forward, wanting to see more clearly. Su-chan once again sighed. No wonder they had to build the Great Wall a few hundred years ago. It is really tough. Listen to the cops outside. A rough voice came from inside. I just robbed a few $100s. I don't want to play with my life. All of you get out of my way and prepare a motorcycle for me to leave. Otherwise, I'll die with this place. Olmi has over 100 sticks of just explosives that can blow this place to rubble. The officers outside tensed up and some began to shout inside to calm the bandits. The others had no intention of backing away and surrounded the entire small building. Even the roofs of the surrounding houses were full of people. Su-chan shook his head. Just for a few $100s. What's the point of playing with your life? If you ask me, let him out. Then go to the grassland and blast him with a cannon. Save time and effort. The people around him all looked at him, and Su-chan immediately smiled awkwardly. He snapped to attention. He didn't have a tank or artillery right now. Deputy Chief, it seems like they're going to force an attack. Jia stroked his chin and said with interest, but they don't seem to have SWAT, so it looks dangerous to just charge in through the gate. Ma Xian carried his hands behind his back and nodded his head like a boss. These police officers definitely don't understand tactics. If it were up to me, I would divide them into 4 teams of 4 people each, then individually arrange for one group to charge from the front to attract attention, and the remaining 4 groups to attack from the roof and windows at the same time. Of course, the shooting skills should be good, and you must kill them with a single shot. Su-chan looked at them in a bad mood. Shut up, you're watching a show here? The police force in this small county, do you think all of them are well-trained soldiers? That's it. Wang Hai nodded. Looking at their movements, they should all be ordinary police officers. Although they are not afraid of death and have a commendable spirit, if they really rush in, I'm afraid there will be casualties. Jia Pang looked at Su-chan's straight gaze and subconsciously asked, Deputy Chief, you won't want to manage it, right? Why are you so smart? Su-chan looked at him cheerfully. We can't miss a rare opportunity for real combat. Jia Pang almost cried. Deputy Chief, stop it. There are only 5 of us, and we don't even have a gun. Forget it, let's leave it to the professionals. Aren't we professional? Su Chen glared at him. Don't forget, we have successfully saved hostages. Here we go again. Japan was speechless. Don't you know how dangerous it was to save the hostage last time? Almost got ourselves killed. All follow me. Su Chen had already made his decision. The people's property is threatened, and it's incumbent on us soldiers when we run into this kind of thing. After saying that, he forcefully pushed, and without saying a word, Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong helped to desperately squeeze people. Jia Ping was speechless. He knew that Su Chen was just talking a good game, but in fact, he didn't want to miss this opportunity for actual combat. But Su Chen had already passed, so Jia Ping and Ma Xian had no choice but to follow. Hey, what are you guys crowding for? A police officer stopped them. Don't you know it's dangerous here and have to come over to die? Su Chen flashed his officer's license. Comrade, I'm the Lieutenant Colonel Deputy Chief of the garrison around here. I can help you out. The officer froze, but immediately pulled back the cordon and invited him in. Just as Su Chen thought, the police officers here were not rigorously trained. It's fine to let them catch common criminals, but when it comes to dealing with this kind of professional hostage-taking, they actually don't have a clue in their own minds. Comrade, if you'll follow me. The constable excitedly led them towards the small building. Reporting to the chief, I've enlisted the help of a few experts. The police officer saluted at a middle-aged officer. Experts? The officer looked at Su Chen and the others in surprise, then shouted at the police officers with an angry face. Nonsense! Aren't these all commoners? Su Chen once again flashed his credentials. Comrade Director, we are resident officers and soldiers. Just happened to come across this, so we thought we could help. The officer looked closer and was filled with excitement. He shook Su Chen's hand. Great! I feel relieved with the help of the troop comrades. You don't know, we haven't even dealt with this kind of thing before. We just reported it to the city bureau, but it'll take them an hour to arrive. Su Chen smiled. No need to be so troublesome. I'll fix it for you in 5 minutes. The director was overjoyed. Comrade, you're special forces, right? Su Chen froze, then laughed. Yes. Jia Ping, 4 people's face instantly pulled down. When did you become a special forces people? Chapter 70, Why me again? It's too dangerous to follow you. Great. The director's face was full of folds from smiling, and he patted Su Chen's hand hard. Comrade, then I'll leave it to you. You must get the hostages out. Su Chen also held his hand tightly. All smiles. Don't worry, Comrade Director. I'm experienced. Last time, a guy with explosives strapped all over his body had pulled the fuse, and we subdued him just the same. Jia Ping's 4 people collectively rolled their eyes. If this director had seen what happened last time, he wouldn't have been able to laugh. Comrade, the director said excitedly, do whatever you say, we're all at your command. He had just taken Su Chen as a great savior. There was no way. The police officers in this small place of theirs couldn't handle this with anyone else, so they could only turn to Su Chen for help. Su Chen smiled. There's no need. The 5 of us will be fine. It's inconvenient to have more people. The director froze, but then nodded. Understood. We're a liability. Ha. We can't get in the way of your rescue. If you need anything else, just tell me. Su Chen laughed. I need some explosives. Strong ones. Ha. The director froze. You're trying to fight fire with fire. Why? Is there a problem? The director quickly shook his head. No problem. We have a lot of mines here. The last thing we need is explosives. I'll contact you right away. 10 minutes. When he finished speaking, he immediately turned around to make contact. Jia Ping hurriedly pulled Su Chen to one side, lowered his voice and said, Deputy Chief, when did we become special forces? I'm just a political engineer, and I can still reason with the bandits. Ma Xian nodded his head as well. Vice Captain, you're really being a bit hasty. There are 5 of us. Just you and I count people. None of them can be counted. Hey! Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong looked at him together. Company Commander Ma, why are you cursing? Ma Xian smiled awkwardly. I mean, we count as competent soldiers. You don't. Aren't you still cursing? The 2 glared at him in exasperation. Alright, Su Chen waved his hand. I have just observed this small building. The structure of the building isn't sturdy, and there won't be a lot of space inside. There's only one bandit too. As long as we act fast, we'll have no problem subduing him. Su Chen laughed. Most importantly, it's because he's nervous right now. As long as we startle him, a nervous person is more likely to lose concentration than a normal person. This time of disorientation will be enough for us. Several people looked at each other, always feeling that something was wrong. What if they get nervous and detonate the bomb? Aren't those guys going in there just going to die? They can be sent home with a spirit sign before they even get to their new post. Su Chen glared at them. It's all on the line. Don't wimp out. Let me tell you guys, this time when we go to the new troop, there will be a lot going on. If we can seize this opportunity and shock them just after we arrive, it will solve a lot of trouble for us. Su Chen was clear that the remarks spread by his own father would definitely bring him a lot of trouble. To go with less targeting, this hostage rescue is definitely a good opportunity. However, Jia Pang and the others were frowning, fearing that they themselves would be shocked to death before they had a chance to shock the new troopers. Su Chen was also too lazy to care more about them and found a police officer and asked him to show him the structural diagram of the interior of the small building. He took out a pen and quickly marked a few points on the drawing. The officers also took the opportunity to report to him the location of the hostages and the bandits. By the time he was almost done with his research, the chief was also running over with his men in a hurry. "Comrade Su, the explosives you asked for are here." Su Chen looked at it, and sure enough, it was the explosives used in the mine. Unlike the troopers' explosives, these lacked stability, but were rather easier for professionals like them to fiddle with. Su Chen immediately brought Ma Xian and Wan Hai, picked up the explosives and began to arrange them around the small building. The point where the explosives were mounted was where he had just marked on the diagram. Su Chen had carefully studied that even if he blew up these points, the support of the small building would still be there and would not collapse. But it must have been a huge shock to the antagonistic bandits. That would be the best time to save the day. "Chief," a police officer suspiciously came up next to the chief. "Why do I feel that, instead of saving people, they're trying to blow up the bandits and hostages together?" The smile on the director's face instantly stiffened and his head reacted. "I hadn't noticed until you said so." The chief's mouth dropped open. "Yeah, oh, isn't that saving lives? What's the point of blowing up a building? Should we make them stop?" the officer said. "If something goes wrong, or are we on the hook?" The director hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head. "Forget it, they are special forces. The thinking of special forces is not something we can think about. They are professionals," the police officer said bitterly. "But I haven't heard of any special forces in our area either. I haven't even heard of the garrison." Once again, the director's mouth was wide open. "Right-o, but could they be visiting family?" The police officer was speechless. How can a family visit come to them? "Chief," Su Chen suddenly ran over. "Lend me 2 guns. The corner of the chief's mouth twitched. The gun was their life. It was about this police uniform. Was this something they could just borrow? "Hurry up, it's too late." Su Chen stared at him with sharp eyes. "The bandit is emotionally unstable right now." The director hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned his head. "You too, give the gun to Comrade Su." "Chief." The 2 officers looked aggrieved. "Why us? Cut the crap. Saving people is important." The director glared at them. "Turn around and save the people. Give you guys credit too." The 2 had no choice but to hand the gun over to Su Chen. Su Chen took the guns and flew back, keeping one and handing one to Ma Xian. "Listen up," Su Chen said in a cold voice. "Later, Jia Pang will go in from the front to attract the bandits' attention. The others will detonate the bomb on my command. Then Ma Xian and I will rescue them." "Wait," Jia Pang cried out. "Deputy Chief, why me? I'm in political work. To put it bluntly, I'm a civilian, but you are also a soldier. My subordinate." Su Chen glared at him. "Obey orders." Jia Pang was speechless. "Deputy Chief, following you is really dangerous." Su Chen smiled and patted him. "Old Jia, don't worry, that bandit doesn't have a gun and can't hurt you. If he throws a bomb at you, just run. If you can't get away, the bomb won't kill you, but will at most handicap you. I'll ask you for a first-class merit when I get back, and you'll be honoring your ancestors." Jia Pang cried and mourned. "I don't want to honor my ancestors. I want to pass on my family. Is it all clear?" Su Chen asked. "Clear." Everyone nodded. Su Chen looked at his watch. 2 minutes. The fight must be resolved. "Remember, make sure the hostages are safe." "Yes, old Jia. Go." Su Chen waved his hand. "Utilize your mouth skills to convince him." Japing was full of aggression and walked towards the gate like a warrior to the death. Chapter 71, "You're aiming at me to drop a bomb, aren't you?" Japing moved to the door, his steps noticeably slower. The surrounding police officers were all tense to the extreme, their gazes all falling on Jia Pang. They all wanted to know how exactly the special forces were going to save the day. "Everyone watch. This is a rare experience," the director said nervously. "A once-in-a-lifetime experience. You won't necessarily get the chance in the future." "Understood." Everyone nodded silently. Jia Pang looked at the gate, the corner of his mouth twitched, and subconsciously looked back at Su Chen. But what was seen was Su Chen's erected fist. Jia Pang was helpless. "Just die." He took a deep breath and sauntered through the door. "Stop. Who let you in?" The bandit hid behind the table and wailed anxiously. "Stop. Stop for me, or I'll detonate the bomb." Jia Pang hurriedly stopped and said with a smile, "Brother, don't be nervous. I'm here to negotiate with you. Talk about your mom." The bandit shouted urgently. "I want to go. Give me the motorcycle. I want the motorcycle." "What motorcycle do you want?" Jia Pang laughed. "I've got the buggy for you, and a tank of gas, so I'll drive it right away." The bandit froze. then yelled, "I want a motorcycle. I don't know how to drive a car." The corner of Jia Peng's mouth twitched. Then he said, "No problem. I'll get you a big motorcycle. It'll be here soon. Then why don't you get going?" The bandit hissed and yelled, "I want a motorcycle." Just then, Su Chen waved his hand with force. Ma Xian and the three of them detonated the bombs at the same time, and then hid by the wall. They're technically specialized, and all 4 bombs are targeted. Boom boom boom. 4 huge sounds rang out violently. The walls of the 4 sides of the small building were instantly blown out 4 holes. The rocks were like rain, all swishing towards the center. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The chief and the police officers outside all stared in shock. So this is how special forces save lives? In the small building, before the bandit could react, a large number of stones came crashing down from all sides, smashing him instantly. Asterisk 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 I'll die with you. The bandit reacted and yelled hysterically. But just then, 2 gunshots came from Bang Bang. 2 bullets hit both of the bandit's arms with precision from the left and right sides. The bandit cried out miserably, and the rope he was clutching fell to the ground. Bang! Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong pounced on him as if he were a downhill tiger. Got him! Got him! Wang Hai shouted excitedly. Su Chen lowered his gun and smugly said to Jia Peng, "Old Jia, I told you it was easy." Jia Peng was already sweating all over his head and walked toward them with a bitter face. It was too close. If you guys had just taken 1 step slower, he would have. Suddenly, he stepped on a rope dropped by the bandits. The rope was pulled and the fuse tied to the hostage was instantly pulled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Several people yelled together in fear. The bandit screamed louder than they did, tears streaming from his eyes. "Hurry up and throw it out. Throw it out. I don't want to die for a few $100s. Su Chen lunged over and took the explosives from the hostage. Then he ran wildly out toward the gate. "Everyone outside. Spread out. I'm going to throw the explosives out. Spread out. All of you." The director was startled outside and hurriedly yelled, "All disperse. It's going to explode. Those who don't want to die get out of the way." All the people watching were scared and backed away frantically, and the outside was a mess. Su Chen looked at the explosives in his hand and shouted anxiously, "There's no one outside, is there? I'll throw it." When he finished, he threw it with force and then immediately went prone. Boom! A loud bang shook the sky and the entire small building shook violently. Su Chen patted the dust on his body and stood up to let out a long breath. "Old Jia, you almost got us killed," Su Chen said in a bad mood. "Luckily it wasn't military, otherwise we would have already been blown up." Jia Peng grimaced, "I told you I'm a civilian. I have no experience." Su Chen rolled his eyes. If it wasn't for the urgency of the matter, he wouldn't have let Jia Peng on. But it looks like in the future, there's still a lot of training to be done. His men, no civilians, all had to be fighters. "All right, escort the bandits out. Get up." Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong yanked the bandit up with all their strength. "Bandit Snotty, thank you. Thank you for saving me. You scared me to death." Ma Xian and Jia Peng also rushed to get the terrified hostages out. This place, who knows if it will collapse. Su Chen cheerfully walked out. "Comrade Director, the bandits were successfully captured and the hostages are safe and sound. I've delivered." Suddenly, a few guys with dark faces came from the side, and Su Chen was startled by them. Why does it look a little familiar? The director opened his mouth, spat out a mouthful of white smoke, and glared fiercely at Su Chen. "Comrade, you were aiming to throw it at me, weren't you?" Su Chen was shocked. Asterisk 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 Why are you like this? Didn't I tell you to withdraw quickly? I threw the bomb only after seeing that it was about to explode and couldn't be done. There should be enough time. The director looked at him in a bad mood. "We're all evacuating the people. The people are running away, but we haven't gotten far yet. You threw it too fast. Do we look like trained soldiers who can run that fast?" Another officer said angrily. "It's a good thing this explosive doesn't have steel balls, or we'd all be dead. This is how you, the special forces, save lives?" Su Chen smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, it was just too urgent. If I didn't throw it out, everyone inside would have to die. But we are all people's guards. Should we be prepared for sacrifice? Besides, I have my measure. That's a civilian bomb. It's not very powerful. I have the numbers." The chief gasped and took the gun from him. If he hadn't saved the hostages, he would have hated to smack Su Chen. Su Chen laughed out loud. "Then I'll leave this place to you guys. We'll withdraw first." After saying that, he hurriedly led the people to leave first. These assholes, so violent. The director's eyes spewed fire and anger. In the evening, Su Chen's 4 men arrived at the new campground located on the grassland. As far as the eye could see, except for this camp, there was no one around for dozens of kilometers. "Stop!" The guards at the gate stopped them. "This is a military site. Please return. We're here to report." Su Chen smiled and took out his documents. A few others took it out in a hurry. The guard looked at it. then turned to the duty platoon leader. Su-chen? The platoon leader looked up in surprise. Isn't that the Su-chen who just blew up someone's chief in Zaga County? Su-chen's mouth opened wide in surprise. It got through so quickly? The platoon leader laughed and handed him back his ID. Then saluted. Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, the Zaga County side contacted our superiors. And then the phone call came straight over, informing them of your rescue. Hurry up and get in there. The Brigadier General ordered you to see him the first time you come. Su-chen rolled his eyes. Crap, I wanted to do a good deed, but ended up messing it up. This time I'll have to suffer. Chapter 72, Su-chen, get the hell back. The platoon commander on duty sent a guard to take Su-chen's men to report to the brigade commander. A few people entered the barracks and were immediately shocked by the sight before them. A state-of-the-art tank stood side by side as if they were steel behemoths. Across from them, a brand new infantry fighting vehicle was eyeing the tanks. As far as the eye could see, the steel torrent formed a formation full of manly romance. The bold lines and endlessly explosive barrels make you eager to gallop them across the battlefield. Su-chen's few people were watching with joy in their hearts. Deputy Commander, we've really come to the right place with you this time. Jia Pang wiped off the saliva at the corner of his mouth. This is definitely a paradise for our soldiers. Ma Xian said excitedly. The infantry fighting vehicles here are all 86 infantry fighting vehicles. It's much better than our old antiques. The tanks are all 85 and 90. Wang Hai said excitedly, especially the 90 tanks, known as the world's #1 in firepower. Look at that barrel, a 125 smoothbore gun. I heard that a single shot will kill a tank. No, quite a bit, the guard said with a smile. Wang Hai raised his head proudly. That's right. Before coming here, our deputy leader made us read a lot of books. We can recite the parameters and performance of various signaling weapons backwards and forwards. We just need to practice. The guard looked at Su-chen in surprise. Although Su-chen hadn't arrived in person, thanks to Su-je, his reputation had long spread here, up to the brigade commander, down to the ordinary soldiers. All know that they here immediately came a deputy regimental commander called Su-chen, and know that this guy is relying on relations through the back door to come in. For most of the people who were able to end up here on merit, without backstage, Su-chen was synonymous with shameful. Even a lot of people inside the 1st Brigade had reached a consensus to return the uneducated trash that came in through the back door by taking connections as soon as possible. But the guards were amazed at how a guy who came in through the back door could teach his men to be so good. That's a bit at odds with the rumors. Su-chen didn't care about his expression. Seeing so many tanks and infantry vehicles, he had long been in a surging mood. He laughed excitedly. Can the place I brought you guys to be bad? But don't be too complacent. You guys have to familiarize yourselves with these new equipment as soon as possible next. I'm going to use the shortest time possible to make us the #1 here. Yes, a few people laughed, with you leading the way. This is all a piece of cake. The guard leading the way barely spat blood. I'm still here. Can't you guys keep your big talk down? Is that super confident? Or super stupid? The people here are all elite, much better than you, and you want to be #1 in the brigade? The guard rolled his eyes. It seemed that the rumors were indeed correct. This guy Su-chen was just uneducated and came in through the back door. Otherwise how could he be so ignorant and blindly confident? And these soldiers of his, who look as odd as he does. Here it is. The guard stopped in front of a small 2-story building. This is the brigade headquarters? Su-chen opened his mouth wide. It's too shabby, isn't it? Even if the 9th Brigade is such an unpopular beaten unit. The brigade headquarters that is a 10-story building. Imposing. But this 1st Brigade, which is called the best in the world. The brigade headquarters looks like a fertilizer factory dormitory. Or the oldest kind. How does this not look like the best in the world? The guard said in a good-natured manner. Vice Commander Su, our brigade was just formed, and it was too late for the camp to be planned. This place is just temporary. Oh, so that's it. Su-chen laughed. Scared me. I thought our brigade was poor like this. Then what should we do if we can't pay out our salary in the future? Yeah, that's a big problem. Several other people nodded their heads. The guards were completely speechless. These guys were absolutely super odd. Everyone who comes here is here for the honor. And you're the only ones whose first thought is the paycheck. Go on in. The brigade commander is waiting for you. The guard pointed to an office on the 2nd floor. Su-chen nodded, then said to Jia Pang and the others, you guys just wait for me here. I'll be right there. Deputy Chief, Jia Pang hurriedly said, it's better for us to go together. We did that thing together. We'll take the blame together. Several others nodded. Su-chen gave them a blank look. Are you guys qualified to see the brigade commander? To report on the mission? It's also me. The deputy regimental commander. Who will do it? The 4 of them had a black line, but Su-chen followed up with, besides, if there is really a responsibility, I will definitely not forget you guys. If you guys want to carry it, I will focus on letting you guys carry this black pot. Don't worry, He grinned, turned and ran inside. Jia Peng's eyes twitched in anger. Do you guys think I shouldn't have said that extra word just now? The other three nodded vigorously. You're redundant. Report. Su Chen shouted as he stood in front of the brigade commander's office. Su Chen has come to report. Come in. A voice filled with anger came. Su Chen spat out his tongue and honestly pushed the door in. A cold-faced, dark-skinned major was currently leaning against the table, staring intently at Su Chen. Su Chen hurriedly saluted. Good day, comrade brigade commander. Su Chen has come to report for duty. Su Fei snorted coldly. You've finally come to report for duty. If you don't come again, I'm afraid our first brigade will be disbanded because of you before it's even formed. Su Chen smiled dryly. Brigadier, you know what I did? This is what our soldiers should do. It's nothing, really. Don't give me a reward. Su Fei was so angry that he slapped his hand on the table. Reward? You still want a reward? He huffed and puffed as he walked up to Su Chen. Who told you to arrive here and not report in the first place? Su Chen straightened up. Report. The reporting time I received is before noon tomorrow. That's why I'm taking someone to observe the surrounding terrain for future training. Su Fei nodded his head in exasperation. Fine. Let's forget about this one. Then who told you to go rescue the hostages without authorization? You even posed as a special force. We don't have a special force in the 1st Brigade. I was too embarrassed to answer when people called over and asked me, why are you so shameless? Su Chen said seriously. Report. When we see people's lives being threatened, our first duty as soldiers is to rescue them. This is our tradition and what we must keep in mind. That's why I went to the rescue without any hesitation. Also, I once totaled the special forces in a drill. I'm stronger than them and have more balls than them, so it's okay to say I'm special forces. Su Fei opened his mouth wide in anger and didn't say anything for half a day. He thought of all kinds of behavior from Su Chen, blaming himself, admitting fault, begging for forgiveness, but just did not expect. He refuted the head of the road. And on the other hand, it is also particularly reasonable. He wanted to scold, do not know how to scold. After holding back for half a day, Su Fei roared. Then you save people. What are you doing blowing up people's houses? You know, that video hall is the only entertainment center in Zaga County, which is equivalent to the CBD of a big city. You blew it up. So how can people entertain themselves in the future? Su Fei shouted with a sputtering voice. Aren't people tired of working every day? Want to find a place to enjoy how? You have to blow up the other building? Su Chen laughed. Brigadier, I analyzed the situation at the time, and my disposal plan was the best. Didn't we get all the hostages out safely? The bandits were also captured? Besides, I only blew up 4 holes. The building is still there. Then isn't it still a bomb? Su Fei was furious and pointed at him. You even blew up the other director. What were you thinking? Causing me so much trouble as soon as you arrived? You're bent on not letting our 1st Brigade form, aren't you? Su Fei was really pissed off. He had been a deputy brigade commander for some years. It was not easy to have a chance to form a troop that was claimed to be the best in the world, but it turned out that Su Chen came and gave it a hard time. This is a non-starter for him to hit the road. Brigadier General. Su Chen still wanted to argue, but was directly interrupted by Su Fei. Don't say anything. Pack up your things. Wherever you came from, get the hell back to where you came from. Su Fei glared at him. Our 1st Brigade. We don't welcome backdoors, much less troublemakers. Chapter 73, they got bombed and they want to thank Su Chen? Su Chen froze. Originally, he thought that a scolding would be inevitable when he came, but I didn't expect that Su Fei would actually play such a big game and directly tell him to get lost. Looks like Pop's propaganda is really working. Very convincing. Su Chen dryly coughed. Brigadier, no matter what you think of me, but to come here, I received orders from my superiors to come. You don't have to worry about this. Su Fei stared at him coldly. The car is ready for you. Just go. I'll report back to my superiors. Su Chen stared at him. I want to wait for my superiors to speak to me personally. After all, Su Chen. Su Fei coldly glared at him. I'm the brigade commander here. I say everything here. If I tell you to leave, just follow orders numbly. As a soldier, don't you understand this point? Su Chen stared at him for half a day, and Su Fei glared at him nonchalantly. Suja had asked Su Fei's superiors to spread the remarks, so Su Fei was convinced about the fact that Su Chen had come in through the back door through connections. Before Su Chen came, he thought of ways to get rid of him. It just so happened that Su Chen had done him a favor by messing up. Alright, Su Chen knew that his arm could not be twisted, and could only nod his head in agreement. After all, he was only a deputy regimental commander, and if he openly disobeyed orders, Su Fei had the right to arrest him. But Comrade Brigadier, I must warn you. It's easy for me to leave, but it won't be easy to make me come back. Su Chen smiled. Su Fei grunted coldly. Don't worry, our 1st Brigade wants elites. Talents. No need to go through the back door. I can't even burn incense if you leave. With the words having come to this point, Su Chen didn't want to say anything else, salute and turn away. When they arrived downstairs, Jia Pang and the others immediately surrounded them. Deputy Chief, how was it? Didn't scold you? Before Su Chen had a chance to speak, a military vehicle roared towards them. It stopped violently when it was only 3 meters away from them, taking everyone by surprise. What kind of car do you drive? And can you drive it? If you don't know how to do it, go back and rebuild it. Are you trying to run someone over? Don't you know that this is the deputy chief? Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong yelled in anger. A head poked out from the driver's seat, and the driver said with a smile, I'm sorry, gentlemen, I've been ordered by the brigade commander to take you to the airport. Don't worry, we'll reimburse you for the airfare. Jia Pang and the others looked at Su Chen in shock. Deputy head, what does he mean? Su Chen shrugged his shoulders. People think I'm a backdoor person. They don't want me and make me fight my way back home. What? The 4 men's eyes glazed over in shock. Are you kidding? Ma Xian said angrily. You used 1 battalion to defeat such an advanced synthetic brigade. If this is considered a backdoor, then the others here must have begged their grandparents to get in? Wang Hai was filled with anger. It's too bullying. They're bullying and looking down on us from the southeast. Zhao Xiaodong had a huggy face. We just saved someone. Who here can compare to us for such a great feat? Jia Pang rolled up his sleeves. Deputy Chief, we can't leave so stifled. We have to sue them. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. Forget it. I actually didn't want to come here at all, and since he told me to leave, I'm still happy to go back to Southeast. He looked at a few of the men. Don't you guys want to go back to the 9th Brigade? A few people looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces. That makes sense. The 9th Brigade is our home. We're not staying here, but the 9th Brigade welcomes us back. That's right, the 9th Brigade will soon be remodeled, and there's sure to be a lot of good equipment coming, together with the fact that you have a big face. Deputy Chief, when the time comes, our equipment will definitely be no worse than theirs here. Deputy Chief, let's go back without looking at their faces. Su Chen looked back at Su Fei's office with an easy smile on his face. Go home, going home. Several people excitedly ran towards the SUV. The driver was speechless. So happy to be returned? 5 big oddballs. Su Fei stood at the window and watched as the soldiers rushed out of the camp, and an easy smile hung on his face. Finally, we've gotten rid of this relation. He stretched comfortably. Brigadier, Deputy Brigade Commander Qin Tian frowned. Isn't it too hasty? He was specially authorized to come here from above. You just let him go. Will you let him go? Su Fei smiled and waved his hand. Old Qin, don't worry about it. This kid has caused so much trouble in Zaga County that people have complained to me. It's such a big deal that even giving him a major demerit is warranted. I'm just letting him go, reasonably. He smiled and said, I will report this to my superiors, and I believe they have nothing to say. Qin Tian had a bitter face, but his father is a commander. I am worried that you have caused a big trouble to your future. Su Fei waved his hand indifferently. I became a soldier for the sake of the country and the people, not to look at the faces of certain people. Even if I stop here, as long as I can make our 1st Brigade truly #1 in the world, what's the harm? Qin Tian sighed. After spending half a month together, he already knew what kind of character Su Fei had. Knowing that no further persuasion would help, Su Fei patted him. Alright, don't think too much. I've been a deputy brigade commander for so many years anyway, so the big deal is that I'll be knocked back to my original form. But walking away from this rat turd is also considered my contribution to the 1st Brigade. Don't forget, we're called Dragon Teeth, and as the chief officer, we have to live up to that title. Good. Qin Tian nodded. I'll support you unconditionally. Su Fei smiled. Alright, you go back to rest early. The last batch of people will arrive tomorrow, and we're going to carry out integration training. We have to form a combat force next. There's a lot of things to do. Understood. Qin Tian saluted. The next morning, Su Fei woke up early. Although the men had not yet arrived, the 1st Brigade did not fall behind in their training as much as they did. From morning drills to evening training, Su Fei has scheduled a full schedule. He shuffled around briefly, and a loud and clear slogan was already sounding outside. Su Fei put on his clothes and prepared to go to the office to finalize the training plan. We can set it up today when everyone is here and after the pep rally. Just as he walked out the door, the guard almost collided with him head-on. What's the panic? Su Fei glared at him without a trace of anger. The guard immediately saluted. Brigadier, there are many people coming to the camp entrance. Su Fei froze. What person? Guard, it's from Zaga County, and the leader of Huluan City. Su Fei frowned. Damn. Su Chen this gone. I still have to wipe his ass. He took a deep breath. Call the deputy brigadier general over and come with me to apologize. Brigade commander, the guard said awkwardly. You seem to have gotten it wrong. People aren't here to raise the offense. They're here to send a banner and to thank Su Chen specifically. What? Su Fei's entire body froze. Su Chen blew them up, and they're still coming to thank him? Chapter 74, If Su Chen doesn't come back, you all get lost. Su Fei brought Qin Tian's group of people flying to the camp's gate. The group was stunned. Why are there so many people? Su Fei looked at the crowd outside. There were at least 200 or so. Qin Tian laughed bitterly. Brigadier, you might be wrong about Su Chen. How is it possible? The corner of Su Fei's mouth twitched. He's blowing people up. It's so simple. Can I understand it wrong? He took a deep breath and strutted toward the crowd. Everyone, this is our Brigadier Su. The platoon leader on duty at the door saw Su Fei coming over and hurriedly introduced him. Brigadier Su. A middle-aged man came over to shake Su Fei's hand with a smile. I'm Lei Lichuan, the deputy mayor of Huluan City. Welcome to your stationing with us. I'm ashamed to say I didn't know you were here until yesterday. It was a dereliction of duty on my part. Su Fei said politely. Don't be polite. We're here on a special mission. Try to keep a low profile. Right. I don't pry. Ha ha ha. Lei Lichuan laughed. However, I still have to thank you guys. If it wasn't for that comrade Su of yours, Zaga County would have suffered heavy losses yesterday. The corners of Su Fei's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Still really here to thank him? On behalf of Huluan City, and the people of Zaga County, I've come here specially today to thank you, Comrade Su. Come, Lei Lichuan beckoned. The chief of Zagar immediately came over with a pair of brocade flags and a smile. Brigadier Su, may I ask where Comrade Su is? I want to hand it over to him myself, the director said enthusiastically. He's a benefactor of our Zaga County. Invite him over. Su Fei looked at the 4 big words People's Defender written on the banner, and his whole body was bad. He laughed awkwardly. Su Chen, he has something else to do. He can't come for now. That's too bad. The director sighed and nudged towards the people behind him. These are the residents who live near the video hall. They all came to thank Comrade Su. People will be disappointed if they can't see him. Hey, Lei Lichuan said. The troops have their own business. Let's not force it. Yes, the director nodded. With that, he handed the banner to Su Fei. Then please ask Brigadier Su to give it to Comrade Su on behalf of him, and to tell him that we in Zagar County are going to present him with an award, and that he's the hero of our Zagar. Su Fei has been completely confused. He took the banner. Thank you also not thank you also not. One can only ask with a bitter smile. Comrade, I want to ask, didn't you guys say yesterday that Su Chen was brutal, damaged the residents' property, and even blew you up? How come today? The director laughed. Brigadier Su, you must have misunderstood. I was the one who made the call yesterday, and I was just expounding on the facts. He sighed. To be honest, I was a little pissed off yesterday. After all, who can be happy about getting blown up? But, he said gratefully, last night we carefully studied it. The explosive strapped to that bandit would explode. Not only would the entire video hall be gone, along with the 17 hostages inside, they would all be finished. Moreover, the nearby private houses are all right next to each other. There is a gas station next to it. If it exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Comrade Su's action at that time was indeed the most correct. He saved the lives of at least 300 people, with property we can't even count. Lei Lichuan added, that captured bandit has a serious mania. To put it bluntly, is a nervous disease. If Comrade Su didn't deal with it in time, when our city's reinforcements arrive, I'm afraid. He laughed. Anyway, Comrade Su has made a great achievement this time. In order to show our appreciation, our city has specially allocated $300,000 as condolence money. He took a check from his secretary and handed it to Su Fei. Brigadier Su, we're poor here. Don't mind if it's too little. Su Fei was stupid, holding the check, head buzzing. 10,000 straw horses ran wildly through his mind now. Su Chen took the credit. You should have said so. You had to use that tone yesterday? Qin Tian looked at Su Fei's ugly face and hurriedly said, Deputy Mayor Lei, don't be so polite. Saving people is what we should do. And didn't Su Chen also damage public property? This money, the director quickly waved his hands. That's all trivial. It's not just blowing up 4 holes. We'll just change it to windows. The people are still happy. They couldn't smoke inside before, but now that there are 4 more holes, they can smoke to their heart's content. Ha ha ha. Su Fei almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. What the is this called? Back at the brigade headquarters, Su Fei sat on his butt on the sofa. Qin Tian held the banner and asked awkwardly, Brigadier, this, hang it? Su Fei looked at the banner and stung his eyes. Just find a place to hang it up. Hey, Qin Tian nodded, then asked, then Su Chen. Forget it, Su Fei said helplessly. It's too late to chase after them since they're gone. Turn around, I'll report it to the top. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Su Fei rushed to pick it up. Hello, this is Su Fei. Su Fei, when you became a brigade commander, did you think that your temper got bigger when you had the power? A roar came from the other end of the phone. You dare to just let people return home when the headquarters specially transferred people from the southeast? Do you want to go to heaven? Su Fei's head buzzed, not expecting things to reach Luo Bing so quickly. If he had known that Zaga County had this attitude towards Su Chen, he wouldn't have been able to tell Su Chen to get lost even if he had beaten him to death yesterday. Leader, I didn't check it out for a while. So, shut up, Luo Bing said without a trace of anger. Do you know how hard it was for me to get someone here for you? This kid Su Chen is a tactical talent, or a genius in psychology. I was under a lot of pressure to ask for it from someone else in the first place. Good for you. The talent just arrived and you told him to get lost. Are you giving me a hard time? Or are you trying to make your own clique? That's a big word. Ganging up is strictly forbidden in the army. Su Fei panicked and said, Leader, you misunderstood. I just heard that this kid is pulling strings and coming in through the back door. So, you think? Luo Bing coldly grunted. Don't you know the nature of the 1st Brigade? HQ put so much hope in building it. Do they not scrutinize the people they send? Su Fei's old face turned red and he couldn't say a word. Su Fei, I'm telling you, get the man back for me immediately. Luo Bing roared, if he goes back to his old unit, I may not even have the means to get him back again. At that time, you'll just pack up your bunk and leave. The troop doesn't need an insubordinate commander like you, and the 1st Brigade even less so. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Qin Tian hurriedly asked, what did the leader say? Su Fei was bitter. Don't ask. Hurry and see where Su Chen went. Qin Tian stammered. He should still be at the airport. There are fewer airplanes here. There are only 2 flights at 10 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. Notify the airport immediately. Don't fly. Su Fei shouted anxiously. Also, contact the police and stop Su Chen. After that he grabbed his clothes and ran outside. Brigadier, where are you going? Qin Tian shouted. Where to go? To pick someone up. Where else? Su Fei said in a bad humor. If I can't pick him up, I'll really have to get the hell out of here. After saying that, Su Fei ran towards the downstairs in a flash. Qin Tian stood dumbfounded in place. If I had known this, why would I bother? What the is this called? Chapter 75, from the beginning to the end, the whole body is against the bone. At the airport security check, Su Chen's few people were stopped by a group of police officers. Why don't you let us board the plane? Japing said in a nonchalant manner. Is it the wrong ticket, or is it our documents that are wrong? That's right, you guys are being unreasonable. Ma Xian said in a cold voice. We have an urgent mission. Are you responsible for delaying us? The police officer in charge smiled bitterly in embarrassment. I'm sorry comrades, I didn't want to stop you either, but I received orders. There's nothing I can do about it. Please take a rest in the restroom. We'll prepare tea. This way. The officer waved his hand politely. Su Chen probably already guessed what was going on by looking at them. That's another way of saying you don't want him to go. He smiled slightly. This officer, I'm really sorry. You have your orders, and I have mine. According to the regulations, if you don't have an official order, you cannot block us. Otherwise, you will have to bear serious consequences. Even if your superior comes, he can't be held responsible for this. The officer was on the verge of tears with aggravation, and was ordered by his superiors to find a way to keep the man no matter what. But again, what Su Chen said was correct. It would be no joke to force a stop. He might have to take off his police uniform. He folded his hands. Comrade, count on me to beg you. You can leave it for 15 minutes. 10 minutes is fine. At least it means I've done it, and my superiors can't say anything about me. Really, please, it's not easy for me. It's not easy for you. It's easy for us? Wang Hai had a belly full of anger. Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't get in the way of us returning to the team. The airplane is not waiting for anyone. The plane has stopped flying, specifically for you. The officer grinned and said, all in good time. Jia Peng's few people immediately looked at Su Chen. Su Chen took a deep breath. Comrade, you've stopped us for 10 minutes. The mission has been accomplished. I've already given you face. If you don't let us go, I'm going to report upwards. At that time, you will definitely be in big trouble. The officer grabbed his hand. Comrade, just stay another 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. Su Chen was just about to shake off his hand when a shout suddenly came from behind him. Su Chen! Su Chen! The officer was overjoyed when he saw a few soldiers rushing over. All right, my job is done. Comrade, it's out of my hands next. He quickly waved his hand and led his men out of the way. This kind of thing is no joke, and he's thinking about the future. Su Chen didn't need to turn around to hear that the voice was Su Fei's. He grunted coldly, striding toward the inside. Jia Peng's few people also raised their heads arrogantly and followed closely behind Su Chen. Su Fei ran over with the speed of a 100-meter sprint and directly crossed the guardrail to block in front of Su Chen. You kid, listen, can't hear me calling you. Su Fei was tired and couldn't catch his breath. Yo, isn't this Brigadier Su? Su Chen laughed. Why, You even came to see me off on purpose? I can't afford to be a backdoor traveler. The corners of Su Fei's mouth twitched. This kid was a pot calling the kettle black. He slapped Su Chen on the shoulder, trying to get his breath to even out a bit. Ah, Su Chen. It was me who didn't understand the situation yesterday. Su Fei squeezed out a smile. I was wrong to blame you. I apologize. Come on, go back with me. The last group arrived today. You're all that's left. He said that he was going to pick up Su Chen's bag, but Su Chen took a step backward, and Su Fei fished an empty bag. What's wrong? Su Fei laughed awkwardly. Still angry nah? Big man, don't be so petty. Su Chen smiled. Brigadier Su, I wouldn't dare to be angry with you casually. However, I must carry out your orders. You asked me to go back. I bought my plane ticket and notified my old troop. My old chief said that they've already prepared the reception banquet. I can't afford to delay. Su Fei's hands were shaking with anger. He knew that Su Chen was deliberately taking the bridge, but it can't be helped. Who wants him to get rid of people on his own? Su Chen, yesterday's incident is in the past. I've apologized to you. Su Fei said seriously, but your superiors sent you to the 1st Brigade. How can you just leave? Quickly go back with me. Su Chen was astonished. But you're the brigade commander. You've already given a new order, which is equivalent to overriding the previous one. And as a soldier, I have to carry it out. That's what you said. Su Fei was speechless with dislike, and Jia Pang and the others desperately tried to hold back their laughter. They all knew what kind of person Su Chen was. Even the commander dared to call him out, and he had his reasons. It's easy to send God and hard to invite God. Su Chen wouldn't compromise so easily. The corner of Su Fei's mouth twitched. If it was anyone else, he would have already thrown his face off. But Luo Bing had given him a deadly order, and he had gotten this opportunity with great difficulty, so he must not give it up like this. He smiled bitterly and said, now I'm revoking that order, okay? Hurry back with me, so many people are watching. Su Chen took another step back with a straight face. How can an order be revoked just because you say so? It's a big no-no to change your orders. Once again, Su Fei was speechless. Besides, your order has already taken effect, so I am no longer your subordinate. Su Chen laughed easily. If you still want to give me an order, you must have your superior give me another order. That way, I can obey the new order. Su Fei's head was a bit dizzy from his winding. He's gutted now. How he was so indebted last night and his mouth was too fast. Had he known this, he should have reported it to his superiors before disposing of it. Brigadier Su, if there's nothing else, I have to catch my plane. Su Chen smiled and was about to walk forward. Su Fei hurriedly stopped him, holding back his old red face. Let him be the deputy brigadier general for so many years. He had never been so stifled now. Su Chen, my sub-commander Su. Su Fei pulled him back with a bitter smile. I've come to apologize to you with all my heart. And the 1st Brigade really needs a talent like you. Tell me this, what conditions do you need to stay? I'll grant you all of them. Really? Su Chen looked at him with a smile. Brigadier, a gentleman's word is a promise. You can't go back on it. Su Fei's entire body froze. Dare this grandson did not want to go at all. Waiting for himself here, but the words have been exported. Backtracking is useless, and Luo Bing is under strict orders to stay Su Chen. Su Fei took a deep breath and nodded bitterly. You say? Su Chen laughed. Since the brigadier general is so considerate of me, then I will not be polite. Su Fei was so angry that he wanted to curse his mother. Do you look like you're trying to be polite? First of all, the 4 people I brought with me cannot be separated from me. Su Chen laughed. I'm used to using them. It's smooth. Su Fei swept over towards Jia Peng's 4 men, and the 4 guys immediately puffed out their chests. Okay, no problem. Su Fei nodded. Second, Su Chen said, their positions, I will organize them. That won't do. Su Fei stumped up again. The arrangement of the position. 2, then I'll go? Su Chen looked at him. Su Fei swallowed back the latter half of his words and helplessly raised his hand for him to continue. Su Chen smiled. I would never ask for anything out of the ordinary. He pointed at Jia Peng. This one used to be my instructor. It's not too much for me to make him a battalion commander, right? This, he pointed at Ma Xian again. My former scout company commander, very good at his business. The scout company was given to him as a normal transfer. And the 2 of them, Su Chen pointed at Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong. They made meritorious achievements last time, and their level is also very high. I've already applied to the higher-ups for them to be promoted. It's okay to be platoon leaders for now, right? Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong raised their heads in excitement. If this was still in the 9th Brigade, the 2 of them would still have to be honest squad leaders. It's better to follow Su Chen. This is all early platoon leader treatment. Su Chen looked at Su Fei, whose face had already darkened. In addition, I, for one, am good at all sorts of strange schemes, so if it's an exercise, there has to be a certain amount of autonomy. This you must agree to. otherwise it's limiting my ability. Then there's no point in me staying here. Su Fei almost wanted to vomit blood. Listen to this meaning, this kid a deputy head, but also want to replace the head? That's a whole body with a backbone. Chapter 76, you're suffocating, but I'm more suffocating than you are. Brigadier, if you're embarrassed, then I'll leave. Su Chen sighed. It seems like we are not destined for each other. When I go back, I will report truthfully to my superiors. It was you who were too upright to let me go because you don't like backdoor people. You have no selfishness. Saying that, Su Chen wanted to pull the luggage again. Su Fei was furious as he pressed. Can't you just stay still while I talk? He was already on the verge of exploding with anger. If Su Chen went back and reported like this, then he would definitely be finished. Luo Bing, however, said that Su Chen didn't come through the back door, but relied on his skills, although Su Fei didn't believe it. But ironically, he can't be let go now. Su Chen blinked and looked at him, and Su Fei forced down his heart's anger and hardened his face to squeeze out a smile. His voice also lowered by an octave, and he said in a soft voice, Little Su, I think your request is still quite pertinent. No problem, I'll give you a chance. The next mission of our brigade is to maneuver, so as long as you play well, I'll agree to all the requests you just made. Su Chen smiled. This guy had 800 hard eyes in his stomach. He's still going around with himself. It's not like you can't see a rabbit without a hawk. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Good, thank you, Brigadier General, for giving me a chance. Su Fei was just about to let out a sigh of relief when Su Chen said again, however, the conditions I just made have to be implemented first. Ha? Su Fei stared up again. Su Chen hurriedly said, if I don't perform well in the maneuvers afterward, you can revoke all my requests at any time, and I will never complain then. Su Fei took a few deep breaths. The priority now was to get Su Chen back. As for later, there's plenty of opportunity. Okay, deal. Su Fei nodded. Why are you still frozen? Su Chen turned his head. Thank you, Brigadier. Jia Peng's 4 men quickly saluted. Thank you, Brigadier. The corner of Su Fei's mouth twitched. His first encounter with Su Chen was a big defeat. In the future, he must find a chance to save face, or else he would really be held by a subordinate. He let go of his luggage in exasperation. Go back. Yes, Su Chen cheerfully saluted. In the northeast, the wind is howling and it's freezing. A slugger with added anti-skid chains, rolling on the ice with a clacking sound, came to a steady stop in front of a small Gothic building. Su Ming jumped out of the car and flew into the small building, and the warm airflow instantly wrapped his entire body. Hey, Division Commander Su, why aren't you wearing a coat? The guard staff officer laughed. It's 26 degrees below zero out here. Don't freeze. Su Ming waved his hand. It's fine, my troops are on an emergency field exercise. I followed them and ran 30 kilometers as well. I'm hot now. By the way, where is the old man? Here. Suja walked out with 2 cups of tea. Su Ming immediately went over and saluted. Commander. Suja nodded. Pleased to look him up and down. There is the appearance of my young time. But how many times have I told you? Don't call the commander at home. Yes, Dad. Su Ming cheerfully took the tea. Isn't this a habit? Shouting wrongly for fear that you'll whip me. Suja glared at him. Am I that mean? Your mom said I'm gentle. Su Ming rolled his eyes, thinking to himself how much you don't understand yourself. And you took this kind of bull seriously. He coughed dryly. Dad, why did you suddenly think to call me? My troop is still in field training. Suja waved his hand. You've just been promoted to division commander and you're so busy. What if you were a military commander? You don't even have time to eat. We haven't been back for dinner in half a month. Su Ming smiled awkwardly. This had just been promoted, and he also wanted to familiarize himself with the business. Looking at Suja's head full of white hair, he sighed slightly. This was a military family. Their minds, all of them, are on the troops, but neglecting the closest family members. It's a pain they all share. Right. Suja crossed his legs. In your troop, find a deputy regiment position. After a while, Xiao Chen will go over. Su Ming froze. What? Didn't Xiao Chen transfer to the 1st Brigade? Suja laughed. I used some means. This kid won't stay long. People will let him get out. When the time comes, you will be the one to take him in, and bring him along nicely by the way. Su Ming was speechless. He knew too well the tactics his own old man used. That's absolutely despicable and despicable. It's so hard to become your son. Su Ming sighed. Suja instantly sat up straight. What? Being my son still wrongs you? Su Ming was so frightened that he quickly waved his hands. No, what I mean is that we have to be excellent. Otherwise we will lose your face. And this is too tiring. Tired is right. Suja coldly grunted. Comfort is reserved for the dead. Our Su family was born for the army and the people. In this life, none of you can think of pleasure. Little Chen is here. You can't be merciful. You have to practice him for me. Suja grunted. This kid has inherited part of my ghost talents, but relies too much on them. If you don't correct him in time, something is going to happen in the future. The task I give you, you must complete it successfully." Su Ming nodded his head with a bitter smile, and sighed in his heart one after another. "Xiao Chen, ah Xiao Chen, the old man still loves you too much. The more he loves you, the more unlucky you are. Brother feels sorry for you. Brigadier General, I protest. I protest." At the brigade headquarters, the 1st Regiment Commander Wang Changjiang huffed and puffed, slapping the table. "You're openly bowing to the powerful and helping Su Chen through the back door. Why should his man be assigned a position in advance when no one else is? Why should he be allowed to come under me and have to share power from me? What chief is so stifled?" Wang Changjiang shouted angrily. "I'm not convinced. I'm definitely not going to bow down to people who take the back door." Bang! Su Fei slapped the table, and Wang Changjiang gave a start. "You're suffocating? I'm more suffocating than you." Su Fei huffed and puffed. He had never agreed to such an unreasonable condition in his life. But again, he was the first to promise, and playing his heart out didn't even make him go back on his word, and now he's more pissed off than anyone else. Wang Changjiang whispered, "If you don't agree, just don't agree? How scary to be so loud." Su Fei glared at him without any good humor, and Qin Tian hurriedly rounded up the situation. "Brigade Commander Wang, just say a few words. The brigade commander is more annoyed than anyone else right now." Wang Changjiang came back with vigor. "Can't we just let him go? This relation?" Qin Tian smiled bitterly. The brigade commander tried his best. The people had already been driven away, but as a result of a phone call from the higher-ups, the brigade commander invited them back again. "It can't be helped." Wang Changjiang smacked his lips. "Such a big background?" Qin Tian sighed. "The leader said that he's a talented person, so we have to invite him back. Bull asterisk 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 talent." Wang Changjiang was full of disbelief. How old is he? And he's a deputy regiment? Some of the company commanders here are older than him. If he didn't come through the back door, who did? Wang Changjiang grunted and said, "I have asked many people. Everyone is after strict scrutiny, and have many years of experience, which was elected in. He is good. Go relations in. This is how unfair to us all." Su Fei was furious and said, "How much do you know about people? To be honest, I don't know much about you guys either. All of you are from various war zones, and you all have secrecy regulations. I don't know anything about who has done what. So, you need to stop talking about your own sub-commander here too. I want unity, not infighting." Wang Changjiang had nothing to say. Su Fei took a few deep breaths, then stood up. "All right, no more talking about Su Chen. I already have an agreement with him, and after that, if he doesn't work out, I'll tell him to get lost. But this period of time is an important time for our brigade to grow. If the 1st Brigade doesn't develop into what HQ wants, we're all getting the hell out. Understand?" "Yes." Wang Changjiang nodded solemnly. Su Fei clenched his fists tightly. Although the 1st Brigade was established, it was only temporary at the moment. To be clear, they are a pilot unit. If it doesn't work, disband at any time. HQ isn't going to waste money on a unit that doesn't work. So, he has a long way to go next. Go, meeting. Su Fei took big strides toward the outside. Chapter 77, Dragon's Teeth, the world's number one. After Su Chen received the order, he immediately followed the guards and ran towards the conference room. The so-called conference room is actually the cafeteria hall. After all, the 1st Brigade had just been formed and had nothing but a slightly larger dining hall. By the time Su Chen arrived, all the brigade's company officers and above were basically there. Almost most of them looked at him coldly and quickly averted their eyes again. Su Chen rolled his eyes. It seemed that this was the entire brigade believing the rumors of his old man. He really wanted to go and sue his own father. Not with such slander. "Deputy Chief, this way." Jia Peng cheerfully waved at him. Su Chen immediately tried to squeeze through the crowd. But surprisingly, everyone was like avoiding the plague, actively making a path. There were even a few people who deliberately showed disgust. Su Chen was not polite, slowing down his pace with his hands behind his back, smiling cheerfully at the crowd. "Comrades have worked hard. Good. Good. Ah. The people on the road are all furious and their eyes are on fire. Dare you think you are the head of the government?" Su Chen walked to the corner, and Ma Xian immediately prepared a matzah for him. "Sub-commander, bear with it, this is how we're treated." Jia Peng smiled bitterly. "I've asked around. Some people rumored that you came here through the back door. In fact, you're uneducated, and you're especially fond of seizing power and commanding blindly. Therefore, everyone doesn't like you." Ma Xian had a bitter face. "Even we were thought by everyone to have come through your connections. No one spoke to us." The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched as he listened. "Pops, Pops, you're really ruthless, pitting me to death." It suddenly occurred to him that he and Su Fei wanted power. So isn't this ing proof of the rumor in disguise? No wonder Su Fei was getting angrier and angrier the more he looked at himself. Okay, Pops, you're good. Su Chen was furious, dragging me down. Right? You wait, don't let me meet, or I'll definitely let you know who's the old man. Rise! With a loud roar, everyone stood up all at once. With a tigerish face, Su Fei brought Qin Tian and the chief of staff in at a brisk pace. He saluted at all of them. Sit down. Phew. Neatly, all sat down in almost unison of movement. Su Chen nodded secretly as he watched. It seemed that Luo Bing was right in telling him that those who could come to the 1st Brigade were indeed elites. These are all officers, not like ordinary soldiers who are supervised every day for military appearance and discipline. The fact that they can be so neat and tidy shows that they are just as strict with themselves as they are on a regular basis. Looks like we've come to the right place. Su Chen smiled faintly. That's what makes it interesting. It certainly wasn't fun for him, a supreme master, to hang out with a bunch of second-rate masters every day. It would have to be with these elites to emphasize his abilities even more. Su Fei lowered his arm, but did not sit down. He swept his eyes sharply over the crowd and said calmly, "Welcome to the 1st Brigade. Introduce yourselves. I am your brigade commander Su Fei. This is Deputy Brigade Commander Qin Tian. And this is Chief of Staff Zhao Tianhe." Qin Tian and Zhao Tianhe immediately rose and saluted the crowd. Su Fei waved his hand to signal them to sit down and continued. "I know that all of you here are elites from various war zones, and you've been researching new Western combat modes for the past few years, and there are still some results. That's why headquarters sent you here." Su Chen looked around and was slightly surprised in his heart. It turned out to be all officers with new ideas, and he became even more interested in the 1st Brigade. Su Fei said in a deep voice, "Even though you guys are elites, that's not much of a big deal. I can tell you responsibly that the 1st Brigade, and all of us, are only here temporarily. The purpose of headquarters is to need us, as a group, to make the 1st Brigade a millstone for the whole army. So if we can't do that, then there's no point in us staying here. We'll all have to go back to our own homes and find our own moms." A chill rose in everyone's eyes. Before they came here, they were the pride of their respective old units, and their old comrades sent them off with envy. This would be a defeat for their pride and honor if they went back in disgrace. Only Su Chen was different from everyone else. At the moment he was in a springtime mood. Being able to be the millstone of the entire army would certainly be a chance to teach his old man a lesson, and the thought of it was energizing. Su Fei's gaze also fell on Su Chen's face at this moment. Seeing that this kid was actually still smiling, he was so angry that he almost didn't storm off on the spot. So serious, so difficult. What does this kid think is so funny? He took a deep breath and averted his gaze before he could get angry. So next, we have a heavy task ahead of us. Our superiors have only given us 3 months to integrate, and in 3 months, we will be put to the test. If we fight beautifully by then, we will prove that we are worthy of being this millstone. Not only will the 1st Brigade be officially established, but an area will be allocated for us to set up a base, and we will become the #1 blue army in the entire army. Everyone's faces showed raging wariness. There is no 1st place in literature and no 2nd place in martial arts. Being a soldier is about fighting. When it comes to fighting, there's no admitting defeat. Su Fei was satisfied with the crowd's attitude. 3 months is a short period of time. Although the headquarters gave us a large amount of equipment this time, we're still lagging behind compared to some of the ace units. They have 96 tanks and even some of them have been test-fitted with the latest 96 modifications. Infantry vehicles, they are also more advanced than us. Therefore, I need you all to work as a group, utilize your specialties, and come up with good suggestions so that we can become the true #1 in the world in 3 months' time, and live up to this codename given to us by the headquarters. Dragon Teeth. Does everyone have confidence? Yes, everyone hissed. Very good. Su Fei finally revealed a hint of a smile. I've been a deputy brigade commander for 7 years, and I haven't been back home for 7 years. The dolls at home don't even recognize me now. I know that many of you here have given everything to the troops just as I have, he said coldly. Then we'll work hard for another 3 months, and give a satisfactory answer to the headquarters and to the people. At least, this has not failed our youth. Su Chen's eyes changed slightly. When he first met Su Fei, he only felt that this guy was a bit too arbitrary and a bit unsympathetic, but now it seems that he is a true and pure soldier. The purer the soldier, the more natural it is to have no sand in one's eyes. His impression of Su Fei had also changed quite a bit, but I'm afraid my own impression in the minds of the crowd will remain that way for a while. Su Fei said aloud, Dragon's Teeth, the national blade, is the people's guardian blade. I don't want to talk much about anything else, so let's be practical. Only the harder we fight, the faster the units can progress. Only if we win more, we'll have more funding and equipment replacement will be faster. Dragon's Teeth must be #1 in the world. Everyone stood up in unison. The world is #1. #1 in the world. Su Fei nodded his head in satisfaction, but his gaze fell on Su Chen again. Looking at the guy's serious face as well, he always felt a bit awkward. I hope this rat turd will quickly expose its flaws and get out soon, so as not to spoil our good soup. The meeting ended and the crowd left in twos and threes. Su Fei's words were like a shot in the arm, making the crowd's blood boil. Some are already eagerly discussing the future. Deputy Chief Jia Pang said hesitantly, next. It's not good for us to mix. Ma Xian nodded his head. People are so united. It's clear that they won't bring us to play. What should we do next? Su Chen smiled. Don't worry, your deputy leader. I have always not played by the rules. If they don't bring us to play, we'll play on our own. As long as the maneuvers start, I have a way to bring you guys to do something big. The two immediately revealed an ant-like smile. We believe you. You're full of bad water. Su Chen. Suddenly, an icy voice came. Su Chen turned his head, only to see a colonel with slightly gray hair, walking towards him with a grim face. P.S. Today is the Lantern Festival. I wish you all a happy new year. The rabbit flies. Anything you encounter can be easily resolved. Career success, and a double harvest of feelings. The author's brain capacity is limited. Try to be a little more every day. Must ensure that the plot is wonderful. The next Su Chen will open the road of wild running. I hope that all the lords are satisfied. The small author thanks a lot. Chapter 78, whether it's a mule or a horse, pull it out. The colonel walked up to Su Chen and opened the door. I'm Wang Changjiang, the leader of a regiment, and your superior. Good day, Captain. Su Chen hurriedly saluted. I've been assigned to your men? Then you'll have to take care of me in the future. Wang Changjiang frowned slightly. How did that sound? A bit jaded. Care can't be talked about. Let's cooperate with each other's work and make a group better. Wang Changjiang said coldly. Su Chen smiled faintly. What the headmaster said is true. Improving our regiment's combat power and allowing the troops to walk and fight is the first priority. Wang Changjiang was slightly surprised. What Su Chen said was quite to his liking. Introduce yourself. Wang Changjiang said. I've been a deputy tank regiment commander for 3 years and a regiment commander for 3 years in the Central Plains Theater. This time, I belong to a flat transfer, and I specialize in armored combat. Su Chen also said with a straight face. I am a graduate of the Department of Strategic Studies of the National Defense University, and I just arrived in the army for a year, served as a company commander and battalion commander, have fought many exercises and specialize in multi-service coordinated combat. Wang Changjiang's mouth opened wide in shock. You're a senior at the National Defense University. Ha! He looked Su Chen up and down in surprise, with more than a hint of amazement in his eyes. The National Defense University, NDU, is the highest institution for military personnel in the force system. Those who can come out from here are all young talents. Wang Changjiang was also only promoted from a soldier and attended 3 years of land university. But compared to the gold content of the National Defense University, it's not even close. People's faculty resources, funding, and direction of learning are not comparable to their land-grant universities. Su Chen smiled faintly. I can't talk about being a high achiever, but I have learned a lot of conceptual knowledge. Mr. Yang Ming said that knowledge and action should be united. This is not it. After a year at the grassroots level, I have harmonized quite a bit. Wang Changjiang began to be somewhat impressed with Su Chen. There are absolutely no straw men who can graduate from the National Defense University. But why do you say this guy came in through the back door? It shouldn't be. Wang Changjiang was confused, but his face was no longer as serious as before. Little Su, I won't lie to you. A deputy regimental commander as young as you is the first time I've seen one in all my years as a soldier. Wang Changjiang said. To be honest, before the brigade commander asked you to be my deputy, I was very resistant, because I felt that you just came in through connections. Su Chen was embarrassed. I can't answer when you talk like this. However, he likes Wang Changjiang's character very much, talking straight to the point and not beating around the bush, which is like a soldier. Chief, I know the rumors about me within the brigade, and I don't want to explain too much. Su Chen said seriously. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know if we pull it out. Whether I have real skills or came through connections, we'll see the real thing in 3 months. Good. It hurts. Wang Changjiang laughed. Like Su Fei. He was a pure soldier who couldn't be more pure. Just like Su Chen's character. Since the words are out in the open, I won't hide them anymore. Wang Changjiang stared at Su Chen. Although you're a senior student from the National Defense University, I'm not comfortable with you. The Jia Peng several people on the side glanced at each other, thinking that this was immediately going to give a dismounted ah. Su Chen smiled faintly. Understood, but I also take a stand. No matter what everyone thinks of me, what needs to be done, I must do. My superiors trusted me before sending me here. I won't let down that trust. Wang Changjiang laughed happily. This character was right for his temperament. Well then, what do you think? Wang Changjiang said. I'll hand over the 1st Battalion and Scout Company to you. As for you, take them alone for training. For one thing, you won't delay me from training the troops. Secondly, It will also let me see if you are qualified to be this deputy regimental commander or not. I obey orders. Su Chen saluted. It was exactly what he needed. Rather than being restricted, he would train alone. It wasn't that he looked down on Wang Changjiang. For Wang Changjiang to be here, there must be something about him. But Su Chen understood the situation of the troops now, and most of the officers' minds were still stuck in the past combat. Even if there are some breakthroughs, it's hard for them to make great strides with the limitations of the equipment available. If he followed Wang Changjiang and practiced with him, he was worried that Wang Changjiang would drag him down. Wang Changjiang smiled and patted him. I hope you're really good. I don't want my partner to be a loser. When he finished, he left with a grin on his back. Su Chen looked at his back and laughed bitterly. Good guy. This guy's speech is too blunt. If he had a bad temper, he could have argued with him on the spot. Deputy head. Jia Pon walked over to the four of them, but his face was not very good. This is the end of us. The head of the troop has shown that he has a preconceived notion about you. It's not going to be easy to start work in the future. Ma Xian also sighed. He talks a good game, giving us a battalion plus a company, but he didn't mention the rest at all. What about logistics? If the logistics aren't good enough, we're not practicing a damn thing. Several others nodded deeply. In the last battle in the southeast, they got a whole brigade's supply for a whole year, even though they only had one battalion. But now, they have almost nothing but soldiers. It would be difficult to practice a good army. Su Chen smiled and patted them. Alright, the car will get there. Life is just one hurdle after another. Just get over it. If you can't cross it, then just level it. He smiled and carried his hands behind his back as he also walked in the direction of Wang Changjiang. Jia Peng's four looked at each other, and everyone shook their heads helplessly. It's easy to say, but when you really do it, it's not that difficult. On the second floor of the brigade headquarters, Qin Tian looked at Su Chen's confident back and smiled faintly. Looks like old Wang had a good talk with Su Chen. Su Fei, who was sitting on the sofa, grunted coldly. Old Wang is a straight man. Perhaps he was temporarily blinded by this kid's coaxing of a couple sentences, but time is a good proof. Soon he'll reveal himself. Qin Tian turned around and placed Su Chen's information in front of him. But I've researched it. This kid was the #1 graduating student from the National Defense University that year, and was even recognized by the university. After going to the southeast, he fought 2 consecutive maneuvers in which he did more with less. I wonder, could it be that we misunderstood him? Su Fei pondered for a moment, but his mind immediately thought of Su Chen making him all kinds of down. He didn't have the heart to say, nothing is ever empty. How come the others don't have that kind of rumor? But he does? Qin Tian laughed bitterly. Forget it, what's going on with him? We still have to see what he does next. Old Wang is a notoriously strict person. You let Su Chen stay under him because you also wanted to find out as soon as possible what kind of person he really is, right? Su Fei was told what was on his mind, but his face was full of concern. I don't want to waste a talent, much less take in a piece of trash. If he really is a talent, I'll use him well, but if he's really like the rumors and doesn't use drills, I'll find a way to get him out. Chapter 79. This kid openly commits public anger? At first light, the muster whistle sounded throughout the camp. A large number of fighters darted out of their makeshift quarters and quickly assembled in a square on the playground. Unlike in the past, however, since the troops had already been divided, they were all assembled in regiments at the moment. With the loud slogans, the thunderous morning exercises began. Half an hour later, the morning drill was over, and the regiments were led off separately. Wang Changjiang stood in front of the group with his hands behind his back. Today, our regiment is considered officially established. However, I want to announce something. He pointed at Su Chen behind him. Deputy Regimental Commander, Su Chen, will lead the 1st Battalion and Reconnaissance Company in separate training. The rest, I will organize unified training. The crowd immediately buzzed at these words. Almost everyone in the 1st Battalion turned bitter, while the other battalions pointed at them. There was a big look of gloating. Everyone, don't think much about anything, Wang Changjiang said in a cold voice. We only have 3 months, and after 3 months, we will be tested by our brother troops. So, in order to improve our regiment's combat power, I've discussed with Vice Commander Su to train separately, in 2 modes, to improve combat power while also improving the survivability of our regiment. Alright, Wang Changjiang shouted. All battalions are disbanded, and the 1st Battalion and Scout Company are at the command of Vice Commander Su. Dismissed, the battalion commanders yelled, and the companies immediately left, led by their company commanders. Wang Changjiang nodded at Su Chen, dropped a meaningful look, and swaggered away with his hands behind his back. Old fox. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Things like splitting up the troops for training should be done in private. But when Wang Changjiang said it in public, he was putting pressure on him. The whole brigade knows the rumors about him, and now he's been given a separate unit to train alone. Wasn't this clearly telling everyone that he, the head of the group, didn't trust Su Chen either. Su Chen sighed and took a big step to the front of the line. As his eyes swept over, Su Chen realized that everyone's eyes were staring at him oddly. Su Chen smiled faintly. Looks like everyone is quite opinionated? No one said anything, but everyone's eyes had already answered Su Chen's question. Su Chen nodded. It's because you don't like me taking you guys to train alone, right? Report Deputy Chief, a captain exclaimed. We're not disobeying you, we just don't want to specialize. A regiment is a whole. How can we train separately? Another captain also shouted. Report, I think the first company commander is right. We come from all over the world and are not familiar with each other. The most crucial thing now is to have a tacit understanding. Training separately is definitely not conducive to improving combat effectiveness. Right, another captain nodded. Besides, we're not that weak. We have as much strength as the other battalions have. We don't need to be treated differently. Jia Pang looked at Su Chen with difficulty. After all, he was the battalion commander of the 1st Battalion. People don't even obey the deputy regimental commander. How can they obey him as the battalion commander? Su Chen, however, was not angry and nodded with a smile. I can hear it. Everyone wants me to go and talk to the regimental commander so that you can continue to train with the whole regiment. Yes, everyone roared collectively. Ma Xian yelled back. Even the men of his scouting company yelled together, none of them giving him face. Su Chen smiled faintly. This group of people were already very revealing, just looking down on themselves. But think about it, even Su Fei, the brigade commander, thought that he was a backdoor person, let alone these ordinary soldiers. They were singled out to Su Chen by Wang Changjiang, and they must have felt that they were weaklings in Wang Changjiang's eyes. That's why they needed Su Chen, a big weakling, to lead them. We are all elites, and our hearts must be unbalanced. Yes, Su Chen said with a smile. I, for one, respect the warriors' ideas the most. If you guys want to train with everyone, I won't object. Jia Peng's few people were taken aback. If Su Chen went to speak to Wang Changjiang, it would be like admitting in advance that he was incapable. How are we going to get by here? It's really going to gray out. Just as the crowd was getting excited, Su Chen suddenly said, however, you also have to prove that you are qualified to go and train with the other battalions before you can do so. Ha! Everyone froze. What did that mean? They don't qualify to train with other battalions? Su Chen smiled and said, don't be unconvinced either. Why did the regimental commander assign you guys to me alone? Don't you guys think about the reason? Everyone was confused and had a blank look in their eyes. Hell knows why it was assigned to a weakling like you. Not far away. Wang Changjiang actually didn't go far, but hid behind a wall and watched quietly. What tricks is this kid going to pull? Wang Changjiang was also curious. He knew that the soldiers were no slouches, and surely they wouldn't be that easy to convince. If Su Chen had trouble even convincing the public, then there was no point in continuing the training. Seeing that no one spoke, Su Chen laughed. Can't think of anything? Then I'll tell you, because you're too weak. Far worse than the other battalion soldiers. In an instant, everyone from the officers down to the soldiers had anger spewing from their eyes. Jia Peng's 4 men were even more anxious. What are you doing here? Wang Changjiang was also shocked and stared wide-eyed. What is this kid doing? Committing public anger? You're pressurizing them to not want to take them. Ha! Su Chen said with his hands behind his back and a beaten face. As you all know, we're on a tight schedule and have a heavy mission. If we mix you weaklings with the other battalion's elites, we'll drag them down, and the entire regiment's combat power will be pulled down for you. He sighed in a serious tone. That's why the headmaster found me, hoping that I can bring you weaklings with all my might. When you guys improve a bit, then I'll let you train with the big troops. He said with an aggrieved face. It can't be helped. I am a person with a soft heart. I can't allow the headmaster to be troubled, and I can't allow you guys to plague our group. Therefore, I'll reluctantly promise the headmaster to bring you weaklings along properly. He looked at the crowd. Now, do you understand the good intentions of the headmaster, and my rising to the occasion? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Changjiang's jaw dropped to the ground as he listened. This kid is also too good at insulting people. Hearing that makes me want to hit him. Sure enough, he saw anger spewing from the eyes of all the warriors. If it wasn't for Su Chen's status as deputy head, it was estimated that he would have already been beaten up by the group. After all, in everyone's eyes, Su Chen was recognized as a weakling. You're a big weakling, coming to taunt us as losers? How do you have a face? Deputy Chief, a captain roared. I can't believe the chief would say that about us. Yes, I want the captain to speak to us personally. Another captain shouted. We're all elites selected from various units, and in our old unit we were all excellent soldiers and excellent officers. There's no way the regimental commander would say that about us. Deputy Chief, please invite the chief over so he can speak to us personally. Su Chen laughed out loud and said in a beatific manner, you guys are not qualified to see the head of the regiment at all right now. The headmaster said that he doesn't want to see you weaklings. Unless you guys get stronger, you'll dirty his eyes. Damn it, when did Laozi say that? Wang Changjiang was furious and stormed. You're divorcing my relationship with the soldiers. You're slandering. At this moment, all the warriors were on fire all over their bodies, and some of them had even gotten stupid. They were fast losing control of their urge to punch Su Chen. Jia Peng glanced at the crowd and tried to back away in fear. My Lord Deputy Chief, what are you doing? It's deadly to commit mass anger. Chapter 80, this kid, running backwards is so scary? Report! A captain yelled at the top of his lungs. When Su Chen looked over, he could clearly see that his face was filled with anger. Speak! Su Chen nodded his head. The captain stared at him dead in the face. I think that something must have gone wrong somewhere. All of us are the elites of various units. We don't dare to say that we are the king of soldiers, but we are definitely one of the best. We came here with the pride and honor of our old unit, and must not be misunderstood in this way. That's why I request that the chief of the regiment can come and test us himself to see if we are bare soldiers or not. I agree. In an instant, everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs. Su Chen's words had deeply pierced their pride. They came here with the blessing of the old army, and they ended up being considered weaklings when they got here. Soldiers are extremely aggressive, especially good soldiers, and this is something they absolutely cannot tolerate. Not far away, Wang Changjiang was happy. I told you to stimulate them. Well, let's see how you end it. It was impossible for him to go over there unless Su Chen really came to beg him. However, if Su Chen positively came, that would also prove that Su Chen was a waste. Su Chen carried his hands behind his back and smiled. I've told you all that the chief doesn't want to see you weaklings. Why don't you have some face? Seeing that everyone was about to storm out, Jia Peng's four felt scared. In his heart, he kept begging Su Chen to stop. You are really not afraid of getting beaten up. But, Su Chen sighed. Who asked me to be a soft-hearted person? I'm different from the chief. I'm the most caring and concerned about my own soldiers. Wang Changjiang's liver ached with anger. Brat, never forgetting to alienate my relationship with the warriors, Su Chen said in a loud voice. So, I'll give you guys a chance. As long as you guys can win against me, it means that you are good soldiers. Then I will go to the regimental commander. The entire room was instantly deathly quiet, and everyone looked at Su Chen with a dumbfounded expression. Su Chen's words shocked them even more than when they heard the headmaster call them weaklings. What? Scared? Su Chen shrugged. It's good to know that you're scared. After all, I'm so powerful. Then be your weaklings honestly, and then obey the training arrangements properly. Everyone's eyes erupted in anger. What the are we afraid of? Some old weakling from the back door? Deputy Chief, I accept the opportunity you have given me. Deputy Chief, I accept too. You'd better let the storm come as hard as we can take it. For a while, everyone's eyes danced with a thick battle intent. Not far away, Wang Changjiang was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Brat, you are trying to make things difficult for yourself. These soldiers are all elites, and some of them are still kings of soldiers. Aren't you just looking for abuse by challenging them? I thought you had some good way to tame them, but I bet it was this bad idea. He instantly felt bored. It seemed that Su Chen was still the same as the rumors said, just coming in through the back door. That's a good mouthful. He almost fooled me. Wang Changjiang sighed and turned around with his hands behind his back. Chief, you're not looking? The guard rushed to ask. Wang Changjiang rolled his eyes. What's there to see in abusing a weakling? Wasting my time. Just keep an eye here and report back to me when he loses. Yes. Wang Changjiang walked quickly towards the large troop. He still had to catch up on his training. Su Chen couldn't stop smiling on his face at the moment when he saw everyone's wariness. Fooled. The guys all took his bait. Good. Fearing that they would back out, Su Chen hurriedly shouted. Since you guys are so courageous, I will definitely satisfy you properly. He exclaimed. Our brigade, although we are an armored synthetic brigade, but first and foremost, we are a soldier. Running, the foundation of physical fitness that has been passed down in our army, is something that each of our soldiers must master. He smiled and said, since you are all elites and kings of soldiers, running is definitely fine. In this case, you guys will compare yourselves with your battalion commander and the scout company commander, who were all brought in by me. If you guys can run and win, it'll prove that you guys have good physical fitness. When the time comes, I'll go and get the chief over here so you can return to training with the big boys. Sub-commander, a captain yelled. We'll match you. Yes, we want to compete with you. The others loudly agreed. An odd look appeared on all four of Jia Peng's faces. They had been following Su Chen for some time, and they knew Su Chen's bottom line thoroughly. As far as those mountainous areas in the southeast are concerned, Su Chen can run 30 kilometers in a row with his equipment on his back, and the dogs can't even catch up. These guys actually want to compete with Su Chen. Su Chen quickly waved his hand. Don't, just compare with them. I'm afraid I'll bully you guys. That captain laughed. Vice captain, the people you brought with you shouldn't be bad. There's no point in comparing with them. We are going to compete with you. If you can win against us, of course we have nothing to say. We will do whatever you say in the future. But if you lose, please apply directly to the head of the regiment. We don't want to be trained by you. Yes, we're going to compare ourselves to you. Deputy Chief, don't be a wimp. Dare you? If you have the strength, then take it out. Even if you can catch up with our tails, it's a win for you. The crowd was arrogant to the extreme, their eyes arrogantly looking at Su Chen. Su Chen sighed. Well, since you guys have to be bullied, I have to satisfy you. He pointed outside the camp. Around the camp. It's about a 3-kilometer lap. We'll just run 5 laps. Okay. Alright. All yelled. Su Chen smiled faintly. All to the right. Turn. Brush up. Everyone turned to the right en masse. Su Chen suddenly yelled. Run. With a command, several hundred people immediately rushed towards the outside of the camp. Jia Pang and a few others followed the group and secretly gave Su Chen a thumbs up. The deputy chief really has a lot of bad water in this stomach. Su Chen watched the team run out for some distance before he stomped his right foot and flew to follow. Although most of what the system gave him was hardcore knowledge, it was also subconsciously changing his physicality on a daily basis. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to run back and forth in the mountains with a large group of people, running the enemy army into disbelief. Su Chen didn't know the exact extent of his current strength, but running away from this group of so-called king of soldiers, he still had no pressure. The group quickly rushed out of the camp, but the ones running at the front of the line were Jia Pang, Ma Xian, Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong. The 4 men ran with breathless determination and a big, fast pace. Although the grassland outside the camp was pitted, it was a flat thoroughfare compared to the mountains they ran through. The others were hot on their heels, but ran almost a kilometer out, always close to them. These 4 guys are really something. It's a good thing I didn't agree to compete with them, a captain said thankfully. The other captain nodded. Since that guy is connected, it means he has a background. The people he brought with him are all escorting him, so how could they be weak? A non-commissioned officer laughed. It's still the first company commander who's smart. Now if we can just outrun that guy, we can return to the main unit. Looking at the 4 figures in front of them, everyone suddenly lost their pressure. Just leave Su Chen far behind. Phew. Just then, a dark shadow quickly swept past the group. Some of the soldiers only felt a flash before their eyes. In the next second, Su Chen was seen rushing towards the very front with big strides. How is he so fast? Everyone stared in shock. In the twinkling of an eye, Su Chen arrived at the front of the line with a speed of a 100-meter sprint. Not only that, he actually turned around and ran backwards. While running, he also slapped his hands. Speed up step a little bigger You still don't believe me when I say you're weaklings. I can run faster than you even when I'm upside down. It was like a solid smack in the face for all of them. As hard as it was going to get. Several of the captains looked at each other, and then in unison, they increased their speed and ran furiously forward. The others were also infected and all ran wildly with their heads smothered. For a moment, everyone's speed increased by almost half, and the outside of the camp ran in a cloud of dust. But no matter how much they ran, Su Chen was still at the front of the line and was still running backwards. Faster, faster, at your speed. You can't even run for your lives when the enemy comes. Run, weaklings, catch up with me. Everyone was so angry they were going to spit blood. They're there to win the war, not to run away. Don't be so insulting. Fight him. A captain roared, bringing all his strength to bear. The others were also completely enraged by Su Chen, going crazy and charging forward furiously. Su Chen laughed. Run faster. Later you have to fork. On the second floor of the camp, Su Fei looked outside the camp with a stunned expression. Qin Tian curiously walked over. Old Su, what are you looking at? When he came to the window, he was dumbfounded. Which regiment is this? What's going on here? Why are they all sprinting? The corner of Su Fei's mouth twitched. Old Qin. Look at the one at the top. Isn't it Su Chen? Qin Tian immediately stood on his tiptoes to look over. A few seconds later, his face instantly changed dramatically. It's really him. This kid, running backwards to sprint? Chapter 81, this kid, domineering. Su Chen's guess was exactly right. He managed to disrupt everyone's rhythm. Just after 1 lap, most of the people were already turned off by the run. One covered his stomach and came up for air, slowing down by half. Su Chen wiped the sweat from his head and whispered to the 4 Jia Pangs. Alright, you guys slow down a bit too. If we run like this again, we'll die of exhaustion too. You've finally spoken. Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong let out a huge sigh of relief. That kind of running just now, even if they were replaced, they would have reached the limits of their bodies. They just had a little more stamina and explosiveness than this group of soldiers. But whoever ran was tired. Keep it up and they'll have to go off the deep end too. Su Chen looked at the already crooked team and said cheerfully, let's see. They don't need to get to the finish line. They'll have to concede, Deputy Chief, or else I'd say you have a lot of bad water in your stomach. Wang Hai gave a thumbs up. They're clearly played by you. Su Chen smacked over. Tactics. This is tactics. How many times do I need to tell you? Yes, 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 yes. Wang Hai nodded with a smile. Su Chen clapped his hands hard towards the team. Hey, 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 hey. It's only one lap. How come it's not working? Speed up. We're all going for a walk. All the officers and soldiers were already exhausted, but when they heard Su Chen's words, hardly gritting his teeth, he sped up a tiny bit. Come on everyone. People are running backwards. At least catch up with him or we'll be too embarrassed. In everyone's mind, the words they said about Su Chen before the start of the run came to mind at the moment. At the moment they couldn't wait to smack themselves in the mouth, but they had nothing to say, because the other Su Chen had already said that he was great. It was just that people didn't believe it. Seeing that the team was a little bit faster, Su Chen also turned his head and said to Jia Pang and the others, let's go a little bit faster as well. Keep this distance, and take it all as a break. Understood. Jia Pang's 4 men nodded with smiles. Earlier in the exercise, they were running wild almost 24/7. A lot of the so-called rest is going from a fast run to a slow run, which is considered to be a return to fitness. Now they're dealing with the ruffians with ease. On the second floor of the brigade headquarters, Su Fei and Qin Tian had watched in awe. Su Chen, this kid. Physical strength so good? Su Fei's face was full of incredulity, and the 4 soldiers he brought with him. It's a shame they don't go to the Olympics. Qin Tian laughed bitterly. Old Sua, I told you that it's impossible for the higher-ups to let someone go through the back door here with us. This Su Chen might really be capable. You should believe it now, right? Su Fei wanted to nod, but he was very conflicted inside. First, he is an obstinate man who must see things thoroughly before he chooses to agree. Secondly, and also the most contradictory, Su Chen had hurt him too deeply, and by just choosing to believe that this kid was a talent, he always felt that he was a bit of a loser. What's the use of running fast? Is it used for escaping during war? Su Fei said in a jarred voice. You're just tough talking. Qin Tian laughed. Come on, let's go down and take a look. What's there to see? Su Fei had a disdainful look on his face, but his feet were honest as he walked towards the gate. Qin Tian said cheerfully, we still have to see. They are running too fast. If the distance is long, don't get into trouble. In a corner of the camp, Wang Changjiang sat on a mound of dirt, smiling as he watched the soldiers train. Suddenly, the guards hurriedly ran to him. Chief, it's bad. Something big has happened. Wang Changjiang looked at him with a smile. What's the matter? Su Chen was cleaned up by those soldiers? No. The guard shook his head. It was Vice Commander Su who cleaned up that bunch of soldiers. What? Wang Changjiang was confused. How? The guard said anxiously. Deputy Chief Su competed with them in cross-country, and as a result, many of them are now running and foaming at the mouth. You'd better go and take a look, or something will happen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Changjiang practically catapulted up, spreading his legs and running wildly towards the gate. When he arrived, he just happened to see Su Fei and Qin Tian sneakily hiding behind the gate and looking out. Brigadier, Deputy Brigadier, asterisk 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 asterisk. The 2 men were startled. Old Wang, who are you scaring in broad daylight? Su Fei glared at him without any good humor. Wang Changjiang smiled bitterly. I didn't scare you guys. It's you guys who are too into it. Shu, don't talk. Qin Tian pointed outside. They're here. The 3 men immediately slumped together and looked desperately outward, only to see the 4 platoons of Japing running towards the gate here in a calm manner. Su Chen, on the other hand, jumped up and down, shouting like a chicken blood, and the group behind them startled the 3 Su Fei. Everyone was pale, sweating profusely, and running askew, like a large wave of zombies out of a cage. How did they become like this? Wang Changjiang opened his mouth wide. When I left before, they were still in good spirits. Faster, faster. Su Chen shouted at this time. Look at you bears. It's only 9 kilometers. Aren't you elite soldiers? That short leg of our leader's jabbering is even faster than you guys. Put. Su Fei and Qin Tian didn't hold back and subconsciously looked at Wang Changjiang's 2 legs. Wang Changjiang's eyes erupted in anger. This bastard. He even brought me along. Not to mention our regimental commander. Even if our brigade commander is so old, he can run faster than you guys. You're all worse than old people. Isn't it right to say you're weaklings? Put. It was Wang Changjiang's turn to be happy, but as soon as he saw Su Fei's murderous eyes, he immediately subconsciously covered his mouth. This asshole. Su Fei's eyes erupted in anger as he glared at Wang Changjiang. Am I old? Not old. Not old. Wang Changjiang quickly waved his hand. At your age, it's no problem to go back and have a few more. It's not considered old. Su Fei lungs are going to explode. You are not still saying that I am old. Hurry up. To the gate. Su Chen ran to the gate at this time and yelled at everyone. There are still 2 laps to go. Try to catch up with me and you guys can go to the reunion with the big guys. 2 laps? 2 more laps? All of them had already been running confused, and many of them even had their consciousness blurred, relying on a breath of air to run. Su Chen's easy awakening of their consciousness was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone hard in the heart. Bang bang bang. In a flash, countless people directly paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. No more running. No more running. Run again and I'll be ashes. Having set an example, the rest followed suit and soon lay down a large number of people. Su Chen waved his hand, and Jia Peng's 4 men also stopped, holding their knees and huffing and puffing. Su Chen wiped his sweat and walked to the crowd with a smile. Giving up now? If you give up, you'll have to listen to me. A captain turned his head with difficulty. Vice captain. I concede. The other gasped weakly. I admit I'm weak. Stop running. I really can't run anymore. Su Chen smiled faintly. Little like, take you guys, I have 100 ways, just recognize yourself. Su Chen clapped his hands. Little weaklings, all get up for me. Under Lao Zi, there are only soldiers who die of exhaustion. There are no soldiers who fall down from exhaustion. Get up. Behind the gate, Su Fei's trio looked at each other. Suddenly, they realized almost simultaneously. This kid, Su Chen, was surprisingly a bit overbearing, and even they were a bit shaken. Chapter 82 Modern Tactics in Su Chen's mind. It's coming. Hide. As soon as he saw Su Chen leading the team over, Su Fei was the first to rush towards the post. Jin Tian and Wang Changjiang also followed behind, and the 3 of them crouched together behind the post. The guards looked at the trio curiously. How did the Colonel Major look like a thief? Don't look at me. Su Fei waved his hand at the guards. Stand guard properly. Yes. The guards stood at attention in fear. Heavy footsteps rose and fell, and it was 5 minutes before they were far away. Su Fei's trio raised their heads and watched as Su Chen led the group towards the southwest corner of the camp. The 3 of them glanced at each other, and Wang Changjiang asked curiously, follow? Then what are we waiting for? Su Fei was the first to drill out, and the 3 of them followed nonchalantly. Su Chen had already managed to arouse their curiosity. Anyone who wasn't stupid could tell that Su Chen could never be a weakling if he could have such a good military quality. All 3 of them were now curious to know what kind of medicine Su Chen was selling in this gourd. Sit down, all of you. Su Chen waved his hand, and almost all of the soldiers, who were already exhausted to the extreme, fell, hitting the ground hard on their asses. Su Chen clasped his hands. I'd like to ask again, is there anyone else who doesn't agree that they're weak? No one said anything, and the expressions on everyone's faces were incredibly odd. Admit it, they're not happy about it. If they didn't admit it, they were really weaklings in front of Su Chen. This would be an old life if we had to compete again. Good. Su Chen nodded. Then is there anyone else who wants to go and train with the large group? Still no one spoke, because there was no one to speak. If you want to qualify, you still have to win against Su Chen. It's a deadly cycle. Everyone has been ruled into submission. Very good. Su Chen smiled faintly. His purpose had been achieved. He paced slowly in front of the crowd with his hands behind his back. You lost on the physical side. Now I'll test you on the theory side. Can anyone tell me what the modern concept of tank warfare is? The trio that was not far away, hiding at the root of the wall and eavesdropping, immediately pricked up their ears. Report! A captain raised his hand. Su Chen knew him, and this guy had always screamed the most. Introduce yourself, then talk. Yes, the captain nodded. I'm Company 1 Commander Wan Rang. The modern tank combat concept is nothing more than an evacuation and concealment configuration. He spoke eloquently. In the territory where you can engage in combat, make full use of the natural conditions, adopt all kinds of camouflage measures, skillfully implement tactical deception, conceal your attempts to act, minimize casualties and losses, and then launch an attack on the enemy by surprise. Is there more? Su Chen shouted. Another captain raised his hand. Reporting. I'm Ton Liwen, commander of the 2nd Company. Modern tank warfare also requires fast and flexible maneuvering. Make full use of our rapid mobility. Make extensive use of detours, encirclements, and penetrations. Su Chen nodded. Good point. Anyone else want to add? I have. The last captain raised his hand. I'm 3rd Company Commander Zhou Zhang. Let me add something. In modern tank warfare, you also have to concentrate your main forces in the main direction of attack to create a localized advantage, and strive to launch an attack from between marches to suddenly and violently assault the enemy. The eavesdropping Su Fei trio kept nodding their heads. Sure is a good soldier, and the theory is perfectly fine. Their gazes went back to Su Chen, curious if he had any more tall tales. Well said. Su Chen nodded appreciatively. However, in my opinion, what you guys are talking about is still a tank combat concept in the traditional sense. There's still a lot of difference between that and what is now mainstream in the West. Everyone couldn't help but frown. and Su Fei's trio was also filled with displeasure, because what a few people had just spoken about was the limit of their perception. Isn't Su Chen saying this the same as criticizing them as well? Su Chen said with his hands behind his back. Under the conditions of modern high-tech weapons proliferation, if it's just according to what you guys just said, the enemy only needs to launch electronic warfare and sabotage and interfere with our electronic equipment, then all of you tank troops who are running wild outside will immediately lose contact with the headquarters and become blind and deaf. Then the enemy, through special tactics, with three-way reconnaissance by high-altitude scout planes and low-altitude drones, can easily determine your position. Su Chen laughed. When the time comes, they won't even need to disrupt their battle plan. Direct long-range precision guidance, and they'll be able to beat you all to death. The crowd was stunned, and Su Fei's trio was also filled with dismay. That's a good point. They are here because they have studied all the battles in the West in the last 10 years. For example, in the desert area, and that recent localized battle, the Western powers played this out plainly, hitting their opponents before they could react. They had already lost air control and their armored units were quickly destroyed. Obviously, they have a large number of armored troops, and they quickly end up being reduced to guerrillas by someone else's high-tech operations. What this kid said makes some sense. Wang Changjian nodded his head affirmatively. Although Su Fei didn't want to admit it, he still nodded his head silently. Deputy Chief, then what do you understand modern tank warfare to be like? Wan Rang asked curiously. Su Chen smiled faintly. Under modern warfare, tanks are actually at a disadvantage. The enemy's ground attack aircraft, long-range missiles, helicopter gunships, even anti-tank missiles, are all our nemesis. Everyone nodded their heads silently, for it was indeed as Su Chen had said. There are so many weapons that are lethal to them under modern warfare. But why do we still exist? Su Chen exclaimed. Because we are still a major threat to infantry, urban warfare, and enemy bases, logistics, major transportation routes, and their marching brigades. So, if you want to utilize tank warfare under modern warfare, Su Chen raised his finger. We must break the traditional thinking. It is no longer necessary to engage the main body of the enemy in the sense that it used to be, nor can the group charge continue. All the more reason to spread out the assault as if it were a pack of wolves, focusing on the enemy's logistics, transportation lines, then with the support of reliable intelligence, focus on raiding the combination of the enemy's large forces. In a nutshell, Su Chen exclaimed, in modern combat, our tank units must be good at concealment, run for thousands of miles, strike with precision, disrupt enemy deployments, and ultimately look for the ultimate battle opportunity with the cooperation of other units. Everyone's blood boiled as they listened. The things Su Chen spoke about were too novel for them. Che, Su Fei looked disdainful, talking big, but doesn't he know how hard it is to do? It's purely empty talk. Qin Tian and Wang Changjian looked at each other, and the two of them couldn't say whether it was good or bad. The tactics that Su Chen spoke of were indeed quite brilliant, and if utilized might work wonders, but how you apply it is the key. Deputy Chief, Zhou Zhang asked excitedly, I want to know what the Wolfpack tactics you mentioned are like? Su Chen smiled faintly. Have you guys rested enough? Enough. Everyone nodded excitedly. Good. Get up. Su Chen shouted. Get on the tank. Let's go around the grassland. I'll teach you what Wolfpack tactics are. The second company commander, Tong Liwen, asked curiously, Deputy Commander, why do we have to go out? Isn't our camp quite big? Su Chen laughed. This is my exclusive tactic. Here, it will be stolen from me. The three Su Fei people not far away almost spat out blood. Is that a ing hint to them? Chapter 83, we won't go back even if we die. The vast grasslands suddenly raised a sky of dust. With a loud roar, a tank took off sideways from the grass in place. The soldiers watching from all around were all shocked and dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 tanks taking off. That's the first time I've seen that. Taking off counts for nothing. Look at the other deputy chief taking off sideways. Boom. Just as the crowd murmured, the tank landed heavily on the ground, but didn't roll or stop. Instead, it slid by inertia, while still turning halfway around in the slide, with the gun pointed straight at the watching soldiers. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Deputy Chief, you come for real? Ah. Everyone jumped up in fear as they saw the tanks rushing towards them. A few went straight to weak legs and fell to the ground wailing. Z. An ear-splitting sound of brakes slammed into the tank, and it came to a scant stop less than a meter away from everyone. The blackened muzzles of the guns were pointed right at the two pale-faced soldiers. The hatch cover opened, and Su Chen poked his head out with a smile. How about it? Your vice captain, my piloting skills are pretty good, right? All are genuinely thumbs up. You call that okay? It's just so damn okay. They've never seen anyone who can drive a tank wildly. There's no one else with this driving skill. Su Chen jumped down from the tank. Does everyone still have any questions for me? Feel free to speak up. He looked at Wan Rang. You, tell me. Wan Rang's head immediately shook like a rattle. Are you kidding me? Who would dare to have a problem with Su Chen now? Compared to physical fitness, he was finished off by Su Chen. Then theory, in front of Su Chen they couldn't even talk about grandchildren. More than technology, they were close to kneeling in admiration and worship. People have just felt unjust and treated differently before, but no one is born liking being punched in the face yet. No? Su Chen looked at Tong Liwen. What about you? I saw that you had quite a strong opinion of me before. Do you still have it now? Tong Liwen shook his hands in the air like he was playing Tai Chi. Deputy Chief, you must have misunderstood me. I have been pleased with you from the moment I met you. Tong Liwen spoke with such seriousness that the people around him privately raised their middle fingers at him. He and Wan Rang were the ones who screamed the loudest before. Su Chen laughed and looked at the third company commander Zhou Zhang again. Zhou Zhang was prepared for this, and without waiting for Su Chen to open his mouth, he directly stepped forward. Deputy leader, whoever dares to question that he is not a weak chicken in front of you again, I will be the first to give him a big mouth. We, this group of people, are all big weaklings in front of you, don't we all agree? Yes, all the soldiers yelled at the top of their lungs. At this moment, they were considered completely convinced of Su Chen. That's the way it is when you're in the military. You only serve the strong. Everything else is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Chen was clearly aware of this, so he didn't give them any face, and ruthlessly stepped on their feet first. They'll surely pick it up themselves later. Good. Everyone, since you have no problem with me, you also have no problem with your status, Su Chen exclaimed. Then next, we'll start formal training. Wan Rang asked excitedly. Deputy Chief, is it training in pack wolf tactics? Everyone was excited. They had always been curious as to what this new style of battle method of Su Chen's was. Su Chen smiled faintly. Want to know what pack of wolves tactics are? Ha! All of them nodded vigorously. Good. Su Chen smiled. I'll tell you guys first, he said aloud. During World War II, the German army was unable to fight against the Allied Navy because of their weak sea power. Therefore, they found another way to get under the sea when the sea didn't work, attacking the Allied merchant ships and fallen warships with a large number of submarines. When fighting, it was like a pack of wolves, so that's what the original wolf pack tactic was referring to. The crowd was bewildered. If they were to follow Su Chen's words, wouldn't their current tactics be the same as this? Seeing everyone's doubts, Su Chen smiled and said, however, my pack of wolves tactic is no longer a group of people rushing up to surround them. He patted the tanks. How many tanks do we have in a battalion? Report, 36 vehicles. Wan Rang shouted. 36, Su Chen said in a cold voice. What do you think would happen if they were divided into 12 groups of 3 tanks each, and then each group was equipped with 1 to 2 infantry fighting vehicles? Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. Anyone who can come here has some ideas and is a little bit forward-thinking. As soon as Su Chen reminded them, they immediately had a picture in their heads. Deputy Chief, Tong Liwen asked curiously, what you mean is to fight as a group? The entire battalion spreads out like a wolf pack, each looking for prey. If the prey is strong, it can be gathered together again? Su Chen smiled. It's that much more interesting. He pointed to the tank and said, a tank is just a lone wolf. No matter how ferocious it is, it can't have eyes and ears, but 3 tanks together provide wider vision, more striking firepower, and greater deterrent capability. Adding 1 or 2 infantry vehicles can provide additional reconnaissance, baiting, fire support and more. Then this lone wolf immediately turned into a mighty wolf king. Su Chen slapped the tank hard. Combined with a handful of infantry and scouts interspersed amongst you, it makes a formidable chain of nets. Not only are the targets smaller, but they move swiftly and are easier to conceal. The enemy will also have a hard time guessing what each group is thinking about fighting. Su Chen spoke eloquently, giving a brief explanation of his pack of wolves tactics, but even then, everyone was thoroughly excited. Su Chen's tactical thoughts seemed to have opened a door for them that they had never seen before. It's refreshing for them to think outside the box. Su Chen finished with a smile. Alright, this is the general content of the pack of wolves tactics. Later on, when we have an advanced digital communication system, and then equipped with drones and satellite connectivity, not only can we do what I just said, but we can even strike accurately over long distances. Deputy Leader, Zhou Zhang said excitedly, on behalf of everyone, I request that you teach us pack wolf tactics immediately. Brush. All of them stood up collectively and yelled together. Please ask the deputy leader to teach us the tactics of the pack of wolves. All eyes burned with determination. Earlier they were crying out for a chance to go to training with the brigade. But now, even if you hit them with a gun, no one will leave. They could feel that following Su Chen, they learned all new things. The 4 of them, Jia Peng, smiled at each other. They already admired Su Chen to the 6th degree. To be able to subdue this group of soldiers so simply, there was no one but Su Chen. All want to learn the tactics of a pack of wolves. Ha? Su Chen asked with a smirk. Think. Everyone yelled at the top of their lungs. Then, it won't disobey my orders, right? Su Chen continued to ask. The crowd laughed, and Wan Rang was the first to take a stand, reporting to the deputy regiment commander. In the future, whoever dares to disobey your orders, the three of us who are company commanders will first smack their big mouths, and then smack our own big mouths, and then let the battalion commander continue to smack our mouths. Tong Liwen and Zhou Zhang loudly concurred, causing Jia Ping to be a little embarrassed, resolutely obeying the deputy leader's order. Everyone yelled. Su Chen laughed. Good, I feel your determination. Then let's have our first lesson. Push the tank back to the camp. Ha! Everyone's jaws hit the floor. What the? Tank? Is this something that people can push? Besides, it's a dozen kilometers from the camp now. What? You don't obey my first order? Su Chen coldly grimaced. Tong Liwen smiled bitterly. No, Deputy Chief, can't we just drive back? Can't. Su Chen's eyes glared. Your physical fitness is so poor, you simply can't meet my requirements. To be a soldier under me, not only are your skills good, but your physical abilities must also be good. The battlefield environment is ever-changing. If the equipment loses its effectiveness, you will need to fight on your own. Can you do it with bad physical fitness? Push or not? Su Chen asked. Push or all of you get the hell out to the chief for training. Push push push. The three company commanders hurriedly led the charge. We won't go to the regimental commander's place even if we're killed. Yes, kill yourself and don't go to the headmaster's place. Everyone yelled as they rushed towards the tank. In the camp, Wang Changjiang sneezed a dozen times in a row for no reason, and spit-sprayed Su Fei's face. I'm sorry, Brigadier. Wang Changjiang awkwardly wiped Su Fei's face with a piece of paper. I don't know who missed me, and the thought was quite intense. Chapter 84. This kid, what a ing talent. The sun was setting, and the remnants of the sun burned the large clouds of fiery red. The temperature difference between day and night in the grassland was so great that before it was completely dark, a cold wind that could cut the skin was already blowing outside. Su Fei stood in front of the window, his eyes always looking in the direction of the camp gate. Xin Tian walked behind him and looked at his watch. It's been 5 hours. Where is Su Chen leading the team to? Unorganized and undisciplined. Su Fei said in a bad mood. All the regiments have gone to eat, and they're the only ones who aren't coming back. Later on, we still have to heat up their meals. Not wasting gas. Don't the cooks take a break? Xin Tian stifled his laughter. He knew that this was Su Tian's way of getting mad without a topic, so he could only take this. Alright old Su, it's a good thing that people can catch up on their training. Xin Tian patted him. Su Fei's tigerish face, but the rice also need to eat. Besides, how cold it is outside. What if the warrior freezes? Xin Tian stared at him with a smile. I say old Su, are you concerned about Su Chen? How can it be? What are you babbling about? Su Tian old face reddened. How can I care about that little man? He is full of talk, he does not do things in tune, and he is also net thinking of bringing me into the pit. I've never seen such a disrespectful superior, unorganized and undisciplined soldier. Xin Tian was amused. After so many years in the army, he knew that those who were leaders liked soldiers who were capable and had personality, even if they don't admit it with their mouths. Their actions are honest. It's all about loving each other. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open by Wang Changjiang, who came running over in a flurry. It's back, Brigadier. They're back. Where? Su Fei immediately stood on his tiptoes to look towards the gate. Xin Tian laughed bitterly and shook his head. Still saying that he didn't care about Su Chen? Asterisk. What are they doing? Su Fei's eyes widened in shock. Xin Tian froze, and also hurried over to look. But in the next second, he was as full of shock as Su Fei. I saw several hundred soldiers, pushing 10 tanks, shouting and screaming as they came towards the camp. Su Chen was sitting on one of the tanks cheering them on, while the others were grimacing with exhaustion, but still pushing forward with all their strength. It scared the guards at the entrance, rushing to make way. What kind of are they practicing? Su Fei opened his mouth wide. Is this in the training program? What kind of training is this? Wang Changjiang's head shook into a rattle. After so many years as a soldier, this is the first time I've watched such training. The corners of Su Fei's mouth twitched. He was becoming more and more unable to understand Su Chen. Xin Tian smiled, regardless of which aspect was practiced, but the effect was achieved. What effect? Su Fei and Wang Changjiang both looked at him. Xin Tian pointed downwards. Can't you all notice that everyone listens to Su Chen? Su Fei and Wang Changjiang came to a realization. Yeah, oh, if this had been a few hours ago, how could these soldiers have listened to Su Chen and pushed the tank so hard, looking like a bunch of big idiots? But now, everyone was using all their strength. It's as if it's not a tank they're pushing, but their life. What exactly happened in those few hours just now? Su Fei's face was full of questions. Did Su Chen brainwash them with lipo detergent? Xin Tian laughed. Old Su, don't think so much. Shouldn't you be happy that Su Chen is capable? I still don't believe it. The corner of Su Fei's eye twitched as he turned around and ran towards the outside. Wang Changjiang also followed over with a suspicious face. He also wanted to figure out what exactly Su Chen had done to his soldiers to make them so dead set on it. Two stubborn donkeys. Qin Tian laughed and followed with his hands behind his back. The barracks depot, where the 1st Battalion and Recon Company soldiers pushed the tanks all the way into their spaces before the training was over. Everyone was paralyzed with exhaustion, no longer able to feel their backs, and their arms and legs felt even less like their own. All get up and move around while walking. Su Chen shouted, "Go eat first, then go back, and Battalion Commander Jia and I will relax you all. Otherwise, you all won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Get up!" Jia Pang and Ma Xian yelled together, with Su Chen backing them up. They were now much more hardened. Everyone struggled to get up and barely formed a line, shouting slogans as they headed toward the cafeteria. By the time they sat down, everyone couldn't even raise their arms, let alone grab chopsticks. I can touch the chopsticks with my fingertips, but I just can't close them. In the end, there was no way out. Everyone could only bow their heads and arch in the bowl under Su Chen's hyped-up countdown. The chief of the division and the cookbook crew watched with one corner of their mouths twitching. "Leader, why do I feel like we're making pig food?" The head of the cooking team looked bitter. "That's what we took the trouble to make." The division chief frowned. "Why don't you guys go feed them?" "Forget it then. Just let them march." The head cook sighed. "Maybe they think it tastes good this way." He pointed at a few soldiers. "Look, off the table they all lick. It's not a waste of our efforts." How could he have known that these soldiers were now only able to bend over? "If I could hold chopsticks, no one would want to arch around here." Asterisk 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 from the cooking class. Wan Rang suddenly yelled, "Your rags stink and the table smells too much." Su Fei quietly stood outside the cafeteria and observed, and all three of them were dumbfounded. Hundreds of people have become like this. How can you put up with that? After eating, Jia Pang let out a yell, and all of them stood up again with great difficulty and lined up towards the dormitory. "Brigadier," Qin Tian laughed, "it's quite ridiculous, but it has to be denied. Right now, in the entire brigade, they're the ones who are the most disciplined, all tired like this and still able to stay in formation. It means the rumors are false. Little Su is a talent." Su Fei nodded silently, but then slammed his face again. "Look again." After that, like a ninja, he quietly followed the group. Qin Tian shook his head helplessly. He really couldn't stop until he reached the Yellow River. Rumors are so powerful, a rumor that has to be proven with a lot of time and action. Instead of returning to the dormitory, Su Chen led the people to the small auditorium behind the dormitory. Su Fei's three men also followed, quietly crouching in the corner of the wall to look inside, only to see all of them lying on the ground. Su Chen led the four Jiapeng to go from person to person and use their feet to relax their muscles. "Everyone, don't be idle. I'll relax you guys memorize for me," Su Chen shouted. "Only by understanding the theory and then combining it with practice can you guys really progress. Come on, let's start today by memorizing the parameters of our current equipment. I'll read out one sentence, and you guys will memorize it after me. Whoever can't memorize it, don't go to sleep today." "Yes," everyone yelled without hesitation. Immediately there was the sound of a loud recitation from inside. Outside, the three Su Fei listened for a long time, and finally Su Fei slowly stood up. Wang Changjiang stared at him. "Brigadier, this kid, Su Chen, does seem to have a knack for it. If you ask me, he must have offended someone, hence that rumor." "Yes, that must be it." Wang Changjiang nodded his head affirmatively. "Being young and ambitious, there must be people who are jealous." Qin Tian also nodded his head. "Old Su, I think you shouldn't have preconceived notions about Su Chen. Such a good young officer. It's a blessing for us to have him." Su Fei looked inside and then back to Qin Tian, saying in a serious manner, "Old Qin, what do you take me?" Su Fei, when did I have preconceived notions about him? I'm just testing him. Not bad." After saying that, Su Fei turned around with his hands behind his back and left. Qin Tian smiled faintly. "Told you you were a stubborn donkey, and you still won't admit it." Wang Changjiang gritted his teeth. Almost because of rumors wrongly accused such a good comrade. "Never let me know which spread rumors, or I will not smoke this to death." "Ah Chio!" Suja sneezed at this moment and inexplicably looked around. "Who's chanting about me?" Chapter 85, Su Fei vomits blood. "You're catching me alone in a pit?" The sun sets and rises, and the snow drifts. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed, and a heavy snowfall has fallen on the grassland. And after thawing, there is mud everywhere. Soldiers have to eat 3 or 2 pounds of dirt and a pound of mud every day of training. Tanks and armored vehicles were in a state of being encased in rotten mud from morning to night. It's already spring in the south, but the prairie temperatures are still holding around 10 degrees below zero. But after these 2 months, the soldiers of the 1st Brigade have basically gotten used to the weather here. The entire brigade's attitude towards Su Chen had also changed dramatically. From Su Fei to the grassroots officers, everyone could see how fast the 1st Battalion was improving. But the 1st Battalion and the recon company train largely out of camp, messing with the fact that people don't have a chance to imitate it even if they want to. Wang Changjiang did pull his face down once and wanted Su Chen to train with everyone, but being disliked by Su Chen's righteous words, he went back to slapping the table and glaring. Time thus passed day by day in training, and it seemed that there was less than a month left before the time of the superior's examination. The whole brigade is training hard and desperately from top to bottom as if they are on chicken blood. It was clear to everyone that the next test determined the fate of the 1st Brigade. Can they be the true dragon's teeth? The best in the world. Everything is in their own hands. Deputy Chief Jia Pang ran into Su Chen's simple office with gusto. Everyone's ready. When do we leave? Su Chen organized the training materials, then stood up. I still have something to do, so I won't go. You guys go by yourselves. You're not going? Jia Pang opened his mouth wide. But this training is a 6-day long distance run in the wilderness. If you don't go, we have no backbone. Su Chen smiled and patted him. Old Jia, you can't rely on me early. You've grown up too. It's time to understand. The corner of Japan's eye twitched. I'm still a couple years older than you. Mother asterisk. Su Chen stared at him. After training for so long, you guys are pretty good at cooperating with Wolfpack tactics. This time you are just right to test it. Right. Don't forget about the logistical supplies, Su Chen said seriously. The focus of this long-distance run is to test whether our logistics can keep up. Once in combat, this is the key of all keys. Understood. Jia Peng saluted at him. I'll keep you posted if anything happens. Su Chen also saluted him. Do well. When Jia Peng went out, Su Chen straightened his clothes and then walked towards the brigade headquarters. Bang. Report. Come in. Su Chen pushed open the door and saluted hard at Su Fei. Brigadier. Su Fei looked at him in surprise. Yo, isn't this our busy man? What a rare guest. Usually it's hard for me to see you. What brings you to my place? Su Chen closed the door and said laughingly. It was poor madness that blew me here. What wind? Su Fei was confused. Su Chen smiled and came over. Brigadier, I know that you are a truthful person, and never take advantage of your subordinates. Moreover, you have a high moral character and are dedicated to the development of the troops, and are the purest soldier I have ever seen. Okay. Su Fei hastily waved his hand. Speak human words, don't give me a high hat. The old man is afraid. Su Chen said with a smile. It's like this. I'm short of money and want to ask you for some. Su Fei was happy. Want funding, right? Su Chen nodded. I told you that the brigadier is too smart to see through. With a glance. Okay. Su Fei interrupted him. I say, how many times is this? 3. Su Chen raised 3 fingers. You know that too. Ha? Su Fei glared at him. I've already violated the rules and privately allocated it to you twice. Now you're doing it again. So how am I going to explain it to the other regiments? It's your regiment that I won't be able to explain. A bowl of water shall not be leveled? Su Chen nodded his head in a hurry. What the brigadier general said is right. Very right. I especially agree. However, the first time I asked for money was because our training was too heavy, and the warriors had to replenish their bodies. As a brigade commander, you can't see that the warriors are weak, so you allocated it to me. The second time was when our tanks needed replacement parts and you were thinking about the big picture. So, Su Fei impatiently interrupted him. I couldn't help it the first 2 times, so what reason do you have this time? Su Chen had a serious face. This time, the reason is more important. I want to improve the relationship between our troops and the local people, and develop the fish-water relationship between the military and the people. Su Fei's jaw was about to hit the ground. I say Su Chen, your kid doesn't go to train the troops properly. You want to run to the local area to console the people? You're my deputy regimental commander, not an officer of the logistics fellowship. It's time for us to decide whether we live or die. So be careful, will you? Su Chen said seriously. Just because the moment to set life and death has arrived, I'm going to mobilize all the forces we can. You mobilize your soldiers to go No, you go mobilize the whole brigade. Su Fei rubbed up. What the hell are you doing mobilizing the people? Su Chen laughed. Brigadier, you should know that we can achieve a great victory, and finally establish the country, relying on the millions of ordinary people's unicycle rolled out, by virtue of the millions of folks to support us. Su Fei slapped the table. Don't pull this with me. I know better than you. I won't forget the old traditions, but that's to treat the real enemy. Now we're just maneuvers. You're going to let the commoners ambush people on the road they must pass through and then bestow 2 deaths with spears? It's not impossible. Su Chen whispered. Bang! Su Fei was furious. You're being ridiculous. Get lost and go train your troops. Su Chen put away his smile. Brigadier, if you're so chatty, then I'll tell you something real. Yo hey! Su Fei clasped his hands together. You still dare to play rough with me? Come on, whatever you say, but not a penny of the money. Su Chen shrugged. Last time I saved people in Zaga County, they gave $300,000. It seems like it was a condolence, right? Su Fei immediately jumped up. Good boy. I knew you were still thinking about this money. Su Chen spread his hands. Brigadier, that money, I've inquired about it, and people clearly said that it's for our regiment, and it's up to me to distribute it. You are just keeping it. Shouldn't you give it to me now? Su Fei's liver hurt from the anger. When people gave away money, they did still say so. He can't argue with that. Su Chen stared at him. If you don't give it to me, then I'll report like my superiors that you, the Grand Brigadier, are going to embezzle the condolence money that the place gave us. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. When did I ever want to be greedy? Su Fei glared at him fiercely. Su Chen extended his hand. Then you give it to me. The corners of Su Fei's mouth twitched viciously, even though he had already recognized Su Chen as a talent. But after spending so much time together, he was just consistently pitted against this kid and never got the upper hand. His heart was angry. The baby is really aggravated. Now if he didn't give it, he was sure that Su Chen, the rash young man, would really dare to report it. Although nothing will happen, he will less likely be scolded by his superiors, and Su Chen surely still has a good reason. Alright, you go get it from the finance. I'll call them later. Su Fei pointed at the door. Now, immediately, get the hell out of here right now. Su Chen laughed. Brigadier, you may not understand now, but when the time comes, you will definitely be grateful to me, and feel that this money is worth spending. Really, I'm doing it all for our brigade. For your good. Get lost. Su Fei was furious. I can barely control my flood of power. Get lost before I punch you. Yes. Su Chen saluted. But before I roll, there are two more things. Speak. Su Fei turned around, trying not to look at Su Chen. First, besides the $300,000, I also want funding, Su Chen said. Su Fei turned around in a flash, glaring at him in anger. Su Chen, you've taken $300,000 and you still want money? Are you trying to catch me in a pit to the end? Su Chen was surprised. $300,000 is my condolence money. You haven't given the funding you said before. Su Fei was about to vomit blood. Greedy. Su Chen, as long as I've grown up, I've never seen you so greedy. Chapter 86, Dad, don't blame my son for being unfilial. No, not a single penny. Get lost. Su Fei huffed and sat down. They don't have a lot of funding to begin with, and with the amount of training they do, they need money everywhere. Today you ask for a little, tomorrow he asks for a little, and the amount of money allocated by the superiors has long been stretched to the limit. Su Fei was still thinking of taking that $300,000 in case of emergency, but it turned out that Su Chen wanted it over, and now you want money from him? He ironically won't do it. Brigadier, Su Chen said with a smile, I promise you. Every penny I want will be spent. Su Fei waved his hand vigorously, as if chasing away flies. Okay, stop. You're talking about a big day today. I have no money. No money. No money. And no money. Su Chen came closer. I'm doing this so that we can win the first battle, so that we can truly become Dragon Teeth. Phew. Su Fei turned his head violently and stared at Su Chen dead in the face. Really? How can that be false? Su Chen said calmly. Brigadier, we've known each other for quite some time. What kind of person am I? Su Chen, are you still not clear? Su Fei glared at him. You kid is good at all kinds of pitfalls. You're a pit king. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. It seems that this period of time, Su Fei was pitched by him with a billion points of anger. Brigadier, don't be petty. Su Chen smiled and said, but you can't deny that everything I've done has been to improve my combat power, right? I haven't done anything else bad, right? Su Fei snorted coldly, glaring at him in a bad mood. If it wasn't for your kid's favor, do you think I could give you $300,000? You just go to sue to the Jade Emperor. I won't give it to you. Su Chen quickly waved his hand. Thank you for the brigade commander's trust. Then let's return to the previous topic. He stared into Su Fei's eyes. Look, the maneuvers are coming soon. I've heard about it. This time it's the local host's ace unit that's being deployed, and it's 2 brigades fighting one of us. At times like this, it's urgent to improve your combat power. So, look, if there's any money left, give it all to me. Su Chen said seriously. Is it money that's important? Or is it important to beat your opponent? Su Fei grabbed his hand. Winning the opponent is of course the most important thing. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next second, Su Fei said seriously, but money, it's more important. Su Chen was dumbfounded. No, Brigadier, did I not make myself clear? Su Fei shook off his hand and laughed triumphantly. Alright, you kid don't want to get around me. After falling for so many of your tricks, old me has learned to be smart. I'm telling you plainly, there's no money to be had. And if you see I'm still worth something, take me to be weighed and sold. And then change the money to go and improve your fighting skills. Su Chen glared at him in exasperation. Brigadier, this is no fun. Su Fei laughed dejectedly. Money for you to get rid of. That's even less fun for me. If you kid is fine, hurry back and think about how to beat your opponent without using money. If you do, I'll let you have the brigade commander's position at that time 1 inch. It's a deal. Don't go back on your word. Su Chen stared at him. Su Fei almost didn't choke on his own saliva. I've seen that this kid was born with a rebel bone, so he's really eyeing his brigade commander's throne. Get lost. Su Fei waved his hand. Don't let me see you lately. Su Chen froze. He came to ask for money. Really not blindly. Rather, it's a key piece missing from his playbook. Coming to Su Fei, there was really no other way. Otherwise he wouldn't have set his sights on the pitiful funds left inside the brigade. Su Chen's eyes rolled. If he couldn't get money here, then he would get it somewhere else. Otherwise the maneuvers would begin and his tactics would be greatly diminished because of the lack of this item. Brigadier. Su Chen came up once more. Su Fei stared at him warily. Why aren't you leaving? You kid doesn't really want to sell me for money, right? Hey, look what you said. Su Chen cheerfully said. You're old, the meat is sour. Who wants it? Besides, you're pretty bad looking, so you're afraid of scaring people if you fall back on them. Bang! Su Fei shot up. Su Chen hurriedly grabbed his hand. Brigadier, since you don't have any money, give me a few days off and I'll go raise the money myself. Su Fei's fire instantly dissipated. You can raise the money? Su Chen nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Too able. Brigadier, you don't know my ability. With my 3-inch tongue and my belly full of tactics, I can definitely get a large amount of money. Su Fei smiled faintly. I'm pretty sure of that. How many days do you need? 7 days. What? Su Fei glared at him fiercely. No, there's an exercise coming up. 7 days is too much. Su Chen directly interrupted him. Brigadier, if I go to get money, I will definitely bring a share from the brigade. Aren't you short of money right now? Su Fei instantly froze again. It's hard to beat a hero for a penny. Who makes him really short of money right now? Plus the training of the 1st Battalion he knew could function even without Su Chen there. Then, Su Fei stared at Su Chen. Really get some money for the brigade as well? It has to be. Su Chen nodded. You still can't trust me? The corner of Su Fei's mouth twitched. He could believe that a sow would get on a tree, but he just couldn't trust Su Chen. But there's no other way now. He finally slammed the table hard. I'll give you 6 days. If you can't get the money back, let's see how I'll fix you. Yes, promise to complete the mission. Su Chen cheerfully saluted. When he left the brigade headquarters, he immediately went to the regiment and found a car. Changing into civilian clothes, Su Chen sped out of the camp in his car and headed straight for the airport. He already had a destination for getting money. Dad, son is back to see you. You must have missed me. In the evening, 2 cars drove into a small villa, one after the other. Su Zhao and Su Ming got out of the car one after another, and Su Chen, who had been waiting for them for a long time, immediately ran over to salute. Greetings Commander Su. Division Commander Su. 1st Brigade Deputy Commander Su Chen reports to you. Su Ming laughed and slammed his fist into his chest. Who are you shaming, kid? This is home. Don't call it a position. Hey! Su Chen nodded his head vigorously as if he was back to his childhood. Dad! Brother! Su Zhe glared at him without a good mood. What's the matter? Can't hang out over there? Looking at Su Zhe's look of being determined to eat himself, Su Chen was angry for no reason. Just because his old man punked himself. The first month he went there, it was a cold shoulder. It took a long time, but it took a lot of ingenuity to bring back everyone's approval of him. He took a deep breath and kept reminding himself that he had important things to do. Su Chen revealed an aggrieved smile and grabbed Su Zhe's arm. Dad, when I didn't listen to you, I don't know how. When I got there, everyone ostracized me. Now I just can't stand it anymore. Even my guards don't listen to me. And the 4 guys I brought with me, they actually defected. Su Chen said sadly. Dad, I don't know. Why on earth did they do this to me? Su Ming rolled his eyes and sighed in his heart. Lao you're purely being punked by our father. Su Zhe was now smug in his heart. Sure enough, he only needed to make a slight move to rule Su Chen into submission. It's not because you became famous at a young age. Plus you're too rampant, so you've made people red-eyed and jealous. Su Zhe pretended to be angry and said, You just don't listen to me. Serves you right. Su Chen once again took a deep breath and barely squeezed out a smile on his face. Pretend. You can really pretend. In that case, don't blame the son for being unfilial. Chapter 87 A big tiger outside, but a strict wife at home. Su Zhe possessed many years of experience in the above imperial court, and at this moment, he easily suppressed his true feelings. He pretended to hate the iron and knocked Su Chen's head. You're just too young. Promoted so quickly and to such an important position. Can others not think too much? He sighed. You're just young and naive, thinking that you're a bit smart and can fiddle around. Let me tell you, that place in Southeast was brought into chaos by Wu Weigua. Compared to other places, it's far worse. You can only be made a character there. You're nothing when you run into the elites from other areas. Su Chen nodded his head vigorously, pretending to be taught with a false sense of humor. Right, you're right. Su Ming really couldn't stand to watch, and hurriedly coughed. Dad, didn't Mom make dinner? Xiao Chen hasn't been back for a long time. Let's hurry and go eat. Su Zhe nodded. Let's go. When they entered the hall, Su Chen's mom, Zhao Lu, happened to come out with steaming chicken soup. Wow, it smells so good. Su Zhe blushed for a second and said with a smile, tough on Mr. Zhao. Zhao Lu put down the soup and glared at him without a good mood. Knowing that I work hard, why are you still coming back so late? Xiao Chen just came back, and you've been out there bearing your head for half a day. It's 15 degrees below zero outside. Don't you know that? I've never seen a father as cruel as you. Why don't you just go over there with your troops and don't come back to disturb us? Su Zhe was immediately filled with embarrassment. Neither standing nor sitting, the two brothers, Su Chen and Su Ming, stifled their laughter. Don't look in front of them. Su Zhe is the boss, and it's no big deal to whip them when he's stern. But in front of Zhao Lu, he's a wifely man. What are you still waiting for? Get the chopsticks. Zhao Lu glared at him. You're a big old man. You're still preparing me to serve you. I'm not your soldier. Su Zhe immediately laughed. Right. I'm your soldier. I'll get the chopsticks. Seeing him go in, Zhao Lu shouted. Xiao Chen just came back. You bring those bottles of Mao Tai. You accompany Xiao Chen to have a good drink. Su Zhe immediately stood still, said with a bitter face, that is my old comrade in arms sent me. It has been 8 years. I have not been willing to give up. But as soon as he saw Zhao Lu's murderous eyes, Su Zhe immediately saluted. Go get it right away. That's more like it. Zhao Lu faintly smiled, then immediately pulled Su Chen to sit down. Little Chen you've lost weight. Zhao Lu touched Su Chen's face. Her eyes were full of tenderness. Is it hard to go to a new place? If you think it's hard you just say so. The family has your father and big brother defending the country. It's not so bad to have you. Let them go and suffer. Su Ming had black lines on his head. Mom, I'm also your son. I know. Zhao Lu smiled and touched his head. But you're so old. You have to take care of your brother, don't you? It's okay for you to suffer a bit more. Su Ming wanted to cry without tears. Both are sons. How is this gap so big? Su Chen gently held Zhao Lu's hand, and instantly opened up his acting skills. Mom, this deputy regiment commander is really not good to be. You do not know. These 2 months I was ostracized into what kind? After being out of school for so long, this is the first time Tears were falling from his eyes as he spoke. Zhao Lu immediately touched his head heartily. Don't be sad. They are just jealous of your youth and handsome. Su Ming listened in confusion. Zhao Lu complimented herself as brain smart. How to praise Su Chen is handsome. This is differentiation. Mom. Su Chen grabbed Zhao Lu's hand and deliberately squeezed 2 tears onto it, which made Zhao Lu even more distressed. Come on. Su Zhe happened to be holding a box of wine over at this time, said cheerfully, Kid, this is the wine your old man has hidden for 8 years. Today it's cheap for you. He's not your son. Ha? Zhao Lu glared at him without any good humor. Give your own son a drink and you're still so weird. Su Zhe awkwardly put down the wine, thinking how to change his face so quickly. 8 gun pills? Zhao Lu didn't let him off the hook and said with all her fire. Tell me about you. You've worked your way up to commander, and your own son can't arrange a good unit? Before, when you let him go to that Thai place in Southeast, you said it was for his own good and to let him grow up, and I put up with you at that time. Now that Xiao Chen is being bullied, I really regret it. I shouldn't have put up with you. Su Chen was happy in his heart. It's still Mom who was good. Su Zhe mouth are scooped. Mr. Zhao, he is aggrieved, and I have nothing to do with is that he is young and vigorous. It's you. Zhao Lu glared at him. Marrying you is my bad luck. I couldn't see you all year round. I was the one who brought up the oldest when I gave birth, and I still brought up the second when I gave birth. I've been a widow for so many years. Have you ever minded the house? Here we go again. Su Zhe grimaced. Ms. Zhao, the child is here. Let's talk later. No way. Zhao Lu stood up in a flash and pointed at his nose. Su Zhe, let me tell you, I have given my whole life for your Su family and for the army as well. I handed over my own man, and my eldest son as well, causing him to be single now in his early 40s. Su Ming immediately coughed twice. What was the point of saying this at this time? Tears flashed in Zhao Lu's eyes. Forget about him being a bachelor. I'll just treat him as if he was born to you. But Su Chen, it must not be like this. I want to hold a grandchild. Su Zhao and Su Ming were both speechless. And the oldest difficult road was not also borne by you? Su Chen was happy in his heart on the sidelines. Well, the conflict was provoked, and it was much easier to carry out his plan next. Suja was just about to speak when Zhao Lu's phone suddenly rang. She hurriedly picked up the phone. Hello, this is Zhao Lu. Dean Zhao, come here quickly. The hospital sent an injured warrior. The doctor on duty can't handle it. After hearing this, Zhao Lu immediately nodded her head. Okay, wait, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, she didn't forget to point at Suja, surname Su. I'm warning you, this time, you must arrange Xiao Chen to my side. If you let him suffer again, or let him become a single dog like boss, I'm not done with you. Suja nodded his head vigorously, while Su Ming coughed violently a few times. Why isn't it over? Zhao Lu turned around, smiled and touched Su Chen's head. Little Chen, Mom has something urgent, so she won't accompany you. When I come back tomorrow, I'll cook you something delicious. Well, Mom, you slow down. Su Chen nodded his head dutifully. Zhao Lu picked up her bag and flew towards the outside. Suja stared at her without a good mood. Talking about me every day. You yourself still leave when something happens. Family reunion dinner. Say go. No organization. No discipline. That's it. Su Ming nodded approvingly. Suja looked at Su Chen and turned to push the matai back. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. Dad, not drinking? Save it for when you get married. No, drink it when you have a child. Suja laughed. Su Chen was speechless. This guy was also too stingy. If he got rid of his money himself. Su Chen laughed in his heart. Anyway, there is an old mom on top. Suja coughed and made a wink for Su Ming to carry another box of wine over. When Su Ming went, Suja looked at Su Chen. Kid, even though your mom said that, but I want to hear what you think. Su Chen was speechless. Obviously you want me back more than anyone else, and you dare to refute what Mom said. The favorites are still pretending to be so good. What an old fox. He took a deep breath and stared straight into Suja's eyes. Dad, I want to come back. Suja slapped him on the hand and said with a laugh. You kid, you should have done this a long time ago. Come, let's have a good drink today. When we're done drinking, I'll take care of this matter. Su Ming, who had just brought the wine, froze. You two drink, and there is nothing for me to do? Chapter 88 Dad, I'm really trying to help you. Ha ha ha. After 3 rounds of wine, Suja drank his face red and wrapped his arms around Su Chen and was close to calling him brother. Now you know how powerful your father is, right? Suja patted Su Chen's back. I told you a long time ago, Lao Zi has eaten more salt than the bridges you've traveled. Listen to my old man. It's definitely right. Su Chen nodded his head vigorously. Yes, Dad, you have always been the idol in my heart. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have today. Suja smugly laughed. That's for sure. Dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Rats. I'm the dragon. You must be the dragon too. Ha ha ha. Su Chen hurriedly took the bottle of wine and poured it for him, while Su Ming on the side glared at him. Dad's already had a lot to drink. Don't give him any more. Su Chen smiled. Brother, it's not easy for us to have a reunion. Dad is happy today. It doesn't matter if he drinks more. He's at home anyway. Yes, I'm happy today. Suja pointed at Su Ming. What? You're not happy that the oldest two are coming back? Su Ming smiled bitterly. How could he not be happy? Suja smiled and pointed at him. I can see. You're afraid that if the oldest two come back, no one will love you, right? Don't worry. You're my own, not a hugged one. We haven't forgotten we have you. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Where is all this going on? Pour it on. Suja pointed at the cup. Fill it up for me. Hey. Su Chen cheerfully poured it full for him. The drunker you get, the less you'll get in my way later. Better be drunk till morning. I'll get away with it then. You drink too. Suja pointed at Su Ming. Drink with me. Su Ming smiled bitterly. Dad, early tomorrow morning, I still have to lead the troops on a pulling exercise. Pulling and practicing. Every day you know nothing but pulling and practicing. Suja looked at him angrily. No wonder your mom is nagging you. You spend every day with big old men. I wonder if you like men. What a mess. Su Ming wanted to cry. I did it because you taught me to do it as a child. Forget it. I'll drink with you. Su Ming simply took a bottle of wine and clinked it with Suja, then tilted his head and directly dried it. Good. Like my son. Suja laughed loudly. A soldier who can't drink. Is that a good soldier? Come on. Xiao Chen. Dry. Cheers. Su Chen grinned and clinked glasses with him, but when Suja was drinking, he poured out the wine in a swift manner. If anyone were to look under the table now, they would realize it's already a sea of water. Putting down the cup, he watched as Suja had fallen east. Su Chen hurriedly came up to him. Dad, I came back this time because I want you to help me. If you can help me, then you are the guiding light of my life, the enlightened person on my career path. Dad, you will fully support me, right? Suja haha laughed, drunkenly nodded. When? Of course. Your kid cried and came back to find me to help. Do the old man cannot help? Don't worry. Who doesn't help you? Who is a grandson? Su-chen smiled into a sunflower. It's not like I'm going to climb on top of you. You volunteered. Suja continued. Turn around. I'll greet the headquarters and let. Su-chen hurriedly interrupted him. What exactly to help? Can't let him say it now. Dad, as long as you're willing to help me, I can't thank you enough. Su-chen grabbed his hand. Dad, you're such a good father. With the strength of the wine, Suja also moved a little. He also grabbed Su-chen's hand. What a great child. Dad, I'm a bit sick, Su Ming said from the side. I drank too much and flipped out. Step aside. Suja waved his hand in a rude manner. Can't you see? I'm talking to my son? Get lost. Su Ming almost didn't vomit blood in anger. Just now you said that I wasn't hugged and now you don't recognize me. He shook his head helplessly and had to get up to go to the bathroom. What a great son. Suja patted Su Chen's hand vigorously. You are my Su family, the most promising. Su Ming almost didn't fall down. He remembered that a few years ago, this was something Suja had also said to him. Do you take that as a running red flag? Still transferable? Suja continued. To be honest, you have inherited your father's wisdom, talent, and handsomeness. In short, as long as I properly tutor you, you'll have the elegance that my father had back then. Su Chen rolled his eyes. I have the system. Okay, don't put gold on your face. Anyway, don't worry, Dad can pay for anything in this life for you. Suja shook his head and said, if I had hidden it and told your mom to go, your mom could have cleaned me up too. Dad, then it's a deal. Su Chen put up his palm. You help me unconditionally, so that I can become better and become a fierce tiger in the army. Suja slapped up. A promise is a promise. If I don't help you, I am your son. No, a grandson. Dad, drink. Su Chen was full of smiles and immediately changed a big cup for Suja. Suja downed a glass of wine. His head thumped directly on the table, and he snorted in place. Dad, Dad. Su Chen pushed him twice. Dad, Auntie Wang next door is here. Without stockings. After shouting twice, Suja's snoring got louder instead. Su Chen laughed and bowed 3 times at him. Dad, I'm sorry. It really wasn't me who wanted to trap you. You just said that it was you who was bent on helping me. I can't let you be my grandson, so I can only help you. Thanks, Dad. After Su Chen finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards the upstairs bedroom. He expertly swooped under the bed, his fingers quickly tapping the floor. Knock knock. The 2 centermost floors have empty hearts. Su Chen instantly grinned. After so many years, it's true that the habits haven't changed. Changed a few homes, but the hiding place has always remained the same. He immediately took out his pocket knife and easily pried open 2 pieces of flooring. Su Chen reached inside and felt around, then excitedly took out a small box. Not daring to linger, he quickly climbed out and fled for his life. While Suja was drunk, he had to run as far away as he could or else his legs would really be broken. Su Chen quickly rushed downstairs, but he ran head-on into Su Ming, who had come out of the bathroom. Xiao Chen? Su Ming looked at him and then upstairs. You? Su Chen smiled bitterly. Big brother, I'm just going up to take a look. Su Ming looked at the small box in his hand, and Su Chen was so frightened that he hurriedly put it away and smiled dryly at him. Big brother, my good big brother. The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched, and he turned back to look at Suja, who was lying unconscious on the table, and suddenly came to a realization. The kid came back, pressed, not aggrieved. He has a purpose. However, Su Ming knew his own brother too well. He would never do anything out of the ordinary. There is naturally a reason for him to be able to do so. Big brother, Su Chen just wanted to ask for forgiveness. Su Ming suddenly crooked toward the sofa. Oops. No, drunk. How can my eyes not see anything? Oops, drunk, really drunk. Su Chen froze in place for half a day until he saw Su Ming's hand seemingly gesturing for him to run. Thank you, big brother. Su Chen laughed and ran towards the outside with big strides. Brat! Su Ming smiled faintly. With that, he took his clothes and covered them up, getting comfortable on the couch and going to sleep. Chapter 89, Rebellious Son. Stealing my coffin book. Jingle bells. A sharp ringing woke Yana. She rubbed her eyes and reached for her cell phone on the table. Hey, Yana said in a daze. Who is it? Yana. It's me. Yana's eyes snapped open. Su Chen? Su Chen laughed. Well, you didn't sleep, did you? Yana had a bitter smile on her face. Big brother, it's 2 in the morning. What do you think? Su Chen smiled and said, Alright, I know you're excited to hear my voice. Don't be happy. I'm looking for you for something. Yana was speechless for a while, thinking where did you get the confidence from big brother? Say it. Yana rolled over. Do you have time tomorrow? I'm coming to see you. Yana was curious. Aren't you in the Grassland 1st Brigade? I heard that you're about to have an exercise, and you have time to come out at this time? The brigade commander begged me to do something, so I came out. Su Chen laughed. Say, are you free? What about to say you're not available? Then you make time. Yao Na rolled her eyes. You're saying the same thing. Okay, what's up with you? So I can be prepared, and then I'll tell you if you're free. Su Chen asked seriously. Nana, you're studying electronic information warfare now. Can you get a drone? A drone? Yao Na was speechless. Su Chen, what are you thinking? Even if I have one, it's impossible for me to give you the troops' property. I'll buy it, Su Chen said. Su Chen, Yao Na didn't have the good sense to say. It's even more unlikely that I'll sell the troop property to you, Su Chen hurriedly said. I haven't finished yet. I want to buy a drone. Do you have any non-military route? Yao Na thought for a moment. There is, but the gap between their drones and our requirements is rather large, and they can't connect to our network, and it's a civilian one. There's no way. Su Chen directly interrupted her. Just tell me if you can buy it. There's no need to consider performance or anything. Yes, Yao Na affirmed. Good, Su Chen said excitedly. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. I'll wait for you at the entrance of your command headquarters. That's it. Hang up. I still have to catch a bus to the airport in the next city. Don't think of me too much in your dreams, or you'll get parched. Hey, Yao Na was just about to speak when the phone had already hung up. Mysterious. Yao Na shook her head. After 4 years of college classmates with Su Chen, Yao Na has always felt that Su Chen is quite stable, but during this period of time, she suddenly felt that Su Chen had changed. It's become a little immodest, very flirtatious, and not so composed, but it was just this kind of character, and she kind of liked it. Asshole, mouth is really open. Yao Na rolled over, her whole body really parched. Early the next morning, Suja suddenly woke up from the cold, coughing as he climbed up, with a puddle of drool on the table. He looked around and didn't find Su Chen, but saw Su Ming sleeping on the sofa with his clothes covered. He immediately went over in a bad mood. Brat, you know how to cover it yourself, why don't you cover it up for me? It's freezing, old man. Su Ming pretended to be confused and opened his eyes. Dad, why are you here? This is Laozi's house. Suja glared at him. If I'm not here, am I next door to Wang? Ahem. Su Ming rubbed his head. Right, oh, I drank too much yesterday. That bottle of wine went down and I fell unconscious. Hey, who covered my clothes? This person must be very sweet. 80% is Xiao Chun chanting. Who else is in this house? Suja shivered and put on his clothes. Bastard thing. No to help you cover. Don't know to feel sorry for my old man. I just promised to do him a favor. Su Ming pretended to look around. Where did Xiao Chen go? Quasi went back to his room to sleep. This kid has been a thief since he was a kid. He won't treat himself poorly, Suja said while walking towards Su Chen's room. But when I pushed open the door, it was neat and tidy, with the quilt folded at an angle. Suja froze, then turned around and ran towards the stairs. Several room doors were opened, but there was just no sign of Su Chen. Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen! Su Chen! Suja yelled from his home. Where are you kid hiding? Come out here. At that moment, the door opened and the secretary ran in quickly. Chief, what are your orders? Have you seen Su Chen? Suja glared at him. The secretary was surprised. Xiao Chen left last night. Gone? Suja was confused. This kid just came back. Why is he gone? The secretary said. I asked and he said he came back to ask for your help. Which you did, so he had to hurry back. By the way, I also asked the driver to take him to the airport. Suja's entire body was dumbfounded. He just promised to help. But when did he? Suddenly, he felt something was wrong and turned around and immediately ran towards his room. Su Ming smiled as he put on his clothes and waved his hand at the secretary. Go on. It's fine. Yes. The secretary nodded. Just as he was about to leave, there was a sudden hysterical scream from upstairs. My private money. My coffin money. The secretary was startled and hurried toward the stairs. Chief, what's wrong with you? Su Ming stifled his laughter and slowly followed along as well. The two entered the house, only to see Suja sitting paralyzed on the edge of the bed, his entire body tearfully holding a piece of paper. Chief, you are. Suja furiously picked up the paper. Su Chen, this rebellious son. I thought he ran back so that I could transfer him to me. As a result, this son of a stole my coffin book. This is my private money that I have saved for 15 years. Adverse son. The secretary looked embarrassed and didn't know how to comfort even if she wanted to. After all, this is a family matter. He could only look at Su Ming for help. Su Ming coughed and pretended to be righteously indignant. Xiao Chen is also too much. How can he do this to his own father? It's not like he doesn't know how hard it was for you to hide this money from mom. Suja angry kept patting the floor. He is not my son. I don't have him as a rebellious son. Dad, don't be sad. Su Ming patted him. Xiao Chen is excessive, but he is at least your good eldest son. to give it to him, it's also your own family using it. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's my money, Suja stormed. Help me up. The secretary rushed to help him up. Dad, where are you going? Seeing Suja about to run, Su Ming hurriedly stopped him. Get out of the way. Suja roared. I'm going to catch that rebellious son. I'll break his legs. Thank you, secretary. Here. Suja stomped his foot and shouted, gather the guard corps for me, then notify the airport. Don't let the kid get away. I'll catch him myself. The secretary grimaced bitterly, not daring to move a muscle. Go on. Are you going to disobey orders? Suja shouted. The secretary once again looked at Su Ming for help. Su Ming shook his head at him, then looked at Suja. Dad, if you really do this, aren't you afraid that mom will find out? Suja looked like he had been hit hard, and his entire body froze. Chapter 90, Assemble the troops. I'll teach him a lesson myself. In the living room, Suja was sitting in a huff, his face angry and aggravated. Su Ming pulled out a chair and sat across from him, saying bitterly, Dad, how much private money has mom confiscated over the years? If she knew, you'd still be hiding so much. So what if I know? Suja shouted staggeringly, that money, it's my bonus for all these years. It's all legitimately earned by me. It's what I've exchanged for with my payment. What can she do to me? She can break your legs and then make you retire early, Su Ming said in a serious manner. Suja instantly stopped being stiff. He knew very well what kind of character his own woman had. That's a professor of medicine and now the director of the military hospital. The one who plays with the scalpel on a regular basis has seen more blood and dead people than he has. If you lose your temper. Suja swallowed hard. Seeing that he had softened, Su Ming hurriedly said, Dad, it's not like you don't know how hard mom has worked for so many years. First it was you who was away all year round, sometimes even coming back once every half a year. Then it was me who was away. And some years ago I almost didn't come back all year round. She was a father and a mother before she brought up Xiao Chen and me, and she had her own work to do. She was a professor and an expert, so she had to do everything. I remember when I was a kid, she was the one who took us both to the hospital for surgeries together, and didn't bother you no matter what. Suja was ashamed. Hey, after your mom served the young ones, she still has to serve the old ones. Your grandparents. Thanks to her, she gave birth to you with me at the age of 18, and all her youth was given to me. I am ashamed of her. So, Su Ming said, you still have nothing to save your private money to help Auntie Wang next door, and Auntie Li, Auntie Kai, AI. Suja hurriedly interrupted. Don't talk nonsense, they are all the wives of my soldiers. They're men sacrificed for their country. As a leader, I definitely need to care about them, but mom doesn't think so. Su Ming laughed. She's young and gentle. She's definitely not happy that you, a bad old man, keep taking money over. But our mom took your money. She sent it herself, and she didn't ask not to take care of them, and she even subsidized her own money. Yes, the secretary said. Auntie Zhao even gave them her year-end bonus last year. Chief, Auntie Zhao is really nice. Suja immediately lost his temper and looked at Su Ming and asked, then I can't say? Definitely can't say that. Su Ming slapped his thigh. You still have such a big vault in private, and you've even saved it for 15 years. If mom knew, she would think you were up to something. I'm afraid I'll have to break your 3 legs. Cough cough cough. Suja coughed in fear. Su Ming laughed. Xiao Chen is mom's heart again. Even if he takes it away, mom still supports it. Maybe he is going to fall in love. Mom has always wanted to have grandchildren. Yes, chief, the secretary quickly agreed. I often hear Auntie Zhao sigh. The oldest is a bachelor, but we can't let the second one be like this. Hey, Su Ming glared at him without any good humor. The secretary rushed to cover her mouth. Suja Gas clenched his fists. Being searched by your mom. I recognize the bad luck, but by that little take it, he also picks up girls? Take old man's coffin capital to pick up girls. He himself does not have a salary. Asshole. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Okay, I'm not chasing him. Take the money for him. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief, but Suja immediately shouted, get ready for me. Transfer him back to me. I'll fix him up. Su Ming laughed bitterly. This isn't over yet? Dad, I've asked around. Su Ming said, that kid, he's mixing well in the 1st Brigade. He and the brigade commander are both mixing well, and now he's one of the main forces of the 1st Brigade. There's no way people will let him go, and we won't be able to transfer him back. Suja was completely dumbfounded. Dare you say that this kid came back and never thought of coming to me? He's here to steal my coffin book. The thought of the money that he had worked so hard, carefully and secretly saved, was gotten away by Su Chen like this. Suja was on fire. Last night, Su Chen's smiling face was still fresh in his mind, and the note he left behind. It says it all. You punked me, come what may. Dad, we're even. Get even your ass. I'm teaching you to be a man. You're teaching me about the dangers of society? Suja pointed at his secretary and roared. Go go go. Arrange it for me. Isn't their brigade about to maneuver? Replace the original troops for me. Replace? The secretary froze. Replace who? Change me. Suja roared in anger. I'm going to personally educate this little. Educate who? Just then, Zhao Lu walked in with her bag with a surprised face. In the morning, what are you doing? Suja's fire was instantly deflated, and he laughed awkwardly. No, a little brat disobeyed. I'm going to go teach him a lesson. Zhao Lu glared at him. How old are you? Can't you be a little tolerant of young people? You have to give young people some opportunities. Yes, 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 Mr. Zhao is right. Suja kept nodding his head. Su Ming held back his laughter. It seems that the one who can cure old dad is still his own old mom. Where's Xiao Chen? Zhao Lu looked around curiously. Su Ming hurriedly said, oh, Xiao Chen's girlfriend called him. It's rare for him to have time on vacation. So dad let him go and gave him quite a bit of money. Suja's heart was so bitter. It was clearly him who stole it. Really? He has a girlfriend? Zhao Lu rushed over excitedly. Where is she from? Where does she work? Is she pretty? Is she tall or short? Fat or thin? Ah, right. Is it that Yao Na? I heard they've been good for a long time. But Xiao Chen just won't tell me. Su Ming smiled bitterly. Mom, we've never even met. You shouldn't ask that either. If you let people know, you'd have to scare them away. Zhao Lu laughed. Right. Can't scare people away. It's not easy for our family to get a woman. We must not scare her away. After she finished speaking, she smiled and patted Suja. Old thing. Finally you've done the right thing for once. This is the most correct thing you've done in all these years. Suja cried and laughed. That's not because of your influence, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Lu was extraordinarily happy. Alright, I'll go pack and clean up. You go rest. Her whole body looked like it was 10 years younger, and she happily went to clean up the leftovers. Su Ming quietly said to Suja, Dad, you saw it too. Don't upset Mom, but I'm not happy. Suja had an aggrieved look on his face. Then you have to endure it too, Su Ming said solemnly. Otherwise, Mom definitely won't spare you. Suja sat on his butt on the sofa, furious, and slammed his fist on his leg. This rebellious son. He better do a good job in the 1st Brigade. When he does a good job, I will definitely take the troops to clean him up. Su Ming rolled his eyes. It seemed that Suja had to take this breath before he could do so. Little Chen as an older brother, I can only help you as far as I can. Su Ming sighed. Chapter 91, Love Stiff Drone, Light of National Products. Old Su, there's news. Qin Tian pushed the door in with gusto. I've inquired about it. And the ones coming this time are also the 2 synthetic brigades that have just been formed for a year. The 27th and 29th Brigades, respectively. Su Fei put down the information in his hand and immediately stood up. I've never heard of it. What's the origin? Qin Tian laughed. They are actually one family, formerly known as the 67th Division. It was reformed a year ago and broken up into 2 synthetic brigades. However, while the 27 establishment has only 2 regiments, they are all synthetic armored regiments. 29 one more mechanized infantry regiment. Su Fei nodded. 67 I know. That's an old troop with a glorious tradition. 30 years ago, it also fought a counterattack at the border. I didn't expect that it was still split up. Qin Tian waved his hand. Don't underestimate them. After the reform, the combat power of the 2 brigades skyrocketed. Moreover, they were originally a family. Their tacit understanding is definitely better. This exercise is not only testing us, but also testing their combat power after reorganization. Not to be underestimated. Su Fei took a deep breath. This intelligence is important. Old Qin, hurry up and find their relevant information. While there's still time, let's hurry up and make targeted training. Good. Qin Tian nodded. Then asked, right old Su, where's Su Chen? How come I haven't seen him in the past 2 days? As soon as he mentioned Su Chen, Su Fei was not in a good mood. This kid is godly, saying he's getting me funding. Him, working on funding? Qin Tian was confused. When did you let him go into logistics? Su Fei was furious and slapped the table. If he goes to logistics, I feel like we're going to run out of food. He told the story of Su Chen asking for $300,000 to go away. Qin Tian laughed bitterly. So, he didn't get a penny and got 300,000 to go? That's not true. Su Fei was furious. I feel cheated by him now. This kid doesn't know what he's doing. Cheating with me for 6 days of vacation. I shouldn't have agreed to him. Qin Tian also got serious. At such a critical moment. Old Su, you really shouldn't let him go. Why don't I get in touch and cancel his vacation, so he can come back as soon as possible? No, I'll make the call, Su Fei said in a cold voice. I let the people go, or I'll recall them. When he finished, he picked up the phone and dialed. Sorry, The number you have dialed is not in service. Su Fei froze and immediately dialed again. Sorry, the phone you dialed is not in the service area. Su Fei hit a few in a row. All of them were the same. This bastard kid. It's 80% that he's blacked us all out. Su Fei angrily slammed the phone. If this is a war, I still can't find him. Jin Tian was speechless. Hey, who asked you to grant him a vacation? You should have known that when this kid goes out, he won't come back so easily. Su Fei slammed his fist on the table in anger. How come I always fall for this kid's ways? At the Northern Theater Command, Yao Na looked at the time while heading out. Yao Na, here. Su Chen desperately waved at her. Yao Na smiled slightly and walked quickly towards him. See, I told you I know Yao Na. Su Chen glared at the guards in a bad mood. You won't let me sit in the lounge in such a cold day. Elm brain. The corner of the guard's mouth twitched hard as he watched Yao Na come over with a smile on her face. Been waiting a long time. Yao Na ran over quickly. Su Chen pulled her and headed out. Come on, where to buy it? Yao Na stared at him. Let me ask first, what do you need the drone for? Su Chen smiled and rubbed his hands together. Scouting. Yao Na rolled her eyes, just as I thought. Civilian drones have limited power and are very easy to detect. Most importantly, it can't connect with your existing systems. Aren't you wasting your money by buying this thing? Not to mention, that stuff isn't cheap. Alright, I know all of this. Su Chen shook her hand. Just take me to buy it, please. The sentries in the distance are frowning as they watch. Yao Na is the #1 beauty in our command. Although Su Chen was also quite handsome, they always had the feeling that the fertilized water had flowed into the outsider's field, and the pigs outside had arched their cabbages. Okay, Yao Na said helplessly. I'll take you there, and I'll negotiate the price for you. However, if it doesn't work well, you can't blame me later. I don't blame you. I can't wait to love you. Go. Su Chen pushed her into the car. The sentry platoon leader in the distance sighed and turned his head to say to his men, you guys watch, I will go to find Lao Xia. Hurry up, our cabbages can only be arched by our pigs. The guards nodded. 40 minutes later, Yao Na drove her car to Electronic City. Su Chen got out of the car, looked at the Electronic City with computer advertisements everywhere, and asked with a puzzled face, just here? Yao Na nodded. No one even uses drones these days. It's a concept, they'd be lucky to drive it here. Su Chen thought about it. This era is not even popularized by computers. Taking pictures can be done with a digital camera. That's already pretty awesome. Not to mention drones, for which there is basically no demand from the populace and which are only just in their infancy. Yao Na led Su Chen all the way up to the top floor and then around a corner, finally seeing a small facade. Love Stiff Technology Company. Su Chen read the signboard and then looked at the facade, always feeling that this place looked like a purse company. You can't underestimate this place, Yao Na said appreciatively. A group of young people who have the courage to develop drones like this. They're pretty impressive in their own right. I've seen their products before and they're not bad. Our military has some parts that we purchase from them. It's just that the quantity isn't big, and they can only maintain the status quo. Su Chen nodded silently. Businessmen are after profit, and only if you really love it can you stick with it. Then they are considered the light of the country. Su Chen laughed. Yao Na nodded. Definitely counts. And in the future, they'll be amazing. The two of them pushed open the door and walked in, and Su Chen was able to see the entire office with a single sweep. 4 or 5 tables filled with various parts. Several young men were engaged in a heated discussion at the blackboard while a large diagram was drawn on it. Who are you looking for? Several young men stood up. Yao Na smiled. Is Manager Xiao in? Director Yao. A sweet-looking girl with glasses stepped out of the crowd. Excitedly, she shook Yao Na's hand. Hello Director Yao. How come you have time to come to us here? If you have anything, just call me. It's no trouble for you to run. Su Chen looked at the other party's excitement and secretly sighed in his heart. It's really not easy to start a business, and it's hard to see a big client come through the door that can get people excited like that. Yao Na smiled. Today is not our day. He pointed at Su Chen. I'll bring you a big client. All of them looked at Su Chen, their eyes releasing a brilliant light. Su Chen was startled. This eyes, looking at himself like a big golden pig head. Chapter 92, You're the one who shot the golden girl? Leader, sit down. Leader, you drink water. Leader, you're tired. I learned massage. Let me give you a massage. Seeing that several glasses men were about to rush over, Su Chen was so frightened that he stood up in a hurry. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. I'm just here to buy something. Right. Several young people nodded with a smile. Buy something. Leader, we'll give you a massage while you buy. Looking at the few of them coming over again, Su Chen was so scared that he retreated several steps. Yao Na stifled her laughter. Alright everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Let's introduce the products. Su Chen hurriedly nodded. Yes. Introduce the product. Quickly introduce the product. Xiao Jin walked to Su Chen and made a 90-degree bow at him. Leader, my name is Xiao Jin. I'm the sales manager and also a technician in the R&D department. If you have any needs, just tell me. The others pointed at Xiao Jin together. Leader, if you have any needs you tell her. She can fulfill everything. If it's not convenient, there's a small room next to it. Su Chen was speechless for a while. How could this group of people be more knowledgeable than himself? He coughed. That, Manager Xiaoa, I want to buy a drone. Xiao Jin immediately interrupted him. Leader, then you've come to the right place. We are the first domestic drone company here, integrating research and development and manufacturing. Compared to the foreign ones, we are better than ever. At the very least, we are only half of their prices. Su Chen waved his hand. What about before coming here? Yao Na has already introduced it to me. However, I have a bit of another need. Xiao Jin froze, but immediately said, Leader, please instruct. Su Chen gestured towards her. The drone I need is this big. The photography must be clear, and it's best to be able to fly up to 300 meters. Also, the storage must be large, and the battery capacity must be large as well. Better yet, there's night vision, and even better if you can add infrared. Hey! Yana pulled him and whispered, this request you're making, it's almost as good as a military one. How can they possibly produce it? Su Chen looked at Xiao Jin in surprise. Xiao Jin and the others smiled bitterly. Leader, I'm not going to lie to you. Your demands are indeed too high. Xiao Jin sighed. Real-time image transmission. We don't have such technology now. We can only videotape or take photos. Su Chen gave an O. He had forgotten that the internet was not yet popular these days. If you want to transmit images in real time, then you can't do it without the internet. The military can use satellite transmissions, but there are delays, and civilian use is basically just not possible. It's still not technologically advanced. Su Chen sighed in his heart. If you want the forces of the Dragon Kingdom to catch up with the West, you can't just shout slogans. You have to catch up in all aspects. Luckily, though, the system gave him knowledge of some of the techniques for using and modifying equipment, and there was something in there about drones. As long as there were drones, he went back to be able to modify them as much as possible. He was now looking forward to the opening of the next phase of the system, which might surprise him even more. Xiao Jin continued, the drones you need, we have the molds now. We can also try our best to fulfill your requirements. As long as we add batteries and infrared devices, we can solve the range in nighttime video recording mode. Good. Su Chen hurriedly asked. Then how far can it fly? Theoretically, it can fly 30 kilometers with a range of half an hour. Xiao Jin smiled bitterly. This is already our maximum capacity. Su Chen thought about it. Half an hour would be enough. He had his ways. Okay, how long will it take to give it to me? Su Chen asked. Xiao Jin came into the spirit. How much do you want? Su Chen extended his hand. At least 60 units. 60 units? Xiao Jin and the others all opened their mouths wide in shock. They couldn't even sell 20 units a year, and Su Chen actually wanted 60 at once. Leader, sit. A group of spectacled men rushed up again and forced Su Chen onto a chair, and then without further ado, leg squeezes for leg squeezes and shoulder rubs for shoulder rubs. Su Chen originally wanted to resist, but not to mention, it was quite comfortable. Xiao Jin said excitedly, 60 units is no problem. Leader, how long do you want? Half a month. Is that okay? Su Chen asked. Xiao Jin thought about it and finally gritted his teeth. Okay, we'll go to the factory together in this half month, and guarantee completion. But the price. Xiao Jin is weak again. There is no market for drones today. Parts can be very expensive. Those who can afford it are not simple people, just like people who can buy a computer at home in this day and age. Su Chen smiled and said, straight up, how much does one cost? 10,000. Deal. Su Chen didn't even listen to the whole thing and directly shouted. Xiao Jin opened his mouth wide in shock. Leader, I'm talking about 12,000 a deal. Su Chen stared at her. Did I not make myself clear? Yeah. All the glasses men shouted excitedly, startling Su Chen. I'm sorry, our leader. We're so happy. A man with glasses said excitedly. You saved our company. You are the savior of our company. The other man with glasses was snotty. Su Chen smiled lightly. Don't say that. You guys are the ones who helped me, and I believe that drones will definitely shine in the future. A group of young people were like being pumped with chicken blood. Su Chen's words filled their faces with hope for the future. Xiao Jin was a little trembling with excitement and held Su Chen's hand tightly. Leader, thank you too. Too much. I swear, every one of your machines, we will strictly follow the standards. Su Chen laughed, stood up and said, since I'm here to buy it, I trust you guys. Then let's make a deal. Delivery must be made in half a month. I'm waiting to use it urgently. It has to be. Xiao Jin nodded. Go, follow me to get the money. Su Chen waved his hand generously. A group of people all followed Su Chen downstairs. The security guard in front of the bank saw them, and if it wasn't for Yao Na, the one in military uniform, he almost thought that the gang was here to rob. Su Chen took the money and solemnly handed it over to Xiao Jin, half a month and quality. Xiao Jin held the money bag tightly. Leader, we collectively assure you, quality is our life, and time is our reputation. We will be punctual and on time. Good. Su Chen shook her hand and turned to go out with Yao Na. Let's go. Treat me to a meal. Su Chen stretched his back. Yao Na was confused. Hey, I did something for you, shouldn't you treat me? Su Chen laughed badly. As you can see, I've spent all my money, so of course you have to treat me. Yao Na was speechless. Su Chen, you are a scoundrel. I've never seen you fall in love like this. Su Chen put his arm around her and laughed. Who wants me to have a good girlfriend? Yao Na snorted and laughed. Let's go. Young master, you choose the place. Walk. In the northeast, Suju is sitting in his office sulking. Suddenly, his phone rang. Dear Mr. Su, may I ask if it was you yourself who just withdrew $720,000 in cash from the bank? Suju jumped up violently, his eyes spewing fire. So soon? Mother ***** took it? Sir, are you there? It wasn't old me who took it. Suju cursed in anger. If it's not you, do we need to call the police? No need. Suju was in tears. That was taken by my old man. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly with a bang. He looked at the window, his body trembling. Bastard. You're picking up a golden girl. You want that much money? That's my coffin money. Chapter 93, brother, you're leaking, aren't you? After the wine and dinner, Su Chen used Yao Na as a temporary driver and took him to buy some more items in the city. Suju's money was spent for him, leaving only a fraction, and Su Chen was completely relieved. With this pickup, he was confident that he could beat the Red Fong to find his way home. Hey! Yao Na held back for half a day and suddenly said, did you talk to your family about us again? Su Chen nodded absent-mindedly. Said it. A smile immediately appeared on Yao Na's face. What did it say? Su Chen drew a circle, didn't say anything, just told them that you don't want to get back together with me for now. *********. Yao Na glared at him in a bad mood. It's obviously you who don't want to. Su Chen looked up with a smile. Nana, between the two of us, what's the point of dividing us so thinly? Before graduation, didn't we agree that we would not affect each other's work? When we stabilize, then continue to talk about marriage? It's only been over a year since you graduated. Why are you in such a hurry? Yao Na's face was red. Was it really good to question a girl about something like this? Is it hard to answer you that I'm in a hurry? Yao Na gritted her teeth and said, and your parents didn't say anything? Said. Su Chen shrugged. My father scolded me. My mom said I was a candle. Such a good girlfriend didn't know how to cherish, and told me to chase you back. Yao Na's face was full of dejection as she listened. So how did you answer? Su Chen spread his hands. Of course I dumped on you, saying you had another man. Su Chen, you asshole. Yao Na glared at him angrily, frightening Su Chen, who hastily reminded. Watch the road. Yao Na huffed. Obviously you were the one who wanted to make me wait for you for the sake of your career. You are now. Su Chen hurriedly comforted her. Nana, I'm sorry, don't you know how I feel about you? I swear, as long as I become the leader, I will definitely propose marriage to your family. Yao Na stared hard at him. Really? Su Chen hurriedly raised his hand. I swear, if I don't propose marriage when I'm the head of the regiment, I won't be able to raise my hand for the rest of my life. Yao Na froze. What can't be lifted? Su Chen laughed. You'll know when I propose marriage. Yao Na rolled her eyes. Then you'd better hurry up and become the head of the group, or else, maybe you won't have a wife. Ha? Su Chen opened his mouth wide. What do you mean? Yao Na tossed her hair. I'm so pretty, do I still lack suitors? Now everyone knows that I don't have a boyfriend, and those who are chasing me already have a reinforced platoon. Su Chen's eyes widened. Where did so many ungrateful things come from? My woman dares to rob. Here. Yao Na bristled. Isn't there one standing here? Su Chen immediately looked forward, only to see that at the gate of the commanding general's headquarters, a stupid big man was anxiously looking from side to side, like a tadpole that can't find its mother. Su Chen smiled disdainfully. Just like him? Then I'm relieved. Yao Na was anxious. Su Chen, people are very powerful. You'd better be careful. Maybe I'll have a heart attack. Su Chen cheerfully laughed. You have always had good taste and can't look at this kind of silly big man. If it's a handsome and talented young handsome like me, then I'm worried. After all, you have a very high vision. The rainbow fart made Yao Na laugh and cry, but it was well received. Just fool around. When the car drove to the door, Yao Na said to Su Chen, I'm having a meeting later, so I can't see you off. Don't worry. Su Chen stroked Yao Na's head. I'll definitely become the leader as soon as possible, and make all the flies around you roll away. On my word. Yao Na smiled at him. Yao Na, Right at this moment, silly big guy suddenly ran over, his eyes staring dead at Su Chen. He had just seen the car from a distance and it would have been quite funny, but once he saw a wild man inside who dared to touch Yana's head, he was so angry that he almost didn't jump up. He didn't even touch Yana's hand, and this person actually dared to touch the head. Captain Zhang. Yana smiled at him. I have a meeting. Go on then. Zhang Bing smiled at him, then barked at Su Chen. Hey, you, that's you. Didn't you hear that Director Yao wants a meeting? Come down. Su Chen rolled her eyes at him and smiled at Yana again before getting off the car. Yana made an odd face at him before she drove into the command headquarters. Su Chen watched the car go away and let out a long sigh. When he first graduated, his old man had to get him to Southeast, and at the time, Su Chen wasn't sure about his future, which is why he had an agreement with Yao Na. Now, he had to be busy establishing Dragon's Teeth again, so he had even less time. I hope I won't be like my dad. I must do right by Yao Na. Hey! Zhang Bing came over with a tiger's eye. What are you looking at? The people are far away. Take back your eyeballs. Su Chen looked at him without any good humor. I can look at it however I like. What's it got to do with you? It's about me. Zhang Bing glared at him. Where did you kid come from? The women of the army. Are they for social loafers like you to pick up? I'm warning you. Stay away from Yao Na. Su Chen had been ready to leave, but his temperament just couldn't see a fly looking for trouble with him. The rightful owner. He turned around. I also told you that I'm his real boyfriend. And, I'm in the army too. You're in the army too? Zhang Bing was happy. A lieutenant, right? I'm a lieutenant. Su Chen took out his ID and flung it in front of him. Look carefully. I'm a lieutenant colonel just like you. Lieutenant Colonel Vice Regiment. Zhang Bing dumbfounded, staring straight at the documents. Then look at Su Chen. This. So young. Su Chen proudly put away his documents. Now you know why I am Yana's rightful boyfriend, right? Because I'm younger than you, more talented than you, and more handsome than you. Zhang Bing was furious. I'm telling you, Yana and I are like old friends at first sight. Su Chen stared at him as well. I've known her since we were childhood friends. Zhang Bing shouted in exasperation. I've been working with her for half a year together. I went to college with her for 4 years and we got bored every day. Zhang Bing's eyes twitched in anger. I'm the squadron leader of the Dragon Spurs Special Operations Team. I'm the Dragon Tooth Brigade Deputy Commander. Su Chen stared at him, with Dragon Tooth leaning forward and Dragon Spurs behind the dragon. I'm just better than you. Zhang Bing's head was smoking with anger. In terms of eloquence, he was 100,000 miles worse than Su Chen. At the moment, he couldn't say a word because of the dislike. Su Chen smiled and clasped his hands. Any more to say? If you know yourself, stay away from Yao Na. She can't look at you. What's so great about you? Zhang Bing glared at him. Isn't it just that newly formed 1st Brigade? Let me tell you, after a while, the ones who will be maneuvering with you will be us. At that time, I'll beat you to death and let you know who's really the boss between Dragon Spurs and Dragon Teeth. Su Chen stared at him with a smile. Hey, what for? Zhang Bing looked furious. Su Chen smiled. The maneuvers haven't even started yet, and you're reporting yourself. Does this count as leaking secrets? This. Zhang Bing froze and his eyes almost didn't fall out. I was so excited about the noise that I even forgot something so important. Chapter 94, Buying People's Hearts. I'm the master of my own territory. The corners of Zhang Bing's mouth twitched, and his entire body was instantly dumbfounded. Su Chen cheerfully patted him. Don't be afraid. I won't tell anyone. Otherwise, if I can't see you at the drill, then who am I going to beat up? Zhang Bing stared at him dead in the face. You still want to defeat me? You haven't woken up from your big dream, have you, kid? You are simply unaware of how powerful the Dragon Spurs Special Brigade is, aren't you? Su Chen shook his head. Indeed I don't know, and I don't need to know, because when you run into me, you can only lose. Asterisk. Zhang Bing was so angry that he almost jumped up. Women can't lose, and naturally, neither can the honor of the troops. He pointed at Su Chen and nodded his head vigorously. Alright, I'll remember your words. When the maneuvers start, I'll keep an eye on you. I'll let you know why Dragon Stinger is called Dragon Stinger. Su Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and turned around. Then prepare yourself well. Don't go soft too fast. Suddenly, he jerked to a stop and turned his head to look at Zhang Bing with a smile. Are you interested in coming to Dragon Teeth as a soldier? What? Zhang Bing froze. It's not even if this guy wants to defeat himself, but now he's going to take him? Dream big. Get lost. Zhang Bing roared low. Wait to be captured alive by me. Su Chen smiled. Think about it. Following me is a good choice. Off. Su Chen carried his hands behind his back and left with a smile on his face. In fact, he had long had plans to create a special forces unit in the Blue Army. That makes the Blues system more perfect. However, it's better to form one yourself than to get one from someone else. What a relief. A day later, Zyga County. Comrade Su, finally I see you again. The director warmly shook Su Chen's hand. Ever since that last incident, we've been wanting to thank you properly. But you guys were too busy there and never had the time. If you're here today, you mustn't be in a hurry to leave. I'll inform the governor that we must have a proper table. Su Chen hurriedly stopped him. Director sang, don't be so busy. We're all on our own. The director had a serious face. The above has explained that you are the great hero of our Zaga County. It was not easy to capture you alive today, so arrangements must be made. You wait, leave the rest to me. Su Chen pulled him tightly and said smilingly, Director sang, I really didn't come here for dinner. If you really want to thank me, just do me a favor. Good. The director nodded. As long as it's your business, we'll help unconditionally. There must be conditions. Su Chen laughed. This is our rule. 3 hours later, the county's small auditorium was full. The director smiled and said, Comrade Su, these are all big players from several neighboring counties. According to your request, not a single one has been left behind. All of them have been invited over. Su Chen nodded. Okay, let's get started then. The director immediately turned around and said aloud, Folks, what I'm asking you all to come today is that Comrade Su from the army wants to ask for a favor. Comrade Su is a great hero of our Zaga County and a hero to all of us. Everyone welcome. Slap. The stage immediately erupted in applause. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying to everyone, Old folks, what about inviting you all here this time? Is that I want to ask you to do me a favor, as well as do our troopers a favor. Please be sure to do your best. Comrade Su, just say what you have to say. We'll help with any favor. That's right. We military and civilians are all one family. If the people's sons and daughters are in trouble, we will definitely help. Su Chen smiled. Okay, since everyone is so enthusiastic, then I'll say it. What I would like to do is to take the grain that everyone has on hand and buy it all. Ha! The scene was silent, and everyone was at a loss. You're trying to help? Is he a money-giving boy? The director hesitantly rubbed his hands together. Comrade Su, aren't you wrong? If the troops are in dire need of food, we can provide it for free. Yes, Comrade Su, don't be polite to us, just tell us what you need. It's only right to support you as you protect your country and defend the people. Comrade Su, don't be shy. How much grain do you need? We'll send it to you. Su Chen waved his hand. Folks, you've misunderstood. The troops have the discipline to never take a single needle or thread from the masses. This is an old tradition. And I brought money this time to really buy. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, unable to figure out what kind of medicine Su Chen was selling in his gourd. If you want to buy something, just buy it. You have to say you're helping. It's a good thing. Do you have to hide it? Su Chen laughed. Everyone, we are all the people next to us. We are considered to be the closest of our own people. I won't hide some things from you. It's like this. Su Chen said, our troops, in order to improve our combat power, we often have some maneuvers. It's mainly to fight with our brother troops. The old tradition of our troops, is to come from the masses and rely on the masses. Su Chen laughed. Although the troops are all one family, once the maneuvers are done, we will have to divide the enemy and us. When the time comes, we are local, naturally standing on the same front as everyone else. And those foreign ones, count them as enemies. The director was the first to respond. Comrade Su, can I understand it this way? You are asking us to treat those foreign troops as enemies? Hey, that's what it means. Su Chen laughed out loud. Our troops have always talked about mass warfare. The troops just fight the battlefield. But privately there's so much more that needs to be done by the masses. So, a few of the people immediately stood up. Comrade Su, there's nothing to say. We're on your side. Yeah, we're the closest. We're family. No matter where he's from, he's our enemy. Don't worry, Comrade Su. Go home and I'll talk to the people around me. But anyone who isn't one of you will be treated as an enemy when the time comes. Comrade Su, we support you. The crowd stood up and took a stand. And Su Chen was happy. When he does this, it's like he's giving the enemy a hard time. It doesn't matter who's coming on the other side. It doesn't matter how many people are coming. As long as they are in the area, all of them are enemies in the eyes of the people. Their whereabouts, all of it, will reach the blues here. It's also basically impossible for them to get anything. Alright, on behalf of our 1st Brigade, I thank you all. Su Chen smiled and saluted. But I still have to buy what I need to buy. Su Chen said with a straight face, even though they are nominal enemies, this is just a drill. Are they also the people's sons and daughters? When the time comes for them to come and buy something, it would be bad if you told lies. But if your stuff is really gone, Su Chen laughed, then you'll be able to rightfully not sell them anything. The director had thoroughly understood Su Chen's meaning and said to the group with a smile, Folks, Comrade Su is also taking care of us. We're in a remote area, so we don't sell much in a year. Comrade Su can buy all of it. This is to help us all. Everyone, don't reject Comrade Su's good intentions. Good. Then thank you Comrade Su. Thank you troops. Thank you Comrade Su. Don't worry Comrade Su. We'll do whatever you tell us to do. And we'll definitely cooperate with the troops. Su-chan happily kept nodding his head. These are kind of completely perfect. As soon as his previous purchases arrived, plus waging a mass war, no matter who the incoming Red Party is and how good they are tantamount to entering enemy territory. When the time comes, it will still be whatever he wants it to be. Moreover, he had bought the hearts of the people, and the people would help unconditionally in future maneuvers. This money is worth spending. Su-chan smiled and rubbed his hands together. Next, just wait for the good show to begin. Chapter 95, Black and Yellow Double Fury. Unexpected discovery. The square in Zaga County was filled to capacity by an old van that packed the otherwise fairly spacious square. Outside, the road was lined with vans in order. The people coming from all over drove mule carts and wagons and completely blocked the remaining roads. Su-chan looked at his masterpiece with his hands behind his back. Potatoes, corn, and lamb. When I go back, the brigade commander will definitely praise me to death. Su-chan was full of complacency. Woof woof woof. A dog barking attracted Su-chan's attention. He turned his head to look, only to see a van underneath. Two large dogs, one yellow and one black, were combining their efforts to carry a sack of potatoes, desperately holding their heads up and handing it to a young man in the car. With such a small distance difference, the two dogs even tacitly stepped back a little, then at the same time forward. The man stood halfway up and stiffly handed the bag full of potatoes to the boy. The two dogs turned their heads without complaint and quickly picked up the next bag. Working dogs. Su-chan was pleasantly surprised. The term working dog usually refers to a person who works hard and does not expect any extra reward. Do these two dogs clearly fit the bill? Su-chan walked over with his hands behind his back, smiling. After half a day of close observation, he realized that the two dogs were working harder than he thought they would. The guys in the car took a break and they waited down below with their bags in their mouths. As soon as the boys are on their feet, they go right to work. Good dog. Su-chan smiled at the guy in the car. Old folks, did you raise this? The boy hurriedly put down the potato sack and nodded with a smile. Hello leader. Su-chan waved at him, and the boy leapt down from the car with a sharp hand, landing steadily in front of Su-chan. Ooh, good hands. Su-chan had a face of appreciation. The boy rubbed his head sheepishly. I grew up riding horses. This is all a piece of cake. Su-chan nodded and pointed at the two dogs and asked, you raised these? Aha! The boy nodded vigorously. One of them is called Big Yellow and the other is called Old Black. Big Yellow is 3 years old and Old Black is 5. I raised them from a young age. Su-chan smiled. I'm curious. How did you train them like this? The guy was all shy. Just put your heart into it. Su-chan gave a thumbs up. It's not just anyone who can keep on being attentive all the time. That's rare. The boy's face was red and he looked at Su-chan with a giggle. Su-chan patted him. What else can they do besides help carry things? That's a lot. The boy became excited. Old Black's nose is the best. No matter whose family has lost a lamb, it can find it. Rhubarb is fast and flexible. Other dogs can only catch one rabbit. It can catch 5 or 6 back. All trained by you? Su-chan was shocked. The boy smiled and nodded. Part of the credit goes to me, but also to the grasslands. Leader, you don't know. We herders spend half the year outside. Dogs are our best friends. Without them, we might have gone into the wolves' stomachs long ago. So yeah, we prairie dogs are naturally awesome. Su-chan looked at Old Black and Big Yellow and smiled cheaply. The two dogs looked at his smiling face and took 2 steps backward for no reason. Leader, the boy also sensed the danger and hurriedly said, I can sell the mutton, but not the dog. You don't think about grilling dog meat. Woo woo. The two dogs responded excitedly to their young master. Su-chan rolled his eyes at him. You kid, you're not a big person. Why do you have such dark thoughts? Such good companions. Can I eat them? It's more like I'm giving them food. With that, he pulled out a ham sandwich and threw it over. But the two dogs didn't even sniff, proudly holding their heads up. Su-chan was confused. There are still dogs that don't like ham sausage? The boy laughed. Leader, they won't eat without my order. When he finished, he nodded. Both dogs immediately lowered their heads, but did not grab the food. Old Black actually pressed down with his paw, and the ham sausage instantly split in half, and each of the two dogs picked it up and ate it clean. Beautiful. Su-chan was full of surprise. These two dogs are better than military dogs, if you can take them. For Ma Xian's scouts it was like a tiger with wings. Zheng Bing's face came to his mind. Though I don't know how strong the Dragon Stinger special forces are, but he was certain that it would never be worse than Southeast's rapier. During the last exercise, Su-chan had suffered enough from sharpshooter. If he hadn't utilized the psychology of Sharp Swords gang to lure them over, I'm afraid he would have suffered a big loss. With the previous lesson, Su-chan had to prepare in advance. These 2 dogs are just great for dealing with special forces. What's your name? Su Chen hurriedly asked the little guy. The boy quickly said, Leader, I'm Yun Yang. Yun Yang. Su Chen pressed his hands on his shoulders. Can you give me these 2 dogs? Yun Yang was so scared that he immediately stepped back. Leader, you still want to eat them? Su Chen laughed and shook his head. You're full of it. Can you think less of dark things? I'm trying to ask them to be my military dogs, from dirt dogs to official establishment. Yun Yang froze, then his eyes glowed. Really? The PLA never lies. Su Chen looked serious. But, Yun Yang scratched his head. A good thing is a good thing, but they only listen to me. Even if I give them to you, they'll still have to run back at night. Su Chen looked at the 2 dogs with difficulty. The 2 dogs also seemed to understand human language and hid behind Yun Yang with a sad face. Su Chen anxiously rubbed his hands. It was not easy to find 2 good helpers, but it turned out that he could not leave his master. Suddenly, electricity flashed in Su Chen's brain and he stared straight at Yun Yang. Kid, how old are you? Yun Yang froze, shivering. I'm 17. Enough. Su Chen laughed. Do you want to follow me to become a soldier? Change from a civilian to an official establishment? Ha! Yun Yang's entire body was dumbfounded. Wanna go. Good. Su Chen laughed. Then follow me. Yun Yang shook his head. But I still have to go home to graze, and there's still my cornfield near the county. I want to help Dad work. Then do you want to become a soldier? Su Chen asked. Yes. Yun Yang nodded. Then come with me. But I still have to graze livestock and plant cornfields. Yun Yang looked conflicted. Su Chen was about to collapse. Looking at Yun Yang, the corners of his mouth twitching, it was still the first person he'd met who wasn't good at fooling around. In that case, where is your father? Su Chen said. I'll tell him. No need to speak, Comrade Su. A dark-skinned man stepped out next to the car and said cheerfully. I heard everything you guys said. He looked at Yun Yang. You the kid is also really. Haven't you always wanted to go into the army? Now that you have such a good opportunity, what's the hesitation? Yun Yang looked at him accusingly. Abba, but if I leave, there will be no one to help you work. The Hanyu waved his hand. Go go go. A Hanyu of the steppe should spread his wings and soar like an eagle. Abba is an eagle and can fly by himself. You've grown up too. It's time to fly on your own. After speaking, he looked at Su Chen. Comrade Su, this son of mine, I'm counting on you. Trouble you, make him an eagle. Su Chen's heart surged, not expecting things to be so simple. If it were a city kid, it would be 1,000 words to separate father and son. But the grasslands, they are so bold and unruly. He saluted the Hanyu with force. Don't worry, old-timer, he'll be an eagle when he gets to me. Chapter 96, the Brigadier General is dying. Help! A truck drives over the bumpy prairie. As the sun set, the herdsman on the drive sang a lilting song that echoed throughout the grasslands. Su Chen turned his head and looked at Yun Yang, who was glaring out the window. What? Homesick? No. Yun Yang smiled and turned his head. Abba said that when I leave home, I'm going to fly on my own. I don't want home. I want to fly. Su Chen patted him with satisfaction. As long as you abide by the troop discipline, with your skills, you'll fly very high. Yun Yang nodded his head vigorously. Leader, I'll listen to you on everything. Su Chen smiled. Don't call me leader, call me deputy leader. In the future, you'll be a soldier under me. Good. Yun Yang nodded. To say yes. Yes. Yun Yang smiled brightly. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the 1st Brigade's quarters. Su Fei was studying tactics with Qin Tian in his office when the door was suddenly pushed open. A soldier shouted excitedly. Brigade Commander, Deputy Brigade Commander, come out and take a look. Deputy Commander Su is back and has brought back many carts of supplies. Really? Su Fei rubbed his feet. It's right at the gate. It's probably driving in now. The henchman replied. Su Fei and Qin Tian immediately ran wildly to the window. And sure enough, they saw that a truck was driving into the gate in an orderly manner, heading directly towards the direction of logistics. 10, 11, 12. Su Fei counted from one car to the next, the smile on his face growing bigger and bigger. Good boy, really brought me back something good. Su Fei laughed happily. I really didn't look at him wrong. This kid is my lucky general. Ha ha ha. He was the one who said that he was pitched by Su Chen 2 days ago, and who was slapping the table and cursing his mother. And now you're a blessing? Go! Su Fei couldn't wait to turn around. Go down and see what goodies this kid has brought us. A group of people flew to the logistics, only to see that the door has been parked a lot of cars, behind the successive number of cars to drive over. Su Fei carried his hands behind his back and smiled as if he was inspecting the troops. Brigade Commander. Su Chen ran over and saluted. Deputy Regimental Commander of the 1st Regiment. Su Chen, pins his leave to you. Su Fei nodded with a smile. Isn't there still 2 days left? Come back after the break. There's no rush anyway. Qin Tian rolled his eyes. 2 days ago you were screaming and shouting for Su-chen to hurry back. Now there's no rush? Why does this change so fast like a dog's face? Su-chen smiled and said, 4 days is enough. There's no need to stay out more. After all, it's going to be a maneuver. It's better for me to rush back. Su-tian nodded his head in satisfaction, then pointed at the car. These are all the ones you brought back? Su-chen nodded his head vigorously. Right, I promised to find you money back, so I definitely had to fulfill it. However, I exchanged it all for supplies. It doesn't matter. Su-fei laughed out loud. With these things, our funding can be used elsewhere. Ha ha ha, you kid really helped me a lot. I just told the deputy brigade commander that you kid is our mainstay. Qin Tian almost vomited blood. You're changing your face so fast. You've gone from being a blessing to a mainstay in 1 minute? Wait a minute. Are you going to say he's our linchpin? The brigade commander is too kind. Su-chen had a straight face. I'm also a member of the 1st Brigade, and I always treat this place as my home. It's only right to do all this. Well said. Su-fei said to Qin Tian. Here, this is something only a sea defender can be so impartial. Put, you can't stand it anymore. Come, let me see what goodies have been brought back. Su-fei immediately headed towards the truck, but Su-chen stopped him. Brigadier, there's something that I have to ask for your special approval. Su-fei was now in a good mood, smiling and nodding. Say it, I'll definitely keep your matter in mind. Su-chen turned around and beckoned. Yun Yang immediately flew over with his 2 dogs. Quickly salute and call out to the brigade commander. Brigade. Good day, brigade commander. Yun Yang shyly gave a crooked salute. Su-fei was confused. Su-chen. This, Su-chen said with a straight face. Brigadier, the situation is like this. This young man is called Yun Yang and is good at training dogs. He pointed at Big Yellow and Old Black and said, these 2 dogs were trained by him to be very spiritual. I've carefully observed them. They are even stronger than our military dogs. Originally, I wanted to ask him for 2 dogs, but these 2 dogs only listened to him. So, I brought him back. Qin Tian looked at him in shock. Su-chen, are you trying to get the brigade commander to grant him special permission to enlist? Su-chen nodded. I know that the procedure won't work. However, he has special abilities, and we're going to have an exercise soon. With him and these 2 dogs, it will help us a lot. So, I'm requesting the leader for special authorization. Su-fei and Qin Tian looked at each other. Old Qin, what do you think? Qin Tian sighed. In principle, it really doesn't work. However, Xiao Su also said that special authorization is granted for special matters. Su-fei smiled. Just as I thought. There are very few special talents like this, and I believe in Xiao Su's vision. Alright, Su-fei nodded his head. Then stay under you and hang a rank of private for now. If this maneuver is good, then stay and I'll personally fight for it with my superiors. Thank you, Brigadier. Su-chen saluted vigorously. Su-fei couldn't wait and turned around to rush towards the truck. Let's see what's in store. He lifted the tarp and a smile froze on his face. Dirt, potatoes, a load of potatoes? The driver next to him laughed. Leader, it's not 1 car, it's 9. The corners of Su-fei's mouth twitched viciously, and he immediately went to lift the other tarps. Sure enough, there were 9 carts in a row, all of them potatoes. When he reached the 10th car, he mentally prayed as he lifted it, but the last bit of the smile was gone, and it was actually a load of corn. Su-chen, Su-fei was cold. You're not going to tell me that all of the back is corn, are you? Su-chen hurried over. Of course not. Su-fei was finally relieved. It's 11 wagons of corn. Su-fei almost didn't fall down when he heard the numbers. Asshole, this is the supplies you brought me back? Su-fei cursed in anger. 9 carts of potatoes, 11 carts of corn. Are you planning to make us all switch to potatoes and corn in the future? Su-chen said seriously. Brigadier, you're mistaken. There are still 6 carloads of sheep in the back. Su-fei immediately revealed a smile. I told you, your kid won't be that indebted. Light bring back potato corn, then we collectively have to be monks. Ha ha ha. However, it hasn't been paid yet. Su-chen laughed. Please settle the money with them. Su-fei's legs went limp and he almost fell to his knees. What the did you say? Su-fei glared at him fiercely. You brought it back and you didn't settle for it? Precisely. Su-chen was serious. I ended up with the money for the corn and potatoes, plus a cart of mutton. With 5 carts left, I have no money left. What are you buying without money? Su-fei roared. Drag them all back. It can't be dragged back. Su-chen laughed. It's already killed, so we'll just have to take it. Su-fei's eyes went straight to gold stars, pointing at Su-chen and shouting under his breath. Bastard. You're the scourge of our brigade. Suddenly, he blacked out and fainted directly. Su-chen was so scared that he hurriedly held him. Come on people. The brigadier general can't make it. Quick help ah. Chapter 97, This is our secret weapon. In the brigade commander's office, Qin Tian kept fanning Su-fei. Su Fei leaned back on the sofa and stared at Su Chen as if he was staring back dead in the face. Su Chen smiled and said, "Brigadier, the old folks are still waiting. If you're well, hurry up and approve the note." Su Fei's eyes rolled white, and he almost went back to his back again. Su Chen rushed over and pinched the middle of the human body. "Brigadier, you can't faint now. First settle the money before you faint. Get lost." Su Fei exploded in anger. Angrily, he pointed at Su Chen. You broomstar, didn't bring me any money back, and you made me pay for it. You kid has to bankrupt our brigade." Su Chen seriously said, "Brigadier, if you want to say that, it's not in good conscience. I've brought back so many carts of stuff, all bought with real money." Su Fei stood up in anger. "What did you bring back? Potatoes and corn? Do you think we're chickens or rabbits? So much to eat until the year of the monkey?" Su Chen seriously said, "Brigade commander, I am doing this entirely for the good of our brigade. Think about it, with the maneuvers coming up soon, it's inevitable that the large troop will have to run long distances, in order to compete with the enemy for time. It will definitely be too late to open pots and pans for cooking. Then that's when corn and potatoes come into play. We can make dry rations and everyone can have a bite when they're hungry on the march. It's another starch and vitamin boost, and there's quite a bit of good fat and protein." Su Fei's mouth twisted in anger. You're really a big smart ass. Keeping you in our brigade is a real condescension." "Thank you, Brigadier, for the compliment." Su Chen smiled a harmless smile. Su Fei stormed, "You mother ***** think I'm complimenting you, asshole." "Brigadier." Su Chen got serious again. "Thinking back then, our forefathers were lying in snow and ice, and it was amazing to have a bite of potato. We are now simulating a war. It should be conducted in the most brutal way." "What? Now we are not as good as our forefathers? Must we have big fish and meat to fight a war?" Su Fei felt like he couldn't do it anymore. Su Chen's crooked reasoning made him unable to refute it. He would be forgetting the traditions of his forefathers if he refuted it. Qin Tian coughed. "Xiao Su, it's not that I'm talking about you. You did go overboard this time." Su Fei sat down on his butt. Talk about him properly." Qin Tian stared at Su Chen. "Why do you think you bought so many things back at once? Don't you know we're strapped for cash?" Su Chen smiled lightly. "Deputy Brigadier, I won't explain, but I can assure you that for every penny spent today, at the end of the maneuver, you will all feel that it was well worth it. At that time, just don't praise me. I compliment your grandma." Su Fei pointed at the door. Get lost right now. I don't want to see you for a second." "Yes." Su Chen saluted and honestly walked out. Piss me off. Su Fei walked around the office. "This loser thing, what kind of sins did I create in my past life that I have to run into him in this life to atone for my sins?" Qin Tian laughed bitterly. "Old Su, you even said before that he's our brigade's god's pin. Fix his grandma." Su Fei cursed in anger. "He's the scourge of our brigade. If it wasn't for the start of the maneuvers, I would have locked him up for a week." "Lock him up for a week? No, a month. This boy should be isolated from the world." Qin Tian sighed. "Alright, it's useless to talk about this now. The old folks outside are still waiting. What should we do?" "What to do?" Su Fei gasped and slammed his fist on the table. "Pay the money and let people go." 2 days later in the morning, the supplies ordered by Su Chen were delivered on time. Xiao Jin also brought along instructions and charging equipment, plus a portion of battery backup. Su Chen was full of joy and went back to the regiment with a load of supplies. He picked up a drone and looked it back and forth to understand the principle. In his previous life, he had bought 2 drones, so he was familiar with the operation of the thing. Although the ones Xiao Jin brought this time were not advanced enough, they were sufficient for the current maneuvers. "Deputy Chief, we're back." In the afternoon, several people from Japing rushed to him in a windy manner. "Just met a few people who saluted together." Su Chen looked at them smilingly. "Yo, each and every one of you has become a mud monkey? It seems that the effect of the training over the past few days was good." Jia Peng nodded excitedly. "I didn't let you down. The whole battalion and the scouting company work very well together and have met your requirements." Wan Rang smiled and said, "Deputy Chief, even though you've been away for the past few days, we've been offering your picture in various cars, worshipping you in the morning and at night. Everyone is in high spirits." Tong Liwen said, "Let's get your picture out during roll call too. People get hot when they see you." The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. These people were worshipping themselves? "By the way, Deputy Chief, we just passed by the logistics and heard them all cursing you. What's going on?" Zhou Zhang asked curiously. Su Chen was embarrassed. "The logistics guys are now working overtime peeling potatoes and breaking corn. One looks like a dopey old bear. I'll be damned if I don't call him out on it." "Those aren't important." Su Chen beckoned. "Come, I'll show you something good." The crowd looked curious. "What's the good stuff?" Su Chen pulled back a curtain with a mysterious face. and all the drones and communication equipment immediately came into view. What the hell is this? Wan Rang opened his mouth wide. It looks like an airplane. Ma Xian stroked his chin. A toy airplane. What toy airplanes? Su Chen said in a nonchalant manner. These are called drones. Drones? The crowd all opened their mouths in shock. Deputy Chief, we've read a lot. Don't lie to us. That's right. Drones we know. Zhou Zhang said. We have one at our command. That guy is huge. Is this thing the grandson of a drone? What do you guys know? Su Chen glared at them in a bad mood. Don't look at it as small, but if you use your skills well, it will still make you feel good. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief and finally shook their heads together. We still can't see what it does. Su Chen sighed. Being uneducated was terrible. The knowledge of modern warfare still needs to be popularized more. He coughed and picked up a drone. The most important part of your pack tactics is communication links and super long-range observation of the enemy. Our opponents have a lot of tech support, but we don't. This is the thing that will help us with that. He quickly went over the idea of drone warfare in general. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even though they had heard it all, they still couldn't believe that such a small contraption could solve such an important problem. Su Chen looked at their confused faces and simply didn't bother to say much. Okay, you guys don't need to understand much more. Just learn how to use it first. Su Chen smiled and said, the maneuvers will start soon, and I guarantee that you guys will fall in love with it. This is our secret weapon. Chapter 98, the powder keg explodes before it even starts. Half a month flew by. That morning, inside a combat command in the north, a Chinese bus slowly pulled up in front of the building. One by one, officers with general stars stepped out of the car and greeted each other before hurrying towards the conference room. It didn't take long for the small conference room to fill up. Su Fei and Xin Tian sat alone on one side, looking weak and helpless compared to the large group of people next to them. Everyone's here, right? A lieutenant general stood up. Report, all blue and red commanders have arrived, as have all the directorate raiders. An officer saluted. The lieutenant general nodded and said to everyone with a smile, introducing myself, I'm Luo Bing, the deputy director of the operations department at headquarters, and the chief director of this exercise. He looked to Su Fei, and then to the people on the red side. This exercise is of great significance, not only to test whether the newly formed 27th and 29th Brigades have formed combat power, but also to test whether the Blue Army, which headquarters has made every effort to build, has qualified as a millstone for the whole army. Su Fei and Xin Tian immediately sat up straight. The two Red Brigade commanders on the other side looked toward them and straightened up as well. Luo Bing continued. Nowadays, the whole world, except for Sam who is fighting wars all over the place, the troops are always in combat. The rest of the countries have created their full training operating bases, specializing in practical combat to enhance the combat power of their troops for the war that may come at any time. Luo Bing said, in this area, we started late, with poor technology and lack of experience. As you are all well aware, we haven't had any real combat for decades, and this generation of soldiers to officers lack battlefield experience. How can we win the war when it comes, and how can we defend our country and people? This is a step that all of our officers and soldiers must go through. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how much it costs, we must take this step in a practical and complete manner. A light bloomed in the eyes of those present. Soldiers, they are made to protect their families and their country. This is their mission and their duty. If they can't even fight well, then they don't deserve to wear the uniform. Luo Bing coughed. Alright, without further ado, I believe that both red and blue have made ample preparations in these past few months. Next, I announced the rules of the maneuver. Everyone immediately sat upright and had their notebooks ready at the same time. First, Luo Bing said, Red's battle mission, eliminate the Blue Army's living forces and occupy 300 kilometers of land and command headquarters under the Blue Army's control. If the Blue Army loses 2/3 of its forces, the red side is judged victorious. Secondly, the Blue Army has the primary combat mission of intercepting the red side and eliminating their vital forces. If the red side loses 2/3 of its forces, or is driven out of the blue side's control area, the Blue Army is judged victorious. Third, Luo Bing said in a loud voice, once there is a firefight, everything will be executed according to the rules of the battlefield. On either side, there will be no special treatment and no external assistance. Is that clear? Yes. Su Fei and the others roared. Luo Bing nodded. The director's department will move into the grassland this evening to observe the entire maneuver and give a ruling. The maneuvers officially begin at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Luo Bing said, the Blue Army stays in camp. The red side must start transporting troops from here, simulating war scenarios throughout. He stood up. In a real war, there aren't really that many rules. Take out your skills and show the country and the people whether you have the strength to defend your country or not. Yes. Everyone quickly stood up. In addition, Luo Bing said, this exercise is tied to your funding. If the red side wins, all the funding you applied for this year will be approved. The two brigade commanders on the red side became excited. If the blues win, Luo Bing said in a cold voice, half of red's funding will be allocated to the blues. What? The two brigade commanders were instantly confused. If you lose the fight, you lose the fight. Why would you give their money to the blues? Isn't this a real money grab? Leader. The leaders of the two brigades stood up. Luo Bing waved his hand and smiled. No need to say anything, this is a headquarters decision. He rushed to all of them and said, the Blue Army was established to exist as a millstone for the whole army. Their source of funding, except for a portion, is given by the headquarters. For the rest, it's all up to all of you to help out. Su Fei and Qin Tian smiled faintly, while the rest of them were speechless. Luo Bing continued. In short, to put it bluntly, if you can fight and fight well, the headquarters is naturally willing to give it to you. But if you guys don't play well enough for the blues to find fault with you, then you'll go back and correct the faults and apply for funding the following year. As for the others, the blues, Luo Bing smiled. The harder they hit you guys, the more they find fault with you, the more funding they get. At this moment, Luo Bing had undoubtedly ignited a powder keg. It's not just about honor anymore, it's about vital money. You can't do anything without money. Weapons cannot be replaced and updated, and even the maintenance of existing equipment is stretched to the limit, which is a neck-snapping matter. For a while, the conference room was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Before the fight has even started, both sides are already at swords drawn. Luo Bing smiled slightly. This was the effect he and the headquarters wanted. The more energy you hold back, the more power you have, and when you fight, the harder you fight. The meeting ended and Su Fei and Qin Tian ran out quickly. Brigadier Su. A voice came and Su Fei and Qin Tian stopped at the same time, only to see the two brigade commanders of the red side smilingly approaching. What's the matter? Hurry back and get ready? It's not a good idea to make a hasty last-minute effort. Su Fei looked at them coldly. There's no need. We've been preparing for 3 months in order to wait for you. Entering the grassland, it's our territory, so you'd better fend for yourselves. The two men laughed out loud. 2 against 1. Brigadier Su is quite confident. Su Fei proudly said, we are the first brigade in the world, the dragon's teeth. All other troops are just dirt and dogs in our eyes. This confidence, of course we must have it. The eyes of the two brigade commanders iced down. Good, we'll remember your big words. I hope you'll remember it when you're captured alive or shot down by us. Su Fei grunted. You'd better think about how to fight. Sending so much funding at once, if we fight too easily, I'd be too embarrassed to accept it. After saying that, he immediately turned around with Qin Tian and left. Arrogant and bossy. 27th Brigade Commander Lung Hong said disdainfully. Just then, a figure walked over. 2 brigade commanders. Dragon Spike Zhang Bing has come to report for duty. The 2 brigade commanders turned their heads together and immediately revealed smiles. Little Zhang. Don't be polite to us. We still need to rely on you more for this maneuver. Zhang Bing was full of pride. Don't worry. You too. What I brought this time. All of them are the elite of Dragon Spurs. I will lead the men into the grassland first and spearhead for you. Long Hong was surprised. Then, isn't it a violation of the rules of maneuvers? Zhang Bing laughed. What rules of maneuver? Minister Luo said that this is a simulation of a real battle. In a real battle, there are no rules. The 2 brigade commanders smiled at each other. With Dragon Spike as a good helper, they already felt a solid win. Zhang Bing's arrogant appearance surfaced in front of his eyes, and he snorted coldly. Both of you, please rest assured that before you officially go to war, I will help you pull out some unappealing nails. This battle, others for funding and honor. Zhang Bing, it's for honor and Yao Na. In both cases, he would never concede. Chapter 99, is this kid an undercover agent? In the evening, Su Fei and Qin Tian returned to the command headquarters. The 2 men immediately assembled their company officers and above for an emergency meeting. The time of the maneuvers, the rules, I've made them clear. Su Fei pointed at the map and said solemnly, tomorrow morning, as soon as the maneuvers begin, all regiments will immediately run in accordance with the established program. Remember, we are the dragon's teeth, a force as fierce as tigers and as strong as dragons. Su Fei yelled, the base behind us is the territory we have sworn to defend. So for this first battle, we must first defend the enemy from outside the base and give them a kick in the pants. Understand? Yes. Everyone quickly stood up. Fine. Bring it back. Su Fei waved his hand. Tonight, prepare and rest well. Next, it could be several days of sleeplessness. Grab the last of it. Yes. The crowd saluted. Leaving brigade headquarters, the regiments held another small emergency meeting. There is a unified grand deployment within the brigade and a coordinated deployment within the regiment. Later, the battalions and companies will have to hold skeleton meetings as well. After all, if the force wants to function, it ultimately depends on the backbone at the lowest level. The rest of the maneuver will only go well if they know how the troops should fight. Alright, that's all I'm going to say. Wang Changjiang waved his hand at the crowd. You guys go back and speak concisely. Don't delay everyone's break time too much. Yes. Everyone saluted and immediately returned with their notebooks. Chief. Ha? Wang Changjiang turned around and looked at the smiling Su Chen. You have something else? Something's up. Su Chen rubbed his hands together and said, actually, I have a better plan. However, I'm afraid that the brigade commander won't agree. So what about? You want me to talk to the brigade commander? Wang Changjiang asked cheerfully. Su Chen nodded his head vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Changjiang also smiled and nodded. No way. Su Chen's smile disappeared. No, Chief, this is really a good tactic for me. Wang Changjiang waved his hand. The brigade has already unified its combat policy. If you have any suggestions, wait until after this attack. If I go to the brigade commander now, aren't you asking me to get scolded? By the way, you are not allowed to go either, or the brigade commander will still love to scold me. Su Chen had a helpless face. Originally he thought that he should have gotten his own people inside the brigade pretty good in these 3 months. Wang Changjiang will ironically help. The results were unexpected. He already had his own plan, and if he followed a large group, then his 3 months of training would be useless. He had made a bet with Su Fei, although now he was certain that even if he performed poorly, Su Fei wouldn't let him go. But when the time came, he would inevitably be taunted, and he could already imagine Su Fei's face as he mocked himself. Su Chen's eyes rolled and he immediately had a new idea. Chief, all said no. Wang Changjiang glared at him. You're a big man. Why are you so motherly? Hurry back and mind your 1st Battalion and Scout Company. Su Chen laughed. I have one last thing to confirm. I'll leave after confirming it. Speak. Wang Changjiang looked at him impatiently. Su Chen raised his finger. When the brigade commander made a bet with me, he gave me a certain amount of autonomy in command. You still remember this, right? Wang Changjiang immediately crossed his arms. Hey, your kid is on the verge of war with me to share power? Su Chen hastily waved his hands. No, 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 how could that be possible? I assure you that it will definitely not affect the battle plan of the entire brigade. But I want to have a little bit of autonomy in command, and it might be that much different when the time comes. Wang Changjiang looked at him happily. You kid is trying to make some tricks for the brigade commander to see, right? Su Chen smiled and gave a thumbs up. It's still the headmaster. He saw through me with a single glance 1 inch. Less ass kissing. Wang Changjiang said without a trace of anger. It's good that you want to perform, but we have to make an agreement in advance. You can have a little bit of autonomy in command, but if it affects the entire brigade or our regiment's combat program, I will definitely not forgive you lightly and will immediately take back your rights. Is that clear? Yes. Su Chen saluted hard. Wang Changjiang cheerfully waved his hand. Get lost and hurry to check on the troops. Hey, Su Chen said mysteriously. Don't worry, Chief, this time, I'll definitely give you a big credit. Not long after, Su Chen returned to the 1st Battalion. Jia Pang and the others immediately came up. Deputy Chief, what did the meeting say? Su Chen scanned them. Is everything ready? Alright, Jia Pang nodded his head. As you ordered, we're ready 3 days in advance. We can be outside for the next 9 consecutive days. The sky is as high and far away as we want to spread out. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Good, then act. Remember, everyone go quietly, and don't shoot the guns. Ma Xian had a bitter face. Deputy Commander, did you get the brigade commander's order? If we leave like this, will we be court-martialed? Nonsense. Su Chen had a serious face. I even looked for the headmaster to confirm it, and he promised to give me the right to command. If I didn't have his nod, I could give orders? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But if Wang Changjiang had known what Su Chen was going to do, he probably wouldn't have said what he just said even if he was dead. Let's move. Now we have to fight for every second. Su Chen waved his hand. Depart. Yes. The next morning was early, just after dawn. Su Fei put on his camouflage uniform, grabbed his equipment and headed out. The maneuvers were coming up soon, and while there was still time, he was going to make a final inspection of the entire brigade. This battle, crucial to his military career, was not to be sloppy at all. Brigadier, good day, Brigadier. Soldiers along the way saluted him, each one energized, their eyes full of wariness. Su Fei was very satisfied. He remembered that Su Chen had said something to him. Every fierce battle, in the end, was a contest of courage between people. Only the higher the morale could win the final victory. The corners of Su Fei's mouth rose inadvertently. This kid, even though he's quite a pit, but sometimes the words he says are quite useful. He couldn't help but walk into a ball as he thought about it. Good day, Brigadier. The soldiers saluted hard at the sight of him. Su Fei smiled and headed straight for the 1st Battalion. Yesterday, time didn't allow for it, and before the battle today, He wanted to hear what Su Chen had to offer. The kid has always had a lot of ghost ideas that might inspire him in a pinch. Walking into the camp, Su Fei was instantly confused. The barracks of the 1st Battalion and the reconnaissance company were empty. Not to mention human figures, not even a ghost. Where are the people? Where are the people here? Su Fei shouted. Su Chen, get your ass out here. Brigade commander. The platoon leader on duty quickly ran over. Brigadier, what's wrong? What's wrong? Su Fei furiously pointed at the barracks. Where are the people? Hundreds of people. How can they just disappear? The platoon leader opened his mouth wide. They left last night. Gone? Su Fei's eyes glazed over. Gone where? The platoon leader was even more stunned. I don't know. Didn't you let them go? I let them go? The corners of Su Fei's mouth twitched. The maneuvers are about to start, and the battle deployment has gone down. When the hell did I let them go? Go get me Wang Changzheng, quick! Su Fei yelled. Yes. The platoon leader turned and ran in fear. Su Fei crossed his arms and wandered back and forth in front of the barracks. Just now, he had complimented Su Chen for being so nice, and now he was giving himself this show. Su Chen, you! Su Fei clenched his fists tightly. You kid couldn't be an undercover agent sent by the Red Fong, right? Chapter 100, Su Zhi leaks secrets. Su Chen attacks soft underbelly. Bang! Su Fei slapped his hand on the table, and Wang Changjian was startled. Wang Changjian, here! Su Fei stared at him dead in the face. Who the hell told you to give him command? You! Wang Changjian laughed awkwardly. Me? Su Fei pointed at himself. When did I say I gave him privileges? Wang Changjian laughed. You forgot that you made a bet with him before, saying that he would perform to you at the start of the maneuvers. You promised to give him command, and said that a gentleman's word is a promise. This is not it. He came to me to ask for it. You gave it all. Can I disagree? Wang Changjian let out a big sigh of relief. It is good that he remembers clearly. Otherwise this time, the back of the pot will be sure. Su Fei was dumbfounded at this point, but inside, he was as sad as if countless volcanoes had exploded. At that time, he was just saying it casually, but he would never have imagined that Su Chen would actually be able to pull the team away. Su Fei stammered. Where is he going to pull the team? You'll have to ask him about that. Wang Changjiang scolded. I was also kept in the dark by this little bastard. Su Fei was furious. He has so many armored vehicles and so many people. Who will provide the supplies he needs every day? If it's lying on the road, isn't that giving head to the enemy? This asshole. This. Su Fei wailed in anger. Yes, this. Wang Changjiang nodded in agreement. If he hadn't spoken clearly, he would have definitely been pitted by Su Chen today. Qin Tian coughed. Old Su, time is running out, so let's not pursue this now. I believe that since Xiao Su dared to take someone out, he must have some preparations. It's been so long, and you know that he's capable. Wang Changjiang concurred. Yeah, he's capable. Su Fei exhaled deeply a few times and raised his hand to look at his watch. Time was indeed running out. He turned his head helplessly and walked away. When the maneuvers are over, let's see how I'll clean him up. I'll have to let him know how many eyes the Horse King has. On the boundless grassland, a tank was refueling at a small gas station. Comrade Su. The boss's eyes were almost smiling into slits as he tightly grabbed Su Chen's hand. You really take care of my business. I've been driving for so many years, and this is the first time I've refueled a tank. Even if I don't make any money, I'll have a cow to blow for the rest of my life. Su Chen said with a smile. Boss, we military and civilian family, there is business certainly to take care of. But this oil, the boss quickly said with a straight face. Don't worry, I got it approved from a regular manufacturer. I wouldn't dare to be sloppy with your army stuff. If it breaks, it's going to cost me my head. Su Chen laughed. I believe in the boss's character. Right, take this. He handed a white slip to the boss. This is an IOU. Wait for half a month. You go to our brigade headquarters to settle the bill. I've stamped it and signed it. The boss nodded his head with a smile. Come on. Your troops don't take a needle or a thread from the masses. This strip, then the bank passbook has credibility. Su Chen patted him. Right, along the way. Arranged. The boss gave the okay sign. Then thank you so much. Su Chen laughed. There's one more thing I have to ask of you. The boss directly interrupted him. There's no need for you to order this. From today onwards, this area is the enemy except for you Blue Army. The people of the 7 nearby counties are unified. Su Chen nodded his head happily. Thank the folks for me. With mass support, the area is hundreds of kilometers around all his people. Once Red comes, it's like falling into his net. No matter how powerful they were, they would have to admit defeat. Let's go after refueling. Su Chen jumped into the armored car. Jia Peng walked over with the map. Deputy Chief, we have quite a long road ahead of us. Are you sure the brigade won't pursue this? I'm not sure. Su Chen honestly shook his head. Jia Peng almost didn't spit out blood. You're not sure and you're still taking us on a run? It's a proper court-martial for desertion in the face of battle. Don't worry, old Jia. Su Chen laughed. We've traveled so far anyway. It's too late for you to back out. Even if you go back now, it's still time for a court-martial. It's better to have a painful fight with me. There might be a turnaround. Jia Peng was crying as he listened. Deputy Chief, how many old people's homes do you think I had to blow up in my last life to be oohed and awed by you in this life? Time passed by and it was afternoon. A train station about 30 kilometers from the area controlled by the Blues was at the moment crowded and hot. An armored car, tanks and military vehicles were quickly brought off the train. The train station was surrounded by a state of first-degree readiness, with snipers and machine gunners even on the roofs of the houses. 29th Brigade Commander Shang Wenwei curiously asked, Old Lang, I still don't understand why you set the rendezvous point here? It's still 30 kilometers away from the battle zone, and it will consume a lot of fuel and waste a lot of time. Long Hong laughed. Shang Wan, this is something you don't know. Before the war started, I studied the Blue Army. They have an evil head there. Evil head? Shang Wanwei was full of surprise. How evil? Lang Hong said, that kid, he would ambush near the train station, specializing in launching surprise attacks while his opponents have not finished assembling. Lack of virtue. Also, he would encourage the people to give him favors. There was a time before when he asked the people to console him and ended up giving his opponents water with laxatives in it. In the end, he just easily solved people when his opponents all had diarrhea. Asterisk. There's this kind of lackluster with smoking stuff? Shang Wanwei was shocked. The Blue Army really absorbs all kinds of goods. Lang Hong said, I'm afraid that kid will do the same trick again. That's why I chose the rendezvous point here. Shang Wanwei stared at him. Old Lang, who are you listening to? Is there really such an unethical thing in our army? The intelligence is very reliable. No need to doubt it. Lang Hong was confident. Of course he was confident because this information relayed to him by Suja through his subordinates. Even though he couldn't come in person, there was no way this was the end of the coffin book. Suja must teach this rebellious son a lesson. Not only that, Lang Hong said, we especially need to guard the people. Defense against the people? Shang Wanwei was completely confused. Old Lang, there's no need for that, is there? The military and the people are like fish in water. We and the people are one family. What you're doing here? Lang Hong waved his hand. You're right to listen to me. That kid is unscrupulous. If we are a little negligent, we may have to take a big fall. Funding you do not want it? Shang Wanwei immediately became serious. Yeah, this exercise is a big deal for their funding. Report. A soldier suddenly rushed over. What's wrong? Lang Hong asked. There are a lot of people coming outside, saying they've come to console us. The soldier replied. But, without orders, they were all stopped outside. Lang Hong smiled faintly. How about that? Speak of the devil and he's here. This kid, that's all he's got. Shang Wanwei's eyes erupted in anger. This bastard, isn't this specializing in our soft underbelly? So what should we do now? We can't just blow the people away. Lang Hong smiled. Go, I have a way to break him. Chapter 101, Su Chen has a good plan, but I have a ladder to cross the wall. Lang Hong and Shang Wanwei arrived outside the station and immediately saw a sea of people. Ooh, so many people. Lang Hong was full of mockery. Shang Wanwei, on the other hand, was shocked. Old Lang, you're not mistaken, are you? So many people, all invited by Su Chen? There must be thousands of them. It can't be that they're pretending, right? Lang Hong waved his hand. The information I got says that this Su Chen is very shameless. He will use all sorts of means to compel the people, and he even cheated his father out of his coffin capital. These people, 80% of them were tricked by him. 2-0-something, Shang Wanwei huffed. He even cheated his father out of his coffin money. Is this still a human being? Now it's good. His father doesn't even dare to die easily. Lang Hong smiled. Let's go meet these people. The two men walked toward the crowd, and the guards immediately parted a path. Folks, our leader is here. A lieutenant yelled. Quiet down, everyone. Great leader. An old man from Zaga County smiled and extended his hand at the two men. Lang Hong and Shang Wanwei hurriedly shook his hand. Old man, what are you talking about? Lang Hong laughed. Why did you come to us? The old man coughed a few times. Leader, we are all people from the nearby counties. I heard that you guys are here, so I specially came over to sympathize with you. Lang Hong smiled that big smile and turned his head to nod at Shang Wanwei. A hint of mockery appeared in the eyes of both of them, and at this moment, they were already certain that it was Su Chen who was up to no good. Lang Hong pretended to be grateful. Old folks, thank you, coming all the way here. It's really too hard on you guys. The old man cheerfully said. It's not hard. It's not hard. You people's sons and daughters of the people train so much every day, and now you have to run to maneuvers. You are the ones who work the hardest. Yes, leader. You protect your country. You're the ones who work the hardest. Long Hong laughed. Thank you folks for your support. Our people's sons and daughters come from the people. We have to defend the people. This is what we should do. The old man took his hand. Leader, we don't have much to give, so we brought some food over. You mustn't mind. Lang Hong didn't wait for him to go on, and hurriedly waved his hand. Old man, I won't hide it from you. Before we came this time, the higher-ups clearly said that the old folks can't drink even one bowl of water. Otherwise, whoever takes it will be disciplined. The old man froze. This serious? Lang Hong nodded his head vigorously. So yeah, please take it back. We can't make a mistake. Shang Wanwei also hurriedly cooperated. Elderly man, we appreciate your feelings, but we really can't take the things. The old man smiled bitterly, but we took it over with great difficulty, and taking it back again is not the style of our prairie people. In this case, we'll jointly write a note, and you'll show it to your leaders at that time. If we don't take it, we'll be angry. Lang Hong gave an ouch in his heart, but he still came with me? Too bad the old man doesn't eat. He smiled bitterly. Old man, the army has its own rules, so please be sure to understand. In this case, when the maneuvers are over, I'll bring my team to give you a hand as a way of making amends. The old man glared at him. What you mean is that you don't need our condolences. Then if you ask for our help in the future, we won't help. Lang Hong laughed. Don't worry, old man. The people's sons and daughters will never trouble the common people. We will overcome it ourselves even if it's difficult. The old man's eyes lit up and he said a bunch more. But whatever he said, Lang Hong is a soldier to stop the water to cover the earth. A move of Taiji to fight down, anyway, is nothing to receive. Leader, you are also hurting us. The people, too much. The old man grunted coldly, looking down on us. Right? Disliking our stuff, right? Well, if something happens in the future, don't beg us either. Everybody go back. It's infuriating. Everyone turned their heads back, and several middle-aged men in the crowd gathered around the old man and whispered, Pops, did we do a good job? We weren't seen, were we? The old man smiled, gave a thumbs up, and whispered, well played, we can deliver with Comrade Su. On the other side, Lang Hong waved his hand toward the people. Go slowly, slow down on the road. Shang Wanwei was a bit hesitant. Old Lang, are we overdoing it? If we really hurt the people, then, Lang Hong waved his hand. Don't you worry. From the information I got, that guy from the Blue Army used this trick last time as well. It's because he was afraid of offending people that troop got hit. So insidious? Shang Wanwei opened his mouth wide. And the people are willing to cooperate? The military and the people are fish in water. Lang Hong laughed. They are the resident troops. The people must be toward them. Moreover, I dare to conclude that these people are definitely mixed with people from the Blue Army. That bastard, using lust to try to put us in our place. But I just don't fall for his tricks. So hurry up and die. And using the old man to threaten us. What can we do to them? Ha 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 ha. Shang Wanwei laughed out loud. Luckily you received the information. Or we might have planted ourselves right after we arrived this time. Lang Hong patted him. Alright, let's move quickly as well. Dragon Spur's people have already entered the war zone and may give us information at any time. Yes, Prairie, Interim Director's Office. Luo Bing smiled and held Suja's hand. Old Sua, you've been idle lately. Why are you always running east and west? What? The war zone is fine? Suja waved his hand. A few vice commanders have taken over the work, so I'm idle. It just so happens that this place is adjacent to our war zone, and I'm coming to study and learn. Next, isn't it my troops that are coming to be tested as well? Luo Bing pointed at him with a bad smile. I see that drunkenness is not what you're after. You're here for your family's second son, aren't you? Don't worry, your family's second boy is excellent, and there's no need for you to come so far to cheer him on. The corner of Suja's eye twitched for no reason. He did come here for Su Chen, only to smoke him. Suja gave a dry laugh. Old Luo, you are the chief director, and I am here to observe. In this case, you're busy. I won't bother. I'll just watch from the side. Luo Bing nodded. Good, but there are things I still need to ask you for advice. So don't be stingy. Okay. Suja nodded with a smile. Seeing that Luo Bing had left, Suja immediately waved to his secretary. Is it done? The secretary nodded but looked embarrassed. Chief, is this really good? Xiao Chen will be in a passive position. I just want him to get passive. Suja said without a trace of anger. He'll use those underhanded ones all day long. Won't the enemy observe and study him? I'm doing this for his own good. Crying now is better than crying in the future. The secretary smiled awkwardly, but he was as clear as a bell in his mind. You're all about revenge. Prairie, in a grassy nook, a head slowly poked out, peered through the binoculars for a moment, and quickly retracted again. Have you contacted the main force? Zheng Bing asked his men with a cold face full of oil. The communicator gave him the headset directly. Contact has been made. Zheng Bing took the headset. Tiger's Den. Tiger's Den. This is Lower Mountain Tiger. This is Lower Mountain Tiger. Please answer if you receive. Tiger's Den received. Downhill Tiger please. Zheng Bing looked cold. The Blue Army Armored Regiment has been spotted. Now reporting coordinates. Please record. Downhill Tigers please speak. Zheng Bing finished reporting the coordinates and said coldly, the Blues have set up a pincer attack, and this armored regiment is right in the middle. You guys can strike immediately and then penetrate through the center. Tiger's Den understands. Tiger's Den understands. Zheng Bing threw his headset to his man, and a lieutenant hurriedly asked, Chief, what do we do now? What for? Zheng Bing coldly grunted, notify all squads to prepare to gather. When the battle starts later, immediately look for the deputy leader of their regiment. I'll let him know that Dragon Spurs is the boss, and they, Dragon Teeth, are nothing. Chapter 102 Dragon Spike was dumbfounded. This can't even be blown up? Shangwan, prepare to attack. Lang Hong excitedly rushed to Shangwan Wei and handed him a copy of the coordinates. Dragon Spike's people sent it back? Shangwan Wei asked. Lang Hong nodded. The Blues gang does have a bit of something. Our reconnaissance planes have determined that they are launching a pincer attack. But we were never expecting that they had hidden half a regiment right in the middle of the pincer attack. Lang Hong turned and pointed at the battle map, his finger landing right in the middle of the Blue Army's attack, right here, hidden in a grassy nook, so well camouflaged that even the scout planes didn't notice. Shangwan Wei looked at it and broke out into a cold sweat. This brigade commander of the Blues is quite a bull, deliberately utilizing a pincer attack to give us the illusion of a general attack. But the real killer is here. If we had fallen for it, this large half of their regiment would have been able to break through the union of our forces and then surround us at will with another Blue regiment for individual annihilation. Lang Hong laughed. Even if they don't intend to do so, as long as this large half of the regiment makes a long drive, they will be able to tear our rear apart. When that happens, we'll lose miserably just as the battle begins. Shangwan Wei nodded his head in admiration. Awesome, awesome. The Blue Army seems to have studied us and knows that although we are split up as a unit, there are actually many areas where we are unable to form a tacit understanding. He wants to use our weaknesses and attack us ruthlessly. Almost let him succeed. Lang Hong said triumphantly, but they never thought that we still have the killer weapon of the dragon spikes, directly observing them at close range. Don't just stand there. Get started. Blast this whole half of the regiment. Shangwan Wei nodded and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to give orders. Meanwhile, near the artillery positions on the red side, a few of the people were picking up mineral water bottles with baskets on their backs. Suddenly, the entire camp was abuzz with countless soldiers hurrying furiously towards the artillery. A few of the people looked at each other, and the crowd immediately formed a circle. A young man took out the phone Su Chen had given him and dialed the only number on it. Hey, Comrade Su, oh yeah, I'm number 20. The young man was full of excitement. Su Chen smiled. Comrade 20, is there anything to report? Yes, there is. The young man immediately got serious. We were picking up mineral water bottles here at the enemy's artillery, and noticed that they were suddenly busy. It looks like they're going to fire in the direction of the steppe. Comrade Su, is this information useful? Very useful. Su Chen nodded. Thank you Comrade 20, please help me continue to observe. Okay. The young man nodded vigorously. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen immediately pulled Su Fei out of his blacklist and then immediately called. But there was a busy signal from across the room. Damn it! Su Chen was anxious. He'd forgotten that everyone gets their phones turned off and their batteries pulled out before the drill starts. Otherwise, it is easy to be locked by the enemy's high-tech equipment. Then the consequences are unimaginable. Su Chen wasn't hesitating and pulled the phone off the battery. Then he shouted to the communications officer, contact the regimental commander. The communicator's mouth opened wide in surprise. Deputy Chief, you don't want to keep silent. Ha, silence my ass, Su Chen said in a bad mood. We've left the exercise area for over 100 kilometers. Those guys on the red side don't have the brains to guess that we're here. Quick, make contact immediately. Yes, the communications soldier didn't dare to hesitate and immediately began contacting the regiment's headquarters. A few seconds later, the communications soldier handed Su Chen his headset. Hello, this is Su Chen. Is the chief there? Su Chen, you still know to show up. Lao Zi was harmed by you. Where is your kid? As soon as Wang Changjiang opened his mouth, he couldn't put the brakes on, and Su Chen hurriedly interrupted. Old Wang, shut up and listen to me now. Wang Changjiang's eyes were glazed over. The old king? Shut up? Who are you talking to? I'm your regimental commander. Su Chen didn't spoil him either, and quickly said, I just received reliable intelligence that the red side is preparing to fire at us. If I'm not wrong, it must be because they found you guys. Wang Changjiang froze. This is impossible. Shut up and listen to me. Su Chen yelled lowly. Wang Changjiang's lungs exploded with anger. Is there such a subordinate in heaven? Su Chen seriously said. Old Wang, head of the regiment, just trust me for once. The red side has sent out special forces, and it's very likely that they've infiltrated your neighborhood. Retreat quickly, or it will be too late. Wang Changjiang roared, this is just your guess. If it's wrong, I accept any disciplinary action. Regimental commander, you know that I never joke about business. Hurry. After saying that, Su Chen ended the call. He sighed deeply as he watched the white clouds brush across the sky. He could only do so much, and as for whether Wang Changjiang believed it or not, it was up to God's will. At this moment, Wang Changjiang's face was gloomy and ugly. The chief of staff asked curiously, Chief, what's wrong with you? Wang Changjiang waved his hand and climbed out of the semi-subterranean bunker, coldly looking around. Chief, what's wrong with you? The chief of staff looked worried. Suddenly, Wang Changjiang turned his head and anxiously shouted, Quickly, order the entire regiment to retreat. Quickly. The entire command was dumbfounded. Captain, you're not kidding, right? Our regiment has an important mission. Retreat now. Wang Changjiang roared. Am I the leader or are you the leaders? Retreat immediately. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Yes. The crowds saluted. Since Wang Changjiang had already said so, he could only obey the order. A few seconds later, the tank hidden in the grassy nook suddenly moved. The entire regiment would have been in a state of first-degree readiness, ready to fight at a moment's notice. So once the order was given, the tanks and armored vehicles immediately rushed out, heading deeper into the grasslands. Zhang Bing, who was in charge of observation a kilometer away, had his entire body confused. What's the situation? Why are they moving? Are we exposed? A henchman asked in surprise. Zhang Bing looked at everyone and immediately shook his head. You think this can be exposed? You guys are beside me. I thought you were grass. How can they tell? Just as the crowd was amazed, a shell whistled down from the sky. Boom boom boom. The place where the Blue Army Regiment was hiding was immediately covered by fire, and a cloud of white smoke rose to the sky. But Wang Changjiang gave the order in time, except for one armored car and 2 trucks that didn't have time to move. All personnel and vehicles have been evacuated beyond the point of fire coverage. Zhang Bing looked dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? How did they know we were going to bomb them? A mastermind? A miraculous plan? On the other side, the men at the regiment's headquarters all opened their mouths in shock. With an unbelievable face, he looked at the place where he had just hidden, and then at Wang Changjiang. Chief, you're a god, the chief of staff said excitedly. Let me guess. Yes, this must be your 6th sense of danger exploding. So you retreated in time, didn't you? I explode your grandma, Wang Changjiang said in a bad mood. It's all thanks to Su Chen, or else we'd all be finished. Deputy chief? Everyone stared in shock. Him? Where is he? How is it thanks to him? Chapter 103. Aren't you playing a little big? What are you waiting for? Retreat quickly, Wang Changjiang yelled. Waiting to be bombed? Yes. Everyone immediately rushed towards the vehicles, and the entire regiment sailed away under the watchful eyes of Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing slammed his fist on the ground in a hurry. He couldn't even chase after them now. With artillery fire blocking off a large area in front of him, it would be suicide for him to rush out now. This group of people. Zhang Bing was so angry that his liver hurt. What was this called? It had taken them a day to find the Blue Army group with great difficulty, only to watch them run away under their noses. Moreover, Zhang Bing knew that Su Chen was in a group. When he thought that this guy actually ran away safe and sound, Zhang Bing got angry in his bones. You run well. I'll let you ash as a bunch sooner or later. Zhang Bing's eyes were full of anger. On the other side, Wang Changjiang sat in the command car, holding a walkie-talkie and yelling desperately. Flying Eagle, please reply when you receive it. I'm Flying Eagle. Su Fei's voice came. Old Wang, what's wrong? Wang Changjiang said anxiously. We've been exposed. The red side has launched carpet bombing on us. What? Su Fei's entire body was greatly shocked. Even his voice trembled. You guys, the whole army was wiped out. That's not true, Wang Changjiang said. We all pulled out. Su Fei was greatly relieved. Old Wang, can't you finish talking at once? Sooner or later, I'll get a heart attack from you guys. By the way, how did you escape from their carpet bombing? Su Fei asked with sudden curiosity. It's Su Chen. Wang Changjiang's face blossomed with joy. Su Chen? Su Fei was even more confused. He's back? No, he informed me by radio. Wang Changjiang laughed out loud. Luckily I believed him. It was so close that we couldn't escape. This kid is simply divine. Su Fei felt his head buzzing. And how did Su Chen know that Red had found a group? How did he know they were going to carpet bomb? In an instant, Su Chen became mysterious in his heart. Su Fei had the illusion of not understanding Su Chen at all. Brigade Commander, Wang Qingjiang said seriously, since we've all been discovered, your offensive is useless. If you continue, it's easy to get into a stalemate with Red. Su Fei nodded. I'll give the order right away. Retreat the entire line and fight according to the second plan. Good. Wang Qingjiang nodded. Then I'll withdraw first. Right. Su Fei said. If Su Chen contacts you again, remember to ask the kid where he is and tell him to come back quickly. Wang Qingjiang laughed bitterly. Brigadier, do you think that kid, with his people out there, will still listen to me? He's got the command you gave him. Su Fei choked. However, he didn't know if he should regret giving Su Chen command now. If we don't give it, maybe now Wang Qingjiang's clump. It's already finished. What? Say that again. Lung Hong glared angrily. All the heavy artillery of our 2 brigades, plus mobilizing 3 bombers from the Air Force. You're telling me just 1 armored car and 2 trucks were bombed? Lung Hong was so angry that he kept slapping the table. Downhill Tiger. Zhang Bing, are you Dragon Spur's mother ***** airs playing with me? Do you know how much ammo I consume? Shang Wanwei yelled into his headset. Downhill Tiger. What are you Dragon Spurs for? Can you even get the intelligence wrong? Zhang Bing was mute and suffering at the moment. I'm sorry you too. Zhang Bing said bitterly, the intelligence is fine. Their people are indeed here. But no one would have thought that they actually suddenly retreated a minute or so before you opened fire. They were so fast that by the time you fired, they had already retreated to safety. Lung Hong and Shang Wanwei looked at each other, and both of them were also filled with shock. Anticipate them firing their guns? What is going on here? Alright, you continue to monitor. We'll be pushing forward with the whole army soon. Lung Hong said. This time, make no mistake. Yes, Zhang Bing nodded. I promise there won't be any more problems. Lung Hong put his headset aside and looked at Shang Wanwei suspiciously. You say, could it be that we're being watched on? Impossible. Shang Wanwei stroked his chin. We did study the Blues. They're still mechanized and have no special forces or air support. There's a small difference between their strength and ours. So what's going on here? Lung Hong stared at him. Shang Wanwei shook his head. The way I see it, 80%. It's because they got lucky. Lung Hong sighed. This is the only explanation. But their luck, it's too damn good. Alright, let's set off as well. Lung Hong took a deep breath. It's appropriate to pursue the enemy. The Blue Army has withdrawn. Let's hurry up and chase after them. Otherwise, if they have a new deployment, we'll have to stalemate again. Good. Shang Wanwei nodded. Soon, all 2 red brigades advanced towards the grasslands and officially entered the area controlled by the Blue Army. And they hadn't noticed that within the area of a few dozen kilometers, countless people were following them from afar as if they were watching. Every movement of the red side was seen by these people. Night crept in, and a station about 200 kilometers from the exercise battlefield. It was brightly lit and crowded inside and out. No one noticed that 3 small drones were circling above their heads at that moment, giving them a full view of the station. 10 minutes later, 3 drones flew back and 3 more took over. The drone that flew back was immediately caught by the soldier, who then removed the card reader on it and plugged it into the military computer. Deputy Chief, look, this batch should all be military rations. Ma Xin pointed at the screen and said excitedly, these are single soldier marching rations. So many, enough for 2 brigades. Wan Rang said, together with the various fresh foods we observed earlier. Deputy Chief, it's safe to assume that this is their logistical warehouse. What a chicken thief. Tong Liwen grunted coldly. By locating the logistics warehouse so far away, even if we break through their defense line and attack the rear, we won't be able to destroy their logistics. These guys are really bad. Zhou Zhan laughed. Even if it's bad, it's not still seen through by our deputy head. They are finished this time. Everyone looked at Su Chen with admiration. Running so far and risking a court-martial. It all seems worth it now. Sub-Commander, give the order. Jia Peng rubbed his hands together. There's not much defense at the station. We can end the battle in half an hour. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. There's no rush. Ha! The crowd was bewildered. We're at the mouth of the cave and you're not going in? Isn't that sad? Su Chen laughed. It's not true that this is a warehouse, but it's just a freight transfer station. He took out the map and pointed to the point on it. If I'm not wrong, the real warehouse is here. After eliminating this place, we can really snap their necks. Everyone with a shocked face opened their mouths wide. Asterisk. Deputy head, you play, is not it a little big Chapter 104, leaving early again? There are traitors in our midst. At 11 o'clock at night, the director's office was brightly lit. Inside the huge makeshift tent, a large screen hangs and 2 tables are set up around it. Rows and rows of computers and communication devices were ticking away, and everyone was busy. Suja stood up and stretched. Luo Bing smiled as he handed a cup of coffee. Old Su, if you're sleepy, go rest for a while. You're just here to observe. There's no need to spend time with us. Suja took the coffee. That's true. when we organized exercises in our war zone. I didn't close my eyes for a few days and nights as well. If war comes, people won't spoil us. So yeah, it's better for me to stay in shape at all times. Luo Bing laughed. You're worried about your family's penis, aren't you? The corner of Suja's mouth twitched. Yeah, he did worry about Su Chen. How come this guy hadn't been eliminated yet? It's out of the way, so the old father can taunt him properly. Luo Bing patted him. Don't worry, the Blues have started using the second plan now. Your penis is safe. Suja nodded awkwardly. In his heart he didn't want Su Chen to be safe, otherwise this kid wouldn't be fooling around with himself to death after the exercise. Thinking about that scene, Suja came to be angry in advance. But, Lobing apologized. We might have to give Red some intel. Suja's eyes lit up. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Luo Bing was dumbfounded. You're not going to ask why. Ask what the reason is. Suja had a serious look on his face. Do you still need to ask? The Blues are very familiar with the terrain here, and the Red side won't be able to find them for a while. Coupled with the fact that it's dark, it's very likely that the Blues will launch a surprise attack. That would be meaningless. Luo Bing stared at him. But if I provide information, your family's penis could be in danger. What are you afraid of? Suja said indignantly. Soldiers should be wrapped in horse leather. If he dies, I'm honorable and my ancestors are happy for him. Luo Bing was speechless, thinking that this son would not be born by the old king next door. Right? You're very kind to him. Without further hesitation, he immediately went to get his men to pass on some information to Red. An hour later, a dark shadow ran quickly through the night. Zheng Bing made a forward lunge and his entire body skidded on the grass for several meters before coming to a stop. He took out his thermal imager and scanned over to the front. A dark yellow shadow appeared in the thermal imaging, and Zheng Bing finally had a smile on his face. The news from the director's department is correct. These grandsons actually didn't run far. They are hiding on both sides of us preparing to launch a night attack. Zheng Bing put away the thermal imager and waved at the communications officer. The calm soldier immediately handed him the headset. I'm a downhill tiger. I'm a downhill tiger. Tiger's Den received, please answer. In the Red Command headquarters, Lung Hong took the headset as soon as he could and asked excitedly, is the intelligence reliable? Have you found them? Zheng Bing smiled. The two brigade commanders. The intelligence is correct. There really are people this time. Guess where they are? Where? Lung Hong asked excitedly. It's just to your flank, about 20 kilometers away in a depression. Zheng Bing laughed. If it wasn't for the intelligence, we wouldn't even be paying attention to this place. The Blues are two thieves. They actually used mud from a muddy pond for camouflage. I couldn't even find them with infrared. The thermal imaging is also just a blurry shadow. Long Hong shouted excitedly, cut the crap. Are you sure how many troops they have? At least one regiment. Zhang Bing replied. But which regiment of the Blues? I'm not sure. They seem to be heavily defended. Do you need me to bring someone to do some damage? Don't. Never. Long Hong said with a bit of worry. Don't startle the snakes and let them escape again. You tell me the coordinates, and I'll carry out the bombardment right away. This time, one of the Blues' bladders must be cut off. Okay, you guys take notes. Zheng Bing finished reporting the coordinates and looked deeply into the darkness in front of him. Surname Su, you'd better not die. I'm still ready to you myself. Zheng Bing coldly grunted. Live well and wait for me to you up. Hurry. Shang Wanwei shouted at a few officers. Immediately notify all regiments to immediately adjust their artillery according to these coordinates. In 5 minutes. Fire en masse. Yes. Contact the Air Force and tell them to send planes immediately. Lang Hong said to several other officers. Cover this area. No. Expand it by 10 kilometers and cover it all with bombing. Yes. The two of them arranged it and stood in front of the communication equipment with nervous faces, waiting for Zheng Bing to give them the first briefing. Ding 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 ding. Su Chen's phone rang once more. Since he had left the war zone, he reused the phone. Anyway, he bought this number randomly from a newsstand, so basically it can't be traced back to him. Hey, it's Su Chen, Comrade Su. It's bad. The enemy is drumming up artillery again. I think they're aiming at the southwest side. Got it. Thanks. Su Chen hung up the phone, but then the phone rings again. Su Chen signaled his men to connect Wang Changjiang while picking up the phone. Comrade Su, the enemy have all stopped. So many guns. All aimed at the southwest. They may bomb you. I know. Thank you. Su Chen threw the phone aside and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Chief, do you have an ambush in the western direction? Wang Changjiang was shocked. The brigade commander and the others are right over there. Retreat quickly. Don't delay for a second. Su Chen yelled lowly. They'll fire immediately. Yes. Wang Changjiang did not even think about it this time and immediately consecutively Su Fei. Su Chen took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Zhao Pang and the others. Are you ready? Okay. Everyone nodded, but resistance was evident on their faces. It's all come down to this. What are you afraid of? Su Chen said in a good-natured manner. Jia Peng bitter face, deputy leader, if we really do this, I think 80% is certain to be court-martialed. Stop nagging. Su Chen glared at them. When the sky collapses, there's a taller one to hold it. A few people looked at each other and finally landed on Ma Xin and Wan Rang. Who were the tallest? Asterisk. What are looking at us for? The two men nearly jumped up in fright. Boom boom boom. A large number of artillery shells fell as densely as if they were raindrops. The planes also arrived in time to drop missiles symbolically towards the bottom and then mark the area with signals. Sort of a cover bombing of the area. But Zhang Bing's face was wonderful to the extreme at the moment, watching a large number of blue army vehicles traveling rapidly in another direction, leaving the bombing zone completely behind. Asterisk his ass. Zhang Bing was so angry that he slammed his fist on the ground. What the hell is going on? Do these guys have clairvoyance and smooth ears? Just then, the communications officer handed him his headset. Zhang Bing's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes, but he took it anyway. Downhill Tiger, how's it going? Are they all gone? Long Hong asked nervously. They, Zhang Bing said feebly, they all left a minute before the explosion. This time, not even a single truck was blown up. What? Lang Hong almost didn't sit down on his ass. Are you wrong about the coordinates again? Are we bombing the wrong place? Nonsense. Zhang Bing was also furious. How could we possibly be mistaken about such a trivial matter? I rather suspect that there are not spies and traitors within your ranks. Otherwise, how could it be possible that every time you bombard, they evacuate early? Long Hong's mouth opened wide in shock. He looked around in bewilderment. A traitor? Among us? Chapter 105. You're going to blow this place up? Lang Hong and Shang Wanwei looked at everyone at the command headquarters intently. The crowd, on the other hand, was aggrieved and indignant. Speak up now and I can let it go, Lang Hong said in a deep voice, but if he is uncovered, I will never let him go. Shang Wanwei snapped. Don't hide, you've already been exposed. By identifying yourself now, you are not considered a defector. Hurry up. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, and a captain said, leaders, none of us here have gone out since the beginning, and we have been monitoring each other the whole time. If anyone makes any small moves, they definitely won't be able to escape everyone's eyes. The crowd nodded, and another major said, leader, these are all old brothers here. How could we possibly mutiny? This isn't really a war. Make it sound like our families were captured and then threatened. The crowd nodded again, growing aggravated. Long Hong and Shang Wanwei glanced at each other. Yes, it seems like there's no reason to defect. Shang Wanwei said anxiously, but if no one defected, how did the news leak out? How could the Blues have escaped early both times when we were about to bomb? Long Hong shook his head. I don't know. Shang Wanwei was stifled. Even the director's department has helped us, but we haven't even blown up a single hair on someone else's head. It's so humiliating. The corner of Lang Hong's mouth also twitched, with the intelligence and the special forces helping them scout. He wanted to smack himself twice when the battle turned out to be like this. It's useless to just complain, Lang Hong said in a deep voice. Right now, we can't be led around by the Blues. Shangwan, I've decided to leave them alone for now. Take their base and wait for them to come over to us for a showdown on their own. Good. Shangwan Wei nodded. Instead of going around like a blind cat, why don't we do this? Act. All hands on deck. Long Hong yelled. Target. Blue Army base. Yes. Deep in the grassland, Su Fei took the brigade's direct armored battalion and 2 reconnaissance companies and temporarily hid them in a meadow. Report. Wang Changjian pushed open the tent and walked in. Su Fei and Qin Tian immediately greeted him. Old Wang, how are the other 2 regiments? Wang Changjiang smiled. Both retreated in time. Red didn't take any advantage. That's good. Su Fei exhaled a long breath. Qin Tian frowned. This is our home turf, but the situation is not in our favor. I didn't realize that the red side had special forces to help them. This caught us off guard, and all of our previous programs against them are useless. Su Chen didn't tell Su Fei and the others about the news that Dragon Spike was going to enter the war, although he looked at Zhang Bing with displeasure. Su Chen also had principles, and he wouldn't say anything that shouldn't be said. Su Fei sighed. The higher-ups are really taking care of us, sending 2 brigades and special forces to help. Now the sky and the ground are all theirs, and we've become prairie rats instead, hiding and playing guerrilla everywhere. Wang Changjian laughed. Brigadier, they are no better. They have special forces. We have Su Chen. Up to this point in the fight, even though we ran for a long time, they wasted a lot of ammunition. When you do the math, they lost most of it. Su Fei and Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Right, where the hell is this Su Chen kid? Wang Changjian laughed bitterly. Both of you are making it difficult for me. That Su Chen kid is out of nowhere, sending out a warning message and disappearing. How do I know where he is? Su Fei rubbed his hands. This kid, in the end, How to get the information? Where the hell is he? Chin Tian patted him. Forget it, old Su. Don't think too much. You'll still have a headache if you think too much. Anyway, Su Chen is now our killer. With him around, we can avoid a lot of dangers. Su Fei nodded, his eyes pulsing with wariness. Tonight, the red side definitely won't be idle. Failing to find us, 80% of them will go and attack our base. He scanned the two men. Inform them that the entire brigade will slowly approach the base immediately. Strive to launch a sudden attack after they occupy our base. At that time, their nerves will be the most relaxed and they will not expect us to attack. Yes, the two saluted together. Su Fei exhaled. Su Chen, where the hell is your kid? After fighting for so long, you can't just give me information. Your troops, too, are my trump cards. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the city of Wyoming was quiet. There was hardly a soul on the streets except for the food vendors rushing to the grocery store. Just then, a tank and armored car suddenly roared onto the main road. The steel glinted cold and chilling under the dim streetlights. Speed up! Su Chen rushed to the intercom and said in a cold voice, Zhao Xiaodong, cut the line immediately. Yes. Several cars took the lead and winded up in front of a yard. The guard at the gatehouse opened his eyes in a daze, and the next moment he was shocked. All that was seen was a tank crashing directly towards his gatehouse, and the guard, scared out of his pants, jumped right out of the window. Boom! The tank knocked down the two large iron gates directly, then drove into the yard with the gates pressed against them. The loud noise startled the duty officer in the yard, and the workers who were moving goods in several warehouses were all stunned. For the first time in their lives, they saw tanks coming at them. What's going on? A group of people were so scared that they dropped the goods they were holding and all gathered together. Soon, a dozen tanks filled the compound. A large number of soldiers rushed in from the back, raising their guns and pointing them at everyone. Don't move, surrender and don't kill. Swish, all the workers all raised their hands. Comrade, we're workers, we don't have guns. You're mistaken, aren't you? Su Chen jumped out of the car with a smile. Sorry guys, what about you guys? You're involved in the maneuvers. Therefore, you are now enemy workers. Everyone looked confused. They're just moving freight. How the hell did they become enemies? Hey, what are you guys doing? A middle-aged man in a suit flew over with a dozen security guards. Su Chen looked him up and down. Are you in charge? Right. The man in charge looked him up and down as well. What do you do? Know what this place is? No. Su Chen laughed. If you don't know, I'm not coming. Raise your hands. The person in charge was furious. Comrade, don't look at us dressed like this, but we are also a unit under the army. This is a material reserve warehouse. Whose subordinate are you? Su Chen directly pointed his gun at him, and the person in charge was so scared that he immediately swallowed back his words and honestly raised his hands. Su Chen smiled and said, That's right. The head honcho's mouth straightened. Comrade, you have to consider the consequences of what you're doing. Su Chen waved his hand. Cut the crap. Let me just ask you, are all the supplies you have here going to be shipped to the 27th and 29th Brigades that are on maneuvers? The man in charge nodded. Yeah, how dare you? Know that. Su Chen's gun reached forward a little more, and the person in charge's hand was suddenly raised even straighter. Just talk. Don't move that guy. Su Chen laughed. I am now officially informing you that 27 and 29 are the red side and I am the blue army. In other words, you are from the red side and are my enemies. The person in charge finally understood and cried and laughed. Comrade, your maneuvers go to the grassland. We are here in the rear, not involved in the maneuvers. What are you running here to find us? But we have not a single gun. Seeing that Su Chen's gun was about to come over again, the person in charge immediately shut up honestly. Su Chen laughed. I don't care if you're the rear, as long as you're providing them with supplies, you're the enemy. Alright, everyone move and blow this place up. The man in charge jumped up in shock. Blow up? Blow up? You're gonna blow this place up? Chapter 106, You died with honor and greatness. Reporting to the deputy chief, the bombs have all been installed. Wan Rang ran over to report. Su Chen nodded. Detonate. Yes. Wan Rang turned his head and yelled. Detonate. Boom boom boom. 8 warehouses, all with a muffled thud. Immediately after that, a large amount of white smoke rose up into the sky. Su Chen smiled and stuck a piece of paper on the person in charge's chest. Brother, this means you're already a dead man. From now on, none of you can do anything anymore. The person in charge of the angry eyes spit fire. What the hell is this called? A good reason to become a dead person. Su Chen's men were also putting notes on other workers' chests. It means they've all been killed in action. Comrade, a worker grimaced. So how many days are we going to die? Su Chen shrugged. When the maneuvers are over, you guys can be resurrected. Then we don't work. We don't get paid. Su Chen laughed. Don't worry, you guys belong to paid death. Even if you don't work, you can still get money. If you can't get it, I'll personally go to your leaders and guarantee to pay you. Then it's fine. A group of people laughed incredibly happily. There's money to be taken, so let's just die for a few days. The person in charge was trembling with anger. Comrade, you've caused a big trouble today. Let me tell you, my superiors will definitely not be finished with you. Suchen smiled. Your superior? I guess he's dead at the train station at this moment. Don't worry, he doesn't have time to find me in trouble. The person in charge was angry and speechless, and his heart was as stifled as it needed to be. Let's go. Suchen waved his hand. Quick, to the train station. Yes. All of them yelled and quickly jumped onto the tanks and left. Right. Suchen turned back. This is a drill explosive. The smoke will be gone after a while. It won't cause a fire. So don't worry, you will die without fear. With a grin, he jumped into the tank and rumbled off into the darkness. Asterisk 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 you big man. The person in charge sat down on his butt in anger, his eyes all full of tears. Don't bring such bullying. Put out the fire. Put out the fire. Just then, many of the people living in the neighborhood rushed in with buckets. They were just woken up by the roar of the tanks, and as soon as they opened their eyes, they saw the white smoke rising from the warehouse, which scared them so much that they rushed over to put out the fire, fearing that the fire would become so big that it would burn down their house as well. The person in charge hurriedly stood up to block them. People are mistaken. Mistaken. This is smoke. It won't burn. It's very safe. Everyone froze. Smoke? It won't catch fire? The person in charge barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Yes, 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 yes. It's just a regular cigarette. It won't catch fire 100% of the time. A big man suddenly rushed up. A slap in the face of the person in charge. Beavis and calf stuff. The night is nothing to let what smoke play. Your adult how to teach you. Scared us to death no? I have to sleep at night. The neighborhood has to work tomorrow. The person in charge covered his face, full of eyes or aggrieved. This smoke. Tetsuo mother asterisk 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 her is also not what I put off. Half an hour later, Suchen stood on the tank while people stood in front of him. Everyone, let me make an announcement to you all. Suchen laughed. As for you all, you have been killed honorably. But don't be sad. You died for the sake of transporting supplies for the red side. A worthy death. A great death. The generals on the front line will surely mourn you. Everyone's teeth were itching with anger. You blew up all the ING supplies, and the people on the front line still think well of us? Alright, next please abide by the rules of the maneuver. Suchen shouted. Go into the station honestly and stay there. What the dead people are like, is what you are like. Dead people don't call to ventilate or anything, so be good dead people before anyone finds out about you. Be peaceful and don't swindle. A major from the red side's logistics roared in anger. Hey, you're going a bit overboard here. We're from the red side. We'll admit it, count us out. But most of the people here are workers, and they didn't take part in the maneuvers. Suchen shook his finger at him. No, no, no. If this is a war, all of us will not be spared. Not to mention that they are still helping you to transport the supplies. All of them will be treated according to the enemy. How did you get to be a major? How did you get to be a major? You. The major's eyes erupted in anger. Suchen smiled slightly. Hey, stop scamming the corpse. Can dead people talk? You're setting a bad example of how to be a major, aren't you? The major took a deep breath in exasperation, resisting the urge to lead a revolt. Okay, everyone, hurry up and get in there. Don't let my people get rough. The crowd had no choice but to enter the train station obediently. Sub-commander, all the cars are fueled up, and by the way, we brought enough fuel for the trip back. Jia Peng rushed over. Suchen nodded. Quickly, we need to withdraw immediately. Otherwise, if Red reacts, we're all screwed. Understood. Jia Peng immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Listen up everyone. The wolves are out. Go back to the grassland. We're having dinner. Watching a tank rush into the darkness, Suchen's face was filled with smiles. I'm sorry guys and gals on the red side. Who made you the aggressors? I had to hit you hard. When it was almost dawn, the Blue Army had quietly approached their base from three sides under Su Fei's command. Su Fei stood on the tank, using his night vision binoculars to scrutinize the movements of the camp. But after half a day's looking around, the camp was empty and very quiet all around. He frowned slightly. Where are the people? Why can't we see any of them? He patted the night vision binoculars and reread them again, then anxiously jumped off the tank. It's 80s old. It's impossible to see. Qin Tian mused. The night vision binoculars can't see much, but they can at least make out some outlines. We've been observing for half a day, and we've never found Red's shadow. If my guess is good. Su Fei turned his head violently and said in unison with him. It's a trap. Qin Tian said in a cold voice. This time, the red side is equipped with a camouflage net just developed by our military industry department, and our night vision binoculars can't discern it at all. Besides, the grass around the camp is full of grassy nooks and crannies. any one of which could hide 4 or 5 tanks. Su Fei slammed his fist on the tank. Then there's no other way. Order the artillery of all regiments to prepare and cover bombard the left side of the camp first. Qin Tian was alarmed. Old Su, don't be impulsive. They must be spread out very widely. Even if we cover bombardment, we won't be able to destroy a few of their tanks. Moreover, once we open fire, we immediately expose our position. They can immediately call for air support and then match it with ground forces. Then our losses will definitely be even worse. Su Fei's eyes were red with anger. The old home is occupied by others. We can't do anything. This battle is really suffocating. Qin Tian patted him. I think it's better if we send out 2 regiments in charge through the left side of the camp with superior force. Eliminate as many of them as we can. If they send someone to chase after them, the rest of our regiments will be able to attack with ease. After repelling them, immediately rejoin the larger force. As long as we run fast and stay hidden, there's no fear of their air support. Su Fei's eyes rolled. This was the only option now. Okay, then. He was just about to agree when the communications soldier suddenly ran over. Brigade Commander, Deputy Commander Su is looking for you. It's urgent. What? Su Fei's eyes instantly lit up. This kid finally showed up. Chapter 107. This isn't a fire in the backyard. It's digging our ancestral graves. Su Fei quickly picked up his headset, but before speaking, he deliberately restrained his emotions again. Su Chen, you asshole finally showed up. The moment Su Fei opened his mouth, he said in a nationalistic tone, where the hell have you been? Do you believe I'll put you in solitary confinement? Qin Tian, who was on the side, rolled his eyes. Obviously Su Chen want to die. It is not easy to contact. Have to be so heartless? Hey, old man. Qin Tian shook his head. Brigade Commander, Su Chen said smilingly, the matter of confinement will be discussed later. For now, listen to me first. Su Fei froze, instantly having the illusion of being walloped by Su Chen and unable to speak. Are you guys outside the camp right now, thinking about how to attack Red? Su Fei hastily and subconsciously looked around, then asked in a low voice, how did you know? Su Chen laughed. Don't ask so many questions. Now hurry up and order the large troops to turn around and attack their rear with full force. Su Fei's mouth opened wide in shock. Attacking their rear? Do you think they are preparing nothing and just waltzing over? They left a regiment in their rear and have constructed fortified positions. Even if we fight through with 1 brigade, without waiting to annihilate them, their large forces will turn around and close us in. That was before. Su Chen smiled and said, but it's not what it used to be. As long as you guys go and fight hard, the red side won't take 5 days. We don't even need to make a move. They'll be finished. Su Fei's entire body was dumbfounded. What kind of tactic is this? Brigadier, time is running out. Su Chen said in a deep voice. If you trust me, go immediately. If it costs us anything, you can punish me however you want. I won't even complain if I'm removed from my post. With words having been said, Su Fei already had a decision. He nodded. Okay, I'll believe you kid for once, but when will you kid be back? Su Chen laughed. I still have some things to pack up personally. When you're done packing, come back and report at the first opportunity. When he finished, he simply hung up. Su Fei fed a few times, and there were all rustling sounds over there. Brat, dare to hang up first. Su Fei threw his headset aside without any good humor, but his face was full of smiles. Old Su, what's the situation? Qin Tian asked curiously. Su Fei grinned at him. Order the troops, all gather, then turn around. Turn around? Qin Tian was also confused. Then, this, here, whatever, Su Fei said confidently. If they hit our base, let's go hit their lair as well. We just won't be led by the nose by them. Depart. An hour later, inside the director's office. The pre-dawn hours are when one is most sleepy. Everyone was drowsy, and Sudhep was already leaning back on the couch and snoring. Luo Bing, however, had his hands propped up on the table, his eyes staring at the screen with question marks written all over his face. What are the Blues up to? How come when they get to the doorstep, they all run away again? A staff officer next to him shook his head. I can't see it. The Blue Army has been sneaking around for so long. Isn't it to catch the red side off guard? I thought there was a big battle, but I didn't realize that the raw rice was almost ripe and they actually went soft early. Luo Bing stood up straight, holding his hands and shaking his head straight. Can't read it at all. Report. An officer suddenly rushed over in a hurry. Chief Director, something big has happened. Luo Bing looked at him in surprise. What's the situation? The officer said anxiously. Just now, we received a message from Huai Ren's side. The Blue Army attacked Red's material staging area there, and blew up Red's logistical reserve warehouse. What? Luo Bing was so scared that she took 2 steps back. Huai Ren. It's over 200 kilometers from the battlefield. Did the Blues fly there? He turned and rushed over to the map, double-checking the distance. The straight line distance is 220 kilometers, and you actually have to travel 280 kilometers. Luo Bing sucked in a breath of cool air in shock. How the hell did the Blues get over there? Didn't anyone spot them on the road? The officer reported. According to Huai Ren's side, the Blue Army sent dozens of tanks over. They rushed straight into the station and warehouses and took over there in an instant. A tank? Luo Bing felt his brain buzzing. Over 200 kilometers? And it hasn't been discovered? My God! Luo Bing's face was filled with incredulity. The Blues? This is a miracle. Besides, the officer continued, the Blues blew up the railroad and train station and damaged the highway. If it's going to be repaired, it'll take at least half a month. They won't really blow up, will they? Luo Bing shivered in fear. If this blows up, he'll have to go to court. No, the officer shook his head. Just calibrated with drill explosives. That's good. That's good. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. His head covered in cold sweat. Leader, a staff officer frowned. If this happens, the red side is equal to cutting off all logistics. In half a month, they won't have any supplies unless airdropped. Luo Bing froze, and in an instant, the entire person came to a realization. I see. I know why the Blue Army suddenly turned around. Luo Bing said, they are trying to knock all the last bit of supplies out of the red side, and for the next half a month, let the red side starve and die of thirst. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The tactic is really poisonous enough. It doesn't take much energy or ammo to slowly let you starve to death and die of thirst, so that you run out of ammo, and in the end, people can easily harvest you. This would have suffocated anyone who came to the red position. This poisonous plan. What kind of person came up with it? A staff officer said heartily. It's too lacking, Luo Bing said in a deep voice. Go, pass some air to red. The crowd was shocked. Leader, shouldn't our directing department stay out of it? Luo Bing smiled. Don't forget that the Blue Army hasn't been formally established yet. In this battle, we must put them under the greatest pressure in order to test whether they are worthy of the title of grinding stone for the entire army. If we let them win so smoothly, how can we see their full strength? There are so many aces in the country, much more powerful than the 27th and 29th Brigades. The crowd was speechless. You're righteously punking the Blues. What are you waiting for? Go, Luo Bing said, but you can only reveal a little bit. The movements of the Blues must never be said. Yes, Luo Bing clasped his hands and smiled slightly. Su Fei, how much more can you kid do? Use it all. The more you guys can go up against the odds, the more funding you'll have in the future. Suja was woken up at this time and asked in a daze. Old Luo, what's wrong? The Blues were destroyed? Luo Bing laughed bitterly. Extinguished? Old Su, you really know how to joke. Your son, I guess he's going to follow the Blue Army to get credit this time. Oh, Suja nodded, but then his eyes widened. Merit? Damn it, he's been screwing Suchen so much, and this kid can still take credit for it? In the Blue Army camp, Long Hong and Shang Wanwei hid in a barracks building, coldly observing the surroundings. Old Lang, it's dawn. Shang Wanwei looked puzzled. Those guys from the Blue Army, they won't not come over, right? Long Hong was also a bit confused. According to reason, it won't be the maneuvers have been going on for 2 days, and none of us have taken advantage of it. Now that their old home is occupied by us, there shouldn't be no action. Shang Wanwei had a contemplative look on his face. I reckon that they are competing with us for patience. It's up to whoever can't resist moving first will become the target of the other side. Long Hong smiled faintly. They would be foolish to do so. The Dragon Spurs will be arriving soon, and will soon be able to determine their location. If they don't move, they'll all become our living targets. Shang Wanwei laughed. I hope my guess is right and we can hit them hard at once. The Blues have too many hearts and minds. We must fight quickly and not drag it out. Lung Hong was just about to nod his head when a shout suddenly came from behind him. Leader! The two men were taken aback. What the? Don't you know you're hiding? The henchman cried out. The directorate just got word that all of our logistics have been terminated by the Blues. What? Shang Wanwei was shocked. What about my 2nd regiment? How come they didn't send a message? No, you have misunderstood. The henchman said. It's the Wyvern side, our big rear. All the supplies, all bombed by the Blues. We'll be without supplies for at least half a month next. What? The two men sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. This is no longer a backyard fire. This is digging up their ancestral graves. Chapter 108 Black and Yellow Twin Fury Attacks. Lang Hong immediately rushed to the communication soldier. Quickly contact the directorate for me. I want to ascertain the situation. Brigade Commander, the reporting officer shouted. The directorate has said that they can only give us a rough idea of the situation. The rest is for you to judge for yourself. Long Hong froze, and the communications soldier asked curiously, Brigadier, do we still need to make contact? Lang Hong waved his hand and asked the officer, what else did the directorate say? The officer immediately said, The directorate said that the Blues destroyed the railroads and roads. Even if the supplies are transported to the staging area, the roads will still have to be repaired. In addition, the maneuver units are already set and it's impossible to send us additional transportation units. The corners of Lang Hong's and Shang Wanwei's eyes twitched. It's missing the great virtue. They're a mixed armored brigade. Blow up their logistics, and in less than 2 days, all the armor will be on its back. By then, they'll be back to infantry status. And a reminder from the directorate. The officer continued. Let's be careful and watch out. We're running low on supplies. These words enlightened Lang Hong and Shang Wanwei. Why don't you say it earlier? Lang Hong glared at him in exasperation. Then he looked at Shang Wanwei. The Blues are delayed. It's not that they're waiting. They must have gone to attack our big rear. Shang Wanwei's face changed drastically. Right now we're counting on that little bit of supplies. If it's gone as well, then we'll really be out of business. Quick, hurry back, Lang Hong shouted. By the way, contact your 2nd Regiment. If the Blues go, contact the Air Force immediately, and make sure to delay until we get back. Yes. A few moments later, the entire red side moved all together. The tanks and armored vehicles that had been ambushed around the camp whistled out of their haylofts and raced thousands of miles toward their great rear. At the same time, Zheng Bing also received Lang Hong's order. Are you kidding me? The big rear has been terminated by the Blue Army? Zheng Bing was furious. What are you guys doing? How can you be so careless? This time, although the Dragon Spurs were here to help, they were at the mercy of Lang Hong and the others. All the supplies, all in one piece. Red supplies are gone, which means theirs are gone too. Next thing you know, they're even short on ammo. That's the big rear. More than 200 kilometers from here. Shang Wanwei shouted without a trace of anger. I didn't think of it. Didn't you think of it too? You're still a special forces soldier with a special operations mindset. You should have warned me. Zheng Bing was speechless with anger. This is the start of dumping? So what now? Zheng Bing asked. Should I rush back to help? No, we've already rushed back. It's useless for you special forces to come. You can't deal with their armored group. Shang Wanwei said. What old Lang and I mean? You guys go find the Blue Army's supplies immediately. Zhang Bing's eyes lit up. Do unto others as they do unto you? Right. Shang Wanwei nodded. We can't be passive. We have to make them passive as well. If it's going to be bad, it's going to be bad for everyone together. Understood. Leave it to me. Zhang Bing nodded. Now that their large force is gone, the rest are just shrimp soldiers. We can handle it. After ending the call, Zheng Bing immediately switched channels. This is Downhill Tiger. Everyone listen up. Spread out and find the Blue Army's logistics base for me. Remember, you have only 6 hours and you must complete your mission. Yes. In the next second, the various special operations teams scattered across the grasslands quickly struck. There was no need for them to hide too much now that the large Blue Army force was far away. All the groups turned on full power and raced towards the depths of the grassland. Good. Thank you, homeboy. Su Chen cheerfully typed. Your mission is over. Hurry back. When the maneuvers are over, I'll treat you guys to a drink. A simple voice came from the other end of the phone. Comrade Su, we can still keep an eye on them all the time. And we'll send you news anytime. No need. Su Chen laughed. Next, just leave it to me. Those people are ghostly. You guys can easily be discovered. And it's easy to scare the snakes that way. Got it. The old folks laughed. Then we'll wait for the show. Su Chen hung up the phone and immediately looked at Yun Yang, who was sitting in the back of the armored car. Yun Yang was also staring at him, his eyes filled with anticipation. Su Chen smiled and came next to him, stroking Old Black's head in passing. Will they work? Yun Yang nodded his head vigorously. Deputy Chief, Old Black and Big Yellow are both good dogs. Our prairie dogs have good stamina. Running 100 kilometers a day is fine. Moreover, their noses are very smart. Weren't those guys 3 or 5 together? As long as the smell is complex, Old Black and Big Yellow will go after them. Good. Su Chen patted him. Whether or not we can wipe out that group, it's up to you. Here, put on the locator. Yes. Wang Hai immediately walked over and put locators on both Old Black and Big Yellow's necks. Su Chen opened the car door, and Yun Yang rushed the 2 dogs to give orders. Without hesitation, Old Black and Big Yellow jumped out of the car and sped towards the meadow. Drones take off. Su Chen ordered with his walkie-talkie. Remember, follow the signal at all times. Change drones every 20 minutes. Don't lose them. Yes. Su Chen sat on the chair with some nervousness. Whether or not he could find this gang of troublesome dragon spurs next, all had to rely on Big Yellow and Old Black. He wasn't sufficiently sure, but against the cunning special forces, it was the only way he had at the moment. Boom boom boom. A volley of shells slammed with precision into the big rear. Thick white smoke rose from all the houses and temporary warehouses. Shang Wanwei's 2nd Regimental commander wailed anxiously from his position. Anti-tank guns, bombard me. Don't let them bomb anymore or we'll lose everything. Captain, the subordinate had a bitter face. The Blues rushed past us at full speed on both sides. We didn't have time to aim. Moreover, they don't hit our position. They only hit our rear. Why don't we charge out? Assholes! The second regimental commander shouted angrily. Who's going to hold the position when they charge out? They'll just kill right through the gap later. Boom boom boom. Just then, a dense muffled sound came from the rear warehouse. The second chief's eyes erupted with fire as he realized that he had been tricked. The Blues deliberately used tanks to draw his attention from both sides of him, but in reality the real killer was the artillery clusters. It's a good thing they're getting covered bombed in the rear. It's over. It's all over now. The second leader sat on his butt on the ground. The last bit of supplies, all gone. We'll have to eat grass. On the other side, Su Fei looked at the smoke rolling in the distance, and his entire body was much more comfortable. Notify all regiments that all will retreat in 3 minutes. Su Fei smiled. We've accomplished our goal. We can't wait for their planes to bombard us. Hurry up and run. Good. Qin Tian nodded with a smile. If it's really like what Su Chen said, the enemy army is completely ruined. Su Fei couldn't stop smiling, his mind all filled with Su Chen's figure. This kid deserves to be our C-pin. Not again. Qin Tian rolled his eyes. Su Chen's identity is 1,000 different things in your mind. Chapter 109, we got ed by a dog? An hour later, all of Red's brigade returned, but seeing the camp, which had been blown into ruins, Long Hong and Shangguan Wei all despaired. The last bit of supplies. And now it's gone. How are they going to fight next? Not only are the men out of food, the armor is out of fuel. Leader, the second leader stifled a salute at them. It was my poor defense. I request that I be disciplined. Lang Hong felt his heart ache, holding the tank and waving his hand. Forget it, they came prepared. Do not attack, and do not spend hard with you, just hit our logistics. Anyone else would have gotten this result. Shangguan Wei angrily asked his men, have our planes caught up with the Blues? How many have bombed? The henchman hesitantly said, they ran too fast. Our planes bombed 7 of their tanks and 3 armored vehicles. What's the point of this? Shangguan Wei shouted in exasperation. They just sacrificed an armored company for our last supplies. We lost a lot of money on this deal. Lang Hong patted him. Shangguan, don't be angry. This time it was our carelessness. Who would have thought that the Blue Army would be so lacking in virtue that they would actually run more than 200 kilometers to bomb our rear? Shangguan Wei spun around in place in anger. This tactic is too dirty. Are they breaking the rules? Running outside the war zone to beat us? That's cheating. What rules are being violated? Lang Hong laughed bitterly. The general director has long said that there are no rules in war. To say that we violated the rules, we put the logistics in Huairun. That's us violating the rules in the first place. Grandpa, Shangguan Wei's face was stifled. So we've suffered a dumb loss? Lang Hong closed his eyes. Now, we can only hold on to this place and wait for the logistics to be sent up. As long as we can hold out, we still have a chance to bounce back. After all, 2 brigades against 1. The advantage is mine. Shangguan Wei sighed. This is the only way. I hope the Dragon Spurs guys can come back with some good news. Blow up the logistics of the mother ******** ing Blues and everyone will at least be out of supplies. It shouldn't be a problem. Lang Hong had an extra glimmer of hope in his eyes. The Blues came to us with an empty rear defense. Dragon Spurs, that's what they do. Run, faster. On the grassland, a team of Dragon Spikes was running wildly with all their strength. Every now and then the crowd turned around. A dark shadow not far behind them. Team leader, aren't you being oversensitive? A team member panted. It's just a dog, not a wolf. What are we afraid of? The leader of the group frowned. Have you ever seen a dog that followed someone for 5 miles? I suspect this dog is a Blue Army. A spy dog. Team leader, are you kidding? A few others were all smiling bitterly. This is a dog from a herder's house. Where is a military dog? It's not right anyway. The leader of the group grunted coldly. Listen to me right. Run. The 5 men were frantically barreling forward with their heads down. And they didn't realize it. Higher up, a drone was always flying after them. 5 kilometers away, Su Chen's troops were chasing after him with the wind. In the car, Su Chen watched the drone footage. On the screen, 5 soldiers are running wildly with riveting energy. Su Chen smiled faintly. How far is the distance? The soldier on the side immediately replied. According to Old Black's locator, there are still 4 kilometers to go. Good. Su Chen laughed. Speed up and exterminate them. Yes. All the tanks were instantly at full horsepower, roaring in pursuit of the coordinates. Jia Peng smiled and said, Deputy Chief, this drone is really good. While the dogs are looking for people, this thing is determining the target. With a 2-pronged approach, they have nowhere to run. Su Chen laughed. I told you guys would love drones. Love. I'm loving it now. Jia Peng's face turned into a chrysanthemum smile. It didn't take long for a dozen tanks to catch up with the fleeing Dragon Stinger group. Take cover, the leader of the group shouted in fear. The 5 men immediately lay motionless in the grass. By all accounts, there's knee-high grass everywhere. Just get down on the ground so they can't be seen even if someone walks through the neighborhood. But not a moment later, the sound of the tank was not only not far away, but it was getting closer. Don't lie down. Get up all of you. I see you. Su Chen shouted. The 5 Dragon Spikes men looked at each other in disbelief. It's not supposed to be a scam on us, is it? A team member asked nervously. The leader of the group clenched his fists. It should be. Everyone on their backs don't even move or. Boom! A shell blossomed directly in their center, and the 5 men instantly rose in thick white smoke. Su Chen smiled and patted the body. Go after the other rats. All the vehicles immediately turned around and drove off in another direction at a rapid pace, not even looking at the 5 Dragon Stinger members who had already been blown up. The leader of Dragon Spike's group slowly stood up, and at a glance, he saw the black dog that had chased them for 5 miles wagging its tail at them before darting off in the other direction. All the tanks, actually, are following it. I said long ago, it's a spy dog. The leader of the group was furious with a fistful of lungs. Damn it, we're a special forces soldier, but we were actually destroyed by a dog. What a damn shame. Meanwhile, the chase played out across the prairie. Su Chen divided the 1st Battalion and the Reconnaissance Battalion into 6 teams that traveled to 6 different directions at the same time. Big Yellow and Old Black had the same physical strength as Yun Yang had said, and they had sensitive noses. With 6 teams following them, plus the cooperation of the drones, they easily eliminated more than 60 of Dragon Spur's special forces in 2 hours. The people from Dragon Spurs also realized that something was wrong at this time. After all, they were elites trained at a large price, and they had a sense of danger that exceeded normal people. All the teams no longer dared to strut around looking for the Blue Army's logistics base, and reverted back to sneaking around in the first place. But they didn't know that there was Big Yellow and Old Black, plus the drones in the air for ultra-long-range reconnaissance. They might as well run faster. Once they slowed down, it was instead easier for Su Chan's men to catch up. After another 2 hours, the number of Dragon Spurs wiped out had reached 140. Almost a large portion of a squadron had been wiped out. At the bottom of a small mountain that wasn't very high in elevation, Zhang Bing flew with 2 teams and ran wildly towards the mountain. A dozen men ran until they reached the depression. Quick, there's a mud puddle here. All jump in for me. Zhang Bing shouted and was the first to jump into the mud puddle. The whole person rolled around in it several times, instantly turning into a mud monkey. The others didn't hesitate and jumped in after them. 2 elite teams immediately turned into fleeing refugees. Go! Zhang Bing jumped out of the mud puddle and led the crowd to run towards the mountain again. It wasn't until he saw a crack in the stone that he stopped. Captain, a member of the team asked, panting, what are we doing? Zhang Bing said seriously, the teams can't be contacted. Either the signal is blocked or they're finished. I'm more inclined to the latter. Everyone had a shocked face. No way. What about the dozen or so groups we have? Scattered all over the place. That's more than 100 pigs. It's impossible for the Blues to catch them all in such a short time. What's more, their rear is now empty. How are they going to catch us? I don't know. Zhang Bing shook his head. But I have a hunch that the Blues must have used some despicable and nasty methods. Damn it, we've actually been forced into this. A group of people looked at each other in disbelief. And finally someone asked, Captain, is it possible that you're oversensitive? We haven't seen a single blue. I hope it's just my nerves, Zhang Bing said in a cold voice, but we have to hide here for a while. If we can contact the others by tomorrow morning, then we'll continue the operation. If we can't contact them, we'll have to retreat. Can't come to this place without figuring out exactly what the Blues are up to. The crowd nodded, then looked to the stone crevice. Is it safe to hide here? Zhang Bing said confidently. This place is hidden, plus we are all wrapped in a layer of mud. Whether they use infrared or thermal imaging, they won't be able to recruit us this night. Let's go and hold out until dawn. Chapter 110, Don't come over here. Night covers the grassland, and the sound of roaring tanks shatters the quiet of the night. Su Chen sat in the car, his eyes coldly looking at the 2 computer screens. One of them was showing footage recorded by the drone, and the other was an indicator signal from Old Black's locator. Jia Ping rubbed his eyes and turned his head to look at Yun Yang. Little Yuna, isn't it better to let Old Black and Big Yellow take a rest? They've been running all day, and they've eaten less and drank even less. The dogs can't stand it even if it goes on like this. Su Chen also nodded after hearing this. Old Jia is right. Yun Yang, why don't you let them rest? Yun Yang laughed and shook his head. Deputy Chief, there's no need. I just fed them 2 hours ago. If they are thirsty, water can be found everywhere in the grassland. You guys don't understand prairie dogs, Yun Yang said proudly. They have their own beliefs, and if they don't fulfill their tasks, making them stop is like reprimanding them, and they have physical strength that is beyond your imagination. Jia Ping wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Su Chen. Old Jia, a dog has the dignity of a dog. Su Chen pointed at the screen. We've taken a 4-week encirclement search, and now only this area in the very center is left. In 2 hours at most, the search should be complete. Japan nodded. Alright then, let's get on with it. Deputy Chief, a soldier suddenly shouted. Old Black is running toward Little Pine Mountain. Su Chen had just gotten over to check it out when the intercom also rang. Sub-Commander. Rhubarb is running in the direction of Little Pine Mountain. The target may be at Little Pine Mountain. Su Chen smiled faintly. Although Little Pine Mountain is just a tens of meters of mountain, it's really easy to hide people in this area. He picked up his walkie-talkie and ordered. Attention all. Attention all. Surround Little Pine Mountain immediately. Surround Little Pine Mountain immediately. Once the enemy is found, destroy them on the spot. Yes. In a flash, the tanks scattered across the grassland turned in unison. All of them sped toward Kamatsuyama. Su Chen smiled faintly. Zhang Bing right, I'll see where else you can hide. A cold wind blew from the crevice of the rock, and Zhang Bing jerked his whole body awake. He poked his head outward, only to see lights everywhere outside. The air echoed with the loud roar of powerful engines. Really found it? Zhang Bing was filled with shock. He couldn't break his head to figure it out. They had been stealthy enough with the two groups. How did the Blues find them? Captain, is that the Blues coming? The others were also awakened at the moment, their eyes filled with worry. Zhang Bing took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He waved his hand. Don't be nervous. They should have searched every place in the neighborhood, and it's normal for them to search here. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, and one soldier asked, so we're pulling out? Retreat my ass. Zhang Bing glared at him. Can't you hear that we're surrounded by blue troops on all sides? They're tanks. If we go out, we're asking for death. Listen to me and stay right here. Zhang Bing said confidently. We're wrapped in mud and our body temperature has already dropped. Moreover, we're hiding in a rock crevice. With this double protection, their infrared and thermal imaging will definitely not be able to find us. The crowd nodded approvingly. After a few hours, the silt had formed a protective layer over them, locking in most of the heat. Combined with the peculiar shape of the rocky crevice they were hiding in, the cold wind kept flowing and blew away the faint body heat they were radiating quickly. Whether it's infrared or thermal imaging, they certainly won't be detected if they're simply swept over. At the moment, by the mud pond, the corner of Su Chen's mouth hooked up slightly as he looked at the muddy pool that had been oohed and awed. You can do it. Special forces are worthy of being special forces. They really have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Yun Yang said. Deputy Chief, they should have rolled all over their bodies in mud. Big Yellow and Old Black's noses aren't working well. Ma Xian huffed. These guys are really cunning. Wan Reng said murderously. Deputy Chief, why don't I lead a carpet search? I think that they must still be here. Su Chen waved his hand. There's no need to be so troublesome. If you guys give up the tanks, this is what those special forces would like to see the most. It's no exaggeration to say that one of them could take out 30 of you, or even 40, if they had enough ammunition. Su Chen's words made everyone upset. All are soldiers, and no one will admit that they are inferior to others. Deputy Chief, then what should we do now? Tong Liwen asked curiously. Could it be, don't care about them? Su Chen shook his head. A single rat could potentially sink a large ship, let alone the fact that there are quite a few rats here. He squatted down and smiled as he stroked Old Black and Big Yellow's heads. The two dogs spat out their tongues and were close to Su Chen. Yun Yang, tell them to smell the mud puddle and go find it. Yun Yang's eyes lit up. Right, they were covered in mud. The original smell covered down, but the smell of the mud couldn't be eliminated. Deputy Head, you're too smart. After saying that, he immediately ordered Old Black and Big Yellow. The two dogs sniffed, then quickly and furiously headed for the mountains. Deputy Chief, I am truly convinced. Wan Rang laughed. Xiao Xiaodong is always telling us that you're full of bad blood. Now I really believe it. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. Don't listen to his nonsense. My old man is tactical. Alright, get in the car and catch the last few rats. Yes. Everyone excitedly rushed towards the tanks and infantry vehicles. Soon, all the vehicles rumbled into the mountains along the various trails. At this moment, in the crevice, a dozen or so Dragon Stinger team members listened to the sound of the tanks getting closer and closer, and all of them were nonplussed. Captain, they didn't leave. Why did they even go into the mountains? Zhang Bing was also at a loss. The mountains here aren't high. Right, but they aren't for tanks to walk on either. If he had known that Su Chen was letting tanks run all over the mountains in the southeast, he guessed that he might have taken his men out of here earlier. Quick, squeeze inside, Zhang Bing whispered. Captain, there's no room back there, Zhang Bing said in a humorless voice. Then huddle together. It's better than being discovered by them. Quick, everyone had no choice but to desperately push their way inside. Hey, Your ass. Oh, move. Slow down. Slow down. Don't sit down and break it. Oh. Gently. Harder. Go back a little more. Zhang Bing exerted his flood of strength and desperately pushed the man inside. Eventually, even he shoved himself into the crowd, unable to move as he was stuck in the rocks. Captain, a soldier gasped weakly. Stay, they are gone. How are we going to get out? Zhang Bing also gasped slightly. Move out. Look, have you seen the maggots? How they move, how we move. Everyone is head over heels. You're a maggot. Don't compare us to that too. Shut up. They're coming, Zhang Bing whispered. All of a sudden, everyone was holding their breath, hoping to escape the search. Zhang Bing looked outside and didn't see anyone. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly his entire body froze. Only 2 dog heads were seen, actually poking in from above the stone cracks, for doggy eyes that glowed ominously in the darkness. Asterisk. Zhang Bing felt bad. What's the matter, Captain? Have we been discovered? The others immediately tensed. Before Zhang Bing had time to react, the 2 dog heads drew back. Zhang Bing was greatly relieved. It seemed like it was just a passing wild dog, but in the very next second, the 2 dogs reappeared, and all lifted a leg. Asterisk, you're big man. Zhang Bing anxiously wowed. Get out. All get out. Don't come over. Oh. Asterisk, shame on you. Chapter 111, from now on, stay away from your sister-in-law. Enough is enough. Zhang Bing was doubly stuck by his men's legs in the rock, his entire head facing upwards. Clatters of dog piss fell from the sky, splitting his face all over the place. The louder he shouted, the more went in. At that moment, hearing the shout, a head poked in from outside the rocky crevice. Then he shouted excitedly, I've found it. The rats are all hiding in the holes. Come on. The gang of dragon spurs hated to die right now. They are special forces, but now they are like this. They have lost all their faces. Not a moment later, Su Chen's head poked in and the light from the flashlight hit Zhang Bing's face. Yo, you're all hiding here? Who's Zhang Bing? Zhang Bing exasperatedly shouted. Asshole, it's only been a few days and you don't recognize your father. Su Chen used a flashlight to shine on his face and said cheerfully, what the hell is on your face? Your mom doesn't recognize you even when she comes, and I'm sure I don't recognize dad even more. Zhang Bing roared in anger. Bastard, is this the dog you raised? Forget about pissing for a minute. You did it on purpose. Su Chen laughed his head off. This can't be blamed on me. People were running wildly for hours in order to chase you guys. There was no time for convenience. This is not it. Finally found you guys. People finally have a chance to relieve themselves. Woof. Old Black and Rhubarb wailed a few times from above, wagging their tails in excitement. Zhang Bing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, yelling at Su Chen, what are you still waiting for? Get us out of here. I can't move. Do me a favor. 10 minutes later, all of Dragon Spur's people were finally gotten out. Zhang Bing was lying on the ground desperately trying to clean his face, almost rubbing his entire face back and forth on the ground. Asterisk, what kind of did you guys give the dog to eat? Damn or diluted? Zhang Bing almost didn't dry heave. Su Chen sat on the side with a smile. You say you too. What do you have to hide in this place for? Zhang Bing was having a hard time at the moment. If I had known that you guys had brought dogs, I wouldn't have hid in here even if I had beaten myself to death. By the way, what the kind of dog is this? Zhang Bing glared at Big Yellow and Old Black not far away. This nose is too good. Prairie dogs, Su Chen said proudly. Much better than military dogs. Zhang Bing's eyes glowed. Indeed better than military dogs. Turn around and get me too. Their brigade had military dogs, which Zhang Bing still knew better. He wrapped his entire body in mud, and if one of their military dogs had come along instead, it would have been impossible to spot him. But these 2 dogs, that won't do. Yun Yang shook his head on one side. It's useless for you to bring them back. Prairie dogs all grew up with the herders. If you bring them back, they'll be wasted. Where's the evil in that? Zhang Bing grunted coldly. We have professional breeders too, alright. Su Chen smiled. I say, you really have to believe this. These 2 dog brothers have grown up in harsh environments since they were young. They've dealt with wolves and snowstorms. They have a wild nature that is not comparable to the military dogs that you cultivate. Even if you were given 2 of them, you wouldn't be able to train them when you go back. Zhang Bing glared at him furiously. Then I drank all that dog piss for nothing? No, you have to give me a statement. A drill is a drill. If you lose, you lose. But you're insulting people. Su Chen laughed out loud and stood up. Alright, then you are allowed to follow me. Turn around and go make a report and apply to be transferred under me. Ha? Zhang Bing's eyes went wide. You want me to work for you? Be your little brother? You call this ing compensation? Asterisk off. Zhang Bing glared at him in a bad mood. Surname Su. I've planted myself this time. I admit it. Count yourself as ruthless. After saying that, he was about to leave with his people. Slow down. Zhang Bing turned his head. What for? You want me to join you? You're not qualified. Su Chen smiled faintly. He was only a deputy regimental commander now. Naturally he was not qualified to have a special squadron leader directly under the command follow him. Not to mention him, Su Fei isn't even qualified. However, Su Chen has his eye on this kid. Nothing is impossible if you want to get it. Zhang Bing, remember the bet we made earlier? Zhang Bing instantly turned red in his old face. Gambling? What kind of gambling? People's sons and daughters never gamble. Yo hey, reneging on the debt aren't you? Su Chen coldly grunted. Then I'll remind you that whoever wins the maneuver is the boss. Right now, Dragon Tooth is the boss of your dragon spurs. The corners of Zhang Bing's mouth twitched, and the rest of the dragon spurs all looked at him with strange eyes. Seeing that he didn't speak, Su Chen reminded again. Remember, the boss is talking to you now. When you see your sister-in-law in the future, be more respectful and don't think ill of her. Zhang Bing was angry and pointed at him. Okay, you have guts. You'll see. This matter, we're not finished. Go! Zhang Bing immediately turned around. Slow down. What the again? Zhang Bing roared. Bang! Su Chen suddenly pulled out his gun and shot him in the head. White smoke instantly rose, and Zhang Bing's head buzzed from the blow. Well, now you're dead in battle. Su Chen patted him. Just wait here for someone to come to shelter? Look, Big Brother is treating you so well, and arranging a car for you to pick you up. Be thankful. Looking at Su Chen's back, Zhang Bing was furious and stormed. Asshole, we're not done. Sooner or later I'm going to blow your head off too. 3 hours later, Su Chen led the 1st Battalion and Scout Company to meet up with Su Fei's large force. As soon as Su Chen got off the bus, before he had time to salute, Su Fei rushed up in an arrow step and hugged him, laughing. Our C-Pin has returned. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, you've made a great achievement this time. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Brigadier, quickly put me down. You're on top of me. Ha? Su Fei froze, only then realizing that his gun was pressed against someone else. He hurriedly put him down, but his hand patted Su Chen with force. You kid, this time really opened my eyes. Thousands of miles to attack and cut off their foodways. Now the red side has 2 empty brigades. All of them can only lie there unable to move, completely becoming our target. Qin Tian smiled and said, Su Chen, Su Chen, you don't know. Before you came back, the brigade commander couldn't stop talking about you. If we win the maneuver this time, you'll be our brigade's first credit. It's the #1 hero. Su Fei added with a loud laugh. Wang Changjiang rubbed his hands together. Then do I get any credit? I did give Su Chen independent command. Mother asterisk 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 her. That's from me. Su Fei glared at him without a trace of anger. The corner of Wang Changjiang's mouth skimmed. When you came to raise the blame, you didn't say so, and almost let me take the blame. Right, little Su? Qin Tian suddenly asked. Where did you go after you terminated Red's logistics? Su Fei was also curious. Yeah, why didn't you come back first? Su Chen laughed. I finished off the foreign aid that the red side had invited. The Dragon Spurs Special Forces. I can only come back with peace of mind when I'm done with them. Otherwise, these rats will be very annoying. Su Fei and other people's eyes are all wide, full of unbelievable, just such a little work. You put the special forces all finished? Su Chen smiled. I have a secret weapon. Chapter 112, it's hard to tell who's winning or losing now. If that kid didn't know how to hide I would have been able to catch them all. Su Chen's eyebrows flew up as he gave a general account of his capture of the dragon spike. Su Fei several listened with great interest. Such an exciting thing. They hated not being able to go together. That's the special forces, the elites who hold their heads up to the sky every day and look down on no one. It's a lot more painful to catch them than it is to do anything else. Good. Su Fei looked at Su Chen appreciatively. You kid, you've helped us solve a big problem. Qin Tian nodded. The reason why our previous operations were exposed was because of this group of Dragon Spurs Special Forces. They come and go without a trace, and there's no telling where their cats are spying on us. If we don't get rid of them, any of our operations will be exposed. A person's spirit was refreshed when he was happy, and Su Fei felt that his entire body was much more relaxed. He crossed his arms and laughed. Now, the red side has no supplies, not even air support. They can only be trapped there. So the way I see it, we can launch a surprise attack and completely wipe them out in one hit. Good idea. Wang Changjiang raised his hand excitedly. Our regiment can be the vanguard. Wait for darkness. We're the best at fighting night battles. Su Fei was just about to nod his head when he suddenly saw Su Chen only staring at himself but not speaking. He froze. If it were in the past, he would have simply ignored Su Chen. But right now, Su Chen was truly the linchpin in his heart. Su, What's your disagreement? The others also looked at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled faintly. Actually, when the battle comes to this, there is no need for any subtle tactics. People are guarding there anyway, so we'll just fight. The crowd nodded. There was no way Red could leave the lair until supplies came. They'll just hold on and wait for help, or they'll surrender. However, the Daxia army would never have surrendered. Either you die in battle or you die fighting. But, Su Chen said indifferently, to fight, you have to decide how to fight. He looked at Wang Changjiang. Our leader's opinion is indeed good. Sneak attacking at night. The red side doesn't have special forces to watch us and mess up behind us. There's no air support, and they can only hold one place, which works in our favor. Wang Changjiang was dejected, as if getting a compliment from Su Chen was the same as getting a compliment from a superior leader. But, Su Chen's words changed. If we fight like this, we will only lose both. Wang Changjiang looked at him in confusion. Little Su, are you in favor of me or against me? You shut up. Su Fei pointed at him. Listen to Xiao Su. Don't interrupt. Wang Changjiang looked aggrieved. He is the head of the group. Okay, little Su, go on. Don't be disturbed by unrelated people. Su Fei nodded at him. Wang Changjiang was speechless. He had become an unrelated person? Good. Su Chen nodded. Although Red has run out of supplies, they still have the capital to fight a tough battle with us. I believe that they are also prepared to fight a tough battle with us. And, they also expect us to attack in general at this time. Su Chen's words caused the crowd to nod silently. Qin Tian stroked his chin. Xiao Su is right. Right now we are not in a hurry. What is in a hurry is the red side. They're short on supplies and can't even eat as far as the eye can see. At this point, they wouldn't dare make a long run to find us, but surely they hope we can get over there. Right. Su Fei nodded. They have 2 brigades and we have 1. Even if they run short of ammunition while fighting, there is still hope of winning. On the contrary, the longer it drags on, the more unfavorable it will be for them. Su Chen laughed. That's the idea. So I suggest that it's best to adopt assault tactics. Assault tactics? Su Fei and the others stared at him. Su Chen said, fight, or continue to fight. Night battles, too, are the best preference. However, we attacked in battalions, in batches, from all directions without interruption. Su Chen spread his hands. Anyway, they don't dare to come out, and they don't dare to not guard it with all their might if we attack. It won't take more than 2 days for their ammunition to be depleted. At that time, we can either attack in general or slowly drag them to death. Good. Su Fei excitedly slapped Wang Changjiang. The pain Wang Changjiang grimaced. You said that he was good. What are you shooting me for? I told you that little Su is our C-pin. Su Fei laughed out loud. That's it. Snap. Another slap. On the same spot of Wang Changjiang, hurt him almost jumped up. You're addicted to filming, aren't you? In the director's department, Luo Bing clasped his hands, his gaze fixed on the big screen. The Blue Army is mobilizing, a staff officer said. It looks like they're getting ready to launch a general attack on Red. Another staff officer said excitedly. At this point, it really is a good opportunity for a general attack. Great. The maneuvers have been going on for so long, and both sides have been testing the waters, so it's finally time for a real fight. Leader, who do you think will win? A staff officer asked. Luo Bing shook his head. It's hard to say. Although the red side is out of supplies, their overall strength is still there. It's perfectly fine to fight a tough battle. The blues' morale is high right now, and they're using their tactics well. It's not a small margin of victory to play a stubborn red side. Luo Bing smiled. It's getting more and more interesting. For the blues to force red into this situation, it's already considered a win with less. They've kind of taught red a good lesson, and their goal has been achieved. Don't be too happy. Suja came over at this time. The battlefield only divides winners and losers. It doesn't divide meaning. Losing is losing. Winning is winning. Luo Bing smiled at him. Old Su, no matter what, your son has shown this time. Running for thousands of miles, breaking the red side's food pipeline, and easily cleaning up the dragon spurs people. Sure enough, he's the son of a general. Suja smugly laughed loudly. That's of course, my Suja's son. Can he be a coward? That kid inherited a lot of my skills. Ha ha ha. The secretary on the other side of the room shook his head straight as he listened. Are you forgetting the coffin book so soon? This is a matter of honor. You are not forgetting to put it on your face at all. Luo Bing took a deep breath. All right, then let's see whether the red side wins, or the blue side wins. Tomorrow morning, there should be a result. Suja also held his hand with interest. Kid, don't waste my coffin money. Otherwise, even if your mom is here, I'll have to hammer you to death. It was getting dark, and the blue sky was sprinkled with a light golden color. The sunset looked infinitely beautiful, but Long Hong and Shang Wanwei were not in the mood at all at the moment. Still no contact? Long Hong asked. Shang Wanwei shook his head. There's no response. I think it's 80%. They all hung up. Lung Hong clenched his fists in anger. The grain route is gone. The people we sent out are gone. And the air support is gone. The Blue Army is cutting off our right arm and left arm little by little. It's really too ruthless. Shang Guanwei looked at him. Old Lang, we have just enough food for tonight. Tomorrow, we'll all go hungry. Long Hong was shocked. So soon? Shang Guanwei nodded. Originally, logistics was supposed to bring the supplies over this morning. But, Long Hong sighed. Then divide the grain and try to eat until tomorrow night. Shang Guanwei shook his head. It's already been divided. Divide the noon share into the evening. You can't divide it again. Long Hong was speechless. He came with full confidence, but he didn't expect to be forced into this situation. Forget it. Long Hong's eyes were filled with wariness. If I guessed correctly, the Blue Army will definitely take advantage of our illness to kill us this night. Let the warriors have enough to eat. And tonight, fight them. Chapter 113, come over here. Night had completely enveloped the land, and tonight there were no stars, much less a moon. A howling cold wind blew across the grass, swirling out the smell that belonged uniquely to the grasslands. The blue hordes had spread out in a line, only 6 kilometers from the Red Lair. In order to detect the specifics of the Red Fong, Su Fei took the brigade headquarters and various regimental commanders all the way to 2 kilometers from the Red Fawn's lair. Any further and you might run into the other side's hidden outposts. Su Fei put down his night vision binoculars. There's no light at all in their camp. It seems like they're ready to wait for us to attack. 2nd Regiment Commander Ho Ping laughed. Little Su is right. They have prepared for this. Even if we launch a surprise attack, it will be a hard hit. They are outnumbered, which is more to their liking. Su Fei looked at Su Chen. Little Su, you made the plan. What should we fight next? Everyone looked at Su Chen, as if they had already taken him as the overall commander of this operation. Su Chen was not to be outdone, and said solemnly, wait. Su Fei looked puzzled. Wait for late night before attacking? Wait for the intelligence. Su Chen said, I see. Wang Changjian laughed. You sent the scout company to observe them up close, didn't you? Su Chen shook his head. More useful information than this. The crowd was bewildered. The intelligence of the reconnaissance company to observe the front enemy was no longer reliable? Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. He immediately pressed the answer button. Hey, Ma Debo hey, I've eaten. I had several big steamed buns and beef at night. Have you eaten? The crowd listened to the corners of the mouth straight twitching. This ing war, with whom you nagging family? Aha. Su Chen kept nodding his head. Okay, thank you guys. You guys hurry up and leave from there. It's too cold. Okay, I'll buy all the potatoes from your house. As soon as they heard potatoes, everyone's scalp went numb. They're potato and corn rounds these days. They're numb from eating. Su Chen hung up the phone and said excitedly, Brigade Commander, southwest direction. The red side's guards over there are weak. We can launch a surprise attack. Su Fei's mouth opened wide in surprise, pointing at his phone. This is your intelligence? Is it reliable? Su Chen looked confident. This is the information given to me by the old folks. They observed it right under the noses of the enemy army. Do you think it's reliable? Not only that, but you were able to escape the red bombing earlier thanks to their intelligence. Su Fei's jaw hit the ground. Is that why you buy people's potatoes and corn? Su Chen quickly waved his hand. Hey, how can you say that? Brigadier? I was helping the farmers. They were helping me. That's the military and the people working together. Everyone rolled their eyes. You're damn well buying people's hearts. Qin Tian said excitedly. Since the intelligence is accurate, there's no time to lose. So let's hurry up and launch the attack. Good. Su Fei hurriedly asked. Who's closest to the southwest? My 3rd Battalion. The 3rd Regiment commander immediately shouted. They're only 5 kilometers away. Then what are we waiting for? Su Fei said excitedly. Set off immediately. Remember, hit and run. Don't get attached to the battle. Yes, and, Su Chen emphasized, hit them hard. Make sure they think that we're in a general attack. Understood. The 3rd leader nodded with a smile. 10 minutes or so later, southwest of Red's lair, the soldiers slumped in their trenches, looking warily into the darkness ahead. Squad leader, could the blues be coming from here? A soldier asked. The squad leader of the 2nd class sergeant shook his head. I don't think so. The terrain here is not good for a general attack. Didn't you see that the big troops are on the front and northeast? That's the most suitable place for a general attack by the Blue Army. Another soldier scratched his head curiously. Then why are we so nervous? Let's sleep in groups. The squad leader slapped him on his hat. They won't attack in general. But what if they send a small force to infiltrate? The crowd nodded. It wouldn't be a joke if a small force infiltrated. The squad leader said seriously. All of you, keep your eyes wide open. Although we are not the main battlefield here, but we must guard this place well. Yes. Just then, the earth suddenly trembled and everyone felt a buzzing movement beneath them. An earthquake? A soldier rose in full alarm. Earthquake my ass. Another soldier pointed ahead and yelled, "Look, it's a tank." Everyone stared in horror, only to see a tank rushing out like a steel beast in the dark night. Almost all of them were at full power, charging furiously toward them. Really here? The squad leader was dumbfounded. Squad leader, didn't you say that the Blues wouldn't make a general attack from here? The corners of the squad leader's mouth twitched. Is that what I said? That is what the leader said. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and fight. Boom boom boom. All of a sudden, the Blue Army's tanks were on fire. Dozens of shells covered the Red side's position in an instant, and white smoke was blown up in one trench after another. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The Blues are launching a general offense. Red's lair was in instant chaos, with running figures everywhere. Tanks, armored cars, artillery, all turned around. Lan Hong and Shangguan Wei rushed out from the command center and looked at the fire in the southwest direction. Both of them were confused. How did the Blues launch a general attack from that side when the ground to the southwest is bad? Shangguan Wei anxiously exclaimed. Who cares why? Hurry up and get the reserve forces into battle. Our southwest defenses are weak. Lang Hong also reacted and immediately went to give the order. But by the time they were ready to counterattack, the blue tanks had all disappeared into the darkness. What's the situation? Lang Hong looked at the endless darkness. His head was full of question marks. After 5 minutes of fighting, where is everyone? How come they're gone? Shangguan Wei was also confused. How do I look at it? Doesn't look like a general offense? Lang Hong was just about to speak when a sudden explosion came from behind him. The two turned their heads almost simultaneously, only to see that directly behind them, a violent explosion had actually occurred as well. How was the big rear attacked? Shangguan Wei was filled with shock. Lang Hong roared in anger. How did the Blue Army know that our rear was empty? Also, why didn't any of the sentry posts we placed along the way send out an alert? Although they were full of questions, they couldn't think too much about it and quickly organized the reserves to go to the rear. But this battle is as good as the one on the southwest side. The Blues fought for less than 10 minutes before they all disappeared into the darkness, and Red wasted a lot of ammunition. Lan Hong and Shangguan Wei hadn't even taken a break when the northeast started blowing up again. Damn it, I can kind of see it. Lang Hong roared. The Blues are trying to play assault and harassment tactics, consuming our ammunition while slowly depleting our strength. Then leave them alone? Shangguan Wei looked at him. Can we not care? Lang Hong said furiously. If we don't care, they'll really fight their way in. By the time they open a gap, we'll all be finished. Hurry up! The two men again hoofed it to the northeast, this time taking an entire regiment to support them. But they arrived just as the Blues were retreating, and both sides lost a bit of men. Lang Hong looked at the Blues who were about to flee, picked up the loudspeaker and yelled into the darkness. Cowards of the Blues, if you're a man, fight over here. Don't act like a lost dog. Hit and run. A provocative voice also came from the darkness. Cowards of the Red side, if you are men, come over here. We are waiting for you. Don't hide in there like a turtle. Lang Hong roared. If you have the guts, come over here. Come over here if you've got the guts. Blues yelled back. Come over here. Lang Hong yelled. Come here you. Blues responded. Lang Hong was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had never seen such a rogue opponent. Chapter 114, Giving Warmth to the Enemy Army. The night passed quickly. It was a night of great suffering for Red Fong. The Blues are not stationary, but at regular intervals, they certainly launch an attack against the Reds. And the cockamamie Blues will be a slugfest every time. If Red resists hard, they retreat immediately. If Red doesn't resist, they approach the camp, bombard the inside, and quickly withdraw before Red's reinforcements arrive. Red also sort of saw that the Blues just didn't even think about fighting their way into their camp. But they can't be undefended. If you don't defend, then the blue shells fall like rain and keep destroying the Red side's viable forces. If this continues, Red will be crippled in less than a day. Therefore, this night, Lang Hong and Shangguan Wei first acted separately. Then there weren't enough of them either, so they had to mobilize the 2 deputy brigade commanders and the 2 chiefs of staff as well. 6 men, with 6 tank battalions, running around in a not-so-big camp. Wherever there was an attack, they immediately rushed forward, seeking to scare the Blues away at the first opportunity. At times like this, they couldn't care less about fuel consumption, as long as we can beat the Blues back, more than anything else. As for the Blues, at Su Chen's suggestion, each regiment rested in turn, 2-hour rotations. The soldiers were well fed, well slept, and energized to the enemy. It had been a night that had tossed Red Fong around. When morning came, the Blues retreated again at once, and disappeared without a trace across the prairie. Lang Hong and Shangguan Wei stood on the high ground and looked around with binoculars for more than half an hour. But they didn't find a single shadow of the Blues. Everything that happened last night was like a dream. Terribly, it's finally retreated. Shang Guanwei let out a huge sigh of relief. Leng Hong threw the binoculars to his men and sat down on his butt. We fought all night, and they fought all night. We are tired. They are even more tired. Probably going back to sleep at this moment, waiting for darkness to keep coming. Shang Guanwei spat. These lackluster band of smoking things, in one night, blew up 20 of our tanks, 17 infantry vehicles, 36 trucks, and countless others. They, on the other hand, seem to have lost 7 tanks, suffocating, suffocating. Leng Hong clenched his fists. Shangguan, tonight, we have to change our strategy. If it's still as chaotic as it was last night, we'll run out of fuel and ammunition in 3 days at most. By then, we'll be in a jar even if we don't surrender. Shang Guanwei stared at him. How do you propose to do it? Leng Hong took a deep breath. Sleep first and wake up. Inform the entire army to rotate and rest. At night, we must ensure sufficient energy. Good. Shang Guanwei nodded. In no time at all, the entire camp on the red side was snoring loudly. It had been a night of tossing and turning, and everyone was exhausted. Most people lie down and fall asleep. Even the soldiers in charge of guarding the trenches began to nap against them. The squad leaders didn't blame them when they saw it. After all, it was broad daylight, and if the Blue Army tanks came, they could see them from a distance, and they had plenty of time to defend themselves. Just as they were slacking off, southwest of Red's lair, Ma Xian was slowly approaching with the elite of the scouting company. When they reached about 200 meters, Ma Xian immediately ordered them to stop. He picked up his binoculars and observed, then whispered to the surroundings, "Pass it down. Everyone aim at one person for me. When you hear me shoot later, fire immediately." Yes. The soldiers around him nodded and immediately passed down towards the sides. They didn't have such advanced real-time message transmission equipment as the special forces, so they could only rely on this primitive way of transmitting orders. A few minutes later, Ma Xian raised his gun and aimed it at a head in the trench. Bang! The crisp sound of the gunshot tore through the silence. The bullet hit the head precisely, and thick white smoke immediately rose from the steel helmet. Bang bang bang! The next second, countless gunshots rang out. One by one, the red soldiers in the trenches were shot in the head. What's going on? A soldier opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing all the people around him smoking instantly sobered him up. Why are you all dead? You're dead too. The soldier next to him shouted in no uncertain terms. The sound of gunfire also alarmed the entire camp, and the soldiers who were sleeping reflexively jumped out of their beds and ran towards the outside with their weapons. Leng Hong and Shang Guanwei also woke up from their sleep and ran out without taking their hats. But Ma Xian immediately withdrew with the men of the reconnaissance company after firing a barrage of bullets. By the time Shang Guanwei and Leng Hong came over with their men, there was already silence and not a single silhouette outside. Not daring to be sloppy, the two men sent a scouting company out to search, but the search turned up nothing but a pile of shell casings. Old Lang, the Blues are playing us, Shang Guanwei shouted furiously. At night they tanks fight. During the day they send their men to shoot dark guns. This is a deliberate attempt to prevent us from resting. They want to drag us down. Leng Hong Gas tightly clenched his fists. Blues, are you lacking in virtue? He turned to his men and said, notify them, all those on duty, all of them keep their heads back, absolutely no exposure, to prevent the Blues from taking cold shots. Yes, the crowd saluted. A lieutenant asked, Brigadier Lang, but how can we observe? Use a periscope, Leng Hong said. Send people to observe in shifts and keep an eye on the surroundings. Yes, Leng Hong said to Shang Guanwei. Alright, now you can sleep in peace. Those of them who are firing cold shots don't dare to approach, and when they don't see any of us exposed, they'll honestly retreat. Shang Guanwei gave a thumbs up. Old Lang, it's still you. The Blues are not even close to fighting with you. Alright, stop kissing my ass. Leng Hong stretched his back. Everyone hurry up and rest. Soon the snoring was once again loud in Red's camp. The defense around the camp was also in accordance with Leng Hong's instructions. All of them entered the trenches and none of them were exposed. Periscopes protruded from the trenches at intervals. If there was any movement outside, the men in the trenches would be the first to notice. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the meadow was surprisingly quiet. To the southeast of the Red Army's lair, a reconnaissance company from the 2nd Regiment quietly approached. Wait! The company commander suddenly sensed something was wrong, and everyone immediately stopped. He looked at it a little, then picked up his walkie-talkie. Subcommander Su, do you copy? I'm Su Chen. Say, report, Red made an adjustment. Their men are gone. Should be hiding in the trenches. What now? Su Chen froze, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. You guys brought grenade launchers, right? The company commander was surprised and asked, you mean, come closer and bomb them hard? Su Chen said, if you're not unwilling to come out, then you'll have to send the warmth home. Understood. The company commander smiled slightly, then whispered to everyone, Prepare the grenade launchers, let's go warm up the enemy. Chapter 115, beaten to a mental failure. Boom boom boom. The sound of the explosion scared Leng Hong, who had just fallen asleep, so much that he bounced straight up from his bed. What the again? Leng Hong roared with a wake-up call. Brigadier, the blues are attacking us. A soldier ran in furiously. This time it's bombing us. Leng Hong was shocked and immediately put on his shoes again and ran towards the outside. Just as he went out the door, he saw Shang Wenwei, who had also been awakened, also rushing out. Old Lang, are the blues for real this time? Leng Hong gritted his teeth. This bunch of people, 80% of them saw that we were slacking off, so they launched a real attack. Asshole, who on their side is so lacking in virtue, coming up with this kind of bad idea? The two men, with dozens of tanks in reserve, made a fiery dash to the east, but apart from seeing a lot of white smoke, as far as the eye could see, there was not even a single ghost in the 2 kilometers of grass outside the camp. What's the situation? Shang Wenwei yelled down. Didn't we say the blues called? Where are the tanks? Where are they? A captain hurriedly came over and saluted. Report, the blue army hit is called. However, they didn't have tanks, but used rifle grenades to bombard our trenches at close range. We sacrificed more than 70 brothers. Just rifle grenades? Shang Wenwei's mouth twitched. No tanks? No. The captain shook his head honestly. Asterisk. Leng Hong cursed in anger. Fooled by those grandsons again. Shang Wenwei rubbed his temples. No. They're not just fighting an assault war at night. This is a 24-hour assault war all the time. If this continues, I'm going to have a mental breakdown. Leng Hong looked around. Everyone was looking at him with a stifled expression. If he couldn't come up with an idea, he'd never last long enough for supplies to arrive. He took a deep breath and shouted an order to his men. From now on, the entire army sets up guard posts. There is only one mission. If the blues are harassing in small groups, blow my horn. If it's tanks coming, blow my whistle. Yes, the men collectively saluted. Leng Hong roared low. When you hear the horn, everyone continue to rest. When you hear the whistle, all go on alert. Yes, he nodded and suddenly added. Right, I have to warn you. Don't blow the whistle on me when you see 2 or 3 tanks. It's not an armored battalion. Don't even blow it. Understand? Yes. Leng Hong looked at Shang Wenwei helplessly. We can only do this. Let's all make do and sleep. If we can replenish a little bit of stamina, it's a little bit. Shang Wenwei griped and waved his fist in the air. How can you sleep well when the camp is always bugled? Never mind if it is harassed by small groups of troops, and everyone has to wake up. But there's really nothing that can be done about it now, and this is the best possible solution to deal with it. Sleep. Stiff. Shang Wenwei roared. From day to night and back again. The red side can't remember how many attacks the blues actually launched, but each attack consumes a lot of their ammunition and fuel. Meanwhile, everyone's nerves are on high alert. There was nothing they could do. Leng Hong and Shang Wenwei could only adjust their tactics. They dug tons of pits in the camp and drove the tanks down the slope into the pits. From the outside, the tank shows only a gun port, completely transforming it into a stationary turret. While this saves fuel, the chances of getting blown up are exponentially higher. Leng Hong and Shang Wenwei can only bet that the Blue Army will not have intensive artillery coverage. After all, their guns are more than the Blue Army's, and in a real fight, both sides will have to suffer big losses. On the Blues side, a dozen soldiers were lined up in a row, and each one's computer screen was playing the footage that the drone was recording back. Little Sue. It can be, Qin Tian said appreciatively. This drone is simply too useful. I've always heard that drones are good before. Today, I've had my eyes opened. Su Fei nodded his head. The Reds couldn't have dreamed that their every move was clearly seen by us. Know your enemy and know yourself. We've done it. They are now blind. Completely blind. Wang Changjian cheerfully laughed. Still have to be my Wang Changjian brought out the soldiers. With me, as smart as me, ha ha ha. Everyone rolled their eyes at him, and Su Fei said without a trace of anger. Old Wang, what does this have to do with you? People are smart when little Su comes. What does it have to do with you? More or less? Wang Changjian laughed so hard that he could barely see out of his eyes. Su Fei gave him a blank look, then looked at Su Chen. Little Su, do you think that tonight, we can launch a general attack? Qin Tian also nodded. I think it's almost done. Red has all turned their tanks into stationary batteries, and all the setups are within our grasp. We can gather all the artillery and bombard them at regular intervals, destroying their vital forces. Then the tanks advance, tearing through their defenses. The infantry vehicles follow and surround and annihilate them one by one. The other two captains had already heard their blood boiling and could not wait to go to war now. I think it's better to wait. Su Chen smiled faintly. Still have to wait? Wang Changjian pulled a long face. Su Fei stared at him. Tell me what you think. Su Chen pointed at Red's camp. Although we have been raiding for a day and 2 nights, Red's main force is still there. Even if we know about their defenses, the Red side is not a vegetarian. As long as we open fire, they will launch a counterattack against our artillery group within 3 minutes. When the time comes, we won't be able to curry any favors when both sides lose. The crowd nodded silently. Red's artillery includes the 86 cannon and 86 grenade, all of which are heavy, hitting accurately and big far away, much better than the Type 59 cannon they were equipped with. And the Red side also has a self-propelled artillery company and a multiple rocket launcher company. If this was a hard fight with them, the end could be imagined. Su Fei looked at Su Chen. So what do you mean? You still want to continue consuming? Su Chen nodded. Consuming him for another 3 days. I think it's almost done. During these 3 days, we'll switch to 2 battalions to launch raids and make them consume a lot of firepower. During the day, we'll launch a sneak attack with 2 reconnaissance companies as a whole to deplete their personnel. Su Chen laughed. After 3 days, their ammunition will be almost depleted, even if they can fight again. But fixed there and not moving, they are a piece of scrap metal. And, Su Chen said triumphantly, I blew up their railroads and highways. Even if they have supplies arriving, it's impossible for them to fix the highways and railroads in 3 days. They can only wait. So time-wise, we have the upper hand. Good. Su Fei nodded. Let's follow Xiao Su's plan. Does everyone have any comments? No. Just follow Su Chen's tactics. Seeing the crowd agreeing, Su Chen laughed. In fact, everyone has forgotten the most important point. What? Everyone looked at him. Su Chen smiled. There's no food. Chapter 116, want to buy grain? I'm not selling. Drone footage. Everyone, Su Chen said to the crowd. Their various cooking squads haven't fired for at least a day and a night. This means that they have been starving for a day and a night. Ammunition they can hold out, and fuel can be saved. But without food and water, people won't last long. Wang Changjiang scratched his head. That's not easy. They can send people around to find the people to pick up food and water. The second head nodded. Yeah, it's hard to beat them. Even if they can't buy it, they can apply for a bit from the local government. Su Chen cheerfully said. Don't worry everyone. They can't buy it, and no one will give it to them. In this regard, I have already made arrangements. Everyone's eyes lit up, and Su Fei said with a sudden realization. You kid, when you told me before the exercise started that you wanted to improve civil-military relations, you didn't just do it to get them to act as eyes for us? You were laying it out all the way up to here? Oh, I see. Wang Changjian laughed excitedly. No wonder your kid bought so many potatoes and corn. So there's this layer of deep meaning. Su Chen laughed. See what you guys are saying? I was helping each other with the people. Let them know that we are the people's sons and daughters of the resident. As for the others, they are all invaders. Can we, the people, help the invaders? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They never expected that Su Chen had actually made such a big deployment before the maneuver. Cutting off people's grain routes and encircling and blockading them are actually all for this last move. Starve them, thirst them, disable them. Little Su. Su Fei gave a thumbs up. I have to admit, this tactic of yours, you're playing really dirty. You'll never be satisfied until you've sent them to the 18 layers of hell. The crowd's scalps were tingling, and they were glad that they were Su Chen's comrades. This would have been worse than death for the enemy. Su Chen laughed. Don't praise me. Who made them enemies? When dealing with enemies, you have to be ruthless. The director's department. At the moment everyone had moved their chairs to sit in front of the big screen. They had been waiting for the so-called Great War for a day and 2 nights, but by the time we got to this point, we hadn't seen either side actually fight in any meaningful way. Tanks gallop wildly, heavy firepower pairs up, infantry charge in blood. Without any of these, everyone just watched how the blues consumed the reds a little bit. This battle is really no fun at all. A staff officer side. Both sides have good firepower. It would have been wonderful if they had fought. Another staff officer side. Forget it, I'm afraid we won't be able to see it. The Blue Army's tactic is to slowly drag Red to death. I don't think they're ready for a general attack. You guys are enjoying the deaths and injuries on both sides? And then a lot more broken families? Luo Bing scanned the crowd without a good look. Or do you guys enjoy attending memorial services or like going to the cemetery for mass funerals? The crowd fell silent. Luo Bing coldly said, war, inevitably dead, is a meat grinder for lower-ranked officers and soldiers. But to be able to achieve victory at the smallest possible cost, with fewer officers and soldiers sacrificed, that's a true master. The crowd was mortified. Luo Bing was right. Although everyone was a soldier with the duty of defending the country on their shoulders, but individuals, none of whom would want to die, would want to see the moment of victory come. The blues may be dogs, but people do keep most of their officers and men alive, and they continue to eat away at the reds. Luo Bing looked at Su Jie. Old Su, you say, who will win in the end? Su Jie shook his head. You're really making it hard for me. Although the Blue Army's tactics worked, this little bit of nibbling doesn't consume much of the opponent's men and ammunition, and they are consuming a small amount themselves. When the Red supplies arrive in half a month, they'll still have at least one brigade left, as long as they can pull through. It's hard to say whether they'll win or lose if they launch a general attack then. Yes, Luo Bing sighed. I've seen so many maneuvers, but I've never seen this kind. It makes me really guess the ending. Forget it, let's just wait slowly. Luo Bing had a bitter smile on his face. Suja looked at the big screen. Full of doubts, the blues played. How to see more and more like Suchen, that boy in the Ghost. This kid. In the end, what do you want to do? When is ready to start fighting? In Zaga County, one of Red Fong's reconnaissance company commanders wanders the streets with a squad of soldiers. Company commander. Look, there's the grain store. A soldier shouted excitedly. Move. The company commander immediately led the men over. Boss, buy rice and noodles. The company commander excitedly tapped the table. The boss stood up and held his glasses, then lowered his head again. No, no. The company commander froze, pointing to the piles of rice next to him. Isn't this? Not for sale, the owner said calmly. The company commander was speechless. He had never seen an open door that didn't sell something. Just then, a woman came in, looked at them, and then said, here's a bag of cat-tooth rice. Okay, 48. The boss enthusiastically took a bag for her. The company commander was even more confused. Boss, I thought you said you weren't selling? Yeah, it's not for sale, the owner said naturally, but it doesn't say it's not for sale to anyone else. The company commander's mouth twitched. Why? We're the people's sons and daughters, the woman interjected. But you're invaders, so you won't be sold. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The company commander was instantly rendered speechless. How did they become invaders? The boss impatiently waved his hand at them. Go away, go away, don't delay my business. You didn't want it when I gave it to you. Now you want it, but we won't sell it. Go, go, go. The group was coaxed out and stood in the street in a fog. Company commander, what's this all about? A soldier sighed. The company commander gritted his teeth. Go somewhere else. He's not the only one in this county. Someone has to do business. They quickly found the next one, but before they could enter, the owner blocked the doorway with a broom. Go away, go away. You're not welcome in my store. The company commander had a bitter face. Boss, don't. Our brothers don't have anything to eat. We've been starving all day. Do us a favor and sell us some. The boss said righteously. At first, we did not organize a sympathy group to send you something, but you did not want it, and said that you would never come to trouble us in the future. This is not what you said. The company commander really wanted to go and slap Ling Hong twice. How could his mouth be so fast? The boss grunted coldly. Don't want it at first. Don't want it even more now. Go go go. I'm not welcome here. Several people were kicked out again and had no choice but to go to the next store. But after running to 9 stores in a row, everyone had the same attitude. Company commander, why don't we go to the supermarket? A soldier suggested. Good. The company commander nodded and immediately headed towards the nearest large supermarket. But before entering the door, the security guard stopped them. Hey, you are not allowed to enter here, and will not sell anything to you. The company commander had a bitter look on his face. Grandpa, I know that it was our leader who was wrong before. I here to sincerely apologize to you. My gang of brothers haven't eaten for a long time and are starving. You can't see the people's sons and daughters starving, can you? The security guard laughed. Sorry, the resident comrade has spoken. This is a drill. You are the enemy, invading here. We, the people here, have to stand with the real people's sons and daughters. Not a single grain of rice can be sold to you. Go go go. A few more people were pushed out. Damn the blues. They're too unethical. A soldier huffed. Bombed our food pipeline, and now they won't let us buy anything. They're trying to starve us to death. Another soldier sighed. It's over. No one will sell to us. We'll continue to starve again. The company commander clenched his fists in anger. Don't talk nonsense. We're scouts. Can this setback be hard for us? For scouts, there's no mission that can't be accomplished. Company commander, they're not even for sale. Can we still rob them? Rob your grandma. The company commander's eyes rolled and suddenly laughed. Follow me. In no time, the group changed into civilian clothes and walked with their heads held high towards a mini-mart. But just as he entered, the owner immediately came out from behind the counter. Wait a minute. The group stopped sheepishly. The company commander barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Boss, we're buying. The boss looked them up and down. Not local and still inching. You're soldiers. Yes. We're from the Blue Army. The company commander quickly nodded. The leader asked us to come and buy something. Bah! The boss spat. Why don't the Blue Armies come in their uniforms? Sneaking around, you're the invaders. Go away. I'm not selling anything here. Boss, we pay. The company man tries to wriggle out of it, but the boss pushes him back out. This is really the end. A soldier squatted on the ground in despair. The Blue Army is close to the people here. We really can't buy anything. Heck with the Blues. The recon squad leader said angrily. They're shameless enough to be so lackadaisical. It's ing ed up. The company commander clenched his fists and yelled down. I don't believe it. The Blues can really starve us to death. Follow me. Chapter 117. Don't thank the grandpa. Letting you guys starve is to help you. As the sky slowly turned dark once more, Long Hong and Shangguan Wei stood in front of the tent, like Meng Jiangyan looking at her husband. Her eyes looked straight at the back of the camp. Gollum! A sound came from Shangguan Wei's stomach, and hunger instantly surged through his body. Old Lang, why don't you go inside and rest? Shangguan Wei licked his lips. They should come back. They will come back. If they don't come back, it's useless for you to wait here. Lang Hong waved his hand. I'm fine. I didn't eat it. Didn't you also not eat it? The whole battalion of soldiers didn't eat it. I can't be the only one to specialize. Shangguan Wei was anxious. Not only have you not eaten, but you've been running around all over the camp for the past 2 days and nights. Even if you're full, you don't have enough stamina. Not to mention you haven't eaten. As soon as he talked about eating, the rumbling in Lang Hong's stomach instantly became louder. Shangguan Wei said in exasperation. This bunch of lackadaisical belt-smoking contraptions of the Blue Army, knowing that we don't have anything to eat, they still attack us round the clock 24 hours a day. They're not just trying to deplete our ammunition, they're also trying to deplete our physical strength. Lang Hong nodded. The Blue Army wants to wait for us to get hungry and then surrender to them. I'll be damned. We've never had a surrendered troop in the Dragon Kingdom, so dream their big dreams. Shangguan Wei patted him. Alright, don't be angry. When our people buy back the food later, everything will be solved. I'll see what tricks the Blues can still pull. Lang Hong was just about to speak when suddenly the sound of people in the distance boiled over. Both men turned their heads in unison, and suddenly they both froze. In a twinkling of an eye, while we were talking, there were suddenly a lot of cars coming from the rear of the camp, and a lot of people. What the hell? The two of them looked at each other, and then ran over there together. What's going on? Lang Hong shouted from a distance. The crowd immediately made way. Lang Hong and Shangguan Wei rushed to the front of a group of people, and instantly the entire crowd was dumbfounded. Just a few hundred people, tied up with dozens of drooping soldiers. An old man at the head of the group shouted as soon as he saw Lang Hong. Leader, we need again. Lang Hong froze, but quickly remembered that this old man was the old man who came to offer his condolences last time. Lang Hong hurriedly smiled and extended his hand. Old man, how are you? I'm not okay. The old man shook off his hand. Lang Hong froze. Old man, what's going on? Who made you angry? The old man pointed at his nose. Who else but you? Lang Hong smiled bitterly. Me? How did I provoke you? You tell me. I'll accept criticism. The old man snorted coldly. Last time we came to offer our condolences, we brought so many things. But you're so noble. You don't want anything, and you even said that you don't need our people's help in the future. Lang Hong said awkwardly. Elderly man, last time I already made it clear to you. Our troops have the discipline not to take a single needle or thread from the masses. So, then why are you coming to steal now? The old man glared at him. Steal? Lang Hong was dumbfounded. Shangguan Wei was also dumbfounded. Impossible, old man. We would never steal the old. The old man interrupted him, pointing to the captured men behind him. These are your men, aren't they? The dozens of scouts lowered their heads in shame, and no one dared to look at Lang Hong and Shangguan Wei. The corner of Lang Hong's mouth twitched, and he nodded. Yes, it's my soldiers, but the old man said angrily. It's good to admit it. It's them, sneaking into our warehouse to steal rice and flour and even oil. Are you still the people's sons and daughters? Compared to the Blue Army in our garrison, you're far worse. Lang Hong is angry. His own soldiers were caught even if. I did not expect to be on the spot with the Blue Army than a wave. His whole body was about to explode now. Assholes! I told you guys to go shopping. Who told you to steal? Lang Hong gasped and wailed. Are you guys still soldiers? The scout company commander looked up in aggravation. Brigadier, we did buy it, but they won't sell it. If you don't sell, you guys will steal it? Shangguan Wei pointed at him and roared. Don't say it's a drill now. Even if it's a real war, our military discipline. You can't just take a needle or a thread from the people. Your behavior is to be shot collectively. The Dragon Kingdom's military has always been highly disciplined. Even during the most difficult times decades ago, the soldiers don't eat or drink, and they don't take anything from the people. This is a fine tradition that is not found anywhere else in the world, and it is also the pride of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. But now, being caught on the spot by the common people, Lang Hong and Shangguan Wei both hated to find a hole in the ground. Brigadier, The scout company commander cried out aggrievedly. We left money before we dared to take it. Where would we dare to steal it? It's not that we couldn't buy it. That's why we came up with this plan. A middle-aged man said smugly. Not telling us. That's still stealing. Luckily, our comrades from the Blue Army reminded us to install surveillance in the storehouse, or else you would have gotten away with it. It's the Blues again. Long Hong and Shangguan Wei almost vomited blood. Who in the world developed these programs to target them? It's all about being thorough and calculating, and it's all about getting them into a hole. Long Hong barely managed to squeeze out a smile and took the old man's hand and said, Old folks, no, uncle, grandpa, you see it's all a misunderstanding, because so many of us haven't eaten for 2 days. That's why they came up with this plan. Do you think this is okay? I'll pay double for your stuff, or triple if I can't. Long Hong folded his hands. Please, for the sake of us also being sons and daughters of the army, help us. The children are hungry. Grand Master, please. Shangguan Wei also folded his hands. The old man looked at their likeness and sighed helplessly. Hey, I'm a person who is just kind-hearted. Long Hong and Shangguan Wei immediately rejoiced. Thank you, Grand Master. But, the old man patted their hands. The comrades from the Blue Army said that we are doing this now to sharpen you so that you can grow up fast. Only when you guys have received your lessons will you be able to grow stronger. So, I can only watch you guys starve. Yes, a middle-aged man shouted. Comrade Su from the Blue Army said that you can only defend the motherland and the people better in the future if you suffer more. We're doing you a favor by doing this now. Right, the others shouted. The old man took Long Hong's hand in a serious manner. Young man, learn from your mistakes and grow wiser. Remember this lesson well. Grandpa can only help you up to here. Put. Long Hong felt a sweetness in his throat, as if he really had a mouthful of blood to spit out. Damn it, you don't feed us, and you say you're helping us? In all his life, he'd never seen such help. Alright, the people are returned to you, and we are leaving. The old man smiled. You guys hold on for a bit longer. In a couple days you'll be too hungry to stand it, and then you'll remember this mistake forever, and you won't make it in the future. He waved his hand with a grin and left with the old folks singing. Asterisk 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 his ass. Shangguan Wei was so angry that he slammed his fist on the trench next to him. Blues, surnamed Su. I said your father. I will you to death sooner or later. Chapter 118, Tired. Destroy. Kill us all. Late at night. In the Red Command. All the officers above battalion level were present, and all of them sat around Long Hong and Shangguan Wei with waxen faces. No one spoke, but there was a constant gurgling sound coming from the tent. Having not eaten a single grain of rice for 2 days and 2 nights, everyone was already starving. It might be bearable if you just starved and didn't move, but the Key Blues were attacking 24 hours a day, and they couldn't sleep well and had to run around. Physical exertion is extremely fast and some people are already getting dizzy. Long Hong scanned the crowd. What now? Who has a good proposal? One of the regimental commanders hurriedly said. Leader, can you apply to airdrop some supplies for us? Right. Another leader nodded. Even if each person takes a bite of compressed cookie, we can at least hold out for 2 more days. Long Hong glared at them without any good humor. If I could airdrop, I would have already applied for it, and I'm still waiting for you guys to say it? Shangguan Wei sighed. I think you guys forgot that we are simulating deep enemy combat this time. With only our 2 brigades, there is no backup at all. The crowd was silent again. Now the foodways are gone. You can't buy anything, and the airdrops are hopeless. It's not just waiting to die. Why don't we send our men to procure them further away? A head of the regiment proposed. Everyone's eyes immediately lit up, and Long Hong waved his hand at him. Tell us what you think. The regimental commander nodded. The people in the neighborhood all wear the same pants as the Blue Army. Since we can't buy them here, let's go to a city more than 100 kilometers away. The Blues aren't that capable of reaching that far, and when you go to a big city, people in business don't care that much. Right. Shangguan Wei slapped his hand on his leg and said excitedly, this is a great idea. Why didn't we think of this earlier? Hope also lit up in Long Hong's eyes. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and send someone out. Right. He stood up and said excitedly, send a few trucks out and buy as much as you can and bring it back. Try to buy the cheapest rice, cornmeal and all that. Sorghum flour is fine too, as long as we can last through this half month. This proposal excited all the people, and they all acted at once, sending out 6 trucks in the darkness of the night, and leaving with all the money the 2 brigades could raise. Watching the truck disappear into the darkness, Long Hong let out a huge sigh of relief. It's good this time. I'll see how the Blues can still blockade us. Shangguan Wei jumped up excitedly. Tomorrow night at the latest, we'll have food. 2 hours later, Su Chan walked into the brigade headquarters, throwing a bag in front of Su Fei. What the hell? Su Fei was surprised and reached out to open the bag, realizing that it was all full of money. Asterisk 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 where did you kid get this? Su Fei looked at Su Chen in surprise. Su Chen laughed. Seized. He drank a large amount of water and said with a smirk, I set up ambushes at all the traffic junctions to prevent Red's people from going to other cities to pick up supplies. It seems that they were starving and couldn't take it anymore, so they really sent people out today, just in time to be ambushed by my people. All of them were wiped out and their money was seized. Su Fei froze, then laughed out loud. You kid, you're really something. It's good that you had the foresight, or else our preparations over the past few days would have been in vain. The corner of Qin Tian's mouth twitched. The fact that they can send people to other cities to pick up goods means that they are really starving and can't stand it anymore. Old Su, if we continue, will we get someone killed? Wang Changjiang also said. Yes, after all, it's just a drill. Don't go too far. What are you guys afraid of? Su Fei waved his hand. You guys forgot that the director's department still has emergency help. The red side isn't exactly a cutie pie. If someone is really starving, they'll definitely call for help. Do they really want to see their own people starve to death? Su Chen also laughed. People can't die without eating for 7 days. They consume a lot of physical strength every day. They can last for 5 days. Don't worry, there are still 2 days left. It's fine. Exactly. Su Fei said triumphantly. Help them lightly fast and slim down a bit. Qin Tian and Wang Changjiang were speechless, thinking that the Red Feng could really thank you. Su Chen said to Su Fei, Brigadier, there are 2 days left. Let's get ready as well. I'll continue to monitor Red's deployment and plot it as a general attack map when the time comes. I'll leave the rest to you. Good. Su Fei rubbed his hands together excitedly. They're already starving into limpets. All we have to do is fight according to the general attack map, and half of their funding will be ours. Ha ha ha. 2 days passed quickly, with the Blues launching their usual 24-hour assault on the Reds, and it's also getting bigger and lasts longer each time. On the contrary, Red's officers and men were already in a state of mind because they had been deprived of food for several days. Sometimes they were trying to resist, but their bodies were too weak, and by the time they reacted, they were either taken out or the Blues had finished walking. By the afternoon of the 6th day of Red's starvation, everyone in the director's department was gathered around the big screen. It clearly shows that the Blues are rapidly deploying artillery batteries. All tanks and armored vehicles also split into multiple paths in preparation for departure. It's finally going to start. The crowd was full of excitement. After waiting for so many days, they finally waited for the big battle they were waiting for. Luo Bing looked at Su Jie. Old Su. Now guess again. Who can win? It should be the Blue Army. Su Jie was full of smiles. The red side has been starved for so many days. Even if they wanted to fight, their combat power would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the Blue Army has been launching frequent raids in the last 2 days, consuming a lot of Red's ammunition. This is a battle the Blues will win. That's what I thought too. Luo Bing smiled and said. However, a trapped beast is still fighting. Even though Red's fighting strength is greatly reduced, they still have 1.5 times the strength of the Blue Army after all. Later on, it will definitely be exciting. It's on. A staff officer shouted excitedly. Everyone's eyes went straight to the screen. Only a few dozen of the Blue Army's cannons opened fire in unison. A shell rushed out of the gun with a roar, raising a great deal of dust and smoke, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Immediately after that, all the tanks and armored vehicles were out in full force. The vast grassland, the steel torrent rolling forward, filled all those who saw this scene with shock. This is what a real fight is all about. Luo Bing laughed. Let's see how Red responds. Report. Suddenly, an officer shouted. Red's artillery is being bombarded with devastating coverage by the Blues. 2 brigades of artillery positions. Not a single one escaped. What? Luo Bing's mouth opened wide in shock. How is this possible? How did they know the location of the Red side's artillery positions? Just then, another officer yelled. Report. The Red stationary tanks are now also under precision bombardment again. Everyone's eyes were glazed over. Did the Blues have tunnel vision? Can you see all of Red's internal deployments? Meanwhile, the Red position was ablaze, with thick white smoke rising everywhere. Long Hong and Shang Wei watched as a fire position was blown away. The two, already weak, were in utter despair and sat down on the ground almost simultaneously. Brigade Commander, the Blues are hitting, a soldier shouted anxiously. Long Hong waved his hand in despair. Fight, let them come, tired, destroy, kill us all. Chapter 119. A knife man's eyes cannot be hidden. Boom boom boom. Shell after shell smashed into the Red camp, and the carpet bombardment reduced the entire camp to a sea of fire. The rumbling of the tanks was like the roar of a giant beast as one of the Blue Army tanks broke through the center of the camp. Then like a knife, it cut the whole camp right in half. And just before that was all, a large number of tanks turned around and began cutting Red's camp into a million little pieces. The Blues infantry vehicles followed close behind and quickly surrounded the cutaway in one small block. Charge! The blue soldiers jumped from their infantry vehicles with great vigor and launched a charge under the cover of the armored vehicles, but when they rushed to the trenches they all froze, only to see the soldiers on the red side all falling down in the trenches askew, not bothering to raise their eyes even when they saw them coming. "Hey, can't you see we're on general offense? Get up and fight," a blue squad leader shouted. A lieutenant from the red side said in a bad mood, You, try starving for 5 days and see if you still have the strength. Hurry up, kill if you have to, and take us to dinner afterward." The soldiers of the Blue Army were speechless. They had come with visions of a good fight with the enemy, but it never occurred to me that they had even given up resistance. "Are you still Dragon Kingdom soldiers?" Another squad leader roared. "Get up and fight to the end. Pull back," the man on the red side said weakly. "You guys really think this is a real battle? This is a drill, so hurry up if you want to do it." The blues were utterly speechless, but they could more or less understand it. There was really no point in resisting when the opponents could last 5 days of maneuvers without food, and now that all heavy firepower had been destroyed, the blues all laughed and rushed into the trenches, sweeping ammunition furiously, and a plume of white smoke quickly rose up through the camp. 2 hours later, inside the director's office, Lung Hong and Shangguan Wei, as well as a group of officers above company level, were all gathered around at the moment, hollering and picking up their meals. "Another bowl." Lung Hong held out a large bowl toward the cook. The cook looked at him in shock. "Comrade Brigadier, you've already eaten 4 bowls. Cut the crap." Lung Hong licked the rice grains on his mouth. "I've been starving for 5 days. What's wrong with eating a few bowls of rice? Just give me rice. No vegetables. Rice is too good." Good. The cook nodded and immediately served him rice. Lung Hong picked up the bowl and squatted to the side to wind up picking up the food. Luo Bing and the other people from the director's department shook their heads as they watched from the side. It's a scene that looks like a large-scale pig-feeding picture. The hooting and hollering was so magical that they couldn't help but gulp when they heard it. "It's so sinful." A staff officer shook his head. "Look at how it's starving people. I really don't know how they survived these 5 days. Starving again and having to deal with Blue Army raids. It's pathetic." The eyes of the crowd were filled with sympathy because Lung Hong's gang was too much like refugees fleeing a disaster. Luo Bing smiled bitterly at Su Zhe. "Old Su, we all guessed right. Only, I didn't expect the blues to win so easily and the reds to lose so rashly." Sudhi swallowed and said heartily, "We are so concerned with the will of the people that we overlook how weak not eating can make them." When he thought that this might have been his own son's idea, Su Zhe couldn't wait to punch Su Chen. "How can you come up with such a bad idea that is so unethical and smoky?" In his opinion, it was a drill. There was no need to be so hard on his own people. "Leader!" Luo Bing and the others turned their heads when they heard the sound, only to see the Blue Army's people walking over in a spirited manner. The state between them is just too stark compared to the Red Bunch. Su Fei led the men to Luo Bing and saluted. "Blue Army Brigade Commander Su Fei, successfully completing his mission, comes to report." Luo Bing looked at them and smiled awkwardly. Good. Well done. He bitterly smiled and gave a thumbs up. "After watching maneuvers for so many years, this is the first time I've seen one that can beat the opponent so badly. You guys, marvelous." Su Fei laughed. "If it weren't for the fact that they're a brother troop, we'd definitely be more ruthless, and that's already showing mercy." Everyone rolls their eyes. "You call that mercy when you've starved a man to death? You must have some misconception about mercy, Brigadier Su." Just then, Lung Hong and Shangguan Wei saw them. The two came straight over with their bowls in their hands as they ate. "Yo, isn't this Brigadier Lang and Brigadier Shangguan?" Su Fei said smilingly. "What's going on here? Only a few days gone. You look so bad, and you've lost a lot of weight too." Lung Hong and Shangguan Wei were so angry that they almost didn't spit rice in his face. "Don't you know what happened to us?" Lung Hong stared at him angrily. "Brigadier Su is so powerful. My brother is considered an eye-opener. However, I'm not at all convinced that I lost." Su Fei smiled and shrugged. "It's okay, most people who fail won't be convinced. When we review the game later, you'll be convinced." Shangguan Wei stared at him dead in the face. "Brigadier Su, do you still know that we are a brotherly unit? Have you ever treated your brothers like this? Even if you cut off our food route, you still won't let the people in the neighborhood sell things to us. Are you lacking in virtue?" Su Fei laughed. "Brigadier Shangguan, the drill is to start with a real war. If it's a real war, it's my job to break your grain route. The people in your neighborhood, I will move away. Do you understand what it means to hold the fort? Don't you talk about buying things. I'll make it so you can't even find a hair on your head." Shangguan Wei nodded his head in exasperation. All right, you have a point, but let me ask you, the 6 trucks we sent out, were they intercepted by you? I'm the one who intercepted it." Su Chen walked out. "You?" Shangguan Wei looked him up and down. Su Zhe rolled his eyes to the sky. Sure enough, all of these unethical war tactics came from this good old son of his. He subconsciously took 2 steps back. fearing that Su Chen would get involved in the beating later. Who are you? Long Hong asked. Su Chen puffed out his chest. Report, I'm Su Chen, Deputy Commander of the Blue Army Regiment. He smiled and said, I guess that you guys would go to another city to pick up supplies, so I blocked off all the roads in advance. I intercepted all 6 of your vehicles and slaughtered all the people. Where's the money? I've arranged meals for them. Su Chen laughed. How good it would have been if you had surrendered 2 days earlier. Those 6 truckloads of brothers. They've been eating well for the past 2 days. The group of people on the red side all stared at Su Chen with a deadly glare. The knife man's eyes were so pressed that he couldn't hide them. The comrade surnamed Su that the people are talking about. Is that you? Long Hong asked angrily. It should be. Su Chen nodded. I have a particularly good relationship with the people. The group on the red side couldn't stand it anymore. Dare to say that they have suffered so much these days. All of them are made by this person. Everyone couldn't help but surround towards Su Chen. Su Fei took a look at the situation and hurriedly shouted. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Exercise second. Friendship first. No hitting. What kind of friendship is there in this mother asterisk? The friendship boat capsized a long time ago. Shang Wanwei exasperated shouted. Su Chen is it? What the hell is the lack of virtue thing to give birth to you? Simply lacked great virtue. I said your father. Suddenly, he was tapped on the shoulder. Shang Wanwei was angry and yelled. The following words were all instantly stifled. A man with a general star was currently looking at him intently. Good day, Chief. Shang Wanwei hastily saluted. The corner of Suja's mouth twitched. Did you just say, which lackluster thing gave birth to him? Right. Shang Wanwei nodded his head. Chief, you judge, is he very unethical? Is the one who gave birth to him even more unethical? How did he bring him into this world? Luo Bing wanted to speak, but when she saw Suja's expression she felt it was too late and could only turn her head helplessly. Suja's eyes spewed fire as he stared at him dead in the face. That more lackluster thing you're talking about. That's me. Shang Wanwei nodded. It's you. What? He instantly flaxed and froze. Yes. You are his father. Chapter 120, Cheating and Still Can't Win. Why is your skin so thick? Everyone was confused, and the rice in Long Hong's mouth fell all over the place. Su Fei and Qin Tian and the others were even more shocked as they stared in disbelief, looking at Su Zhao and then Su Chen. Beat them to death. They didn't think that this kid's dad was actually a lieutenant general. He really did come in through the back door. Chief. Shang Wanwei was so scared that his entire body was shivering. I didn't mean that. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Suja glared at him in exasperation. Misunderstanding? You couldn't beat him and were counted by him. What does it have to do with me? I'm so old. You still want to say me? Are you not a human being? Shang Wanwei almost cried in fear and solidly smacked himself twice. Chief, I have a cheap mouth. I'm not a thing. Luo Bing bitterly laughed and came over. Well, old Su, he's just too angry. Anyone who has been starved for 5 days and is still so stifled in defeat would be angry, wouldn't they? Lang Hong also rushed up to salute. I'm sorry, Chief. He was starving and confused. It was never directed at you. Shang Wanwei cried out. Chief, I just wanted to say my father. Why didn't he give birth to me smarter? The corners of Suja's mouth twitched as he waved his hand. Alright, hurry up and eat. A loss is a loss. Review the game later. Yes. Shang Wanwei was so frightened that he saluted. Luo Bing also rounded up. Alright, everyone should rest and eat. In an hour, we'll summarize the review. After saying that, he pulled Suja and turned towards the tent. Suja turned around and glared at Su Chen, and whispered in anger. Brat, even if you are lacking in virtue yourself, you still cause me to be scolded with you. How did I give birth to this thing of yours? He grunted, turned his head and walked in as well. Su Chen rolled his eyes toward the sky. He was pressurized to know that his old man had also come. It's not my fault. You're the one who had to come running to get scolded. Hey! Su Fei poked him. What? What else? Su Fei took a look at Suja's back and swallowed hard. Why didn't you say it earlier when your kid had such a dopey dad? Su Chen spread his hands. He is him, I am me. If I'm fighting a war, I can't carry him out, right? The crowd was speechless for a while. How did it feel like Suja was trying to come out carrying his old man's tablet? Then you can't hide it from us. Su Fei didn't have the heart to say, if I had known that your father was so powerful, I wouldn't have. When he thought that he had also greeted Su Chen's father quite a few times, he was instantly a bit scared. The look in Suja's eyes just now was too scary. Su Chen laughed. Brigadier, you can't blame me for this. Think about it. When I came here, everyone said that I was from the back door. If I announce who my father is, wouldn't that be making it true? The corners of Su Fei's mouth twitched as he pointed at him. Forget about it in the past, but in the future, no matter what happens to you, kid, you have to tell me. I take you as a brother. Don't you take me as a mallet. Got it. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Su Fei slammed his fist on his chest. Brat! On the other side, Shang Wanwei crouched down with palpitations, looking at the ground and shivering. Leng Hong walked over and patted him. Alright, don't think too much. Can not think much? Shang Wanwei bit her face. I said in front of other people's father to say that I want to say him. They are still a lieutenant general. This time I'm dead. Why don't you pull me a little? Leng Hong rolled his eyes. Where the do I know who his father is? Okay, he is the head of the hall, and will not bother with us. Hurry up and eat, or it will be gone in a while. Shang Wanwei was startled violently, and when he saw that everyone went to grab the food again, he immediately jumped up. Save some for me. Save some for me. An hour later, all the officers above the regiment level on both the red and blue sides were sitting in the director's office. Several combat staff officers played their recorded maneuvers. Most of the footage is pretty boring though. Basically blue steals and red defends. Blue runs away and red rests. Blue steal again and red defends. Half an hour later, the rough clip played out. Luo Bing stood up. Everyone has watched the entirety of the maneuver. Let me summarize. In this exercise, the Blue Army's tactics were new and accurate, and had a clear purpose. Although the red side also started off sharp, they neglected their most important logistics. That's why this maneuver, Red's loss was not unfair. Luo Bing looked at the people from the red side. So when I write the summary report, I'll emphasize this point in particular. This year, allocate half of the funding for your 2 brigades to the Blue Army. Chief, Leng Hong rubbed his feet. I'm not convinced. Luo Bing nodded at him. Speak your displeasure. Leng Hong pointed at the Blue Army. They cheated. The combat range was stipulated before the maneuver. They ran long distances, and they encouraged the civilians to fight against us. This is cheating. Su Chen also stood up. Chief, I also have something to say. Say. Luo Bing nodded. Su Chen looked at Leng Hong with a smile. Brigadier Leng, maneuvers are actual combat. During a war, the enemy will fight with you in a defined area? The local people would obey you invaders? That wouldn't be a traitor. You think all our people are traitors? You. Leng Hong's mouth shivered in anger. You're being forceful. Su Chen grunted. You said I was cheating, but I also said you guys were cheating. Where did we cheat? Shang Wanwei shouted unconvincingly. How can you cheat and still get beaten like this? Su Chen looked at Luo Bing. Leader, I'd like to ask, did the directorate reveal our battle plan to the red side? This, Luo Bing's old face blushed. We just revealed a little bit, but it's not all to help them it's mainly to add a little more difficulty to you guys, so that you can become stronger. Su Chen nodded. No matter what the reason is, but as long as the message is delivered, isn't that cheating? If you don't know our battle deployment, I'm afraid you'll lose even more. Su Chen smiled. You all cheated and still got beaten like this. The 2 brigadiers. If it were me, I would have found a hole in the ground to drill into. That's it. Su Fei said in a good-natured manner. 2 brigades beating one of ours, with the help of the special forces, plus the director's department giving you news. This can all be defeated. How can you guys be so thick-skinned and still dare to disobey? Leng Hong and Shang Wanwei were so angry that their lungs were about to explode, but it was a fact that they had cheated. The 2 of them looked at Luo Bing with an aggrieved face, because before the maneuver, it was Luo Bing who found them privately, saying that he wanted them to give the Blues a good try and push the Blues into a desperate situation. If Red is in trouble, they will be given tips at key moments. Well now, the pot is on their back. Luo Bing coughed with a reddened old face. Alright, everyone doesn't need to say anything. The tactics used by both the red and blue sides in this maneuver were very good, but the Blue Army is skillful, integrating psychological warfare and movement warfare as well as mass warfare all together. So a well-deserved win for the Blues. Slap. The Blues men joined the director's staff in a round of applause. Leng Hong and Shang Wanwei sat down stifled, their faces red with shame with their men. Suja looked at the dejected Su Chen, and his anger suddenly came back. This kid is now full of ambition and scenery. How can I still mention the coffin book to him? Asshole, leaving me all out of the way. Luo Bing coughed and pointed at Leng Hong and Shang Wanwei. You two, go back and do a proper inspection. All officers above battalion level must write a 10,000 word check. You, as the chief officers, must write 20,000 words, as well as a failure summary report. Leng Hong and Shang Wanwei almost didn't kneel down. How come we're always the ones who get hurt? Chapter 121. Why do men make things difficult for men? Su Fei, stop right there. Outside the director's department, Su Fei and the others all stopped when they heard the sound. Looking back, Leng Hong and Shang Wanwei were huffing and puffing towards them. It's fine. You guys go first. Su Fei smiled at Qin Tian and the others. I'll talk to them. Be careful. We'll wait for you on the side. Qin Tian nodded and led the others to the side. The 2 brigade commanders. What guidance do you have? Su Fei clasped his hands. Lang Hong stared at him in exasperation. Today, we lost. Aha! Su Fei nodded. Your tactics are great. And you do strike our weak points solidly. Aha! Su Fei nodded again. Lang Hong pointed at his nose. The final general attack was also beautiful. Covering fire, cutting and encircling, breaking down each one. Very good. Aha! Su Fei looked at him in surprise. No, you're here to compliment me? I know all my good points. You don't have to. Really? Lang Hong's eyes were red. I just wanted to tell you that although you guys were great this time, but we will come back next time. Next time, no matter what tactics you use, we'll never take a loss this time. Shang Wanwei sputtered and shouted. The funding we lost, I'll make you pay back double in the coming year. Su Fei was happy and clapped at them. Good. Courage is commendable. And perseverance is admirable. Then the two of you are welcome to come back in the next year and continue to send me funds. He could really welcome these two now. Just based on the words they had just said, Su Fei was certain that they would still be pitted by Su Chen the next time they came. When all is wonderful, the pits are different, and that's what makes Su Chen so special. Suddenly, the two reached toward him together. What for? Su Fei was stunned. Where's the money? What money? Shang Wanwei shouted angrily. The money we sent out to pick up supplies, wasn't it confiscated by you? That's what our two brigades put together. Oh, that money. Su Fei laughed. It's like this. Didn't your people get caught by us? 2 days of food expenses, as well as vehicle management fees, towing fees, venue fees. Anyway, there's not much left when you add it all together. The two men's eyes glared like Tongling. You rob money? We have 70, 000 to 80, 000 there. Su Fei shrugged. If you want to ask, go ask our deputy chief Su. The money is under his control. Lang Hong and Shang Wanwei took a deep breath. They could sort of see that Su Fei was trying to play a rogue and not pay, deliberately kicking them to Su Chen. They had just come out when they saw Su Chen was with Su Jia. At this point, where would they dare to ask for money? Shang Wanwei, in particular, was afraid of throwing himself into the net. Fine, fine. You guys are hooligans, aren't you? Shang Wanwei was furious and pointed at Su Fei. You wait for me. In the coming year's maneuvers, I'll have to beat you all to death. Lang Hong gritted his teeth and said, beat all your self-respect out of you. Wait. The two men pointed some fingers, huffed and turned their heads. Take care, don't see me off. Su Fei waved at them. In the coming year, I'll wait for you to deliver the money. Asterisk. The two men raised their middle fingers without looking back. Su Fei smiled amiably, another sum of money in hand. Tonight, you can properly improve the food. Inside the director's department, Luo Bing patted Su Chen's shoulder, his face full of appreciation. Xiao Chen, you didn't lose your old man's face. I heard that 70% of this battle was your tactics, right? Young and promising, the son of a general. Luo Bing gave Su Jia another thumbs up. Old Su, you really know how to train your son. Marvelous. Su Jia smugly laughed out loud. Old Luo, you're also too flattering. He's only learned 1/10 of my skills. He's still early from my level. Can't let him be proud. Ha ha ha. Luo Bing and Su Chen all rolled their eyes. How many skills do you have? Can you be a son and an old colleague and still not know? Why don't you go to heaven? Well, then I'll leave you father and son to chat. Luo Bing nodded at them, then looked at Su Chen again. For this report, I will include your tactics emphatically. Under modern warfare, these old methods of yours still strike me as very novel. Back, if there's anything I don't understand, I'll specifically ask you for advice. Anytime. Su Chen saluted at him. Luo Bing laughed and turned to leave. When he left, Su Chen immediately turned around and ran. As expected, just as he moved, Su Jia's slap had already swiped over. Luckily he ran fast where that slap would have been solidly in his face. Asshole, what the hell are you running for? Su Jia's slap was empty and he was so angry that he drew out his belt and chased after him. Stop, stop. Su Chen then ran around the table. Dad, I'm not stupid. Can I stand still when you're pumping the belt? Su Jia panted and chased after him. Stole my coffin book, you bastard. Come here, I order you to come here. Su Chen laughed as he ran. Dad, you're not my leader, so I don't have to listen to you. And that's your private money. I invested it for you. It's better than being found out by Mom. You sinful animal. Su Jia was so angry that he slammed a belt over, hitting all the cups on the table and dropping them to the floor. The guards outside heard the noise and glanced at each other before resuming their positions. When people's father and son are inside, they don't dare to disturb them even if something big happens. After chasing after half a day, Su Jia was completely tired and collapsed on the chair breathing heavily. Su Chen stood opposite him and said with a smile, Tell me, you're so old, why do you have to chase me? Chase me out later. The blood flow throughout Su Jia's body accelerated, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch uncontrollably. Asshole, do you know how long I've been saving? 15 years? 15 years ah. Do you know how I came through these 15 years under your mom's nose? You actually stole it for me, letting me go back to pre-liberation overnight. Are you still a human being? As Suja spoke, he thought of his wife's fierce eyes and the considerable amount of private money that had been confiscated. At that moment, he was aggrieved. All men. Why do men make things difficult for men? Why don't you go and steal from your mom? Seeing him like this, Su Chen sighed and moved a little closer. Dad, don't feel bad. I can assure you that all that money of yours, I spent it all on the maneuvers, not a single penny of it. This maneuver can be successful, all thanks to your private money. Really? Suja looked at him in disbelief. I swear to God. Su Chen's face was sincere. If I have half a lie, my father will go out. I believe it, Suja shouted. Su Chen looked at him with a smile. Dad, you're actually the one who got the big credit this time. What Minister Luo praised just now should actually be you. Aha! Suja nodded his head in a very receptive manner. Su Chen continued. Look, I only have 1/10 of your kung fu, and I already have such an achievement. If those old comrades of yours knew about this, how envious they would have to be and how much they would worship you. Well, ha ha ha. The more Suja thought about it, the more beautiful it became, and he laughed with joy. Su Chen sighed in relief. So, those money were worth spending. Bang! Suja slapped his hand on the table. Don't you kid try to fool me. He stood up and said while putting on the belt of his pants. The money was spent by the old man. What tactics you used? You have to tell me everything. I'm an investor. I have the right to know. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. Fooling around for half a day, not winding him up. This old man, he's gotten smart. Chapter 122, Sister-in-law is good. I like sister-in-law. Write it down for me. Suja took out his notebook and slammed it on the table. Su Chen was filled with embarrassment. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it was that he couldn't give it now. Taking his tactics and generalizing them to the entire force was his ultimate goal, which would allow the entire army to progress at a faster rate. But with this battle down, Dragon's Teeth is at best considered officially recognized from above. But steady isn't even close. If the next opponent beats them to a pulp, I'm afraid the higher-ups will have to reconsider the value of their first brigade's existence once again. And, even if he said it now, it probably wouldn't make tactics like drones particularly important to the top. Only the harder you beat your opponents in the real world will the top really pay attention to drones and subsequently invest heavily in them. So, Su Chen's idea was to fight at least one more good battle before saying anything. What are you waiting for? Right. Suja pulled a chair in front of the door. I'm telling you, if you don't write today, you won't be allowed to leave. If you dare to leave, I'll break your legs. Su Chen's eyes rolled and he suddenly ran towards the window. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Suja stood up violently, but it was already too late. Su Chen leaped up in the air and his whole body tumbled out of the window. Suja was shocked and dumbfounded, never dreaming that Su Chen would actually come to this hand. Asshole, you can't run away from the temple. Suja furiously chased after him. I'll go to your troop to find you. Dad. Su Chen stood outside the window. I can't tell you right now because I have my hardships, but I can guarantee that in a month at most, I will definitely give you a perfect explanation, guaranteeing your satisfaction. But right now, even if you beat me to death, there's no way I'll tell you. Su Chen stubbornly looked at him through the window. You know my temper. Suja huffed and crossed his arms, and he couldn't do anything about Su Chen through the window. Good. Suja pointed at him. What if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation within a month? Su Chen immediately put up his hand. I swear, if I don't give you an explanation within a month, my whole family. Enough, no need to bring me. Suja exasperatedly pointed at him. I'll wait for you for a month. If you don't let me be satisfied, the ends of the earth, I'll have to go and cut you. Get lost. Yes. Su Chen laughed, turned around and ran. Looking at his back, Suja had some regrets. How did you let him escape so easily? Suja patted his head. Careless. This kid, there's absolutely no way he could be so quick. Don't get punked by him again. Su Chen flew all the way to the parking lot, and just as he jumped into the car, a hand in the backseat slammed into him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Chen jumped out of the car again in shock. What the hell? Zheng Bing's head poked out with a smile. It's not a ghost, it's me. Su Chen gasped and cursed. You're sick in the head. In broad daylight, people scaring people will scare them to death. Zheng Bing laughed cheaply. And you let the dog pee on my face. We're even. Su Chen sat back down in a bad mood. Get off. I'm going to drive. Don't. Zheng Bing climbed to the front and looked at him with a smile on his face. I've been waiting for you for half a day. Let's chat. What do I have to nag you about? Su Chen gave him a blank look. You're not my soldier. Go down. The corners of Zheng Bing's mouth twitched as he said in a harmonious voice. Big brother. You're my big brother all right? Su Chen looked at him in surprise. You kid, What in the world do you have to say? Say it quickly. Zheng Bing smiled dryly at him. Actually, I just want to ask you for a favor. Say. Zheng Bing twisted and rubbed his hands together. Please, don't tell Yao Na about my behavior here. Su Chen froze. Asterisk. You're still hitting on her? She's your sister-in-law. Hey. Zheng Bing looked serious. Aren't you and her not married? Without marriage, everyone has the right to pursue. Even if you get married, you can still get divorced. Besides, sister-in-law is good. I just like sister-in-law. Su Chen almost didn't vomit blood. This guy was a pervert. Zheng Bing stretched out his hand at this time. A man's business. A man's solution. I lost to you. I admit my weakness. But you can't use this to stop me from pursuing my sister-in-law. No, Yao Na. Su Chen glared at him. It's fine. It's fine if you don't tell Yao Na. Good big brother. Zheng Bing smiled broadly. I knew you were a brother who could handle it. But, Su Chen stared at him. You have to follow me. Again. Zheng Bing pouted. I've already made it clear that I won't leave Dragon Spurs. I'll never compromise on this matter. Su Chen smiled. He understood special forces. Everyone that got in was a huge effort. It's not enough to threaten to make them leave. You have to make him willing. Then let's gamble again. Su Chen stared at him. Next drill. You apply to participate. If you still lose to me, you must follow me. Zheng Bing thought for a moment, then nodded his head painfully. No problem. Next drill. I'll definitely behead you. Good. Su Chen extended his hand. If you lose, no cheating. Zheng Bing scratched his head. But even if I were to follow you, there's no way our captain would agree. You don't have to care about this. Leave it to me. Su Chen stared at him. All you have to do is promise. If I'm not capable of getting you here, then forget it. Zheng Bing raised his eyebrows again, and he was sufficiently certain that his brigadier general would never let him go, and he would never lose again. It's a deal. Zheng Bing slapped hard on his hand. Asterisk off douchebag. I don't have time for you. Okay big brother. Big brother take care. Zheng Bing happily jumped out of the car, and a big stone in his heart was sort of put down. If Yana knew that he was killed by a dog and drank dog piss and ate dog, it would be hopeless to pursue her. Now, he's relaxed. Su Chen looked at Zheng Bing's giggling in the rearview mirror, and a smile floated up on his face. Next time, I have a new way to deal with you. Half an hour later, Su Chen drove back to the campground. The entire 1st Brigade was basking in the joy of victory. A table was carried to the playground and the soldiers excitedly carried benches to the playground. Su Chen was surprised and grabbed a soldier. What's going on here? Deputy Commander Su, the brigade commander said that we're having a celebration today. The soldier said with a smile, you're a great success. We owe it all to you this time. Su Chen. In the distance, Qin Tian ran over with a smile. As soon as he tugged him away, you're finally back. The celebration can't be held until you, the great meritorious person, is here. Su Chen was pulled to the main table, and Su Fei and the others happened to come over carrying boxes and boxes of wine. You kid is back. Su Fei laughed loudly. Just waiting for you. Let's not get drunk today. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. The person who said this to him last time probably didn't want to drink with him in his life. Chapter 123, You have to jump into the pit. Bang! His head slammed heavily on the table, and his entire body was already unconscious, with harangues still dripping from the corners of his mouth. Old Qin cannot Wang Changjiang smilingly patted him. Old Qin, up, men, cannot get down, have to stand up, get up. Wang Changjiang cheered as he clapped. Su Fei laughed out loud. An arm around Su Chen, you kid, drink to now. The face does not bring red. Su Chen looked at him with a smile. Brigadier, haven't I told you before that I can drink well? Su Fei laughed loudly. Good boy, and can fight, and mother asterisk can drink. This is the real good soldier. Come on, have another drink with me. Su Fei was too happy and personally poured Su Chen a full glass. The two clinked and Su Fei finished it in one gulp. Bring me one. Wang Changjiang staggered over, raised his glass and said cheerfully, Little Sua, this time, I've dipped into your light. The brigade commander said that we, the 1st Regiment, are also taking the lead. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have made a damn thing. He looked at Su Chen with drunken eyes. Little Su, there's nothing I can give you as a brother. You tell me what you want, and I'll try to get it for you. Even if it's the moon in the sky, I'll go pick it. Su Fei also patted his chest and said, also, there's still me. Just go ahead and say it. Su Chen was delighted in his heart, but on the surface, he still had a face of rejection. That's not good. It's better to forget it. What's wrong with that? Wang Changjiang shouted. Brigadier, he looks down on us. He must think we're cheating him. Su Fei pounded his chest hard. Little Su Chen, you're a great contributor to our brigade, a great hero of the regiment. What the two of us promised you, we must fulfill it. If we don't, Su Fei touched his head thinking of words, and Su Chen thoughtfully reminded, it's my grandson. Right. Su Fei slapped his hand on the table and pointed at him, shouting, if I don't fulfill my promise, I'll be your grandson. You're Su Chen's eldest grandson. Su Chen smiled and turned on the recording function of his cell phone, then looked at Wang Changjiang. Wang Changjiang's eyes glared. My words count. Count. If I don't count, I'm your great-grandson. Good. Su Chen cheerfully picked up his cell phone and smiled at the guards next to him in passing. You guys have to testify. The two guards and the clerk were filled with embarrassment. As soon as they saw Su Chen recording with his cell phone, they knew that the brigadier and Wang Changjiang had been punked. A few people sighed in their hearts for a while, when talking to Deputy Chief Su. One's head has to be clear the whole time. Little Su, you say, you give it to Lao Zi. Wang Changjiang shook and pulled him. Don't underestimate Lao Zi. Lao Zi can do anything for you. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. This was really drunk. If he had a little more, he could make himself the boss in a pretty country. Su Chen coughed and said with a smile, actually, it's very simple. From now on, can you give me the command of the entire regiment? The guards next to him all sucked in a breath of cold air. Okay? I knew it wasn't going to be easy. It's a power grab. No problem. Wang Changjiang laughed out loud and patted Su Chen's shoulder. In the future, I, the head of the regiment, will become a member of the Changjiang committee. The regiment, leave it to you. You lead them in training, lead them in war. Ha ha ha, I trust you. I'll mix food and drink and medals with you. The guards covered their collective faces. Is this really drunk, even agreeing to such a condition? Everyone was waiting to see what Wang Changjiang would do when he came to his senses. Su Chen smiled and took his hand. Chief, you won't feel aggrieved, right? Aggrieved 6 Wang Changjiang patted him. I'm afraid you're aggrieved. Look at me. I'm a pig brain. Can I fight? No. I'd be spoiling the troops if I compared myself to you. I'm relieved to leave the men to you. Wang Changjiang laughed out loud. The guards next to him all bowed their heads speechlessly. That's not drinking too much. That's drinking too much. It's all starting to get incoherent about being pig-headed, so I guess I don't even remember my own name. Su Chen laughed out loud and hugged Wang Changjiang. It's still the head of the group who's good to me. I thank the head of the group. No need. Bang! Before Wang Changjiang could finish, he collapsed directly onto the table and instantly snored. No, it's useless. Su Fei laughed and pointed at Wang Changjiang, then poured himself and Su Chen another cup. Now, it's my turn. Su Fei handed Su Chen his wine. Say, being a brigade commander, I will definitely promise you. Su Chen took the wine and looked him up and down. This is still a bit sober. Sobriety won't do it. Su Chen looked to the side and immediately changed to a larger cup. He poured the wine in and filled himself up again. Before turning to Su Fei, Brigadier, thank you for taking care of me during this time, and thank you for trusting me. But then, this matter of mine, it's a bit big. I think it's better to forget about it. Everything is in the wine. He was just about to drink when Su Fei stopped him. With that, he also switched to a cup that was even bigger than Su Fei's, and similarly poured the wine to the brim. Little Su Fei pointed at Su Chen with red eyes. You look down on me? How much can you ask for? Compared to the merits you've made for our brigade, it's nothing. Brigadier. Su Chen wanted to say more. Su Fei directly cut him off. Alright, stop, don't say anything. He pointed to the wine. Drink first, then talk about things. Come on. Good. Su Chen was full of bad jokes and clinked glasses heavily with him. The two tilted their heads back and gulped down all of the wine in one glass. Just after drinking, Su Fei stumbled and fell back several steps, and the guards rushed up to help him. Brigadier, you're drunk. Let's help you back, the two guards said worriedly. They can see that Su Fei's head is not sober now. If this is pitched by Su Chen, then he will definitely jump in without hesitation. Asterisk off. I'm not drunk. Su Fei pushed the two men away and raised his hand with great bravado. Me, I'm a Dragon's Tooth, the commander of the Dragon's Tooth 1st Brigade. The first in the world. How could I possibly be drunk? He laughed out loud. The drunken frontier gentleman is not laughing. How many people have returned from ancient conquests? Ha ha ha. He took Su Chen's hand with one hand. Little Su, name your demands and I'll promise you. Su Chen smiled incomparably. He could feel that Su Fei was already in the same state as Wang Changjiang. He hurriedly said, it's nothing really, it's just that I'm short of money. Look, I bought the equipment out of my own pocket this time. Shouldn't I be reimbursed? Yes. Su Fei slapped his hand hard. Approved. Su Chen nodded his head and continued. Actually, There is no need to spend money inside the brigade. Isn't it true that the red side has been defeated and a lot of funds have to be allocated? I want a big head. Take 70%. Do you think it's okay? Okay. Su Fei laughed out loud. That's what you fought for. You can have it all. Su Chen stared at him. You won't back out, will you? I'm backtracking? Contrite I am you. Your Sun Tzu. Su Chen reminded. Right. Su Fei laughed out loud. If I go back on my word, I'll be your Su Chen's grandson. Got it. Su Chen smilingly stopped recording. The guard on the side shook his head helplessly. This is blocking the way. You have to jump into the pit. Chapter 124. You are the future of the army. Ah, what a pain in the head. Su Fei covered his head and got up from the bed, rushing outside and shouting, Xiao Meng, Xiao Meng, here. The guard ran in quickly. Brigadier, you're awake. I'll get you some washing water. You slow down. Su Fei glared at him. Why does my head hurt so much? Go ask if what logistics bought was fake wine. My head is about to explode. The guard rolled his eyes. Brigadier, you drank more than 2 bottles of white wine last night, plus 6 bottles of beer. Even the Bodhisattva has to have a headache. Did I drink that much? Su Fei was shocked. I can drink so much? The guard laughed bitterly and was just about to say something about what he did last night. The door was suddenly pushed open and the platoon leader on duty came flying in, reporting to the brigade commander. The directorate just called. Minister Luo will arrive in 10 minutes. Coming so fast? Su Fei hurriedly jumped off the bed. Quickly, get me new uniforms. It smells like alcohol. Give me water so I can rinse my mouth properly. 5 minutes later, the entire brigade began to assemble. The soldiers flew to the playground and lined up in neat squares. The heads of the regiment stood behind Su Fei and Qin Tian. They were almost all the same. They had drunk too much yesterday and now had a terrible headache. But Luo Bing had come, so they had to come over even if they had knives stuck in their heads. Brigade commander, Wang Changjiang whispered. Last night, did I say something I shouldn't have? Yes? Su Fei's head was in a daze. He had already drunk himself out of his mind. Wang Changjiang touched his head. It seems like there is, and it seems like both of us have said things we shouldn't have. Whatever. Su Fei laughed cheerfully. It's all just wine talk. Can it count when you're drunk? Even if it does, we won't admit it. Wang Changjiang nodded quickly. Right. Or the brigadier general is taller. If you say something when you're drunk, you won't admit it even if you're dead. Just then, a military vehicle slowly drove in through the gate. Su Fei immediately puffed out his chest and yelled, Attention! Swish! The whole brigade made a loud noise and everyone straightened up. The convoy stopped in front of the group, and Luo Bing stepped out of the car with a smile. Comrade Chief! Su Fei ran over and saluted. All officers and men of the 1st Brigade are assembled. Please instruct. At ease. Yes. Su Fei turned around and yelled. At ease. Swish. Another neat voice, all in unison. Luo Bing walked to the front of the line and the secretary immediately put up a microphone in front of him. Comrades of the 1st Brigade, Luo Bing said smilingly, what I'm here today is to represent the headquarters and commend you for your outstanding achievements in the just concluded maneuvers. Smiles spread across everyone's faces. This is a battle that looks like it will be easy to win in the end, but the process of this is known only to them. With each day's non-stop assault, everyone's nerves are actually strained to the breaking point. This commendation is well deserved by them. Luo Bing said in a deep voice. This battle has allowed me, and the headquarters, to see your unwavering courage and determination, winning many with few, and being good at using strange and wonderful attacks. This is a quality that all soldiers in our age should have. Therefore, headquarters has decided, starting today, the 1st Brigade is officially renamed the Blue Dragon Tooth Brigade. From today onwards, you are the entire army's whetstone. Luo Bing waved his hand vigorously. Headquarters, and I hope that you guys will continue to work hard in the days to come. Play at a superb level against every troop that comes to challenge you. Slap. Su Fei led the applause, and the whole brigade was overflowing with pride. Luo Bing waved his hand, and the crowd immediately quieted down again. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and this beginning of yours can be said to be quite tough. Not only were you outnumbered, but you were also inferior to your opponents in terms of equipment and security. But you guys still won all of them, which speaks volumes about your strength. But, Luo Bing exclaimed, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Is there any comrade who can tell me what is the true meaning of the existence of your blue army? The millstone? He swept the crowd and finally pointed at a soldier. You say, report. The soldier puffed out his chest, hit the red side hard, so that they will find their shortcomings in defeat and then grow fast, eventually becoming a strong shield to protect the country. Well said. Luo Bing nodded with satisfaction. This comrade is right. The purpose of your blue army's existence is to sharpen your brother troops. Let them quickly grow into an impenetrable shield for the country and the people. Luo Bing said in a loud voice. Our army has not fought in a war for many years. Everyone present, including your brigade commander, has never experienced a real battlefield. But the war, it's not gone away. It may come to us one day because of something. War is cruel and a huge meat grinder for ordinary people. Once war comes, our cities will be destroyed and countless people may become white bones in an instant. Our warriors may also be wiped out in formation if they are inexperienced. That's why you guys are here. Luo Bing shouted. Dragon teeth. It is to use your sharpness to fill our army with combat experience. Whether the war comes in the future or tomorrow, they will be able to be the first to step forward, crush the enemy, destroy them, and defend our country and people. And you are charged with this great mission. You are the future of the entire army. Tell me, do you have confidence? Yes, yes, yes. All of them roared with fervor. When you're a soldier, you're only looking for first place, and you're more interested in mission and honor. Luo Bing's words represent the weight of the headquarters and the people. It makes everyone proud. Luo Bing smiled and nodded. Good, I won't say much nonsense. Your brigade commander, the head of the brigade, will say it better than I can. You, too, will prove it with training and maneuvers. Next, I announce the order from headquarters. The secretary hurriedly handed him a book. Luo Bing read. Headquarters ordered that the Dragon Tooth Brigade performs well in this maneuver and is to be credited with 1 collective second-class merit. Regiment, outstanding performance, 1 collective second-class merit. The 1st Battalion and 1st Regiment Reconnaissance Company, especially outstanding performance, recognized the collective second-class merit once. In addition, Luo Bing continued to read. Su Fei, Qin Tian, and Wang Changjiang are credited with 1 individual 3rd-class merit. A Regiment Jia Peng, Ma Xian, Wan Rang, record 3rd-class merit once. Deputy Regimental Commander of the 1st Regiment, Su Chen, has made a great contribution to this maneuver. 1 second-class merit and 1 commendation from headquarters. He looked at everyone. Also, those who have performed well in this exercise will be given a commendation once by your brigade. Those who are especially outstanding can be reported for 3rd-class merit. Slap. The crowd once again erupted in thunderous applause, and Wang Changjian was already happy. His credit for this time was entirely picked up by Su Chen. Alright, Luo Bing laughed. Let's bring back the regiments. Su Fei and Qin Tian, come to me for a moment. Regiments, bring back and prepare for training. Turn right. Run for it. The huge procession quickly dispersed, and loud and clear slogans rang through the sky. Su Fei and Qin Tian ran to Luo Bing and saluted. Leader, what are your instructions? Luo Bing smiled slightly. There's a better news. Let's go. Go to your office. Chapter 125, Special Mission, Establishment of Kunlun Base. Here are the funds for you. In the office, Luo Bing placed several checks on his desk. Su Fei hurriedly picked it up and looked at the numbers on it, smiling from ear to ear. Thank you, Chief. Luo Bing waved his hand. This is all from your own efforts. This is the total funding after deducting salaries and some maintenance and dividing it by 2. Luo Bing laughed. With this amount of money, you can contact the equipment as well as the logistics to see if you can replace a batch of weapons or add some advanced equipment. Su Fei was already dancing with excitement at this moment. A few checks add up to $300 million. For them, it's an absolutely huge amount of money. It is perfectly possible to replace 2 battalions of tanks if you contact the General Assembly or the General Rear. Also Luo Bing continued. Headquarters has also decided to add 2 extra regiments to your brigade. As for you guys, you'll be a reinforced brigade from now on. As for what form these 2 regiments will take, you can call up a report if you want, and I'll sort it out for you. Yes. Su Fei and Qin Tian saluted together. Sure enough, it's all good news. With money and soldiers, really the harder they fight, the better funded they are. The top didn't lie to them this time. Luo Bing sat down with a smile. Okay, now for the highlights. There are still good things? Su Fei's mouth grinned up to his ears as he laughed. Luo Bing waved his hand, signaling them to sit down, before saying, Headquarters has seen my report, as well as the video of your maneuvers. It's been approved from above, giving you new camps, new barracks, and a new base. Su Fei looked at him in surprise. Leader, this is not our base? Luo Bing laughed and shook her head. How big is this place? It's simply not big enough to move around. Su Fei was a bit speechless. It's 200 kilometers around. Isn't it big enough? Luo Bing stared at him. The future war is not limited to one city and one place. We have vast depths, and there is absolutely no need to make hard fortresses and fight dull battles. What the army will go for in the future is an information-based combat model. So you guys, first of all, you need to be skilled in how to destroy the enemy in motion. Instead of charging up and fighting hard when the enemy comes, you have to make it impossible for the enemy to find and fight, and still be able to destroy the incoming enemy by surprise. This requires a wider place for you to exert yourselves. So, Luo Bing said, The new base that HQ gave you special approval for this time covers an area of almost 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers? Su Fei and Qin Tian were stunned. That's equal to the combined area of 2 or 3 southern provinces. They're the only brigade in a place this size? Luo Bing nodded. Yes, it's 1,000 kilometers. But most of the area here, all of it is grassland, mountains, Gobi, no man's land and desert. Su Fei and Qin Tian nodded, which they could understand. There are so many places like this in the west of the country. It is uninhabited for years, and in some places is considered off-limits to life. Using this place as a base allows for secrecy and also makes full use of the depth of the terrain to train for combat. Luo Bing continued. Your new campground, which has already been built, is currently undergoing final overhaul. In a week's time, all of you will be deployed. When you get to the place, you'll be the real Dragon Tooth Brigade. Your base, the headquarters, is named Kunlun. Kunlun. Su Fei and Qin Tian's eyes revealed a hint of yearning. Luo Bing laughed. Kunlun is the place where all our myths originated, and by giving you this name, I hope that you will be like Kunlun and always stand at the top. The two stood up together, promised to complete the mission and never let down the leadership. Luo Bing also stood up. Alright, I've finished saying what needs to be said. A week from now, the Director's Department will also move to the Kunlun base. At that time, the headquarters will send a resident director group to assist you. Yes, right. Luo Bing laughed. There's something else I have to explain to you guys. Leader, please. Luo Bing looked at Su Fei. Su Chen, this kid is really good. I can kind of see that this kid has great talent. In the future is unlimited. Su Fei and Qin Tian both nodded in agreement. In this exercise, Su Chen had fully demonstrated his ability. The entire brigade, at the moment, had great respect for Su Chen. That everyone was a soldier, and they obeyed Su Chen when he was capable, including Su Fei and Qin Tian. So Luo Bing whispered, if you guys want to develop better, I suggest listening to Su Chen more and you guys reuse more. Giving young people a chance is also a way to make our future path smoother. Su Fei laughed. Leader, even if you didn't say it, we would have done it. If it weren't for the fact that he hasn't reached the end of his years, I was planning to make him my chief of staff. Luo Bing laughed. It's good that you can think that way, he said mysteriously. The ancients said that talent is not restricted. Your idea, it might just come true, as long as this kid performs well and fights a few more beautiful battles. Now, both Su Fei and Qin Tian froze, especially Su Fei, who was just talking along. Unexpectedly, Luo Bing also revealed the secrets of the headquarters to him. HQ had this attitude. That proved that Su Chen really had a chance to rock it up. Alright, I still have to rush back to headquarters, so take care of yourselves. Luo Bing saluted them. The troops coming next time may be stronger than this one. Your mission, too, has officially begun. Don't let headquarters down. Yes, Su Fei and Qin Tian saluted solemnly. They knew that Luo Bing was giving them a warning. Dragon's Teeth was able to acquire such a large base and be held in such high regard. Then the red side that comes later will never be simple. If they want to keep what they have now, they'll have to fight hard and keep getting better to do so. The two of them kept sending Luo Bing to the car, and only then did they re-enter the brigade headquarters. Old Qin Su Fei shook the check in his hand. This money, it's not easy to take. I don't know which troop we're going to face next. Qin Tian smiled. What's wrong, old Su? Scared? Afraid? Su Fei coldly grunted. I have never known how to write the word fear in my life. Soldiers come to the battlefield. Who cares who's coming? Yes, we still have little Su. Qin Tian said. This kid has a bright head and advanced tactical jumps. We have to take Minister Luo's words seriously, and we'll have to make good use of him next. Su Fei nodded approvingly. This kid is indeed a rare talent. His thoughts have surpassed those of officers of his age by a lot. His experience is even more than that of us old-timers. When we get to the new base, I'll have to delegate some authority to him, so that he can practice properly. Good, Qin Tian said. Then I'll go find the logistics to prepare for the transfer of the entire army. There are too many big and small things for this one brigade to transfer all of them. Su Fei nodded. I'll leave it to you then. Qin Tian had just left with his front foot, and Wang Changjiang ran in with his back foot. Brigadier, judge me. Wang Changjiang cried out in aggravation. Su Chen, he bullied me. What? Su Fei was happy. You're a regimental commander. Being bullied by the deputy regimental commander? Old Wang, are you bull ****** ting me here? Wang Changjiang cried out in aggravation. He wants to be my grandpa. Chapter 126. Su Fei exploded with anger and was generalized by Su Chen. Report. Come in. Su Chen pushed the door into the office and immediately saw Wang Changjiang standing next to him with a resentful face. While Su Fei glared coldly at himself, Su Chen immediately saluted towards Su Fei. Brigadier, I was going to look for you later. Looking for me? Su Fei narrowed his eyes. Looking for me for what? To tell me that you want to be your headmaster's grandpa? Wang Changjiang slapped his hand on the table. Excessive. Too much. Brigade commander. You must treat this brat well, or else he'll have to climb all the way to your head. Su Fei looked at Su Chen coldly. Troop discipline. What should be done between upper and lower ranks? Do I need to say more? You explain. If you don't have a reasonable explanation. Su Fei coldly grunted. Even if you get credit this time, I'll still discipline you. Su Fei was worried that he didn't have a chance to find trouble with Su Chen, but he didn't expect him to come to his door by himself. He had had this idea since Luo Bing emphasized the need to reuse Su Chen. The reuse was not false, but Su Chen was too young after all. Su Fei was worried that he would become complacent and his tail would go up to the sky, which would not be good for him or Dragon Teeth. It's just as well. Take this opportunity to knock him around a bit. Brigade commander. Su Chen said aggrievely. I wouldn't dare to bully the head of the regiment. It was he himself who said he wanted to be my great-grandson. Su Fei looked at Wang Changjiang. Old Wang, what's wrong with you? Wang Changjiang looked embarrassed, but immediately said, he is talking nonsense. Brigadier, I was drunk last night and I don't know what I said. This kid just came over today and asked me for the command of a regiment, and said that I promised it. Right, Su Chen said. You're the one who said it yourself. You said that if you didn't fulfill your promise, you'd be my great-grandson. Brigadier, that's not a problem, is it? Su Fei glared fiercely at Wang Changjiang. How dare you agree to this kind of thing? You are really drunk. Wang Changjiang smiled bitterly at him. Brigadier, I don't remember saying that at all, and there's no one to prove it. Su Chen smiled, and this was the beginning of the trick. Right, Su Fei coughed. Su Chen, do you have any evidence? Of course there is. Su Chen smiled and took out his cell phone. The corners of Su Fei's and Wang Changjiang's eyes immediately jumped wildly. An ING recording? It's so nasty. Su Chen opened the recording, and Wang Changjiang's voice immediately came from inside. Xiao Sua, I can do everything for you. If I don't do it for you, I'm your great-grandson, and everyone can prove it. I'm a pig brain, not as good as you at all. I'll make you a proper committee member. Su Chen pressed the stop button, cheerfully looking at the two people who had been dumbfounded. The evidence is here. I also took a video. Want to see it together? Wang Changjiang pointed at him with a stifled face. Little Su, I really didn't expect this. Look at your thick eyebrows. How can you do something so unethical? You can't take advantage of me while I'm drunk. Su Chen hurriedly said. Headmaster, this is where you've wronged someone. The voice and video are clear. It was you who had to pull me and make me mention the promise. Now denying it again. It will affect your headmaster's majesty. You. Wang Changjiang looked at Su Fei for help. Brigadier, you have to make a decision for me. Su Fei glared at him without any good humor. Being a lord of what? You're the one who said it, right? You're a hall leader. How can you go back on your word? How can I lead my troops in the future? Where's the prestige? Wang Changjiang had a bitter face. But I can't really hand over a regiment to him. So what am I going to do? Su Fei stared at Su Chen in exasperation. You too. What do you need a regiment for? A deputy regimental commander? At most, I'll give you a battalion. Su Chen had a serious face. Brigadier, I want the command of a regiment. I just want to train the whole regiment properly and have more room to play in the maneuvers. This is a public intention. Absolutely no selfishness. The chief is still the chief, and I will never interfere with the usual command. Su Fei was disliked without words. Su Chen had already shown his ability in this exercise, and the whole brigade was saying that if he had been given more troops, he would have been able to fight better. Now he couldn't argue with the fact that people just wanted temporary command during wartime, as well as the right to train during normal times. Brigade commander. Wang Changjiang looked at him accusingly. Alright, Su Fei sighed. You're a big chief. Should you just work well with the deputy chief? Where did you get your third-class merit? Didn't you rely on Xiao Su to help you fight for it? Wouldn't it be good for you to just let go a bit, just so you can learn more with Xiao Su? I what me? Su Fei glared at him. You said the words yourself. You have to do what you say. Yes. Wang Changjiang could only stifle his nod. At the moment he could not wait to go back to last night in a time machine and slap himself hard. What's with the mouth? Su Fei looked at Su Chen. Alright, this is promised to you, but don't be complacent. You have to lead a good regiment. The next drill, you guys will be the main force. Yes. Su Chen saluted smilingly. With this one regiment, his tactics would work better. Brigadier, it's your turn now. Me? Su Fei's chrysanthemums tightened and he said sheepishly. Me? What's wrong with me? Su Chen didn't talk nonsense and directly opened the recording. Xiao Su, don't dilly-dally. Tell me what you want. This is what you deserve. Can't. You must mention. The funds are given to you. That's what you get. Do not give you. I am your grandson. Su Fei's face turned white as he listened, itching to find a hole in the ground. Wang Changjiang smiled incomparably on the side. Let you talk about me. You yourself are still the same. Su Chen turned off the recording and asked with a smile. Brigadier, what do you say? Su Fei stammered, half unable to speak. Even if he killed him, he didn't expect that this asshole had dug such a big hole for himself. The funding that had only just come to him, he hadn't even warmed it up yet, and this kid was coming to ask for it. Brigadier, keep your word, Wang Changjiang said cheerfully. We're all big men, we have to keep our words. You're still a brigade commander. If you don't keep your word, how can you lead your soldiers in the future? You shut up. Su Fei glared at him without a trace of anger. Afterwards, he was all smiles to Su Chen. Little Sua, I was drunk, cannot be taken seriously. Brigade commander, Su Chen said seriously. You are the brigade commander. A word is in order. Moreover, there were quite a few people listening at that time. If it gets out, Su Fei slapped the table. Asshole, you're blackmailing me. No, I'm just saving your reputation. Brigadier, Su Chen looked serious. If everyone knows that the brigade commander doesn't keep his word, who would dare to trust you in the future? Su Fei was so angry that he almost spat out blood, not expecting Su Chen to use his own words and turn the tables on himself. Chapter 127, Why do you only target me? No, what do you need all that money for? Su Fei walked behind his desk with his hands behind his back. Do you know how much funding was given this time? How much? Wang Changjiang asked with a smirk. Su Fei gave him a blank look, then looked at Su Chen again. 300 million. 300 million. Wang Changjiang's mouth turned into a zero shape, and he kept giving Su Chen a wink. He also sort of reacted. Su Chen came to ask for money, that a large part of it is also flowing into a group of them all. It is he himself who benefits. This time must help Su Chen. Su Chen said seriously, please rest assured, Brigadier, that I will not spend a single penny indiscriminately. Other than the money I spend out on myself, I will put it in my own pocket. The rest, I will use all of it to enhance the troops' current combat power. He took a step closer. As you know, equipment is expensive, especially the drones that helped us so much this time. I'm going to customize a batch of better ones. This all requires money. The corner of Su Fei's mouth twitched as he turned his head to stare deeply at him. Brigadier, do you still want to keep fighting and winning? Su Chen stared at him as well. Nonsense. Of course I want to. Su Chen laughed. Then it won't work. As long as you give me the money, I promise to make the 1st Regiment the strongest in the entire brigade. Moreover, it will also allow me to be a pilot. So won't it be possible to promote it throughout the brigade in the future? Wang Changjiang nodded his head vigorously. Yes, I think so too. You shut up. Su Fei glared at him. What's your business? Wang Changjiang smiled sarcastically. I definitely have to agree with something that makes sense. Su Fei exhaled. Su Chen's words did make his heart flutter. If it were anyone else, Su Fei wouldn't believe it at all. But Su Chen was different. He had real skills. The drone then shines in this exercise. Su Fei said in a deep voice. 70% is too much. I definitely can't give you that much. The above has authorized us to establish 2 more regiments, and the entire brigade's equipment will have to be replaced, all of which will require funding, so it's impossible to give you that much. Su Chen hurriedly said, replacement of equipment, then give us a regiment to replace it first. Su Fei's eyes spewed fire. This damn is not all the funds to you. I am a brigade commander, cannot favor one over the other, all to your regiment. The other chiefs must not make a fuss. Su Chen thought about it. $300 million of funding. Said the big day he could not get 200 million. His eyes rolled, and he laughed. Then is this okay with you? I'll take 100 million, and give you the rest. $50 million. Su Fei said in a cold voice. $80 million. Su Chen said, that's all, or I'll publish your video. Bang! Su Fei glared at him fiercely. Deal. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Dare you to have already calculated it. Su Fei smiled and patted him. Remember, give you $80 million, and the combat power of a group must soar. If you can't do it, I'll get you killed. Su Chen smiled and said, Brigadier, I have one more request. Why the hell are you asking for so much? Su Fei didn't have the heart to say, not a single penny more, not a single cent. Su Chen waved his hand. I don't want money. I'm just proposing to add some hard power to our brigade. Say. Su Fei looked at him curiously. Su Chen said mysteriously, didn't the top say to equip us with 2 more regiments? What do you think? How about getting some helicopters? Su Fei almost spat out blood. Do you think the army is run by my family? And helicopters, can we afford to keep them? And we're only a brigade establishment. We're not qualified to have helicopters at all. Su Chen laughed. Then you should rent one. Don't worry, it's definitely useful. When the next exercise is held, As long as the leaders are shown the benefits of the helicopter, I'm sure they'll approve it. After all, are we the millstone? Su Fei thought for a moment and finally nodded. Alright, I'll get in touch. Thank you, Brigadier. Su Chen cheerfully saluted. Finally, I have one last request. You're not finished, are you? Su Fei roared. No, Wang Changjiang nodded along. Xiao Su, overdo it, almost on the line. Su Chen sighed. Well, originally I wanted to take a vacation to go home and make amends to my dad, because the money to buy the drone this time was stolen from him. I promised to give him an explanation, but you don't allow it, so forget it. Let's wait for him to make trouble. Su Fei's eyes were almost glaring out. You mother actually stole your dad's money? Su Chen puffed out his chest. I did it all for the maneuvers. I told my dad that it was all because the brigade commander pressured me, so I went and stole it. What does this have to do with me? Su Fei was anxious. Are you kidding me? If the commander comes to trouble him, will he quit as a brigade commander? Su Chen shrugged. Why don't you just let me go back, and I'll make sure to fix things. Su Fei exasperatedly glared at him. Good boy, you are specializing in catching me alone pit Lao Zi's hair is almost finished by your grip. You can't change someone else's pit? Su Chen laughed. Who made you a brigade commander? If you're a brigade commander, you have to be responsible. That's what you told us. Put. Wang Changjiang didn't hold back his laughter, but when he saw Su Fei's murderous eyes looking over, he immediately stifled his laughter and stood still. Okay. Su Fei pointed at Su Chen. I'm afraid of you. Hurry up and get lost, but I'll only give you 3 days. Enough. Su Chen cheerfully saluted. So, where's the money? Get the division chief to take you to transfer money. Su Fei waved his hand. He didn't want to see this pitbull for a second now. Okay. Su Chen turned around and ran. Asshole. Su Fei slapped his hand on the table. If he wasn't able to fight, I would have screwed him. Wang Changjiang smiled and said, Brigadier, don't be angry. Xiao Su is all for your own good. You get the hell out of here too. Su Fei huffed and pointed at him. You rats and snakes are all no good. Get lost. Okay. Wang Changjiang saluted and dejectedly turned around and ran. This time he had made a fortune, and the things Su Chen asked for were all in one lump. Next, he waited to take credit. Su Fei sat on his chair with his butt. $80 million. I haven't warmed it up yet, and it's gone. Report. Come in. Luo Bing pushed the door and walked inside, saluting towards a lieutenant general. Minister, I'm back. The Minister of Operations and Training, Jiang Shan, cheerfully waved his hand. Alright, it's my turn. What's the point of pretending? Luo Bing sat across from him with a smile. Things have been explained clearly. They'll move to the new base in a few more days. Jiang Shan nodded. I read your report again. I really didn't expect that old Su's son performed so well this time. This young man can be reused. Luo Bing, it's better to look at it again. His tactics are heavenly, but he still needs to practice for a while longer to test the test. Jiang Shan hummed and handed him a document. What's this? Luo Bing curiously flipped it open. The various outstanding troops summarized by the entire army. Jiang Shan stared at him. Let's pick and choose, and prepare to send new troops over. So soon? Luo Bing was surprised, but the maneuvers have only just ended. Besides, they've gone to a new place and haven't gotten used to it yet. We don't have that much time. Jiang Shan said seriously. Don't you know the current world environment? War. It's not far away. If the country wants to rise, it must have a strong army to rely on. Otherwise, people simply look down on us and can throw a bomb at us at any time. Right now, what we lack most is time. Luo Bing sighed. Okay, I get it. So, when do we start? 1 month. Jiang Shan raised a finger. Only 1 month for them. Chapter 128. You're the best dad in the world. It was already dark, and the unmelted snow shivered off the trees. Suja had just opened the car door when he saw Su Chen staring at him with a smile. Why did you kid come back? Suja's mouth opened wide in surprise. Dad. Su Chen greeted him smilingly. Didn't I promise to give you an explanation within a month? This matter has been torturing me to sleep. I thought I was sad, and I couldn't let my dear father be sad. So I came back to you. Suja was cupped with a smile on his face and patted him on the head. Count on your kid having a conscience. Let's go. Write down all the tactics you know and give them to me. Dad. Su Chen hurriedly took out a passbook from his pocket and handed it over to Suja. This is the money to pay you back. Suja's eyes glared as he shook the passbook in his hand. This is the explanation you gave me? What I want is those ghost ideas of yours. There's also an extra 2 months of my salary deposited in it, which is considered to be interest for you. Su Chen said. Suja's mouth scooped and stammered. Do you think I am a person who loves money? Your father. My whole life is for the army. What is money? Money is something that will come back when it is gone. Quick, tell me your tactics. Su Chen sighed and reached for the passbook. Well, since you don't want it, I'll take it. No way. Suja hurriedly hid it. Who said I don't want it? Don't want it for nothing. Suchen smiled faintly. Then this matter is over? You think so? Suja laughed triumphantly. Since you kid has come back to throw yourself into the net, do you think that I will let you go so easily? Come on, tell me all those tactics of yours. He was now looking at Su Chen as a big gold mine, and couldn't wait to pour out all the stuff in his head. Su Chen frowned. Dad, you're not being decent. The money is collected and the things are still wanted. You're acting like a hooligan. Suja laughed cheaply. What nonsense. This is called tactics. Ha ha ha. Hand it over quickly. Su Chen sighed. Alright, it's still the old man, you're great. However, I have a condition. What conditions? Suja's smile instantly tightened. Su Chen, our brigade needs helicopters now. Can you lend me those 2 helicopters from your logistics? You dream. Suja said without a trace of anger. Do you think I bought the helicopter and want to borrow it? That's troop property. Then do you still want to hear my tactics? Su Chen stared at him. Suja hesitated. Su Chen smiled and said, Dad, we can't be like this. You can't take the money again and still want something from me. You have to take something in exchange for it, don't you? In that case, you will order that a helicopter be transferred for our use. I'm sure I won't use it during normal times. I'll only use it during maneuvers. And I'll definitely return it to you in 3 months at most. Dad, Su Chen said with a smile. This deal, you don't lose. Say yes. Suja thought about it. A helicopter lent to them to use, and do not need to pay for their own side of the maintenance. As long as he could trade for Su Chen's tactics and then have these military division chiefs under him learn from them, the deal really wasn't a bad one. Suja thought for a moment and finally nodded. Deal. Then you give the order first. Su Chen handed him the phone. Suja immediately glared. Bastard, don't you believe me? Su Chen nodded honestly. Dad, you really aren't very convincing. Suja was furious, but once he thought of Su Chen's set of tactics, he still took the call. Hey, it's me. Get logistics to transfer an airplane to the Dragon Teeth Brigade right away. Yes, immediately. Execute the order. Suja handed the phone to Su Chen. Is this okay? Su Chen immediately pulled his arm and said with a smile, Dad is the best. Thank you, Dad. Go. Let's go home and eat first. I'll tell you more later. Suja smiled faintly and let Su Chen pull him into the house. Back. Suja was instantly confused, only to see that Zhao Lu was serving the meal on the table. What are you waiting for? Come over and eat. Zhao Lu smiled and beckoned. I've eaten with Xiao Chen. Just waiting for you. Suja's heart thumped and his scalp tingled. When he saw Zhao Lu smile, he couldn't smile, and there was a very strong sense of crisis in his heart. Dad, quickly sit down. Su Chen held Suja down on the chair, then immediately served him his food. Suja looked at Zhao Lu awkwardly. Ms. Zhao. You, aren't you on duty in the courtyard today? How come you're back? Zhao Lu smiled and scratched his nose. That's not coming back to reward you. Suja's heart instantly seized up, crying and asking, Prize? Reward me for what? Zhao Lu gave him a blank look. Xiao Chen all took the initiative to explain with me, saying that she stole your personal money. Suja almost didn't blow up on the spot, instantly scared and angry, itching to whip Su Chen immediately. Why do you say everything to me, Mr. Zhao? Zhao Lu waved her hand. Originally when I heard that you were hiding private money, I was prepared to break all 3 of your legs. Suja shrank backward in fear, and his chrysanthemums tightened. Zhao Lu sighed. But then again, I heard Xiao Chen say that you knew he stole the money and still supported him unconditionally. This point, I'm very relieved. You finally know to love your own family. Su Chen hurriedly interjected. Mom, just now my dad even promised to lend me a helicopter for 3 months. It's a public thing. My dad is really supporting me this time. Yes? Zhao Lu smiled and kissed Suja. Damn old man, the older you get, the more enlightened you are. Counting you're still a good father. Suja was now crying without tears. He had already guessed that he was falling into the pit of this precious good old child again. Looking at Su Chen shaking his head and laughing on the side, Suja couldn't wait to angrily him. Bring it. Zhao Lu held out her hand. Take what? Suja asked, shivering. Zhao Lu's eyes glared. What? Still want to hide private money? Bring it to me. My son is getting older and will be getting married in the future, so he needs money. You bad old man. I'll leave you the money for smoking and drinking, unless you want to keep a little wife to keep so much money. Suja's face was full of bitterness as he took out the bankbook from his pocket. Zhao Lu saw him grumbling and directly snatched it, and Suja's tears almost didn't come out. Eyes straight at the passbook. It just arrived. He hasn't even warmed it up yet, and it's gone? Xiao Chen. In the future this will all be left to you. Zhao Lu raised it. It's all left to you by your father. Remember how good he is. It has to be. Su Chen smiled incomparably. My dad is the best dad in the world. Suja was so angry that he wanted to beat him to death. This son, must be the biggest rebel son in the world. I've been screwed by you. Chapter 129 10 million investment. Su-chan is the biggest shareholder. Dad. Mom, there's something else going on in the army, so I'm going to go first. Su-chan didn't dare to stay a second longer. He could already feel the murderous eyes of his own father. As soon as he handed a small book to Suja. Dad. What I promised you, I'm sure I'll do it. Here. Suja looked at the book and his face eased slightly. Although the coffin book was confiscated by his wife, at least getting Su-chan's tactics was not as bad as losing money. Dad. You promised to lend me the helicopter for 3 months, so don't go back on your word. Suja nodded. Alright, I've given my orders, it's impossible to withdraw them. Do you think I'm like you, kid? Zhao Lu smiled and said, Xiao Chen, don't worry, I'm watching him. If he dares to back out, I'm not done with him. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. Su-chen smiled and saluted. Then I'll leave first. Bye. After saying that, he ran wildly towards the outside without looking back. Watching him turn his eyes and disappear, Suja suddenly felt something was wrong. He immediately opened the notebook, only to see 2 lines written on it, all tactics. Change due to the environment. Change due to the opponent. Change due to the equipment gap between the 2 sides. It can only be learned by intention, not by words. Fight a few more losing battles with me, and you will learn it in defeat. Suja was so angry that he threw the book hard on the ground. Asshole, punking me again. What for? Zhao Lu's eyes immediately rounded. Pick it up. Yes. Suja didn't dare to hesitate and immediately picked it up. Xiao Chen gave you something. Why do you know so little to cherish it? I've praised you for nothing. Zhao Lu pointed at him. This month's cigarette money. Deduct half. Mr. Zhao. Wife. Suja was full of aggression, but Zhao Lu had already turned around and entered the kitchen. Suja sat on the sofa with his but, how did I raise such a good son? Specializing in pitting his own father. You were my father in a previous life, right? Provincial city, Love Stiff Technology Company. Su-chen was treated like God just as he entered the door. A bunch of programmers gave him leg pounds and shoulder rubs. No need to be so polite, Su-chen said while enjoying himself with his eyes closed. Talk about business. Talk about business. A man with glasses laughed. Serving you well, that's a big deal. Yes, yes, yes. The other man with glasses was all smiles. I take honor in being able to squeeze Chief Su's shoulders. Su-chen laughed cheerfully. Understanding. Really understanding. Xiao Jin also came over at this time with a spring in his step. Leader, you drink tea. This is this year's new tea. Put it away. Su-chen waved his hand, and everyone immediately retreated knowingly. Xiao Jin put down her teacup and looked at him gratefully. Leader, I won't hide it from you. Seeing you, every one of us is excited from the bottom of our hearts. If it weren't for that order of yours, I'm afraid we wouldn't have lasted. The leg-crossing glasses man nodded. Chief Su, you've helped us get through a big time. Right. The man with the glasses who was rubbing his shoulders nodded his head vigorously as well. If it wasn't for you, I'd probably have gone back home to enter the factory by now. Looking at their sincere smiles, Su-chen's heart felt a little bad. A lot of promising companies have wasted a lot of good ideas in technology just because of lack of funding. It's a good thing he has some knowledge of the future, so that's why he placed his order here. Without him, this company, even if it didn't go out of business, I'm afraid they would have had to fumble hard for a long time. Su-chen clapped his hands. I should be the one to thank you. Your drones, they helped me a lot this time. Really? Xiao Jin excitedly took out a pen and paper ready to record. Can you tell me what shortcomings need to be improved? Now that we have the funds, we will definitely make the service the best for you. Yes. Chief Su, if you have any requests, just say it. The others also nodded their heads. Then, I'll say it. Su-chen smiled and sat up straight. First of all, to improve the drone's range, at least in 2 hours upwards. Xiao Jin hurriedly began to record, and the other spectacle men changed from the lewdness they had just shown, instantly turning into technical geeks in seconds. One by one, they took out their notebooks and quickly recorded Su-chen's words. Secondly, it has to fly high. Su-chen said, if it's too short, in terms of military use, it's easy to be discovered. Third, be flexible and able to dodge enemy strikes, or at least bullet strikes. Fourth, it's got to be stable. Don't get caught in a gale and it falls off by itself. Also, the camera has to be stabilized. I need permanent HD footage that isn't affected by any external factors. Su-chen raised his finger. Fifth, it's best if you guys can research the technology to implement the transmission of the picture back. It's always the video recording function, which is honestly too delayed. If there is real-time transmission, then our efficiency will be greatly improved. Sixth, it would be best if you guys could design drones that are a combination of reconnaissance and strike. It can be remotely operated by me, and then strike at the enemy at any time. Can't put bombs, right, at least put some bullets. Suddenly, he froze, realizing that everyone was staring straight at him. What are you looking at me for? What's wrong? Su Chen was filled with surprise. Xiao Jin laughed bitterly. Chief Su, your request. Why do I feel like it's only in a sci-fi blockbuster? Yes, a man with glasses said helplessly. The first few you mentioned we can still break through the breakthroughs, but the latter are too sci-fi. Another man with glasses said, moreover, we don't have enough money. All these technological breakthroughs have to require a lot of financial support. Su Chen patted him. He had forgotten that civil drone technology had only just started in this era. Not to mention civilian, even the military ones are not particularly advanced. He does ask for too much. Su Chen stood up and looked at Xiao Jin. Then if you guys have enough money, can you fulfill those demands of mine? Xiao Jin shook his head. I don't dare to pack my bags without realizing anything. Su Chen was speechless. Are these science and technology students so strict? But, Xiao Jin said, we actually have researched these technologies you mentioned. If the funds are available, we can do more experiments and then recruit relevant talents. We should be able to give it a try. Good. I was waiting for your words. Su Chen laughed out loud, startling Xiao Jin. Right at this moment, Su Chen slapped a check on the table. Here is $20 million. It is considered my investment in your company. I'm not interested in dividends or anything. I just need you to research a drone that meets my requirements. Can you do it? Everyone's mouths were open in shock. $20 million. That's an astronomical sum in this day and age. For a small company like them, it's a dream they can't even dream of. But now, $20 million is right in front of them alive. Su Chen stared straight at them. Hey, say something instead. Can we do it? Able. Too able. Xiao Jin nodded his head vigorously. Chief Su. No, Boss Su. From today onwards, you are our biggest shareholder, the chairman of the board, and our big gold master. All profits, you take the lion's share. What are you still waiting for? Serve. A group of spectacled men instantly rushed over, lifting Su Chen up and heading towards the small room. Hey, put me down. What are you guys doing? Su Chen shouted anxiously. Boss, don't be afraid. The man with the glasses rubbing his shoulders said lewdly. I'll horse kill the chicken. They'll play second fiddle, and we'll give you a full body massage, all over your toes. Chapter 130, the mission is heavier than MT. Tai. Su Chen unnaturally moved his neck, and a few spectacled men beside him lewdly smiled straight at him. Su Chen glared at them in a bad mood. Do your job properly, just your technique. It's far worse than the massage parlors, ladies. Then we will definitely go and study next time. The man rubbing his shoulders and glasses said in a serious voice. I will make sure you are satisfied. Get lost. Su Chen turned his head to look at Xiao Jin. Manager Xiao, you guys are running out of time. The newest drone, the sooner you give it to me, the better. The better you guys give it, the more orders you will get in the future. Understood. Xiao Jin nodded his head vigorously. It is our honor that you can give us this opportunity. Don't worry about it. We will definitely work overtime to upgrade the drone according to your requirements. When you come next time, there will definitely be good news. Su Chen pointed at her nose. Of all the people, I trust you the most. Well, I'll be off then, so you guys hold on tight. Su Chen's departure from the provincial city was considered to be the solution to a big heartache. He hoofed it and immediately rushed back to the base. The whole base is full of cars at the moment. A large number of training, living supplies were packed and loaded onto the truck, counted and immediately driven toward the new camp. Reporting to the brigade commander, Su Chen is back to cancel his leave. Su Fei turned his head. You kid, you can. He came up and gave Su Chen a punch. I was thinking about how to get a helicopter here, but I didn't expect you to actually get it straight away. In the end, you're a child of the commander's family. You have a wide range of paths. Su Chen quickly waved his hand. Brigadier, don't mock me. To be honest, this helicopter, which I cheated from my old man, can only be used for 3 months, just for this helicopter. I guess my dad wants to kill me. Su Fei suddenly thought of the helplessness he felt when he was dominated by Su Chen. He nodded his head in empathy. It's a good thing you're father and son, otherwise you might have been thwarted a long time ago. What? Su Chen looked at him in surprise. Su Fei froze, then laughed. I'm praising you for your skill and ability, praising you for your father's kindness and son's filial piety. Su Chen laughed out loud. General, not so exaggerated. Ha ha ha. The corner of Su Fei's eye twitched, thinking, you don't really think you're being filial yourself. He coughed. Well, now that you're back, let's assign you a task. Su Chen also immediately got serious. Brigadier, what mission? Su Fei stared at him closely. Minister Luo called me just after you left. He said that he'll only give us a month's preparation time before the next batch of Red Fang troops arrive. 1 month? Su Chen's mouth opened wide in surprise. But we haven't even familiarized ourselves with the new base yet. That's over 1,000 kilometers. Su Fei sighed. I know, but Minister Luo said that countries all over the world, many years ago, formed the same exercise bases as Kunlun. We have fallen behind too late. His face grew serious. The Operation Desert War 10 years ago, and the bombs dropped on our embassies 2 years ago. Their airplanes can come as close to us as they want. Their warships, they can pick on our waters at will. Su Fei took a deep breath. Su Chen, this is a shame for those of us who are soldiers, and a dereliction of duty on our part. If we don't puff out our chests, how can our people's backs be hardened? Even if people blow up your people, they don't even have to apologize or even use it. They can only respect us if we get tough. So, Su Fei said, we don't have much time left for the red side. A new war is brewing in the desert region, and no one can guarantee that it won't spread. Before that happens, we must make all the preparations. This, then, is the mission of our soldiers, even if it's urgent, even if it's our first day at the new base. When the enemy comes, we have to fight, and we must win the battle. Su Fei was filled with pride as he said, mission, always heavier than NT. Tai. Su Chen was silent for a moment and finally nodded. Understood. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. This is a truth that the Dragon Kingdom knew decades ago. The great men of the day used their iron fists to silence the West for decades. It shows that this set of truths is proven and true. Today, then, they, the descendants, will carry on the legacy of their predecessors, use all sorts of truths to keep the jumped-up clowns well behaved. Brigadier, what do you need me to do? Su Chen asked. Su Fei stared at him. You're the backbone of the regiment, and even more so, the linchpin of our entire brigade. So for this brigade-wide transfer, I want you to take the lead. You have the ability and a lot of insight. I hope you can map out the general terrain of our entire base in the shortest possible time. By the way, you'll familiarize yourself with it yourself. Su Fei patted him hard on the shoulder. This is very important to us. I don't feel comfortable handing it over to anyone else. Only you. Su Chen saluted without hesitation. Guarantee to complete the mission. If it was a small matter, Su Chen might have pushed back, but this was a major event concerning the Blue Army, so even if Su Fei didn't say anything, he had to go there in person. Good. I'll wait for your good news. Su Fei saluted hard at him. Su Chen had just returned to the regiment and immediately blew the emergency assembly whistle. All the men of the regiment immediately ran from all sides to assemble before him. Speak! Su Chen let out a yell, and everyone immediately stood at attention, at ease. Swish! All of them moved in one neat motion to extend their feet. Su Chen looked at the crowd gravely. I just received an order to transfer the entire brigade this time, and our regiment will act as the vanguard and go ahead to explore the terrain near the base. He said combatively, this is not only the superiors' trust in us, but also an opportunity for us, because whoever familiarizes themselves with the terrain first will be able to play a more dominant role in the next exercise. When these words came out, everyone's eyebrows shot up. In the army, soldiers have to compete with each other, company with company, battalion with battalion, and regiment with regiment. No one wants their troops to be worse than others. Now that we have this opportunity, everyone is naturally excited. Su Chen shouted, all right, I won't say much nonsense. The next days will be very hard. I will be strict with you all, even bordering on cruelty. Not for any other reason, because we are the Blue Army, and we are the millstone of the entire army. Since we have accepted this mission, the burden on our shoulders is heavier than MT. Tai, does everyone have confidence? Yes, 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 good. Su Chen nodded. Immediately go back and pack up your equipment. We'll leave in 10 minutes. Yes. When everyone was dismissed, Su Chen also walked towards his dormitory. A soldier's luggage was not much to begin with, and it only took Su Chen 3 minutes to collect his things. When he got out of the door, he happened to run into Wang Changjiang. Chief, Xiao Su. Wang Changjiang looked him up and down, then looked at the barracks that were in full swing, and asked with a curious expression, You, what is this for? Su Chen laughed and spoke Su Fei's order over. I've ordered the entire regiment to start. There are still 6 minutes to go. Wang Changjiang's jaw was about to hit the ground. Hey, you seem to have forgotten someone who didn't notify me. I'm the head of the group. You guys left, leaving me a bare-bones commander? Chapter 131, A Battle Between Brothers. The rallying cry of the troops had been sounded and everyone was running furiously towards the vehicles. Tanks roared, armored cars smoked, and a truck loaded with supplies was ready to go. Wang Changjiang, however, was pressed into a chair by Su Chen, his face filled with bewilderment. Chief listen to me tell you, Su Chen said smilingly, it is so. You, on the other hand, are very important to us, just like a person's top-level brain, which needs to be wrapped up in a hard brain shell to protect you. This is also the greatest respect that the entire regiment has for you. Reporting to the vice commander. At this time Jia Ping ran over. The entire regiment is assembled. Shall we depart? Depart. Su Chen waved his hand. Jia Ping looked at Wang Changjiang. The chief's car. Do you still need to prepare it? No need. Who said to take him? Su Chen waved his hand. Hurry up. Yes. Jia Ping turned around and ran. Wang Changjiang was angry and stood up. This dam is to protect my old man? My regiment. I'm the leader. You don't even bring me. I am discarded cerebellum, right? Su Chen smilingly pressed him back down again. Chief, I'm doing this for your own good. Wang Changjiang exasperatedly glared at him. For my sake? You're afraid of having me as an extra burden, aren't you? Su Chen also glared at him. Captain, how can you compare yourself like that? I'll be honest with you. The mission that the brigade commander gave me is to go and explore more than 1,000 kilometers of camps. This mission is very bitter. We have to be in the wilderness 24 hours a day, and there are even dangers in the no man's land. We'll also have to establish landmarks and build survival devices, all of which will come in handy for future maneuvers. Wang Changjiang was already a bit hesitant by what was said. Really? Really? Of course it's true. Su Chen patted him bitterly. Chief, you just stay here. You're the head of the brigade. Just leave this kind of small matter to me. You're following the brigade headquarters. There's no danger and it won't be hard work. When you see us next, our regiment will surely be only better. Wang Changjiang stared straight at him. You kid talks a good game. Is it true that if I go to the brigade commander now, you won't take me with you? Su Chen nodded honestly. The command is now mine. Bang! Wang Changjiang slapped on his thigh, and he grimaced in pain. You bastard kid. At least leave me some people. Have to let me be a bare-knuckle commander in the future. I don't even have someone to cook for me. Su Chen cheerfully beckoned, and 2 guards ran over. They both stay with you. Deputy Chief, we want to go with you. The 2 commiserated. The chief can take care of himself. Wang Changjiang was so angry that he almost didn't pass out. Well, even the guards are going rogue. You're really alone. Nonsense. Su Chen saw Wang Changjiang's face and immediately rebuked the 2 angrily. The head of the regiment is also very important. This is a mission given to you. You must fulfill it well unconditionally. Understand? Yes. The 2 guards saluted in resignation. Looking at Wang Changjiang with eyes full of dislike, Su Chen smiled at Wang Changjiang. Captain, then you enjoy yourself here. I'll take the troops and leave first. After saying this, he saluted and then immediately made a mad dash towards the convoy. Wang Changjiang crossed his waist and exasperatedly shouted behind him. You kid, remember that when we meet next time, we must make a big change in our troops, okay? Yes, Su Chen yelled without looking back. Brat! Wang Changjiang smiled faintly and walked towards the barracks with his hands behind his back. In the brigade headquarters building, Su Fei and Qin Tian were also watching Su Chen lead his team away. You let him go first. It's not just as simple as scouting the terrain, right? Qin Tian asked. Su Fei nodded with a smile. Old Qin, you should be able to see that as well. In terms of tactics and thinking, when this kid says second in our brigade, no one dares to say first. His understanding of the terrain as well as his integration within the tactics is even more incomparable to ours. He'll go first and maybe come up with some good ideas before Red gets here. Su Fei smiled. Then if we them next, won't we get twice the result with half the effort? Qin Tian gave a thumbs up. Old Su, you're getting more and more like Su Chen now, full of bad water. Su Fei hurriedly coughed. I'm using people, not his stuff. Qin Tian laughed out loud. You're just tough talking. Dad. Su Ming excitedly rushed into Suja's office. Suja, however, glared at him without any good humor. Who let you in? Don't you know how to knock? Also, is this a home? Who is your father? Su Ming laughed dryly and hurriedly ran out, knocking hard on the door. Comrade Commander, Su Ming, the commander of the Iron Fist Division, has come to report. Come in, Suja said without lifting his head as he corrected the documents. Su Ming pushed open the door and solemnly walked up to him and saluted. Hello Comrade Commander. Alright, Suja said coldly, just say what's up. Su Ming laughed. Headquarters has decided to let Uncle Yao go to the newly formed Kunlun base to take part in exercises and be tested. What? Suja raised his head in shock. Old Yao? Wasn't he defeated once in Southeast, and you're letting him go so soon? Su Ming laughed. Last time the exercise failed, Uncle Yao was severely criticized by Commander Wu, and the entire army underwent a major overhaul. Hasn't it been half a year since then? Headquarters wants to see if they have improved or stayed put. So, Suja was happy. This dog, he's going to touch Su Chen again, so doesn't he have to be scared? Su Ming nodded his head vigorously one by one. Dad. Commander, you guessed it alright. Uncle Yao called me, and I heard him sound like he was on the verge of tears. Suja snorted and laughed. This brat, already wimped out when he was a soldier under me. It belongs to the kind that once bitten by a snake and 10 years afraid of a well rope. I didn't expect it to be like this at such an old age. By the way, what's he calling you for? Su Ming stared at Su Zhe. He wants to switch with me. Let me go to the Blue Army base so he can train and train again. When he's sure. Su Zhe narrowed his eyes. How did you answer him? I promise. Su Ming said seriously. Su Zhe froze for a moment, then nodded. Well done. You were personally trained by me. From company commander all the way to division commander. Not many people have risen faster than you. I still know your skills, but I used to have confidence in you when you were leading a brigade. Now it's a division. Su Zhe smiled, just in time to test it out and see what the shortcomings are. Su Ming nodded his head. I also have plans in this regard. Just by training hard every day, one will never know where their weaknesses are. Only with actual combat can you find them out. Besides, I'm also eager to see just how much Lao Air has grown. Whether or not he's as divine as the legends say, Su Ming said excitedly. This time, I'm going to meet him properly. You have to help me teach this kid a good lesson. Su Zhe slapped his hand on the table and huffed. Beat me to death. Let him know that he has a family status in the Su family. Su Ming nodded with a bitter smile, but his eyes were filled with expectations. Little Chen. Su Ming clenched his fist. Let me see how much you've grown in this period of time. Chapter 132, is this your stalking technique? 2 days later, Su Chen had advanced more than 300 kilometers with a group. The view opens up in a no man's land that you can't see the end of at a glance rushes into your eyes. The sky here is blue, the clouds are white, and the earth is reckless and thick. But Su Chen knew that underneath this beautiful exterior, there was too much death hidden. The weather here can change at any time, with temperatures plummeting dozens of degrees, and without adequate cold weather gear, a person could lose temperature and freeze to death at any time. Here the storms, the quicksand, the beasts, each one of these is a forbidden zone of life for the common man. But what are they? They are the steel wall of the motherland and the people, and everyone who wears this uniform is built with special materials, whether it's the Gobi or the wilderness, whether it's the snowy mountains or the grasslands, danger shall bow before them, and jackals and beasts shall retreat at the sight of them. They are the ones who own this land. All of you, turn on full power and charge forward. Su Chen yelled into the walkie-talkie. All of a sudden, all the chariots were like wild horses that had taken off their reins, whistling and roaring as they rushed toward the vast no man's land. The earth, which has not been trodden for a long time, is now conquered by tracks and wheels. The soldiers were as happy as a 6'10" kid. After all, racing in a tank and drifting in an infantry vehicle is not only the dream of most boys since childhood, but even countless girls have had similar visions. Drive faster, drive faster. Su Chen slapped the hood of the car and shouted excitedly. He turned his head to see all the tanks and armored vehicles lined up, dust rolling behind them. Even the great generals of antiquity marched with thousands of troops. Modern warfare, only more shocking. Comrades, Su Chen pointed due north. Forward impact 10 kilometers to rest. Whoever arrives after, who cooks charge. All the cars were at once on full throttle, rushing furiously forward with the momentum of treading everything. When they were far away, an SUV burst out of the roiling dust. The original appearance of the car was no longer visible. It was covered from end to end with mud. The people in the car were coughing while covering their mouths and sitting in the car with windshields on. Baka, these people are too unethical. The man driving the car exasperatedly said. Don't you know you have to protect the environment? The middle-aged man sitting in the back row said with dissatisfaction. This is not a city, this is a no man's land. You bastard. Letting him follow from the side, you had to follow behind. Now we're all turned into mud. The driver said awkwardly. Sir, wasn't I doing this for concealment? Those can be soldiers. Their counter-surveillance ability is very strong. Going from the side, it's easy to be discovered. Baka, the middle-aged man roared. You're 7 or 8 kilometers away from them. Are they clairvoyant enough to see you? You're a bastard. The organization has trained you for so many years for nothing. The burly man sitting in the passenger seat said. Sir, forget it, this is eating dirt. But, cough cough cough, at least we can stay undetected. Finishing the mission is important. Yes, it's important to finish the mission. The driver had a fawning face. The middle-aged man said without a good mood. Alright, hurry up and follow. Don't lose them. This mission, it's very important. We must complete it. Ha-ee. The driver nodded. Please don't worry, sir. I'm best at tracking. I've never lost any target. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. The sun was sinking in the west and it was getting a little darker. Su Chen marked a spot on the side of the road and fixed a first aid kit. It contained first aid rope, bandages, and medicines, as well as flares, first aid signalers, and a small number of canned goods. Vice Captain, everything is put away. Wang Hai ran over panting. Su Chen nodded. Remember, every first aid kit, nothing should be missing. He looked around. when it really comes to the unlikely event that we have to use it, one less thing could kill someone. Wang Hai touched his head. Here, is it that dangerous? Su Chen smiled. Soon you will see the terror of nature. We're here not only because the terrain is complicated, but also because the natural environment here is harsh. When we fight the enemy in the future, we may have to fight under extreme conditions. Just like back then, our army crossed the Yalu River. How many people froze to death in a foreign land? Su Chen took a deep breath. Therefore, we have to adapt to various environments as early as possible. Under the limited conditions, not only do we have to fight and win, but we also have to save our lives. Understood. Wang Hai nodded. Alright, get ready to pull out. Su Chen yelled. There are still 2 hours before the sun goes down. Let's try to catch another 40 kilometers. Yes. Immediately all of them made a mad dash toward their respective cars, and a regiment set off again. Deputy Chief. A voice suddenly came over the intercom. Important situation. Su Chen picked up the walkie-talkie. Speak. Our retrieved drones have detected a vehicle following us at all times. Behind us. Su Chen frowned slightly. Observe clearly. Is it someone who comes out to play? While self-driving tours are rare in this day and age, traveling through no man's land and exploring mysterious places has been done by a number of people. The most frequent presence in this no man's land is donkeys from all over the country. I don't think so, the henchman said. They've been following us for over a day now, and there's no way they can stand it with all that dust behind us. Su Chen was immediately alert. When traveling as a donkey, you should at least have a map, if not any preparation. If they were lost, they would have come up and asked. If you're not lost, why are you following the troops? Sub-commander, should I bring someone over to take a look? The underling asked. Su Chen asked. What kind of cars are they? I think it's a Mitsubishi SUV. Su Chen sneered. That won't be necessary. Our car's maximum speed is 60 or 70 kilometers per hour. People just need to pull their horsepower to get rid of us. Besides, it's a very unfamiliar place, so it's very dangerous if we get separated. On the sidelines, Japan asked. So just leave them alone? Su Chen smiled, took out a map and looked at it, then pointed at a point, right here. Meet with them and see who it is. Hey, 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 hey. They seem to be speeding up. In the SUV, the burly guy in the passenger seat yelled through his binoculars. It's really accelerating. I can barely see them. What's going on? The middle-aged man in the back said in a cold voice. Did you find us? The driver shook his head. No, how could that be? If they realized it, they should have turned around and looked for us. How could they speed up? The crowd nodded, feeling it made sense. I reckon they are racing again. The driver laughed. These guys, they're all young. This kind of place, if I were driving a tank, I'd want to race too. Cough cough cough. The middle-aged man coughed a few times. The driver immediately reacted and smiled apologetically. Please don't worry, they can't get away. With just these rutted marks all over the ground, I can follow them with precision. So let them run first. The SUV drove nonchalantly toward the front, and the driver put on a piece of hometown music. The atmosphere inside the car was instantly peaceful as well. Even the middle-aged man, who had been very nervous, had a relaxed smile on his face. Bang! Just then, the SUV suddenly lost control and the whole thing tilted. What's going on? The middle-aged man was thrown against the front armrest and winced in pain. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's a flat tire. I can hold it steady. The driver gritted his teeth. Steady control of the steering will harden the car as it skidded to a peaceful stop after some distance. Everyone in the car breathed a sigh of relief, and the burly man slapped the driver hard. Yossi, Honda-kun, you can do it. You deserve to be a car god. The driver laughed out loud. If I hadn't been absorbed into the organization, I'd be a motocross racer. Cut the crap. Hurry up and check. The middle-aged man covered his head and shouted. We can't lose them. The driver spat out his tongue and honestly jumped out of the car. But the moment he saw the tires, he was instantly confused. What's wrong? The burly man asked. The driver's mouth twitched in fear. Our tire, it was punctured by a tire blaster. Someone, on purpose, tried to puncture our tires. The burly man was instantly startled. But before he could react, dozens of gun-toting soldiers came out from 2 nearby high slopes, blackened muzzles, all aimed at them. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, he was so angry that he cursed in the car. Baka, asshole, this is your stalking? Bringing us all to people, asshole. Chapter 133, you were given a chance, but you didn't use it. All hands up. Wang Hai jumped down the slope with his gun. The other soldiers jumped down after them, instantly forming a semi-surrounding circle. The driver and the burly man looked at each other, and finally all looked at the car for help. The middle-aged man had no choice but to get out of the car, held up his hand and laughed. Comrade, don't misunderstand. We're just tourists. We're all good people. Good people? Wang Hai looked him up and down. Good guy tattoo. Ha, good guy. Squat down for me and get checked. Good guy. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. He couldn't accept the inspection or it would all be over. He hurriedly shouted, "Sorry, we are foreign nationals. Just traveling here normally. You have no right to search us." "That's right, we're not doing anything illegal. So what gives you the right to inspect us?" The other short guy grunted coldly. "According to your country's law, unless we are a threat, or are doing something criminal, you can detain us or inspect us. But we didn't do anything. We just had a flat tire on our car." Yes, comrade, we just had a flat tire on our car. We're really nice people." The driver nodded his head vigorously. "Still frozen for what?" The middle-aged man turned to the asshole who had brought him into the tiger's den with no good manners. "Asshole, why don't you hurry up and fix the car? Don't delay other comrades." "Ha, yes, I'll fix it right away." The driver immediately went to find a spare tire. "Slow down." The driver's foot was only halfway out when it came to a hard stop. Everyone looked toward the dirt slope, only to see a young man half squatting, staring at them with a grin on his face. "No need to rush to repair the car. Check it first." Suchin smiled. "Don't worry, we check it very sharply, especially fast, without delaying your time." The driver looked hesitantly at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face suddenly turned cold. "This officer, my companion just said, according to your law." Suchin directly interrupted him. "Look around. Besides you, it's us here. The law can't control here. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched viciously, and his companions instantly tensed up. Indeed, it's a no-man's land, off the beaten track. Even if someone died here, no one would probably notice in a couple decades, not to mention that they are foreigners. Even if the emperor came here, he would still be screaming for help when he comes here." Suchen waved his hand. "Come on, don't waste any time. Check it out for my people. If it's fine, my people can still fix your cars." Wang Hai immediately led people up, and the middle-aged man shouted anxiously, "Slow down. I say, you old man, why do you have so much to do?" Suchen teasingly looked at him. "Old man?" The middle-aged man clenched his fists in anger. He was only 41. He took a deep breath. "Sir, I've heard that you Dragon Kingdom soldiers are the most disciplined in the world. Even if no one sees you, you guys won't just take anything from the civilians. In that case, even though there's no one here, you should stick to the guidelines and not rough us up." Suchen laughed and said to all the soldiers, "Hear that? Our fine traditions have spread all over the world. These foreigners know it." But, Suchen narrowed his eyes, "The situations you mentioned are for our own people. For you foreigners who have followed us for more than a day, it doesn't apply." The middle-aged man's heart thumped, and he immediately glared fiercely at the driver. "This dumbass, and he claims to have superior tracking skills. It's been over a day since people found out. You're superior to your grandma. If it wasn't inconvenient right now, he'd want to be the driver." The driver was so frightened that he bowed his head honestly, not daring to say a word. "If you guys get rough, after we leave here, it will be exposed to the outside world." The middle-aged man's henchman suddenly shouted. "At that time, you guys are going to be in big trouble. Can you take the blame?" "I'm responsible." Suchen stood up and said coldly, "I'll take responsibility for anything that goes wrong." "All right, search," Wang Hai shouted. "I'll see who dares to move." The burly man who hadn't said anything all along suddenly took out a knife and coldly blocked in front of his companion. The middle-aged man's other two henchmen, on the other hand, one took out a spray gun and the other took out a crossbow. The three form a semicircular attack formation that can be attacked or defended. "Yo, still carrying weapons." Suchen was happy. "Aren't you guys the good guys? Good guys still carry weapons." The middle-aged man also stopped pretending at this moment and said smugly, "Sir, when we go to this kind of no-man's land, we are also afraid of encountering danger. So, bring some weapons for defense, and you'll be safe if you run into jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards. In that case, we'll leave at once, stay far away from you, and we'll all stay well away from each other." "Sorry, you guys can't leave," Suchen coldly said. "Aren't you guys familiar with our laws? In our country, it is strictly forbidden for anyone to illegally possess controlled weapons. With this one, you guys won't be able to leave." The middle-aged man arrogantly raised his head. "Sir, don't force us. I know, you guys didn't bring live ammo. Besides, your army is far away. With just a few of you, I can't guarantee your safety if there's a real conflict." He looked at Suchen rampantly. "You also said that this is a no-man's land. Even if someone dies, we don't know who did it. You're all young people. Don't make a wrong move or there will be no turning back." Wang Hai shouted angrily, "Deputy leader, don't nag them. Let us go." Suchen stared at the middle-aged man dead in the face. "Fine, you want to leave, right? Then I'll give you a chance. If you can walk away, I'll pretend nothing happened." After his words, Wang Hai immediately pushed forward with his men, completely surrounding them. "Sir, leave it to me." The burly man looked at the soldiers around him and grunted coldly. These rookies, I'll have no problem dealing with 20 of them alone. The middle-aged man sighed and smiled at Su Chen. I've already made a concession. You're the one who doesn't want it. So don't blame me. Do it, kill it. At his command, the strong man's knife immediately played several tricks in his hand and quickly ran towards Wang Hai. Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly came from behind Su Chen. The burly man froze instantly, only to see a tank slowly emerge from behind the dirt slope. A single blackened barrel, all aimed at himself. The soldier on the tank was full of banter, as if he were looking at a clown. The middle-aged man's side were all dumbfounded. They thought that Su Chen had stayed behind alone with his men, and that the large group had gone far away. I didn't realize there were so many tanks. Su Chen waved at them. Come on, don't be polite. We don't have any live ammunition. What are we afraid of? The corner of the eye of the burly man who rushed to the front was wildly twitching. Are you kidding me? The tank could have crushed him just by rushing over even without live ammunition. With little hesitation, his grip loosened and the knife fell with a thud. He then clasped his head with both hands and honestly knelt down towards Su Chen. Bang! The driver was even drier, simply raising his hands and kneeling in surrender. The other two with weapons looked at each other and immediately threw their weapons out a long way and followed suit. Kneeling down, the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched, and after only 2 seconds of hesitation, he immediately followed suit and knelt down. The truth cannon is in front of them and they must kneel. Su Chen laughed, admitting defeat so quickly? You were given the chance, but you're not up to it. Chapter 134, Refuse to cooperate. Then shoot straight. Weren't you quite tough just now? Wang Hai slapped the strong man's mouth. You keep being tough. 1 man to 20 of us. The burly man's mouth twitched as he looked at the 5 bayonets pointed at him. He'd like to be tough, but he can't be tough in this situation. It's soft to save your life. Get your asses together and kneel. Wang Hai kicked at him. The 5 men immediately knelt honestly together, holding their heads and not daring to move. All of their belongings were taken out by the soldiers, including their clothes, which were removed for inspection. It was starting to get a little dark, and a cold wind was blowing in no man's land, and a few people were shivering from the cold. Sir, the burly man whispered, what's going to happen to us? Several others looked at him sheepishly. Their status is that of agents, and agents are treated the same all over the world. No one will recognize them if they're caught. The next thing you know, it's darkness and life is worse than death. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and lowered his voice and said, we won't admit it even if we beat ourselves to death. We're just here to travel. Besides, we didn't do anything. They won't be able to find us. Yes. Several people immediately united their voices. On the other side, Wang Hai took a bunch of things to Su Chen. Deputy Chief, it's been checked. Nothing's wrong. He dumped it on the ground. The papers are in order, and all of them are of pretty country nationality. The only thing that's wrong with them is that there are a few pictures of us in this camera. Su Chen brought it over, and there were several all-digital photos of them speeding by. There really doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Wang Hai scratched his head. There's no evidence to say they're agents. Why don't we send them to the police station? At least they're illegally possessing weapons. Su Chen looked at the few people from afar and realized that they all looked emboldened. He grunted, if you're not an agent, you'll follow us for so long? Would have taken our pictures? And carry weapons? Wang Hai scratched his head. The reasoning is this, but isn't there no evidence? Then let's find some evidence out. Su Chen said, these guys look like veterans, and when we get to the police station, if they bite the bullet, maybe, in the end, we will be held responsible. After all, they are foreigners. Wang Hai nodded. One had to be careful on this point of treating foreigners, or there would be international disputes. So, I interrogate them? Wang Hai said, hit them hard. They'll definitely confess. Su Chen shook his head. Ordinary interrogation. It's useless to them. These people are highly trained. They can endure the pain of skin and flesh. When the time comes, if we use torture privately, the crime will be compounded. Wang Hai was at his wit's end. What then? Su Chen laughed. Give them the stuff. Wang Hai froze slightly, but immediately picked up his things and went over to return them. Sir, the middle-aged man said smugly, I told you we were traveling, but you didn't believe me. Now, can we go? Yes. Su Chen was all smiles. Let's go. With a run. Ha! The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. But I have a car. I said, run with it. Su Chen pointed to the front. I'll give you 5 minutes to run fast, if you can't run away. Oh, I just said, even if someone dies here, it won't be discovered. The 5 men immediately blushed. With hardly any hesitation, the 5 men grabbed their things, turned around and ran wildly. Deputy Chief, this is letting them off the hook? Wang Hai was confused. Although we haven't found any evidence, but they don't look like good people anyhow. The crowd was looking at Su Chen in disbelief. This was not like his style at all. Su Chen slapped the tank hard. I only said I'd let them run. I didn't say I wouldn't chase them. Want to take credit for it? Everyone's eyes instantly lit up, and they roughly understood what Su Chen meant. This is an agent from abroad. If you catch it, then you can certainly take credit for it. Deputy Chief, give the order. Everyone yelled excitedly. Su Chen pointed at the 5 people who fled in haste. Now, 5 suspicious-looking people, after being discovered by us, fled in haste and made arrests. So, in order to keep yourselves safe, you can only use drill blanks to blast them. Everyone immediately understood, and soon several tanks roared to life, darting after the fleeing 5. Su Chen smiled faintly, got into the jeep, and also slowly followed behind. Sir, the burly man looked back at the catching up tanks and wailed anxiously. They're not planning to leave us alone at all. The driver was so scared that he was about to piss himself, crying out, "It's over, it's over, it's over. We'd better surrender. We can't possibly outrun a tank even if we grow 2 more legs." Before the middle-aged man could speak, one of the tanks suddenly let out a loud boom. A drill shell hit them solidly. Although the drill bombs do not have the ability to kill, they can still kill people at a certain distance. At that moment, these 5 guys were directly blown and flung out, each of their bodies white. Baka! The middle-aged man felt like his back was going to explode, but when he turned his head, he found several tanks rolling toward them without slowing down. Go! Go! The middle-aged man shouted anxiously. A few others actually didn't even need him to shout. They had already bounced up from the ground and were running wildly towards the front like mad. Boom! 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 A tank fired in turn, and the 5 men didn't run more than a few steps before they were knocked out by the shells. Either you fall on your ass or you get blasted all over the place. Run! Move faster! Su Chen yelled from behind with a loudspeaker. That old man, you have to take the lead. Speed up and let the others learn. Go for it! Go for it! The middle-aged agent was so angry he almost spat blood. He now completely understood that Su Chen had no intention of letting him go, and only wanted to play with him like a cat and mouse. He looked back and then ahead. It's impossible to run out of the vast no man's land on 2 legs. Thinking about it, he simply lay down on the ground. Sir, run! The others shouted anxiously. There's no way to run out. The middle-aged man said furiously. They just want to play with us and tire us out. Don't run, just lie down with me. We're foreign nationals. We haven't done anything wrong. They won't dare do anything. The others snapped to attention. Their foreign nationality, for them, is a talisman. Instead of running for your life, you should fall down and swing for the fences. In a flash, the few people who figured it out all lay down. Su Chen's car drove to the side of them and stopped. Yo, what's wrong with you? Giving up on yourself? You don't want to run anymore? The middle-aged man grunted coldly. Sir, don't even think about using underhanded means to force us. We are of foreign nationality. If you have to mess around, you will definitely be in big trouble in the future. Hurry up and let us go. The others yelled. You can't afford this. Su Chen smiled faintly and directly jumped onto the tank. He cracked open the top hatch and then said something to the people inside before looking at a few agents. Sorry guys, we didn't find any foreign friends. Just stumbled upon surreptitious and gun-toting strangers in a restricted military area. When we realized it, you guys turned around and fled, and you resisted during our pursuit, so we accidentally got you all killed. When the middle-aged man heard this, he exasperatedly shouted, You are turning black and white. You, boom. A shell suddenly burst out and hit the middle-aged man directly below. The middle-aged agent's face instantly stretched and his mouth turned into an O. Boom. Another shell was fired, hitting the middle-aged agent directly in the chest. Yummy belt. The middle-aged agent's eyes rolled up and he fainted straight away. Su Chen looked at the others with a smirk. Drill shells, at close range, can also kill people. The other agents had been scared out of their wits, especially the driver, who went straight from lying down to kneeling. Sir, I'm not going to run, and you're not going to play me. Please, give me a way out. Su Chen coughed. For those who refuse to give an account of their problems, we always don't ask many questions and just shoot them dead. With that he waved his hand and the other tanks immediately turned their guns. The driver was so scared that his tears were wild. Sir, but you didn't ask anything You asked instead. I don't know what to say even if I wanted to. Chapter 135, Another Merit. It's just that the money is too little. Not a moment later, the 4 agents finished telling the details of what they knew. One by one, Wang Hai took the interrogation materials and handed them over to Su Chen. Deputy Chief, these guys are really agents. They've already signed and drawn their pledges, so they won't be able to renege even if they want to this time. Su Chen took a look at the confession and nodded with satisfaction. Alright, contact the police and let them come and arrest them. Yes, Wang Hai nodded. 10 minutes later, all 5 men were tied up 5 ways. Su Chen had someone insert 5 sticks in a high place, then tied the 5 people backward to the sticks. Sir, what are you doing? The driver said anxiously. We're cooperating with you. We've told you all the questions you want to ask. What else do you want? The burly man was also anxious. Sir, you people of the Dragon Kingdom are most concerned about trust and justice. Please, don't do this. Su Chen smiled as he squatted in front of them. We Dragon Country people only talk about trust and justice with our good friends. As for jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards, especially you goddamned brats, we are never polite and soft. He patted the burly man's face. But then again, you're right about one thing. We Dragon Kingdom people are benevolent and righteous. Even though I know that you are agents, I am still prepared to let you off the hook so that you can have the rest of your life to sit through the bottom of the jail. He grinned and stood up, but the 5 agents were creeped out for no reason when they saw his smile. What about later? We'll leave first. Don't worry, I've called the police for you. They'll be here soon. It'll only take about 10 hours. The 5 men were so scared that tears were falling from their eyes. No sir, don't do this to us. This is no man's land. There are wild animals. Yes sir, it's going to be cold later when it gets late. Su Chen nodded. That makes sense. So let's do this. After another 10 minutes, Su Chen lit a circle of bonfires around them, and all 5 people were surrounded in the center, and all of them were sprinkled with dirt. Su Chen cheerfully clapped his hands. This will do. This fire can burn until the latter part of the night. At that time, the mud on your body is also hot. It can keep you warm and won't let you freeze to death. We have the long guadao called chicken, and this is a principle. Sir, it will kill you, the middle-aged man cried. Su Chen patted him on the head. Stop screaming and save your energy. Otherwise you'll really die before the police come. Su Chen left in style with his men, the roar of the tanks fading away. The 5 agents wailed for half a day, and their shouts were the only thing left in heaven and earth at last. Bagger, the middle-aged man shouted furiously. These assholes, these we've cooperated. Why are you treating us like this? Curious, the driver asked. Sir, your voice, how did it get so thin? The middle-aged man glared at him in exasperation. You get a shell blown up underneath you. Try to see if your voice changes. 10 days later, Su Chen arrived at the new camp with a group of dusty people. At this time, the entire Dragon Tooth Brigade had all been relocated, and the entire camp was in full swing, with shouting and killing sounds that shook the sky and the earth. I'll go. Is this really like a base? Jia Pang looked at the campground in surprise. Other soldiers poked their heads out of tanks and armored vehicles. Excitement was on everyone's face as they looked at the new base that belonged to them. The new base was more than 3 times larger than their previous temporary base. A neat office building, dormitory building, activity building, neat like soldiers standing in formation. In the distance, there was another huge spherical structure. It is visually stunning from a distance. Is this where the best in the world should live? The soldiers were all smiles with excitement. Su Chen immediately poured a pot of cold water over their heads. Everyone, what about these houses? They don't have much to do with you. Everyone's faces suddenly turned sunny. Although Su Chen didn't say it explicitly, they had already heard it. What followed must have been endless training. The chance to go to sleep in that new dormitory really wasn't much for them. I'm afraid. At that moment the officer on duty ran toward them and led them to the new camp. Su Chen changed his clothes and immediately went to meet Su Fei, reporting to the brigade commander. After Su Chen saluted, he placed a hand-drawn map on the table. In these 12 days, we ran through most of the base's area and manually drew this drawing. There's still a lot of ambiguity that can only be added later during training and maneuvers. Su Fei took a moment to look at it, and his eyes immediately lit up. Both commanders, he saw at once the importance of this drawing. It could be several times more detailed than the military map he held in his hand. Even the elevation of a different section of a certain area was marked in detail by Su Chen. Good boy, Su Fei said with a smile. I knew it was right to give this task to you. Su Chen laughed. The task you gave me, Lord Brigadier. I definitely want to complete it properly, or else I'm afraid of coming back to be confined by you. Su Fei pointed at him and laughed out loud. I'm thankful if you kid doesn't pit me. Right, Su Fei suddenly said. How were you able to realize that an agent was following you on the road? Su Chen immediately thought. Those agents were taken away by the police, right? Nothing happened, right? You still have the nerve to say that? Su Fei looked at him without any good humor. The place you guys ran to, even the local police couldn't find it. It took them 21 hours to find it, and at that time, those guys were almost frozen hard. If they were a little later, they would have had to be cremated on the spot for them. Su Chen laughed. It's good that you're not dead. At least there's some value in bringing it back. There's value. There's a lot of value, Su Fei said. That confession you left behind. The police identified them as a secret service organization codenamed What's His Name. Anyway, it's just very powerful. I didn't expect it to be actually ended by you in one pot. Now the Secret Service has intervened. Su Fei stroked his chin. It's just that I haven't thought clearly until now. How did you know that there was a tail behind your body when you kid ran so fast? According to reason, these agents are as refined as monkeys. they won't let you find out easily. Su Chen smiled smugly. Brigadier, this is called the perception of danger. Even though I was walking in front, I always felt this cool chill on my back. I didn't expect to turn back. Coincidentally, I really found them. Su Fei rolled his eyes. Ghosts believed Su Chen's words. Alright, Su Fei said without a trace of anger. You are considered to have made a merit this time, and the police have awarded you a second-class merit medal plus a bonus of $500,000. In addition, the headquarters side also knows, special instructions, awarded you second-class merit once. For those who participated in this operation, pick a few outstanding ones and award them all third-class merit. The rest, all brigade commendations. Thank you, Brigadier. Su Chen saluted excitedly. When he caught those agents he knew for sure he would get credit for it. But what he didn't expect was that the police side would actually give him second-class credit as well. After all, it's two system sectors, and this kind of thing can be rare. With a glance, Su Fei could tell what he was thinking and said directly, the reason why the police side gave you a bonus in merit is because you helped them catch the big fish. Through this line, they have reportedly caught quite a few lurking agents recently. You've done them a great favor, so it's only natural for people to thank you. So that's it. Su Chen bristled. Then according to this, they gave a bit less. Su Fei's eyes glared. You still think it's too little? Get lost and hurry up and bring the troops to train properly. We only have half a month left. Su Chen smiled and asked, Brigade Commander, do you know who our opponent is this time? From the Northeast, Iron Fist Division. Su Fei said, the division commander is also named Su. Do you recognize him? Su Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Recognize. To recognize. Chapter 136 Emergency Mission. Going to the snowy region. Su Chen never expected that the second troop ushered in by the Dragon Tooth Brigade would be his own big brother. The name Su Ming had already resounded throughout the entire army several years ago. When Su Chen was still in military school, he had studied his elder brother's maneuver cases. The instructor at that time commented, this person's tactics are like a sharp blade. Sharp, good at rapid infiltration combat, catch the other side by surprise. Big brother, did you just happen to be here? Or did you come to teach me a lesson on Dad's orders? Su Chen wasn't nervous. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement. It had always been his wish to be able to fight his big brother. I didn't realize that now it's a dream come true. Good, since I've come across it, then I'm obligated to elevate your cognition. Su Chen smiled faintly. Dad said that people can't be too complacent. Only failure can make you move forward. Being a younger brother, it's my responsibility to teach you. Su Chen didn't take more than a few steps before he suddenly turned his head and darted towards Su Fei's office again. Bang! Su Chen directly slammed the door and entered, but immediately froze. Su Fei was sniffing his feet in a strange position. Su Chen said awkwardly. I'll start over, said shutting the door. Su Fei's entire body was about to explode. Such an embarrassing scene of himself was actually seen by Su Chen. His image is completely ruined. Bang bang. Reporting to the brigade commander. Get your ass in here. Su Chen smiled and pushed open the door. Sorry, Brigadier. Just a bit anxious. Even if you're in a hurry you have to knock on the door. Su Fei reddened. I'm telling you, the deputy brigade commander's lover will be here after this exercise. If they're in the middle of an exercise and you push the door in, what the hell? My wife will come too. Su Chen hurriedly bent down. I'm sorry. I'll pay attention next time. Su Fei grunted and whispered. Just now, I just checked the feet. Never smell. I don't have that fetish. Don't rumor blindly. I didn't see anything. Su Chen looked puzzled. Did something just happen? Okay. Su Fei glared at him. Why did you run back again? Didn't I tell you to go train? Su Chen immediately came over. It's like this, brigade commander. I want to apply for live ammunition. Live ammunition? Su Fei looked wary. What do you kids want with live ammunition? Su Chen smiled and said, I still know more about the Iron Fist Division. This unit is known for its fast movement and tenacity in fighting hard battles. The best way to win against them is to utilize our terrain to fight a fast movement battle. Su Fei nodded. And then? What does it have to do with you wanting live ammunition? Of course there is. Su Chen said. This area, they are not familiar with it, but we are no better. So, I want to use this last period of time to take the troops on a long-distance run for training. It would have been more effective with live rounds, and I would have been more certain of hitting the target. Su Fei pondered for a moment. The Iron Fist Master's name was also known to him. The troop strength was more than double theirs, and the weaponry was advanced, with half of the division replaced with the best weapons and equipment currently available in the country. If you want to fight them, it's really hard to win if you don't have a surprise attacker. He looked at Su Chen. I can grant it to you, but you kid must be careful not to hurt anyone. Su Chen laughed out loud. Brigadier, your worry is purely superfluous. If you take a look, there are a few people in this 1,000 kilometer radius, and it's not uncommon for me to hit a bird with a single shot. Don't worry. Su Fei took a deep breath, picked up a pen and brushed him a note. How long are you kid going out for? Su Fei asked. Su Chen thought for a moment. I'll definitely be back before the maneuvers begin. Good. Su Fei shoved the note heavily into Su Chen's hand. I'll wait for you. 2 hours later, a regiment received its ammunition and was preparing to leave with hundreds of supply vehicles in great numbers. Su Chen! Su Chen! Wang Changjiang panted and ran over, grabbing Su Chen. You kid, where the hell are you going? How come I don't know? Su Chen patted him with a heartbroken face. Captain, am I not doing this for your own good? Look at you. Your altitude reaction has become like this. It's only over 2,000 meters above sea level. The place we're going to this time may be over 4,000 meters above sea level, or even over 5,000. If I call you, isn't this shouting for you to suffer? Wang Changjiang froze, feeling that what Su Chen said was quite right. Chief, I won't talk to you anymore. Get some rest. Su Chen waved his hand at him. When you get well, I'll take you next time. When he finished, he jumped in his car and followed the troops. Wang Changjiang was still foolishly waving goodbye at them, but when he turned around, he immediately froze. That's not right. If you don't take me now, won't I still go later, and won't it be harder for me then? He jerked around. The brigade was so far away that he didn't even have the strength to chase after them. Asshole, you damn fooled me again. Wang Changjiang panted and cursed. I'm the leader. For the next week, Su Chen took a group and fought and walked. Sometimes it was all on the run in one day, and the only time to rest was to overhaul the equipment. Sometimes they would stay in one place and bombard a particular hill intensively. Su Chen's requirement was that every shell that went out did not seek to necessarily hit accurately, but it had to be a lethal threat, or at least make the enemy chaotic. At the same time, Ma Xian's reconnaissance company began to move. For the first time they were really at the front of the line. They were at the forefront of giving coordinates before each bombardment. This allows for exponential increase in hit accuracy for troops. However, this was still too far from the informationized combat in Su Chen's concept. He knew very well that as long as he beat Su Ming, perhaps he would be able to ask for more with the headquarters this time. It's only with strength that you're entitled to bargain. At noon on the 9th day, the army marched into a highland area. This was the second time they had been in this area, and the fighters were already experienced. In the face of complex terrain, maneuvering the chariot is still a breeze. Deputy Chief, the brigade commander is looking for you, the communication soldier suddenly said. Su Chen froze and immediately took the headset. Brigadier, this is Su Chen. What is your brat's current bearing? Su Fei's tone was urgent. Su Chen hurriedly looked at the map. In Area 43, head towards Area 39 immediately. Don't go. You're given a new mission now. Lead the team to the snowy region immediately. Su Chen's mouth opened wide in surprise. To the border? Brigadier, it's already far beyond our base. It's at least 400 kilometers from here. Cut the crap. Something big is going on over there. The border guards don't have enough firepower. It just so happens that you're in the neighborhood. Go over and reinforce them right away. Su Chen frowned tightly. Reinforcements? What happened? Su Fei said coldly. Don't ask too many questions. Hurry up. When you get to the place, someone will replenish you with live ammunition. Yes. Su Chen then picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone listen up. Everyone listen up. Immediately turn around and head for the snowy area. Immediately turn around. Yes. A voice quickly responded to him. Su Chen put down the walkie-talkie. His eyes lit up with thick battle intent. The real war, he had sensed, might be coming. Chapter 137, What are you afraid of? It's a credit delivered to your door. Tanks wind up and armored vehicles roar. A truck followed, raising dust as if 1,000 horses were charging. As Su Chen sat in the bumpy car, the 3 battalion commanders and a few important company commanders were already all crammed in next to him. Su Chen carefully looked at the map around the snowy area. Although Su Fei didn't tell him specifically what he was going for, but he also reads internal publications and knows the general situation over in Snowland, so he already guessed what he was going to do this time. The others, however, were confused and were waiting nervously for his answer. But Su Chen was just looking at the map, and the crowd didn't see him raise his head even though his legs were all squatting and numb. Deputy Chief, Jia Ping couldn't help but ask, what exactly are we going to do this time? Su Chen raised his head and everyone immediately stared at him curiously. Su Chen said faintly, don't ask what you shouldn't. After saying that, he lowered his head again and continued to look at the map. Everyone is speechless. Don't let us ask. Why do you make us squat together in front of you? After a long time, Su Chen finally raised his head again. We'll be arriving at the place later. Go back and tell your soldiers. No one is allowed to ask questions. Wait for my instructions. Yes, the crowd replied feebly. Why don't you just tell us on the walkie-talkie? It's been over an hour of squatting and the legs are nowhere to be found. Another hour passed and the mass stopped in front of a large rolling hill. Su Chen jumped out of the car. and the surrounding area was already full of soldiers. A colonel came rushing over at a quick pace. Sub-Commander Su, right? Su Chen immediately saluted. Dragon Tooth Brigade 1st Regiment Deputy Commander Su Chen. The colonel also immediately saluted. Zhang Biao, 3rd Regiment Commander of the 109th Border Defense Division. Captain Zhang. Su Chen shook his hand vigorously. Can we say what the situation is now? Zhang Biao pulled him to the side and pointed to the large mountain in front of him, saying, on the mountain is the borderline of our motherland. The current situation is that the people of the Curry country quietly pushed their defense line forward almost 20 kilometers 3 days ago, and they've set up more than 30 outposts. We went to argue our case as soon as we found out, but they played deaf and dumb and brought in nearly 2 regiments of armor to confront us. Su Chen smiled coldly. Little Curry is trying to use this way to muddle through the defense and take possession of it after making it an established fact. Right. Zhang Biao nodded. You're a man of understanding. You can see it at a glance. These grandsons, they don't dare to play openly, so they will play dirty tricks. I've been a soldier here for 12 years. I've seen this kind of thing many times. Then how did they get it for them this time? Su Chen asked curiously. Zhang Biao smiled bitterly. Some time ago, when there was a snowstorm inside the mountain, our patrols were reduced. That group of enemy troops took advantage of this opportunity to suddenly advance. Zhang Biao sighed. In case you didn't know, we occupy high ground and can overlook them. However, a lot of our equipment can't make it up the mountain, and unlike them, they are on the low ground and want to push forward easily. We've been defending ourselves for so many years, but we didn't realize that one slip of the tongue would allow them to take advantage of the situation. Anger flashed in Su Chen's eyes. This kind of disgusting tactic, only little Curry could do it. Su Chen still had some understanding of them. Not only were they nocturnal, but they were especially inflated. Think the only countries in the world that are better than them are Mold and Great Britain. The rest are garbage, especially with honeyed confidence in their military prowess, thinking they're taking it easy and beating the next-door neighbor. It seems that they have forgotten all about the lesson they learned more than 40 years ago. Su Chen coldly snorted. Zhang Biao stared at him. I applied for support, but it's hard for our armored units to come over when the storm passed and the roads were blocked. The superiors said you guys are nearby and are good at mountain combat. He stared at Su Chen. Vice Captain Su, your assistance is needed next. No problem. Duty calls. Su Chen said coolly. What do you need me to do? It's simple. Zhang Biao said quickly. Our large force can arrive in about 2 days. During this time, I need you to pull your troops to the mountains and form a confrontation with them. It's best if we can force them to back off, and if we can't, at least we can't let them take another step forward. Su Chen's mouth opened wide in surprise. They still want to advance? Zhang Biao nodded with a bitter smile. They got a taste of the sweetness and are now thinking of advancing a little bit, even one step further. They are happy. Understood. Su Chen stared at Zhang Biao. If they advance, can they use force? Zhang Biao nodded. It's fine. However, try not to make it end badly. You know our policy from above. We can't authorize anyone. A trace of coldness flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he understood that Zhang Biao had something in his words. The enemy army dares to jump like this because they have the support of moldy countries and the West behind them. The Eastern Dragon was rising too fast, something the moldy kingdom had been reluctant to see. Being able to unsettle the gargoyles, that's what they wanted. So, these dorky and extremely self-important douchebags are their best guns. If the situation is not handled correctly, their dads will not agree. Su Chen wasn't afraid, but as a soldier, he had to have a big picture. However, since he had come all this way, he had his own ideas. Take offense. That's never going to take offense. Not in a lifetime. Okay, I'm going to mobilize and start right away. Zhang Biao nodded his head as well. I'll have someone set up signposts first. The road up the mountain here is very difficult to follow. After the two separated, Su Chen immediately ran to his own team. The crowd was already assembled and ready, all eyes glued to him. Su Chen didn't talk nonsense, and straightforwardly described the situation. By the time he finished his words, attention quickly filled the air. No one expected that. War, it just crept up on us. They may be soldiers, but they are also a human being first and foremost. If you're a human being, you have feelings and desires, and you're afraid. Despite all the training, it's human to be nervous when you actually encounter a battlefield in the heat of battle. All of you, cheer up, Su Chen yelled. Everyone immediately puffed out their chests. Su Chen said in a cold voice, what are you afraid of? We soldiers, we were born to fight. This day will come sooner or later. Moreover, you guys have to be thankful that you ran into a small curry this time. In my opinion, this is a first-class merit delivered to your door. The atmosphere lightened up a bit. Many even had smiles on their faces. Su Chen continued, more than 40 years ago, our forefathers beat them to death. Today, we still can. And, as I tell you all on weekdays, sacrificing in war, that's honorable. Now that this opportunity has come, whether or not you can die for 100 years with your picture still hanging on the wall depends on your performance. Everyone was immediately speechless again. Is that a pep talk? Su Chen yelled. If you're going to die, hang towards the top. And if you're not dead, him up. We dragon teeth. Number 1 in the world. Everyone yelled together. The border guardsmen around them were shocked. They vaguely felt that these reinforcements seemed to be burning with a thick murderous aura. Good. Su Chen shouted excitedly. Go, show the enemy troops. After 40 years, we are still their father. Depart. Chapter 138. You're so gentle, but you're full of bad intentions. It took a full 2 hours for Su Chen to climb halfway up the mountain with his troops. Looking down, there was a wide valley on the opposite side. At this moment, the people from Little Curry and the Dragon Kingdom were facing each other on both sides of the valley. Su Chen frowned slightly. The enemy side had sent out a dozen T-72 tanks. On their own side, the fighters were quite a few in number, but they didn't have any heavy firepower to add to the mix. No wonder he had to be transferred urgently. In case of this fight, their side definitely suffered. Xiao Su. Zhang Biao pointed downward. See, in just such a small valley, they've set up 7 outposts and are just about to build a fence. Su Chen followed the direction of his finger and saw that there were indeed 7 temporary posts behind the enemy troops. The so-called temporary posts are tents over tin. Not much of a building, but the advantage is to carry it and run. Su Chen laughed coldly. To use this thing to grab land, only San's brain could think of it. Su Chen took a deep breath. Captain Zhang, since the large troop is still 2 days away, why don't we do it first? Zhang Biao was shocked. Do it first? Right, Su Chen said confidently. I've looked around, and the enemy's defense is actually quite simple. He pointed to the mountains behind the valley. There, machine gun positions should be set up. At the back, there should be small caliber mountain guns or mortar positions as well. Zhang Biao froze and looked towards the direction of Su Chen's finger, his face full of doubts. I don't see anything. How do you know there is one there? Su Chen said indifferently. It's simple. That's the only way for them to enter the valley, and in case we drive them away, that's the only high ground. Arranging machine gun and mortar positions will not only cover their men's retreat, but also cause great damage to us. Their men, even, could counterattack. Zhang Biao's mouth opened wide in shock. Su Chen gave him an example, making him instantly convinced of Su Chen. After all, he had guarded this place for more than 10 years, but he was actually not as observant as an outsider who had just arrived. Su Chen continued. It's actually quite simple to drive them away. He pointed to the high ground. That high ground, in addition to having a way up behind it, my men can slide down the side. Zhang Biao immediately looked over, and sure enough, there was a slope of about 60 degrees next to that high ground, about a few dozen meters away from the high ground. It's too dangerous. Zhang Biao frowned. If we go down from up there, the enemy troops below will definitely realize it. At that time, Su Chen smiled. They won't find out, because I will launch a feint attack to attract their attention. As long as the enemy troops in the valley are driven into that canyon, all the firepower on the high ground will be attracted to me. My men, then, will be able to go down without any problems. He looked at Zhang Biao. I promise, it will only take 5 minutes for my men to settle the battle. And, we can still ride the wave of victory and take back all the places they've taken. Zhang Biao was dumbfounded by what he heard. He was now completely convinced. The problem that had been bothering him for 2 days was solved for him in a few minutes by Su Chen. Captain Zhang, if it's okay, then let's get started, Su Chen said. After helping you, I still have to take the troops to training. The corners of Zhang Biao's mouth twitched viciously, but reason made him immediately shake his head. Problems with the plan? Su Chen asked curiously. Zhang Biao smiled bitterly. There's no problem at all, but the consequences are serious. Neither of us can afford it. Su Chen spread his hands. Didn't you just say that you can't make it too big? Then won't I just make it smaller? I promise. Keep their dead and injured under. Su Chen thought for a moment. 30. Ensure that no more than 30 enemies are killed. Zhang Biao was so scared that tears were coming out of his eyes and grabbed his hand, saying, Brother, if you just kill 3 people, we have to be responsible. Su Chen frowned. Right now, they are on our territory. What's wrong even if we beat them to death? Dragon Kingdom soldiers. It's only right and proper to reclaim the territory that belongs to us. Zhang Biao sighed. Xiao Sua, what you said, we all understand. The higher-ups also understand. If it were before, there's nothing to say. But now, many pairs of eyes around the world are staring at this place, and they just have no reason to intervene, and they can't wait for us to fight right away. But what about us? We can't just slap our heads and do what we did before. We still have to keep the motherland peaceful and the people happy. Once the West gets involved, think about it, prices will soar, and will ordinary people still have a good time? So, let's try to think of a better way to settle this. We can't leave any leverage for those with evil intentions. Zhang Biao stared at Su Chen. even if we have to fight. It has to be that they make the first move and we are in a position to defend ourselves. Once they make a move, then we can fight hard. Don't say 30 dead. 300 will also him. Su Chen was helpless. This kind of thing rose to a higher level and was not something he could consider at this level. For the sake of a moment of blood and courage, it may hurt now, but if the enemy's daddies also intervene and come with a wave of sanctions or something, in the end, the unlucky ones will still be some of the common people. So what are you guys going to do about it? It can't be spent here, can it? Su Chen asked. Of course not. Zhang Biao laughed. As soon as our large force arrives, they will immediately form a human wall and force their way forward. We won't fire easily, and they dare not even more. They are not little cuties. Knowing the price of active fire, Su Chen shook his head. That's too slow. I can't wait. Zhang Biao looked at him in surprise. Your mission is to assist me. What else do you have to do? Su Chen sighed. In a week or so, we're going to have an exercise. It's very important for our troops. If we are absent, the consequences will be severe. Without waiting for Zhang Biao to speak, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Old Zhang. Ah, you just said that if they fire first, then we can logically fight our way through? Right? Ah. Zhang Biao suddenly froze, looking at Su Chen smiling impishly, and immediately tensed up. What are you doing? No, why? Su Chen laughed, arching fire for them to shoot first. Zhang Biao's eyes were almost glazed over. I think you're joking. Can they listen to you? Don't look at them as black, but when it comes to saving their lives, they are more savvy than monkeys. Don't look at them standing here in all their splendor, but in fact, they are afraid in their hearts. You want them to shoot. Dream on. Su Chen smiled and rubbed his hands together. The more afraid you are, the better. Ah, fear means nervousness, and when you're nervous, it's easy to go off. I just have to. He whispered in Zhang Biao's ear. Zhang Biao, the whole person is not good. Xiao Su. I see you refined. How this idea so lack of virtue? It's tactics. Su Chen said with a grin. How about it? Are you going to do it or not? Zhang Biao looked at the valley. The corner of his mouth viciously pumped. Our land. Let them stand for one more second. I feel dirty. Damn. I'm going to give it up. The heirs. Chapter 139. Sir, I really didn't fire. Ma Xian flew to Su Chen and saluted. Deputy leader. A mission? Su Chen and Zhang Biao looked at each other, then pointed at the opposite hillside. Give you an hour and a half. Can you climb up there? Ma Xian followed the direction of his finger. He had spent quite a bit of time training inside the mountains and knew the distance was certainly not close. And it's still a mountain in this highland area that's not meant to be climbed. 2 hours. Ma Xian replied. Alright, I'll give you 2 hours. Su Chen said. Captain Zhang will arrange soldiers to lead the way for you. But climbing up, it's all up to you. Ma Xian saluted vigorously. Yes, promise to complete the mission. Then I'll go arrange for someone. Zhang Biao smiled and turned around. Su Chen put his arm around Ma Xian. Take 30 of your best soldiers and bring 80 bazookas to go up. Ma Xian was shocked. Vice Commander, this is for us to start a fight? Don't be afraid. Su Chen smiled and patted him. It's not for you to really fight. Just scare them. Don't worry. These guys are wimpy. As long as you guys are fierce and brave enough, show them some blood and they'll kneel down. Ma Xian looked skeptical. Deputy Chief, you're not punking me, are you? Unauthorized fire. You'll be court-martialed. Su Chen said cheerfully. Don't worry. Everything has me. I'll bear the consequences. You just have to do what I say. The corner of Ma Xian's mouth twitched. How he looked at Su Chen. It didn't look like he could believe it. Su Chen didn't talk nonsense to him and pulled him to tell him his plan in detail. Ma Xian's eyes had lit up after hearing this. Deputy Chief, it has to be you. No one can come up with this ghost idea. It's tactics. Su Chen thoughtfully emphasized. Yes. Ma Xian nodded vigorously one by one. Extra dirty tactics. Roll your ass. Su Chen kicked over. Sub-Commander Su. Zhang Biao brought over a veteran soldier. This is the best squad leader under me. Patrolling this area all year round. No one knows the terrain better than him. The veteran immediately saluted towards Su Chen. Good day, Chief. Su Chen saluted at him as well. Later, it's all up to you. Please don't worry, Chief. The veteran laughed nervously. I can walk the road here with my eyes closed. Good. Su Chen looked at Ma Xian. Go get ready. In 2 hours, you must act. Yes. After Ma Xian left, Su Chen called all the backbones over again. He quickly laid out everyone's tasks. Listen up. Once Company Commander Ma's side gets a hold of you, you'll immediately start moving. Otherwise, Ma Company Commander's side will be in danger. Yes. Everyone saluted together. Wait a minute. Japing shouted hesitantly. Su Chen looked at him without a good mood. Old Jia, are you ting your pants again? Jia Peng smiled awkwardly. Deputy Chief, I just wanted to ask, will something happen? With this reminder from him, the others looked at Su Chen. After all, this is no small matter. Guns and bullets have no eyes. If something really happens, no one can escape. Su Chen slapped him on the head. Are you still my ing soldier? Worrying about this and that every day. He looked at all of them. I said before we went to the mountain. We are soldiers. It is our duty to guard the land. You guys look at those assholes. Can you stand it? Can't stand it. The crowd shook their heads. That won't do. Su Chen said in a cold voice. If you can't stand it, just them. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Any questions? He looked to Jia Pang, who immediately puffed out his chest, reporting to the deputy leader. There are no more problems. I'll take the blame with you if anything goes wrong. Took care of grandma. Su Chen kicked over. Hurry up and get ready. Yes. The crowd quickly dispersed, running wildly toward their respective units. Zhang Biao looked down and said nervously, Deputy Chief Su, you have to get a grip. Otherwise, something will really go wrong. Su Chen smiled and patted him. Don't worry old Zhang. I'm a person who is unreliable in doing other things, but when it comes to fighting wars, it's always reliable. Zhang Biao rolled his eyes. He just didn't see any point of dependability in Su Chen. Half an hour later, the veteran led Ma Xian and the other scouts to the bottom of the hill. This is it, the veteran said. Climb up, and down here is where you'll find it. Ma Xian gulped. I'll go. Isn't it a 50 or 60 degree slope? It's almost 80 degrees here. The veteran laughed. That's the front you're looking at. This is the back of it. But don't worry, there are a lot of places on it where you can borrow strength. As long as you are well protected, the fall won't kill you. Ma Xian looked at him without any good humor. Easy for you to say. It's not like you're the one climbing. The veteran shook his head. The hell with climbing this thing. Ma Xian turned his head in exasperation and yelled. Alright, don't stare. Prepare the guys and climb. We don't have much time. Yes. Ma Xian picked all the backbones of the reconnaissance company. They got out their climbing gear and everyone put on their protection. The two soldiers then made a dash toward the hillside, using the protruding rocks to climb upward. Every distance they climbed, they would drive a rock spike down the hill and fasten the safety rope. The soldiers below then immediately began to climb upwards after tying the safety ropes. Company Commander Ma, you guys have a good trip? I won't accompany you there, the veteran said with a smile. Ma Xian almost didn't die from his words. Asshole, don't say anything if you don't know how to speak. Where did I go wrong? The veteran looked confused. Ma Xian didn't bother to talk to him and followed the crowd towards the top. The higher you climb, the more windy it gets. The two scouts at the front of the pack also slowed down. Ma Xian looked at the time as he climbed, then looked up at the top of the mountain again, his brows knitting into a pimple. On the other side, Su Chen was also pacing back and forth anxiously. This operation was, in fact, quite risky. Although he was outwardly cheeky, he was actually panicking inside. If something goes wrong, he can't afford to take responsibility for it, and it could be the end of his military career. Ma Xian, Ma Xian, you kid has to be more reliable for me. Su Chen kept muttering. After more than an hour, Ma Xian finally climbed to the top of the mountain. The fierce wind blew him stingingly cold from the inside out, but he couldn't think about it at the moment and immediately crawled to the other side. Sure enough, the deputy head's judgment is exactly right. The corner of Ma Xian's mouth curled into a smile. About 70 meters below, there was a not-so-big platform. The enemy had already constructed 2 machine guns there and 8 mortars behind them. It wasn't exactly heavy firepower, but it was more than enough to just control a small valley. Company Commander, ready! A soldier came over with 2 drones. Underneath the drone, explosives have been strapped. Is it connected? Ma Xian asked uneasily. Don't blow it up when the time comes. My men laughed. You don't trust our skills? As long as it hits the ground, it's bound to blow up. Then what are you waiting for? Start! Ma Xian pushed the drones back. Too bad about the loss of 2 drones. The 2 scouts immediately maneuvered their drones. The 2 drones slowly flew up into midair, followed by a quick dive towards the platform below. Everyone's eyes, dead set on the 2 drones. Boom boom. As soon as the 2 airplanes touched the ground, they immediately exploded, and the flames that ignited startled all the enemy troops. Asterisk 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 who told you to fire? A major roared as he stormed out of his tent. Sir, we didn't fire. The soldiers all looked aggrieved. How could there be an explosion if no fire was opened? The major glared at the group of mortar men. Don't you realize what the consequences are? A group of soldiers were so aggrieved that they were on the verge of crying. Sir, we really didn't open fire. We didn't move at all. But whatever they say won't help. Not far from the valley, Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong, who had long been mixed in the crowd, had already yelled. Asterisk 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 there. Dog days fired on us. Hit them. Chapter 140, Crazy. Why are you guys still playing for real? Upon hearing Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong shouts, the regiment of soldiers hiding in the crowd immediately rushed towards the enemy troops on the opposite side. Asterisk 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 them. Bang bang bang. Fists and rifle butts slammed right through. and immediately a dozen or so enemy soldiers were ed to the ground. Before the other small curries could react, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from across them. Boom boom boom. A dozen tanks opened fire at once, and a volley of shells exploded all behind them. Asterisk 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 for real. The enemy soldier instinctively took a few steps backward in fear. Exactly as Su Chen thought, but it was those few steps that took away their original defense. Su Chen and Zhang Biao's men immediately swarmed towards them and pounced fiercely. Surrender or be shot. All of you get down or I'll kill you. Many of the dark-skinned enemy soldiers were so frightened that they didn't care about anything, dropped their guns and crouched down with their heads in their hands. A black colonel wailed in exasperation. Don't put your weapons down. Don't put your weapons down. No one is allowed to fall back. Damn it. No running. Boom boom boom. Just then, another round of shells came through. The fire was so intense that all 7 tin outposts were blown up into the air, frightening most of the enemy troops to the core. In fact, they've never fought in a war either, and they came here based on their superiors lulling them into a false sense of security. Now that people are actually fighting with live ammunition, many small curries instantly wimp out. The group of several hundred hadn't even fought much yet, and it was a mess. Quick, fire back, Colonel Black yelled over his walkie-talkie. All tanks, fire now, don't let them get any closer. He knew very well that the only way to stabilize the army now was for his own tanks to open fire. He knew all too well what kind of his crew was. Usually riding a motorcycle is fine, but when it comes to this kind of fight, you might be able to ditch him and then run for your life altogether. Prepare to fire, the tank's commander yelled into his walkie-talkie. Remember, hit them in the front, just don't allow them to get close, don't ever really blow up, or else. He hadn't finished speaking when suddenly there was a thud from the barrel of the gun. What's that noise? The commander turned around. Just then a thick pile of smoke poured out of the gun barrel and instantly filled the tank. Asterisk 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 it's gas. The commander choked on his tears. These lackluster guys, they're throwing gas shells into our gun barrels. Cough cough cough. Sir, I can't take it anymore. I'll die here. I'll go first. The gunner immediately opened the hatch and was the first to escape. Assholes, the commander roared. Let me go first. At the same moment, a plume of smoke rose from all the tanks. This was what Su Chen had specially explained to Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong. If we don't blow up their people, we'll force them out. Su Chen watched from afar and smiled smugly. Old Zhang, I told you that this method works. They, don't have the tenacity that we possess. Zhang Biao was completely convinced and gave a thumbs up. Little Su, it's fortunate that you're my comrade in arms. If you were on their side, I'd have to greet your 18 generations of ancestors. Too unethical. Su Chen laughed. Alright, go on, ride the wave of victory. Yes, Zhang Biao and Su Chen ordered at the same time, and all the troops that were originally facing each other charged forward. It was devastating, and instantly rushed the enemy's original defense to pieces. Colonel Black's jaw was on the floor at the moment. Before he could understand what was happening, his men had been beaten into a full retreat. Those who ran slowly were fatally beaten by several dragon soldiers, squealing worse than killing a pig. Sir, run, a henchman anxiously shouted, or if you get caught, you'll be killed. The colonel nodded his head in terror and immediately followed the large group toward the canyon, but he didn't run a few steps before he reacted. No, I have reinforcements. He hastily grabbed his walkie-talkie and yelled, Aloha, aloha, fire sweep immediately, don't let them get any closer. We need to retake the line. Sir, the major on the hillside asked anxiously, shall I strafe them? Asshole, Colonel Black roared. We don't even have any tanks left. If you strafe them, they can blow you up. Use machine gun fire and mortars to form a fire network. Just don't allow them to advance. Yes, Aloha nodded, then immediately turned around and shouted, prepare to fire. Form a fire net in front of the enemy. No. Suddenly, he froze, because the moment he looked up, he realized that there was actually a group of people above his head grabbing the ropes and rappelling down. Asterisk 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 there's someone, Aloha shouted in terror. Discovered. Ma Xian smiled faintly and shouted at the soldiers around him. Then don't be polite. Yes. Several soldiers immediately took out rocket launchers from their backs and just aimed them down from halfway up the hill. Aloha's eyes bugged out in fear and he was the first to run wildly towards the mountain road. Run! Mommy! Help! A group of enemy soldiers were so scared that none of them even thought of raising their guns to shoot at the top. All of them were dumbfounded by those bazookas. Several scouts looked at Ma Xian together. Company commander. More bombing? The corner of Ma Xian's mouth twitched. Damn. A bunch of goons. Bomb. Keep bombing. It's better if they run away. Let's bomb even more painfully. Yes. Several men immediately pulled the triggers, and a volley of rockets whistled toward the position. Boom boom boom. 2 machine guns were instantly blown away. The mortar position was also blown up into the air, and the whole position was all in flames. Run! When Aloha heard the explosion, he didn't dare to turn his head back and ran even more vigorously. The other soldiers are also the same. At this moment cannot wait to be able to run together with hands and feet. Just hate parents less born a pair of legs. Sir, our reinforcements are finished too. A small curry shouted to Colonel Black. Run, or you'll be a prisoner. Colonel Black wanted to die now. Obviously he had everything under control. But what had just happened? How come there's nothing left? What the hell did the other guy do? He glanced back and a tank was already coming their way. Those henchmen who ran slowly had by now been beaten to a pig's head and tied up with ropes. The corner of Colonel Black's eye twitched hard, and now he didn't even have the courage to order a counterattack. His tanks are gone, his reinforcements are gone, and his men are still scared out of their wits. If he dared to shoot back, he was sure that the madman across the street would dare to fire his gun and blow him up. Crazy, crazy. Colonel Black was exasperated and cried, "Why don't you guys follow the rules? Confrontation, confrontation. Why are you still moving for real?" Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and darted forward. All he wants now is to go home and eat his mom's curry. Chapter 141. This stuff tastes really good. 10 minutes later, Su Chen and Zhang Biao stood at the blown-up enemy position. Looking at the blown-up mortar, Zhang Biao was completely convinced. This place was simply exactly as Su Chen had judged it to be. It was like having perspective eyes, seeing through all the enemy's defenses at a glance. Deputy Chief, Deputy Chief. Jia Peng's voice suddenly came over the intercom. Say, Jia Peng, reporting to the Deputy Chief, we and our border army brothers have driven the enemy out of the canyon. Currently they are escaping towards the other side of the hill. Do we still need to chase them? Chase? Why don't you chase? Su Chen said in a cold voice. Remember, give me the opportunity to keep beating them back to where they were. Anyone who dares to resist will be captured. Deputy Chief. Jia Peng smiled bitterly. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. What's so difficult about it? Su Chen was not happy. The tanks and armored vehicles are going with you. What's so difficult about chasing them? Before Jia Peng could say anything, Zhang Biao, who was on the side, snapped. Vice Commander Su, what your men said is not exaggerated at all. Su Chen looked at him. What's the situation? Zhang Biao pointed across the canyon. Our original border is on another hillside. The enemy troops are at the bottom of the hillside, making it difficult to come up on weekdays, but now that they're occupying it, they've definitely set up heavy firepower. He said worriedly, if we push too hard, there's a chance they might open fire, and then things will be fire then fire. What do we have to fear? Su Chen said painfully, if they fire first, then let's let them fight another battle in defense of the capital city. Zhang Biao anxiously stopped him in a hurry. Deputy Chief Su, don't be impulsive. Su Chen waved his hand. He was just joking. He's the one who understands the big picture. If it was that easy to fight, these border brothers would have already beaten the enemy army into doing nothing but dancing. He took a deep breath and suddenly his eyes lit up. There's a way. Zhang Biao looked at him in surprise. What solution? Su Chen picked up the walkie-talkie. Ma Xian. Is Ma Xian there? Sub-Commander, please instruct. Ma Xian responded. See how many prisoners we've taken? See? Ma Xian nodded. Good. Su Chen laughed. You guys immediately change into their clothes. Then hang white towels around your necks and blend into the enemy side. That's right. Bring drill explosives and gas bombs. Got it? Ma Xian froze for a moment, then laughed. Deputy Chief, you're using tactics again. Cut the crap and get going. Yes. Su Chen looked at the dumbfounded Zhang Biao. Old Zhang, let's go. Go over and see the action. Zhang Biao was confused as he listened. No, old brother Su. Your approach. I didn't quite understand. Su Chen cheerfully put his arm around him. Don't need to understand too much. Just take a look later and you'll know. Sir, no. A few of the enemy soldiers were aggrieved and filled with tears, covering their clothes and just not letting go. Spread out. Do you hear me? Ma Xian was furious and pointed his gun at them. A few enemy soldiers were so frightened that they hurriedly undressed themselves, then respectfully placed them in front of them with smiles on their faces. Assholes. Ma Xian glared at them. What? Hey, I didn't ask for your clothes. I didn't ask for your chickens. You're so black. Dogs can't even look at you. What's with the pretense? Asterisk 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 asterisk. One of the scouts frowned. Company commander. These clothes smell too much. It's a mix of fox odor and curry. Damn. I've never smelled anything so stinky in my life. Another soldier pinched his nose in disgust. Even my smells better than this. Company commander. Can you not wear it? Another soldier wailed. This stuff. It's smoky and I'm going to puke. At least have some perfume. Fragrance your ass. Ma Xian said without a word of humor. You think you're going to a dance? We're going to war. Come on. The scouts can't stand the smell yet. Vomit. Ma Xian threw away his clothes and covered his mouth with both hands as hard as he could. But the hands are also stained with flavor. Straight to the sky. Ma Xian immediately squatted on the side of the road and vomited wildly. A group of captives are full of innocence. We don't give clothes. It's really for your own good. Company commander, are you okay? Everyone gathered around. Ma Hen tried to wipe his mouth, but his hand immediately dissuaded him before reaching his nose. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you pussies. What kind of do you eat every day? It stinks worse than. Ma Xian cursed in anger, and all the captives lowered their heads in resignation. Company commander, so is this thing still on? The men looked at him prayerfully. This thing is just like a biobomb. The corner of Ma Xian's mouth twitched, and finally gritted his teeth and shouted, "Where? Hurry up. There's no mission we scouts can't finish. Not just a piece of clothing. Vomit. Give me. Vomit. Wear it." All of them dry-heaved while wearing uniforms mixed with strange smells. "Charge them!" Ma Xian yelled, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Kill! Charge!" In the valley, a large number of enemy troops were frantically fleeing for their lives. Behind them were the wildly pursuing Dragon Kingdom soldiers and in tank armor. At the foot of the hill, a slightly pale-skinned colonel with dead eyes stared at the friendly and enemy troops rushing towards him. "Assholes, the front line is actually lost?" The colonel clenched his fists. He was dreaming that several hundred men guarding the front line would be given away so easily. That's something they've been planning for a long time to take advantage of. If you miss this one, you may never have it again. "Sir, what now?" One of his men shouted anxiously. "Everyone is panicking. Should we retreat, or?" The colonel gave him a hard stare, and his men knowingly bowed their heads. But the colonel looked towards the positions on both sides, and all the soldiers were indeed panicking at the moment. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom hadn't fought a war in years, but at least they had a legacy, faith, courage and guts, and knew who they were fighting for. But these people, they don't think that much in their heads except that they know how to eat curry. When it comes to times like this, they panic more than anyone else. The colonel frowned tightly, knowing that if he didn't give them some encouragement, the group might run right away. "Everyone listen up. Anyone who dares to leave without my order will be killed without pardon." With that said, the colonel drew his gun and fired directly at a panicked soldier. Bang! The bullet pierced his shoulder and the soldier wailed in pain. The other soldiers immediately put their heads up like screaming chickens, their faces full of fear. The colonel smiled slightly, pleased with his encouragement. "That way, they won't run. Captain Wei, here!" The colonel shouted to the captain of the guard. "You take the men and watch. Anyone who runs away without my orders will be shot on the spot." "Yes," the captain of the guards yelled. At this, all the soldiers all turned pale and honestly lay down on the trenches. The colonel was full of smugness, but the moment he turned his head, the whole thing went bad again. Chapter 142, I've never seen someone as shady as you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The colonel's jaw hit the floor, only to see the friendly forces rushing towards them as if they had gone mad. Regardless of the situation, you're flushing, and you're flat out flushing on the front line. Anyone with a bit of military common sense would know that even the best of fronts would be immediately disorganized by the rush of these routed soldiers. In ancient times, it was fatal. In modern times, it's dead on arrival. The colonel's head was sweating with anxiety, and he had a hard time encouraging the soldier. If this gave them a rush, he'd have to run away with them, make a path through the center and let them through. Quick! The colonel yelled right into the position. The soldiers were confused and didn't know where to get out of the way. The colonel was so angry he wanted to hit someone, but could only point to a spot himself and yell, "All the soldiers over there, get to the sides and let them through." Yes, the soldiers retreated dully in both directions, but the colonel's side was set up, and the routed soldiers' side was still running wild according to their thinking. The colonel was so anxious that his eyes watered, and he hastened to lead his men in ghostly shouts in front of the position. "All of you run toward the center. There's a gap in the center. Come on, run to the center, not to the sides. You idiots, run to the center." The colonel, seeing that many of the routed soldiers could not understand the human language, simply ordered the heavy machine guns to fire directly in front of them. Ta-da-da-da. The bullets hit the ground and dust splattered, scaring many curry directly holding their heads and crouching on the ground. They thought they were friendly fire at them. The colonel looked at these idiots and was so angry he almost had a brain bleed. "Assholes, you were told to run that way, not to stop. Why don't you run? Run, run." The intelligence of this group of routed soldiers was really catching. Only a small number of them reacted to run in the direction of the gap. The rest crouched in place like frightened chickens. It can't be helped that many of them are poorly educated. Comprehension is inherently limited. And before the military, many may have lived in the countryside all their lives, never left there, and seen absolutely nothing of the world. Now it's completely out of instinct. Su Chen watched from afar and smilingly put his arm around Zhang Biao. "Old Zhang, see, they are still the same as they were decades ago, and we are still the same as we were decades ago. We haven't lost the face of our forefathers." Zhang Biao nodded his head painfully. "Elder brother Su, I'll be honest with you. I've suffered a lot of anger over the years. If it wasn't for the greater good, I could have taken a regiment to their capital city. The fighting ability of this bunch of them stuff is not as good as the old sow raised by our regiment. Su Chen laughed out loud. Then today, let's give them a lesson together and help them reminisce about memories from decades ago. It's useless, Zhang Biao sighed. They're just dogs, they forget about it after the fight, and they'll still bark after a while. Then hit harder. Su Chen laughed. The harder you hit, the longer they remember. Meanwhile, Ma Xian, with dozens of his elite subordinates, dressed in enemy uniforms, managed to blend into the fleeing group. Originally they couldn't catch up, and it's not their fault, it's just that the clothes stink. All the way through the run, the smell just kept dissipating and wafting along, especially when they run hot. The odor spreads even more. Everyone was running all the way over here with dry heaves. If it weren't for the chaos on the enemy's own side, they wouldn't have been able to catch up, if they hadn't said so. Hurry! Ma Xian waved his hand with a pale face. All lower your heads. Don't be seen. The men all nodded. Now they don't dare to speak at all. As soon as I opened my mouth, the strange smell went straight to my mouth and nose. More disgusting than drilling in. All of them kept their heads down, mixed in with the ranks of the routed soldiers, and managed to escape to the back of the enemy camp. All brace yourselves for battle. The colonel yelled at the soldiers who fled back at the top of his voice. I tell you, I'm a man with a bad temper. When they come over later, whoever dares to run away again will be killed without pardon. He fired 2 shots into the sky with a bang, scaring the routed soldiers who had just fled back and were trembling. Company commander, what's this Guilo saying? A soldier asked in a whisper. Only a ghost knows what to say in the words of a Guilo. Ma Xian rolled his eyes and whispered. All right, everyone disperse. 3 minutes later. Move on time. Yes. The crowd nodded and spread out quickly with their heads down towards the sides of the position. At this moment, Colonel Black, who had fled back from the front, walked up to this colonel with a disgruntled face. Wei Qiong, what did you mean by that just now? Is it saying that I'm merciful and my command is ineffective? Wei Qiong coldly looked at Colonel Black. Awada, you can figure out what I mean by yourself. Alright, don't get in the way of me commanding the battle. I'm not going to throw away my country's land like you did. 2 people with swords drawn and fire in their eyes. Come on, get ready to fight. Wei Zhan wailed. Now that we're standing here, this is our land. No outsiders will ever be allowed to rush over. Colonel Black also shouted defiantly. All of you prepare for battle. This is our last line of defense. No one is allowed to take a step back. At the moment, the hillside, the division commander of this unit, Jace Lee, nodded his head in satisfaction. Alright, the formation is stabilized. The dragons won't be able to rush over. The adjutant nodded in admiration. It's also Colonel Wei Qiong. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid the dragons would have been able to charge all the way here. Jace Lee looked at the canyon in the distance and sighed heavily. It's just a shame that the land we've worked so hard to get is so easily lost. Here, it must never be. Again. Before he could finish his words, a violent explosion suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. Boom boom boom. The whole front was all violent explosions, and a great deal of white smoke rose up. All the people in the position were frightened and panicked. Even the 2 colonels were so scared that they fell straight to the ground. All thought it was the dragon side firing at them. Just then, Ma Xian and his men shouted together in broken curry. Run! Run for your life! Run! Run for your life! Almost instantly, the entire front instantly collapsed. Those routed soldiers who had just escaped back were already scared out of their wits. At the moment, they didn't bother to take a closer look to see if the explosions were real explosives or not, and all of them climbed towards the hillside. Seeing them run, the soldiers in the position also thought that the place could not be defended and turned around and ran. No running, all of you! Wei Zhan shouted anxiously. Captain Guard. But when he looked back, he realized that the captain of the guards had run off with his men as well. While running he also yelled, Get out of my way! Wei Zhan is completely speechless. Colonel Black laughed. Colonel Wei Qiong, hurry up and run. Otherwise, you'll be a prisoner like my men later. When he finished speaking, he stood up and scampered away. Although Wei Qiong was not willing to do so, he saw thick white smoke everywhere around him and was so scared that he also stood up in a hurry and ran towards the top. In the distance, Zhang Biao sort of came to a realization at this moment. Elder brother Su, I understand. He looked at Su Chen with an odd expression on his face. You're having someone bring a drill bomb to explode so that they'll mistakenly think they're being bombed. Then take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Su Chen laughed. How about it? My tactics are fine, right? Zhang Biao gave a thumbs up. Yes, absolutely. In this life, I've never seen someone as shady as you. Chapter 143, the big brothers collectively shocked. Charge! Asterisk 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 them. Su Chen and Zhang Biao's soldiers rushed through the position like wolves and tigers, their fists and rifle butts slamming directly at those enemy soldiers who hadn't fled yet. Bang bang bang. Knock knock. One by one, the enemy soldiers were either punched and had their noses bloodied, or were sent flying by the unique flying kicks of the Dragon Kingdom. Originally, this group of enemy troops had been scared out of their wits and didn't have much fight in them. Now they were beaten to the ground, and all of them held their heads and ran away. Those who didn't run away were immediately surrounded by a group of people and could only hold their heads and be beaten by the group. I told you to come to us. I told you to come here. Now that you know how powerful your grandfather is, will you dare to come next time? Beat you to death. You son of a. I told you to grow black. I told you to eat curry. I told you to stink so much. The hillside was filled with screams, and there were heads scurrying all over the hillside, all desperately climbing towards the top. Jess Lee was in a frenzy of anxiety. Get back, all of you. You can't abandon your positions. But who still listens to him at this time? The people underneath all thought that the dragon countryside to come really. This time do not run when to wait. Soon, the hillside was rushed and disorganized as well. Jace Lee, protected by his men, wailed anxiously, don't mess up, all of you, don't mess up, reconstruct the formation, don't mess up, sir, the subordinate shouted anxiously, the Dragon Kingdom people don't eat that, they don't eat softness or hardness, if we continue to build our position, they will definitely fire again, right sir, we can't construct a position, we should form a human wall to block them now, as long as we don't take weapons, they definitely won't use them either. JC Lee reacted violently, not resisting the protest. That's their tradition, isn't it? How had he forgotten about that one? Quick, form a human wall. No one runs, Jess Lee wailed. As long as we don't use our guns, they sure as hell won't. Don't be afraid. There are many of us. Grab a stick, all of you. No one is allowed to run away. The officers immediately led the way, kicking random soldiers everywhere. It didn't take long for the hillside to restabilize. A division of several thousand men, lined up in 2 rows on the hillside. Each man held a long stick and formed a human wall to wait. In the distance, Zhang Biao put down his binoculars. Elder brother Su, almost done. Su Chen froze. Are you kidding? As long as we keep rushing a bit, they'll be washed to the other side of the hillside. How can we stop at this point? Zhang Biao laughed bitterly. You don't understand them. Look, they've formed a human wall now, making it clear that they want to block us. They won't escape anymore. Are you going to roll with a tank, or fight with a gun? People aren't resisting now. And if we continue to use guns, the responsibility will be ours. Su Chen immediately picked up the binoculars and looked over. Sure enough, the enemy stood in 2 rows, guarding the end. It's probably the last of their stubbornness. 2. Let me try again? Su Chen looked at Zhang Biao. My men have a high will to fight right now. It's completely possible. No way. Zhang Biao shook his head. I can't take this risk, or the consequences will be severe. I'll immediately inform my superiors and listen to their instructions. He patted Su Chen. Elder brother Su, you've done enough, driving them back into place. You've already made a great achievement. Stop for now and listen to your superior's orders. He sighed, and then yelled at his men. Immediately order a halt to the attack. Continue to confront them and do not allow them to take a step forward. Yes, Zhang Biao patted Su Chen again, then turned around to contact his superiors. Su Chen frowned. Asking him to stop now was not something he was willing to do, but Zhang Biao's men had stopped advancing, and he was definitely undermanned with one regiment against another division. If it was a brute force effort, there was a good chance that there would be casualties on his side. As a commander, one must never allow such mistakes to happen, even if he could drive them away in the end. How could he face the parents of those officers and soldiers who had been killed or injured? He will also live in pain for the rest of his life. Thinking for a moment, Su Chen picked up the binoculars and looked at them for a moment more. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Su Chen picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, Jia Peng, come to me right away. Hurry. Yes. Su Chen looked at the hillside from afar and smiled coldly. Since I'm here, I won't let you guys take advantage of tomorrow. Today, I must drive you all back home. A few minutes later, Border Command. A major general held the phone in shock. Zhang Biao, you're not kidding me, are you? Chief, 1000% true. Zhang Biao said excitedly, the enemy forces have now been driven back by us, all located at our original borders. It's just one step away from driving them back. The major general's eyes were wide with incredulity. Not, you guys just have 2 regiments, and they have a division. How come they were so obedient and were driven away by you guys? Did you guys open fire? Did you kill someone? The others in the command immediately gathered around nervously, each face filled with concentration. If they had fired first, or killed each other, then international public opinion must be lopsidedly unfavorable to them. Chief, Zhang Biao laughed. Not a single person was killed, but quite a few were beaten up. Anyway, after they've been beaten up, are they just very obedient? The Major General held the phone dumbfounded for a moment, not knowing how to reply. Chief, Zhang Biao continued, that's how the situation is now. What do you think we should do next? I've ordered a halt to the attack. Vice Commander Su, who came to assist, is monitoring the enemy, and we're waiting for instructions from our superiors. The Major General reacted violently and said excitedly, good, good, keep the current situation. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, then fight hard. Our reinforcements will be here soon. So if they never move, you stay put. Yes, Zhang Biao yelled. After hanging up the phone, everyone in the command center was filled with shock. My God, how does this sound like a dream? One of the generals held the table. They came and they were beaten away again? Another general laughed bitterly. It's a good thing we've been studying here for so long, but it was all for nothing. The generals on the front line easily solved it for us. I'm curious, how did they do it? A major was full of questions. Even with the addition of that new regiment, they're still far outnumbered by the enemy, and they still beat the others away? Our Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu, is it really that strong? The Major General who answered the phone laughed. It doesn't matter so much now. We should immediately order the reinforcements to speed up. The results of the battle are hard-won now. We must not let the enemy's reinforcements arrive first. That would be disastrous. Everyone nodded in unison, and it was clear to everyone that not only did they need to stabilize the battle now, but they also needed to expand it quickly. Now, it's all about who can run faster. As for how they did it, the Major General laughed. We'll naturally find out when it's all over. Chapter 144, Invincible Wolf-Tooth Rod, Perverted Meteor Hammer. Down the hill, a large number of tanks and armored vehicles formed a large circle. Su Chen's people were all nervously busy in the center. On the hillside, a company commander under Zhang Biao took a curious look. They're farming? The company commander had a strange look on his face. What the hell are you fooling around with if you're not coming up to help at this time of year? The platoon leader next to him shook his head. Can't figure it out. These guys don't think like us. They're all weird. All the people nearby nodded vigorously. A series of operations after Su Chen's arrival not only confused the enemy troops, but even his own people could not make a whole. They never thought that one day they would actually fight like this. Up to now their minds were still mesmerized by these flowery activities of Su Chen's. Forget about them. The company commander took a deep breath and looked at the enemy troops in front of him. The regimental commander ordered that we must hold this place. Everyone cheer up. Yes. Everyone roared lowly and looked ahead with a murderous aura. The number of enemy troops on the opposite side was increasing, and Jace Lee called all the logistic burners as well. The density of the wall of people is getting denser and denser. Once there were more people, the enemy troops who had been wimpy a second ago instantly felt like they could do it again. One arrogantly held his head high and looked at the enemy troops across the street with the same murderous vigor. Jace Lee was in command at the moment, holding the phone and desperately yelling, "When are you guys arriving? Hurry up. I need you guys to rush over for backup." The officer on the other side asked curiously, "Sir, we only have one regiment. What's the point of us coming if you can't even do it with one division?" "Cut the crap," Jace Lee growled. "Naturally I have my plans, and I'm limiting you to 1 hour to get there." "No sir, everyone hasn't eaten yet. It's just the right time to start," the officer returned. "You know, no one wants to fight when they're hungry." Jace Lee was almost out of breath, but there was nothing he could do about it. He knew very well what kind of piss these soldiers were. Not for fighting, but first place for eating. If you don't eat your fill, you'll be a deserter if you come, and you might even bring chaos to your side. He took a deep breath. "I'll give you another hour. 1 hour is enough to get your fill." "Well, barely," the officer said. Jace Lee yelled, "You must be there in 2 hours. There is a lot at stake. If you don't make it, you'll be court-martialed." "Yes," the officer returned helplessly, putting the phone down. Jace Lee was sort of relieved. "Sir, are we just going to stand around now?" the henchman asked. Jace Lee nodded. "What else can we do? There aren't enough of us to wait for reinforcements to arrive." The group of henchmen actually nodded approvingly. Although they were outnumbered 3 times as much as the opposite side, they were already scared out of their wits. No one would dare do anything if more people didn't show up. Jace Lee exhaled. "Tell everyone to hold out for 2 hours. In 2 hours, our reinforcements will be here. When the time comes, we'll push them down with a human wall. Even if we do it, we're outnumbered. 3 or 4 of us against 1. We'll surely win." "Yes." Everyone nodded with smiles. "Deputy Chief, do you think this is about right?" Jia Ping took a rod wrapped in wire and walked over to Su Chen. "There are also a number of screws on the rods, all wrapped in wire." Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. "It's a bit rough, but it already has the look of a wolfsbane." "That's it." Wan Rang also ran over at this moment. "Deputy Chief, will this work?" In his hand was a short stick, and at the other end of the stick was an iron ball bound with backpack rope. On the iron ball, There are also a lot of screws wrapped in wire, and it looks like a meteor hammer. Good stuff, Suchen said cheerfully. This is sure to be smooth in a fight. Jia Ping frowned. Deputy Chief, is this reliable? We're just going to them with this? Yeah, there's a lot of them. Wan Rang also looked hesitant. You guys know, Suchen said in a bad mood. Can't you see how wimpy they are? The wolf tooth rod and meteor hammer. These are melee weapons. As long as you dry out a piece of them, the rest will definitely be the same as before. Jia Ping and Wan Rang looked at each other suspiciously, always feeling that this was still very unreliable. Alright, I'll give you guys another half hour. Just do it according to this standard, Suchen said in a cold voice. It must be one per hand. Quick. Yes, the two nodded. Suchen looked at the dense crowd on the hillside and was filled with smiles. Half an hour passed quickly, and a cloud of people made all they could find into wolfsbane clubs and meteor hammers. Even the big spatulas from the cooking class were brought over for raw materials. Suchen looked at the neat team and said with a smile, for such a long time, I've been leading you guys to fight with cannons and tanks, and rarely will I fight the enemy in close combat. But as I said, at the end of the day, war is man against man. Fists, teeth, all are weapons. He pointed at the hillside. Today, I'll take you guys on a practical battle. When we maneuver in the future and run into something similar, you guys will at least have experience. Any confidence in beating them off? Yes, everyone yelled in unison. Depart. Suchen picked up a wolfsbane stick and led everyone towards the hillside. Zhang Biao's men were startled by the shouts, and when they turned around, they immediately saw a regiment of men with strange things, walking towards the hill. What the hell are they holding? It's like a wolf's tooth stick and a meteor hammer. My god, they still carry this stuff around? Everyone was at a loss, having no idea what these oddballs were up to. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Suchen waved his hand. Zhang Biao's men immediately moved to the sides, allowing them to advance neatly. With a wave of Suchen's hand, the team immediately dispersed into a line and headed directly towards the enemy army. Sir, look, they're coming. Jace Li froze and immediately looked forward, and then his whole body was dumbfounded. What the hell are they? What the hell are they holding? I don't know. The men collectively shook their heads. Looks like a weapon. JC Li was stunned. What are they doing? Right at this moment, Suchen had already led his men to the front of the enemy army. All the Curries looked at each other in disbelief, wondering what the gang was up to, but they had orders, and all of them still maintained the human wall. Get back! Get back! Suchen raised his wolf tooth stick and directly poked at an enemy. What for? The enemy soldier was poked and prodded in pain, and immediately went for the wolfsbane with his stick, but the wolf tooth stick didn't move. Suchen instead used more force to push. I told you to back off. Do you hear me? The other soldiers also raised the guys in their hands, following Suchen's example, and pressed them against each other. Back off, all of you. Back off. For a moment, several hundred people were pushed backward several steps. Asshole, get this thing out of the way. Many enemy soldiers angrily hit the wolfsbane with their sticks. How dare you guys fight back? Suchen was knocked off his stick and immediately yelled at the surrounding area. Brothers, fight for me. In a flash, one by one, the wolf teeth clubs and meteor hammers flew up and smashed hard at the opposite side. Chapter 145, 7,000 prisoners? You're blowing smoke up your ass. Suchen's wolf tooth stick slammed down heavily, frightening the soldiers on the opposite side to immediately raise their sticks. Bang! The stick was instantly snapped in half, and the wolf tooth stick smashed directly into the opponent's shoulder. The soldier screamed with a wail, his eyes tearing up wildly, and covering his shoulder. He stepped backward. Bang bang bang! The wolf tooth sticks and meteor hammers from all around were all greeted. Almost instantly, a large number of sticks were broken, and the several hundred enemy soldiers blocking the first row were all wailing. Retreat! Retreat for me! Suchen excitedly waved his wolfsbane. Just like the ancient god of war, people blocked the way to kill people. Buddha blocked the way to kill Buddha, and directly smashed towards the crowd. Hit it hard, beat them to death. Remember, don't hit them in the head, hit them underneath. A group of soldiers were excited to the extreme, and the wolf tooth sticks and meteor hammers in their hands were incomparably handy and powerful. The enemy's clubs were too much for them, and in the twinkling of an eye, a gap was opened in the human wall. Zhang Gao's soldiers were all dumbfounded, never dreaming that they could play like this. What are you waiting for? Suchen turned around and yelled, come the up and help. We'll charge. You guys sweep the tail. After that, he charged towards the crowd again. One by one, the enemy soldiers were knocked to the ground, tears and snot flowing from their eyes in pain. The wolfsbane and meteor hammer are covered with screws, and this thing hits with a lot of power. Not fatal, but extraordinarily painful. Just one hit can hurt for half a day. Where had the enemy army seen this before? Thousands of people were beaten back by Su Chen's few hundred men. Zhang Biao's soldiers also reacted at this time, and a company commander yelled excitedly, "Don't freeze. Go on, them, get them out of here, charge." In a flash, Zhang Biao's soldiers collectively charged forward. Those enemy soldiers who had been knocked to the ground were in deep trouble. One of them was still wailing in pain, and they were immediately surrounded by the crowd again. Next, fists and feet came down as if they were raining down. "Aren't you quite mad? Get up! Wasn't he quite arrogant just now? Didn't he not want to leave? Come and fight! Get up! Goon! Don't hold your head!" In an instant, the whole situation on the hillside was reversed. 2 regiments at a division and fought their way to the top. It didn't take a moment for the enemy's 2 walls of men to completely disintegrate. The enemy soldiers next to them who hadn't been beaten didn't dare to come forward at all, and their chrysanthemums tightened as soon as they saw the waving wolf-tooth clubs and meteoric hammers. Seeing those fallen companions, they knew how much it hurt to be hit just by thinking about it. "No retreat! No retreat!" Jace Li yelled hysterically from behind. "There's more of us! No retreating! Get up there and them!" But now that the scene was completely out of control, his orders were less important than the pain. Countless soldiers began to retreat backward as Su Chen led his men like a bulldozer in a wild charge forward. Some brave soldiers, wolf-tooth stick and meteor hammer play flying. One person dry down 7 or 8 enemy soldiers. "Run away! Run away! Help! Their weapons can kill!" All of the enemy troops on the entire hillside began to run backward in a mad dash, and Jace Li watched with eyes wide open. "Asshole, don't run! Whoever runs, I'll beat him to death." "Sir," the subordinate shouted anxiously, "you don't have to scream. It's better to run together. It's too late to take weapons now. We can't beat them at all." "Yes sir, run. It would be a shame to be taken alive." Jace Li looked at the defeated soldiers that were routing like a tidal wave. His eyes filled with despair. He knew very well that in this situation, even if he shouted his throat out, it was unlikely that anyone would listen to the order. "Run!" Jace Li yelled. A few of his men immediately lifted him up, turned and ran. "Go after them, catch as many as you can." Su Chen followed behind with his wolf toothstick. His soldiers were like fierce tigers out of their cages, roared in pursuit of the fleeing enemy. 5 minutes later, Zhang Biao hurriedly arrived at the bottom of the hill with his men, looking at the batches of captives above walking down holding their heads. Zhang Biao's entire body was dumbfounded. What happened?" Zhang Biao yelled at his men. "Didn't I tell you not to do anything? What's going on here?" The soldiers under his command looked aggrieved. "Captain, this really has no direct relationship. We were charging after Vice Commander Su and the others." "Right," another soldier said. "It was Deputy Chief Su who led the men and dispersed the enemy, and we just followed behind, made up some punches and grabbed prisoners." Zhang Biao's eyes glazed over in anxiety. "This asshole, why won't he listen? Did he use a weapon? Or else how did he break up the enemy's thousands of men?" The soldiers under his command looked odd, and Zhang Biao glared and yelled, "Speak! Report!" A soldier laughed. "Vice Commander Su made his own wolf-tooth clubs and meteor hammers. They're using those to break up the enemy." "Wolfsbane, wolf-tooth stick, meteor hammer?" Zhang Biao was confused. "What the is this?" "It's just a stick with all over it." "Shut up!" Zhang Biao interrupted his subordinate's explanation in a bad mood. "Can I still not know what that thing looks like?" He was now full of questions. What he was wondering was, how exactly did Su Chen's brain grow? How did you even think of using this thing? Wolf-tooth stick, meteor hammer. Zhang Biao laughed bitterly. Against a group of curry with sticks. This is also too lacking. Who can beat you? Did you beat anyone to death? Zhang Biao suddenly reacted. How can that be? The soldiers laughed out loud. Deputy Chief Su ordered that they are not allowed to hit at the head. They try to hit the lower half of the body as much as possible, and at most they hit the upper half of the body. It's just a superficial wound. It won't kill anyone. The corner of Zhang Biao's mouth twitched fiercely. The lower 3 ways. This is a lack of great virtue. No wonder he saw most of the captives limping, some walking with their legs pinned. Looks like they were all hit in the vitals. Where is Deputy Chief Su? Zhang Biao asked, going after the rout. Zhang Biao immediately ran towards the hillside. He wanted to keep an eye on Su Chen with his own eyes. This kid is too tigerish. Don't fight too happily and directly kill people's capital city to go. What Zhang Biao thought was exactly right. At this moment, Su Chen not only led the men to beat the enemy army back to the starting point, it also led a chase all the way towards the front. Enemy troops along the way had abandoned their posts and were being pursued furiously by a group of men with wolfsbane clubs and meteor hammers. A nearby city even received the news, and the entire city was horrified. Many rich people immediately packed their things and fled for their lives, and ordinary people, thinking that war was coming, fled in terror, dragging their families with them. But Su Chen stopped 80 kilometers away from them and escorted a large group of captives back in triumph. But the city suffered. Not only was it jammed inside, but there were smash and grabs all over the city. In the evening, night fell slowly. At border command, the Major General held the phone, his entire body frozen in place. What did you say? The Major General's throat went dry. You routed the enemy and took 7,000 prisoners? He was shocked and opened his mouth wide. Good guy. Zhang Biao, are you telling me a book? The book doesn't even dare to write something so powerful. Zhang Biao smiled. Leader, the book does not dare to write, but in reality, our Dragon Kingdom soldiers, is so bull. Chapter 146, Talent. How can you even think of such nonsense? Early the next morning, 2 helicopters rumbled down near the snowy mountain. The cabin door had just opened and a group of generals couldn't wait to jump down. Good day, Chief. Zhang Biao hurriedly went up to salute. Zhang Biao, how dare you? As soon as the Major General who answered the phone yesterday saw him, he immediately chopped his head off and scolded. Even if you don't wait for reinforcements, who told you to act without authorization? Unauthorized action is fine. Just get rid of the people. What's the point of bringing back so many prisoners? He pointed at Zhang Biao and spat in his face. Do you know what international opinion is now? It says we invaded people. Obviously we were defending, but now we can't explain it. Zhang Biao bit her face. This is what cannot be explained. The fact is so. Is that they first? Shut up, the Major General roared. Have you ever seen someone invade and then have 7,000 captured? You tell me how that can be explained. And who's going to believe it? Zhang Biao said awkwardly. This can only be blamed on them being too naive. We didn't even shoot. They, cut the crap. Border Commander Gao Hongyuan said coldly. Where are the prisoners now? Zhang Biao hurriedly pointed to the front. It's all there. Good food and drink are being served. The corner of Gao Hongyuan's mouth twitched, and he immediately led a group of people toward the front. Soon they came to the valley. Standing on the high slopes, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene below. It was a completely different thing than the captives they remembered. As a matter of course, the captives are either pathetically kneeling together, or locked up like. But at the moment, the valley was buzzing with activity. Not only were the captives free to go, but they lived in tents. A couple of pots were also raised in the center, and a strong curry smell washed over them, almost making them cough. This, Cao Hongyuan looked at Zhang Biao. This is a captive? 1,000 times true. Zhang Biao nodded his head. The corner of Gao Hongyuan's mouth twitched. I think they're here on a tourist vacation. Zhang Biao, what the hell are you guys up to? The Major General asked in disbelief. Zhang Biao immediately smiled and said, Leaders, it's like this. What about all of this? It was all arranged by Vice Commander Su Chen Su who came to support yesterday. Su Chen? A few people glanced at each other, quite unfamiliar with this name. Zhang Biao said, Deputy Chief Su's meaning is simple. They must be treated well with good food and drink. That way, no matter who comes to interview them, there won't be any cracks. Moreover, he's going to videotape them and record their life as captives. Everyone was speechless. Documenting the lives of captives is an absolutely groundbreaking first. Gao Hongyuan, however, smiled faintly. This Su Chen, he's a bit far-sighted. If he does this, we can just take the video and break those rumors. The crowd immediately reacted with a hint of admiration in their eyes. A deputy head of a regiment that could have such a long-term vision. At least they hadn't seen it. Where is the man? Where is this Su Chen? Gao Hongyuan said. Show me him. I'll call him over right away. Zhang Biao turned around and left. No need. Gao Hongyuan laughed. He ran hundreds of kilometers to help us so much. I must thank him properly. Lead the way. Yes. Zhang Biao saluted. Before long, the crowd arrived in the valley. Zhang Biao pointed at Su Chen, who was crouching in front of one of the tents. That's him. Gao Hongyuan looked at Su Chen in surprise. At the moment there were dozens of captives sitting in front of him. Everyone seemed to be having a good time, jabbering and laughing. Su Chen! Zhang Biao shouted. Su Chen looked up and then said something to his captors before running over this way. Good day, all the chiefs. Su Chen saluted vigorously. Dragon Tooth Brigade 1st Regiment Deputy Commander Su Chen, reporting to all the chiefs. Gao Hongyuan smiled and returned the salute. You're Su Chen. Ha, I hear that these 7,000 men, all of them, were captured by you? Su Chen laughed. Chief, you're wrong. It's not captivity. It's rescue. What? Gao Hongyuan and the others were all confused. Su Chen immediately explained. The situation is like this. This group of people then, were training along the border. Because the terrain was unfamiliar, they got lost. Luckily, we met the kind people who not only led them back to the road, but also gave them food and drink. Su Chen pointed at a group of captives. They are overjoyed right now, and will immediately cooperate with us to videotape how we rescued them properly. Then, whether to put them back or lock them up, it's up to you leaders to instruct. Everyone looked at each other with blank faces. What the is this operation? How did they become little lambs who lost their way when they were clearly captives? Cao Hongyuan thought about it and suddenly his eyes lit up. You mean, use the video to publicize it to the public? We didn't have any conflicts and are just helping our neighbors? Su Chen clapped his hands. Chief, isn't that what we did? Even they agree. Cao Hongyuan turned his head to look at the captives sitting happily and chatting together, completely devoid of any captive sadness. Quite a few of them even gathered around and grabbed the curry with their sacred left hands and ate it with great gusto. Talent. Cao Hongyuan gave Su Chen a thumbs up. You solved everything for us before we even arrived. You're really a talent. Chief compliments. Su Chen said with a smile. We're so friendly. These 7,000 people will be grateful to us. The corners of Cao Hongyuan's mouth twitched, and just then, Zhang Biao suddenly said, Leader, look, this is the weapon that Deputy Chief Su designed. Cao Hongyuan and the others turned their heads together and were all dumbfounded at the sight of the wolf fong stick and meteor hammer. Little Su, Cao Hongyuan held a wolf tooth stick. That's what you used to help your lost neighbors? Su Chen nodded. Leader, this thing is a thief. We, alone, can help 7 or 8 neighbors, and they are so happy. Cao Hongyuan touched the screws on it and said with a bitter smile, they aren't happy when this thing greets them, so happy that they should be shouting for their moms. The others were also full of excitement, and the previous Major General excitedly said, Commander, this design of Xiaosu was really great. In the future, we can design some specialized wolfsbane clubs and meteor hammers to specifically arm patrol personnel. Right. Another general nodded. When you run into those who come to provoke, a single squad can greet dozens of them. Ha ha ha, little Su, you're so creative. The leader is overpraised. Su Chen said modestly, I'm just a bit talented in this area. Cao Hongyuan gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Comrade Su Chen, you are amazing. Luckily you're one of ours. If you were from the opposite side, this time, we're going to be screaming for our moms from you. Zhang Biao cheerfully laughed. Leaders, you still don't know how shady Deputy Chief Su is. This group of neighbors can be ed by him. He is the biggest I've ever seen. No, heard of. Chapter 147, Only Die Standing, Never Live on Knees. Cao Hongyuan and the others didn't leave, but set up a tent on a high spot near the captives. After all, there were more than 7,000 people, and they weren't comfortable if something happened. But until late in the evening, not only did nothing happen to the captives, but they were dancing down there, many of them even wowed with their rice pots. Thank you Dragonland, your curry is so good, it's mom's flavor. Cao Hongyuan several people were also completely convinced. They had never seen such a captive who was so into the country. It's probably only comparable to the Italian army in World War II fixing POW camps just to eat spaghetti. As the sky grew dark, Su Chen ran in with a bag. Report, come in. Cao Hongyuan beckoned with a smile. Su Chen handed the bag over. Leader, here you go. What is it? Su Chen smiled and said, this is the video taken today. 358 people were chosen to film. Half of them are officers and half are ordinary soldiers. They all expressed their deep gratitude to us, saying that without us, they might not have been able to return home. Also, they made a point of always being friends with us and most appreciative of our curry. The crowd was speechless, thinking, this damn curry is that good? These guys have been eating Twinkies all day, and their hands are oozing yellow. In addition, Su Chen pointed to the bag. There's also half of the footage inside, which I shot with 20 drones, from the air at a dead-end angle for a day. My people have reviewed it and there is nothing against us. Everyone is happy in the picture, and there's a scene of them playing cards. Cao Hongyuan looked at the videotape for a few moments, then sat up straight with a smile. Comrade Su Chen, thank you so much this time. Right, a nearby general laughed. It's good that you're here, or we wouldn't know what kind of scene we'd be in when our reinforcements arrive. Another general laughed. Even if our men had arrived, they wouldn't have been able to handle it as beautifully as Xiaosu did. Su Chen rubbed his head and laughed. Leaders, don't praise me. Truly, this is the most rookie bunch of opponents I've ever played against. Completely unchallenging. I just happened to be taking the whole troop for fun. Cao Hongyuan laughed. Comrade Su Chen, don't be modest. This operation is of great significance. Not only did you defend our territorial integrity, but you captured so many enemies without a single death. It's a great honor for our military. The most important, Cao Hongyuan said, you captured so many enemy weapons. Some of them are even moldy national goods, the most advanced at the moment, and only they can buy them. Those weapons, they are quite useful for us to develop our own weaponry. Cao Hongyuan said in admiration. You, this time, really deserve the credit. When he finished, he jerked to his feet. On behalf of my country and my people, I now salute you. Brush. The others also stood up together and saluted hard at Su Chen. Su Chen also hurriedly stood up straight and saluted them back solemnly. Alright, let's not be polite. Cao Hongyuan waved his hand. Comrade Su Chen, sit down. I have a question I want to ask you. Chief is too polite. Su Chen laughed. Feel free to ask anything. I'll know everything and say everything. I'll just answer standing up. Sit down. Zhang Biao had already brought a stool. Su Chen laughed and sat down nonchalantly. Gao Hongyuan stared straight at him. Comrade Su Chen, I'm curious to know, how are you able to think of so many tactics and have the courage to carry them out against an enemy several times your size at that time under those circumstances? I'm really curious, Gao Hongyuan said. Anyone else of us would have done a lot of thinking, but you just did it and did it so well. The others were also staring closely at Su Chen. This was actually a question that all of them had. The situation was well known to them. The enemy's position was intact and there was a large force, so the order they gave to Zhang Biao was to wait for the large army to arrive. And they didn't figure out how to fix it at the time. But Su Chen, however, solved it perfectly in a way that was unexpected and seemingly simple for them. It filled their hearts with doubt. Su Chen smiled faintly. Leader, I actually didn't think that much. His face became serious. I am a Dragon Kingdom soldier. Dragon Kingdom soldiers only die standing, never live on their knees. This is the legacy that our countless forefathers gave us with their blood and lives, and I dare not forget it for a moment. Not only do I not dare to forget, but my soldiers do not dare to forget either. It is with this conviction that we will do it without hesitation. Even if we can't use weapons, even if we can only use our fists and teeth, even if we die, we must not let those bastards stand on our land. Not for a second. Not even a second. Su Chen's eyes were filled with longing, because this land is what our forefathers exchanged for with their blood and lives. I, as a descendant who took over their flag, must carry it well. All the people present were shocked by Su Chen's aura. Gao Hongyuan opened his mouth wide, half a day without uttering a word, his head buzzing. Only die standing, never live on your knees. The words boomed in all their minds. Yeah, it is the countless forefathers who have flattered this faith that has brought about this greatness. Leader, Su Chen looked at the dumbfounded Gao Hongyuan. Did I say something wrong? Gao Hongyuan froze, then smiled bitterly. That's right, exactly right. If you are wrong, those of us. He took a deep breath and looked at everyone in the room. Everyone think about Su Chen's words. Don't be comfortable for too long and forget our heritage. Our forefathers passed the flag to us, so in our hands, this flag, it can never fall. Everyone nodded silently, their hearts in shock. Su Chen's words reminded them of too much. Gao Hongyuan smiled faintly at Su Chen. Comrade Su Chen, thank you for giving us a good lesson. Su Chen hurriedly laughed. Leader, you're too polite. I'm just saying what's on my mind. How can I give you a lesson? Don't be modest either, Gao Hongyuan said excitedly. With young talents like you in the younger generation, the future of the motherland will definitely be better. The Eastern Dragon, too, is destined to soar. Su Chen stood up. Thank you for the leader's compliments. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. Gao Hongyuan was surprised and stood up as well. Go, so fast? Su Chen laughed. Leader, to be honest, I still have to rush back to participate in the exercise. This exercise is very important to me, to our brigade. I can't be absent, otherwise my opponents will definitely be disappointed. Gao Hongyuan nodded. That's fine. Anyway, you've pretty much taken care of things for us here, so leave the rest to me. However, we must thank you. Speak up. What are your demands? Su Chen quickly waved his hands. No request. Isn't this all what I should do? No way, Gao Hongyuan said seriously. You've made such a great contribution. You have to make some demands, otherwise we can't get over it in our hearts. Su Chen laughed. There's really no need. Old Su. Zhang Biao poked him. Just don't be polite. Don't let our chief have regrets. Yes, Gao Hongyuan said. Just mention it. Su Chen scratched his head. Since you guys are so polite, then give me some funding. The more the better. Put. Everyone almost spit blood. Chapter 148, Highest Honors, Collective Merits. 3 days later, Su Chen returned to the new base with a cloud of dust. Just as soon as he got off the bus, a figure darted in front of him. Su Chen. Su Chen was startled by the roar, and when he fixed his eyes, it was actually Wang Changjiang. Chief, what have you been eating lately? Su Chen looked at him with a smile. Why are you running like a big rat spirit? Wang Changjiang was furious and pointed at him. Good boy, I was wrong about you. Deliberately leaving me behind and then going to make a big achievement on your own. Are you worthy of my trust in you? Su Chen was dumbfounded. Chief, where did that come from? Pretend. You give me continue to pretend. Wang Changjiang sputtered and shouted. You guys ran to the border to make so much merit. No old man's part, because old man was dumped here by you. Wang Changjiang said more and more aggrieved. This is a great credit. At least I can mix a second-class merit it. Now it's all over. Everything is gone. Su Chen, you compensate me for my merit. Su Chen laughed uncontrollably and kept patting Wang Changjiang's back to comfort him. Chief, I didn't expect to be given such a mission halfway through. It's called coincidence. I can't help it, can I? I don't care. Wang Changjian glared at him. I'm the leader. You have to give me an account. Su Chen was just about to speak when an officer ran over. Deputy Commander Su, hurry up and come to the brigade headquarters for a moment. The chiefs are waiting for you. Alright, Su Chen nodded, then spread his hands to Wang Changjiang. Chief, sorry about that. I'll treat you to a drink later, as compensation. After saying that, he immediately ran wildly in the direction of the brigade headquarters. Wang Changjiang anxiously shouted, at least 1 case of wine. No, 2 cases of wine, or I'm not done with you. Su Chen stood in front of the brigade commander's office and knocked on the door after organizing his military appearance. Come in. Su Chen pushed open the door, his face full of surprise. In addition to Su Fei and Qin Tian in the room, there was also a major general and a major colonel. Chief, Su Chen saluted vigorously. Su Fei nodded and pointed at the 2 men. Let me introduce you. This is the new chief director of our exercise direction department, Comrade Zhong Rong, and that one is the assistant director, Comrade Lin Guodong. Zhong Rong and Lin Guodong smiled and saluted. Deputy Commander Su's great name is one we've heard of since we were still in the capital. Su Chen hurriedly returned the salute. The 2 chiefs are too kind. I'm just a deputy regimental commander. Our brigade commander and chief of staff are more capable than me. Su Fei couldn't help but laugh and pointed at him. Naughty. Zhong Rong smiled and said, your brigade commander and chief of staff are good, but your reputation is indeed greater. No, originally we could have arrived yesterday, but because of you, we changed it to arrive today, right around the same time as you. Su Chen was surprised. For me, Lin nodded his head with a smile. Comrade Su Chen, everything you did at the border defense, Comrade Gao Hanyuan, the border commander, has already reported it to the headquarters. He said seriously, after the headquarters study, it was determined that your operation was very successful and of great significance and far-reaching impact. And, in terms of the final handling of the issue, in the words of Comrade Gao Hanyuan, it is perfect. Zhong Rong took over the conversation. The relevant departments have already used the video you recorded to make announcements to countless media outlets. The original Western rumors about us have also been completely discredited. He smiled and said, you were able to recover all of our places with 1 regiment, without any danger, and captured more than 7,000 enemy troops. Comrade Su Chen, you've really impressed us old guys. Su Fei and Qin Tian burst into laughter. Although it was Su Chen who took the credit, but Su Chen is one of their men. The credits he has established are more or less related to them. Zhong Rong coughed. Alright, to the point. After research by headquarters, it was decided that Comrade Su Chen played an outstanding role in this operation, and Comrade Su Chen is hereby awarded a first-class merit. Su Chen's eyes instantly lit up. First-class honors, to get them in times of peace, is almost a matter of life and death. There aren't many first-class honors like him alive in the country. This is the highest recognition and the greatest honor for a soldier. Thank you, Chief. Su Chen saluted vigorously. Zhong Rong smiled and waved his hand. This time, the headquarters specially approved 3 first-class merits, and there are still 2 left. You're familiar with the battlefield situation. Tell me who to give it to. Su Chen thought for a moment, then said, Scout Company Commander Ma Xian. Without him, it would be impossible for us to successfully complete our mission. Okay, is there more? Zhong Rong asked. Su Chen said, Wan Hai, the 2nd platoon leader of the scouting company. During the clash, he knocked over 37 enemies by himself, and was beaten and wounded himself. It was him that boosted the morale of his comrades around him. Good. Zhong Rong nodded. In addition to the first-class merit, 10 second-class merits and 20 third-class merits were awarded this time. You write a list and your brigade commander will distribute them on your behalf later. Yes. Su Chen was not polite and went directly to Su Fei's desk to look for a pen and paper. This operation, it looks as if it's going to be easy, but only those of them who were actually involved knew how treacherous. Let's not talk about the real sword before, which could go off and kill someone at any time. Let's just say in that final melee, a group is at an absolute numerical disadvantage, and at any moment someone will be surrounded by the enemy and beaten up in a group. If that were the case, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the enemy would not be as measured as the dragon soldier's outbursts. Therefore, in Su Chen's opinion, these military medals they took with a clear conscience, and even issued less. He thought for a moment and wrote down the people who stood out in the operation. After he finished writing, he looked at Zhong Rong with an unfulfilled desire. Chief, can you send a few more? Su Chen. Su Fei hurriedly snatched the list over. You're still getting ahead of yourself. You think this is a food market, and you're still bargaining? Su Chen said bitterly. Brigadier, this operation, there were too many people who performed well. You didn't see it. At that time, that scene, We fought an average of 3 or 4 a person. It was a real fight for their lives, but none of our fighters were afraid, and not only did they defeat them, but they chased them for dozens of kilometers. He pointed to the list and said in an aggravated voice, "That's all there is. It's really too few, and a lot of people are going to get cold feet." Su Fei was huffing and puffing and crossed his arms, but his eyes were looking at Zhong Rong. Zhong Rong smiled bitterly, knowing that Su Fei had kicked the ball to himself again. He could only nod his head. "All right, the director's department specially grants 2 second-class merits and 5 third-class merits. Inside your brigade, you'll also be given 2 second-class merits and 5 third-class merits. Comrade Su Chen, is this okay? Even if he can't, I'll see how he dares to nag." Su Fei glared at Su Chen. Su Chen saluted smilingly. "Thank you, Chief, thank you, Brigadier." Half an hour later, the entire brigade held a recognition meeting. Su Fei, on behalf of the headquarters, awarded everyone with military medals according to Su Chen's list. Wang Changjian watched as one soldier walked down with a smile on his face, and then looked at the first-class merit medal on Su Chen's chest next to him. Angry, his tears flowed out. "Su Chen, you bastard, you all made a merit. I didn't even get a commendation. You have to compensate me for 10 cases of wine." Chapter 149, Exercise begins. "I promise to surprise you." "What?" Suja stood up violently, startling the vice commander sitting across from him. Suja grabbed the phone and asked anxiously, "Old Luo, are you sick? That Su Chen kid is training in no man's land and is preparing for maneuvers. The border thing has nothing to do with him." Luo Bing laughed. "Old Su, he was indeed training, but halfway there, he was called over for reinforcements, and as a result, the others just arrived and took care of things. Old Suwa, I tell you, this time he not only won the first-class merit, and the higher leadership is appreciated, said that he is young and talented, and has the courage and knowledge." Listening to Luo Bing boast a great deal, the corners of Suja's eyes were always beating wildly and uncontrollably. At this moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or not. "Well, old Su, that's just the way it is. Congratulations, you've got such a great son." Suja awkwardly laughed a few times and then hung up the phone. The vice commander looked at him with a smile. "Old Su, was it your family's second son who took the credit? He was involved in that border thing?" Suja nodded his head heavily. "Yes, a first-class merit. Asterisk 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 asterisk." The vice commander stood up excitedly. "First-class merit? This means that he participated in the main operation and also paid a huge contribution. Ah, ha ha ha. Old Su, congratulations. It's true that a tiger's father has no son." Suja waved his hand unhappily. "What's there to be happy about?" The vice commander looked at him with a smile. "Old Su, you're going a bit too far. Xiao Chen has even received a first-class merit. Whose child can be that good? I've dreamed of my son becoming a genius. You've envied me to death, you know?" Suja cried out. "Hey, you don't understand. My family boss, since childhood, obedient and understanding, as a soldier for so many years, also under me to sharpen out, but it's this penis." Suja was furious at the mention of Su Chen. Not only did he go against me since he was a child, but when he got to the army, he often pitted his old man against me. Now, he's made such a great achievement, and it looks like he's going to be unable to hold it down. But I haven't had the time to personally grind him. With this kid's character, in the future, he won't turn against the sky and directly ride on my head. The vice commander snorted and laughed out loud. "My goodness, people are hoping for their son to become a dragon. You're hoping to fly on your son's back? Old Su, you're really something. Who the hell doesn't want to look forward to their son?" Suja did not have the good sense to say, "But this kid into the also too fast. I have not had time to beat him. He can fly. Hey, in the future you have a grandson. To beat must be before it is too late. Otherwise late. They will fly too high." Suja clenched his fists tightly. He already had a calculation in his heart. When Su Ming finished teaching Su Chen a lesson, he would still have to personally teach Su Chen a lesson. If he didn't let Su Chen know the strength of this old man of his, he would really have to step aside in terms of family status in the future. "Deputy Chief, there are people outside looking for you." The guards ran to report. Su Chen immediately stood up. "Is it for delivery?" The guard scratched his head. "Just came in an SUV. Not like a delivery. But the one who drove it was female." Su Chen smiled faintly and immediately ran towards the entrance of the camp. From a distance, he saw an old SUV parked beyond the yellow line, and Xiao Jin was waving at him. Su Chen ran over smilingly. "Manager Xiao, I trouble you for running so far." Xiao Jin said politely. "Mr. Su, isn't it proper to serve you?" Su Chen quickly waved his hand and looked back before saying, "Don't call me Mr. Su next time. You're making me make a mistake." Xiao Jin was surprised. "But you are our major shareholder. I do not call you Mr. Su. Called you what? Just call Comrade Su." Su Chen laughed. "Besides, that money is from our brigade. It has nothing to do with me." The shareholders are also our brigade. I'm just the one in charge. Xiao Jin smiled sweetly. No matter what, we have to thank you. If it wasn't for you finding us, then we. Su Chen waved his hand. Alright, let's not talk about these. He looked at the SUV excitedly. That drone. Oh, Xiao Jin slapped his head. Look at me. I've forgotten all about business. With that she opened the trunk, which held several large boxes. Xiao Jin unwrapped one and a brand new drone appeared in front of Su Chen. Su, comrade, let me introduce you, Xiao Jin said. According to your request, we have completely upgraded the drone. Currently, it can fly up to 600 meters, has an extra 20 minutes of endurance, and has better stability. And we have new batteries that are not only lightweight, but also make less noise when flying. Xiao Jin pointed at the camera. Most importantly, it's the fact that this drone has the function of time-lapse transmission of images and videos. Su Chen was overjoyed. Really? It was developed so quickly? Xiao Jin smiled faintly. Actually, we started dabbling in this since you first made this request. However, so far, we can only come up with such a delayed transmission, and because of the signal source, it can only be within a range of 10 kilometers at most. Looking at Xiao Jin's face of embarrassment, Su Chen, however, laughed happily. Manager Xiao, being able to get it out is already amazing. This is a start. It will definitely get better and better in the future. Xiao Jin nodded his head vigorously. Comrade Su, we used your money to recruit over 40 new people, all elites from all walks of life. I'm sure it won't take long to reach you. Su Chen smiled and patted her. Alright, hurry up and teach me how to use it. Right. Look at me. I keep forgetting business. Xiao Jin immediately came over to teach him how to use it. Half an hour later, Su Chen carried the drone back to his office. Just as he entered the room, he saw Su Fei sitting on his chair. Brigade Commander. Su Chen was surprised. Something wrong? Su Fei looked at the drone. Is that what you're asking me for funding for? Su Chen smiled and patted the box. This is an improved model, better than the previous drone. It will definitely be useful for this maneuver. Su Fei nodded and stood up. The director's department has been stationed and has informed both Red and Blue that the maneuvers will begin the day after tomorrow. Su Chen smiled faintly. Understood. Su Fei looked at him. We had a deal last time. You took so much funding. So this time your regiment is the main attack. The 2nd and 3rd regiments, as well as the newly formed machine gun 4th regiment, are all under my command. We will adjust our battle plan according to your tactics. Su Fei said coldly. So, what are your tactics? Su Chen laughed. I can't say for now. When the maneuvers start, you'll know. Su Fei rolled his eyes. You kid and I are still playing riddles? Speak quickly so that we can formulate a plan. Su Chen put away his smile and said with a straight face. Brigadier, the Iron Fist division that came this time, that is a real ace. Moreover, their division commander is good at infiltration and surprise attacks, and is all about the word fast. For you to formulate a battle plan without knowing anything about him is like giving him your own neck to chop. Su Fei was completely dumbfounded. Then what do you say? Su Chen licked his lips. Just watch me. Once the maneuvers begin, I promise to surprise you. Chapter 150, Su Ming's order, capture Su Chen alive. Old Su, what took you so long to come back? When Qin Tian saw Su Fei, he immediately dragged him into his office. I've been looking for you for half a day. I'm in a hurry. Su Fei was surprised. What's wrong? The fire? Qin Tian closed the door and lowered his voice. I've just gotten word that the Iron Fist division still has the cooperation of special forces this time, and it's still an old enemy. The dragon spikes men. Su Fei was filled with anger. Why isn't it over yet? This time, it's a division that's coming, and it's an ace division at that. And you're giving them a special forces unit. Do you want to be ashamed? How did the directorate agree to this? Qin Tian smiled bitterly. Chief Director Zhong Rong, I don't think is on our Blue Army's side. He's probably the same as the former Minister Luo, hoping that the more mess we make, the better. Su Fei slammed his fist on the table. Damn, do these directors know which side they're on? Are they using us as a whetstone? Or are they just letting us die a fish out of water? Qin Tian said anxiously. So I need to hurry and find you to see if we should formulate a battle plan in advance? Su Fei froze, shook his head and said, I looked for Su Chen, and his kids said no. No need? Qin Tian was confused. No combat plan before the exercise starts? Then our entire brigade stays put? That's not true, Su Fei said. As soon as the maneuvers begin, we'll immediately pull out and head towards area number 3. It's the Gobi, a hilly area, easy to conceal. And then? Qin Tian looked at him. Su Fei shrugged. Then it's up to Su Chen. He's the main attacker this time. Just wait for news from him. Qin Tian was dumbfounded. Old Su, are you giving him the command of the entire brigade? All of it? No. Su Fei froze. But when you think about it, it seems to be true. I've said my words, and now I'm backtracking. It's not too late, right? Su Fei looked at Qin Tian pitifully. Qin Tian sighed. Forget it, since you've already spoken. Retracting it again. That makes a group of military unstable. Right now, they are our absolute main force. They absolutely cannot be destabilized at critical moments. Su Fei nodded, followed by another fist slammed on the table. Damn, I focus on discussing the combat program. I did not expect to be this kid around in the old China. I feel that this brigade commander's position, sooner or later be snatched by him. That night, inside a large train station 300 kilometers away from the Kunlun base, it was packed with soldiers at the moment, and one by one, tanks and armored vehicles were being loaded onto them. The soldiers got on the bus in a neat line and in an organized manner. In modern warfare, the best way to put troops on the battlefield as fast as possible is the railroad. Airplanes are fast, but there are only a limited number of them to put in the air. Highways are plentiful, but not as fast as trains. A division of troops plus equipment could be dropped from the south to the north in a day if it was fast. In the morning you're still wearing short sleeves in the tropics, and at night you can go out into the freezing cold and fight in the snow. In the meantime, the conference hall at the train station was temporarily requisitioned. Su Ming was writing and drawing on the blackboard, and the main officers of the Iron Fist Division were all sitting down, holding their notebooks and watching carefully. Su Ming didn't stop writing until he reached the edge of the blackboard. He turned around. Everyone take notes. This is the main situation of the 4 regiments of the Dragon's Teeth Brigade, the biographical information of their brigade commanders, deputy brigade commanders, and the various regimental commanders and deputy commanders is all on the piece of paper I've just given you, so take a good look at it and study them as well. Everyone immediately started taking notes on the board. Su Ming carried his hands behind his back as he walked. Although the Dragon Tooth Brigade only fought one battle, it was very classic. Over the past half a month, I've focused my research on this battle. Su Ming exclaimed. The reason why the red troops in front of us failed is that they failed because they were subjectively passive. If they are passive, they will be restrained in every way. And if they are restrained in every way, they will be beaten, especially against the Blues' various surprise tactics, which they simply couldn't cope with by the late stages. The crowd nodded silently. With a division commander like Su Ming, the officers below him were equally strict. One by one, everyone studied the Blues a week ago. This was also what Su Ming always said. Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is the only way to win 100 battles. Su Ming retraced his steps back to the blackboard, especially the deputy leader of the Blue Army Regiment, Su Qin. I won't hide it from you all. He's my own brother, and I know this kid very well. Those lackluster tactics against the red side were also basically thought up by this kid. The crowd all laughed. In fact, everyone had known for a long time that Su Ming's brother was in the Blues. Everyone, don't laugh. Su Ming said, I can be sure that this kid, for sure, will be up to his old tricks, but everyone shouldn't think that it will be the same as before. He's smart enough to confuse people with the same tactics. Just change them. Just for example, he uses mass tactics. Su Ming laughed. He used it when he was in Southeast, and he also used it here. It's the same as using the masses to help, but the approach is very different. He's very good at attacking people's psychology, figuring out what we think, and then attacking our soft underbelly. The 2 exercises in the Southeast and here, he successfully utilized this tactic. Therefore, everyone must never take the enemy lightly. Division commander, a regimental commander asked. Just tell us straight, what do we need to pay attention to? Yes, Master Chief, just say it, since he's the one who gets all the bad ideas from the Blues, and he's your brother. Surely your setup can hit him 7 inches. Listening to the words of the crowd, Su Ming calmly said, it's actually very simple. What he will do is just that 3 axes, so as long as we break it, he won't be able to play anymore. Su Ming scanned the crowd and said, first, if we come across the people, it must be the same as usual. The people's things can be accepted, but they absolutely cannot be used nor eaten, and they will be returned after the maneuvers. The people were quick to write it down, fearing that they would miss something. Second, Su Ming said, the logistical supply line must be close to our large force. We must not let him sneak up on us. Third, leave no bases. Turn the entire division into fists and focus your attacks, leaving no soft spots for them. Fourth, the entire division spreads out and advances, forming a 3-step advance. Don't want their bases, only look for their main force. Once found, immediately contract your fists. Follow our old plan and withdraw immediately after the rout. Don't give them a chance to set up an ambush. Su Ming proudly said, as long as these 4 points can be accomplished, this battle, we will surely win, and we can beat them to death. Any tactics from that baby brother of mine will be useless. Yes, all the officers nodded. Su Ming looked towards Zhang Bing who was sitting in the corner. Captain Zhang, you fought with the Blues. Do you have anything to warn us about? Everyone looked at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing stood up and said with a bitter face, Division Commander Su, what you just said is so right, but I have to remind you, make sure to take out Su Chen first. This baby brother of yours is too lacking. If he's around, he might still have some devious ideas. When he thought of the fear he had been dominated by the dog's urine, Zhang Bing shivered for no reason. Su Ming smiled faintly. Good, I'll take your suggestion. He looked at the crowd. For this maneuver, we'll focus on attacking one group. Capture Su Chen alive. The rest can be killed. Yes, everyone shouted. Su Ming smiled and carried his hands. Little Chen, don't blame old brother. I'm doing this for your own good, so that you can truly progress. Chapter 151 Deputy Chief. You're killing yourself. The moon and stars were thin, and a cold wind whistled across the land, swirling up a fine, frozen, hardened sand. Su Chen looked at the time. It was already 3 in the morning. He nodded at Wang Hai. Wang Hai immediately ran under the barracks and blew the emergency assembly whistle. Dropping, the shrill whistle rang through the camp, and immediately there was a slight stirring in the various sleeping quarters. Not a moment later, the heavily armed soldiers flew down the stairs and finished assembling in front of Su Chen on a company basis. Su Chen looked at Wang Changjiang. Captain, why don't you give the order? Wang Changjiang glared at him. You're in command this time. I'm just observing and learning. How would I know what you're up to? Su Chen laughed. Then I won't be polite. Wang Changjiang slammed his fist on his shoulder. Just don't dump me halfway, kid. I'm going to stay with my regiment during this maneuver. Su Chen hurriedly nodded. That's a must. You're the head of the group. We can't do without you. Wang Changjiang snorted coldly, thinking that you still remember that I am the head of the group. Su Chen took a big step to the front of the group and lowered his voice. Speak, brush. All stand at attention neatly. At ease. Su Chen was full of seriousness. The maneuver will start in 4 hours, but we'll follow the old rules and leave early. Everyone has been prepared. After following Su Chen for so long, they had long since gotten used to this deputy head not following the rules. Su Chen said in a cold voice. This time, our opponent is the Iron Fist Division, which is known as an ace in the northeastern region. They used to have a glorious history, and in the past, they even made great achievements, fighting from the north to the south of the motherland, and were invincible in battle. And I heard that they threatened to teach us how to fight before they came. He scanned the crowd. What do you all say? Isn't it time to teach them a lesson about why we're called Dragon's Teeth? Yes, everyone yelled low. Good. Su Chen nodded. The next period of time will be very grueling, even more so than the previous time we were pulling. Let's just use practical actions to let the Iron Fist Master know that in this area, we, Dragon Teeth, are the bosses, and we're the only ones who say so. Yes, everyone roared lowly once again, their eyes already gushing with monstrous battle intent. Wang Changjiang on the sidelines to see the non-stop nodding. This kid motivate people really have 2 brushes. Laozi followed along with the excitement. Get in the car and go. With a wave of Su Chen's hand, the companies immediately turned around and rushed towards their storehouses. In no time at all, a tank and armored car roared out of the depot and whizzed off towards the outside of the camp. Su Chen had just left the gate when the intercom suddenly rang. Su Chen, have you guys started moving now? Su Chen gave the walkie-talkie to Wang Changjiang. Chief, you reply. Wang Changjiang gave him another push back. This is the brigade commander looking for you. What does it have to do with me? Reply yourself. Su Chen smiled bitterly. Chief, you're still really just observing and not doing anything? Wang Changjiang said smugly. I manage the logistics for you, to ensure that you can work round the clock. This is not enough? Enough is enough. You're the chief. You call the shots. Su Chen picked up the walkie-talkie. Brigade commander, we've already started moving. You guys should almost start too. Good. Su Fei said we'll move towards Area 3. Any questions? No. Su Chen laughed. It's exactly the opposite of the direction I'm moving in. The enemy won't think of it. Now can you tell me what you're going to do? I'm also prepared. Su Fei asked. Su Chen shook his head. Brigadier, it's not time yet. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a surprise. At that time, we'll look at the situation and formulate the next battle plan. Su Fei froze for a moment, and in the end, he could only nod his head. Okay, then I'll wait for your boys' good news. Brigade commander, Su Chen emphasized, until I contact you. All troops maintain communication silence. I think that the red side must have brought high-tech equipment this time, and will definitely search for a signal source to find us. By the way, make good camouflage. Got it. Take care of yourself. Ending the call, Su Fei immediately put on his clothes and rushed out, just in time to meet Qin Tian and the others. Old Su, the regiment is departing. I know. Su Fei nodded. I've already contacted Su Chen. Let's set off as well. We can't passively wait for Red to come. Understood. Qin Tian nodded his head. 3 hours later, the sky was still dark. 7 or 8 cars slowly drove in from the director's camp. The car door opened and one of the generals stepped down. Some are younger, some have gray hair. Zhong Rong and Lin Guodong immediately greeted and saluted. Welcome to all the leaders. The leader, Luo Bing, laughed. Little Zhong, it's only right that we're here to disturb. Originally, it was said that you would be directly in charge. However, this time, since it's the Iron Fist Division that's on the move, all the stations and districts want to organize people to come and observe. After all, the strengths of both red and blue aren't bad, and everyone wants to visually find the gap. Welcome, 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 Zhong Rong said politely. Can all the leaders still commentate on the spot and also let us increase our knowledge? Leaders, inside please, it's too cold outside. Luo Bing gave a greeting, and everyone immediately headed towards the command center. Old Su, Yao Guangji whispered to Su Zhe. You say, this time when your two sons are battling it out between the dragons, is the oldest one powerful, or is my precious son-in-law powerful? Su Zhe glared at him. Both of my sons are great. Yao Guangji laughed, thinking that you really know how to put gold on your face. And, Su Zhe glared at him. Don't say that Xiao Chen is your son-in-law. What's wrong with your daughter? She had a good relationship. Why did she and Xiao Chen split up? Now he doesn't know where he's gone to pick up girls. If she doesn't know what's going on, can my wife rest assured? Yao Guangji was shocked. What? Su Chen has a girlfriend? I guess so. Su Zhe gritted his teeth. He had always decided that Su Chen must have taken part of his coffin book to pick up girls. Yao Guangji anxiously rubbed his hands. I know. I will definitely talk to Yao Na when I turn around. The two of them are childhood sweethearts. If they want to be arched, they have to let Su Chen do it too. Su Zhe rolled his eyes. Your daughter is a cabbage. My son is not a pig. Zhong Rong shouted at this time. Leaders, the maneuvers won't start for some time. Let's all take a break and have breakfast first. This way please. Meanwhile, a group had stopped in a desert. Everyone jumped out of the car, quickly drained and pooped, and some had already started emergency meals. Wang Changjiang took a look at the map and then looked around, and asked curiously, Su Chen, this isn't right. The direction we're going is towards the director's department. That's right, it's to the director's department. Su Chen nodded his head. Wang Changjiang's entire body froze. What are you doing in the director's department? Borrowing them as a cover and taking them as hostages? No. Su Chen laughed and waved his hand. I'm preparing to end them all in one pot. What? Wang Changjiang's jaw slammed down in shock. You're turning tricks to death. Chapter 152, I came to watch the maneuvers and he blew me up? No, I'll never agree to that. Wang Changjiang stared at Su Chen in anger. The director's department is not our enemy. They are the judges. Without them, who will determine the winners and losers? Moreover, the director's department is our superior anyways. If you terminate someone, we are violating the law. Su Chen spread his hands. But in the rules, it doesn't say you can't hit the director's department. Wang Changjiang angry pointing at him. No, you kid have to hit the director's department. Why? People Zhong Rong just gave you a military medal. Quite good to you. Did not offend you. Su Chen smiled and said, Chief, do you still remember the last time the directorate briefed Red on our intelligence? Wang Changjiang froze. Of course he remembered this. If it wasn't for a leak from the director's department, they might have played a smoother game. But last time was last time. And now that the directing department has changed, it can't be. Su Chen smiled. I can kinda see that these guys don't just want us to grind Red. They also want the whole battlefield to be a bit chaotic. This way, even if Red has to lose, it won't be too bad. They, are still speaking a little bit of human kindness. Wang Changjiang froze and nodded undeniably. Dragon Kingdom, no matter where you go, you have to be a little humane. The Red side came with the best of the best from all war zones, and if they fought too badly, the director's department would surely be offended. Su Chen patted Wang Changjiang, regardless of whether or not they'll leak. In any case, I'll have to teach them that they must stand with us. Don't worry, Chief. Wang Changjiang sighed, having gotten on your thieving boat. It's too late for me to jump, so I'll listen to you. Su Chen laughed and shouted to the surroundings. 2 more minutes. Speed. It was full daylight, and in the director's office, the generals who had come to observe were well fed and watered. Zhong Rong smiled and said, Leaders, please tell me, when will the maneuvers begin? Luo Bing waved his hand. Xiao Zong, you're the chief director. You have the final say here. There's no need to ask us. We're here to learn. Yes, Director Zong, make your own arrangements. Don't mind us, just pretend we don't exist. Hearing everyone say that, Zhong Rong nodded politely. Okay, it's almost 7 o'clock. We'll start at 7 sharp. Yes, the crowd nodded. Luo Bing said, everyone find a place to sit down. Don't disturb people's work. The crowd immediately dispersed, each finding a place to sit. Su Zhe and Yao Guangji sat down against the big screen. They were the ones who were most concerned about this maneuver. One is concerned about whether his oldest son has improved since becoming a division commander. One was concerned about how strong his precious son-in-law was now. After all, next time, it might be his turn. The director's department was flying by the seat of its pants, with various computers and communications equipment doing their final checks. 10 minutes later, one officer after another reported to Zhong Rong that all preparations had been completed. Zhong Rong nodded, picked up the microphone, and said with incomparable seriousness, "Now, notify the red and blue sides that the maneuvers are open." Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion from outside, scaring everyone and making them all jump up from their stools. Boom boom boom. Instead of stopping, the explosions went off one after another. A plume of white smoke drifted in right down the crack. "What's going on?" Luo Bing looked at Zhong Rong. "What's going on?" Luo Bing grimaced bitterly. I don't know." Suddenly, a man with a white body rushed in. "Chief Director, it's bad. We're being attacked." Everyone was even more confused and their heads were in a complete state of downtime. A sneak attack? They're a director's department, and they're still getting sneak attacks? Zhong Rong looked at him for half a day before he could see that this guy was the captain of the guards. "How did you become like this?" Zhong Rong shouted without any good reason. The captain of the guards held his tongue and said, "Those guys, they fired directly at us. One shell just hit me in the chest and blew me out 2 meters. Everyone stared in shock. Taking shots at the director's office? It was the first time they had heard of this department since it had existed. Who is so bold? Zhong Rong exasperatedly shouted. The director's department dared to attack. Are their brains burnt out? Boom! Just then, a shell hit directly through the gate and exploded right in the center of the crowd. The white powder in the drill bomb immediately scattered in all directions, and everyone immediately turned white from head to tail. Zhong Rong, what the hell is going on here? Luo Bing yelled in anger. We just came to watch your maneuvers. There's no need for this. The others all glared furiously at Zhong Rong, especially a few generals whose uniforms were still new. It's so good, you can't even wash it. Zhong Rong aggressively yelled at the captain of the guards. Follow me out. I want to see which one is messing things up. Yes, the captain of the guards yelled, but he just turned around and was so scared that his entire body flew backwards, directly knocking the walking Zhong Rong to the ground. What for? Zhong Rong winced in pain. The next second, he literally turns into a wawa. Ah! Captain Wei and Zhong Rong wowed together, tears raging uncontrollably. Before anyone else could react to what was going on, there was a sudden loud bang. The command shed was actually lifted up. Immediately afterward, a black hole of a gun poked in from the outside before revealing the tank's massive body, rolling it directly towards Zhong Rong. Everyone was taken aback. Suja hurriedly yelled, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Zigzag. The tank's tracks let out a roar, and it managed to stop a meter in front of Captain Wei and Zhong Rong. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhong Rong and the captain of the guards went straight down limp. What's going on? Su Chen huffed and ran in, slapping the tank and shouting, I told you to control the gate. Who told you to rush in? The top of the tank opened and a veteran smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Deputy Chief. I didn't break it for a second. I'll overhaul it later. What kind of soldier were you? Su Chen roared. Look at how you scared the chief director. His pants are damp. Punished you to wash him clean. Then go back to do 1,000 push-ups. Plus a check. Almost killed someone you know? Yes. The veteran hurriedly jumped down from the tank. Rushing to Zhong Rong, he peeled off his pants. Chief Director, I'm sorry, I'll wash your pants for you. Zhong Rong reacted violently, looking at the tide of pants being peeled down by a big man. Angry he yelled, What are you doing? Get out of my way. The veteran laughed cheaply. Chief Director, don't struggle. You'll burn your crotch in these hip pants. My son is like this. I have the most experience. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Su Chen, how dare you? Suzhou on one side opened his mouth wide in shock and looked at Su Chen incredulously. Yao Guangji sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Old Su, my aunt, is a bit raw. Suzhou's mouth twitched in anger. It's this son of a again. I just came to watch a drill and he blew me up. Chapter 153, is this a ing surprise? Zongrong changed his pants and walked back to the command post in a huff. As soon as he saw Su Chen smilingly looking at him he wanted to get angry. But out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Suzhou on the side, and the fire that was on the edge of his mouth was swallowed for him. Su Chen, ah Su Chen, he cried out in pain. What are you doing? Did the director's department get in your way? We're no match for you. What are you doing here blowing us up? Look what you've done. Is there a human being in the director's department now? Outside stood a large row of soldiers who were white from head to tail, all of them glaring angrily at Su Chen at the moment. Su Chen hurriedly waved his hand. Chief Director, don't blame me. I'm the deputy chief. The order must have come from the chief. The side of Wang Changjiang almost did not spit blood. Mother asterisk 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 her lousy is to follow you around to learn to observe. This mother asterisk 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 has what I do. Su Chen gave him a wink, then smilingly said to Zhong Rong, Chief Director, what about this order from our headmaster? It's also for a reason. You see, the last time we maneuvered, the directorate leaked our intelligence, causing our operations to be passive. He looked at Luo Bing, who had already washed up. Leader, am I right? Luo Bing awkwardly snorted. That's all in the past. It has nothing to do with this time. Yeah, what does what happened last time have to do with me? Zhong Rong said sheepishly. Su Chen laughed. Chief Director, I'd like to ask, are drills equivalent to actual combat? Right. Zhong Rong nodded. It's finalized by headquarters. Good. Su Chen said. Since it's equivalent to actual combat, then in actual combat, in order to eliminate the opponent, is it necessary to fight to eliminate all enemies? Right. Zhong Rong nodded. That won't do. Su Chen clapped his hands. Since your directing department had a leak last time, it's very likely that you'll still leak this time. As long as it's possible, then isn't it only right that I eliminate you guys? You. Zhong Rong was so angry that he almost jumped up. You're being crooked. Suja almost didn't laugh out loud on the side. This kid was really like him, but as soon as he saw that he was white all over, he was filled with anger again. Su Chen smiled and patted Zhong Rong's hand. Chief Director, the significance of the Blue Army's existence is to help the Red side to quickly hone into a strong army that protects the country. Then the significance of the Director's Department's existence is not only to judge, but also to actively help our Blue Army. Am I right? Zhong Rong's old face blushed and he could only nod. Aha! Su Chen laughed. Then there's no problem. Please ask the Director's Department to withdraw from the maneuver altogether this time. What? Zhong Rong looked at him angrily. Pulling us out of the maneuvers? Su Chen nodded. Right. Isn't this a simulation of a real battle? You've all been blown up. How can you still participate in the maneuvers? Zhong Rong was so exasperated that he stuttered. But if we quit, who will judge the maneuvers? Su Chen looked at Wang Changjiang. Captain, you gave the order. Now you give an idea. Wang Changjiang was so angry that he could not wait to slap him twice. You don't take me with you, but you think of me when you take the blame. You're a natural-born rebel. But in front of so many bigwigs, he definitely couldn't afford to start infighting. One can only say stiffly, in this case, the Director's Department will continue to send people to follow the troops, judge the winners and losers on the spot, so that it will be fair and just. Su Chen nodded and immediately looked at Zhong Rong. Chief Director, just let you resurrect a little bit of people. Zhong Rong was furious. What about us? What are we going to do? So many leaders have come from all war zones just to watch the maneuvers, and you're telling them to beat a hasty retreat? Su Chen glanced at his old man and his future old husband and quickly said, how can that be? Our headmaster has already made the arrangements. Isn't that right, Chief? Wang Changjiang almost wanted to vomit blood. How come it's lousy again? He knifed Su Chen's heart, and nodded his head stiffly. I see it this way. All the leaders will watch the maneuvers here in the command headquarters. Just don't get involved. Zhong Rong was trembling with anger. Good. Wang Changjiang, you're arranging us in a clear way, or else I'll let you have my position as the chief director. Wang Changjiang was on the verge of tears. This has nothing to do with him. He was forced by Su Chen. Luo Bing coughed at this time. All right. Su Chen's approach is quite radical. But who made the Director's Department suspicious? Zhong Rong was speechless. That's a problem left over from your previous term. What does it have to do with me? Luo Bing said. I think Xiao Wang's arrangement is acceptable. We are all observing anyway. The directing department should not get involved this time. So pay attention next time and just observe with us. Yeah, that's it. Forget it. It's all about watching the maneuvers anyway. Just let them play well next. The other generals nodded in agreement. Wang Changjiang let out a huge sigh of relief, itching to bow to Luo Bing and thank him for helping him out. Zhong Rong, on the other hand, was full of helplessness, and he could only agree when the leaders had spoken. Su Chen immediately saluted. Then, leaders, I won't bother you to rest in peace. I'll take the people away immediately. Go. Wang Changjiang turned around in a hurry. Wang Changjiang, Zhong Rong suddenly shouted. Here. Wang Changjiang bitterly turned his head. Zhong Rong glared at him. That was a great idea. The first time I was the chief director, I got blown up by my own men. When the maneuvers are over, I'll settle the score with you. Yes, Wang Changjiang replied with a sobbing voice. A few moments later, all tanks and armored vehicles left the general directorate. Luo Bing smiled and hugged Suja. How about it, old buddy? It's the first time you've been wiped out, right? And it's still being blown up by your own son. How does it feel? Suja glared at him without a good mood. What would you do if you were ed by your own son? Then I'll be so angry I'll crawl out of my coffin and whip him. Luo Bing said. Suja patted him hard. I'm in the same mood as you. The same. On the armored car, Wang Changjiang grabbed Su Chen's collar. Asshole kid. You damn well brought me here so that I can take the blame for you? Su Chen smilingly let go of his hand. Chief. You are the chief officer. Of course the responsibility should be yours. Think about it. If I admit that I did it, that might directly make me quit the exercise. At that time, the troops will be handed over to you? Can the brigade commander agree to that? You. Wang Changjiang huffed and let go of his hand. Fine. You have guts, but let me tell you, I can't take this pot for nothing. Su Chen smiled and patted him. Don't worry, you'll definitely get your share of the credit this time. Wang Changjiang grabbed him by the collar again. What do you take me, Wang Changjiang, for? Am I someone who wants credit? The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched before he could speak. Wang Changjiang yelled, top credit. I want top credit. You kids are not allowed to steal it from me. Su Chen had a head full of black lines. Yes, promise not to rob with you. That's more like it. Wang Changjiang's face was instantly filled with smiles. With the head honors, this pot, am I comfortable carrying it? Brigadier. Qin Tian walked to Su Fei with a bitter face. Su Fei hurriedly burrowed out of his camouflage. How's it going? Any news from Xiao Su? No. Qin Tian shook his head. Su Fei was at a loss. How long has it been? Has this kid disappeared? He didn't disappear. Qin Tian said bitterly. Just now, over at the director's department, a farewell telegram was sent. Farewell? Su Fei froze. What do you mean? Qin Tian, because Su Chen led a group and took the director's department by the scruff of the neck. The entire directing department. All quit the maneuvers, leaving only a portion of the people to follow the red and blue sides, and judge on the spot. What? Su Fei sat down on his butt in shock. This is the special ing surprise that special ing Su told me about? Chapter 154, want me to be a headless fly? Dream on. Su Fei carried his hands behind his back and messed around back and forth for I don't know how many times. Qin Tian's head hurt as he watched. Alright old Su, things have already happened, so don't think nonsense. Can I not be imagining things? Su Fei said without a trace of humor. He's blown up the director's department. Can I not be imagining things? Outrageous. Audacious. Su Fei's voice changed. The director's office dares to bomb. This kid's backbone must be 1,000 pounds. Qin Tian laughed and patted him. Alright, I'll see to the bombing. What do you mean just blow up? Su Fei glared at him. When the time comes to settle the score, am I still the one who will take the blame for him? I didn't know anything. I'm a victim too. Qin Tian clasped his hands. Old Sua, think about it in a different way. Xiao Su, however, has never done anything superfluous whenever he encountered an exercise. Things that we used to think were unreliable, but they all proved afterward that he was quite reliable. Su Fei froze, something he had to admit. So yeah, Qin Tian said. I reckon that he blew up the director's department because he should be afraid that the director's department would inform the red side about us like last time. This time, our opponents are formidable, and little Su knows best. By doing this, he has kind of cut off all our backlash. Su Fei came to a realization. With the directorate terminated, both red and blue are now blind. With this 1,000 kilometers of base, we can only act like jungle hunters, depending on who finds who first. Right, Qin Tian laughed. Although we haven't been here for long, Xiao Su has surveyed all the terrain here. We have a much better advantage over them. Even if the red side used high technology, such as aerial reconnaissance, it would be impossible to scout more than 1,000 kilometers in a short period of time. Su Fei was now happy. According to this, Su Chen, this kid is really reliable this time. Qin Tian laughed. That's why. Old Su, don't worry about nothing. Let's just wait for his information. At the edge of the maneuver area, the troops of the Iron Fist Division had begun to assemble quickly. A tank was quickly unloaded from the train. Outside the train station, troops were assembled at intervals of 1 kilometer. Su Ming stood high above and looked down, his heart surging as he watched. Such a steel warrior is the most romantic sentiment a man can have. Talking about girlfriends isn't as exciting as this. Division commander, an officer quickly approached. The director's department sent a message? Su Ming asked without looking back. The officer nodded awkwardly. It came through, but the news came through that they were all killed in action and out of the maneuvers. What? Su Ming thought he had heard wrong. The director's department? All killed in action? Are you kidding me? The officer said bitterly. 1,000 times over. The maneuver had barely begun for a second before they were taken out by the blues in one fell swoop. Your brother did it. Supposedly. Su Ming opened his mouth wide and didn't say anything for half a day. Wait. I'm a little messed up in the head. He rubbed his temples, his mind reeling, but after thinking for half a day, He hadn't figured out what kind of path Suchen was taking by not coming to sneak attack himself and going to hit the director's department instead. What does the director's department have to do with a showdown between them? After a moment, he jerked his head up. Did the directorate not pass out our next battle orders? Right. The henchman nodded. Understood. Su Ming laughed bitterly. Xiao Chen, you're really shady. The director's department has disappeared, and neither of us knows where the other is. No, it's me who doesn't know where you are. You want to hide and seek with me and play gorilla, right? The henchman whispered. So will your brother be disciplined for doing this? Su Ming rolled his eyes. You don't understand this baby brother of mine at all. He's not afraid of the sky and the earth. He even dares to pit my old man. He's still afraid of disciplinary action? The henchman was speechless. He didn't know who old man Su Ming was. That kind of big leader dares to pit. He can't even dream of it. That's bold enough indeed. Su Ming turned back and forth for half a day, muttering, we can't let him disappear, or else this place is so big that we'll become headless flies. As time passes, it will be extremely unfavorable to our side. Suddenly, he jerked to a halt. Have the dragon spikes arrived? Already here, regrouping just below. Go! Su Ming immediately rushed down. After running for a few moments, he saw one of the dragon spurs jeeps lined up neatly, all of them dangling and leaning against the side of the vehicle. Chatting, Su Ming flew over. Zhang Bing, here. Zhang Bing jumped down from a vehicle. Division commander, something wrong? Have you brought your equipment? Su Ming asked anxiously. You mean the new equipment that just came down from headquarters? Zhang Bing asked. Right. Su Ming nodded. That's the one. Hurry up and jibe it up for me. I want to find someone. Understood. Zhang Bing beckoned, and several technical soldiers immediately brought down several computers. They sat down on the spot and quickly tweaked the equipment. Zhang Bing smiled and said, Division Commander, this is part of the information combat system that headquarters just researched. It can connect to satellites and pull up satellite images. Cut the crap, Su Ming said anxiously. Immediately retrieve the images of the director's department from an hour ago for me. Be quick. Zhang Bing didn't know what was happening, but seeing that Su Ming was in such a hurry, he didn't dare to delay and personally urged a few soldiers. Found it. Not a moment later, a special forces soldier yelled low. Su Ming immediately rushed over, only to see the entire process of the Blue Army's attack on the directorate playing on the screen. Look where they went, Su Ming said in a cold voice. Yes, the special forces soldier immediately started fast-forwarding the screen, but after a while shook his head. Sorry Division Commander, the satellite went over, and I couldn't find out where they went behind it. However, it should be heading towards the northwest. Su Ming anxiously shouted. Isn't there a next satellite? There is, but I'm going to have to look for it. Then hurry up. Hurry up. Zhang Bing urged. Don't make the division commander anxious. Yes, the special forces soldier lowered his head and quickly maneuvered again. 10 minutes later, he once again shouted excitedly. Found it. Su Ming rushed over and watched as a regiment of the Blue Army sped across the desert. Where is this going? Su Ming asked. Zhang Bing hurriedly took out a map and said after looking at it, it should be heading towards area number 3. Area number 3. Su Ming stood up and walked back and forth in the same spot. The other units of the Blue Army didn't show up. Only one regiment. That regiment, having completed its mission, must have rejoined the larger force, and then concentrated its forces to sneak up on us in a battle of movement. Su Ming turned around and yelled, quickly, immediately order all the regiments to immediately advance towards area number 3. It's full speed. Yes, the men immediately went to pass on the order. Zhang Bing nervously asked, Division Commander, you are. Su Ming pointed at him, immediately bring your people and rush to area number 3 for me first. Utilize your specialties, keep an eye on them for me, and report back to me on their movements at any time. Yes, Zhang Bing didn't dare to ask any more questions and immediately set off with his men urgently. Su Ming smiled faintly. Little Chen, you want me to become a headless fly? But being smart is not good enough, so being a brother is not polite. I'm going to take you all down in one pot. Chapter 155, A Fight Between Brothers. It's moving. Look, Red's moving. Zongrong pointed at the big screen and shouted excitedly, and the others immediately came over. So fast, a general exclaimed, as expected of an Iron Fist master, moving like thunder. His name is true, the directorate is gone, and they're heading out so quickly without doing any analysis? Another general was filled with suspicion. Where is this going? Are they familiar with this area? It's also their first time here, and they only have a rough map. The specific terrain here is not familiar at all, Lin Guodong explained. Then this is strange. A general stroked his chin, his face full of doubts. They're going so fast. They're obviously running towards a certain target, but they're not familiar with this place. It's really hard to figure out. Zongrong's eyes spewed fire and anger. If it wasn't for the director's department being terminated, now he'll be able to use various instruments to determine what Red is up to and not be so double-crossed. Wang Changjiang, I'm not done with you, old Su. Luo Bing looked at Suja with a smile. Su Ming is your son. You must know him. Tell me, what does he want? Everyone looked over. This proper old man is there, and listening to him narrate is definitely more intuitive than watching a screen. Suja proudly crossed his legs. This son of mine, was born smart and wise, deeply obtained my true heritage. He is 3 years old. Alright. Luo Bing interrupted without any good humor. Just tell me what he's up to. Suja looked at him cheerfully. Can't you even tell? Can't see it. Everyone shook their heads. Suja spread his hands. I don't see it either. Asterisk. Everyone was speechless. You don't see it. You're here for nothing. Luo Bing glared at him without any good humor. Old Su, don't you know your son? Don't you know what he wants to do? It's not like there's anyone from the Blue Army here who wouldn't pass on the message. Suja rolled his eyes. Didn't I just say that? He was born intelligent and wise, and he has deeply received my true passages. If he can't guess my thoughts, then I definitely can't guess them either. Why are you so stupid? Gotta. Luo Bing stood up straight breathlessly. I shouldn't have asked you one more time about your big smart ass. Get out of the way. Suja pushed him aside. Don't get in the way of me watching the big screen or I won't even know what he's up to. Bang bang bang. The armored car was racing furiously, and Su Ming's entire body was bouncing up and down. Even with a seatbelt on and gripping the handle, your head will hit the top every now and then. However, he always had the map clipped to his thigh, and every time he passed a certain distance, Su Ming would make some subtle markings on the map. Hong Lei, the deputy division commander sitting opposite him, said bitterly, Old Su, don't record along the way. The scouts will do it. It's bumpy, you'd better take a break. Su Ming said without a smile. This stuff, it's better to rest assured that I'm memorizing it myself. When the time comes, I can compare it with the scout side, and if there's a mistake I can change it in time. Hong Lei smiled faintly. You found your brother. Follow him and you'll be able to find their large troop. Tell me about you. Why do you still remember so much? Today, we'll be able to get them all in one go. Su Ming said indifferently. Old Hong, we are commanders, so we can't think too absolutely about everything. We must leave a way out for us. This is responsible for everyone. Su Ming's persistence and conscientiousness had always been admired by all the officers in the division, and Hong Lei was no exception. Although he was 9 years older than Su Ming, Hong Lei still nodded his head like a student. Remember, report. The communication soldier suddenly turned his head. The Dragon Spurs have sent a report. They have tracked down a group of Blue Army. Currently, they don't dare to approach and are following from afar. Good, Su Ming said excitedly. Tell the Dragon Spurs side. I don't care what method they use, they must get close enough to reconnoiter. How many people are in the Blue Army? How many vehicles are in the Blue Army? And whether they are going to a rendezvous or a trap. The intelligence has to be 100% true. No deviation is allowed. Yes, the communication soldier immediately nodded. Su Ming smiled faintly. He had arranged it so rigorously that he wasn't afraid that Su Chen would be able to escape from his Five Fingers Mountain. Old Hong, too. Hong Lei nodded. Su Ming looked at him. Logistically, we must keep up. For every 200 kilometers we travel, we must let them take off for airdrops. The safeguard troops follow this standard as well. Understood. Hong Lei nodded. Su Ming rubbed his hands together. He had done everything right now. He was just waiting to find the Blues' main force and then play his specialty play. Deputy Chief. Ma Xian grabbed the handrail and bent over to Wang Changjiang and Su Chen. There's a situation. Wang Changjiang hurriedly came forward, but halfway through his body, he suddenly reacted. Just tell your deputy chief. This chief is mainly observing. Wang Changjiang leaned back again. Su Chen smiled and nodded at him. Thank you for the chief's trust. Wang Changjiang corner of his mouth twitching. Thinking that people report to you first report. I'm in the back of the queue. I'm not interested in this. Why? What's the situation? Su Chen asked. Ma Xian held up the military computer. The drone sent back footage. This is from 3 minutes ago. Su Chen looked at the screen carefully, only to see a dozen or so SUVs whizzing through the desert. He could see at once that the route the buggies were taking was the same one they had just passed. Yo, if it isn't someone from Dragon Spurs. Su Chen laughed. Sent out by the Iron Fist Master as a hound. Wang Changjiang frowned. Dragon Spurs? How do you know they're Dragon Spurs? Maybe they are just ordinary scouts? Ma Xian laughed. Chief, look at the clothes and equipment they're wearing. There's a clear difference between them and ordinary scouts. There's also their cars. They look the same, but these guys are so proud that they'll erase all traces. This looks like they are not revealing their identity, but in reality, it's the difference between them and ordinary troops. Wang Changjiang stared at the screen for half a day and indeed saw quite a few anomalies. He let out an oh-so-quiet sigh and sat back down with a reddened old face. It's better not to ask. Just sit and study like you just did so steadily, nodding your head at nothing and looking like you know everything. Well, that's a good way to expose the fact that you don't know anything about anything. Vice Commander, should we cut off these tails? Ma Xian said in a cold voice. We just need to turn around now, and a round of flanking fire will take care of them. Su Chen shook his head. You think they are that easy to deal with? Their perception of danger is several times higher than ours. Without waiting for you to fire, they'll scatter. What then? Just let them follow like this? Ma Xian asked. Then we won't be exposed? Su Chen laughed. Did I say that I was afraid of being exposed? Ha! Everyone looked confused. Dare I say, you exposed it on purpose? Chapter 156, is this kid reliable? He's too reliable. Su, no, what do you think? Wang Changjiang looked at Su Chen in disbelief. We are now going to join the large troop. If you leave us exposed, then the large troop will be in danger. It's not like you don't know how strong the Iron Fist Division is. Once we're surrounded by them, just maneuvers we're over. Su Chen smiled and patted him. Chief, just sit back here. Don't worry about anything. I promise I'll be fine. Wang Changjiang's eyes are angry and spitting fire. Is this really treating himself as a Buddha? However, his mind recalled what Qin Tian had told him, telling him to learn from Su Chen and not to interfere with him. Wang Changjiang could only roll his eyes helplessly, holding his hands and saying nothing. Su Chen turned his head to Ma Xian. Is the recon company ready? Ma Xian nodded. The reconnaissance company is always ready. Deputy Commander, you give the order. Su Chen leaned close to him and whispered. To the front, there is a section of road that is quite rugged. You take the men and go down there. Remember to bring the 2 latest drones and batteries. Right. There's also Yun Yang as well as Big Yellow Old Black. Once you get out of the car, immediately take cover. Wait for Dragon Spike's men to pass. Wait for Iron Fist Division's large force to arrive. And then, Ma Xian kept nodding his head, waiting for Su Chen to finish, and said seriously, please rest assured, Deputy Commander, the reconnaissance company guarantees to complete the mission. Good. Su Chen patted him. The supplies are at the usual place, enough for you to survive for 10 days. I'll contact you anytime for the next mission. Yes. Ma Xian saluted. Su Chen patted the captain of the car, informed the other cars that for the 7 kilometers of rugged road ahead, slow down for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, continue to accelerate. Yes. The captain nodded and immediately picked up his radio to pass on the order. After 7 kilometers, a rugged stretch of road did appear. All armored vehicles slowed down immediately. The doors of one of the vehicles opened, and the soldiers of the reconnaissance company jumped down with their equipment at a rapid pace. Immediately after landing, he rolled to unload and rolled quickly to the side of the road to avoid being crushed by the convoy. 3 minutes later, all the doors closed and the convoy was once again headed forward with full horsepower. Fall back, take cover, take cover. Ma Xian beckoned with force, and everyone followed him as he retreated to a pit. The crowd immediately covered their entire bodies with camouflage netting. If you don't look closely, you'd think they were connected to the desert. They had just camouflaged themselves when the roar of a high-powered engine suddenly came from the distance. Everyone held their breath and held their weapons in a death grip with both hands. Big Yellow and Old Black had already gotten used to this kind of life, and at the moment, they were quietly lying beside Yun Yang. Soon, an SUV whizzed past them and continued its pursuit toward the main group. Only when they were far away did Ma Xian lift the camouflage net. Quickly, move over there and find a better hiding spot. Otherwise, we'll be crushed into a big cake when Red's army comes later. The crowd hurriedly followed him as he ran wildly over, and after running a few hundred meters, they finally found a suitable place to hide. More than 100 people, all hidden inside. Company Commander, Wang Hai asked curiously, what kind of mission did the Deputy Commander give us? It's not an attack on the Red Army, is it? Zhao Xiaodong snorted out a laugh. Do you think the Deputy Commander is as stupid as you are? How can we attack a large troop with just these people? It's not enough for them to stuff their teeth. Ma Xian said coldly. The deputy chief didn't specifically tell me about the mission either. Just wait, he won't let us be idle. After saying that, he stroked Old Black's head. Both had brought out 2 divine dogs, so their mission would definitely not be simple. The armored car bumped along the way, and Wang Changjiang also kept his eyes on Su Chen. But after Ma Xian and the others left, Su Chen acted as if nothing had happened. It's time to look at the map and close your eyes. Wang Changjiang dry waited for 40 minutes and did not see him speak, and finally could not bear it. Su, what the hell are you sending them out for? Su Chen looked at him in surprise. On a mission. What kind of mission? Wang Changjiang asked. Su Chen shook his head. At the moment, I don't know what kind of mission they're going on. Wang Changjiang almost spat out blood. You don't know? You send people out? Su Chen nodded. When I think of it, they won't have a mission. Sneaking around outside first. The enemy doesn't know they exist anyway. so it'll be more convenient to go on a mission then. Wang Changjian leaned helplessly on the back of his chair. Qin Tian also told him to learn more tactics from Su Chen, but it's a tactic he can't learn. An hour later, a group finally arrived at Area 3. The dragon stinger following behind stopped in a hurry. Zhang Bing took a few people and ran through the gobi wearing camouflage nets at a fast pace. When they rushed to a high ground, a few of them immediately got down. Captain, sure enough, it's a large force of them. The henchman laughed excitedly. Zhang Bing was also excited. It's a pity that the red side didn't come equipped with heavy fire support this time. Otherwise an airstrike would have crippled them. But they have self-propelled artillery and rockets. A soldier laughed. When they come, they can cover the bombing as usual. Zhang Bing sneered. You think the blues are little cuties? Look at all those places. There are all their secret outposts. Several of his men immediately looked in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, there seemed to be figures on several high ground. Zhang Bing said coldly, the Blue Army does know how to pick a place. The terrain here is already high and hilly, which is not conducive to coverage bombing. They can also spot the red side in advance and run before the red side bombs. Even if they run slowly, the hilly terrain here can provide them with a lot of cover. What then? The henchman scratched his head. Doesn't that mean there's nothing red can do to them when they come? That's not necessarily true. Zhang Bing sneered. Don't forget that the red side is an Iron Fist division. The division commander, Su Ming, is best at infiltration and rapid combat. When he comes, he might have a solution. Don't just stand there. Report back. Yes. The henchman nodded hurriedly. Not long after, Su Ming received a message from Zhang Bing. Indeed. Su Ming smiled. Older brother. Thank you for showing old brother the way. He immediately turned his head and ordered. 1st Regiment, 2nd Regiment, assault from the left and right towards point 3. 3rd Regiment, 4th Regiment, split into a second assault. Tell the regiments not to get attached to the battle. Just follow the old rules and quickly charge through and split them up. After that, wait for my order. Yes, everyone yelled excitedly. Meanwhile, Su Chen was already saluting Su Fei and Qin Tian. Su Fei smiled and said, you kid is really surprising. To end the director's department. You're definitely the first person to break the mold. Su Chen laughed. It's all because the headmaster gave me the courage, and he took the initiative to bear the consequences. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared. Wang Changjiang is angry and trembling. If it is not to see that there is also a head of the work, the ghost will give you the black pot. Su Fei laughed. Alright, if it's ended, it's ended. Without a director's department, we fight more real. Little Su, what's your next plan? Run for your life. Su Chen stared at him. Fleeing for your life? Su Fei was confused. Escape. Escape what life? Su Chen laughed. When I came back, I realized that I was being followed by Red. Then, I lured their large force over. Now if we don't run for our lives, we won't be able to escape later. Su Fei's few people were dumbfounded by what they heard. This kid, he actually lured the enemy here? Su Chen. Su Fei pointed at him in anger, then looked at Qin Tian. You still say this kid is reliable? He's so dependable. Qin Tian's face was full of aggrievement. This word, obviously you said it yourself. Okay. Chapter 157, Su Chen is going to be again. Wang Changjiang immediately jumped out. Brigade Commander, Deputy Brigade Commander, let me state for the record on the way I've already sternly opposed him being a bandwagon party, but he won't listen. Wang Changjiang pained. You shut up. Su Fei looked at him in a bad mood. You who manage logistics, what do you know? Step aside. Wang Changjiang's jaw hit the ground. I'm the head of the regiment. I'm the chief military officer. I'm just volunteering to work on logistics. Do you really think I'm a logistician? Wang Changjiang was in tears, but before he could speak, he was pushed aside by Su Fei. You brat, you must give me an explanation. Su Fei glared at Su Chen with a huff. Su Chen hurriedly said, Brigadier, later on, you and I will sit in the same car. Can I explain it to you properly? But right now, we have to evacuate quickly, or else we will not only be caught up, but my plan will also go down the drain. Su Fei's eyes lit up. This kid really did have a plan. He immediately turned around. All troops depart. All troops depart. Depart. An order was quickly passed down, and everyone quickly boarded the vehicle. Crap. They're leaving. Zhang Bing frowned. Could it be that we've been discovered? The henchman asked. Zhang Bing shook his head. If we were discovered, artillery fire would have covered us long ago. When they encounter special forces and snipers on the battlefield, they will never be soft. Then why did they shift? The men looked puzzled. Hell knows what they want. Zhang Bing's face was odd. There was a demon like Su Chen in this team, and his leaping mind was simply not something that ordinary people could guess. Zhang Bing didn't want to bother with his brain. Contact Division Commander Su. Zhang Bing said, tell him about the situation here, and it's up to him what to do. We'll just keep following. Yes. Rumble. A tank and armored car roared to life and flew away from the hilly terrain. What? They ran away? Su Ming's eyes widened. They've been discovered? Hong Lei shook his head. No, the Blues should have prepared long ago and withdrawn after the rendezvous. Su Ming sighed. A good opportunity had been wasted again. He immediately lowered his head and continued to look at the map. Which direction did they go? Toward Area 5. Number 5? Su Ming moved his finger over the map, a cold smile gradually appearing at the corner of his mouth. They want to go to number 6 through area number 5. Both areas are Gobi beaches. There are a lot of mountain packs, but the big roads are suitable for armored troops to maneuver again. Then they went through area 6 and right into no man's land. Su Ming threw the pen on the map. The calculations are quite shrewd. Wanting to drag us into the no man's land, then use their familiarity with the terrain to shake off our pursuit, and finally sneak up on us from both sides. Hong Lei was surprised and said, then we can't let them enter the no man's land, or it will be very unfavorable to us. Su Ming shook his head. It's too late to stop it now. In this case, have Dragon Spike continue to follow. Su Ming pointed at the map. We'll go directly to Area 6, then enter the no man's land and wait for them. Waiting for rabbits? Hong Lei laughed. Su Ming nodded indifferently. This idea must have come from that old brother of mine, wanting to lead us around the no man's land and consume our will and physical strength. He's dreaming. Hong Lei laughed. Still, you know your brother. You didn't beat him up when he was a kid, did you? Su Ming rolled his eyes. Su Chen was Zhao Lu's big baby. Su Ming dared to beat him up? Instead, he took a lot of blame for Su Chen. Older brother, I didn't have the chance to beat you up when I was a kid. This time, big brother will not be polite. Su Ming's face was full of anticipation with a bad smile. Say it instead. Su Fei scrutinized Su Chen. Now that the entire brigade is fleeing for their lives because of you, what exactly is your plan? Su Chen smiled and took out the map. My plan is simple. The Iron Fist Division's overall strength is at least double that of ours, so we're sure to be wiped out in a hard encounter. And this person, Su Ming, specializes in infiltration and assault warfare. Fighting a war is one word, fast. Su Chen was as good as his name. Su Ming knew him well, and he knew this big brother even better. So, if we go head to head with him, there's a high chance that we'll be impaled by his troops like sharp swords into several sections. Su Chen said in a cold voice, and I'm certain that he'll pierce back and forth to attack, and never tangle with us until he completely divides us into countless small pieces. At that time, he will then slowly break us down one by one. Su Fei nodded solemnly. He had also studied Su Ming before the maneuver. Know your enemy and know yourself, so you can win 100 battles. However, with regards to Su Ming's type of play, he was simply unable to crack it, unless his troop strength was similar to Su Ming's, and he still had to have enough heavy firepower and air support. Otherwise, in silence, he will be divided. Fighting fast with fast, he'll die worse. So what are you going to do? Su Fei asked. Su Chen pointed at the map. I'm going to take him into the no man's land and let him run after us. We are familiar with the no man's land. They can only follow behind and eat dust. When they are exhausted, that's when we counterattack. Su Fei frowned. But you neglected to mention that we still have our tails behind us. As long as they keep following, red is like having eyes that penetrate everything. They can play sports warfare and keep chasing us, a few kilometers apart. They can even take long-range bombardment against us, constantly depleting our strength. With your tactics, we'll still be consumed little by little. Su Chen pointed at the map and laughed. That's why I want them to follow. Brigadier, look, we're heading to Area 5, and we have to go through Area 6 to get into no man's land. Su Ming won't be able to guess our intentions, so he will definitely head to Area 6 first and then enter the no man's land to wait for us. Su Fei asked anxiously. You know, and you still want to go? Who said I'm going? Su Chen laughed. We just need to get to Area 6 and have the tail behind us inform the red side. Then we can turn to Area 7 and enter the no man's land again. Su Fei was confused. Wait, my brain is a bit messed up. You had people follow us, so that they would deliberately ventilate our whereabouts, but they keep following. You just can't escape the Red Fang's tracking even if you rotate 360 degrees. Yeah, he said. Area 7 is even harder, and by the time we get to no man's land, Red will be waiting in front of us again. Su Chen smiled and said, then in Area 6, wouldn't it be fine to cut off the tail? Without the Director's Department informing them of their deaths in battle, the red side will foolishly keep waiting where they are. We, on the other hand, have already entered no man's land from Area number 7. Su Fei and Qin Tian stared in shock. The idea is good, but this tail, it's not so easy to cut off. Su Chen rubbed his hands together. Don't worry, you too, I've already arranged it. Let them follow first and report more. Su Fei and Qin Tian looked at each other, although they didn't know what Su Chen was doing, but they can be sure that the boy is going to do it again. Chapter 158 Su Chen. Definitely Su Chen that did it. Report. Zhang Bing shouted with one hand on the armrest and the other on the walkie-talkie. The Blues have passed through Area 5 and are entering Area 6. Su Ming in the infantry vehicle nodded. Good. Keep staring. We're about to enter no man's land. Just wait for them over there. Good. Zhang Bing said with a smile. But say yes. Your brother has to be taken out by me? I have a private agreement with him. Su Ming smiled. No problem. But don't hit your face, or I won't be able to spare you. Understood. Zhang Bing cheerfully ended the call, slapping the car and yelling, spread out, spread out. You'll be easily spotted like this. Yes. All the cars immediately dispersed, but they didn't know that at the moment, 500 meters above their heads, a drone was filming all of their every move, and it would be transmitted to Su Chen's side in 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Su Chen was in the infantry vehicle with a walkie-talkie. Sure, very sure, Ma Xian said seriously. We've been following Red's rutted tracks for dozens of kilometers now, so there's definitely no problem. Good, Su Chen said with a smile. Then you guys go ahead. Remember, it has to be resolved in one go. Absolutely no more chances should be given to them. Don't worry, Deputy Commander. When has our reconnaissance company not accomplished a mission? Ma Xian smiled faintly and directly ended the call. Su Fei and the others looked at him in surprise. And what arrangements do you have? Su Chen smiled mysteriously. I'm cutting off Red Fong's children and grandchildren. The corners of Su Fei's mouth twitched. Since Su Chen didn't want to talk about it, they didn't pursue it much, but it's safe to assume that Red is definitely out of luck. Alright, it's almost time to settle our tale. Su Chen looked at the map. If we let them chase us any further, we'll be exposed. Several people looked at him nervously together. Until this moment, everyone didn't know how Su Chen was going to finish off the Dragon Spurs gang. Let's see where their exact bearings are. Yes, the soldier on the side immediately checked the computer, and soon the image of Dragon Spike's pursuit was displayed on it. Reporting to the deputy chief, they're spread out on both sides of us. The distance is about 4 kilometers. Su Chen nodded. It's quite good at tracking, at such a long distance. If it didn't have a drone it really couldn't be found. Little Su, what exactly are you planning to do? Su Fei pressed the question. Su Chen smiled. Brigadier, can you lend me the 1st and 2nd companies of the 4th Regiment? Su Fei nodded. Yes, no problem. Then let's get started. Su Chen said to him. You say hello to them, and I'll give them orders directly later. Good. Su Fei picked up his walkie-talkie and began to make contact. Su Chen, on the other hand, directly took out his satellite phone. Hello, this is Su Chen. Have you filled up the gas yet? Reporting to the deputy chief. We've already arranged it. Everyone's waiting for their balls. Laughter came from the opposite side. Su Chen nodded. Alright, take off. Area 6. 4 kilometers behind us. Understood. The opposite party said excitedly. We'll reach the battlefield in 5 minutes, and none of them will be able to escape. Su Chen ended the call and reached out to take the headset that Su Fei handed over. Hey, it's Su Chen, Sub-Commander Su. The brigade commander has already given orders for us to follow your command. The 2 company commanders said in unison. Su Chen nodded. After 6 minutes, you will detach from the large force and advance to the rear on both of our sides. Remember, as long as you find the enemy, eliminate them on the spot. Don't leave any of them behind. Yes, the 2 company commanders nodded. I'll send someone to contact you and give you enemy bearings at all times. Su Chen said. Promise to finish the job. Su Chen smiled and handed the receiver to Su Fei. In 10 minutes at most, this tail will be cut off. Moreover, they won't even have a chance to report the red side. Su Fei looked at him in shock. No wonder your kid wanted me to get the helicopter. So it's just for this? Did you kid plan this a month in advance? Su Chen smiled faintly. Originally, I wanted the helicopter to be able to deal a heavy blow to their command at a critical moment. But now, since they threw out a dragon stinger, then we can just use it. Su Fei pointed at him. Half a day without saying anything, you kid. This heart of mine, it's really dirty. Su Chen laughed frankly. Thank you for the brigade commander's compliment. We play tactics like this. Rumble. Zhang Bing pricked up his ears and looked around suspiciously. Captain, what's wrong? The henchman asked curiously. Zhang Bing frowned. Didn't you guys hear the sound? It sounds like, of a helicopter. He snapped his head up, and in the next second was scared straight into a grandson, only to see a large military transport plane flying rapidly towards them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Bing's eyes snapped open. There really are helicopters. Shoo. Just then, 3 rockets suddenly burst from the helicopter. Zhang Bing was so scared that he shouted, 80 fire, quick flash, boom boom boom. The 3 SUVs were instantly blown out in white smoke, with no chance to dodge, but the other cars had scattered in fear. Infantrymen touching a helicopter will end in certain death, even if they are special forces. At most they will die a little later. Fighting from above, this gives a definite advantage. Ta-da-da-da. Just then, A heavy machine gun in the helicopter bay opened fire. Dense bullets slammed downward like rain. The two SUVs were immediately hit and smoked, and were soon covered in rolling smoke. Heavy machine guns can easily penetrate the body of a car. And all those scenes on TV where you rely on the car to stop bullets are almost always bull*********. Getting swept by a heavy machine gun usually results in the entire vehicle exploding quickly, along with the people hiding behind it. Snake walk ah! Zheng Bing grabbed the handrail and wailed. Boom! He had only finished shouting when two more SUVs were hit by rockets not far away, sending up thick white smoke on the spot. Captain, we can't keep driving, the henchman yelled. Otherwise, we're a target. Zheng Bing shouted in exasperation. RPGs, take out the helicopters. Captain, the henchman shouted, the first and second detachments have been blown up, and the bazookas are in their cars. Zheng Bing was dumbfounded. Even the bazookas are gone. They're just being slaughtered now. Su Chen, it must be that lackadaisical bastard who got this helicopter to come. Zheng Bing was furious and stormed. You don't even report it to your mom. No one could do such a lackluster thing. Abandon the vehicle. Quick! Zheng Bing shouted without hesitation. Everyone jumped out of the car and all hid in the bushes. Zheng Bing looked up at the helicopter and coldly said into his headset, everyone spread out and converge after 10 kilometers forward. As long as we separate, the helicopter won't be able to find us. Captain, what's wrong? Zheng Bing asked. The henchman said in horror. They're sending a machine gun company. Zheng Bing's eyes glazed over. First, helicopters blow up their cars to force them down. Now that the armored vehicles of the machine and foot company are coming over, it's a special search for them. Not one of them will be spared. Su Chen, it must be Su Chen that. Zheng Bing cried without tears. No one is as unethical as him. Chapter 159, Being Wicked and Smoky. Who could be as wicked as you? Zheng Bing looked up and saw an infantry fighting vehicle driving towards them from a distance. All the infantry vehicles were still lined up and driving over in a carpet search pattern. Even if someone was hiding in the grass, it would be difficult to avoid the sight of the spotter on the infantry vehicle. Mother ********. Zheng Bing slammed his fist on the ground. Su Chen, you're really damaging. Aren't we just making a bet? Do you need to make such a big deal out of it? Captain, over there too. Zheng Bing immediately turned his head and his entire body was dumbfounded. On the other side, the same infantry fighting vehicles, again lined up, with simultaneous searches moving forward on both sides and helicopters in the sky. It would be hard as hell for him to get away. Captain, what now? The henchman asked anxiously. Zheng Bing clenched his fists. This bastard Su Chen wants to drive me to my death, but he forgot that we are dragon spikes, the sharpest knives, he coldly ordered. It's still according to the old plan. Retreat to 10 kilometers away. Take out all you can. As long as one of you can get out, it will be considered a victory. Action. Yes. All the soldiers of the dragon spikes immediately crept over quickly towards safety. Luckily, this area was the border between the Gobi and no man's land, and the grass in the meadow was still tall enough to just about hide them. And everyone was wearing special camouflage that was not always noticeable unless you looked. But just because it's not easy to spot doesn't mean it won't be spotted. Soon the helicopters in the air were the first to open fire, strafing the few special forces squirming below. Bang bang bang. A few people were beaten and smoked, and they raised their middle fingers at the sky in anger. Meanwhile, the infantry vehicles were on fire. A volley of gas shells was fired from the infantry car directly into the grass. The choking gas immediately exposed several of the special forces. What awaited them were the bullets that followed. Zheng Bing led a few people and quickly crawled towards the outside of the encirclement. He didn't dare turn around and see just how many of his men were gone. Now he was red-eyed and hell-bent on getting out of here. As long as he left, he would still have a chance to settle the score with Su Chen. Surname Su, you ambushed me, didn't you? Shady knee, didn't you? Zheng Bing gritted his teeth. When I get out of here, I'm not done with you. I'll definitely find you for revenge. Suddenly, his entire body froze. For directly in front of him, two drones slowly fell from the sky, landing exactly 20 meters above their heads. Zheng Bing's eyes widened in shock. Being discovered. Boom. A shell fell from the sky and directly blew him and several of his men all up in white smoke. Asshole. Zheng Bing was so angry that he slumped to the ground and kept pounding the ground with both fists. I was about to escape when two drones appeared. Zheng Bing now wanted to die. This is a skill that he has not been able to utilize until now. Obviously, they were special warfare elites, but as soon as they ran into Su Chen, they were completely useless. At that moment, Zheng Bing suddenly heard a rustling sound. He looked up, only to see Su Chen walking towards him with his hands behind his back, smilingly. Yo, isn't this little Zheng? Su Chen looked at him with a smile. How is it you are? You just speech ah. Good big brother surely won't bomb you. Look at this white smoke rolling. I thought you burned up. Zhang Bing stood up with a huff, pointing at him and roaring, you're despicable, shameless and nasty. How do you talk to a good big brother? Su Chen looked at him without any good humor. Watch your attitude. You've already been killed by me for the second time. Zhang Bing was furious and stormed. This time it doesn't count. You got a helicopter. Why didn't you report it? If I knew you had a helicopter, I wouldn't have chased after it so blatantly. Also, this drone, you didn't report it either. You're cheating. I'm not convinced. What the do you have against it? Su Chen didn't spoil him either, directly pointing at his nose. What's wrong with me not reporting? In the future, if you run into an enemy and they make a trap, do you have to be notified as well? You? Su Chen glared at him. And ING Special Forces. I think you guys are just special trash. The Dragon Spurs people were all furious, their eyes spitting fire. But with more than 20 infantry vehicles and 200 men present, no one dared to get angry. What's the matter? What's not right? Su Chen coldly grunted. Special Forces should have preconceived thinking, imagining all possible dangers. You guys are good, thinking that we have nothing, so you strut around chasing after us? For your information, I've been spotting you guys since before we entered Area 4. All this way, it's been on purpose to lead you guys around. Zhang Bing's old face was red with anger, but he just couldn't say a word to refute it. Su Chen walked to him and directly searched his entire body. What are you doing? What's with the hands? Su Chen slapped his hand away. You're a ING dead man. Don't swindle, or I'll stab you with a bayonet. Zhang Bing was so scared that he immediately didn't dare to move. He knew Su Chen's character. This guy dared to say and dared to do. Soon, Su Chen found the map from his pocket, which clearly mapped out Red's marching route. He smiled and patted Zhang Bing's face. Thank you, elder brother Zhang. You've died a good death and helped me a lot. Don't worry, the red side doesn't treat you well, but you're definitely a hero to our blue army. Naima. Zhang Bing was so angry that his eyes almost didn't glaze over. Su Chen laughed and shouted to everyone. Go, set off and chase after the large army. Let's go the enemy army. Yes, everyone yelled excitedly. Su Chen took 2 steps forward and suddenly turned back. Right, elder brother Zhang. Remember our bet. I'll apply to the top later, so remember to agree. If you don't agree. Su Chen laughed. I have a recording. When the time comes, I'll let everyone know that you don't count on your word, and that the Dragon Spurs are all big fools. Asterisk. Zhang Bing jumped up and down in anger. Su Chen, you unethical thing. You gave birth to a son without eyes, watching an armored vehicle leave and helicopters fly away. Zhang Bing was so angry that he sat on his butt on the ground. Don't bring such a bully, bastard. Su Chen, you are, Captain. The men all gathered. Where are we going? Now, how the hell should I know? Zhang Bing bitter face, the director's department is gone. No one to receive us. Now dead still have to crawl back on their own. It's all because of Su Chen this. In the armored car, Su Chen checked the map. Zhang Bing had labeled it in great detail, and it didn't take him a moment to roughly determine what direction the Iron Fist division should be in. He smiled and drew a red circle on the map. Big brother, sorry about that. Being a younger brother, I have to give you a little meet and greet gift. Chapter 160, I'm going to teach you how to be a man. And you smack your brother in the face? What? You've determined Red's current position? Su Fei was filled with surprise. Su Chen nodded as he held the headset. Yeah, basically sure. Is the intelligence reliable? Su Fei asked excitedly. Su Chen smiled. It's definitely reliable if it was retrieved from the Dragon Spike gang. Good. Su Fei nodded. What do you want to do? Su Chen sneered. You guys now immediately head to the no man's land, and I'll provide you with the coordinates. You will then carry out a coverage bombardment on the red side for 5 minutes, and then retreat immediately. A 5-minute bombardment? Su Fei frowned. If it's such a good opportunity, then why don't we raid? They're completely unaware that we'll be attacking from the flank. It's a good opportunity. Su Chen smiled. Brigadier, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and you can't eat a fat man in one bite. The Iron Fist division isn't an ordinary unit. They have quick reflexes. If you make a surprise attack, I can guarantee that before you even get to them, they will have already counterattacked. At that time, it will become a hard-fought melee again. Our advantage, instead, becomes a disadvantage. So, Su Chen said, 5 minutes of shelling at them is enough. Hit and run. 5 minutes. Just enough. More and they'll come after us. Su Fei thought about it, nodded and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Then what do we do after the next artillery attack? Su Chen laughed. I've already come over to meet up with you guys. I'm familiar with this area, and they can't track us without their dragon spikes. Next, it'll be me taking them to enjoy the scenery of no man's land. Su Fei smiled and said, you kid, You've really taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Your brother having a younger brother like you was really a sin in his previous life. Hey, Brigadier, how can you say that? Suchin said seriously. We're the Blue Army. It's our responsibility to educate the red side. I'm also helping him progress. Fine. I won't bull ***** you. Hurry up and send the coordinates. Suchin immediately told Su Fei the approximate position of red that he had projected. After Su Fei memorized it, he immediately ordered the entire army to advance at full speed. Qin Tian looked at the coordinates and said cheerfully, "This kid, he's playing too dirty. The dirtier the better." Su Fei felt no guilt. We're the Blue Army. We're here to sharpen them. It would be extremely irresponsible of us to be merciful. Fine. You guys are all right. Qin Tian shook his head helplessly. After an hour, the Iron Fist Division all but stopped. Su Ming stood on high ground and ambushed all 4 regiments. Once the Blues came out of the 6, they were immediately in his circle. Any news from the Dragon Spurs side? Su Ming asked. Hong Lei shook his head. Didn't send any message. Do you want me to contact them? No need. Su Ming smiled faintly. The fact that they don't send a message means that the Blues are still coming this way. Contacting him now will most likely be intercepted by the Blues and hear the signal. The Blues can be thieves, so they might just change direction. Hong Lei said laughingly, saying that the Blues are thieves. I think you're even more of a thief. As soon as they come out, they'll immediately be crippled by our artillery. You'll have 3 more regiments charging at the same time, and they'll be bereft even if they manage to escape. Hong Lei pointed at him. You're really hard on your brother. Su Ming carried his hands behind his back. He's still too young and has a long road ahead of him. Being ruthless now is also for his future good. Hong Lei laughed bitterly. If I had a brother like you, I would have to fight you at the end of the exercise. Su Ming waved his hand. Alright, let's get ready too. Counting the time. They should almost be here. Good. Hong Lei nodded, and the 2 of them ran towards the troops together. At this moment, 10 kilometers to the flank of the red side, the Blues also stopped. Su Fei stood on one of the tanks and yelled, "Artillery of all regiments assemble quickly. Hurry up." A truck pulling cannons and grenades weaved in and out of the line, soon assembling into an artillery square. Brigade Commander, a soldier quickly ran over. Drone reconnaissance is complete. We have indeed spotted a large red force. Good. Su Fei was full of excitement. Are they clustered together, or are they scattered in an ambush? Scattered ambush. The soldier held up his military notebook. Look. Su Fei jumped out of the car and took a closer look. His face filled with a cold smile. Ruthless enough, even if you're waiting for a rabbit. You've also set up a half-encircled ambush circle. This is a gesture to cripple us all at once. Qin Tian looked at it and then said, Old Su, since they're spread out, there's no way we can bombard them as a whole. There's no need for that. Su Fei pointed at a unit. They're closest to us, so hit them. As long as we break one of Red's arms, we won't lose. Give the order. In 1 minute, aim it right here and give me a hard blast. Yes. Qin Tian saluted with force. All artillery positions are in final readiness. Su Fei, on the other hand, stood high up, holding a flag in his hand. A minute had just come and gone when his hand swung down hard. Fire! Boom boom boom. Dozens of heavy artillery guns fired simultaneously, and a shell whistled and slammed toward 10 kilometers away. After 10 seconds or so, the red side, which was waiting in the wings, was suddenly blown up in a cloud of white smoke. What's going on? Su Ming was taken aback. Division commander, we're being shelled. An officer yelled. It's coming from our left flank. Su Ming was filled with astonishment. An artillery attack? The left side? Where did the cannon come from on the left side? Aren't the Blues still in Area 6? In the moment of his doubt, another round of shells fell. He watched as a dozen tanks were blown up in smoke. Bastard! Su Ming yelled anxiously. The entire army immediately advanced to the left side. Quick! Leave the bombing zone. He hadn't figured out what was happening at this point, but his strong sense of combat made it imperative for him to react quickly. By the time the third round of blue bombs fell, the entire Iron Fist division, except for the tanks that had been blown down, were all rushing to the left at top speed. Boom boom boom. The bombardment continued, and several slow-moving tanks were blown up in smoke. Su Ming's eyes were spitting fire as he yelled at the top of his lungs. Ask those assholes from Dragon Spurs what the hell is going on here? Why did the Blues appear on our left side? What are they doing? Yes, the communications soldier immediately began to make contact, but after half a day of shouting, there was no half response from there. Stop screaming, Hong Lei shouted and bitterly looked at Su Ming. Old Su, I reckon that the Dragon Spurs might have been destroyed by the group. The Blues must have found our approximate location from them. So, destroyed in a group? Su Ming's face was filled with disbelief. Hundreds of them. All of them are elites among elites. How could they be annihilated in a group? But it's true, Hong Lei sighed. If they're still alive, There's no way the blues would have split their forces to our left and they wouldn't know it yet. Su Ming's body trembled with anger. Grandma, I've fallen into their ways. He knew in his heart that this was definitely Su Chen's doing. I was trying to teach him how to behave, but instead, this precious old brother came up and smacked him in the face. Su Ming's entire body was now on the verge of exploding. If he, who was an elder brother, was embarrassed by his younger brother's beating, don't say he's embarrassed. Pops won't let him off the hook when he gets back. Charge me, Su Ming roared. Before they leave, crush them all at once. Chapter 161, The Old Man's Doubt, Something Feels Wrong. 10 minutes later, the Iron Fist Division winded up where the Blues had just been stationed. However, Su Fei had followed Su Chen's advice and immediately retreated after 5 minutes of fighting. And at this moment, he had long since run out of sight. Report Division Commander. An officer rushed to the front of the armored car and saluted. We didn't see a single blue except for a large number of shell casings. Nonsense. I grew eyes. Su Ming scanned the surroundings without any good humor. This is no man's land, and the terrain is considered very open and visible at a glance for 2 or 3 kilometers. If there was an ambush, he could see it if he wasn't blind. Asshole, hit and run. Su Ming clenched his fists tightly, which made him think of Su Chen running into older children when he was a child. If you can't beat them, give them a hard time first, then run immediately after the fight. Asshole, ever since I was a kid, Su Ming gas headache, did not think that he was caught up in his younger brother's childhood to play the rest of the tricks. Division Commander. Another officer rushed over. We found traces of a large number of armored units leaving, in a southwestern direction. Su Ming stared at him. Sure it's a brigade? The officer shook his head. This can't be determined, but there are too many. It's not a brigade. It's close. Su Ming took a deep breath. If the Dragon Spurs were still around, using their high-tech equipment, they would immediately know how many troops were in front of them. He was now gutted that he should have kept that equipment to himself. That's good. Nothing. Old Su, what should we do now? Chase? Hong Lei asked. Su Ming nodded. Chase, he yelled. The 1st and 2nd regiments are in full pursuit. The 3rd and 4th regiments are in charge of the left and right flanks to prevent a sneak attack. Depart. Yes. Watching the troops move again, Hong Lei said with some hesitation. Lao Su, the southwest direction is all no man's land. They are much more familiar with the terrain than we are. If we keep chasing, I am afraid. Su Ming confidently patted him. Old Hong, there's nothing to be afraid of. Next, to put it bluntly, it's not about familiarity with the terrain, it's about speed and logistics. They can only get logistics if they lose us. We, on the other hand, can get it all the way through the chase. He smiled slightly. The advantage is still with us. Right now, they have to hurry up and run for their lives. Otherwise, if we catch up with them, they'll be the ones in bad luck. Hong Lei suddenly realized. Got it. At the same time, the Blue Army horde sped and charged through no man's land. Su Chen sat next to Su Fei and Qin Tian and pointed at his hand-drawn map, saying, in another hour, we will be entering Area 18. Here, we have small supply stations. The fuel inside will allow us to continue running wildly for 200 kilometers, he said to the 2 men. So now we're going to get there at full speed. Try to evacuate within 5 minutes. Qin Tian nodded. It should be fine. However, the distance between the Iron Fist Master and us is about to close. Don't worry about this. Su Chen laughed. I've done the math. And since they started the maneuvers, they've carried out 2 resupply runs. After chasing after them for another 100 kilometers, they'll almost have to resupply as well. So, the distance will still be open by then. And we're at the next resupply station. Su Fei opened his mouth wide in surprise. You kid, just how many supply stations have you set up in this area? Su Chen cheerfully laughed. More than 1,000 kilometers. 48 supply stations of all sizes. And very hidden. Enough for us to play around the base twice. I'll go. Su Fei's eyes widened in shock. No wonder your kid dared to take Red Fong on a car race in no man's land. So you have this backbone? Qin Tian asked curiously. The supply station. All that $80 million to get it? Look at what you said. How can that be? Su Chen laughed. I took out a portion of the funding and dedicated it to building the various supply stations, as well as hiring people to maintain them on a regular basis. As for the fuel and other supplies, part of it was a reward given to me by the border guards. The rest, I got on credit, and when the maneuvers are over, the brigade will have to pay for it. The corners of Su Fei's and Qin Tian's mouths twitched as they listened, but they had nothing to complain about. It was all resupplied to them, and the money really should have come out of the brigade. You're just going to, run with them all the way like this? Su Fei asked curiously. You don't think you want to use up all the supplies and stock all at once, do you? Su Chen gave him a blank look. Brigadier, why do you think of me so much? Am I that much of a loser? Su Fei nodded seriously. You're the most defeated contraption I've ever seen. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. You're overthinking it. Another 400 kilometers deeper into the no man's land, and it's almost time to counterattack. Su Fei and Qin Tian approached him together. You kid, it's time to talk about your tactics. Su Chen rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, the reason why I want to bring them into the no man's land is because the terrain here is very complicated. Moreover, I have made another preparation. Su Chen gave a rough outline of his plan. Su Fei and Qin Tian's eyes glowed as they listened, and the smiles on their faces piled up more and more. Good boy. Su Fei slapped on him. Our brigade's most unethical has to be you. No, not just our brigade. I don't think there are many like you in the entire army. Too bad. Su Chen coughed twice and said with a straight face, Brigadier, please respect my tactics. This is tactical. Su Fei smiled and waved his hands. Right, tactics, whatever this is for you, as long as you can beat them. Egu, the Iron Fist Division, the Ace Troop. Su Fei said cheerfully, when it comes to us, it's a dragon that has to be coiled, and a tiger that has to lie down. This time, let them know that in this territory, only we, Dragon Teeth, have the final say. Su Chen put away the map. Brigadier, then after we pass the supply point later, let's split up. Everything will be executed according to the plan. Good. Su Fei smiled and extended his hand. As you wish. Su Chen slapped over with force. In the director's department, everyone was staring at the big screen at the moment. Both red and blue are on their own different screens, but only they knew that the two sides were actually very close. That's 10 minutes or so before the two sides meet. Everyone was looking forward to the big fight that was to follow, as nervous as when watching a police chase. Old Su, Yao Guangji asked in a low voice, why do I feel that your family boss is going to suffer? Ha? Suja looked at him without a good mood. What are you babbling about? Right now it's clearly the blue army fleeing for their lives. As long as they are caught up by the red side, they are the ones who will suffer. Yao Guangji scratched his head. I did cross paths with Xiao Chen. This kid is tricky, and I've also studied his tactics afterward and found that as long as he runs, the unlucky ones will definitely be the ones chasing him. Suja looked at him with contempt. That's you bunch of losers. Su Ming is much better than you. The oldest two said can't play with him. After all, the oldest watched him grow up. Yao Guangji's mouth twitched, but in his heart, he sighed. He looked back at the big screen, always feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 162 Underhanded Tactics? Obviously a wonderful tactic. 40 minutes later, the Red Brigade arrived near the supply depot where the Blues had stopped briefly. Su Ming poked his head out and looked at the empty oil drums everywhere outside the modest supply station. For ordinary people are arranging an empty oil drum neatly. Old Su. Hong Lei laughed bitterly. It seems that the other Blues had prepared for this. You're thinking of exhausting people, but looking at this situation, it's not easy to exhaust them. Su Ming clenched his fists tightly in anger. He had already considered multiple possibilities, but it just never occurred to me that the Blues had actually set up a supply depot at the base ahead of time. But he couldn't say anything. After all, the simulation exercise, this was someone else's territory. They are just getting an oil field here that makes sense. Damn. What kind of intelligence did those Dragon Spurs guys get? Su Ming huffed and slammed his fist on the armored vehicle. If I had known that they had a supply depot, I should have sent planes to bomb it out at the start of the exercise. Hong Lei smiled bitterly. It's useless to talk about this now. Let's just hurry up and chase the Blues. Su Ming nodded, but he suddenly thought of something, and then he shouted at the four people. Old folks. An older one heard it and immediately ran this way. Chief, you're calling me? Su Ming laughed. Old folks, I would like to ask you about this. How many other bases like yours are there in this area? Hong Lei's eyes instantly lit up. Yeah, why didn't he think to ask the old country? This will also keep track of the Blues. The old-timer laughed. Plenty of them. Go inside. They're all over the place. There are 16 of them in there, all maintained by our company. Hong Lei's eyes glazed over as he listened, looking at Su Ming with a face full of shock. Su Ming, however, still nodded his head smilingly. Thank you, old countryman. Let's go. Take care, Chief. The old folks turned around and ran over to get busy again. Old Su, how is this good? Hong Lei said anxiously. There are their supply points everywhere. We'll be chased down. Su Ming smiled and pulled him back into the car, and the armored car immediately roared to follow the large group. Old Hong, you know my brother too little. He looked at Hong Lei. Remember, before the drill started, I said what the first we have to defend against. Hong Lei thought about it and suddenly widened his eyes. The people are all his people? Right. Su Ming nodded cheerfully. This kid is the best at buying people's hearts, and the people near the compound are all on the same page with him. That old-timer just now. I answered everything I asked. Know it all? Do you think that's reasonable? Hong Lei stared at him closely. You're saying that the Blues deliberately had him spread false news to us, to make us think that they are well supplied? Right. Su Ming smiled. This 1,000 kilometers of bases. So many of them are off the beaten path. Where are the Blues going to set up so many supply stations? They said this because they want us to be in chaos. When we are in disarray, it will be a good opportunity for them to sneak attack. Hong Lei nodded his head in sudden realization. Old Su, old Su, this brother of yours, is really black-hearted enough? Any means can be thought of. So what's next for us? Or the chase? Right, Su Ming said confidently. The more he doesn't want me to chase after him, the more it shows that he has no strength to follow. If we don't chase after him, we will be playing right into his hands. We must pursue with all our might, not giving them any chance to catch their breath or adjust their tactics. Okay, listen to you. Su Ming leaned against the back of his chair and smiled smugly. Little Chen, you were successful in sneaking a handful of attacks, but compared to me in terms of tactics, you're still too young. Half an hour later, Jia Ping faced Su Chen with his computer. Look, Deputy Leader, the red side is continuing to pursue our large force just as you envisioned. Jia Ping laughed. It seems that they didn't realize that the large troop was missing us. Su Chen nodded. Have they restocked their supplies yet? Jia Ping nodded. It was just resupplied 10 minutes ago. All of it was airdropped by airplanes ahead of time at the places they passed through, and it was just replenished when they arrived. Su Chen smiled. It seems that my big brother was completely convinced that I was lying to him, and was certain that we didn't have many supply depots, which is why he boldly pursued the attack and had the airdrops dropped ahead of schedule. Jia Ping asked curiously, Deputy Chief, so he's not afraid that we'll turn around and rob them of their supplies? He's not worried at all. Su Chen smiled. And that's what he wants to see. Jia Ping and the others were filled with confusion. We rob him of his supplies and he's willing us to do that? Jia Ping stared at him. Deputy Chief, your big brother has a problem with his head? Su Chen rolled his eyes. You're the one with a brain problem. He's smart. Su Chen explained. If we turn back to grab it, it's the same as stating that we don't have any supplies. Most importantly, it shortens the distance to them. At this point, he doesn't even need to come over and grab it. He just needs to stop and hit us with fire coverage. Blow up all the supplies and destroy our living forces as well. Then isn't this nuts? Wan Rang glared. Aren't they out of supplies themselves? Everyone's on the ground together. Su Chen was speechless. You guys, you've been with me for so long. Why are you still elm-brained? They'll still have airdrops later. So what are they afraid of? On the contrary, it's us, who got bombed with supplies and are ready to wait for death. I'll go. I get it. Jia Ping's eyes widened. So as long as he chases after us, then we're bound to lose, provided that I don't set up that many supply stations in advance. Su Chen said. This trick of his will indeed work. The group of people gave a thumbs up together. Deputy Chief, it's still you who's higher. The blue is better than the blue. Then let's wait for his next airdrop of supplies and just go over and blow it up directly. Wan Rang said excitedly. When they are dry waiting for supplies, won't we be able to launch a sneak attack from a distance? Right. The others nodded in agreement. Su Chen sneered. You guys are thinking too simply. He knew very well that even if he blew up the Iron Fist Division's airdrop supplies, Su Ming would definitely raise his guard after the lesson he learned last time. If the Blues dared to sneak in, it would end up being a melee, and they wouldn't be able to get much of a bargain. Just then, his satellite phone suddenly rang. Su Chen's eyes lit up and immediately picked it up. Hello, this is Su Chen, Vice Captain. We've arrived, Ma Xian said excitedly. Now, we're nearby. Send someone forward immediately to scout. Good, Su Chen said excitedly. Now there are still 3 hours before nightfall. Remember, it must be nightfall to do it. Do it and leave immediately. Understood. I'll wait for your good news. Su Chen smiled faintly. When he hung up the phone, Jia Ping and the others all looked at him curiously. Deputy Chief, what kind of underhanded tricks have you formulated again? Su Chen smiled triumphantly. What kind of underhanded tactic? It's obviously a wonderful tactic. Chapter 163 Simultaneous start of counterattack. 100 kilometers from the exercise area, near a military airport, Ma Xian led the people covered in camouflage, quietly lying in the grass nest, while his eyes stared dead ahead at the airport. This airfield is not large, but it is home to 4 IL-76 transport planes. At this point, the 4 airplanes just happened to land in succession. The last one is slowly taxiing down the runway. Screw the special master. Ma Xian spat. The Iron Fist Division is also too rich and generous. Playing a drill and getting them these 4 behemoths. Flying 2 at a time is enough for them to replenish their supplies. How can they still fight? Company commander, just blow it up later. Wang Hai laughed. They'll have to scratch their heads in our base. Zhao Xiaodong couldn't wait. Company commander, when do we start? What's the rush? Ma Xian said coldly. Can't you see that the airport is heavily defended? There are at least 2 companies here. Even if we wait until night, we may not be able to take all of this place. Zhao Xiaodong said coldly. Why think so much? Just do it. As long as we destroy this place, Red will be finished. It doesn't matter if we lose our entire army. Right. Wang Hai nodded. Company commander, get ready to do it. Don't be impulsive, Ma Xian said in a cold voice. Don't forget the words of the deputy leader. The first thing to do in war is to save the lives of the warriors, and you should never fight hard until it's absolutely necessary. Observe again, Ma Xian said coldly. Anyway, we still have supplies for our large troop, as long as we can keep them from catching up. He waved his hand. Scout again. Make sure you find the weak point in their defense. Yes. A few platoon commanders nodded and immediately dispersed in all directions with their men in person. Time passed, and 8 hours later, 2 more transports took off with a roar, heading toward the exercise field. But Ma Xian hasn't found a breakthrough so far. Su Ming had actually thought that Su Chen would sneak attack his airport from a distance. That's why 2 companies are specially assigned to guard it. It was no exaggeration to say that he had already done everything on all sides and was not afraid of Su Chen's tricks at all, which was why he dared to chase him all the way. Ma Xian looked at the time and was anxious. He's well aware that red and blue are still chasing right now. The sooner he doesn't fix it, the more dangerous the blues will be. Su Chen had put the fate of the entire blue army in his hands, and even if the entire army was really wiped out, he still had to complete the mission. Company commander, how about doing it? Wang Hai said anxiously. We can wait, but our troops can't wait. He has been chased by the red side for 3 days. People can stand it, but the tanks and armored vehicles can't stand it either. Maybe they will lie down collectively at any time. The corners of Ma Xian's eyes jumped wildly as he listened. The tanks and infantry vehicles must have reached their limits after 3 days of running in large units. If you don't keep up with maintenance and repairs, it's normal for them to lie down en masse. Ma Xian clenched his fists tightly and was just about to give the order when Yun Yang suddenly said timidly, Company commander, why don't we let Big Yellow and Old Black go on? Ha? Ma Xian looked at him in surprise. What did you say? Yun Yang reddened. The deputy leader told me to train them for a month, and now they can carry explosives into any place. I want to. Ma Xian's eyes lit up and he slammed his fist on him. You kid, why didn't you say so earlier? Oh, Big Yellow and Old Black immediately showed their teeth and glared at him. Ma Xian awkwardly touched Yun Yang in a hurry. Don't be nervous, we're joking around. Don't show your teeth. Yun Yang coyly said. You did not ask. I do not dare to say. Just see you too anxious. So, Ma Xian smiled and wrapped his arms around him. You kid, next time if you have something to say, just say it. We are all family. Aha! Yun Yang nodded. Good. Ma Xian pointed at the 2 parked airplanes. See, can we get Big Yellow and Old Black to put the bombs down there? Yes. Yun Yang nodded. It's not even a problem to put them in. They're flexible. Ma Xian was so excited that he wanted to jump up. Good, good, good. He looked at his watch and immediately said to Wang Hai, a few platoon commanders, quickly, organize people to load time bombs. The airplanes will be able to airdrop the supplies in an hour, and that will be the best time for us to act. Understood. A few platoon commanders nodded and immediately organized people to start creating time bombs. Ma Xian took out his satellite phone and immediately dialed Su Chen. Su Chen was currently in the infantry fighting vehicle with a worried frown on his face. After running for so long, he was also worried that the large force would lie down. Their tanks and infantry vehicles were not as capable as the Iron Fist division, and while others might be able to continue, they were really close to their limits. Just then, the phone rang and he picked it up like he was grasping for a lifeline. Hey, how's it going? Su Chen couldn't wait to ask. Reporting to the deputy chief, Ma Xian said excitedly, it's ready. The last batch of supplies from the red side has been sent out. When Su Chen heard this, the big stone in his heart finally landed. He took a deep breath. Are you absolutely sure? Yes. Ma Xian said when your side starts to move, contact me, and I'll immediately move on my side as well. Let's do it at the same time, so they have no time to prepare. Okay. Su Chen nodded. Wait for my message. Hanging up the phone, he immediately shouted to Jia Peng, quickly, send someone to observe the red side at close range. It has to be in front of their flanks, specifically looking for their supply landings. Japan froze. Wouldn't it be better if we sent drones? It's too late. Su Chen yelled lowly. Send someone out and keep us posted. Yes. Jia Peng didn't dare to have the slightest delay, immediately picking up the walkie-talkie to give orders. Su Chen's side also picked up the walkie-talkie. Brigade commander, please answer when you receive it. I'm Su Fei. Su Fei said anxiously. What's going on over there? Our tanks and infantry vehicles are on the verge of running out of steam. If this keeps up, the deputy brigade commander and I will be court-martialed. If this really let the tanks and infantry vehicles in the exercise scrapped, Su Fei, this military chief officer, really have to be responsible. So now he's more anxious than anyone else. Su Chen laughed. Brigadier, 40 minutes at most. Hold on a little longer. No more than an hour. You can rest in place. Su Fei asked excitedly. Your plan worked? Su Chen nodded. Only half of it has been successful so far. Leave the next one to me. You guys take the time to rest and set up your artillery positions. After Su Chen finished his explanation, his eyes always stared nervously at the walkie-talkie. Now, everything is in place, just waiting for the east wind. Inside the infantry car, everyone's nerves were strained to the breaking point. It was clear to everyone that the next battle, they're going to win the fight, win it all. If there's the slightest problem, the whole thing is lost. Su Chen's hands were already slightly sweaty, and the battle intent in his eyes was getting thicker and thicker.